On the surface, you are a minor officer of the Jinui, inheriting your father's position, but secretly, you are a land god surpassing the great masters. Moreover, you are also a system traveler. When you first crossed over, the original body lost its father, who was a Jinui officer, and you naturally took over the position of the original owner. You discovered that this is a high martial arts world of the Ming dynasty. At the same time, you also obtained a spiritual wish-fulfilling system, through which you can receive corresponding rewards by fulfilling the wishes of the deceased. At this moment, in the Yuhang prison of the Ming dynasty, a charming woman is bound to the torture rack. Sir, as long as you let me go, I will do anything for you. Ding dong, the countdown for the time task has 15 minutes left. 1. Fulfill the wish of Dali's Duanyu by asking Hua Jieyu if she ever loved him. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. 2. Fulfill the wish of Dali's Duanyu. Regardless of what Hua Jieyu says, you must be together with her in life and death. Reward, Lingbo Weibu. You've been drained by magic, and you still ask her if she loves you? This pure love warrior is going to be together in life and death. Is it quite romantic? Every time you hear the system prompt, you can't help but complain in your heart. Sir, I'm talking to you. Seeing Su Shan lost in thought, Hua Jieyu mistakenly believed that he was mesmerized by her charm, so she deliberately leaned her face close to his ear, whispering warm breaths while gently biting his earlobe. This move, Hua Jieyu had rarely failed in her decades of navigating through the flower beds. In her view, this young lad definitely wouldn't be able to withstand her allure. As long as he unties her bindings and acupoints, Hua Jieyu believes that with her innate second-grade strength, she has a chance to break out of the prison when he is unprepared. Yo, the sudden sharp pain brings you back to your senses. When you see the enchanting Hua Jieyu, her eyes conveying something to you, your entire face turns cold. You bit my ear. As soon as the words leave your mouth, you give her face a fierce slap. This resounding slap not only leaves Hua Jieyu stunned but also makes the two guards outside the town's garrison feel a chill run down their spines. Not good. Change is acting up again. Hurry and notify Captain Shan. We can't let him kill another prisoner. Yes, the guards, feeling their scalps tingle, know better than anyone that this master in front of them has executed several heinous criminals in the past 3 months. Although he has solved many cases, he has also locked up the dungeon more than once. When this guy goes crazy, not even these guards can stop him, let alone the captain. Have you ever loved Duanyu? When you see yourself tugging at Hua Jieyu's hair and asking this question, the guards at the door are completely dumbfounded. Is Shan's thought process really this astonishing? I'm asking you a question. Do you have to force me to torture you? After a day of hunting wild geese, today, however, Hua Jieyu, who has been pecked blind by the geese, looks at this man before her, who is comparable to a beast, with a face full of anger. Is he lacking love? Why is he so cruel? But when she sees the other party holding a bright red branding iron, Hua Jieyu, in order to calm him down, reluctantly answers, I have loved. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited task 1, with a reward of 20 years of cultivation. Please complete the time-limited task 2 as soon as possible. There are less than 10 minutes left until it ends. Hua Jieyu is going to get into trouble. Once you kill her, not only will you have to explain to the town suppression division, but even the Imperial envoy who will arrive later might not let you off. However, the temptation of the Lingbo Weibu made you draw your blade and pounce fiercely towards Hua Jieyu. What are you going to do? You loved her and still struck hard. Damn it! Hua Jieyu, who had been stabbed several times, widened her eyes and said, I never loved, deceiving for lust and seeking death. That's even more damnable. Until her death, Hua Jieyu really wanted to know the standard answer to this life and death question. Clang! The brawny man at the door was so frightened that he staggered back several steps, and after rolling and crawling up, he ran towards the outside of the prison. At this moment, Su Shan was immersed in the joy of receiving the system reward. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited task 2, with a reward of the Lingbo Weibu panel. After hearing this, you directly summoned the interface, and in the next second, your personal information appeared before you. Host realm, postnatal 3rd rank, physique, innate pure yang body, cultivation techniques, basic sword technique great perfection, basic body technique great perfection. Lingbo Weibu not yet entered, usable cultivation value, 20. The original body had also advanced to the postnatal 3rd rank, and now having obtained the unparalleled martial art Lingbo Weibu, you are very much looking forward to how high your improvement can be, pushing all 20 years of cultivation into the Lingbo Weibu. This technique is divided into 5 forms. Ding dong, the deduction is in progress. 20 years passed in a blink, and Su Shan, whose body technique was as elusive as a god, had completely mastered the first 2 forms of Lingbo Weibu. The deduction completed in an instant made you become more agile. The enhancement of your internal power further advanced your physical realm significantly. Just by comprehending the first 2 forms of Lingbo Weibu, you reached the postnatal 7th rank. If you were to deduce all 5 forms, wouldn't you become an innate powerhouse? Gathering cultivation value is the top priority right now. Just as Shan regained his senses, he suddenly noticed a strand of grass-green light above Hua Jiayu's head, which was no different from the one above Duan Yu's head before, except that this color was deeper. She has her last wish too. As he said this, he walked in front of her. The moment their bodies touched, the system chimed again. Ding dong, mission issued, the last wish of the deceased, Hua Jiayu, to meet her husband Lu Yaoji at the Jindu restaurant in Yuhang 3 days later, and to inform him of her death, as well as that the murderer is the Jinui Su Shan. Seeing this mission, you were stunned. To openly meet her husband and tell him, I, Su Shan, killed your wife. How arrogant would that be? You have to know that Hua Jiayu possessed the strength of a second-grade innate master. How could her husband be any weaker? The mission reward was 25 years of cultivation and immunity to all poisons. This reward is hard to resist. Indeed, the stronger the deceased's strength, the richer the reward. Bang! Just then, the door of the interrogation room was kicked open by your superior, Qin Changdong. As a colleague of Su Shan's father, who died in the line of duty, Qin has taken good care of Su Shan, who is inheriting his father's legacy. But today, he nearly roared, Su Shan, who told you to kill Hua Jiayu? You've gotten yourself into big trouble. While saying this, Qin Changdong rushed in and pushed you. After confirming Hua Jiayu's death, his face turned pale. At the same time, a woman dressed in a scarlet python robe, with an embroidered spring knife at her waist and an ivory badge hanging from her side, walked in with a cold expression. Accompanying her was Ji Gang, the chief of the Yuhang Town Patrol. The fact that this local big shot was so cautious around her naturally indicated that she was the Imperial envoy from the capital, Shangguan Yener, the deputy commander of the town patrol. Despite her young age, she not only possessed the strength of a second-grade grandmaster but also shared the same master as the empress, Qin Shu. When I interrogated this wretched woman, not only did she make faces at me, but she also bit my ear. Can I tolerate this? After you said this with righteous indignation, the furious Qin Changdong was almost about to explode. Qin Zongqi, immediately throw this person into the dungeon, and do not let them out without orders. On the surface, it was a punishment for you, but in reality, it was a secret protection. Yes, as he said this, Qin Changdong ordered people to take you away. At this moment, Shangguan Yener had already walked in front of Hua Jiayu, the protector of the Five Poisons sect, the beautiful Hua Jiayu. It really is her. The Five Poisons sect, which is entrenched in the 10,000 Great Mountains, is one of the three major evil sects wanted by the Ming dynasty, with its disciples committing numerous heinous acts. The most hated are the couple duo of the two protectors known as White Hair and Beautiful Face, with the husband by Fa Lu Yaoji and the wife Hong Yan Hua Jiayu. They practice a dual cultivation demonic skill, specifically targeting the disciples of major sects and noble families, excelling in poisoning, disguise, and seduction. Although they have been wanted by the martial world and the court for so many years, they always manage to escape. Who would have thought that they would be caught in Yuhang and killed here by a captain of the Imperial Guards, Officer Shangguan? Capturing this which entirely depends on your meticulous investigation and pursuit. Captain, the opportunistic Ji Gang quickly spoke well of you. It was the captain who just dealt a fatal blow to the witch. He has a grudge against Hua Jiayu. Unaware of the implications, Shangguan Yener instinctively asked. Hearing this, the awkwardly smiling Ji Gang recalled your catchphrase and promptly replied. He has an irreconcilable enmity with evil. Before Shangguan Yener could recover from her surprise, Qin Changdong, who was anxious to save his son, quickly added, Officer Shangguan, your child is unfortunate. His father was originally a general in splendid attire, but after dying in the line of duty, he left behind a widow and an orphan. Receiving care from Ji Qianhu, following in his father's footsteps, Su Shan served as a captain in the Yuhang town garrison, and things were relatively normal until 3 months ago. His betrothed, Jean Lian, preferred to be a concubine to the great official Shiman rather than fulfill their marriage contract. After suffering great emotional distress, he jumped into the river to commit suicide, and after being rescued, he seemed like a changed person, dedicating himself day and night to solving cases. In just these 3 months, he solved more than 10 old cases, but each time he was too ruthless and ended up locked in the dungeon, with his merits and demerits canceling each other out, and he was even penalized with a deduction in his salary. But this kid is just stubborn, which led to a major disaster. Please, Deputy Shangguan, consider giving this child a chance to make amends for his mistakes. Given that he has tracked down the witch, Ji Gang and Qin Changdong were trying their best to exonerate you. But before they finished speaking, Lu Feng, 100 households who came from the capital with Shangguan Yener, sneered. The dignified Yuhang Town Patrol Office relies on a madman to solve cases. Isn't that just a joke? What? Is there no one left in the Yuhang Town Patrol Office? Before Ji Gang could retort, a harsh sound came from afar, getting closer. What is it? Captain Ji, We just received news that the Yuhang General Ma Xing and his concubine died at home. Who? The Yuhang General? Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Yenner furrowed her brows tightly and suddenly turned her head to question. She came to Yuhang this time to supervise the investigation of the murder of the Dalier and to investigate the case of the Yuhang Armory selling military supplies and food. The person who reported this matter anonymously was the Yuhang General Ma Xing. Just as their own people arrived, the informant died. Is this a warning to them? Go to the scene. Yes. Just as Shangguan Yenner was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and stopped, saying, take that Officer Su, who is good at solving cases, along. I will give him a chance to make amends. The subordinate thanks Officer Shangguan on behalf of Su Shan. Officer Shangguan, Captain Ji and that General Qin are clearly biased towards you, privately stifling the court's criminal cases, which is a serious crime. We are new here, and if we just go with the flow, we will be led by the nose by them. Just out of the Imperial prison, Lu Feng, eager to show off in front of Shangguan Yenner, leaned in and whispered. Hearing this, Shangguan Yenner, with her brows tightly furrowed, turned to glare at him and said, are you teaching me how to do my job? The subordinate dares not. The subordinate just feels that this time, before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, Shangguan Yenner interrupted him, saying, put away your arrogance and rudeness. Although the town suppression division has connections, it still respects strength. The fact that Su Shan can ensure the loyalty of the Yuhang Imperial Guards from top to bottom shows that he has exceptional qualities. Your father is still a fourth-rank minor official in the Ministry of Rights. If this matter were to fall on you, how many people in the town suppression office would protect you? Shangguan Yenner said without holding back, leaving Lu Feng speechless and extremely embarrassed. As he rushed to the crime scene, he was determined to make a stunning impression and dazzle everyone. In the dungeon, Su Shan, who has his own exclusive cell, had not yet warmed up the straw mat when Qin Changdong, who had hurried over, called him out again. Shan Yi, you got out pretty quickly this time. The brothers bet that Shan Yi would take at least 3 to 5 days, and it hasn't even been a quarter of an hour yet. Shan Yi, take care. We bid farewell to Shan Yi. When Su Shan was released from prison, the many prisoners within the dungeon shouted respectfully. As a regular customer here, Su Shan had all mingled with them, and Qin Changdong, who heard this, had his face darkened. Bunny, outside you're not a human being, but here you're a big brother? Hey, Uncle Qin, let me tell you, it's full of talent. Now I can open a lock in 3 breaths, steal the key from you in 1 look, and I can tell at a glance whether a girl wiggling her ass on the street is a chick or 1,000. Isn't this how Hua Xieyue, who possesses an innocent appearance, was grabbed by me? You. Hearing Su Shan's words, Qin Changdong raised his right hand in anger, then let it down with reluctance. Immediately afterward, picking him up by the ear, he said, this time, Ji Qianhu personally begged for mercy with you, and only then did the Shangguan commander show leniency. Show some real skill. Aha, what case? Su Shan inquired in surprise. Ma Xing, chief soldier of Yuhang, and his concubine, Zhang Yue, died at home. Ma Xing? If I remember correctly, he's in an 5th grade, right? As he said this, Su Shan's eyes were glowing. It is important to realize that the stronger the victim is, the more he gains. He should be involved in other cases, or else the Shangguan commander wouldn't be so vocal about it. Remember, just work the case, don't be a hero. To be able to kill a person of the 5th rank of the innate, to get you and me killed is like a game. After he finished saying this, Su Shan skimmed his mouth and didn't dare to be stubborn. When they arrived at Ma's house, the brocade guards had already cordoned off the place. Su Shan, who went straight to the scene of the crime, took the initiative to ask for instructions from Shangguan Yenner, led by Qin Changdong. Well, not really. That's one hell of a long pussy. I just don't know the price geometry. Su Shan, who had cast some aspersions in his heart, turned around and walked towards the 2 corpses. At this time, Lu Feng, who was surveying the crime scene, deliberately came over and said in a cold voice, Su Shan, right? I hope you can afford, from top to bottom, the Yuhang Jinshi, to defend you vigorously. Don't end up being a joke. Ha! In the face of this sudden cynicism, Su Shan was dumbfounded. Shangguan Yenner and Ji Gang, who were not far away, glanced at this guy. Qin Changdong, who was on the side, pushed Su Shan, signaling him to work and ignore the other party. Uncle, supporting characters who like to pull hate value like that usually don't survive the prologue. Do you believe it? Work. Shrugging his shoulders, Su Shan squatted beside Ma Xing's corpse. As soon as he entered the room, he caught the other man's head, the wisp of pale yellow color. It's good to have a last wish. As he muttered these words in his heart, Su Shan opened his divine ability, Psychic, as he examined the corpse. AI imaging, Blu-ray HD, still from Ma Hang's first point of view. Sizzle, is it that explosive? No mosaic? As soon as the imaging began, The shaky Ma Xing stumbled back a few steps. The body was against the back of the wall before the shot was barely stabilized. Immediately afterward, Shan, with his perspective, saw Zhang Yue standing on the opposite side of the room unclothed. Beside her, there was a handsome white-haired man. You pair of dogs, so despicable. Even took the 10-spice soft tendon powder and applied it to his body. LOL. Hearing this, Zhang Yue, who was again in front of Ma Xing, showing off her exquisite figure, let out a piercing laugh. Who let the Lord like to kiss people here, and here? While saying this, Zhang Yue scratched her head and nodded her body. What a mouthful of poisoned milk. Take the 10-spice soft tendon and apply it to the woman. Taking advantage of that bad habit of men, he quietly drugged Ma Xing. This means, absolutely, General Ma, you're usually so cautious. If this protector doesn't use some means, how can I make you poison yourself willingly? So what if it's an innate 5th grade? Tonight, isn't it still death at the hands of me? Willow Shaker? Hearing this, Ma Xing was shocked. White-haired demon's Willow Shaker? Fighting alone? I'll get you killed. He. Although my father only has the strength of the 3rd rank of the innate, he has poisoned and killed the 5th rank of the innate. General Ma, hasn't he? Jie. Lu Shikizi, who had said all this, let out an arrogant and treacherous smile. Lu Lang, what's the point of giving him so much crap? Hurry up and kill him and then take someone else on a double date? Put. Just as Zhang Yue finished saying this, Lu Shikizi, who was holding a short serrated blade, directly penetrated the opponent's body from the spine. Ryuro, you. Approaching you is just a way to help this honored one and take care of General Ma. Did you really think I would take you away? Swish. As the words fell out of his mouth, Lu Shaoji withdrew his sword in a smooth manner. In a flash, the overwhelmed Zhang Yue fell to the ground first. After watching all of this, Su Shan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Damn, plucking an eagle is merciless. A model for my generation. Snap. After resolving Zhang Yue, the fit as a fiddle Lu Shuaji rushed directly to Ma Xing's body. Without hesitation, he stabbed directly into his opponent's heart. In his dying moments, Ma Xing's eyes were all filled with the hideous face of Lu Shuaji. From his viewpoint, Su Shan could even see the nevus at the back of the other party's neck. Ding dong! Releasing the dead man's quest, Ma Xing's last wish. Mission, kill the white-haired Willow Shaker. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation and the anti-2E blade technique. I'll go. This quest, it looks like it can be completed together with flower interpretations. Chapter 4 You're a ING talent. When the system released the mission, Su Shan's tiger's back shook. Hua Huayu's last wish. But 3 days later, at the Jindu Tavern and Lu Shuaji joint, it's not hard to find where you've been looking for it. Just as Su Shan was secretly rejoicing, the good-for-nothing Lu Feng, with his mouth hanging open, analyzed the case in public. The seriousness of that bull ***** is so obvious that it's a foregone conclusion. Shangwan Commander, according to my subordinates, it is possible to silently decapitate Chief Ma and his concubine within the Ma mansion. The strength of this murderer must be at least at the 7th rank of the innate. Both were killed with a single stab, and neither showed any obvious signs of struggle. The murderer first stabbed Zhang Yue from behind, and immediately after, drew his sword in passing to finish off General Ma. The whole thing was done in one fell swoop. It was the work of a master. When Lu Feng finished saying this, the scene fell into a short silence. Finished? Sideways looking Shangwan Yenner inquired. So far, from what I've seen of the scene survey, that's all there is. No other clues. As Lu Feng finished saying all of this with his words, Su Shan, who had been crouching beside the two victims, slowly stood up. He was already tall, and while he was a head taller than Lu Feng, he was also abruptly reflected in the crowd's view. Indeed, after inspecting Zhang Yue's body and not wiping away the 10 incense soft tendon powder, Su Shan muttered, Captain Su, what have you found? Accompanied by Shangwan Yenner's inquiry, Lu Feng, who had jerked his head around, had his eyes focused on him along with the crowd. With a disdainful face, Lu Trial 100 wanted to listen to his tall tales. She kills. Put. When Su Shan coldly said these two words, Lu Feng immediately burst out laughing. He killed? It's a cutie. Also all can see that Chief Ma and his concubine were killed. Not suicide. Lu Feng, who directly disliked the exit, seemed extremely frivolous in his tone. That's it? You're a master of the case? Lu Feng's cynicism caused Ji Gang's face, all of it, to become extremely embarrassed. But in the way of Shangwan Yenner's presence, he could only hold back his anger as he said to Su Shan, be specific. The strength of the murderer should not be as high as Chief Ma's. That's why it took some careful planning to poison him. Su Shan, who didn't dare to directly name the murderer, was afraid that he would be treated as a guinea pig and coveted. But just as his words finished, Lu Feng, who was on the side, directly interrupted. Bull *****. Before you came, the housekeeper of the mansion said that General Ma has been cautious for some time recently. All things that are imported are first allowed to be lightly tasted by the subordinates to make sure they are correct before they are eaten. Also, at what point did his body show signs of poisoning? And also the strength of the murderer is definitely not as high as Chief Ma's. To be able to decapitate the innate 5th-ranked General Ma without alerting the experts in the residence. What do you think of his strength? After pulling his throat to finish all this, Lu Feng sneered and turned his head. Ji Qianhu, do you guys rely on such a drunken bag to solve cases in Yuhang? Then this time, the Shangwan commander has been ordered to come here to take a good look and see if there are any local cases of injustice. Snap! Lu Feng's arrogance made Ji Gang's face cold. But at this moment, Su Shan, who was too lazy to explain anything, picked up a snack from the table. Resuming his crouch next to Ma Xing's body, he then dabbed his saliva and spilled bloodstains with a snack. When this was accomplished, it was casually tossed to the family dog in the courtyard. Su Shan, the Lord Commander has ordered you to come here to take the credit for the case, not to walk the dog. Whoops! When the scowling Lu Feng had just finished snarling this, the family dog that was greedily eating that snack outside the door let out a helpless whimper. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see that the family dog, who had been alive and well just moments before, was now walking shakily. Immediately afterward, he was paralyzed on all fours. This is. Thinking of something, Shangwan Wan Air once again reviewed Ma Xing's corpse, and at this time Su Shan, looking to the side of Lu Feng, who still maintains the appearance of just hissing, coldly questioned, Lu Trial 100 households, why don't you say anything? Is it not bleeping anymore? This time, not even waiting for Lu Feng to open his mouth, Shangguan Yener, who reviewed the corpse, opened her mouth and said, colorless and odorless, the meridians are retrograde, 10 spice soft tendon powder. Hearing this, Su Shan couldn't help but pat his ass. TSK, Commander Shangguan, not only is she pretty, she's also knowledgeable, unlike some people, who are half a bottle. If you're ugly, you need to read more. Cackle. When Su Shan looked at Lu Feng and finished saying this, the latter, who was gritting his teeth, had clenched both his fists. But the murderer, how did he give Chief Ma the 10 spice soft tendon powder? After all, everything he imported was sampled. As she said this, Shangguan Yener, who had gotten up, looked over at Su Shan. Not just her, but everyone in the scene, focused on him. Just now the subordinate has said, she kills. Su Shan, who was pointing at Zhang Yue, added again, inside out? Snap. Ji Gang, who had lightly kicked Su Shan in the buttocks, chided in a good-natured manner. Don't sell out, tell us what you've surveyed. Have to let Lu test 100 households convinced. Otherwise, again, should say that we Yuhang Zenfusi handling cases, only rely on wine bags. Lu Feng, who had successfully pulled enough hate for himself, was instantly embarrassed. Su Shan, who had turned his head sideways, walked over to Zhang Yue's corpse after glancing contemptuously at the other party. 1,000 precautions are necessary to prevent a house thief. The compelled Zhang Yue should be the murderer's accomplice. The only way the murderer could avoid the guards in the courtyard and sneak in unnoticed. How was it poisoned? Shangguan Yener, who was squatting beside Zhang Yue's corpse along with Su Shan, stared at the other party with unblinking eyes. When a man is in the depths of his love, he will forget about the woman and perform some intimate actions. For example, kiss here, or get in your face and turn it on. Turning to Zhang Yue's corpse in turn, Su Shan nodded from the top to the bottom. Upon hearing this, someone in the room resisted the urge to laugh, especially when he saw Shangguan Yener, who was known as an ice beauty. With her cheeks scarlet, he forced a smile. Is it funny? We're on the case. When Kazuna forced a laugh and chided, the scene once again regained its calm. Su Shan, who was squatting there, then added, the murderer only needs to take the 10 incense soft tendon powder and apply it to Zhang Yue's body. Mr. Ma, I think he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Head. How else could it be that half a night has passed, and how else could the secretion of saliva alone still have gotten the house dog? Above is my subordinate's analysis of the whole case. When Su Shan finished saying all of this in a serious manner, even Ji Zhan couldn't hold back his head as he twisted his head and laughed. Stick out your tongue. Head, you're a ing talent. Chapter 5 tonight. Have fun. Shangguan Yener, who pretended not to hear anything, slowly stood up. At this moment, the look she gave Su Shan was filled with admiration. No wonder, Yuhang Jinfusi from top to bottom to protect this guy, really is a real skill. Just by investigating the scene, we can restore the murderer's process. This moment, the one who was most embarrassed was Lu Feng, who was standing uncomfortably. Just before, all the things he had said were now transformed into invisible slaps. After slapping the right face, he slapped the left face. The people were in his way. They didn't open their mouths to sneer anymore. but that sneering smile left him with no place to go. At the same time, it also held a grudge against Shan, the one who started it all. Captain Su, from your point of view, can you do a profile of the killer? As she said this, Shangguan Yener took a pen and paper from the accompanying 100th bird of prey, and looked as if she was listening with all ears. This made Shan very receptive. Therefore, pretending to be a big-tailed wolf, he put one hand behind his back and swayed in front of Lu Feng for a few rounds before he opened his mouth. The murderer's look should be very handsome, and he is good at bewitching women in the deep. Proficient in poison casting, the realm must be at least the innate realm. Otherwise, it couldn't have done such a beautiful job. Lefty, the murder weapon, has a sharp tip and a serrated blade. After saying this, Shan didn't elaborate any further. GN2G, the Yuhang Jinfu division is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Commander Shangguan Liao praises, as long as we don't get labeled as wine bags and rice bags, we, the Yuhang Jinfu division, will be satisfied. After Ji Gang finished saying this meaningfully, Lu Feng, who was fished out and whipped, once again awkwardly picked his feet. On the way back to Jinfu Sea, Qing Bird, who had been silent for a while, spoke up, Commander, my subordinate always feels that the one called Shan is hiding something. I feel the same way. He should have locked down a suspect, send someone to keep an eye on him. Yes, the conversation between the two was caught in Lu Feng's ears. As they returned to their temporary residence, Lu Feng summoned two subordinates. Go, grab the green bird before it does, and give that Su a lesson of a lifetime. Make him spit out the suspects he's locked up. For S sake, remember, change into civilian clothes and take anything that can prove your identity. Don't take it with you, so as not to authorize it. Understood. The two small flags that accompanied them both had the strength of Hotian 5th or 6th grade. In Lu Feng's opinion, cleaning up that Shan is not a handful? Dare to bring me down? Playing with you. Shan, who hadn't been home for a few days in order to hunt down Hua Xieyue, headed in the direction of his home after returning to the office to hand in his duties. Not yet mixed up with a ride. He had to walk. Shan, who had crossed the main road and turned into the alleyway, keenly captured two figures that had followed him a ways back. After advancing to the 7th rank of the Hotian, his perception ability was far greater than before. Wanna play along with you guys, have fun? As the words fell out of his mouth, Shan's figure instantly disappeared at the fork in the alleyway. Snap! These two small flags that were sent by Lu Feng sprinted over. After looking left and right, they looked at each other and said, "Where is everyone?" After hearing this from his fellow officer Zhang Chong, Wang Shun coldly said, "Split up and look for it. A lieutenant, can his stance match ours? Good." After saying that, the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, separately chased after each other towards the depths of the alleyway. Zhang Chong, who is new to Yuhang, is not familiar with the road conditions in Yuhang, let alone the alleys. As he turned into a dead-end street, he suddenly felt a figure emerge behind him. Looking for me? Swish! Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Chong turned around violently, only to see that Shan was standing there with a cold smile. Death-defying dog. Miso. Before the words fell out of his mouth, Zhang Chong, who was in full stance, raised his sandbag-sized fist and smashed it against Shan, who was not far away. In his opinion, his Hotian 5th grade strength was perfectly capable of taking down the other party. Pa! But in the next second, Shan, who hadn't moved a muscle, directly clutched his fist with a single palm. You, click. Not even waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, the muddled Shan broke Zhang Chang's wrist bone in reverse. Not reserved at all. Snap! Shan, who had demolished his opponent's jawbone in passing, threw another punch towards the side of his face. Immediately afterward, the overburdened Zhang Chong, like a kite with broken strings, smashed heavily on top of the wall. As he rolled to the ground, even his wails became feeble. The screams over here drew Wang Shun's attention. When he arrived at the scene, all he saw was his fellow officer, sprawled on the ground covered in blood. Zhang Chong, how are you doing? As Wang Shun assisted the other party, Zhang Chong, who was unable to speak, painstakingly raised his right arm and pointed it straight ahead. Wang Shun, who realized something, subconsciously twisted his head. He only saw Shan, who had executed the Hugh Swift flying eider, rushing in front of him in a lightning-fast manner. Bang! Ow! Wang Shun, who had been hardened and sent flying several meters away, let out a miserable scream. But before he could return to his senses from the pain, Shan, who floated as if he were a god, surfaced in front of his eyes like a ghost. We're from the capital. Pa! Click! Unreasonable punches chiseled his opponent's jaw right in the face. For a while, Wang Shun, who could only howl, couldn't say a complete sentence. Shan, who had met with the two, naturally knew their identities, but since they, in civilian clothes, came to block themselves, then, myself, I'm going to take it. The Jinui is on a case and has requisitioned your carriage. Shan, who had hand-carried the two of them, stopped a horse-drawn carriage from the road. After being sent to the Imperial prison, Shan tore one person's hair out with one hand and yanked him straight in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on with Mountain? Now in the Imperial prison of Yuhang Jinfu Division. From top to bottom, who does not recognize the brocade thug Shan? After seeing him use the same tactics to tear two more bloods in, he lightly opened the dungeon door for them. Two vermin, dare to stop me in the street and rob me? I mustn't teach them to behave. Hearing this, the Lux who guided him into the dungeon couldn't help but speak. These two grandsons are really bold. Lighting a lamp in a thatched pit looking for death. Woohoo! Zhang Chong and Wang Shan, who still had a trace of consciousness, babbled and tried to open their mouths to say their identities. A taco with blood, left a lot, but just couldn't say a word. Master Shan, got another new shipment? What do you say this time? Can you keep the little ones happy and entertained? Shan had just pulled them into the dungeon, and a number of old men laughed and joked. One for each cell. Tonight, have fun. Don't get them dead or I can't deliver. Hearing this, the crowd of prisoners erupted into a mountainous hiss. Don't worry, Master Shan, definitely leave a breath. Master Shan is mighty. Jie. Hold him down. Old man first. Chapter 6, Captain Su. A deep hide. This night's Imperial prison dungeon. The first half of the night are Zhang Chong, Wang Shan ghosts and wolves howling screams. The second half of the night, however, was spent commenting on the exchange of experiences between the big brothers of the inmates. With that said, someone got interested again, and then went single-handed again. Early the next morning, Shan, who was seconded to the headquarters, has just followed the captains to point. The imposing Lu Feng then rushed in with his men. Shan, get thee out of there. At first hearing this, the crowd of brocade guards subconsciously turned their heads to look. Even Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang and the others inside the house heard the news and came out to see what was going on. Yo, isn't this Lu Trial 100? Didn't sleep well last night? Ha, the fire and the bad breath are very bad. Shan, who had a cold smile on his face, flirted in public. I'm asking you, where are the two small flags that were sent over to protect you last night? This Trial 100? Zhang Chong and Wang Shan didn't return all night. At first, Lu Feng thought that they, after getting things done, went to feel the flavor of Yuhang's nightlife, but until the morning, the two have no news. But on the contrary, Shan appeared unharmed in the Jinfu division. This had already made him realize the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, furious, he rushed in directly with his men. Protecting my two little flags? Lu Trial 100. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but can't be sprayed indiscriminately. What virtue can I, a lieutenant, have in having two small banners from the capital to protect me? Lu Feng. Hearing this, the furious Lu Feng was ready to strike, and a cold voice from Shangguan Yener made him only stop there. However, the eyes he looked at Shan were filled with viciousness. Commander Shangguan, Ji Chi too. After everyone saluted, Shangguan Yener directly inquired, what's going on? As soon as her words fell, Lu Feng grabbed the first reply. In his description, he was afraid that the murderer would retaliate against Shan. Therefore, he sent two small flags to protect him secretly. But now, the two little flags disappeared out of thin air. Anyone can hear that this reason's extremely far-fetched. Lu Trial 100 are said to be secretly protected. Those two little flags are so strong. Where are they going? Can I know? Speaking of this, Shan added with a sneer. However, on his way home from work last night, he encountered two vermin. Meet me in the face and hit me hard without saying a word. But the strength was so bad that I ended up holding him down. Lu Trial 100. It can't be them that's being talked about, can it? Hearing this, Lu Feng hissed in anger. Shan, you dare to assault a fellow officer? Put your mother ********* ing ass on the line. They were in civilian clothes, and they wore a stranger's sword, not an embroidered spring sword. Searched their entire body and didn't see a belt tag proving their identity. Who knows? Are they enemies looking for revenge on me? Besides, they started it. Which one of us here is not a human being? When Shan finished saying all of this word by word, both Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang's group had already brainstormed the causes and consequences. 80% of the time, Lu Feng had sent his man in disguise to teach Shan a lesson after he had been defeated in the Ma Mansion. But who would have thought that two small banners would be no match for a lieutenant? It's a disgrace. Where are they now? Shangguan Yener, who had a cold face, inquired about Shan, who was not far away. Can't figure out who they are. So naturally, are they put in the dungeon? As soon as Shan's words were finished, Ji Gang, who had twisted his head, arranged for someone to hurry and fish for him. Minutes later, when the bloody Zhang Chong and Wang Shan were carried out on stretchers, the whole scene was in an uproar. You You tortured them? Lu Feng, who hurriedly rushed over, shouted and questioned. The face is mine. The rest has nothing to do with me, haha. It's full of brown guys who've been holding it in for so long. Who knows what they'll do when they share a room? Shan, who was picking his nose, replied with a look of contempt. Shan, I'll get you killed. Me so. Snap. Lu Feng, who was just about to pull out his blade, was directly pressed back by Ji Gang through the air. Lu Trial 100. Don't force this Qianhu to plow through the roots. Otherwise, your father, who is a fourth-ranked official, won't be able to protect you. When the infuriated Lu Feng was about to say something after Ji Gang finished saying all this, Shangguan Yener chided. Still think it's a disgrace. Not enough disgrace? Get the man to medical attention immediately. Lu Feng, who swallowed this hard, clasped his fists and returned a yes before immediately leading people to the doctor. And Shangguan Yener, who had turned around, stared at Shan with a torch-like gaze and said, 1 Hotian 5th grade, 1 Hotian 6th grade, Lieutenant Su, deep in hiding. Throwing down these words, Shangguan Yener turned to leave. Ji Gang, who stayed behind, came over to Shan and said, what do you want me to say about you? This is a great job. Beautiful. As long as you don't get caught with your pigtails, when the sky collapses, this Qianhu will carry it for you. Hearing this, Shan clasped his fists and said, thank you, Thousand Household, for mentioning me. As he turned around, Ji Gang swept to his own brothers and said, really envious. You guys have such a calf protector superior as this Qianhu. We also envy Chitos, having such a group of awesome and bombastic subordinates. Ha. Remember, you've been bullied and you don't dare to fight back? Don't come to me. I can't afford to lose face. Put up a fight, but got the short end of the stick? I'll get you guys back. When Ji Gang had finished saying all this, Shan, the conspicuous bag, led the way by hissing, Ji Qianhu, mighty, Ji Qi 2, bully, Ji Qi 2, not fart, asterisk off. Ha. For 2 days in a row, Shan was either looking up information in the drill bookroom or stepping forward with the Jindu Tavern as the center, and his every move was reported to Shangguan Yener by the Green Bird. Over the past 2 days, Shan has consulted hundreds of documents, but many of them were just cover-ups, and the ones that he really put in the effort to look at were these few. Shangguan Yener, who heard this, took the information handed over by Qingdao. White hair, Willow Shaker? He really did lock down the suspect. Is that right? Getting Hua Sheiyue killed by himself made us lose the clue to investigate Lu Shuoji. If we had said it at the time, I was afraid that we would be settling scores. However, what is he doing consulting the 5 poison sex unique secret medicine? 3 corpse brain corpse Dan. Subordinate. Not sure for now. Who's following him? Lu Trial 100 took the initiative. Don't worry. The subordinates who should be instructed have already been instructed. After the Green Bird finished saying this, the corners of Shangguan Yener's mouth inadvertently went up a few notches. In addition, based on the clues provided by General Ma during his lifetime, we've pinpointed Dai Jinshan, the head of the Yuhang Arsenal Division. Keep a close eye on it, use all your best men on him, and be ready to close the net. Yes, a day later, the Golden Capital Tavern. Shan, dressed in civilian clothes, came here early and sat waiting for Lu Shuoji to come to the door. Lu Feng, who was 2 tables away from him, pulled down the brim of his own hat and stared at his every move with a torch-like gaze. Shan, who hadn't even turned around, had long since realized that this vicious dog had been following him for so many days. Since that day, a plan to harm others and benefit himself had been forming in his mind. Lu Feng, today, if I don't cripple you in the pit, I'll take your last name. Z. After saying that, Shan drank the wine in his cup in one go, a wry smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 7 Pitfalls. What can I get for you, sir? A jug of fine Daughter's Red, plus a pound of beef. Okay, 1 pot of the finest Daughter's Red, 1 caddy of beef and sauce. Inside the bustling tavern, the seating and ordering of a white-haired old man also caused Shan to stare at the other party with a torch-like gaze, especially when the old man, looking left and right, Shan keenly captured the nevus at his neck. It was exactly the same as the features of Ryu Shikuji, as seen through Ma Xing's perspective. Thirsty for wine and loves meat. This is exactly the same as the records on the information about Willow Shaker. Exactly the same. In addition, Shan observed that although the other party had done the disguise of an old man, the surface of the hand holding the wine cup was unusually smooth. An innate powerhouse is one who has the ability to return to old age. It is the whole body that can be changed, not just one spot. Combining the above, Shan was certain that the other party was Lu Shuoji, who had come to meet up with Hua Sheiyue. Thinking of this, Shan, who had taken the initiative to get up, carried the wine jug and came over. Along with his rise, Lu Shuoji, whose eyes were observant, glanced alertly at the other party. Not only him, but Lu Feng, who was like a police dog, sat his body a little straighter, ready to find out what was going on. Share a table. Although he was inquiring, Shan had already taken his seat directly. Sorry, old man is waiting for someone. This is reserved for an old friend. Willow Shaker replied directly. It was Protector Hua, who called out to me. Hearing these words, Lu Shuaji's hand, which was holding the wine cup, was visibly stunned. The other hand, hidden under the table, clutched the hilt of the knife. Old me doesn't know any flower protector. I'm afraid you've recognized the wrong person. The forcibly composed Lu Shaoji had just finished saying this when Shan, who had rolled up his sleeves, directly lit his arms upwards in front of the other party, and the black line from the wrist, about to continue to the inside of the elbow, instantly caught Willow Shaker's eye. This was only the case after being hit by the 5 poison sect's unique secret medicine, 3 corpse brain corpse pill. If there is no antidote, after the black line reaches the inside of the elbow, the poisoned person will bleed from all 7 holes and die violently. This was the fundamental reason why Shan had consulted the 3 corpse brain corpse Dan. There was no better way to make Lu Shuoji drop her guard on the joint than to be hit with this poison. Of course, it was all in his disguise. Protector Lu, I just want to live. Protector Hua said that as long as I conveyed her last words for her, you would let me live by yourself. Snap. After Lu Shaoji heard the last words, her expression instantly became cold and stern. The glass, which had been lifted, chiseled heavily on the tabletop again. Last words? You say? Unraveling her. Dead. Hua Jieyue, she was killed by the brocade guard. Shan. Ding. Congratulations to the host, fulfilling the last wish of the flower explorer. System reward, 25 years of cultivation. Invulnerable to all poisons. Shan was secretly indulging in the joy of the system rewards arriving. But across the street, Willow Rocker was in grief. The two of them, though they usually play their own game, but when they're together, they're a model couple. This time, he was ordered to come to Yu Hang, one to kill Ma Xing, and the other to hook up with Duan Yu, and said that when he went home, he would still be each other's little angel. But now what? But yin and yang, wouldn't that hurt him? Jin Yi Wei Shan? Where is he? Unraveling, how is it that he was captured? And what are you? Hearing Lu Shikizi's triple question, Shan tearfully relayed the story he had made up in advance. In his description, he was a lieutenant of the Imperial prison, and when he was guarding Hua Xieyue, he was seduced by her and ate the 3 corpses brain corpse pill. Ben was ready to get her out of there just to stay alive. But who would have thought that on the occasion of the arraignment of Shan, the brocade guard, he directly stabbed Hua Jieyue to death? A narrative that was 7 parts true and 3 parts false made Lu Shuoji believe it. Of course, it was the 3 corpse brain corpse pill that really made him drop his guard. This elixir, only the 5 poison sect protector level or above, has an antidote. Protector Flower gave me 2 requests before he died. It says that when it's done, Protector Ryu will give me the antidote. The first was to connect you for her and convey the news of the death. The second is to lure the culprit, Shan, inside this tavern as well, to avenge her. Hearing this, a trace of ruthlessness instantly flashed in Lu Shuoji's eyes. What did you say? Mount Su is in the tavern? Don't look back. The one at the 3rd table from the side. That's Jinui Shan. When Shan had finished saying this, Lu Shuoji alertly sidestepped. The afterglow glanced at Lu Feng at that table. Although the other party was dressed in plain clothes, the pair of wear cloud boots that only a trial 100 households and above were qualified to wear betrayed his identity. The word was conveyed and the man was brought. Protector Lu, where is the antidote? Hearing this, a cold and stern Lu Shuoji spoke. After borrowing the identity of the brocade guards and sending my honor out of the city, the antidote will naturally be given to you. Go and wait in the 2nd alleyway. After this honored one takes revenge for Xieyue, he will go and find you. You go first. After Lu Shaoji finished saying all this, Shan stood up with a tangled face. Protector Lu, you can't swindle me again, haha. Go. Shan, who had no choice but to turn around, left the tavern with quick steps. But as soon as he left, Lu Feng, who didn't follow him there in the first place, aggressively rushed directly to Lu Shikizi's table. Snap. With an extremely arrogant attitude, he put on his wear and slammed it heavily on the tabletop. Then, with a fierce face, he questioned, what did that kid just say to you? Relay it as it is. Miss a word and I'll have you killed. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Shikizi, who was originally prepared to wait a while before making a move, had a murderous intent in her eyes. I haven't even bothered to find out what you're up to, but you've come over here to play the big tail, haven't you? What are you staring at, old man? At you ask you a question. Me so, Zira. Ah, this time, just as Lu Feng's words fell, Lu Shikizi obediently pulled out his short blade and instantly stabbed the other party in the chest. But his own full force strike failed to make the blade completely penetrate his body. The smooth upward pick cut through Lu Feng's tunic. It wasn't until this time that Lu Shuaji saw that the other party was actually wearing a golden soft armor inside. Gold silk soft armor? The gold silk soft armor is a Kuei treasure. Its toughness could completely block a fatal strike from an innate realm expert. However, even if Lu Feng managed to survive by this item, the internal energy attached to the blade had caused his organs and bowels to be severely damaged. A hit missed Lu Shikizi. The trend overturned the desktop. Once again pounced on Lu Feng, whose eyes were horrified and whose body kept staggering back. Murder! Murder! This sudden scene also made the diners of the tavern scatter like birds of prey. Harsh hissing noises, one after the other, resounded through the streets and beyond. At this moment, Shan, who had already walked out of the tavern, had an evil smile on his face. Lu Trial 100. I hope you can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Whoosh! Bang! Just as he finished muttering this, Lu Feng, who had been violently beaten up, pulled the Shaker's cloud-piercing bomb in horror. Chapter 8, The Killer, Jin Yi Su Shan. One cloud-piercing bullet. Millions of brothers come to meet. Bang! Rumble! Accompanied by this bomb resounding throughout the eastern city of Yuhang, all of the brocade guards that had previously been placed around by Lu Feng rushed over in a swarm. After hearing the sound of the Jinfu Sea, but also sent elite soldiers and strong generals, toward the east city sped, and Shan, who was deeply hid inside the alleyway with the crowd. Take 25 years of cultivation and deduce all of it, Ling Bo Wei Bu. This Hotian's 7th grade strength of his own was not even enough to look at in front of Lu Shuaji. If he wanted to fish and win, he had to improve his realm quickly. When Shan gave the order, the 25-foot cultivation value on the attribute plate quickly cleared to 0. Immediately afterward, the process of deduction was like an enlightenment that boosted his physique. In the 21st year of refining the Ling Po Wei Bu, you have transcended fluttering like a god and stepped into the dust of raw stockings. In the 30th year of heaven's reward, you with dusty socks and windy feet, move without being constant. Time does not disappoint those who rush. You who have not stopped for a single moment. In the 40th year of refining the Lingbo Weiqi, you have finally stepped into the legendary Wakey Wakey. 45 years of learning are fleeting. You have gained a new realization of if you move forward, if you return, only one step away from the great perfection. Phew! The internal energy was in his body, and Shan, who had been running for several cycles, felt the gain in his physique. Spending 45 years deducing the Ling Bo Wei steps had finally brought him close to the great perfection. Now as light as a swallow. His internal energy was thick and his stance was light. Even, the signs of the three blossom gathering and knocking open the innate were already felt. He opened the panel with it and was overjoyed. Hotian 9th grade grand circle. Only one step short of entering the innate. If you take the Ling Bo Wei steps and fully comprehend them, you will definitely be able to enter the legendary innate realm. No wonder in the Jianhu, groups from all sides fought over a supreme martial art. It turned out that one only needed to be proficient in one such stance to step into the unattainable innate realm of the martial arts cultivation path. Also, just as Shan was indulging in the joy of his strength promotion, inside the Jindu tavern a block away, Lu Feng was taking the most venomous beating. Bang! Wow! Put! Ow! Hard to be Lu Shikizi. From the second floor of the restaurant, hammer burst out of the Lu Trial 100 household. The body crashed into the wooden window, heavily smashed on the street. His legs, which had been completely twisted, hissed with an expression of pain. Lu Feng, who was covered in blood, let out a helpless whimper. Miso, Lu Shikizi, who had rushed down from the second floor, had no intention of letting the other party go. Shan, you dog, take your life. Hearing this, Lu Feng, who was struggling to prop himself up, was dumbfounded as a whole. Shan? Who was Shan? Ah, my old man is Lu Feng. At this point in time, he had no time to explain. Help me, Miso, bam. The subordinates of Lu Feng who had already rushed over slowed down Lu Shuaji's killing pace, but none of their tri-hundreds were a match for the other side, and the role of these men was only to delay. Die for me. Lu Shikizi, who was holding the blade in his hand, slashed at Lu Feng, who was like a dead dog, with a fierce face. Whoosh, dang, but just then, a long spear, rushed over from far away. Feeling the terrifying power contained within the head of the gun, Lu Yaoji subconsciously stumbled back a few steps. In the next second, a silhouette, like a shadow clutching the gun body, brazenly blocked in front of Lu Feng and the others. Aowito Hayakuto? The person who came was no one else but Shangwan Yenner's personal 100th bird. Buster Gun? What is your relationship with Jedi Gun King, Xinglong, the Jin Yiwei's fellow governor? Lu Shaoji, who had been shocked and bleeding from his tiger's mouth in just a single glance, had obviously recognized the jutsu used by the other party. The four co-conspirators of the Jinyui, also known as the Four Heavenly Kings, the Green Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Xuanwu. Xinglong, who had once swept through the Great Ming River and Lake with his overlord's spear, was said to have a fierce reputation. Therefore, when the green bird made this move, Lu Xiaoji subconsciously felt weak. Swish, the green bird, who was ruthless and didn't talk much, didn't belabor the point with Lu Xiaoji. The gun came out like a dragon as she stabbed directly at her opponent. Lu Shikizi, who was already 2 grades behind his opponent in terms of strength, could only resist. At this point, he had been shot several times in a row, and his decline was already apparent. Snap. At the same time, the Jinui experts who had come to provide support had already clapped their horses and arrived, knowing that if he didn't leave, it was highly likely that he would be surrounded by the group. Lu Shikizi, seeing a gap, pulled out a gas bomb from his arms. Immediately following, bang fell on the spot. This smoke is poisonous. Quickly plug your nostrils. Cygnus, who had seen a lot of things, shouted at once, and just as her words had fallen, the ferocious sound of Lu Xiaoji's voice reached the ears of the crowd from far to near. Shan, this father vows to take your dog's life. Search, seal off the gates and search from street to street. He's badly wounded. He won't get far. Yes, Shan, who had been coldly observing the entire battle situation, after keenly capturing the direction in which Lu Shikizi had fled, he performed his Lingbo Weibo and quickly chased after him. Nowadays, in terms of stance alone, even the Green Bird's line could not catch up with him. Protector Ryu, I'm here. Inside the second alleyway, Shan, who had poked his head out, beckoned towards Lu Xiaoji, who had been shot several times. Now convinced of the lieutenant in front of him who had been hit by the 3-corpse brain corpse Dan, Lu Xiaoji staggered and covered his wounds as he rushed towards him. First find a place for my father to heal. Hurry. As she said this, Willow Rocker sent gold sores into her mouth. Put, the golden sore pill in his hand, had not even been sent into his mouth, when Lu Xiaoji suddenly felt his chest being penetrated by a knife. Not daring to believe him, he subconsciously raised his head, only to see Shan, who was holding the hilt of his sword in his hand, looking at the other party with a sneer on his face. Protector Lu, haven't you been inquiring as to how Hua you died? Aha, that's how you die. Put, if it was before, Shan would never have had the strength to directly pierce the body of an innate 3rd grade expert. But now, Nanwu Xia A Meng's strength, are enough to claim the life of the other party at such a close distance. You're, Lu Xiaoji, whose pupils kept widening, used all her strength to shout out these words. Shan, whose smile did not diminish, replied word for word. Shan, Genie Wei. Shan, Zira. The deadliest cut of all ended the criminal life of the flower thief. It was also at the moment he collapsed that a system beep sounded in Shan's head. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, fulfilling Ma Xing's last wish. System reward, 30 years of cultivation and the anti-2E blade technique. Chapter 9. What a ing face for my old man. After obtaining the reward, Shan consumed another 10 years of cultivation to put the Lingbo Weiqi steps, and deduced it to the Great Circle. The 3 flowers are gathered together, knocking open the innate. The moment he formally stepped into the innate realm, Shan felt that his strength had increased by more than 1 realm. Compared to the previous Hotian 9th grade, it was simply doubled. In Daming, the innate realm was already a step into the ranks of the powerful. There is also an unwritten rule within the Jinfu division. If you want to be promoted to small flag, at least 5 ranks of the Hotian. If you want to obtain the title of general flag, without the strength of 8 ranks of the Hotian, it would be difficult to advance even further with high achievements. And the criterion for trying 100 households is the innate realm. Nowadays, Shan's official position was clearly not worthy of his realm. Thick and thin, no rush. The anti-2E blade technique? There are still 20 years of cultivation left, all of which to deduce this blade technique, along with the beginning of the Shan push. The mystery and true meaning about the anti-2-dimensional blade technique was reflected into his mind like a knife carving and axe chiseling. The anti-2E blade technique, which is divided into 4 styles and 5 blades, mountains and rivers shattered. The 4 swings the 8, draped in stars. The knife is divided into yin and yang. Only after these 4 styles were all tempered to great perfection and the saber intent was realized could the 5th saber of this mastery be deduced, sun and moon without light. Having learned the first 4 stances, this technique could only be called a superior martial art. But if, however, it was refined to the 5th blade, it could be called a supreme martial art. You with your thick internal energy, in the first year of quenching the anti-2E blade technique, you have already mastered the mountain and river shattering. In the 5th year of your holding, you sensed the power of the mountains and rivers, and the slash you made in response to the situation swept the 8 wastelands with force. Night after night, the 10th night, the light of the river of stars, so that you can realize that the softness of the hardness, under the stars and the moon under the knife. Hidden knife intent. In the 20th year of your lifelong dryness and tireless learning, You split the yin and yang with a single blade, reversing the two yin and yang. Your sword intent has become a great success, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. Miso, rumble. After a set of flowing swings, Su Shan's smooth blade directly chopped the wall of half a street within the second alleyway, and Su Shan, who was indulging in his blade intent, grinned and said, "So strong, straight to the innate second grade?" At this moment, Su Shan firmly believed that even if he were to face the likes of Lu Shuaji and Hua Huayu alone, he would have this confidence to slice through them with a single slash. Returning to his senses, he searched Willow Shaker's body. Thousands of taels of silver alone. Really trenchant. You know his monthly salary for a lieutenant is only 5 taels. The poisons that he carried with him were even more varied. Ecstasy, strange kinky hopscotch, 10 spice soft tendon powder, 7 souls broken souls, triple corpse brain corpse pill. With these things, he, Su Shan, would have the power to fight in the face of a higher-ranked martial cultivator. Ha, you have a ing last wish? Not going to let me avenge you, are you? Seeing the strand of green on top of Lu Shikingzi's head, Su Shan subconsciously touched on it. Ding dong, releasing the deceased's quest. Willow Shaker's last wish. Task content, give Simon Ching's concubine, Hu Mayer, the strange and lewd acacia, and let her fall into madness. Mission reward, 20 years of cultivation and poison casting. This grandson is still thinking about other people's families before he dies? What about after the poison? There are no follow-up requests? Simon Ching, not the one who took the original's fiancé, Golden Lotus? Snap. Just as Su Shan was lost in thought, the sound of the wall collapsing in the second alleyway lane drew in the brocade guards who were searching around the area. Inside the Jinfu division, Ji Gang, who had a gloomy face, coldly yelled in a low voice, "Dig 3 feet into the ground and find Lu Shuoji." Yes, after all this commotion, if the murderer isn't brought to justice, how can they lose face as Jinui? This side of Ji Gang's words had just finished speaking. The small flag-in-chief flag that accompanied Lu Feng on the mission, doubly suffocating, relayed the scene to Shangguan Yener in front of her. Various hangers-on, some of them even with a crying voice. The Lord's commander, if it wasn't for that Su Shan's lack of knowledge and fear of death, would it have cost us so many of our men? Yes, even Lu Trial 100 is still alive or dead right now. You must do it for us. As he said this, several of the smaller banners and the chief banner glared at Ji Gang, who was not far away. With their backgrounds, they naturally did not fear a small school lieutenant. But I can't help it. The Yuhang bearer protects the Kafa. Ji Gang, although only 1,000 households, but in the Jinfu division has South Ji North Left said. The strength of the encounter is unknown. Even Shangguan Yener, who has sky-high connections, had to sell him a few points in Yuhang. Not to mention, little Karami down there. Where is Su Shan now? After a few moments of silence, Shangguan Yener questioned with her brows furrowed. Run, after stirring up trouble, leave Lu Trial 100 alone at the Jindu Tavern. Immediately afterward, ran faster than a rabbit and couldn't be found in a puff of smoke. After hearing this, Shangguan Yener turned her head and inquired, Ji Qianhu, what do you think about this matter? Without any hesitation, Ji Gang replied word for word, my soldiers, no goons, report. Just as Ji Gang's words were finished, the subordinate who had gone and returned rushed in with a long drawn-out voice of excitement. Qian2Ji, Lu Shuaji has been captured. Where? Captain Su, pulling his body, is already at the door. Gulp. By the time the several small and chief banners who had complained about the black accusations heard this, each of them were awkwardly there, especially after Ji Gang glanced at them meaningfully before leaving the door. These few people, moreover, couldn't hold back a deep gulp of saliva. Yuhang Jinfu division, no soldiers who are greedy and afraid of death, much less the goon who took a beating and cried for his mother. While walking out, Kazuna opened his mouth viciously. The words also makes these small flag, general flag, is even more groundless. Shangguan Yener who glared at them fiercely, then walked out as well. Just out, then they saw Su Shan, who was soaked in blood, tearing and dragging Lu Shuaji's corpse, walking towards them step by step. During this time, the scarlet remnant of the sun reflected on his body, setting off its figure, which was this tall. Old G, gotta add money, next month's salary, if it's still 5 taels, that's a job no dog would do. Ha ha. After hearing Su Shan's words, Kazuna, who was laughing loudly while doing so, rushed to the other party. After making sure Su Shan was not injured, he then hissed, plus, must be added, effective immediately, promote Su Shan to the rank of little flag. Qin Chandong, present. Qin Chandong, who was equally excited, hurriedly stepped out. You type the note and this Cheeto signs it. Yes, what a ing face for the old man. Chapter 10, The Thugs in Brocade Clothing. Deceitful what? If it wasn't for the Green Bird Centurion, who stabbed Ria Shikoji, could he have picked up the slack? its joyous scene was broken by an abrupt sound. Swish! The crowd of brocade guards at the scene instantly focused their cold and stern gazes on the chief flag, who opened his mouth. As Lu Feng's beloved, Zhang Chong and Wang Shun's top boss, Ma Ming, who has suffered a big loss again today, relies on the fact that there is Shangguan Yener standing not far from. Tolerance buried a few words. See what? Am I wrong? There's this opportunity. I'll get on me. After he finished saying this with an arrogant face, the Shangguan Yener next to him was just about to rebuke him, but Su Shan interrupted with a cold face. Shangguan Commander, my subordinate remembers that there is an unwritten rule in our Jinfu division. For a lieutenant to advance to the rank of junior flag, he needs to pass at least 10 moves at the hands of a chief flag. This rule cannot be broken. How about picking him? Subordinate? Su Shan, who raised his right arm, pointed directly at Ma Ming. Old man, except you're begging for abuse. Ma Ming, who possessed a strength close to the 9th rank of the Hotian, spoke directly. Please. Su Shan, who raised his right hand, pointed to the open space not far away, and Ma Ming, who had a sneer on his face, added, remember, at least 10 moves. Within 10 moves, no one is allowed to call for a halt, much less intervene. As he said this, Ma Ming looked meaningfully at Ji Gang and the others. Is it divided between victory and defeat as well as life and death? Wow! By the time Su Shan finished saying all of this, the group of Ji Gang and Qin Shandong were all in an uproar. Despite the fact that they were all in an uproar, they were just about to say something, but Su Shan reached out to stop them. Look to Ji Qian too, and abide by the rules. Ma Ming, who was standing opposite Su Shan, said solemnly. In his mind, he was secure in his victory. 10 moves, only 10 moves. Within 10 moves, there will be no one crossing the line. Shangguan Yener, who was afraid of going too far, hammered out. She also wanted to see how much potential this Lieutenant Su, who had a knack for handling cases, had. Since the Shangguan commander has said so, let's go by that standard. In Ji Gang's opinion, Su Shan, who was able to put down 2 Hotian 5th and 6th grade small flags with 1 against 2, could have lasted 10 moves in the other party's hands even if he hadn't been able to do so. But for those who know maiming, knowing that he studied under Shaolin, a hand of superior kung fu iron sand palm, has long been accomplished. If one really puts down a hard hand, one would have a battle with even the Hotian 9th grade. Begin! Accompanied by Ji Gang's order, Ma Ming, who did not hesitate, leapt up and directly pounced on Su Shan, iron sand palm. He immediately used his own unique skill, vowing to teach his opponent to be a human being within 10 moves. When they saw this, each of Lu Feng's subordinates, who had been screwed over today, gloated. On the contrary, Yu Hang's colleagues, led by Qin Shandong, sweated for Su Shan, especially after seeing that the other party hadn't moved a muscle. Su Shan, watch out. Iron sand palm is hard qigong, don't touch it hard. While saying this, Qin Shandong also signaled the crowd to stand back, giving Su Shan the space to dodge and move. However, their footsteps, before they could fall, only to see Su Shan without any fancy choice to make a hard contact with him. Seeing this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across Ma Ming's face. Overrated? Self-importance. Seek death. Bang. Click. Ah. But to the surprise of everyone on the scene, the moment the fists and palms met, the ear-piercing sound of broken bones as well as Ma Ming's miserable screams simultaneously resounded throughout the entire schoolyard. Ma Ming, in the next second, flew out like a kite with broken strings. Hugh Swift eyed her. Before he landed on the ground, Su Shan, who had catalyzed his Lingbo Weibo, appeared in front of his opponent again in a flash. Seeing this, Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang said in unison, "What a fast stance." Just as the words fell, Su Shan's second punch had already chiseled at his opponent. In the meantime, venting the frustration, "A bunch of make it or break it pygmies, still have the face to beep here? You guys almost ruined all of my plans. Put, ow, going out to secretly investigate. Each person looks like a dog wearing official boots, waist hanging the embroidered spring sword, just short of having the 3 words Jinui engraved on his head, right? Bang, bam." By the third punch, Ma Ming's ghostly cries had all but stopped. With his eyes covered in blood, his consciousness had become blurred, especially that Lu Feng. Pa, click. It's only on my side that I'm sure of the disfigured willow shaker. Prepare to shake people and find an out-of-the-way place to do it again. On the 5th punch, Ma Ming's body, hardened, was chiseled into the ground by Su Shan. Originally, the flat ground was dented with a human shape. Wow, snap, he's good. Afraid to eat before it's hot, and just do it? Old me will not ask him if he has the strength to fight the other side for the time being. Even if he does, the Jindu restaurant is full of old people. Wound 1, kill a few. You guys pat yourselves on the back. What about us locals? Being poked and prodded and greeted by your ancestors? Crackle, bam. The fall of the 9th punch caused a cloud of dust and smoke to rise from the scene, while blood was splattered everywhere. Stop! Shangguan Yener, who couldn't stand to watch, still called a halt in time, and Su Shan, who heard this, slowly stood up straight, and then replied with a cold and stern smile, Commander Shangguan, this is only 9 moves, what's the matter? Do you have to put together 10 moves? Drink! Bah! As the words fell out of his mouth, the condescending Su Shan poured out a mouthful of 1,000-year-old thick phlegm towards the other party. As he turned around in a dashing manner, he spread out his hands and opened his mouth. Originally, he had held a bellyful of fire and had nowhere to vent it. He's good. Head iron. Straight to the door. Old G, didn't you say that the coming to Yuhang this time are all elite? Is this the elite? When Su Shan arrogantly finished saying this, Ji Gang, who had returned to his senses, held his head high and said, the one led by Lu Trial 100th Household is the Inspection Division, not Shangguan Commander's direct subordinate. Upon hearing Inspection Division, the crowd revealed a look of disdain as they came to a realization. Inspection Division, one of the 10 divisions of the Jinfu Division. The main function is to copy the house. Since ancient times, copycats have been fat, rarely running to the front line, they have little risk and plenty of oil, and are a good place for the capital's sons and daughters to gild the lily. However, to be promoted to chief flag, you have to have real strength. This Su Shan relied on brute force alone, and then hammered Ma Ming, who was close to the 9th rank of the Hotian, in a venting manner. Then, his strength must be at least Hotian 9th grade Grand Circle, right? Or, perhaps, the innate realm? Scary as hell. The impact of this fist to the flesh, but also let the inspection division of these capital city boys truly appreciate what is called brocade thugs. Is it okay for me to go on me? The aftermath of Ma Ming's earlier words are still ringing in my ears, but looking back again, it's so ironic, especially when he was gripped out of the ground by the combined efforts of the crowd. It's a miserable sight to behold. As for Su Shan, the man is beaten, the anger is out, and the pot is dumped. Perfect. Shango, something's wrong. Chapter 11, playing rough with me here? When Su Shan had just changed his attire and accepted the congratulations of the crowd, one of the Rexes guarding the door ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? There's a little girl outside, in a hurry, and she asked me to tell you. Said there's something big going on at home and asked you to hurry back. Go. Su Shan, who had thrown down these words, hurried out the door. How far away he was, he saw a dry, thin young girl standing there hesitantly. Little beanbag? The young girl was none other than Su Shan's little sister from the neighborhood. Shan, go back and take a look. The Jin family's father and son, accompanied by the chief instructor of the Shiman family's guards, went to your house to withdraw from the marriage with drums and drums. Auntie is all pissed off. Boom! Hearing this, Su Shan flared up, his entire face turning cold and fierce. The source of all this was still because of the licking dog that was Su Shan's predecessor. The Jin and Su families are past the 3 appointments and 6 books. 3 months ago, Jin, who had climbed up to the Shiman family, had gone to the Su family to withdraw from the marriage, but the predecessor, who couldn't stand the excitement, simply threw himself into the river. The incident was a big deal for 10 miles and 8 streets. Afraid of being poked and prodded, the Kim family failed to back out of the marriage. In these 3 months, don't want billions Jinlian, Early and Simon Ching secretly. There was even a pregnancy. As a big family in Yuhang, surely the Shiman family would not accept a woman who still had a marriage certificate. Even if it was just a concubine, they couldn't afford to lose this person. Therefore, and when they want to set up a house of cards Jinlian, Shiman family, only in today's fanfare to go to the Su family to return the marriage certificate, the bride price. But this move of theirs was tantamount to taking the Su family's face and rubbing it on the ground. Snap! Su Shan, who took the horse rope handed to him by his fellow officers, leapt onto the horse. Then, speeding down the main road, he headed for his home. At this time within the Su family, Wu Su, Su's mother, who was barely awakened after being pinched by her neighbor, pointed her trembling right arm toward Jinshan, Jinlian's father, who was not far away. You guys don't bully people too much. Hearing this, Jinshan sneered disdainfully. Are we bullying people too much? Or does your family not want billion? Don't get all pathetic with me here. Useless. Today this marriage, you will have to return it even if you don't. After Jinshan had finished saying this, some of the onlookers, some of them said indignantly, which one of you comes to withdraw from a marriage like this by banging on a gong? Isn't that, like, insulting people's widows and orphans? Bang! When someone finished saying this, Hu Rui, the chief instructor of the Shiman clan who accompanied Jinshan, immediately clapped his hands and said, to insult him is to look down on him. As he said this, Hu Rui's fierce gaze swept over the left and right neighbors who had gathered around. The Shiman family members who accompanied him were even blocking the doorway, all of them fierce and vicious. The neighbors, frightened, did not dare to speak out for justice. snap, smoothly pull out a piece of silver dollars. Hu Rui turned around, threw to the front of Wusu said, "At first you under the bride price is 5 taels. For this refund, our young master Shiman will give you 50 taels. Sign and affix your signature to this proposed withdrawal. Don't give a." This letter of withdrawal, prepared in advance, was pouring all the dirty and stinking water onto the Su family. Once they sign, they are truly discredited. Asterisk 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 off. Snap. Just as Hu Rui had just finished saying this, Shan, who had hurried back, slapped the Shiman family retainer who was blocking the door. Immediately afterward, Tiger Leaping Dragon Steps walked in, his eyes like a torch scanning the scene. Shan, mountain child. Seeing the appearance of the rightful owner, Jinshan more or less timidly hid behind Hu Rui. After all, the other party was in an official position, but Instructor Zhang, who had a sneer on his face, deliberately pulled his voice and said, "Master Jin, there is no need to be terrified of this guy, just a tiny lieutenant of the Brocade Guard, young Master Shiman's godfather, but one of the 8 tigers of the East Factory. Gu Daiyun, Eunuch Gu, you know the East Chamber, right? It specializes in governing the Brocade Guards. This time, when young Master Shiman takes a concubine, his old man will personally come to hang to congratulate him. Give this grandson 10 guts, he wouldn't dare make a move." It was with this layer of gold plating that Hu Rui, who possessed the strength of the 8th rank of the Hotian, dared to run to the Su family and clamor. In terms of background, you can't. In terms of strength, you're even more of a loser. As the other party said this, Shan walked straight to his own mother. In his last life, as an orphan, in this life, he fully felt his mother's love. Just for that, Shan didn't want her to suffer half a bit. Shaner, they, mother, you go inside first and rest. Just leave the outside matters to Shaner. Shan, who had helped Wu Su up, sent her inside. After some good advice, he closed the door of the room firmly in his wake. It's even more perfect that the person in question came to settle the matter himself. I warn you, don't ever play any more of those cry it out and hang it up tricks. You, Shan, today, even if you die here, you will sign the withdrawal letter. As Hu Rui said this with a playful face, the expressionless Shan walked down the steps, smoothly kicking the 50 taels of silver dollars. In front of the other party, he added, word for word, eat it, ha, ha ha. I heard recently that you were crazy, and I didn't believe it at first. Now it seems to be true. What are you for, giving me the runaround here? Me so, snap, ow. Hu Rui's words had just fallen, and under the enchantment of the Lingbo Weibu, Shan, who was as fit as a fiddle, rushed directly in front of the other party with lightning speed. A solid punch, hard chiseled above the side of his opponent's face. In a flash, the entire person flew out of Hu Rui, and rolled down again after smashing hard against the fence. This sudden scene frightened Jinshan and the others, who had just been fooling around, into letting out hissing cries of horror, and Shan, who had picked up the silver dollar, took a big stride and rushed to Hu Rui. In public, after shoving it into his opponent's mouth, he raised his fist and slammed it down. Bang, 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 until Hu Rui's mouth full of teeth splashed out in all directions along with the blood, until his head, hard and bloody, was chiseled into the ground, until the silver dollar, all embedded in each other's mouth. Gulp! Everything in front of them also made the accompanying Shiman family's servants. Each of them swallowed a mouthful of spittle in fear. At the sight of the ferocious Shan, each stumbled back a few steps as they turned around. None of them dared to show their teeth anymore as they looked at the other party walking towards Jinshan step by step. But Jinshan, who could not retreat, followed the wall and directly paralyzed on the ground. Warily tilting his head, he looked up at Shan in front of him. The pants, made of brocade, were wet to the touch. Chapter 12, Extermination. Shan, you, me, scared and incoherent. Kanayama couldn't speak a complete sentence, and Shan, who was standing in front of him, pointed to the bride price that had been returned by the other party and said, eat them. After saying this, Shan swept towards the Jin family members present as well as the Shiman family entourage that came with them. Eat them, and the Jin and Su families will have nothing more to do with each other. Not eating? I'll feed you all by hand. Gulp. At first hearing this, the small, silent courtyard resounded with the sound of deep gulps and spits from the crowd. Hu Rui's previous experience had already given them a clear perception of the word feed. Swish, a member of the Jin family, who was right at the door, still wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to leave, but in the blink of an eye, Shan, who was already blocking the doorway, caused his entire face to become alarmed. Shan, Master Shan, I'm here to make up the scene in the numbers. Click, ow. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Shan directly stepped on the other party's legs and broke them. Miserable screams resounded throughout the room at first. Eat. Bring as much over as you can and eat it in. And lick up the spit you just spat out in this yard. The crowd with despair in their hearts didn't dare to make another move. Those who moved faster chose brocade and raw meat. What can be slower is jade bracelets and porcelain. Cackle. Ah. Shan and the others whose mouths were filled with porcelain shards. Blood was flowing down the corners of their mouths. Vomit. The man who ate the raw meat and brocade couldn't help but dry heave. When the scene was almost cleared, Shan, who was blocking the doorway, stepped aside and said, "How did you guys come banging on the gong? Just talk to the old man. How to go back with a bang. If I know that anyone dares to be masculine, the Sheeman family can't protect you. I, Shan, say so. Yes, yes." Snap. After saying this, Sheeman, the Jean family, and the others, were rolling and rushing out. The ear-piercing sound of banging gongs and drums rang out again, but it's a very different story from the one that came with a lot of gusto. Going back to them, each one of them looks like a dead father. Inside Simon's house. Bang! Wow! Simon Ching, who immediately shattered the alabaster pot in his hand, viciously said, "Shan, you son of a, I will not take this revenge until it's been carried out." Mayor, who was crying next to her, added more fuel to the fire. "Master, you must bring their family to death. My poor big brother. Rue, I'm afraid it won't work." "Don't worry, Mayor, early tomorrow morning my godfather will be rushing to Yu Hang. At that time, I will make his life worse than death." It's night. Shan, who had pacified his own mother, disappeared into the night on the pretext of being on duty. When he reappeared, he had already sneaked inside the Sheeman family's backyard. As far as Shan was concerned, what kind of bull *** about a gentleman's revenge not being too late for 10 years, to nip all the dangers in the bud, is the way to survive. Of course, in order to fulfill the Willow Shaker's last wish to obtain 20 years of cultivation, Shan was prepared to use even worse tactics. With the enhancement of Lingbo Weibu, Shan, who had sneaked into the Sheeman family's backyard, blended into no man's land. Cat in front of Hummel's boudoir. When she overhears that Simon Ching will come here tonight to have his pleasure, Shan uses a bewitching incense to knock her out in the room after the subordinate leaves. After gently entering the room, she was first fed a dose of Hershey's. Immediately after that, following the example of Willow Shaker, he applied the 7 souls broken souls to the other party. After completing this, he exited the room and quietly left the Sheeman household, went to the street tavern, packed drinks and beef with sauce and went straight to the 6th office of the brocade guard where he was on duty. It was also at the time when he was fighting for promotion and treating his brothers in the institute to meat and wine. Mayor, who was slowly waking up, felt her body getting more and more agitated. Coincidentally, at that moment, Simon Ching, who had arrived slowly, pushed open the door of the room with a squeak. May, little master, it's coming, snap. Just after Sheeman Ching's words were finished, Mayor, who was having a drug attack, directly pounced on her opponent. In the face of tonight, so licentious, slutty concubine, Sheeman Ching laughed wickedly and said, "What, afraid that my lord has married Golden Lotus and is indifferent to you? Don't worry about it, little master. From now on, I'll make sure that it rains and pours." After saying that, he directly pounced on this woman in front of him. A few minutes later, Simon the Great, whose tongue was purple and lips white, pinched his neck and pushed away this woman beside him with bloodshot eyes. This 13 is poisonous. You put. Not even waiting for the words to be finished, Sheeman Ching instantly fell to the ground in death. At this moment, Mayor, who was fully seized by the drug, fell into madness. Bam! Hobbling out of the room, she eagerly searched for the antidote. "Is it Simon Knight? Come, my father has something to tell you." Old Master Sheeman, who was carrying a lantern alone and preparing to find his own son for a secret talk about something, appeared at this juncture. "Old Master, help me!" Snap. The disheveled Mayor immediately pounced forward. How could Master Sheeman, who was already salivating over his own son's concubine, withstand such a test? The old thing blissfully forgot all about it after his opponent got in his face and opened up. But such excitement lasted less than 2 minutes. Suddenly his body spasmed and his whole body ached with pain. He said with wide-eyed difficulty, "There, it's poisonous." The first time Shan poisoned. In order to prevent accidents, the amount of dosage to choose rather more than less. This also made Mayor, who had failed to get solace from the cool Simon's father and son, frantically search for the next object. Snap. A strange noise in the backyard drew the attention of the Westgate protector. "Young Granny, what are you?" When they saw Mayor, disheveled, pouncing on herself, the houseguests, who were already secretly in bed with her, stopped pretending at this moment. Each of the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their own skills. But a few minutes later, someone vomited and died. Some people are bleeding from 7 holes and in pain. Woof woof. The vicious dog they had chained aside was usually the one that even ate. In the next second, the soundtrack of Cool, at first, played. Shan himself did not expect. A revenge plan targeting only Simon the Great almost didn't turn into an extermination. At this time, Su Xiaoqi was in Qin Changdong's office, pushing cups with him. The sudden system beep caused the corners of his mouth to rise. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the Willow Shaker's last wish. Quest reward, 20 years of cultivation, and the art of poison casting. It's done. I wonder, how crazy Hu Meier is tonight. Chapter 13. The waters run deep here. Pa! Qin Changdong, who had put down his bowl of wine, wiped the corners of his mouth and smoothly pinched a piece of soy sauce beef and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing, he said to Su Shan, who was beside him, "Today, I heard about that thing that happened in your house. Well done. It's like looking for a pussy. When it's time to get hard, never get soft. Otherwise, you'll just get poked and prodded and called a wimp." Hearing this, Su Shan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Qin, for taking care of me." Bang! After saying that, he offered to mention a cup. But Uncle Qin, the Shiman family really has the backing of Gu Danyuan, one of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber. Ha! Even if he has the back of the East Chamber's factory master, we're not afraid of him. Ha! Uncle Qin, this is I am Yuhang's before you drink, and Yuhang is mine after you drink? Doesn't the East Chamber govern the Jinfu division? That was before. Not now. Oh, is there something to be said for that? After Su Shan had finished saying all this, Qin Changdong said with the strength of his drink, "The current governor of the East and West factories, Chao Zhangchun, came out of the Palace of Eternal Life. Yangzhou Palace. Empress Dowager Lin's people?" In his later years, the late emperor was obsessed with practicing immortality and ignored the government. So much so, that the imperial power fell by the side of the foreign relatives, the Lin family in the capital. Especially after the late emperor's sudden feathering, the Lin family was dominant, and Empress Lin had been in power for nearly 10 years. His brother, Lin Ruopu, was even honored as the chief minister of the cabinet. Until a few years ago, the Empress Zhu Yue awakened the ancestral lineage, born with a vision, the golden dragon around the pillar. It was only after Lin Ho that she was pressured to return power to the king. However, the power of the dynasty is still 8 points to the forest. The lords in foreign countries, united with the local Jianghu sects, also listened to the edicts but not the declarations. In addition to the tens of thousands of forbidden troops in the hands of the empress, there was only the Jinfu division that the imperial master held for her. In order to fight for power and profit for their masters, the East and West factories and the Jinfu division have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Let's not talk about faraway things, but let's talk about this Dali Shitsi Duanyu, who expressed his obedience to the empress on behalf of the Dali kingdom in one foot, and died in Yuhang in the next. He is not even known to the Jinfu division. But how does the Five Poisons sect, which is far away in the Miao border region, know about this? There's also that General Ma, who secretly and truthfully reported someone selling armaments and military food. The Shangwan commander just arrived, and the man is gone. Nodding to the point, Qin Changdong said no more. Just at the end, add, "It's deep in here." However, one thing is for sure, as long as we don't get caught with our pigtails, the eunuchs of the East Chamber can't touch our Jinui. Before, you were a lieutenant and not involved in many things. Now it's a small flag, and it has a great future. It's time to know something. Qin Changdong's heartfelt words allowed Su Shan to have some knowledge of the current situation. Su Shan, here or not? Where's old Qin? Just then, a loud voice rang out from the door. Su Shan, who subconsciously turned around and pulled open the door to the room, smiled and spoke after seeing the other party's face. "Uncle Li, you're really in the office. Kid, it seems that thing have nothing to do with you." The person who came was none other than Li Ziki, the bearer of the 6th office and a test centurion. Su Shan's father, when he was around, was his old boss. Normally, although it was not like Qin Changdong, who took care of Su Shan without fail. What has nothing to do with Su Shan? Qin Changdong, who had also gotten up, subconsciously opened his mouth to inquire. The Shiman family, almost exterminated. Extermination? Hearing those 2 words, even Su Shan was shocked. He's only targeting Simon Ching alone. How come he's destroying the family? Simon Ching's concubine, who was drugged with acacia and coated with poison. From elder Shiman, to young master Shiman, to the household servants below, all have died of poison. Even the male dog, he wasn't spared. Put, after Li Ziki had succinctly finished all of this, Su Shan and Qin Changdong, who had not been able to hold back, directly laughed. That's a lot of information. A little too much. Ha ha. Oh yes, Su Shan, Tang Trial Baifu of the 9th Institute, named you to go over and help investigate a case. The horses are at the door, ready for you. Hearing this, Su Shan was surprised. 9 institutes? The jurisdiction of the 9 offices encompasses the canal's crossings. There's a lot of fish and gangs there. There are often big fights over benefits. Another gang fight? If it was a gang fight, why would I need you? Li Ziqi's flirtation also caused Shan to hastily wave his hands in a complimentary manner. A dozen dead footmen. Qian 2G was furious and ordered Lao Tang to solve the case by a deadline. A dozen? This is definitely considered a big case in Yuhang. There is no pretense of Shan, along with the small flag of the 9 Institute, rushed towards the place of the crime. While on the road, the case was also generally understood. A dozen footmen, all tied to stone pillars, sunk in the river. The floodgates opened upstream and washed them out of the bottom of the river. At first, there was only one body, but the back is fishing more and more, and when they came to pick up Su Xiaoqi, they were 12. The identities have basically been established. All of them are footmen who always mix with the ferry. Hearing this, Su Shan's sword frowned and said, "Before, their family didn't report the case? There are some employers that have footmen with the boat. It's 3 or 5 days away at a time, and no one even cares too much. What is certain, however, is that they were all called away on an emergency basis 3 nights ago." The foreman who shouted at them was among the victims. As he spoke, Su Shan and his had rushed to the scene. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Tang Trial 100 of the 9th Institute, Su Shan walked over to the corpse. All of them were killed with a single stab. I really can't think of a dozen or so footmen with whom they had a deep grudge, hacked to death and sunk in the river to cover up their deaths. By the time Tang Trial 100 said this, Su Shan, in the name of examining the wounds, utilized his psychic powers to restore a scene from before the dead man's body. "No, don't kill us, we didn't see anything." Zira. At the beginning of the scene, no matter how much these footmen begged for mercy, the man with the knife still did not hesitate to strike. Su Shan, who was of the 4th rank of the innate, could now deduce the scene of the deceased for 60 minutes before he was born. The camera pulls forward and skips over useless images. In the 30th minute or so, the key to the problem was finally found. Bang! Wow! With their feet slipping, the 2 footmen who were carrying the heavy wooden box fell to the ground with a loud thud. Along with the contents of the box, they were scattered all over the place. Ha! This isn't filled with brocade and porcelain. Pressed underneath is the weapon. No, I'm familiar with the branding on this. It looks like it's an ordnance from the Arsenal Division? It's a capital offense to kill your head. The conversation between the 2 footmen also caused Su Shan's body to tense up a bit, and to add to his anger, a middle-aged man who was urging them to move the goods actually shouted out of his mouth after seeing this scene, "Bagger!" The moment I heard this, Su Shan's angry bloodline that had been passed down for 2 lifetimes instantly awakened. Doggone it. Ghosts? Chapter 14, Choices are for children. Adults want them all. Crackle. One of the ghosts who rushed over to the footmen was punching and kicking them. The verbal humiliation, moreover, didn't stop, thanks to the foreman, Wang Defa, who rushed forward and relieved them. However, their rebelliousness was not rewarded with sympathy from the other side. Instead, the killing was turned on after the cargo was loaded on the ship. Master Chang, we're all mudbloods who eat hard labor and will never talk nonsense. Spare our lives. Zira, only a dead man can keep a secret. Master Chang? In the darkness, Su Shan didn't see the other party's face clearly through Wang Defa's perspective, but since the foreman knew the other guy, it meant it was his old main household. Su Shan, who had channeled the spirits of several footmen in a row, tried to look for clues, but none of them were particularly effective. Until, at the penultimate hour, the footman, who had been pierced through by a knife, fell down without dying of gas. He vaguely overheard a conversation that made Su Shan keenly catch something. "Mr. Yamamoto, this shipment doesn't sail until 3 days from now. In the meantime, I'll trouble you to rest in the Myriad Sound Place. The flower leader, dark fragrance, will serve you comfortably. Yasi, I love the dark scent and I can't wait for it now. Ha ha." From the Surabaya ferry to the Myriad place, it's only an incense burner's time. Send someone to send you there? Yes. Ha, there's a live one here. Make up for it. Put. Along with the end of the mending, Su Shan's psychic came to an abrupt end. Ding. Feeling the awakening of the host's national hate bloodline, the system is hereby given the red time limited task 1, the footman's last wish. Mission content, to find out the traitors who brutally killed our compatriots at the ferry port and avenge them. Mission progress, 0/8. Mission reward, 20 years of cultivation. Golden bell. Ding. Red mission 2, national bloodline awakening. Mission content, to uncover the ghosts hiding in Mayo Yinbo and put them under extreme punishment. Mission progress, 0/3. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation. Little Li flying dagger. Countdown to 2 missions, 24 hours. Phew. Su Shan, who let out a long breath, slowly stood up. Tang Trial 100, who accompanied him, rushed forward and asked, "How is it? Any discoveries? You get a sidebar of some kind. 2. Old man. Delineate a general area. Su Shan in the case of Ma Xing on the colorful. So that today's Jinfu C crowd on this aspect of his ability is heartily convinced. Su Shan, who couldn't tell him the results directly, could only follow the clues and lead step by step. Let them go ahead and check out the traitors who are in cahoots with the devils, while they themselves go and uncover the devils whose clues are more clear. To have the foreman call out to these footmen in the middle of the night to move the goods means that the other party is an old master. On Foreman Wang Def's side, you can send someone to dig deeper. Understood. Getting so many footmen at once means that there is quite a lot of cargo loaded, and the freighter can't be small enough for the draft of the ferry to be large. The body washed downstream again. Ferry that fits these characteristics. Without waiting for Su Shan to finish, Tang Trial 100 replied, Surabaya. Right. Also, the weapon used by the other side has a wide blade and a thin blade. When Su Shan described it in detail, the wide-eyed Tang Trial 100 added, Isn't this an official by sword? Congratulations to Tang Trial 100. Maybe we'll catch a big fish this time. Hearing this, Tang Trial 100 smiled and spoke. After solving the case, old brother invites you to Myriad Place to look for pussy. Well, really need to go to the Myriad Place and check it out. Ha, check what? Nothing much. Checking to see if I'm still interested in women. Or not. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're messing with the brothers like that. You're on edge. Ha ha. After leaving from the crime scene, Su Shan first went to change his attire. Subsequently, the 20 years of cultivation rewarded by the system's previous willow-shaking branch mission was all extrapolated into the anti-2 embodied blade technique. In the 21st year of quenching the anti-2 embodied blade technique, you, whose blade intent has come to fruition, have become as pure as fire for this blade technique. You, who are not in a hurry, have been quenching this blade technique for 30 years. Under the layers of advancement, you have deduced the fifth blade from the 4 styles of the saber technique, the sun and the moon. 40 years as one day, never slacking off you. The knife intention is natural, along with the completion of the deduction. The anti-2 embodied blade technique, after 40 years of cultivation, had finally reached its great completion. The raging internal energy flourished and raged within Su Shan's body, especially the moment he gripped the sword. He just felt the heaven-shaking sword intent. Innate 4th grade, blade intent perfection. Son of A, don't let me find you tonight. After throwing down these words, Su Shan, who was carrying the silver ticket, rushed towards the Myriad Tones workshop. Yo, this gentleman looks very familiar. First time in the Myriad Tones workshop? A brocade. Su Shan just stepped into the Myriad Place. There is a pimp in his early 30s, familiar with the welcome up. The original is a pure love warrior, that for the sake of the golden lotus cleanliness. Su Shan, in his last life, although he called 1,000 people, but after wearing this place, he has been busy with the case, and has not yet had time to appreciate the services here. Swish, Su Shan, who was extremely generous, directly pulled out a 50-20 silver ticket and stuffed it down the pimp's collar. Taking the opportunity, the technique was extremely skillful to feel the house is collapsing. Little master is not bad, find a better box and girl. Ha, it has to be. Really, come out and get it. After 50 tales of tips, the pimp's voice is a little louder, and at this moment, inside a box in the Myriad Tones place, a figure glanced alertly down the hall. When she saw Su Shan's figure, her eyebrows furrowed as she said, My lord, here comes a familiar face. Upon hearing the sound, Shangguan Yener, who was dressed as a man, obediently got up and looked over. Su Shan, what's he doing here? Stinking man, what can you do here? The green bird that accompanied him at the side spoke viciously. The information says he's trapped in love and can't help himself. Now it looks like it's just meh. As Cygnus was saying this, it so happened that 2 flamboyant women rushed to Su Shan's side. The pimp on the side fawningly inquired, Which one do you have your eye on, young master? Children only make choices. Adults want them all. As he said this, Su Shan wrapped one arm around the other and walked towards the attic. The skillful, nasty mannerisms made one look like a rich male who frequented the pleasure grounds. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Clearly impressed with Su Shan, the green bird, who had hit rock bottom, said in a cold voice, I don't care about him, let's just do our job. The butler of Daijin-shan, the head of the arsenal department Chang Wei, has opened a long private room in the Myriad Place. The few who stayed in were suspicious. Through her investigation of Daijin-shan, Shangguan Yener chased her here, ready to find out what was going on. At this time, Su Shan, who had entered the box with the 2 beauties, was having a great time. After a few small drinks, it made them giggle even more. Feeling that the fire was almost ready, only then did he subliminally bring the topic to the flower leader Dark Fragrance. Sister Dark Fragrance, you won't have time to accompany the mail tonight. She, is in the small courtyard behind the attic, serving the others with all her heart. Following Jinjin's guidance, Shan identified the separate small courtyard where dark fragrance was located through the open wooden window. Chapter 15 Character Overload. Outside the private room, the pimp who had just received Shan was listening to the boy's report. The male with the raw face is absolutely fine. The whole flower work is so real and tangible that it's kind of hard to carry. But out of the blue, hearing this, the pimp nodded heavily. She didn't have much suspicion of Shan, either. After all, it's all lewd like that, and it looks like it's irregular. On the contrary, those two gentlemen in box A only listen to music when they arrive, oblivious to the girl next to him. As he said this, the boy pointed to Shangguan Yener and Qing Bird's private room. Order the old ghosts and the others. Keep an eye on them both. The third boss has explained that the ones in the long private room cannot be seen in the light of day, so there can't be any slip-ups. Understood. In Shan's philosophy, since he spent the money, he wanted it to be worth its weight in gold. Do you want to work on a case and have fun at the same time? Smoothly put the fainting two women, carried to the bed of Shan, turned around through the night, turned out of the wooden window. Sybil, who was also ready to take advantage of the opportunity, slipped around only to realize that he was being watched everywhere he went, going and returning. She came over to Shangguan Yener and reported softly, "There are people outside staring at us." Exposed? This was something Shangguan Yener had never expected. Both women are called the proud daughters of the great Ming, and at a young age, they have superior strength and high positions of power. However, there is a lack of experience of life at the bottom. You're here at mythical place and you're acting like a saint? That's kind of, well, bullying people's intelligence. Out of the water, out of the water. Just as the two women were privately discussing how to break the situation, ear-piercing hissing sounds resounded throughout the myriad tones place and beyond. Upon hearing the sound, Shangguan Yener and Qingdao subconsciously pushed open the wooden window. After looking at the area where the smoke was rolling out, it was the very same bio that he wanted to investigate. So he went along with it and was ready to go and find out what was going on. But when they had just tumbled out of the wooden window and landed on the ground, dozens of black shadows suddenly appeared outside the alley. Immediately afterward, the pimp in charge, pinching his waist and cold face, said, "Where are you two going? Dare to run to the myriad place to make waves? Hit a lantern in a thatched pit looking for death. Arrest them for my mother and torture them severely. Yes." Bang, crackle, bam. A moment of pleasure in pretending to be a pen. A family crematorium. There were so many people, but in just one look, they were all knocked to the ground by Shangguan Yener, and at this time, the green bird that rushed into the other courtyard had already returned with the flower leader dark fragrance. "What about the guys you served?" When the smoke rolled in, it ran out the back door. Dark fragrance, who was being carried, opened her mouth with a floral expression when she saw the experts of the Myriad Tones workshop, lying on the ground in a heap. Hearing this, Shangguan Yener's face became gloomy. Do not know the specific appearance of the other side, coupled with the fire, also makes the residents and diners of West Lake Lane, are like birds of prey frantically fleeing? This makes Shangguan Yener and the green bird, empty of skill, but do not know where to go after. Snap. Just then, the Jinyui, led by Ji Gang, rushed over at the sound. Tonight, the Jinfu division is split in two. One way is for Ji Gang to lead the team to apprehend Dai Jintian, the head of the arsenal department, while the other way is for Shangguan Yener and Qing Bird to secretly investigate these suspicious people. Qizhang's side had closed the net, but their side had pounced. This really made Shangguan Yener have a sense of frustration. No wonder, when the master ordered her to come to Yuhang to investigate this case, he urged her to let her dive into Ji Gang and the first line Jinyui to learn more and ask more questions. Talented, superior strength, does not mean that it will be able to sit on the commander of the Jinfu division. Shangguan Commander, Ji Qianhu. This fire, it's human-caused. The brocade guards who had inspected the scene promptly reported to Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang. Man-made? Friend or foe? Is it a deliberate attempt to build momentum and let them go? Or is it something else? When Ji Gang said this, Qing Bird, who suddenly thought of something, spoke up, Little Flag Su. He also came to Myriad Soundplace today. Who? Su Shan? What's he doing here? Upon hearing the name, the middle level of the brocade guards present were all extremely surprised. Before, I was thinking he was here to look for flowers. Without waiting for Cygnus to finish speaking, Kazuna spoke directly. Immediately go inside his private room and take a look. Yes, Commander Shangguan and Qing Bird. You may question Su Shan's temper, but in this regard, you can fully trust his character. He never came here for pleasure. After Ji Gang said this, the rest of the middle class of the Jinfu division agreed. It couldn't be helped. The previous Su Shan was too nice, and suddenly thought of something of the 9 examining 100 households Tang Chang, hastily put the footman slaughtered case, carried out again. we were able to pinpoint the steward of Daijintian, the head of the Arsenal Division Chanwei, thanks to the presence of Xiao Qi-su, who profiled him. At that time, before he left, he inexplicably came up with the phrase, "I really need to check out the Myriad place." It was also right after Tang Chung finished saying this, the subordinate who went and returned reported. Went to Su Xiaoqi's box to take a look. The two girls he found were mesmerized on the bed. There's no sign of Su Xiaoqi. Hearing this, Shangguan Yener and Qingdao looked at each other for a while Ji Gang said with the corners of his mouth rising, "This brat, he should have found some uncertain clues from the murder of the footman. Ran here on his own for proof." Shangguan Commander and Ji Qinhu, there is a secret mark left by my own brother in the direction of Shihu Lane to Shikumen. Sure enough, it's that brat. Chase. Yes, a big fire, deliberately beating the grass to attract the outlaws out of the nest, and urgently call for help, but also to ensure that the surrounding people, from the waves of this kid, he's getting better and better. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Su Shan's matter-of-factness, on the other hand, made Shangguan Yener and Qingdao feel groundless. Commander Shangguan, during my stay in Yuhang, my subordinate would like to follow Su Xiaoqi and learn well. As he followed the dark marks in pursuit, Qingdao took the initiative to say to Shangguan Yener, Su Shan is indeed a talented man, oily-mouthed, but a man of great character. Chapter 16, Killing the Japanese and Promoting the Chief Banner, blissfully unaware of his own image, has been in the hearts of the two women to pull up a dimension of Su Shan. At this time, the rotary sword stands at the end of the alleyway on the Shikumen side. In front of him, Yamamoto 16 and his two ninjas, who had run out from within the dark fragrance annex, sized up the man in front of them through the moonlight. The Chinese language cannot be called fluent. He spoke in a cold voice. There is an old saying, in Daming, good dogs don't get in the way. Get out. Miso. The other party's words had just fallen, and Su Shan, who had drawn his sword in a smooth manner, directly slashed at the other party without saying a word. Bagger. Get him. Yamamoto 16, when he yelled this, took several steps backward. The accompanying ninjas, who had drawn their katanas, directly met Su Shan, who had struck out without a word. In the east, the path of martial arts cultivation follows the example of the Great Ming, and is divided into three major levels. They are, lower ninja, upper ninja, and higher ninja. The corresponding ones are the Deming, the Hotian, the innate and the patriarch. As for the two ninjas in front of Su Shan, they were both early-stage upper-class ninjas from the east. Such strength, when placed in Yuhang, was considered to be an expert. Because of this, seeing Su Shan single-handedly blocking the road with one person, Yamamoto XVI's first thought was not to escape, but to solve this trouble. However, he had still overestimated his squire's strength and underestimated Su Shan's explosive power after the awakening of his ethnic bloodline. Mountains and rivers shatter. Dang! Without any fancy maneuvers, Su Shan's sword, which was held in both hands, burst out with a surprising amount of strength as he faced the first superior ninja. The internal energy attached to the blade also made the mediocre embroidered spring sword, in the moment of strong collision with the other party's katana, it was chopped off with a destructive force. The strength did not dry up as a result of the block. Instead, the blade intent became even more rampant with the addition of the killing intent. Put, between the wind chills, shifting shapes and shadows. In the next second, the head of this superior ninja and the katana in his hand were chopped off by Su Shan in unison. This sudden scene really caused the ninja who had pinned Su Shan from the other side to burst into rage. Small intestines. Baka. Hissing out his companion's name, he brandished his katana and lunged at Su Shan from the flank. Swish. But the weird thing was that his blade fell, and it cut a lonely one. Large intestine Kuan. Watch out. Yamamoto 16, who was not far away, cried out hysterically when he saw Su Shan, who actually flashed behind his entourage in an instant with a ghostly figure. However, his words hadn't even fallen. The knife in Su Shan's hand had already slashed down. Power swing. Zira. From the top of the opponent's head, running through to the entire body. The embroidered spring blade hardened and split the last superior ninja in two. The explosion seen with blood splattered in all directions made Yamamoto 16, who a minute ago had warned Su Shan in broken Chinese that good dogs don't get in the way, stagger back a few steps in fear. Even an inattentive one sat down directly on the floor. Snap, snap, carrying Su Shan, who was still dripping blood from his blade. He took a step towards the other party. At this moment, the sound of his footsteps, falling on Yamamoto XVI's ears, was as piercing as a death knell. What are you going to do? I'm warning you. I am familiar with many of your officials and bigwigs in Yuhang. If you touch me today, Zira. Before the other party could finish his words, his right hand, which was pointed at Su Shan, was blatantly cut off by the latter. Ow! Miserable screams resounded throughout the Shikumen and beyond at first. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Seeing Shan raise the knife again on the occasion, Yamamoto 16 all used his mother tongue and begged for mercy in that delicate manner. And hearing this, Shan came even more energized. That's what the old man heard. In the little movie I saw before, whenever someone yells that, it means, don't stop, put. As the words fell out of his mouth, Shan chopped off his opponent's other hand in one smooth motion. In the next moment, Shan, who had just like treating the other party as a live target, brandished his blade and lynched the dog scum in front of him. It wasn't until, after asking for all the clues he wanted, Shan resolved the other party with a single slash. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, completing Red Mission 2. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation, Little Lee Flying Dagger. Snap. Shan, who was indulging in the system rewards, subconsciously raised his head when he heard the sound of hooves. At this moment, a large number of brocade guards led by Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener had chased after him, following the dark marks he had left behind. When they held their torches and arrived at this place, many of them were shocked by the bloody scene in front of them, especially the two upper-class ninjas. One was sliced horizontally and the other was slashed vertically. Plus, the dismal Yamamoto 16, the whole scene, stained red with blood. That tough? And you're not afraid to go back and have nightmares? Tang Chang stepped forward and joked to Shan. Bonobo, yeah, it's a glorious thing to get them killed. In the county record, not to say I'll get a separate page, but at least a preface? It has not been a year or two since the Japanese ravaged the coast of Jiangnan. Wherever they went, they implemented the three lights policy of burning, killing and looting. Many coastal fishing villages were also massacred. For this reason, the Ming also issued a kill Japanese order. But obviously, in this case, there are still some people who profitably seek skin with the tiger. Shangguan Commander. These two are top-grade ninjas from the east. Based on the other party's undispersed aura, Cygnus judged their rank in life. Boom! Hearing this, the crowd once again focused their gazes on Shan. Looking at the entire Yuhang Jinfu division, those who have the strength to fight 1 against 2 and still be able to decapitate these two superior ninjas, that's definitely not more than 20 people either. It was an absolute battle to even try for 100. But what about Shan? Easy to hold. Your kid's growth speed is almost beyond the realm of my old man's perception. I'll watch you. Ji Gang, whose appreciation for Shan was undisguised, took the initiative to step forward. Old Ji, don't just paint cakes, come up with something practical. You reimbursed me for the several hundred taels I spent on going to the Myriad place to conduct a secret investigation, didn't you? A couple hundred taels? What did you go for? Hearing this, Shan smiled shyly and said, letting them feel my manliness up close. Get out. Shangguan Yener, who also had the same intention of recruiting a scholar, opened her mouth and said, Ji Qianhu, with Shan's strength, it would be a bit of a waste to give only a small flag, right? Before coming here, His Holiness dictated, we must not limit our talents to one pattern. All moved out of His Majesty? Ji Gang, naturally, is willing to do this favor. So what does the Lord Commander mean by, promote the chief banner first and include him in the task force? After this case is ascertained, this commander will personally claim credit for him. Positions of the trial 100 and above are to be kept on file in the capital. The highest authority for local appointments is the general banner. But with Shangguan Yener's words, plus the strength Shan has shown, at the very least, the post of Tri 100 is on the table. Why don't you quickly thank the Lord Commander for his promotion? Thank you, Commander Shangguan, for your favor. Subordinate, there is nothing to report but, in the flesh. Chapter 17, your life, I'll take it. Jesus can't even keep it. After hearing the words to give one's body to another, Ji Gang's brain nerves subconsciously tensed up a bit. You kid, you dare to think ill of Shangguan Yener? How many lives? Ah, shucks, it slipped out, and I accidentally blurted out what was really going on inside. Subordinate, there is no way to return the favor, only to serve the country with my life. Shan, whose explanation was tantamount to no explanation at all, made the crowd of colleagues sweat for him. It was only after seeing Shangguan Yener, with only a cold face, arranging for this guy to work with the green bird, that he was relieved. By the way, Shangguan Commander and Ji Qianhu just got some information out of him when he was tortured. The one who traded with him, on the other hand, was Dai Jintian, the head of the Arsenal Division. 3 days ago, a shipment of armaments was loaded for sea. If we urgently notify the Jiangnan Sea Master now, we might still be able to intercept it. Ha ha. When Shan had finished saying all this, Ji Gang laughed and said, before the Shangguan commander came to Yuhang, he had already ordered his men to block off access to the sea, and conducted an inventory along the way. This shipment of armaments can't get away from Yuhang. As for Dai Jintian and Changwei, the first offender in the brutal murder of the footmen, they are both currently incarcerated in the Imperial prison. Hearing this, Su Shan's eyes lit up. Myself. There's still one task left to accomplish. Later, have to find those traitors to dish out. Also, according to Yamamoto 16, they are all affiliated with an Eastern organization called the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society? Hearing those 3 words, even Ji Gang, who was in a good mood, became cold-faced. The eyes of the higher-ups on the side, looking at Su Shan, also changed slightly. As the Black Dragon Society, a secret service of the East infiltrated into many cities along the coast of the Great Ming, it has been the target of eradication by the Geniwei over the years. It was their bribery and counterinsurgency of Ming officials, in conjunction with the collaboration of Japanese pirates, that resulted in the horrific extermination of villages and tragedies. Did he reveal any information about the Black Dragon Society members lurking in Yuhang? No. Yamamoto 16 was commissioned directly from the Eastern headquarters. With the infiltrators, there was no crossover. Su Shan had just finished saying this when Shangguan Yener spoke. This is the style of the Black Dragon Society, where the operator and the lead do not know each other's identity. Even if one party is captured, it won't expose the other. Otherwise, these few bonobos wouldn't have been left to Daijintian to arrange. But 100 secrets make 1,000 mistakes. They just came from the East, but how did they get directly involved with Daijintian? Check. Yes. After returning to the Jinfu division, Shangguan Yener, who seldom took the initiative to speak up, suddenly inquired of Ji Gang, Qianhu Ji, when talking about the Black Dragon Society, I see that the way you all look at Su Shan is a bit strange. Hearing this, Ji Gang, who had been silent for a little while, spoke. Su Shan's father was killed in the line of duty during the siege of the Black Dragon Society. Before that, his ability was limited, and the boy was a stick in the mud. Fearing that something might happen to him, I never told him. After Ji Gang finished saying all this, Shangguan Yener's impression of Su Shan became even more three-dimensional. After the martyrs, his background is clean, he is gifted and powerful, he is skillful in business and cynical. Isn't this exactly the kind of talent the Empress wants to vigorously cultivate? At this moment, Su Shan was alone in his room as a cat, preparing to deduce the newly rewarded technique, Shao Li Fei Dao, put all 30 years of cultivation into deducing Little Li Flying Dagger. With his command, everything about Little Li Fei Dao was poured into his mind. Shao Li Fei Dao, a superior technique, is divided into 4 styles. Subtlety, a heartfelt slash. There are no false starts. 10,000 knives through the heart. In the first year of practicing Little Li Flying Dagger diligently, with hundreds of years of cultivation, you practiced this skill with half the effort. In this year, you mastered meticulousness. Time flies, 10 years have passed. You, who can keenly capture even microscopic objects 1,000 meters away, have learned the essence of a heartfelt strike with the first slash of your hand. In the 20th year of your tireless efforts, you have achieved an unparalleled level of accuracy based on the one strike, no longer confined to a single flying dagger. You have begun to experiment with multiple daggers. In the 30th year of the Heaven's Way, you who are skillful in penetrating the heart with 10,000 knives can do 100 paces with your knives when your internal energy and flying knives are abundant. Phew! From the deduction, Su Shan, who had returned to his senses, realized that even in the dead of night, he could see the leaves of a tree 100 meters away clearly. Whoosh! Wow! Su Shan, who had pinched up a stone block, threw it with his hand. Not only were the locked leaves pierced, the accompanying internal energy snapped baby-thick stubs. So strong. 30 years of cultivation only allowed me to advance one level, arriving at the 5th rank of innate? No wonder others say that after stepping into the innate realm, each grade of advancement is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. But Shangguan Yener and Qingdao, they are so young, how did they have such high strength? Later, after vainly asking for guidance, Su Shan realized, people, that was gifted, while he, purely by hard work. It's similar to learning math. Some people learn it right away, while others, it takes a sea of problems to reach a certain peak. In this piece, Su Shan was clearly the latter. However, the benefit was that his internal martial arts and gongfu were extremely solid. The proficiency and power are also beyond the reach of ordinary people. Su Shan, who had returned to his senses, went to the smithy of the Jinfu division and specially ordered dozens of flying daggers to be built. After doing all this guy is straight to the Imperial prison, arraigning Chang Wei and others. No one could hide any secrets in the face of Su Shan's violent torture. Did you say that besides you guys, Zhou Bao, the third leader of the Chao gang, also led a massacre of those footmen? Chang Wei, who had all been tortured into a bloody man, nodded his head with a sobbing voice and said, it was he who ordered the massacre of those footmen so that the news would not be leaked. Also, the cargo ship was escorted all the way out to sea by the Chao gang. Master, give me a pain in the ass. Click. Along with Su Shan's muddy power, Chang Wei also ended his sinful life. Ding dong. Red Mission 1, the footman's last wish. Mission content, to find out the traitors who brutally killed our compatriots at the ferry port and avenge them. Mission progress, April 8th. Mission reward, 20 years of cultivation. Golden bell. Countdown to mission, 18 hours. The third leader of the Chow gang, Zhou Bao. Those 3 remaining progressions. Or your entourage? Why don't you just be a good Aikido and be a dog for the devils? Your life. I'll take it. Jesus couldn't even keep it. Chapter 18, someone from the East Chamber? Never died. Shan, who walked out of the torture room, wiped the blood from his hands while saying to Ji Gang, who had stood by coldly from the beginning to the end, "You heard it all. Chow gang, as far as I know, behind the Chow gang, but Lin Shofu's protege, Yuhang Governor Wu Jingshang. In addition, several major families in Jiangnan all seem to have inextricable relationships with the Chow gang. Uncle Chin just popularized with me tonight that these people are collectively known as the Eastwood Party in the temple, right, old G? If this case continues to be investigated, will it go through the roof? Before the fall of the emperor's own soldiers, the brocade guards, to whom they have given face? But now it's different. The foreign relatives in power, behind the back of the rich and powerful Donglin Party, and the East Chamber shackles. Taking on a case like this ties the hands of the town's governor. Just as Shan finished his words, the door to the interrogation room next to where Daijintian was being held opened. Shangguan Yener and Qingdao, who walked out, also had cold faces. That boatload of ordnance should have been hidden by the Chow gang. Where exactly? Daijintian isn't sure. The fact that they were able to hook up with the Japanese was also due to the Chow gang pulling strings from them. As she said this, a trace of coldness flashed across Shangguan Yener's face. How could she not believe that a master of the arsenal department would dare to do such a big business, even to the extent of inviting the 5 poison sect to poison Ma Xing, the chief soldier of Yuhang? Torture is on the table, and the other side is still biting the bullet. The big man behind the curtain is obviously not simple. Since the spearheads are pointing at the Chow gang, let's gnaw on this hard bone. The still thunderous Keegan went straight for the jugular. I'll take care of this. It is to your credit that the man was caught in the act. I will take the blame for having broken the sky. Shan had just finished saying this when Ji Gang gave him a kick towards the butt. Yoo-hoo, look at you. It's not your turn to take the fall. After Ji Gang finished saying this, Shangguan Yener on the side showed a rare smile and said, Ji Qianhu, is this pointing at me? Subordinate, I wouldn't dare. Kazuna replied with a smile. With all the commotion tonight, whoever is involved in this case should be in hiding by now. Since we've decided to move the Chow gang, let's do it openly and honestly. Cygnus, 2, after dawn, you will go with General Flag Su to work on this case. If anything goes wrong, this commander will take the blame. It's just a Jianghu sect, don't care who's behind it. Even if they kill the wrong person, they can only make it a mistake. Hearing this, Su Shan's eyes widened. This, bossy, if she wears 2 ponytails and I ride a big horse from behind, wouldn't it be a heifer crossing the river awesome? General Flag Su, I hope for more guidance in the future. The green bird that suddenly spoke up pulled Su Shan back to reality. In the face of her politeness, Lord Su was embarrassed instead. You're welcome, Aotori Hayakuto. Not you with that name, it's too convoluted. Dare I ask the name of 100 boudoirs? Izanami. After hearing this name, Su Shan's eyes nearly popped out. What? Flag Officer Su, is there a problem? No, we're pretty much meant to be. Where did that come from? Not only the green bird, even Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener on the side looked at Su Shan in surprise. My mother believes in Buddhism and chants in my ear every day. Shanzi, you must do a good deed every day. I was little before and didn't understand the Zen in it. It's dawning on me today. Kazuna, who got it in seconds, instantly laughed. Snap. Afterward, he, who had heavily given Su Shan a kick, stifled his laughter and spoke. Get lost. Go back to the office and get some rest, and make it look good for the old man by dawn. Yes. See you in the morning. Criminal 100. Until Su Shan's figure disappeared into thin air, the green bird that was standing there was still very surprised and said, Ji Qianhu, what's so funny? No, nothing. Kazuna, who had hastily gagged, changed the subject. After turning around, he muttered under his breath, a good deed for the day, criminally-san? Her father, Green Dragon, doesn't break your third leg? The news of Su Shan's promotion again had traveled back to the 6th Institute. When he got back, he couldn't help but take advantage of the wine he carried last night and have a few more bowls with the guys. It was dawn before I went to bed. Snap. It felt like he had just fallen asleep shortly before Su Shan was awakened by a rush of footsteps. Shango. What is it? Su Shan, who had braced himself, inquired. A group of people from the East Chamber suddenly stormed into our 6th office. The supervising eunuch at the head of the group wants to see you by name. Little one. It looks like they're coming on strong. Hearing this, Su Shan, who had instantly lost all sleepiness, immediately got out of bed. When he rushed to the front hall, a middle-aged eunuch in brocade factory uniform stood there with his hands behind his back. Beside it, several factory guards stood holding their swords. This early in the morning, all the eunuchs visit the 6th office. I wonder what they are looking for me. Su Shan? Hearing Su Shan's words, Li Lianying, the supervisor of the East Chamber, turned his head to look at the other party. Narrowing his eyes, he replied in a Cockney voice, "You're Su Shan? By order of the Valley Master, arrest the suspect Su Shan for trial. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be punished as an accomplice." Wow! After Li Lianying arrogantly finished saying this, the entire 6th Institute let out a piercing commotion. When did you become a suspect? Shan, have you made a mistake in the East Chamber? When someone questioningly finished saying this, Li Lianying said in a cold voice, "What's the mess?" Su Shan clashed yesterday with Simon Chang, the godson of the Valley boss. That night, the Shiman family was nearly exterminated. Isn't he the biggest suspect? Hearing this, Su Shan smiled, then he nodded and said, "Yes, Eunuch Li is right, but what about the evidence?" Evidence? Ha ha. Su Shan had just finished saying this when Li Lianying, as well as his entourage, burst out laughing in an indulgent and untamed manner. Immediately afterward, one of the factory guards, while walking towards Su Shan, nodded to him and said, "The East Chamber arrests people without evidence. Say you're guilty." "You are. Grab it." Snap. The other party's words had just finished, when Su Shan stiffly slapped the guy to the ground. Put. The slap that was mixed with anger instantly made this Hotian 5th grade factory guard unconscious. "You dare to touch someone from the East Chamber?" Crackle. Bam. Su Shan, who didn't belabor a single word, answered the other party with practical actions. "Asshole. Son of a, damn it, Miso." After seeing his entourage, instantly put down by Su Shan, the furious Li Lianying, directly struck out. As the supervisor of the East Chamber, his position was equivalent to that of the Jinfu Division Test 100. To be able to achieve this position, the primary requirement was the innate realm. He himself brought people to arrest a Jinui lieutenant. In Li Lianying's opinion, is not a handful of pinches? However, the moment he actually exchanged hands, he realized how wrong he was, especially when Su Shan obediently pulled out the embroidered spring sword occasion. The blade intent that made him feel terrified, mixed with killing intent, slashed at himself from top to bottom. Mountains and rivers shatter. Bam. Put. Ow. In just one photo, the blade in Li Lianying's hand kept splitting into two. Even his arm, which held the sword, detached itself from its body. In pain, he let out a mournful scream. Bang. And Su Shan, who had rushed in front of him with lightning speed, instantly kicked off both of the castrated dog's knees. On the occasion of kneeling in response to the voice, Li Lianying with a distorted expression, hysterically roared, "The person is in Yuhang's Valley boss. Will definitely not let go of you, son of a." Click. Su Shan, who had crushed his opponent's jaw with one foot, sneered, "Send them to the dungeon. Say hello to the people inside. New in stock. Feel free to juggle." Yes. Chapter 19. Drop a horsehair and I'll chisel your brain through. In the midst of endless wailing, Li Lianying and those few factory guards were torn and dragged into the dungeon by the brocade guards. Here comes the new stuff. Or is it a neutered dog? That's a lot of fun for the S inside. Coupled with the fact that there was Su Shan's secret authorization, they directly took their tricks to new heights. General Flag Su, your flying fish suit, my subordinates have made it for you overnight. There's an ill-fitting one. You speak. Chief Flag Officer Su, this is the embroidered spring sword that Qian2G personally fitted for you, of metaphysical iron. After returning to the institute again, the two small flags from the raccoon and artisan workshops personally delivered the lines to Su Shan. A man is only as good as his clothes and his horse is only as good as his saddle. Su Shan, who already has a sturdy figure, with this black flying fish suit and the embroidered spring sword hanging from his waist, is really heroic. Spare a thought for Signet, who couldn't help but look at him a little more after rejoining him. General Flag Su, when I came here, the Shangwon commander specifically explained that today's operation, from top to bottom, including me, will be completely at your disposal. Hearing this from Cygnus, the polite Su Shan didn't push back. After a brief explanation, he went straight to the ferry of the Chao Gang. When they had just entered the Chao Gang sphere of influence, someone urgently reported the situation to the Chao Gang's second-in-command, Zhou Hu. First, they blocked my myriad voice workshop, and then they killed my old man's gold master. This group of Imperial court hawks and dogs are not coming from a good place. Zhou Hu, who had finished muttering this, commanded with a sneer on his face, "Let the brothers wait outside for the lords." Yes, along with Zhou Hu's order, hundreds of Chao Gang's fighters aggressively blocked the coastline. Zhou Hu, who was still a bit uneasy, then instructed a close associate, "Go to the Thousand Mountain Lake and notify the third boss." The brocade guards have found out about the Chow gang and told him to hide the cargo ship parked there. Understood. After the subordinate left, the master at the side cautiously reminded. Second boss, Governor Wu has sent someone to advise that it's not peaceful in Yuhang recently, and here comes a Chinaman to keep us out of the way. Ha ha. Hearing this, Zhou Hu laughed wildly and said, as long as the third master does not show up, that shipment will not be found. The Jinyui wouldn't be able to help the Chow gang. Snap. It was also right after Zhou Hu had just finished saying this that an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves, along the coast from the ferry, reached his ears. Zhou Hu, who was originally sitting in the cabin, drinking morning wine, subconsciously looked out the wooden window, only to see more than a dozen brocade guards, led by Su Shan and Ching Bird, steering their horses. Whoosh! Wow! Directly put a wine cup through to the coast on the Zhou Hu, then coldly opened his mouth. In the old man's territory, do not allow someone to be freshly dressed. Understood. Second Lord. Men, barricade the ferry. Yes. After seeing this scene, Zhou Hu closed the wooden window with a sneer. In the territory of the Chow gang, I will even more so not allow anyone to be more wild than me. How far away he was. Su Shan, who had steered his horse, saw the members of the Chow gang at the ferry port, blocking the front with a wooden fence that had been built. The half-meter-high barrier was clearly forcing them, en masse, to dismount. If you don't have some guts, the hundreds of ferocious hulks on the way into the cabin alone were enough to make anyone fearful. A blowjob? The Baekdi formation? You've got a lot of nerve, don't you? Flag Officer Su, what do we do now? Cygnus, who also saw the other party's intention, inquired with a cold face. Hearing this, Su Shan turned his head sideways and said to the brocade guards behind him, all listen up. As long as I don't call it quits, I'm going to charge forward even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames ahead of me. Yes, drive. Snap. As the words fell out of his mouth, instead of slowing down, Su Shan sped up his horse. None of the green birds and brocade guards who accompanied them also fell out. Although there were only a dozen people and horses, the resonance of the hooves on the scene gave the opposite side a huge oppressive force. Dismount. Dismount at once. Our second master said that no one is allowed to be freshly dressed in the Chow gang's territory. Otherwise, there will be consequences. While the members of the Chow gang were saying this, someone was already drawing a bow and arrow. Consequences? Who gave you the face to say that? During his speech, Su Shan, who had drawn his sword in a smooth manner, slashed at the other party through the air. Sun and moon. Miso. Sharp blade intent surged out in an instant. In that instant, even Ching Bird and the crowd of brocade guards who were charging along with him were shocked by the blade intent. Ordinary innate realm martial artists definitely didn't have this kind of strength. Boom. Wow. Ah. Fairy. The first, however, the sound of explosions and screams, also makes the cabin of Zhou Hu, subconsciously pushed open the window. Reach out and look. Only the wooden fence, which had just been erected, was in pieces. Many of the several Chow gang disciples standing in front of the fence were dismembered through the air. Blood splattered in all directions, spraying the shore, the hull of the ship, and the faces of the surviving disciples. The mournful wailing was a stark contrast to the bossy shouting of a few minutes ago. More to the scene of the crowd. Feel alarmed. A cracked trail was left on the crossing, which was paved with stone slabs, straight and hideous. This was the trajectory of the blade's strength after it had been recklessly and wildly released. It's more of a great circle of sword intent. The best proof. Snap. Just as Zhou Hu and the Chow gang disciples at the scene were shocked, Su Shan, who was at the head of the horse, arrived with his horse in a blatant manner. Jinyui, under orders to investigate the case. Those who dared to obstruct. As soon as Su Shan's words were finished, the green birds and the brocade guards who were following closely behind him resonated hysterically. Kill without pardon. Boom. The ear-piercing sound shook the Chow gang's disciples and made their brains ring. Run. Hurry up and get out of the way. In the next second, many Chow gang disciples who couldn't carry the load avoided it. The bi-sword formation, which had just been organized a quarter of an hour ago, fell apart at that moment. Zhou, who ordered his own brothers, would have liked to give the brocade guards a downbeat. But now what? But it accomplished their highlights. Phew! It was not until, arriving in front of the ship where Zhou Hu was, that Su Shan strangled his horse and stood, with his raised hand. The green bird and the many brocade guards following closely behind him ordered the order to be carried out. The neat and tidy movements, as well as the imposing aura, all caused the crowd present to look up to this team. Swish! Su Shan, who dismounted smoothly, stretched out his right arm and directly tore a Chow gang disciple over. While handing over the reins of the horse to the other party, he said with a sneer on his face, "Keep an eye on the old man's horse. Drop a horsehair and I'll chisel your brains out." Snap. As he spoke, Su Shan patted the side of his opponent's face. The disciples of the Chow gang, who had long ago lost all six of their minds, nodded their heads mechanically in terror. Bam! And just then, Zhou Hu, who rushed out from the cabin, burst into a rage and said, "Who gave you the guts to run into my Chow Gang's territory to spread your wildness?" Miso. The other party's words just fell tone. Full of fierce-eyes, Shan blatantly rushed over. Chapter 20, Jinui. That is, you can do whatever you want. Zhou Huhao did not expect, in front of the eyes of this brocade guards, a word directly to their own shot. Doesn't he know the background of the Chow Gang? Still not clear. In the Donglin party secretly pushed, the governor has sent people from the East Chamber to Yuhang to preside over the situation. Is he not afraid that if he loses his job, his whole family will be subject to retaliation? When these doubts flashed through Zhou Hu's mind in an instant, Shan, who had the wind at his feet, had already rushed forward. The three Zhou brothers were chosen by the higher-ups to be in charge of the Chow Gang's industry. Are they not ordinary people? Zhou Hu, whose own strength was close to the innate second grade, faced Su Shan's encroachment, and instead of retreating, he charged head-on. Today, it was you who sought death. Miso, Tiger Crane double-form fist. Under the outer rise of the internal energy, the fist whined with the strength of Zhou Hu, directly smashed towards Su Shan. Fancy, pa, click, Su Shan, who had completely crushed his opponent in terms of both paper strength, didn't even bother to perform a stunt with him. The moment the fists collided, the explosive force of the inch strength alone shattered the opponent's handbones. Snap! The unbearable Zhou Hu, in pain, stumbled back a few steps, subconsciously trying to pull away from Su Shan. However, with the enhancement of Lingbo Weibu, like a shadow, Grand Officer Su instantly stuck his sword to his face. Put! In the early hours of the morning, there were just flying daggers built by the artisan workshop, which were like steel nails stabbed into the upper and lower dantian places of Zhou Hu. Ow! This time, a miserable scream hissed out from Zhou Hu's mouth. Second in command, Miso. After seeing this scene, the onlookers of the Chow Gang's disciples were ready to step forward, and the dozen or so brocade guards, led by Cygnus, instantly drew their swords. Similarly, Su Shan, who had produced the knife, had his gaze fixed on Zhou Hu, who had a fierce expression, but the blade of the knife was set at the neck of the Chow Gang expert next to him. Without even turning his head back, he said in a cold voice, "Signet, 2, draw them a red line. Whoever crosses the line, dies." Yes, Zira. Su Shan's words had just fallen on deaf ears when Green Bird's embroidered spring blade, with sparks shooting out, left a blade mark in front of his body. Bastard! You destroyed my dantian. Zhou Hu, who was constantly spilling blood from the corners of his mouth, roared with all his strength. Click, put, but just as his words fell, Su Shan kicked his knees. In a blink of an eye, the second leader of the Chow Gang, who was still barely standing there, knelt in front of Su Shan in a bloody mess. "Since you don't want to stand and talk to this chief flag, let you kneel." Damn! A Jianhu sect dares to clamor with the son of heaven's own soldiers? Old Don's 9 shops, so unlicensed in the ferry? Gulp! Su Shan's words also made Zhou Hu's wise master next to him unable to hold back a deep gulp of spittle. Although he was not a martial arts practitioner, he knew very well that the human body had 3 dantians, upper, middle and lower. Open one of them and enter the back of the day. 3 flowers gather at the top. Open 2 of them, and enter the innate. Purple energy comes from the east, opens the 3 dan, and enters the clan. And these 2 slashes from Su Shan accurately and viciously pierced through Zhou Hu's upper and lower dantians. This also meant that one second leader, even if he survived, would be reduced to an invalid. What a ruthless tactic. Genie Wei, can you do whatever you want? In this matter, we will definitely ask for an explanation. Knowing that his strength is not good today, the master of the division began to implicitly move his backstage. Hearing the other party's words, Su Shan smiled. His smile was so hideous in the eyes of the crowd of Chow Gang members. Yeah, you're right. The Jinui, that is, can do whatever they want. Is there a problem? Snap. After saying this, Su Shan slapped a C-arrest official document directly on top of the master teacher's face. Then, speaking in public, he said, "The brocade guards have been ordered to hunt down the collaborator and traitor, Zhou Bao. Those who refuse to cooperate will be punished as accomplices. Next, I ask, you answer, Zhou Bao, where is it?" Su Shan, who was glaring at Zhou Long, questioned word for word. No, Zira. Just as his words fell, the Chow Gang senior who was held at the neck by Su Shan with a knife was stiffly cut off from his chi. An expert of the Hotian 9th grade had his throat slit so lightly? Swish! Not even waiting for the crowd to regain their senses from the shock, Su Shan put his knife at the second person's neck. Then, with a smile, he looked at Zhou Long and said, "Where is the ship of ordnance that was privately hidden by you? Dog, you, Zira." Zhou Long's hissing voice, before he could even finish, Su Shan, who had his hand on his sword, killed another person. This bloodthirsty, hideous scene also made the Green Bird and the accompanying brocade guards all look tightly frowned. He doesn't handle cases like this. I have little patience for this. Next, put. When Shan was about to aim his knife at the third senior member of the Chow gang, the man directly turned around and jumped into the river. Whoosh! Put. The flying dagger strikes and stabs into the water. Gulp. The next second. First the blood floated up, followed by the body. Sizzle. Everything in front of him made the large ferry port silent. Only the Chow gang disciples were sucking in cool air one after another. Spare the Green Bird. Her bright eyes widened a bit. You're the last one. Can you answer my first two questions? Shan, who had placed the knife on the master teacher's neck, exerted just a slight force, causing the other party to directly kneel on the ground. The sharp blade cut through the surface of his skin. The bloodlust of the previous lesson caused a cold sweat to cover his forehead. 3 breaths, not speaking, die. Hearing Shan's words, the master teacher, who was breathing more and more rapidly, couldn't help but feel his body trembling. Zhou, who could tell that he had faltered, hissed in a near roar, if you dare to say that, my big brother Zhou Long will kill your entire family. Miso. The other party's words had just finished. Shan, who raised his sword in a smooth manner, directly chopped off Zhou's head. Put. After his body and head were separated, Zhou's head, heavily smashed at the ferry and rolled towards the crowd. The disciples of the Chow gang were so frightened that they avoided in fear. At this moment, Shan, who had crouched down, placed one hand on top of Zhou's headless corpse, while his gaze was fixed on the master teacher kneeling in front of him. Can you talk now that no one is threatening you? Shan's voice was light, and when it fell on the master teacher's ears, it was so heavy. I don't know. I really don't know anything. A snotty master teacher hissed with all his strength. Ha ha. After hearing all this, Shan got up and laughed, looking at Shan's strange appearance. Cyan Bird, who had wanted to open his mouth several times, wanted to speak but stopped. Criminal 100. First time in Yuhang, right? Ha? Yeah. I'm taking you canoeing today to enjoy the scenery. What? By the time Shan had finished saying all this, not to mention the other brocade guards, even Qing Bird thought he was crazy. After abusing and killing so many people one after another, he finally came up with the phrase boating and enjoying the scenery? Chapter 21, Dark Tides, Stormy Weather. When Shan also really led the Green Bird line, take the boat to leave the ferry. The fear that had enveloped the hearts of the Chow gang's disciples was only somewhat alleviated. However, Zhou Long's dead head and the scarlet blood at the scene all helped them recall what had just happened. What are you waiting for? Big Boss is not at home. Hurry up and report this matter to Governor Wu. Our second-in-command can't die in vain. Yes, accompanied by the reminder of the head of the Chow gang, some nimble people had already steered their horses towards the yamen. Unfortunately, at this time, Yuhang Governor Wu Jingsheng is accompanied by one of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber of Gu Daiyong, in the Shiman family to mourn the recent death of the Shiman old man and Shiman Cheng. Gu Daiyun originally borrowed to celebrate the wedding of his godson as a reason to bring people to Yuhang to wipe their asses clean for the above. But who would have thought that a wedding would turn into a funeral? Although there is no evidence to prove that the Shiman family extermination case and the Jinui Lieutenant Shan conflict related to, but what is he doing in Yuhang? Isn't he just taking food from the Jinfu division? That being the case, let's take advantage of this matter to make a fuss and start with this lieutenant. I thought it was a handful of things, but after so long, I got the news that Li Lianying and others, who were sent over, were not only beaten, but also detained in the dungeon of the Jinfu division. Pal Mistress Gu, this Shan clearly doesn't have you in his sights. Ha! Yesterday, we reported your name on the occasion of his violence against the Shiman family. But what about him? In public, he blurted out that the East Chamber was nothing. The Shiman family is in dire need of revitalization after this catastrophe. The arrival of Gu Daiyun gave hope to the First Lady, Su Yuma, regardless of whether he, Shan, is a murderer or not. As long as he is done with him and the prestige of the Shiman family is raised, it will be a long time in the future before anyone dares to bully their orphans and widows. Bang! Wow! Gu Daiyuan, who had long and sharp nails, directly crushed the teacup in his hand. With eyes full of gloom, he muttered, "How dare you touch our family? He, Shan, is no longer honored, and our family will still make him pay in blood." Next to him, Wu Jingsheng had just chimed in with a few words when a rush of footsteps came from far away. "Governor Wu, the people from the Chow gang have come to report urgently." The brocade guards stormed straight into the Chow gang docks on the pretext of arresting Zhou Bao, killing everyone in sight. Even the second-in-command, Zhou Hu, was not spared. Wu Jingsheng, who heard this at first glance, twisted his head in shock and said, "They caught Zhou Bao?" No, it was precisely because there was none that Shan, the brocade guard, went on a killing spree in public, forcing the Chow gang disciples to give an account of Zhou Bao's hiding place. but none of the Chao gang disciples spat. That's what created the tragic scene. Who? Su Shan? Hearing this name, Wu Jingsheng and Gu Danyuan coincidentally broke into a questioning tone. Junfu sure, the newly promoted chief banner. Along with him, there are also the brocade guards from the capital. No wonder, not putting my east chamber in my eyes. This is hugging the thigh of the Chinaman. He, Su Shan, where is he now? The furious Gu Danyuan immediately questioned, took the 100 from the capital and went boating to enjoy the scenery. How wild. How dare you kill someone and go boating and enjoying the scenery as if nothing happened? Governor Wu, you go with us to the scene to get evidence. The evidence is conclusive. Shangguan Yenner can't even save his life. Veil. Used it. Yes. Assemble and go to the ferry. Accompanied by Wu Jingsheng's order, the people of the Yamen quickly gathered, and with Gu Daiyun and the factory guards of the East Factory, they killed the ferry in great numbers. At the same time, also informed of the ferry news, Ji Gang violently got up and said, "This brat will not be sick again, right? Or is this something he did on purpose?" Hearing this, Shangguan Yenner, who had a cold face on the side, then opened her mouth and said, "No matter for what reason, the order was given by this commander." Stabbing a bigger basket, it's not the turn of the Yamen and East Chamber to point fingers. Rally, to the ferry. Yes, what had been an uneventful day had attracted the attention of many forces due to Su Shan's killing spree. They have sent people to the docks to find out what's going on, to inquire about the inner workings, could be the instigator of the whole thing. At this moment, Su Shan, on the other hand, was giving Qingdao, with great interest, an introduction to the beautiful scenery along the way. Next to them was Master Zhang Chang, who had not returned to his senses so far. General Banner Su, this mission, although the commander of the Shangguan commander has accounted for it, so that we will look to you at the head of the horse. But what is this now? People are killed, things are stirred up, and we're here in a canoe enjoying the scenery? Cygnus, who finally couldn't hold it in, immediately opened his mouth and inquired. Su Shan, who heard this, didn't answer the other party positively, but crouched down next to Zhang Chang, who was still stained with Zhouhu's blood on his body so far. Master Zhang, are you familiar with this stretch of water? In the face of Su Shan's questioning, Zhang Changkai raised his head and looked left and right for a moment, then nodded mechanically. Oh, that fork up ahead. Which one goes to Thousand Hills Lake? Zhang Chang, who heard this questioning from Su Shan, looked at the man in front of him with his pupils wide open. The slight trembling of his body once again caused Cygnus and the others, too, to catch the difference in him. The waters of Thousand Hills Lake are, relatively speaking, complex. Zhou Bao on the cargo ship with the ordnance are still hard to detect when hidden there. You, how did you know? I didn't say anything. The incoherent Zhang Chang, after saying this, was rewarded with a cold smile from Su Shan. You didn't say. I know, but the people in the Chao gang, would they think so? In their eyes, for me to know this, must it be your full disclosure? Master Zhang, at that time, in order to get back at you as a mole, do you think they will come down on you and kill your whole family? After Su Shan finished saying all of this, the pale-faced Zhang Chang, his entire body paralyzed with weakness, knelt there. All you have to do is tell me which of the 3 forks of Thousand Mountain Lake Zhou Bao and that freighter are at. The Jinfu sure, not only will they bail out your entire family, they will change your name and send you to a strange city to start over. Snap. After saying that, Su Shan patted the other party's shoulder and said, there's not much time left for you. As long as I take one more detour, what I promised before can't be counted. Looking at the fork in the road that was close at hand, Zhang Changtai, who finally couldn't carry it inside, said with a sobbing voice, Sanlingko, Sandongjia and that cargo ship are all at Sanlingko, for the next stretch of road. The Chao gang has quite a few open and secret guards, right? Give the Buddha a hand and be a good man. Do me a favor and pass it, will you? Yes. Zhang Chang, whose psychological defenses had completely collapsed, nodded heavily. In the cabin, there are a few civilian clothes. A few of you have replaced them with me. The rest of you, hide in the cabin for now. Yes. After hearing this arrangement from Su Shan, Qing Bird, who had previously misunderstood him, inquired in a low voice, Flagship Su, you have known for a long time that Zhou Bao and the cargo ship with ordnance are at the Thousand Mountain Lake? It's not as if I knew earlier. I only found out when Zhou died. Psychic, this is Su Shan, the biggest killer. The conversation where Zhou asked his subordinates to inform Zhou Bao before he died revealed their location. Chapter 22, The Sword Divides Yin and Yang, Beheading Zhou Bao. Su Shan's reply surprised Cyanide. Before she could get to the bottom of it, Su Daolong, who was looking back at the ferry, muttered, the ferry now. It should be very lively, right? It's about time for all the bulls to show up there to raise their heads. Hearing these words, Signet looked at the handsome man beside her with furrowed brows. Now you know you're scared? Make a big deal out of it and see how you end up. After the green bird finished saying all this, Shan laughed out loud and said, how will it end? Ha ha, you know what? Criminal 100. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The more bustling the docks are, the more explosive the effect of a man's stolen goods, the more explosive it is. Following his lead, Sybil, whose thoughts were clearing up a bit, muttered, what do you mean? This is a case that the Dongliners have been covering up with nothing, not wanting it to explode completely. But it's different now. The second head of the Chow gang is dead, killed in public by the men of the Brocade Guards. Both the jungle and the temple are now focusing their attention on the ferry. Do you think, at this time, if we sit on the charge that the Chow gang is collaborating with the enemy and treasonous, and selling armaments privately, will the Donglin party still be able to cover it up? When Shan finished saying this, the wide-eyed Qingdao was silently stunned. Beheading Zhou, who was just the kickoff. The show, it's just beginning. San Lingku, although it is not the most complicated place in the waters of the Thousand Mountain Lake, but the natural concave terrain makes this place easy to defend and difficult to attack. The narrow ramp allowed the Chow gang disciples guarding there to be informed in time whenever there was a breeze. Therefore, without Zheng Chang's cooperation, Su Shan's team was killing here, and the alert Zhou Bao would have fled at the first opportunity. Third in command, the second lord's ship, sailing into the fortress. According to Master Zhang at the bow, the second master is still a bit uneasy about this place and came over to check it out himself. Hearing this, Zhou Bao, who was eating meat and drinking with a big wrist in the water fortress, hurriedly got up and said, this second brother of mine, when did he become so motherly? What a big deal. I'm just telling the Jinui that the ordnance is hidden here. Can they fight their way in? Having said that, Zhou Bao still led people and took the initiative to go out to greet them. Before the ship docked, Su Shan, who was standing on the deck, saw several familiar and unfamiliar faces, led by Zhou Bao, hurrying towards the shore entrance. The reason why they were familiar was because Su Shan had seen them all when he was channeling the footman. Can be strange. Indeed, it was both parties, meeting in reality for the first time. As if Zhou Bao had sensed Su Shan's sharp gaze, he stood at the head of the bank, his brows furrowed as he said, Master Zhang, this youngster next to you, he looks very familiar. Who is he? Facing Zhou Bao's questioning, Zhang Chang, who had a weak heart, appeared to be at a loss. Instead, Su Shan, who was on the side, smiled blandly and said, get to know a third pawn leader, the chief banner of the Brocade Guards, Su Shan. The Brocade Guards? You, me so. Before Zhou Bao and the others could recover from their shock, Su Shan, who had leapt up, rushed towards them like a hungry wolf pouncing on them. The moment it took off into the air, several flying daggers stabbed at Zhou Bao and his party like discharged bullets. Now that the literally flying dagger great perfection, Su Shan was fully capable of shooting multiple flying daggers at once, and every single one of them, it's a perfect example of what can be done. Enemy attack, it's the Brocade Guards. Put. One of the attendants accompanying Zhou Bao had just finished yelling this, when the flying dagger impartially stabbed the other at the throat. Not only him, but also several Chow gang disciples who were in a lower realm were not spared. Only Zhou Bao, whose strength had reached the innate realm, dodged in a sorry state, but the blade of the knife still left a scarlet gash of blood above his left shoulder. Old Fei, Wang Shan, Zhou Bao, who continuously rolled down, roared hysterically after seeing several of his guards, all of whom fell to the ground in response. But just as his words fell, Su Shan, who was like a shadow, had already rushed over with his sword. You have time to care about others? Think first, how you're going to live. The sword divides yin and yang. Miso, bam. Along with Su Shan's landing, Zhou Bao, who was standing in front of him, still maintained a bizarre posture. The saber in his hand, split in two. The broken blade should fall to the ground. Zhou Bao, whose eyes were filled with disbelief, just stared wide-eyed at the youngster in front of him. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing Red Limited Time Quest 1, The Footman's Last Wish. The system rewards 20 years of cultivation and a golden bell. Zira. The system's beeping sound had just echoed in Su Shan's mind. Zhou Bao, whose pupils were already lax, had an extra bloody gash on his brain. Next, the bloody mouth instantly exploded, followed by the body splitting in two like the broken blade in his hand. 3. The third leader. On the shore, the disciples of the Chow gang, who were resisting, let out desperate hisses after seeing their third leader, killed by Su Shan with a single slash. At this moment, the Green Bird and other Brocade Guards, whose strength had already crushed them, had already chiseled through half of the water fortress. The complete crushing force caused the leaderless Chow gang disciples to run away with their heads in their hands. But in incense stick of time, the entire water fortress, in addition to the surrender of arms and surrendered people, all by the Genie Wei beheading, the ordnance, it's all here. Upon hearing the cries of one of the brocade guards, Shan and Cyan Bird rushed over. Inside the open wooden crate, the ordnance, wrapped in brocade, had been scattered on the floor. Shan, who had picked up a steel sword, after carefully surveying the situation, said viciously, "No wonder. The coastal garrisons have been losing ground from time to time. We have a garrison of soldiers with weapons that are still a few years old, but what was sold privately to the Japanese was the most advanced steel stranger's sort of daming. These profit-minded dog officials, ancestors' coffin board, are they still holding it down?" Shan's words really drew resonance from Qingbird and the crowd of brocade guards. "Get the prisoners, all of them, on board, with all the human and material evidence. This time I would like to see how that group of clothed animals can still wash." Yes. Also, just as Shan led his troops back on the ferry, Zhou head and the corpses of several Chao Gang executives were laid out one by one in front of Shangwan Yin'er and Ji Gang. Across from them, hundreds of Chao Gang disciples, under the secret authorization of Wu Jingsheng and Gu Daong, shouted in unison, "Punish the culprits severely, and never tolerate them. If we don't kill Shan, it won't be enough to spread the anger of the people." It was loud and deafening. Not only that, but there were many unknown people gathered at the ferry. There's even Yu Hang, the eyes and ears of all the powers. They all wanted to see how from the capital, as well as the crowd of the Son of Heaven's own soldiers, would respond in this situation. Chapter 23. Confrontation. Power Cable. Commander Shangwan, you're an Imperial official. You can't condone your men killing innocents in vain. Originally, right, Lin Shofu and all the ministers. Then the Jinyui's domineering quite a few words. This matter, if it spreads to the capital, I'm afraid it won't end well. Gu Daong, who had sympathetically ordered someone to calm down the Chao Gang disciples, turned around and said to Shangwan Yin'er in a conspiratorial manner. And hearing this from the other party, the Shangwan commander with a sneer on his face replied, "How to end it? That's this commander's business. It's not yet the East Chamber's turn to tell them what to do." Good, good, good. Commander Shangwan, if this provokes a popular uprising, you will have to bear the consequences of this all by yourself. Turning pale, Gu Daiyun shouted, "Put." Hearing this, Kazuna immediately laughed. For this number of people in Chao Gang, the embroidered spring sword of the Jinyui will kill them cleanly. Ji Gang had just finished speaking. Wu Jingsheng, who was not inferior to the other party in terms of official rank, immediately opened his mouth and said, "Ji Qianhu, this governor, as the parent official of Yu Hang, never allow the brocade guards to kill innocents indiscriminately here. Also, what you have just said about the Chao Gang's arms trafficking, collaborating with the enemy and treason, and obstructing law enforcement are all the words of the Jinfu division. What if it's a case of lust? Therefore, this official, in conjunction with a number of key members of the Jiangnan prefecture, has petitioned the capital to intervene in this case, until there is empirical evidence, or a response. This official advises Ji Qianhu to put away his embroidered spring sword." As Lin Ruopo's protege and the representative of the Donglin party in Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng naturally had the courage to say this. Miso, Kazuna, who was not spoiling his opponent at all, drew his sword smoothly. Immediately afterward, the accompanying brocade guards, without fail, followed suit. There is no rule of taking back the sword that I, the Jinyui, have drawn. Seeing this scene, along with Wu Jingsheng and the Valley Master, the government officials, factory guards, also each pillow ready to go. All of a sudden, swords were drawn in the large ferry. Buzz, and just then, an ear-piercing sound of knives came from the river. The crowd of experts who felt this powerful blade intent subconsciously twisted their heads. Whoosh! Zira! In the next second, a Shan iron texture embroidered spring sword, impartially penetrated Zhou's head while piercing into the ground, and on top of the blade, a head was strung. Third in command? After seeing the bloody head, many Chao Gang disciples lost their voice and shouted out the name of the original owner. Boom! At first hearing this, there was an uproar. Buzz! The residual energy had not yet dissipated, and the Xiuquan saber blade that had penetrated the skulls of the two Zhou brothers was still swaying back and forth. But above the hilt of the blade, the name branded by the smithy was blatantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Su Shan? This is Su Shan's saber. When the person in the forefront saw the name on it, he subconsciously took off, and as soon as his words fell into his voice, a shout like a loud bell rang out from Su Shan on a cargo ship that was rapidly docking. The Chao Gang, up and down, trafficked in armaments, obstructed law enforcement, and collaborated with the enemy to commit treason. The witnesses are all there. Zhenfu Si, the general flag of the Jinyui, Su Shan, implores the Shangwan commander, Ji Qianhu, to immediately send troops to fight the bandits. Boom! The words fell out of his mouth as a crate of cargo was thrown onto the ferry with one arm. Wow! Along with that, the wooden box exploded. What rolled out was not only brocade and porcelain used for camouflage, but also weapons bearing the brand of the Ministry of War. Sizzle. In this instant, Wu Jingshang and Gu Danyong, whose pupils kept widening, first looked at each other for a moment. Immediately afterward, a shocked breath was sucked back, and to add to their disgrace, Lo Horse and Stan Shangguan Yenner, at this moment did not hesitate to give orders. All the brocade guards. Boom. Yes, the collective reply of the brocade guards, with their heads held high, resounded throughout the ferry. It was also more deafening than the wailing of the Chao Gang disciples just now. Immediately seize all properties under the name of the Chao Gang. Those who dare to resist, kill. Those who dare to obstruct law enforcement, kill. Anyone who dares to raise an army, kill. Along with Shangguan Yenner's 7 kills order, the genie guards, who had just been holding their breath, replied, I respectfully obey the holy order. As the words fell out of their mouths, each of them pounced on the Chao Gang disciples who had been grimacing at them before. Whoosh! Bang! Accompanied by the airborne explosion of a cloud-piercing bomb, the Jinyui, who were entrenched in various districts of Yuhang, brought out their swords at the same time. How dare you stare at me? Is this contempt for me? Kill! Turned around. Trying to run are you? Kill! Stepped on my foot? Negative? Kill! Just now, those few Chao Gang disciples, who had led the uproar, were directly wiped out by the brocade guards in front of Wu Jingshang and Gu Danyong. But at this time, the two of them, and the accompanying yamen and factory guards, motionless mortar and pestle, dare not say anything, in damning, let alone collaborating with the enemy in treason. Alone this private offense ordinance, but also as a whole ship, it would be enough to raise 3 clans. Anyone who dares to get involved with them is doomed. People have witnesses, physical evidence, and by the looks of it, they've made a catch. At this time, Wu Jingshang and Gu Danyong, even with the backing of Lin Shoufu and Xiao Dugong, did not dare to act out. Governor Wu, save us, Sheriff Shang. We usually call ourselves brothers and sisters. Cowhouse Captain. No matter how the disciples of the Chao Gang hissed, several of them turned a blind eye. Looks like the people from the government office have a good relationship with the Chao Gang. Ha, don't ever let the township fathers find something out. G Gang, can't tolerate a bit of sand in my eyes. Sharpening his sword, G Gang has just opened his bloody mouth. Wu Jingshang, Gu Dayong has someone to support, but the following people, it is a little bit of 6 gods. This, exactly, was the result of what Su Shan had plotted. Let these people disorganize themselves in public. Bang! Along with the cargo ship docking, Su Shan and the Green Birds group disembarked. Subordinate, Su Shan, Green Bird, see Shangguan Commander and Ji Qianhu. Without waiting for them to get off, Shangguan Yenner and Ji Gang, who were in a very relaxed mood, each held up their own heart. Bunny, that's a beautiful case. However, there is one more thing that requires your personal supervision. Su Shan, who heard Ji Gang's words, subconsciously raised his head to look at the other party. What? Treating me like a cow? You don't give me a chance to catch my breath? But in front of outsiders, he still clasped his fists and said, Subordinate, 10,000 deaths. That's not so. As he said this, Ji Gang took a few case files from the adjutant behind him and handed them to him. The Shiman family of the east side of the city, bullying and endangering the party. The evidence is overwhelming. You take the men at once and plow through his house. Remember, take the flag of the Jinfu division and give it to me. Anyone who dares to say the word no will be punished as an accomplice. Wow. The scene was in an uproar just after Ji Gang's words, and the face of Gu Deyuan, whose face had long been iron blue, was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Chapter 24, Plagiarizing the Family, hitting their faces, and Su Shan showing off his power. Kichido, your town's governor's hand has been stretched too far, hasn't it? Even if the Shiman family is bullying and endangering the party, that's still under the control of the yamen. It's not your turn to make a move, is it? Gu Deyuan, whose veins were bursting out, pulled his cockney voice and questioned, and just after his words were finished, Ji Gang, who was not at all accustomed to the other party, directly disliked him and said, what the yamen can manage, we, the Jinfu division, will manage, and what the yamen can't manage, we, the Jinfu division, will also manage. You, hear this, the Furious Valley with, not yet complete the words, Ji Gang directly added, the East Factory to Jinfu division to arrest people, all do not evidence. I also ordered people to bother to pull the surface work to do enough to give you face. Gu Dayun, Su Shan, here, work, yes, also, the few factory guards that are held within the dungeon, have them guarded. The East Factory doesn't give us a proper reason regarding this matter. When the East Factory's factory master comes, he won't even let anyone go. Yes, after collecting these case files, Su Shan, who had turned around, led people to prepare to go to the east of the city with a wave of his hand. On the occasion of rubbing shoulders with Gu Danyuan, he, who had never suffered such a great insult, coldly opened his mouth and said, "Young man, our family reminds you. Be a man. Be self-aware. Don't draw fire." Snap. After he finished these with gritted teeth, Shan, who had stopped his steps, glanced at the other party and said, "Valley Pal Mistress, this chief flag also reminds you of A. Next time the people from the East Chamber, when they go to the Jinfu division again, please let them bathe and burn incense. Each one smells fishy and old and disgusting." Ha ha. Just after Shan said this, Ji Gang laughed up in the air. Cackle. On the side, Gu Dayuan, furious, clenched his fists together, but there was nothing he could do about it. It's not over. Go. Knowing that staying here would only result in humiliation, Gu Dayuan, after viciously yelling this, turned around and left with his men. Pal Mistress Gu, calm down. After leaving the ferry, Wu Jingsheng rushed forward and said, "Rest in peace? Your people, didn't you say it was foolproof? How come it's such a big mess? Before coming here, the Empress Dowager specifically instructed our family, if Jifu Wu can't wipe clean the stains of Yuhang, let us wipe you off." Hearing this, Wu Jingsheng was drenched in cold sweat as he hurriedly accompanied him. "Minister Gu, these subordinates of my humble servant will not have any more problems. The only variable is Dai Jinshan, who was captured by the brocade guards and sent to the Imperial prison. My humble servant really has the heart to do it." After he finished saying all this, Gu Daiyan said with a face that was guilty of cruelty, "Our family, too, has come prepared. We'll take care of Dai Jinshan for you, but before that, you order someone to do something." After saying that, Gu Daiyun softly admonished several times, "Understood. In this matter, I will let my close friends personally go and do it will never be wrong." Nodding his head, Gu Danyuan, after looking at the back of Shan leading his troops away, said with a cold face, "This son of a must die, but don't be caught by the Jinfu division, catching the handle." "Yes, also, is the furnace pot we asked you to prepare ready?" "Prepared some, but Pal Mistress Gu is too demanding, and it's still not enough in quantity at the moment. However, please rest assured that my humble servant has already ordered a citywide search." Good. When our divine power becomes great, we will definitely tear Ji Gang's face off." While saying this, Gu Diyuan flashed his sharp nails. After sending Gu Deyong to the dark room to practice, Wu Jingsheng called his beloved Tian Boshan to his side. "Send a message to the Black Dragon Society via dead mailbox. Whoever kills Yamamoto 16, Jinyui Shan, take his information and put it in with him. Yes, you will personally lead the men and do as eunuch Gu has commanded. Make sure it's a hit." Hearing this, the confident Tian Boshan replied, "Please don't worry, Your Excellency. As long as it's not personally guarded by a Genie Wei deputy 1000 household level, my subordinate is 10% sure of it." "Yes, go for it, and order everyone down there to wipe their asses. Anyone who goes wrong, don't mind the fact that this official is ruthless." Understood. East of the city, Simon's house. The original door to the funeral hall was filled with people who had come to pay their respects. These people who originally watched the fire from the other side of the river. After seeing one of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber of Commerce, Gu Daiyun, personally for the Shiman family, each of them smelled the smell of swarming in. Su Yuma, the first lady in plain clothes, was not as pitiful as she was in front of Gu Daiyong and Wu Jingsheng. In its place, it is sharp and bossy. Take the opportunity to knock these guys good and proper. Don't think that the Shiman family has been devastated by the murder of our master and young master by a traitor. As long as Minister Gu and Governor Wu are still around, no one will dare to bare their teeth with the Shiman family. Yes. After he had finished saying this, the following people hurriedly chimed in softly. "In Yuhang, it is said that the people of the Jinfu Sea touch not? Ha! Yesterday, Shan, the brocade guard who disgraced our Shiman family, will be ruined today, whether he's a murderer or not. Anyone who offends our Shiman family, Pal Mistress Gu will make him pay with his life." Su Yuma's words made the people present, all of them, chilled. Over the years, because of the fall of imperial power, it resulted in the presence of the brocade guards being far less than before. But Yuhang Jinfu Sea, with Ji Gang sitting on the town, that is not who want to move, can move. Even the Yamen had to be avoided. But today, listening to Su Yuma's words, the East Chamber is going to join forces with the Yamen and lash out at the Zenfuji? Then, in the future, you have to hold on to the big tree that is the Shiman family. Seeing the crowd, the expression of flattery, Su Yuma is very satisfied with his own today's fox fake tiger. A lieutenant from a mudblood wants to ride on top of the Shiman family? Then take your life and make a stand. Snap. And just as Su Yuma was gloating, an underling hurriedly ran in. "Put, grand lady." Immediately on his knees he cried out, "What's the rush? Su Shan." He was incoherent, and after only opening his mouth, Su Yuma violently got up and said, "Is it the Valley Pal Mistress? Who has captured that dog surnamed Su?" Just in time. "This, madam, will make him kowtow in front of my master and young master's spirit table in front of everyone and admit his mistake. It's all because of his heart if he doesn't get stoned in the sky. Where is he?" Bang! Bam! Su Yume's words had just been finished when the main door, which was half hidden, was kicked open. Immediately afterward, dozens of brocade guards entered with swords. Seeing this sudden scene, not to mention the guests at the scene, even Su Yuma was alarmed. "You, what are you doing?" Just as her words had fallen, Shan, dressed in a black flying fish suit, stepped through the threshold of the Shiman family. Sweeping the crowd with a cold smile, he said, "The brocade guards have been ordered to copy the family. Idle people, get out." Chapter 25, returning home in clothes and congratulating the 8 directions. Boom! Su Shan's deafening words had truly caused the crowd at the scene to be in an uproar, and Su Yuma, whose brain was buzzing, sprinted forward after regaining her senses. With a fierce face, she pointed her halberd finger angrily at Su Shan. "Who gave you the guts to raid the Shiman family? How many lives do you have? Enough to be chopped by the East Factory schoolmaster?" Snap! Su Shan, who wasn't used to the other party at all, raised his hand and slapped him. Put! Ow! Su Yuma, who had been hard slapped to the ground, let out a miserable scream. Su Shan, who had a cold face, spoke. "This is the first and last time. Dare to obstruct law enforcement again. Shoot to kill." The oily killing intent also caused the guests and the Shiman family to feel alarmed. Su Yuma, whose half of her face had been slapped into a pig's head, hissed after being helped up by her subordinates. Although there was panic written in her eyes, she still pretended to be calm. "You, do you dare to tell me? Who are you? Wait, when the Valley Master comes, I'll make sure to make you look good." Ha! Hearing this, Su Shan sneered. "Genie Wei." Su Shan, gulp. By the time the crowd at the scene, after hearing this name, many people couldn't help but swallow a deep mouthful of spit. Su Shan? Wasn't he targeted by the Valley Headmaster and said he was doomed? How are you standing here in one piece? How dare you lead your troops to raid Simon's house? Senior, there's a result from the ferry. The Yamen and the East Chamber joined forces, and neither of them were able to keep the Chao gang. The entirety of the Jinui arrested the disciples of the Chao gang. What? Is that true? 1,000 times over. Also, Ji Qianhu of the Jinfu Division completely fell out with the East Factory school boss. Order Su Shan, the chief flag of the brocade guards, to come and copy the house. Let's not stay here. Let's hurry up and go. When the gods fight, a single fart that pops out is enough to bring us to ruin. Outside the hearth, the shrill sound of conversation, in such silence, reached everyone's ears. In a flash, the Shiman family's foreign relatives and collateral relatives who were still indecisive originally all chose to leave at the first opportunity. Even they were running like rabbits, not to mention the guests on the scene. Not much longer, the Shiman family, which had just been swarming with people, was once again rare. What are you all waiting for? Copy the house. Yes, along with Su Shan's order, dozens of brocade guards directly made their move. Instead of copying the family, it would be better to turn the Simon family upside down. The brocade guards who knew about their own chief flag, and the feud with the Shiman family, brought more or less personal emotions to the process. Wow, bandits, you guys still let us live. I die before you. After seeing her own backer, not good in front of Su Shan, Su Yuma began to stage a cry. 2, 3 hangings. If you're going to die, be quick about it, just so you can be buried with your master and young master, and save money on a coffin. After coldly throwing down these words, Su Shan turned around and pulled the stool, directly blocking the main entrance. His gesture, obviously admonishing all the Shiman family members, whether you die or not has nothing to do with Lao Zi. But since I came to raid the family, you can't bring one thing out. Su Shan's determination completely made the people of the Shiman family feel despair. Nothing to do. Taking advantage of this time, Su Shan extrapolated all of the 20 years of cultivation he had gained into his new martial art, the Golden Bell Mask, along with the beginning of the deduction. All the essences about the Golden Bell Shield were poured into Su Shan's mind one by one. The Golden Bell Shield is divided into 4 styles and 12 layers. They are, refining the body, bronze wall, refinement of Qi, body protecting true Qi, refining strength, subduing the dragon and conquering the tiger, as well as the last stance, the Vajra body protector, of Qi energy unification. This Gong method, the first 3 styles and 9 layers, could only be called a superior Gong method, but if, by the 4th style can be practiced to great perfection, it will transcend the absolute martial arts, and push straight to the utmost. In the first year of quenching the Golden Bell Mask, you who possessed the supreme internal martial arts mindset did twice as much with half the effort. and quickly grasped the first layer of the bronze wall and the iron wall. In the 5th year of the storm, your physique has been greatly tempered, and you have just mastered the 3rd layer of the bronze wall. In the 10th year of Heaven's Way, you who have gained a deeper understanding of Qi have mastered the externalization of internal energy and the overflowing of Qi beyond the surface of the body. For 20 years, you, who have never stopped fighting and practicing Qi, have finally refined the Golden Bell shield to the 6th layer. At this point, your true Qi can be released and contracted freely. Boom! Along with the completion of the deduction, Shan, who had already comprehended the first 2 layers of the Golden Bell mask, completely released his true Qi. Under the reflection of the sunlight, a purple chakra lingered outside his body. At this moment, he felt that his defense had reached an astonishing realm. Innate 5th grade great perfection? However, possessing the many divine techniques added to his arsenal allowed Shan to face the innate 7th grade, or even the 8th grade, and have the power to fight. It was also at the time when Shan was deducing the Golden Bell mask. The news that he had led his troops to raid Shimon's house had spread over 10 miles and 8 streets. Of course, along with the rumor, there was still the news of his promotion to the general banner of the Brocade Guards. The official rank of being the 7th rank also allowed him to step into the ranks of the official masters. What did you say? Shan led a raid on the Shimon family, and he's now been promoted to chief banner of the Brocade Guards? Within the Jin family in the east of the city, Jean Lien, whose small belly was slightly rumbling, questioned her own father, Jean Shan, with an exaggerated expression. Yes, it's the youngest chief banner the Jinfu division has ever had, and I've heard that the from the capital still hold it in extremely high regard. It is widely rumored in the outside world that the reason why he went out of his way to offend the people of the East Chamber by copying the Shimon family is because you rushed to the red face. Hearing this, Jean Lien replied with a confident smile, "It has to be. Shan has died for me. Father, I'll freshen up and we'll take the marriage certificate to the Su family. I'm sure he'll definitely be able to renew his relationship when he sees me there in person to congratulate him. So, what about the baby in your belly? The sinful seed of the Shimon family, don't want it. Su Lang, if he knew that I didn't even want someone else's child for him, he would have been moved to tears." Shan, who had finished raiding the house and handing over his duties, then steered his horse back home in black clothes. Back, crackle, bam. He had just returned to the alleyway when some of his neighbors, who were guarding the area, set off firecrackers. Shan, who didn't have a big trust, hastily dismounted. One by one, he made a polite greeting. "Mother, I'm home." "Good. Burn incense for your father later and tell him the happy news." "Mother, don't cry. Aren't we at the end of our suffering?" Yeah. So what? Set the table today. No one is allowed to leave." "Good." It was also when the crowd was clustering around Shan and official Master Su as they walked towards the courtyard. A whiny voice resounded in the ears of the crowd at first. "Su Lang, At the sound of the voice, he looked over, only to see the flamboyantly dressed Golden Lotus, twisting her waist towards him. "Is this here to disgust me on the big day?" Chapter 26 Attack in the Wasteland. Sword in Shadow. Before even waiting for Shan to say what was in his heart, the Pushing female Golden Lotus had already come over. "Congratulations to Su Lang, promoted to Chief Flag, the man that I, Golden Lotus, love is truly a man among men." The undisguised Golden Lotus said this with affection. In her opinion, Shan must have been moved to tears at this moment. "Get out." The cold word really made the smile on Jillian's face instantly freeze there. On second thought, she muttered inwardly, "I must have hurt him too deeply." Before thinking of this, Jillian restored her green tea smile and pushed Shan. "Nasty. Su Lang, I know you're still mad at me. People already know their mistakes. Also, I've already decided that it's not your child and I don't want it. In the future, people will only teach each other beside you. Is this news? Surprise? After saying that, Jillian even winked towards Shan. At this moment, Shan, who was as nauseated and stomach-churning as if he had drunk a mouthful of, couldn't hold himself together any longer and directly raised his hand. Snap! Ouch! Slapped across the face, Golden Lotus hobbled back a few steps. If it wasn't for the Jean family pulling behind her, she would have just flown out. "Who gave you the confidence to run out and disgust me at this time? Dirt that dogs hate. If you don't get lost, I'll decisively slap the faces of your entire family." Whoops! Hearing this, Jean Lien, who was in pearly blossom, pinched her throat and said, "Su Lang, are you not in love with me anymore and have moved on? I can't even stand it." Hit her. This time, there was no need for Shan to even make a move. The neighbors on the side, all of them couldn't hold their arms in. "Come in flamboyant, go out pudgy." But even so, in Jillian's opinion, it was still Shan testing her sincerity. "When I get rid of the baby, he'll come around when he sees what I'm actually doing." Having made up her mind, Jinlian was ready to go back to fetch the money for the bone setter. But in front of the house, he ran into Su Yuma, who was no longer homeless. Before the two women, they were still at each other's throats for entering the Shiman family's door. Gu, isn't this the first lady of the Shiman family? How did you get copied? Got nowhere else to go? Oh, I'm not like you. My family, Su Lang, is still testing me. Once he comes around, I could be the official's wife. Hearing Jilian's words, Su Yuma coldly said, so, all the rumors from the outside world are true. That dog surnamed Su is targeting the Shiman family so much just for you. Ha, now you know my charm, don't you? Put. Just as Jilian's words finished, Su Yuma, who was holding the only remaining hairpin in her hand, stabbed the other party several times, until she ran out of steam and kept poking. Murder. Kingsford and his wife, who saw this scene, hissed hysterically, but at this time, Su Yuma, who had long since killed her eyes, pounced on them. On the occasion of the Su family's feast for their neighbors, Su Shan went alone to the back ridge to pay homage to Su's father. For this cheap dad, Su Shan had no impression at all. However, it is undeniable that it is the connections he left behind in the Jinfu division that allowed Su Shan to be taken care of in many ways. It is reasonable to burn incense and pay homage. Old Su, your case file. Uncle Chin left it to me. Don't worry, in the future, as long as I run into someone from the Black Dragon Society, no matter where they are, I won't be merciful. A family feud can't be forgotten in this lifetime. Click. Just as Su Shan was burning yellow paper, a crisp sound of a broken branch in the deserted back of the ridge alerted him sharply. Next, sensing something, he instantly fishtailed out of position. During this time, the protective true chi wrapped around the body, Lingbo Weibu, unfolding at full strength. Bam! Also in the moment he left, dozens of ninja shuriken, densely stabbed into the ground, on top of the stone monument, and even more so, knocked over the still burning fire pot. LOL. At the same time, the originally soft ground suddenly surged with several earth packs, and these dirtbags, they keep moving. It eventually converged on the location where Su Shan had landed. Bang! Wow! For black shadows, pulling out of the ground. The katanas held tightly in their hands coincidentally slashed at Su Shan, who was right in the center. Miso. In this instant, the embroidered spring sword, which was tightly held in Su Shan's hand, was blatantly sheathed. Mountains and rivers shatter. Power swing. Pizzicato. The silhouettes of people were interlaced, and swords were glowing. The broken blade, the disembodied head, along with the splattered blood, all smashed to the ground in pieces. Pa! The moment he landed, Su Shan confidently turned back, not bothering to look at the completely dismembered black shadows. Instead, under the augmentation of Lingbo Wei stepping, he rushed towards the dense forest not far away. The sword divides yin and yang. Get out! Boom! Wow! Along with the powerful blade intent, it instantly exploded. The other few black shadows that were hiding here also appeared in front of Su Shan's eyes. Whoosh! The embroidered spring sword has not been collected. Hidden in Su Shan's cloak inside the flying dagger, brazenly arrived. Put! The flying dagger penetrated the enemy's neck before piercing the bush hard. Those few black shadows that were driven out by the knife intent, all of them were hit by the knife and then fell in response. Phew! Su Shan, who stood with his sword, did not let his guard down due to their deaths. His sharp senses made him perceive that there was an even stronger stream of opponents hiding around him. Whoosh! The black shadow that fit perfectly with the surrounding tree trunks stabbed, from top to bottom, at Su Shan, who was underneath the tree. The sharp katana, mixed with cold killing intent, arrived at great speed. Dang! Su Shan, who hadn't even raised his head, utilized only his meticulous perception to fling his arm to block the blade. Immediately afterward, he who swung his sword in a smooth manner, like a high-speed rotating meat grinder, churned the opponent's blade from top to bottom. Zira! Ow! In the end, even the arm of this killer was swallowed up together. Go to hell! Until this moment, the opponent who could give Su Shan the creeps finally couldn't hold back and struck out directly. A cold light appeared. Su Shan, who didn't dare to be arrogant, secretly urged his Lingbo Wei steps while his protective true chi was wrapped around his body. Pound! Zira! Boom! Two streams of chi energy, a strong collision. In an indistinguishable blast for a split second, Su Shan and the killer quickly pulled away from each other. Snap! Su Shan, who had continuously rolled in the air, still stumbled back a few steps before barely standing still when he landed on the ground. The assassin on the other side of the street was able to stab his katana into the tree trunk behind him to stabilize his pace. His powerful slash was blocked by his protective true chi. However, Su Shan's blade left a bloody mark on his shoulder. Bagger! The killer, who saw all of this with a crooked head, offhandedly said something that also caused Su Shan's blood to boil. Chapter 27, Handing Down the Enemy, Leaving No One Behind. Son of a, Ghosts? No wonder the blood stinks so bad. Shan, who wiped the blood on his embroidered spring sword with his cuff, had a cold and stern look on his face. As soon as he finished his words, the Oni across the street, in extremely fluent Mandarin, replied, "You're much better than your father, by a long shot. I wasn't this tough when I was ordered to kill him a few years ago." Cackle. Hearing these words, Shan's hand, which was tightly gripping the embroidered spring sword, clenched a few more times. The Black Dragon Society? Jie. After Shan had revealed the other party's origin, this ninja with the strength of a superior 7th grade let out a treacherous cold voice. "It was only after I got your information today that I regretted back then, being too much of a womanizer and not taking you son of a down with me. Your father's previous experience doesn't seem to have been enough to wake you up. You dare to kill all the people from the east? Simply looking for death." Hearing this, the corners of Shan's mouth rose slightly. At the moment, his smile looked so hideous. "Family feuds and all, in front of my father. If I don't get you killed today, I'm afraid I can't even hold down his old coffin board." Miso. As the words fell out of his mouth, Shan, who no longer spoke half a sentence of nonsense, raised his internal energy outwardly. With the augmentation of the Ling Bo-wei steps, he rushed towards the other party with astonishing speed. A purple body protection true chi lingered in front of his body. The hatred engraved in his bones caused the present-day him to burst out with a chi and killing intent that surpassed his own strength. "Today it's either you die or I die." Miso. Dang. The flying daggers blocked all the routes that the opponent could dodge out of the way. The strongest strike that was mixed with the great perfection blade intent was instantly slashed out by Shan after the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Zera. The sun and the moon have no light. The bloodied blade slashed down from top to bottom. Along with the ground, a hideous chasm was blasted out. The sky-high tree outside of Shumi was even collapsing at this moment. As for the superior ninja in front of Shan, his eyes were lax and stunned. Next, split in two. The blood mist filled the air. Pa! Shan, who had crossed the level to kill dogs, was also overwhelmed at this moment as his body leaned forward. The embroidered sword that stabbed into the ground made propped up his corpse. After briefly making a rest, Shan placed one hand on top of the other party's body, peering into the secrets within the hour or so before the other party's body. In the half hour before his death, this ninja, who was honored as the Shadow General, was the one who arranged the assassination. It was the nearly 50 minutes of further extrapolation that provided the information Shan wanted. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? Before, they were all hiding in the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? After seeing the scene of them pouring out, Shan keenly captured their hiding place. Moving on, he saw a middle-aged man dressed as a rich man, holding Shan's information, saying in Chinese to the Shadow General and several men around him, "Check it out. Just got it firsthand. The one who beheaded Yamamoto 16 was this Chinaman. That dog, Shan." After seeing his profile, I realized that his father, the original father, was Su Xian, the chief flag of the Jinui who almost found out about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce back then. Hearing this Shadow General blamed himself. "Lord Kajamusha, it was my subordinate's incompetence back then that prevented me from eliminating the roots." As soon as he finished his words, the middle-aged man said in a cold voice, "Then take the shadow guards now and go finish him off. The blood vengeance of the Imperial warriors must be paid back in the blood of these. That dog's blood to pay back." Hi, MOC hi. Yes, Kajizo-sama. Cooperate with all of the Shadow General's actions and never let anything go wrong. Yes. When Shan heard the name MOC hi, his face became gloomy. As a famous rich merchant in Yuhang, he is ostensibly happy to give gruel and has an excellent reputation in the area. Many of the children of the Cold family to the Beijing examination, also by him to bear the travel expenses. This has led a number of accomplished men to take extreme care of his estate. But who would have thought that he was a scout from the east? The famous Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Yuhang is the Black Dragon Society stronghold in Yuhang. Ding dong. The system releases a hidden mission: revenge for my father. Mission, kill MOC Hai, who lured Su Xian to the outskirts of the city back then, as well as the Shadow General who made a move to claim his life. Mission progress, 1/2. Mission reward, 40 years of cultivation. Ding dong. Release the mission, Su Xian's last wish. Mission, destroy the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation and the Nine Suns Sutra. After hearing these two system beeps, Shan looked towards his own father's grave not too far away, then spoke, "Old Su, the rice is being fed to your mouth. This cheap son of mine will never let you down." Whoosh, bang. After muttering this, Shan pulled the cloud-piercing bullet. Not long after, Qin Shandong and his party, who had been eating at the Su family's banquet, hurriedly arrived. After seeing this bloody scene at the scene, they came forward to inquire about Su Shan's condition. "I'm fine. They're all from the Black Dragon Society. These dog bastards." Hearing this, Qin Changdong spoke viciously. Uncle, arrange for my mother to go and stay with my aunt for the next few days. There have been a lot of grudges lately, and I'm afraid they don't say anything. Uncle will arrange it. Shan, who only made a simple rest, hurried back to the Jinfu division. Shangguan Yenner and Ji Gang, who were informed that he was attacked by the Black Dragon Society, came out of the Imperial prison to ask what happened. In the face of the two's concern, Shan smiled and teased, a blessing in disguise. If they don't sneak up on me, where will I obtain the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang? What did you say? You know about the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang? Hearing this, the pleasantly surprised Kazuna directly inquired. Yes, it's at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. That's where my father checked back then, when he was tricked out of the city by Mochi and assassinated. From the information I've tortured, the one hiding here is at least one Shadowzer of the Black Dragon Society, with a strength equivalent to that of the sovereign realm in our area. The rest are equipped with shadow generals, 2 or 3 at least. After Shan had finished saying this, Shangguan Yenner, whose eyes were filled with killing intent, coldly said, a net kill, and it has to be all in one place. After a few moments of silence, Shangguan Yenner opened her mouth and said, 1000 title G. I remember that the Chao Gang and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce also have business dealings, right? Right. And the exchanges are frequent. Use this as a reason to thoroughly investigate the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. This commander will lead the men and go directly to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to beat the bushes. Ji Qianhu was familiar with the surrounding terrain, and led his troops to capture the turtle in the outer jar. When Shangguan Yenner had finished arranging all of this, Shan, who had already recuperated, took the initiative to volunteer. Commander Shangguan, subordinate will join you. I have to avenge my father's death myself. Yes. Chapter 28, and earn to kill. Within the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Mochi, who was seen by outsiders as a good-natured and charitable person, now stood groveling beside the Black Dragon Society's shadow sergeant in Yuhang Koji Yanabe and reported something. You said the Chao Gang has 2 ledgers, Yin and Yang? Hearing this, Koji Inoue, who had turned around violently, lost his voice and questioned. Yes, this is something that even Jing Shenwu didn't expect. The secret share dividends that the Chao Gang paid to various local officials and clansmen were all operated through the Yongqing pawnshop under his name. Officials and members of the scholarly families send people with broken brass and iron to Yongqing pawnshops every month to exchange them for silver at the price of Kuei Bao. The records on the books. The brocade guards can't find any substantial evidence, but Zhou Long secretly kept his hand in, ordered to clearly record the accounts of the various officials and scholarly clans involved. It also includes, for example, those who help us to transport ordnance and military food and sell private salt. As soon as Mochi's words were finished, a furious Inoue Koji immediately spoke. Bugger, Wu Jingsheng, the accomplished branch of that pig, Kajamusha, calm down. Upon learning of this, Wu Jingsheng has sent someone to resolve it. He'd better work this out perfectly. For the Black Dragon Society to be able to spend a large amount of resources to push him to this position and become Lin Ruopo's protege, that's a blessing he's had in 8 lifetimes. If this goes badly, I will implore the Shadow Lord to order the flower of the Empire, which lurks on his pillow, to learn his dog's life. Hearing this, Mochi was surprised. Flower of the Empire? Yes, she is a warrior under the direct leadership of the Shadow Lord. The exact identity is unknown even at my level. It's mysterious and powerful. As he said this, a cold, stern smile appeared on Inoue Koji's face. The Empire is mighty, but Lord Kajamusha, things are not irreparable at the moment. This case is so wide-ranging that the top has sent the 8 tigers of the East Chamber to deal with the matter. Remember the contact with Wu Jingsheng, and keep it mysterious. We can't let anyone know about our disguised identity and stronghold in Yuhang. Hi, snap. It was also right after Mochi had finished saying this that a rush of footsteps sounded outside the door. President Mo. What is it? There's a large number of brocade guards coming outside. The Jinyui? What are they doing here? It says that during the thorough investigation of the Chao Gang, it was discovered that our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has numerous business dealings with them. Let's hand over our books and cooperate with the investigation. After hearing this, Mochi replied, got it. I'll go down in a while. Yes. After the deputy went down, Koji Inabe inquired, there won't be any mistakes, will there? Any news from the Shadow General? A superior 7th grade Shadow General with a whole group of Shadow Guards. Killing a single Shan isn't a piece of cake? As for this side, it's just the brocade guards being sick and desperate. As far as I know, there are 10, if not 20, merchants being routinely questioned today. With my current prestige in Yuhang, they wouldn't dare to touch the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce without solid evidence. After confidently saying this, Mochi added, for safety's sake, Please Shadowswa and the rest of the Shadow Generals. It's better to hide in the dark room first. Good. With Mochi twisting a not-so-obvious porcelain vase for them, a secret door presented itself to Inoue Koji and the others. After making sure there were no more mistakes at the scene, he turned to go out. When he arrived at the front hall and saw the many brocade guards, a fawning Mochi took the initiative to go forward and said, "So many officials visiting the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. It is really a humble place." Cygnus, who didn't give a crap about him, directly stated the purpose of his visit. There was even a request to take all the books away. This really made it difficult for Mochi. Good words, but the other side of the oil and salt. Instead, Su Shan's appearance indirectly relieved him. President Mo. Let's take a step to talk. After calming the green bird's emotions, Su Shan falsely led Mochi towards the secluded corridor outside the main hall. The admiral from the capital knows very little about the good deeds of Mo Huizi in the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Yuhang, hence this attitude. Who wouldn't give President Mo a few favors for a local errand boy like me? Hearing this, not only Mochi, but even the subordinates on the side, all dropped their guard. Is this the same as the previous officials who are here to fight? Therefore, after coming to the corridor where no one was around, Mochi stuffed a stack of silver tickets into Su Shan's hands, and said with a fawning look on his face, "Then, I'll trouble this official to help my little one in the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to say a few words of goodwill." To be. The action skillfully put the silver ticket, stuffed into the inner pocket of Su Shan, smiling very hypocritical. Dare I ask the official what his name is? Afterward, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce also has a heavy gift to send to your house. After the other party finished saying this, the smile on Su Shan's face gradually turned cold. What? Mo Woodko doesn't even recognize me? Only read the information of Su Shan. Have not seen its real Mochi? First a stun followed by a smile. Forgive me for my clumsiness in the eyes. No, you should be familiar with the father of the family as well. Your father is? As Mochi said this, Su Shan, who had come to his side, replied word for word, "My father, the chief flag of the Jinfu division, Su Xian." Sizzle. Your, put. Su Shan, who had one hand on his opponent's shoulder, copied the short blade with his other hand and stabbed into his opponent's chest one after another. President Mo. It's really a nobleman. Today, didn't you also arrange for Shadow General to assassinate me? Su, Mountain, Zira. Su Shan, who had a dark force in his hand, instantly solved the other party's dog's life without further ado. If he hadn't wanted to be informed in time, he would have lynched the son of A. To outsiders, the two men who were hooking up at this moment were secretly negotiating some kind of deal. But Su Shan, through his psychic powers, was already recreating the AI images of Mochi's life with Shadowswa. The conversation between the other side was in full ING island language. This makes Su Shan repent. If I had known, I wouldn't have fast-forwarded through the little movie in my last life. Maybe one of those HD Chinese situational dialogues still works now. However, he had watched the process of Mochi turning the vase mechanism and hiding Shadowswood inside. It was also while Su Shan was rapidly absorbing this information that Shangguan Yinner, who was cooperating with him in his act, glanced at such a glance and then inquired of the green bird beside him. Is it reliable? General Flag Su is absolutely reliable in his work. Hearing that Qingdao, who had only handled a case with Su Shan once, had replied with such confidence, Shangguan Yinner's gaze towards that figure became even more curious. Good. Mo Keiko, then you can rest here first, and leave the following matters to me. After purposely pulling his voice to finish saying this, Su Shan, who had folded back into the main hall alone, nodded heavily towards Shangguan Yinner. Next, Shangguan Yinner, who had complete trust in him, directly ordered, "Do it." Chapter 29, Uprooted. Reward arrives. Apart from the bunch of losers in the inspection department, the Jinui who went down to Jiangnan with Shangguan Yinner this time are all called elites, with her command. However, any Chamber of Commerce guards who made any movement were instantly beheaded. The rest of the people were even the first to be controlled on the spot. Su Shan, on the other hand, led Shangguan Yinner, Qingbird and the experts of the innate realm straight to the backyard. What do you do? This is no place for you. Get out. Whoosh. Zira. The two guards guarding the archway of the backyard had just yelled this. The two flying daggers had already pierced into the other party's neck. The accompanying genie guards who saw this scene were each shocked by Su Shan's hand. The moment the two guards transported their energy, those of them keenly captured their opponent's strength of around the 7th rank of the Hotian. But just like this, the Hotian martial artist who could have secured a small flag position in the Jinfu division was killed by Su Shan with a single slash through the air. There are no false starts. Obviously, his strength completely exceeded the perception of everyone present. Snap. The hissing of the two guards drew the attention of several experts in the backyard. But as soon as they showed up, Shangguan Yinner, whose eyes were full of coldness, directly opened her mouth and said, "A quick battle." Yes. Whoosh. Just as her words fell, several innate realm brocade guards directly rushed over. The sharp swordsmanship quickly resolved several people. It was only after 2 innate 4th grade experts appeared that they stopped. Delay. Miso. Shangguan Yener, who was about to enter the study with Shan, drew her sword in passing when she saw that her subordinates, within 10 moves, had failed to resolve these several innate experts. Under tens of meters apart, the mountainous sword strength, surging and surging, came towards the enemy too. Dang. Put. Next, the 2 innate foes were still in the same position they had just held their swords, but his pupils kept dilating, but he was stunned in place as if he had been electrocuted, until blood runs down their brains. It was only then that the 2 men were overwhelmed and fell to the ground in response. This, really raw. Shan, who glanced at Shangguan Yener with his bladder, muttered in his heart. Bang! With a slash that cut through the door of the room that was locked tightly, Shan kicked it open in one smooth motion. Immediately after that, the light-hearted man went straight to the mechanism of that dark door. If you didn't know, you'd think it was his house. Squeak! Along with the vase being twisted, the secret door slowly opened. Whoosh! Look out! The ninja shuriken that pounced on them came towards Shan. Dang! But before he could move to dodge, Shangguan Yener's figure instantly flashed in front of it. With a wave of his big hand, he immediately urged his chi and actually condensed a wind wall, while blocking these ninja shuriken. The blade strength that came out in the same direction, even more so, chopped within the dark passage with lightning speed. Bang! Boom! Ow! Bagger! Follow this Kajizo and kill them all to avenge the Imperial warriors. Hi! Inside the dark passage, the piercing bird's voice resounded in the ears of several people at first. Shangguan Yener, who was usually a man of few words, merely spat out the word charge in a cold and stern manner, and then went in ahead of the others. The green bird that followed closely behind, his gun came out like a dragon, killing, unwilling to lag behind. Shan will never let go of this time. The county record, genealogy on a single page of the opportunity. Bone will be on these Japanese invaders, hate the Jinui, but also each like a chicken blood general pugilistic. This matchup sent the crowd straight into berserk mode from the moment Koji Inoue cursed out bagger, killing. It permeated the entire cul-de-sac. Protect Lord Kajamusha. Koji Inabe, who was just about to avenge the Imperial warrior, didn't even last more than 20 moves under Shangguan Yener before he had his arm chopped off. The shadow generals who rushed over on hearing the news went forward to impede the footsteps of several people, trying to buy time for Koji Inabe's escape. However, this act of theirs is tantamount to a moth to a flame. Leave me alone. Take the roster and evacuate the other exit of the cul-de-sac immediately. As long as our infiltration structure remains in place, the Shadow Lord will send someone here again. Hi. Forcing himself to endure the pain of his broken arm, Koji Inabe gave the last order he would ever give in his lifetime. Cut him off. Shan, who had keenly captured this, charged with all his might. Snapping around, Koji Inoue's eyes turned red as he recited a doggy mantra. In the next second, his body instantly became swollen. None of you are leaving today. The knowledgeable Shangguan Yener's face instantly became grave after seeing this scene. Blood explosion? All out of the way. Miso. As she said this, Shangguan Yener once again utilized her chi to catalyze a wall of wind that brazenly blocked in front of the crowd. Bang! Rumble! The explosive sound that was comparable to a patriarch-level self-destructing dantian resounded throughout the dark passage and beyond. The force and power that impacted the crowd was blocked by Shangguan Yener's wind wall, but it also caused her ears to ring and her consciousness to go into a brief coma. Wow! And just then, the overburdened cul-de-sac collapsed sharply with it. Shan, who was the closest to Shangguan Yener, wrapped his arms around the and dashed towards the outside with his legs drawn. Commander Shangguan, you can't be okay. Yener, how can I live without you? At the moment when he saw Shangguan Yener seemingly unconscious, Shan, who was a theater master, began his performance. Miso, slowly waking up, Shangguan Yener, after sensing something, held her blade at the neck of this guy. Get your stinking hands off me. Ha, accident, pure accident. Just now, my subordinate was also eager to save someone's life. As he muttered this, Shan's right hand reluctantly moved away from Shangguan Yener's chest, and where he had just tightly grasped, an extremely obvious palm print was left behind. Damn, this is really loaded. Commander Shangguan, how are you doing? Cyan Bird and the others, who then escaped the dark tunnel, rushed forward and asked. It's fine, our commander is only a minor sexual scratch. Oh no, a minor injury. As Shan said this in a serious manner, Shangguan Yener glanced viciously at this guy. If it weren't for the fact that others are saying that this guy is pure character, whether intentional or not, with such a strong hand alone, the leg would have been broken for him. Then commander, no harm done. Those Japanese who could make Kagemusha fight to the death to escort them must have something important in their hands. As soon as Shangguan Yenner finished her words, an ear-splitting sound of fighting resounded from the outskirts of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Apparently, Ji Gang, who was waiting for a rabbit on the periphery, has already led his troops to intercept those few who missed the net. Ding dong! A quarter of an hour later, the system's beeps resounded in Su Shan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, Avenge Your Father's Death. Rewarded, 40 years of cultivation. Ding dong! Contribute to the host's completion of the mission Sushian's Last Wish. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation and the Nine Suns Sutra. Chapter 30, Innate 7th Grade. Flatfoot. After the rewards arrived, Su Shan first took his 40 years of cultivation and extrapolated it onto the Golden Bell. Facing shadow generals and strong Japanese enemies one after another made him deeply realize the importance of his own defense. If it wasn't for the bronze wall and the protective true chi, he wouldn't have been able to retreat in one piece tonight. In the 21st year of tirelessly quenching the Golden Bell Mask, you, who have already skillfully mastered the outward expansion of internal energy, have gained a new understanding of chi energy. Time passes quickly. In the 30th year of quenching the Golden Bell Mask, the chi energy spreads across your entire body, and you, with your boundless strength, have finally fully grasped the subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger, without slacking off. In the 40th year of quenching the Golden Bell Mask, you, who cross the chi with your strength, have made the power of subduing dragons and tigers, transformed from intangible to tangible. With this, you have deduced the power of Vajra. The efforts of the first armor have allowed you to explore the mysteries of the power of the Vajra. The chi overflows, and the Vajra protects your body. Cackle. This deduction had also caused Su Shan's muscles, bones, and tendons to be greatly tempered. Clenching his fists, he simply swung his arms in a smooth. The wind of the fist then brought over the shrubs next to him, and the wigwam that was struck was even split into pieces. Shangguan Yenner and the others, who were leading a search of the Chamber of Commerce, subconsciously turned their heads to look at the sound. After seeing Su Shan's movement of withdrawing his momentum, his diaphanous brows frowned tightly. It seems like he's gotten stronger again. Was it during the battle that a new realization was made? Just as Shangguan Yenner had said, the 40 years of cultivation deduction had not only allowed Su Shan's Golden Bell shield to reach a great circle, it had also allowed him to step into the early stage of the innate 7th grade. For that matter, there's still 50 years of cultivation and the Nine Suns Sutra to use. However, after seeing the shocked looks that his fellow officers had cast, Su Shan did not continue. The Lord's Commander, the Japanese pirates who fled outside have all been purged. This is the roster recovered from them. It's all in Japanese. I only recognize a few fonts that imitate Chinese. The rest are as crooked as maggots. While saying this, Ji Gang handed the roster to Shangguan Yenner. Immediately go to the Honglu Temple and find a tonsure interpreter who knows Japanese. This is most likely a list of the Black Dragon Society's lurkers in Yuhang. Yes. After the subordinates had gone to arrange the matter, Ji Gang turned around and kicked Su Shan, saying, "Bunny boy can do it." Another new feat. Everyone in the room knew that just by killing a shadow sergeant and several shadow generals of the Black Dragon Society tonight, it would be enough for Su Shan to rise through the ranks. Su Shan, who wasn't subtle at all when he was with Ji Gang, pretended to be a big-tailed wolf and shook his head. TSK, old G, I really envy you for having such an awesome bombastic subordinate like me. You're getting a little flirty, aren't you? Calling you fat and you're still breathing? Ha ha. By the time Ji Gang had finished saying this, there was a roar of laughter. There were 0 deaths on the side of the Brocade Guards, and in return, the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang was completely annihilated, so they were naturally in a good mood. That list, once translated, belongs to them with more credit. Therefore, each was in a good mood. Even Shangguan Yenner revealed a rare faint smile. With General Banner Su's current merits and strength, after returning to the capital, this commander personally asked for a reward for him for 100 households, all of which felt that he had lost. Oh, hearing Shangguan Yenner's words, Yuhang's old colleagues who came in with Ji Gang were shocked. You should know that promotion in the Jinfu division is extremely harsh, especially in terms of strength. Without an innate 3rd or 4th grade, the position of 100 households, don't even think about it. The shadow general that he single-handedly killed earlier had at least the strength of an innate 6th or 7th grade. This punch that he just sensed the fist technique and blasted. Even this commander had to avoid it when he faced off head-on. Sizzle. When Shangguan Yenner said these words, everyone at the scene took in a deep breath of cool air. Returning to his senses, Ji Gang clearly recognized that the small temple of Yuhang could not hold the big Buddha Su Shan. An innate realm expert who was less than 20 years old would have been enough to amaze the crowd, but now he was enough to be admired by people of his generation. Shangguan Commander Liao praised. It's mainly Qian Tu Ji, who has taught us well. Finally say a human word. The comedian like Ji Gang directly answered. which also made the scene once again burst into laughter. After this case is over, General Banner Su will return to the capital with me and accept the commander's enthronement. Shangguan Yener, who was not good with words, threw down these words and turned to leave. After he left, each of his colleagues came forward to congratulate him. In the future, this kid might be his boss. As Shangguan Yener had judged, the seized roster had been translated by the generalist and determined to be the Black Dragon Society's infiltrators in Yuhang. This night, under the command of Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang, nearly all of them came out to arrest the Black Dragon Society's scouts throughout the city, and Su Shan, who had fought 2 matches in a row today, stayed behind to rest. Not being idle, he dragged the commissary, interpreter, to the morgue. While touching Imo Shirhai's corpse to channel his spirit, he relayed to the commissary, in a broken tone, the conversation that had taken place between him and Koji Inade while he was alive. This scene really scared the commissary. Having lived most of his life, how had he ever seen such a situation? If it is not Su Shan, the silver ticket to open the way to appease his young mind, this guy scared long ago ran out. Only, Su Shan, who still had a big ballast accent from his previous life, was really pulling his crotch when he relayed the bird language. Curry stockings, Mary next door. How does that accent sound? How does it sound like cursing? General Flag Su, my subordinate deduces the meaning of this sentence to be. After working half the night, Su Shan sort of painstakingly organized a few keywords. Cholong, the ledger, Wu Jing Sheng, the pillowman, flower of the empire, shadow lord. Combined with the information he now possessed, Su Shan also roughly deduced it. Zhou Long holds the dark account book in his hands, which is enough to shake Yuhang and even Jiangnan officialdom and the scholarly community. Only where he is now is anyone's guess. The reason why the head of the Wushu division is in cahoots with the East, the mastermind behind it should be Wu Jing Sheng, and lurking at his side was the flower of the empire who was under the direct orders of the Shadow Lord. It was also just as Su Shan, alone, was just clearing his thoughts in the morgue, that a sharp footstep came from outside the door. General Flag Su, but I've found you. What is it? Criminal 100? Upon seeing that it was Cygnus, Su Shan subconsciously inquired. Just now, Daijin committed suicide without warning. The Shangguan commander ordered the scene to be cordoned off, but is currently clueless and has asked you to go over and take a look in the hopes of finding any clues. While getting up and walking towards the Imperial prison, Su Shan was surprised. Suicide? After the destruction of the Chao gang, didn't he collapse his psychological defense and give a lot of explanations? That's where the weirdness comes in. It's reasonable to say that all of them made a deal with the Jinfu Si, let the Jin Iwei protect his family. They shouldn't have gone this way. Chapter 31, A Bizarre Case. Insight into familiarity. When Su Shan rushed to the cell where Daijin was being held alone, Shangguan Yener had already led a field investigation. What exactly is happening at the scene? Su Shan, who was not polite, directly inquired. When I made my nightly rounds, I saw Master Dai hanging here. Then, it was a rush to come in and take him down and find the man dead. The lieutenant guarding the cell said in a cold sweat. The suicide of such an important prisoner, in his custody, was a felony when traced. Su Shan, who had delicately sniffed the odor of alcohol on his body, twisted his head and questioned. Before this, was there anything unusual? There, suddenly hissed a few times, and when the youngest came over to inquire about the situation, he said he was having a nightmare. Su Shan, who nodded heavily, moved over to the corpse. The people were not surprised that he meticulously examined the corpses every time he worked on a case. Even at this point in time, Shangguan Yener ordered people not to make any noise, affecting Su Shan's thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he was utilizing the divine ability of psychic to restore the scene before the other party's death. The shot begins with Daijin stuffing something into his mouth. After swallowing it whole, he hung his head above the belt with hot tears. The camera pans forward. Sizzle, an eerie voice echoed in the cell. Daijin, who had originally fallen asleep, subconsciously turned his head to look. Ah! He screamed out when he saw a green snake swimming and crawling around biting something. Immediately afterward, this green snake spat out its letter and at the same time, spat out what it was biting in its mouth. After doing so, as if summoned by something, the green snake retreated again in a hurry. And at this moment, the startled Daijin carefully walked up to the thing. Upon unfolding the paper it was wrapped in. Mr. A child's silver bracelet was presented to him. Carefully scrutinizing the familiar silver bracelet, Daijin emotions became visibly nervous and excited. What the hell are you yelling for in the middle of the night? The lieutenant of the Imperial prison, at this time, questioned impatiently. No, nothing, had a nightmare. Hearing this, the lieutenant surveyed the area and did not find anything out of the ordinary before turning to leave. When his figure disappeared, Daijin unfolded the piece of paper that wrapped the silver bracelet. It was clearly written. Don't want anything to happen to your family? Finish it yourself. Read it and swallow it along with the bracelet. Don't leave any traces. Snap. After reading this, the tearful Shan muttered, This is the handwriting of the lady, as well as Huaner's bracelet. His body couldn't hold back the trembling, and he had hesitated. But Shan didn't dare to gamble anymore. The only thing he asked of the man who gave a partial account of the truth was to keep an eye on his family. But now, the jinx didn't make it. After making up his mind, Shan unclipped his belt and hung it above the beam, stepped over the edge of the bed and dangled his head over it as he swallowed the silver bracelet and the ball of paper with difficulty. Ding dong! The moment the screen ended, the system voice sounded again. The system releases the mission Shan's last wish. Mission, save his wife and children. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation. Phew! Shan, who had returned to his senses, pulled up Shan, who was lying flat on his back, swallowing it raw. He immediately hanged himself. The silver bracelet and the paper could only get stuck in the esophagus, not in the stomach. Pa! Breaking the corner of the other's mouth. He then proceeded with the dark force and slapped it several times in a row. In the next second, the silver bracelet and the ball of paper stuck in the esophagus came out of his mouth. Seeing this, Shangguan Yenner and Qingbird hurriedly squatted down to find out what was going on. A child's bracelet? This note says. The two women who vaguely saw the font above looked at each other in shock, and then looked at Shan who was bending down and picking at the ground. Flag Officer Su, what are you looking for? Is this, Snake Lin? In the image, when the green snake was summoned out, the snake's body cut through the bars of the cell, leaving behind this piece of serpentine. If I remember correctly, the Five Poison sect has someone who is extremely good at carapacing snakes. Golden Snake Lang. As Shangguan Yenner shouted out the name in a cold voice, Shan walked towards the lieutenant and said, Have you been drinking today? Yes. Didn't we break the Black Dragon Society today? From the capital, General Banner Gao Ping Gao of the inspection office invites the whole division to eat meat and drink wine. When this lieutenant finished saying this, Signet, who would understand what was going on, hurriedly inquired, Gao Peng has a problem? If it was Golden Snake Lang Jun who made the move, whether it was a poisonous snake tearing or sending over poison, it could have killed the unarmed Shan. Then why did he have the other guy disguise himself as a suicide? Following Shan's guidance, Shangguan Yenner, who had already cleared her thoughts, opened her mouth with eyes full of murderous intent, because Golden Snake Lang Jun doesn't know where Shan, who is detained in the Imperial prison, is located. Someone needs to bring him in and identify the specific cell. Having Shan eat the silver bracelet and the note before hanging himself seems at first glance to be farting with his pants down redundant. The truth is to protect this mole from suspicion. Arrest Gao Peng. Sybil, go yourself. Yes, all men in the inspector's office. Quarantine them immediately. This time, Shangguan Yenner was moved to true anger. The inspection division was forced in by His Majesty after all the forces mediated before coming to Yuhang. The case they do. These yamen take advantage of the opportunity to get some merit for the subsequent promotion to lay the foundation. It was already grossing her out to be fed, but now it seems that the situation is far worse than imagined. Criminal 100. Wait, Shan, who was looking at the silver bracelet out of his mind, suddenly shouted as he thought of something. What is it? On the way. You told me that the only condition Shan offered after he chose to cooperate with us was to protect his family. Right. His family? Who's protecting them? Where are they now? After Shan finished saying this, Shangguan Yenner, who had already realized the seriousness of the matter, hurriedly replied, This matter was arranged by Ji Qianhu. What is it that I've arranged? Just as Shangguan Yenner finished saying this, Ji Gang's voice rang out from outside. He, who had led his troops to capture the members of the Black Dragon Society, had just returned from escorting people when he heard the news of Shan's death. He hurried over in a hurry. Shan's wife and children. In safe room number 3 in our town hall. Who's watching there? Vice Qian Ho Tung is leading the group, with Beko Chang and your 6th office's Beko Li Trial and Li Ziki and the rest of them. Nope. Vice-Chancellor Dong, who was temporarily transferred over by me, has gone to the county below to capture the Black Dragon Society scouts. Ji Gang's words hadn't even fallen on deaf ears when Shan had already hurriedly run out. Chapter 32 Furious, Vowing Revenge. After seeing Shan and the others running out in a hurry, Ji Gang, who was with them, inquired about the general situation. When he learned the facts of the case, his face became livid. Inter 100. Why are you arresting me? Yeah, what gives you the right to segregate us? Just after leaving the Imperial prison, Gao Peng and the others from the audit office were forcibly brought out by the green bird. Hear them hiss. While running towards the horses, Shan twisted his head to point at the other party and said, You'd better pray that nothing happens to my seniors tonight. Otherwise, your father is the king of heaven. The old son will also get you guys killed. In the face of Shan's rant, the several genie guards of the audit office, who were unaware of the situation, felt horrified, but also mixed with puzzlement. What the hell is going on here? As for Gao Pang, who was a thief, his face was white and he used hissing to hide his inner panic. Commander Shangwan, you have to tell us the reason for arresting us, right? Also, Yu Hang's general flag. Who gave him the courage to put harsh words toward us? This clearly doesn't put you, the Chinaman, in his eyes. Snap. Shangguan Yener, who had originally swept past him, turned around and slapped his face after hearing this guy's inversion. Put. Ow. Although he only used brute force, he hardened a few of Gao Peng's teeth and slapped them out along with blood. Cygnus. 2. Give him a deep taste of the house rules of the town hall. The rest of you, stand by and watch the torture and the trial. Yes. Hearing the words family rules, the brocade guards of the inspection office present all turned pale. Gao Peng, who had just been howling, stopped hissing in shock for a short time. It wasn't until, once again, he was dragged into the Imperial prison by Cygnus and the others that he roared hysterically. What gives you the right to use the family rules on me? What have I done wrong? You dare to torture me today. After I return to the capital, I will. Surely, not even waiting for the other party to finish. Qingdao's face was cold and stern as he said, if you don't give a clear explanation of the problem, it's questionable whether you can go back to Kyoto or not. Torture. Yes. Hiya. Dozens of stallions? Breaking the quiet of the Shikuman night. The third safe house of the Yuhang Zenfuji is located here. Before the horse stopped, Su Shan, who had leapt down, hurriedly rushed out inside. Inside the half-hidden door of the room, a strong smell of blood hit his nose. Body stunned and that several breaths later, Su Shan still forced calmly pushed open the door of the room. Zhang Xiaoqi? Fai. Ma Sanjun. A choked hiss came out of his mouth after Su Shan saw the corpses of these people. Snap. Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang, who were following closely behind, burst into a rage after seeing the gore. The smell of blood grew stronger the further in you went. When Su Shan saw Li Ziki, who had been nailed to a tree trunk with an embroidered spring blade, the anger within him evolved into endless killing intent. Li, Uncle Li. Looking at the dead Li Ziki, Su Shan's voice trembled as he softly called out. The moment he put one hand on his shoulder, the scene of the other party before his death surfaced clearly in front of his eyes through AI imaging. I heard that Brat Su Shan made another miraculous achievement tonight, directly smashed the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang. The future is unlimited. The light of our 6 houses. The camera starts with a fellow member of the 6th Institute, flirting with Su Shan. Li Trial 100. What must I pay attention to when I see General Flag Su again in this future? Do you have to be careful even talking? Ha ha. Li Ziki, who was usually all unsmiling, now laughed out with him. Then, meaningfully, he said, Old Su should be smiling in the 9th fountain if he knows it. We're all happy when our own children get ahead. Yeah, must hit him in the fall. Finish this mission and I'll take him to the meet. Get him a bladder. What? Resisting a beating? Ha ha. That grumpy little Su might be good for this? Everyday gags, but they've already made a deep-rooted Su Shan teary-eyed. Su Shan wore this gal Wu Deming, although the time is not long, but let him really feel. These colleagues, seniors to its love and care. Even if the knife kills an admirable criminal wanted from above, they are still trying to protect it from top to bottom. Inward, under the regimentation and harmony of the discipline, there is no hooking up and no deceit. Truth for truth. It's a pleasure, but such a harmonious picture came to an abrupt end with several dark shadows sneaking in. Hu, Miso, Zira, Taruko, Kill. Although the number of opponents was small, they were all above the 5th rank of the innate. Without Vice Chief Dong's presence, the strongest Li Ziki, in the end, was just gritting his teeth and fighting for his life. If I am to die, I will pull a back. Gale chop. Miso, Li Ziki, who had offered his strongest move, ended up losing blatantly, but the strength of the blade chopped off the mask that the black shadow wore on his face. After seeing the face of the man at the head, Li Ziki, who was already dying, had his pupils staring at the main road. Tian Bo Shan? You guys, Jie, Li Test 100 before the Yamen and Jinfu Sea, but well water does not offend the river water. What? You think you're good when you've got a Chinaman, don't you? Self-inflicted evil. While Tian Bo Shan was saying this, his subordinates had already arrested Daijin Shan's wife and children, who were hiding in the house. Tian Confessor has ordered this to write a note. Aha! Give these men to the patrol battalion at the intersection and have them uniformly and temporarily detained in the barracks dungeon. Wait for news from the Imperial prison before determining whether the Dai family is alive or dead. Fear of Daijin Shan again. What happened Tian Bo Shan? Just in case, temporarily leave their family life. Yes, after arranging this, Tian Bo Shan waved his hand and said, clean up the scene, don't leave any traces of us, be fast. We still have to get to Luoshui town before tomorrow afternoon to settle the dog Zhou Long. Damn, There's even a hidden account book? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just as Tian Basan ordered his subordinates to do this, Li Ziki, who was holding on to his last breath, grabbed the embroidered spring knife and stabbed Tian Basan, who was close at hand. Pa! Click! Ah! Tian Bo Shan, who had broken Li Ziqi's arm with his bare hands, directly used his opponent's saber and penetrated his body. Death-defying stuff. The words fell out of his mouth, and he was all-powerful. Immediately after that, it hard-nailed Li Ziqi on top of the tree trunk. That's what happens when you don't know what you're doing. The scene is all but over at this point. At the same time, the system's beep, once again, sounded. Ding dong. The system releases the mission Li Ziqi's last wish. Mission content: kill the murderer Tian Bo Shan and others. Mission progress, 0/7. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. Chapter 33, A Knife Claims a Life, Strongly Saves a Life. Phew. Su Shan, who had regained his senses from the sight of the psychic, carefully took Li Ziqi's corpse and picked it up. Uncle Li. Blood vengeance. Must be avenged in blood. Su Shan, who had infinite killing intent within his eyes, spoke viciously. At this moment, the brocade guards who investigated the scene hurriedly reported the situation to Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener. Shangguan Commander, Ji Qianhu. None of the brocade guards at the scene survived, but Dai Zhinshan's wife and children are nowhere to be found. Just after their words were finished, Su Shan, who had risen violently, said with a cold face, being able to transfer so many people at once, and still not being discovered by the brocade guards patrolling the streets. Just as he finished his words, Ji Gang blurted out, Patrol Battalion, tonight, the Jinfu Division, in order to wipe out the remaining Black Dragon Society members in Yuhang, has imposed a curfew on the entire city while specially ordering the patrol battalion to assist. Even the people from the government offices. Shangguan Yener sent someone to directly negotiate that they should not patrol the streets without authorization. The one to watch out for is the heavily suspected Wu Jingsheng. However, they still underestimated the influence of the Donglin party in Jiangnan. Now it seems that the tentacles of these people have reached into the patrol camp, imprisoning so many people and having to hide them. The best place is the barracks dungeon. After Su Shan's guidance, Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener quickly grasped the focus of the clues. You guys watch the scene. Yes, the rest of you and the others, go with this Qianhu to the barracks dungeon to look for someone. Yes. As soon as the furious Ji Gang finished saying this, a cautious person spoke up. Ji Qianhu, we have no proof and go directly to the person? It will fall on deaf ears if you pounce. Just as the other party finished his words, Ji Gang, who had a cold face, clutched the other party's collar and said, our brother is dead. The body, it's laid out here. You're telling me you're afraid of falling on deaf ears? The Shangguan commander, who was also infected by the atmosphere of the scene, then added, the embroidered spring sword of the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers has not rusted to the point where it cannot be pulled out. All the consequences are borne by this commander. Yes. Snap. Accompanied by Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang taking a stand at the same time, hundreds of Jinui riding directly rushed towards the dungeon of the barracks. Faced with this murderous emperor's own soldiers, Zhang Bin, the head of the prison who had gotten the news, immediately felt that something bad had happened. Obviously, the other side came prepared. Immediately, take custody of the dozen or so people who were just incarcerated tonight and place them within the lowest level of the water cell. Barricade the door of the darkroom with the goods, and never show the slightest trace of it. Yes. Hearing Zhang Bin's words, the subordinates hurriedly went to work. You immediately go to Vice Commander Ma and relay the story of the brocade guard's raid on the barracks dungeon. Tell him to hold out as long as he can on my end, but he has to be quick. And bring someone. Once the Dai family is found within the barracks dungeon, dead or alive, we are all going to lose our heads. Understood. Zhang Bin, who had let his inner circle do this, forcefully calmed the waves within his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. After agreeing to help incarcerate a few people, Zhang Bin realized the seriousness of the problem when the Dai family's wife and children were sent over. These people, they can be the families of the key criminals under the protection of the Jinfu Division. The original was to be transferred at first light, but now, the men of the brocade guards are directly killing their way in. The Jinui are on the case. Idle hands get out of the way. At the end of the dungeon, that ear-piercing sound resounded in Zhang Bin's ears at first. Stiffly, he could only lick his face and go forward. Shangguan Commander, Ji Qianhu, what the hell is going on here? This commander asks you, is there someone in the patrol battalion tonight? Sending over a group of women and children? The patrol battalion cooperated with the Jinfu Division's operation tonight and captured quite a few people. All of them are here. Which batch are you talking about? Zhang Bin, who was playing dumb riddles with a few people, just finished saying this. Without further ado, Kazuna stepped right in. Snap. Click. Ow. Zhang Bin, whose arm had been twisted off a few times, let out a ghostly howl. Say, where is that lot? Don't push it. This chitos will torture you here. Ji Qianho. Xiao S really don't know. Which group of people are you talking about? Even though the brocade guards are the son of heaven's own soldiers, they cannot indiscriminately hurt people at random, knowing that if you reveal the truth, not only will you be doomed, but even your family may be implicated. Therefore, even if the pain was excruciating, Zhang Bin was carrying on hard, and his hissing drew resonance from the other jailers. You Jinyui, don't bully me too much. That is, the dungeon of the military camp is directly under the patrol battalion. Are you not afraid that your superiors will be blamed for such violent law enforcement? Let go. A jailer who had just sent the Dai family, young and old, to the water prison, shouted the loudest voice, pulling his neck. Miso. But just as he finished his words, Su Shan's figure swept past the crowd and rushed directly in front of him. After stabbing him several times in public, he was sent straight on his way. Ha! You guys. Su Shan's sudden strike also caused the jailers to draw their swords. But these people, in front of the furious Jinyui, how can they fight? Just during the time they were quickly being resolved, Su Shan had already completed his seance on this jailer. A water cell? Sure enough it's here. Su Shan, who had finished muttering this inwardly, directly rushed into the end of the dungeon. Bang! Rumble! After kicking away the goods blocking the dark door, Su Shan chopped open the iron door that had been locked tightly from the inside by the jailers in one smooth motion. Ow! The strength of the blade after the explosion also made the jailers who blocked the door. Each of them fell to the ground unable to cope with the heavy load, and Zhang Bin, who twisted his head to see all this, was shivering with beads of sweat covering his forehead. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Report. Jing Shan, the commander of the patrol battalion, led his troops to block the dungeon gate. After his subordinate had just finished reporting all this, Jing Shan had already brought someone in with a huff. When he saw the scene of his own people, dead and wounded, immediately forced his anger to speak. Shangwan Commander, Ji Qianhu, shouldn't you give this commander an explanation? The patrol battalion has always stayed out of the way and not taken sides in the feud between the Jinfu division and the Yamen. Even for the purpose of capturing the Japanese, we cooperate with all your operations. But now what? You guys came straight to the dungeon of the barracks and beat and killed so many people. It's a bit too much, isn't it? Hearing this from the other party, Ji Gang nodded to Jing Shan and said, a dozen of my brothers died, and the Daijin wife and children they were protecting disappeared out of thin air. Curfew is tonight, and the only people who have the ability to do all this are your patrol battalions. Joke, my patrol battalion's people can't possibly do such a thing. Ji Qianhu, are you? Not waiting for Jing Shan to finish his sentence, an abrupt voice, at first, resounded through the entire room. And who are they? When he heard the sound, he looked over and saw that Su Shan had already brought the Dai families old and young, and walked out from within the water prison. Sizzle. Chapter 34, I'm invincible under a Zongshi. I'm 1-for-1 above a Zongshi. What was in front of him made Jing Shan, who had just been fighting against his own brother, unable to hold back a breath of cool air. The man was caught red-handed. This just made Jing Shan smell an air of intrigue. Someone borrowed his patrol battalion's sword and swung it at the Jinfu division. Commander Jing, is this the best explanation? Miso. As Shangguan Yenner's words fell, the embroidered spring sword at her waist was sheathed. The blade intent was like a mane, and a cold light was displayed. Next, Thornhill's hat split in two, and his bunched hair fell even further. Commander Jing, no one moves, close the knives all the way back. As he said this, Jing Shan, who had opened his arms, kept his gaze fixed on the sharp edge near his eyes. Gulp. Deeply swallowing a mouthful of spit, he carefully opened his mouth. Shangguan Commander, this is a matter of which I am by no means aware, but please rest assured that no matter who is involved in this matter, my humble servant will give you and the Jinfu division a satisfactory answer. After he finished saying this, Shangguan Yenner said in a cold voice, 4 days, at most 4 days, 4 days from now, on the day of the burial of the fallen men of the Jinfu division. This commander wants you to bring the heads of all the men involved in this matter to pay homage. If this commander knows that you dared to harbor and fool around, today it's your crow's feet that are chopped off. Next time it's your head. Definitely. After the Jinyui side closed up, Jing Shan, whose spine was already soaked with cold sweat, spread all his anger on Zhang Bin and the others. All of a sudden, there was a lot of wailing in the barracks torture chamber. Commander Jing, this is all done by Ma Jian, Vice Commander Ma, with his men. I thought you knew, that's why I dared to do so. After getting the result he wanted, the furious Jing Shan, striding out of the torture room, arrest Ma Jian and his subordinates throughout the city. Yes, Wu Jing Shengyu, in order to muddy the waters of Yuhang, you're even counting on the patrol battalion? Good, notify down. Opened the market this morning to strictly investigate the gray industries under the banner of Wu Jingsheng and all the officials of the Yamen. The destruction of the Chao gang made you lose an arm, I'll make you break a leg. Yu Hang Patrol and Defense Battalion. Because it was also responsible for the important task of fighting against the Japanese, so it belonged to the direct subordination of Jiangnan province. Just because you're normally under the Yamen's associate doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Ma Jian, who had been blacklisted by both the Jinfu Division and the Patrol Battalion, looked with horrified and unwilling eyes at Gu Danyuan, who had struck out in front of him. At this moment, his heavenly aureole was actually penetrated by the other party's 5 fingers. Blood was even flowing down the side of his head and the back of his head. Bam! Along with Gu Danyuan, he pulled out his 5 fingers. Ma Jian's body, overwhelmed, fell to the ground. Wu Jingsheng, who was on the side, hurriedly waved his hand to signal his subordinates to dispose of the body. Palm Minister Gu, the developments have gone beyond our predictions. If we keep this up, we're going to be very passive. Hearing Wu Jingsheng's words, Gu Danyuan glanced at the other party and said, passive what? As long as they don't have any evidence, just put your heart in your stomach. Yes, yes, over in the capital, pressure has been put on the Empress to force Shangguan Yener to leave Hang as soon as possible. In addition, the Empress Dowager's decree is already on its way, and will hold the Jinfu Division accountable for the indiscriminate killing of innocents in the course of enforcing the law. Smashing the Black Dragon Society is such a big credit, that it is right that Ji Gang should have to be allowed to make another 100 feet of progress, after he is explicitly promoted and secretly sent to Lingnan. Should the Jinfu Division, which no longer has a patriarch at its helm, still be this rampant? When Gu Diyuan finished saying this, Wu Jingsheng echoed a few words. I've heard that Palmistress Gu has activated one of the Jinfu Division's hidden suns. It won't draw fire, will it, Gao Peng? His family's old man's life is in the East Chamber's clutches. Besides, he just received a letter from his family. It was his father, who asked him to cooperate with Golden Snake Longjuan's strike. What does it have to do with our family? Yes, the only thing we've got broken now is that dark ledger. It's not going to go wrong again, is it? Absolutely not. Tian Bo Shan's strength is at the 8th rank of the innate, and the 6 people with him are all above the 5th rank of the innate as well. Going to Luoshui town is more than enough to handle a Zhoulong. That's good, we just need to wait in peace. Once the results of the capital city game are known, it will be the time for us to turn our hands to the clouds and turn our hands to the rain. Jie. After Su Shan sent Dai Jintian's family to a safe location, the system's beeps, too, sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Dai Jinshan's last wish. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation. Nowadays, Su Shan not only had 80 years of unused cultivation on his panel, but he also had a martial art, the Nine Sun Sutra, that he had not pushed through. This martial art was a supreme martial art for other martial artists, but for Su Shan, who possessed the innate pure yang body, he was able to achieve the supreme effect, push all 80 years of cultivation into the Nine Sun Sutra, accompanied by Su Shan's command. The axioms about the Nine Sun Sutra were imprinted into his mind as if they were enlightened. He is as strong as he is, and the clear wind ruffles the hillocks. Let him be cross, the bright moon shines on the river. He is ruthless from evil, and I have a mouthful of real energy. The first year of practicing the Nine Sun Sutra, possessing an innate pure yang body and a supreme mind, you quickly got started and mastered its mysteries. Chi sinks in the abyss, and strength is condensed at the root of the mountain. When you are lucky, the chi returns to the self. In the 10th year of your tireless endeavor, you have achieved a small degree of success in this technique, and the upper dantian, which has been knocked open, has been enlarged several times by the true chi. Move with the person, stretch with the curve, seek straightness in the curve, and use the force. In the 30th year of teaching, you who have become skilled in this gong method, straighten the middle dantian. Internal force, gathered in the upper and middle dantian. His power is only in the way of my skin, but my intention has already entered his bones. The heavenly Tao has rewarded you for a year's work, and you, who have been overflowing and circulating your true chi and constantly expanding it, have carried out the essence of the mystery throughout your body. In the 80th year of the bitter cultivation of the Nine Yang true scripture, the lesser yang was darkly born, and the yin was gradually declining while the yang was becoming more prevalent. The true chi that is the most rigid in yang spreads all over the upper and lower dantian, and impacts the third dantian with all its might. This deduction is over, because the host's own realm is limited. He has not been able to deduce the Nine Sun Sutra to its great completion. However, it is only one step away from knocking open the third dantian. Phew! Su Shan, who had returned to his senses, felt the most rigid and masculine true chi in his body, incomparably abundant and unbridled. Peak in 8th grade. If we say that the true chi in the body before was like a small stream with the possibility of being blocked, then now, it's like having an inexhaustible supply of river water. and every inch of the internal energy outwardly raised she is this strong. Facing even the 9th rank of the innate is no big deal, and against a patriarch-level expert, you'll have the power to fight. I'm invincible under the sovereign, and above the sovereign I'm 1 for 1. Tian Bo Shan, blood debt you have to pay back in blood. After mentally muttering this, Shan, who had left behind a letter, rolled over and mounted his horse. Taking advantage of the night, he directly left the city and rushed towards Luoshui town, which was 100 miles away. Chapter 35 Revenge and Kill One by One. Located in Luoshui town between Suzhou and Hangzhou, it is an important transit place connecting the two cities. Therefore, although it is a small town, it is full of merchants and traffic. Tian Bo Shan, who had arrived here early, stood in front of the wooden window of the inn opposite the Lai Fu restaurant. Behind him were the 6 assassins who had committed the heinous crime at Shikumen last night. These people are all around the 5th grade of innate strength, not to mention in the local area, even in Jiangnan are called masters, and these are the killer apps that enable Wu Jingsheng to overpower Yu Hang. It was more his last card. This dog Zhou Long, he really knows how to pick a place. Joints in this densely populated area will inevitably attract covetousness from all forces once it becomes a big deal, especially those hawks and dogs of the Jinui, who came on the scent. Tian Bo Shan, who finished muttering this to himself, didn't turn his head and opened his mouth. You 6, lock up all the surrounding ramps where you can escape. Understood. Bring me Lu Ha, the Chao gang's head butler. Here. Yes. Not long after, a middle-aged man cautiously came up beside Tian Bo Shan. Tian confessor. Lu Ha, as the Chao gang's chief steward, Zhou Long is currently one of the few trusted subordinates. However, because his wife and children are all in the hands of the Yamen, he has to choose to cooperate with them. Take it easy, Butler Lu. As long as Zhou Long shows up, your mission will be complete. Governor Wu will give your family and your old man enough silver to change your name in a strange city and start over. But remember, if you try to play tricks, snap. While saying this, Tian Bo Shan slapped the side of his opponent's face. Without waiting for him to finish his following words, the terrified Lu Ha hurriedly nodded and said, No, never, never. Officiant Tian, go on, act natural. Got it. After Lu Ha was brought down, Tian Bo Shan once again folded his head back and glanced at the crowded street. Suddenly sensing something, he subconsciously scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Locked in? It shouldn't. For their own strength, extremely confident Tian Bo Shan, turn thoughts will be self-denial. Along with the appearance of Lu He's figure, his eyes focused on this guy's body. At this moment, next to the street-side wonton stall, Shan, who wore a bucket hat on his head, raised his eyes and glanced at Tian Bo Shan once again. Following his gaze, he also locked onto the presence of Lu Ha and the others. Snap. After throwing a few copper coins on the tabletop and shouldering the flat burden used to disguise his identity, Shan got up and left, and the direction was clearly the location of the assassin who had a brief contact with Lu Ha. At this time, he was hiding in the alleyway diagonally across the street. This position is lights out for Tian Bo Shan, and other companions, kept at a distance. Tofu, just ordered tofu. While hawking, Shan walked towards the alleyway. The shouts of the streetwalkers did not attract the attention of this innate 5th-grade assassin. After merely glancing at Shan and not feeling any chi fluctuations on him, he clutched his blade and continued to stare at the Lai Fu restaurant. However, the assassin who suddenly felt himself locked by a powerful true chi, his eyes instinctively twisted his head in terror. In the next second, the peddler, who he had previously ignored as if he were a peddler, closed in with a swift strike. Put. The short blade that was mixed with dark energy directly pierced his chest. The slash, which penetrated the lobes of his lungs, caused blood to pour into his airways, making it difficult for him to make any loud noises, and the dark energy that exploded inside him was destroying his internal organs, until he died of gas. He was staring with wide eyes and a face of disbelief. He himself, an expert of the 5th rank of the innate, was just like this, having his defense broken and his life claimed by a single slash. Can do this in a flash. The strength of the pair was more than a step above himself. 9th grade of the innate? A grandmaster? It was an answer he would never know again until he died. Ding dong. Quest, Li Ziqi's last wish. There's a new change in the progress. It's currently 1/7. Shan, who heard this beep, chose to commune with it at the first opportunity. Previously, through Li Ziqi's image, he had only seen Tian Bo Shan's face and knew nothing about the remaining 6. If he hadn't traced it here, locked Lu Ha through Tian Bo Shan, and seen him barking a few words at him, he wouldn't have been able to determine this fawn's identity yet. This time he, Shan, came here alone, not only to take revenge, but also to take down Zhou Long and that ledger. Regardless of whether he, Wu Jingsheng, was behind it or not, he wanted the other party to be ruined. Scholar and Horse King, you each guard the 2 intersections of the East City. Yes, old Seven and Spider. Set up ambushes on the south and north sides of the fairgrounds. Understood. Thousand Faces Buddha. You solidly guard the west. Copy that. Old Ghost, follow me below the inn and be ready to intercept Zhou Long at any time. Yes, remember, this time, in order to stop the trouble forever, we must get the account book from Zhou Long before we strike hard. Don't worry, big brother. Zhou Long, he's an innate 4th grade. He's no match for us in a single fight, let alone the 7 of us brothers together. As long as we make a slight move, it will already be his limit. There's no need to be so careful, is there? A few people obviously did not put Zhou Long in their eyes. Therefore, they spoke in a loud tone. Be careful what you wish for. This is Zhou Long's portrait. Remember it all. Go get ready. Yes, this time, the AI imaging not only allowed Shan to see the faces of these 7 people, but also allowed him to have a clearer perception of the characteristics of several people's attire. At the same time, he sensed that the 6 were ringed in the bazaar. At the innermost level was the old ghost assisting Tianbo Shan, while on the second level was the staggered standing Thousand Faces Buddha, and only next were the 4 on the periphery. There is one link that, when an anomaly is detected, is able to string together the entire encirclement. Phew! Shan, who had regained his senses from the seance, took off his own bucket hat and wore it on the head of this old ghost who was responsible for curtailing Tianbo Shan. Afterwards, he was posed as if he were sitting in an alleyway taking a nap. Tofu, fresh tofu. Shan, who had picked up his stretcher, passed through the fork in the alleyway and headed towards the West Market. As far away as he could see, he saw a fat man, his body leaning against a corner, playing with a Buddha bead in his hand. Eyes scanned warily, passing by those around him. In the end, it was still peering towards the location of Luha within the attic of the Lai Fu restaurant, the Buddha of 1,000 Faces, the second level of articulation of the Tianbo Mountain encirclement. Boss, buying tofu? The sudden appearance of Shan obscured the 1,000-faced Buddha's vision. The latter looked impatient in the face of his questioning. Go, off, old me, no need. As he said that, 1,000-faced Buddha went to shove Shan, but the moment he had just reached out, he suddenly felt a wave of pure young true chi that instantly locked onto him. And, surprisingly, there was a feeling of not being able to break free at all. This was a sign that the other party's strength was completely crushing his own. You, Miso, Zira. Not waiting for the face of 1,000 faces of the Buddha in shock, and then opened the mouth to finish a sentence. The short knife hidden within Shan's sleeve slit his throat brazenly. The strength of the blade attached to the neck instantly caused the blade to explode. Immediately afterward, his plump body, overburdened, slid down the corner of the wall and fell to the ground. When Shan left, the firewood that was originally erected by the wall covered the 1,000 faces Buddha's dead eyes. The street-walking hollers, once again, rang out. This time, his figure appeared at the south entrance of the fairgrounds. The assassination, as it were, proceeded silently. Tianbo Shan, who was oblivious to all this, waited patiently, until, after he saw a familiar figure, stepping into the Lai Fu restaurant, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he muttered, "It's here." Although the other party had gone through a disguise, when he sat in front of Luha, the latter recognized him with a glance. Dango. The visitor was no other than Zhou Long, the now wanted Chao gang leader. What's going on at home? Why was the Chao gang wiped out by those Jinwei bastards just a few days after I left? Did Wu Jingsheng not make any moves? As soon as he took his seat, Zhou Long questioned in a cold voice. And Lu Ha, who is a thief, stammers, although, expounding on what happened intermittently. The wandering eyes still allowed Zhou Long to detect the clues from the dissimilarity. Lu Ha, we brothers have treated you well. Who are you defecting to now? The brocade guards? Patrol battalion? Or, the magistrate sent someone to silence them? Swish. As he said this, Zhou Long, who had hidden a knife in his body, directly stabbed at his opponent. Lu Ha, who has quick eyes and fast hands, was stabbed, but he is still alive. Tian confessor, save me. Bang. Tianbo Shan, who heard this voice, directly leapt from within the wooden window on the opposite side of the room. During his vacations, he hissed loudly, "Old ghost, 1,000-faced Buddha, what do you do for food?" I thought it was a sure thing, but who would have thought that at the critical moment, the two brothers fell off the chain, so that Tianbo Shan had to personally throw his head. The 6 of them, all of them, are dark-line noodlemen raised by the Yamen. Tianbo Shan, on the other hand, had previously served as Wu Jingsheng's bodyguard. He was reluctant to step up until he had to, fearful that the brocade guards will find out about him. But now, he had to strike quickly. Bang! Wow! Murder! Run! The body of Lu Ha, which had fallen from the attic onto the street, caused ear-piercing screams to ring throughout the streets of the marketplace. In addition, Tianbo Shan's flying arrival and Zhoulong's fleeing also made the whole scene into a mess. At this moment, the scholar and Ma Wang, who were guarding the outskirts of the East City, turned around in a hurry and prepared to retreat and narrow the encirclement after hearing the ear-piercing shouts. But just at this time, a fleeing vendor, picking a stretcher in a hurry with the scholar, rubbing shoulders, put. The short blade that pierced through the chest made the scholar, who had his heart set on the bazaar, subconsciously look down at his chest. Scarlet blood, in this instant, quickly stained the lapel. Chapter 36, The Mantis Catching the Cicada, the yellow bird in the back. Ergo, what are you doing frozen there? Go! Ma Wang, who had already flown to the roof, shouted hysterically after seeing the scholar stunned in place. Put. His words just fell out of his mouth. The scribe, who had only been touched by the passing crowd, fell to the ground in response. Ah! The sudden deaths made the merchants and people who had fled from the wind scatter like birds of prey, and the horse king, who had taken in the scene, turned and swooped down towards his second brother. Ergo, Miso. But at that moment, a black knight appeared abruptly from his side. In front of him, the moment the squishy thing that was in his hand blew up in an instant. A Shan iron-textured Shochun blade, which cut through the long sky, slashed horizontally. Caught off guard, the horse king pushed up his own chi at this moment, the scimitar in his hand, moreover, instinctively blocked in front of his body. Click. Zera. First, the scimitar split in two. Immediately afterward, the headless horse king, as if he saw his torso falling down, the blood that gushed out splashed in all directions on the tops of many people's heads. Put. Immediately afterward, first the torso hit the ground, with the head following. Ah! At this moment, the incredibly panicked crowd let out hysterical screams. They looked in horror at the place where the dark shadow had disappeared. Someone who recognized the other person stammered. Isn't he the one who just sold tofu at the marketplace? How did it fly? Ding. Quest, Li Ziki's last wish. There's a new change in the progress. Currently, 6 out of 7. The system's beep, ringing a moment. Su Shan, who was holding the embroidered spring sword that still bore the blood of the horse king, urged his Lingbo Weiqi with all his might. With the enhancement of the Nine Suns Sutra, his Lingbo Weibu nowadays made him appear like a ghost at first glance. Flashing in mid-air, Zhoulong chose to flee to the north. Old Seven and the spider over there had also been silently killed by him. Although he was only at the peak of the 8th rank of the innate, Su Shan nowadays was completely capable of taking advantage of his unpreparedness and decapitating experts below the 6th or 7th rank of the innate with the addition of the supreme and overwhelming martial arts. This was the qualitative change brought to him by the Nine Sun Sutra in conjunction with the innate pure yang body. Tianbo Shan. This time, even the heavenly king can't save you. Miso. While muttering these words in his heart, Su Shan had already charged towards the two figures to the north, with all his might. As the leader of the Chao gang, although Zhoulong only had the strength of the 4th rank of the innate, he had something in his hand to save his life, but it made Tianbo Shan, who was chasing him, anxious. Rainstorm pear blossom needle. Whoosh. Thump. The poisonous needles that came out of the chamber also caused Tianbo Shan to be forced to stop his pursuit, using his stance and the obstacles next to him to dodge and block. Old ghost, the Buddha of 1,000 faces. Spiders, are you dead? Although his mouth was cursing, an ominous premonition had enveloped Tianbo Shan's heart. It was reasonable to say that his own siblings, even if they had deserted or gotten lost in thought, should have reacted by now, but the reality is that none of them even showed up. Could it be that there are still high-level people behind Zhoulong? No way. The bottom of their Zhou family's 3 brothers. Tianbo Shan knew everything. Currently, for him, the only thing left was to catch Tianbo Shan first, and then explore why a few of them didn't show up. Zhoulong, I'll see how far you can run. Thunderbolt chop. Whoosh. Zera. The strongest strike after being locked by the innate 8th grade also caused Zhoulong, whose strength was already inferior, to have to deal with it with a hard head. However, the gap in rank and realm made it useless even if he offered up all the Kuei treasures he could block. The chi energy attached to the surface layer of the body by the internal energy outwardly raised was instantly broken. The attached treasure clothes produced by the Mo clan were also hardened and chopped away. Put. As his spine was chopped by the thunderbolt, cutting out a hideous blood scar. The sword intent was even wreaking havoc in his body, so much so, that the overwhelmed Zhoulong, after pouring out a mouthful of blood, rolled straight down from the eaves of the room. Bam! The moment he landed heavily, dazed, he braced himself and was ready to escape again. Zera. Ow. The sword intent from tens of meters away from each other hardened and cut off his legs. The moment his upper body separated from his lower limbs, Zhoulong, whose body was leaning forward, rolled to the ground. Snap. Directly from the roof. Jumping down, Tianbo Shan, gripping his sword blade tightly, his eyes full of scorn, said, "Run, keep running, Governor Wu and the others, they have been treating you well. You dog, how dare you keep secret accounts in private? Where are the books? In the face of Tian Bo Shan's roar, Zhou Long, who had twisted his head around with difficulty, actually laughed. Haha, I'll explain where the ledger is, and that sword you just used won't be chopping off my legs. Tian Bo Shan, the Jinfu division is also tracking down those ledgers, right? That's what keeps me alive. Me so, Zira. Zhou Long's words had just finished when Tian Bo Shan, who had swung his sword again, directly chopped off his right arm. Ah, you, Zhou Long, don't forget that you and your two siblings' wives and children are all in Yuhang, not delivering? I'll let you see it with your own eyes as they die one by one in front of you. When Zhou Long heard these words, the pain on his face instantly froze there. Vile, I don't have time to discuss character with you here. Where are the books? Whoosh, just as Tian Bo Shan just finished saying this moment, suddenly sensing a concealed weapon coming from behind him, he turned around violently. Dang, pa, dodging and moving and blocking. Several flying daggers stabbed into the ground and the surrounding walls, and his sword, which cut iron like mud, had left a few openings. The two strands of dark energy were pitted against each other in the air, shocking his right hand, which was holding the sword, and it was also a bit numb. Who's hiding their head in there? Get out! Wow! A gust of wind swept through, causing a puff of dust and smoke to rise from this uninhabited area. The wind stops and the smoke dies down. A tall figure with a handheld blade was reflected in Tian Bo Shan and Zhou Long's eyes from far to near. The embroidery sword? The brocade guards. Zhou Long, who recognized the origin of the blade in the other party's hand, blurted out, and Tian Bo Shan, who saw the other party's face clearly, spoke with a grave expression. Su Shan? Hearing this name, Zhou Long's pupils dilated a little. Although he had never met him, he knew that the other party's promotion was accomplished by stepping on the Chao gang. His own two younger brothers also died a horrible death at his hands. You came alone? Kazuna didn't come with us, did he? Tian Bo Shan, who had not sensed anyone else's aura around him, opened his mouth with a torch-like gaze. How can you kill a chicken with a bullseye? Tian Bo Shan, Shikuman, the blood feud of my fellow officers and uncles. Should we not settle it today? Sizzle. Chapter 37, The Furious God Appears. Lynching to death. At first hearing Su Shan's words, Tian Bo Shan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. What happened last night? The east window? On second thought, the fact that the other party single-handedly chased him to Luoshui town indicated that he had no solid evidence in his hands. But this young man in front of me, after only one night, he locked up several of them as murderers. This strength alone was enough to stagger Tian Bo Shan. The stronger his ability was, the more intense Tian Bo Shan's killing intent became. With you want to take revenge? A youngster less than 20 years old. What realm can a more gifted person reach? Just after his words were finished, Su Shan, who had a cold smile on his face, raised the embroidered spring sword in his hand and then replied, just by my 6 killed already. You're the 7th. Hearing this, Tian Bo Shan, whose pupils were wide, was instantly filled with rage. Did you kill the old ghosts and the others? 7 people, the personal disciples of the 7 monsters of Jiangnan. Together, they traveled the world, and after being recruited by the Donglin party, they protected Wu Jingsheng's safety in the open and cleared obstacles for him in the dark. A few of the siblings are in love. In all these years, there have been no accidents. Who would have thought that today it would be in the gutter and be killed by this dog in front of me for 6? Wouldn't this make Tian Bo Shan furious? Angry is it? A dozen of my fellow officers are dead. 1 is 10 cuts. Today I will lynch you in front of Grand Master Zhou. Give him a sample first. Let him know what happens when he goes against the Jinyui. Miso. As the words fell out of his mouth, the muddy Su Shan, holding his sword in both hands, charged straight in. The dust raised by the soles of his feet grasping the ground instantly enveloped the entire battlefield under the raging wind. The moment he moved, Tian Bo Shan, who was not willing to lag behind, followed suit with his sword. I'd like to see, is your mouth hard, or is my sword fast? Whoosh, pounds. Zhou Long, who had propped up his body with one arm, was hardened by the strong airflow in the moment when both sides made hard contact. So much so, that he, who had lost both legs in one arm, rolled out tens of meters like a bucket. Along with him, the one who was shaken away was Tian Bo Shan, who was frighteningly strong in his eyes. When he barely twisted his head to see the figure of the other party, the man who was known as the #1 swordsman in Yuhang, stabbed the blade of his sword into the ground before he barely managed to stabilize his backward steps. On the contrary, Su Shan on the opposite side, instead of taking half a step back, his blade energy rushed over with even more vigor. At this moment, Zhou Long finally understood why his own 2 brothers had died at his hands, and also coming to his senses was Tian Bo Shan. The hard contact just now alone made him recognize a reality: the other party's strength was no weaker than his own. An innate 8th grade starting out as the chief banner of the brocade guards? Playing around? Reality had made it impossible for him to explore the question, because Shan, who had a ghostly figure, charged over brazenly. Mountains and rivers shatter, pound, after Shan's first slash. Even though Shan fought hard to block, the blade of his sword, which had dark energy attached to it, was overwhelmed and cracked, and his body, moreover, the ground sank out of a footprint. Power swing. Before Shan could regain his senses, Shan's second blade had already arrived. Click. This time, the blade broke. The true chi on the body of the Tian confessor, who was dodging at the limit, was even shattered. Pizzicato. Put. Shan, who had utilized the broken blade and resisted the third blade with force, had his true chi in his body dispersed. Unable to suppress the blood, it poured out instantly. Stop. Stop. At this moment, panic was written all over Shan's eyes. The subconscious growled hysterically, but his words hadn't even left his mouth. Shan's fourth blade slammed down heavily. The sword divides yin and yang. Zira. Ow. When the right arm of the knife was chopped down, Shan's mournful screams resounded throughout the town and beyond. Completely by this scene, the deeply shocked Zhou, lying there motionless pretending to be a king, fearful that he, moving halfway, would draw a casual blow from this furious god. Shan, we, the 7 senior siblings, are masters of the 7 monsters of Jiangnan. If you dare to go on a killing spree today, they won't let you go. Now stop, and I'll even put in a good word for you. Ha ha. After hearing Shan move out the behemoth that was his division, Shan laughed, a wild yet bitter laugh. The 7 monsters of Jiangnan were still the son of heaven's own soldiers. Did you guys, last night, call it a night? The sun and the moon have no light. Miso, Zira. In the final slash of the anti-2 embodied blade technique, Shan had not only chopped off Shan's legs, but also shattered his 2 dantian fields. In the future, even if he lives, he will be reduced to an invalid. And the reason why Shan did this, it was to completely make him lose the shelter of his true chi. And the next lynching would be even more painful. Miso, Zira. These 10 slashes are for brother Fai. Ignoring the other party's screams, Shan continued to brandish the blade in his hand. These 10 cuts are for Uncle Sangun. Ow. Blood and flesh were splattered and half of his body was bare of white bone. Vomit. Even Zhou Long, who had killed countless people, couldn't help but vomit after seeing this scene. But in his mind, all are the late colleagues. Uncle's face and smile Shan. Every time he shouted the name of a person, the blade's strength is more and more sharp. A few. These 10 slashes are from Zhang Xiuqi. Shan, who had already lost hissing strength, was like a bloody man, embedded within the surface of the ground. If not for his heart, which was still beating, Zhou felt that it had died. He wanted to die, wanted the man in front of him, to finish himself off with a single stab. But Shan, on the contrary, made his life worse than death. 1, 2, 9. These last 10 slashes are from my uncle, Li Ziki, Zira. The sharp blade of the knife finally swept past Shan's neck. Put. After the head was separated from the body, the head drew a bloodthirsty parabola and smashed in front of Zhou in an unbiased manner. Looking at the horrified, despairing, unsettled eyes that Shan still held as he died, Zhou was so frightened that he propped himself up with one arm and dodged several meters away. Phew! The wind has not stopped and the blood has not stopped, but the footsteps that sounded like demons on earth reached Zhou Long's ears from far to near. Snapping back to his senses, he looked up again. He only saw Shan, who was carrying the embroidered spring sword, condescendingly defying himself. Snap! Snap! The blood that coalesced with the 8th rank of the innate was dripping down the tip of the blade, condensing the yellow sand into a ball. All of this was so hideous and terrifying when it fell into Zhou Long's eyes. Where are the books? You can leave it out. But as far as I am concerned, dead or alive, there will be no secrets. Snap! As the words fell out of his mouth, Shan's bloody butcher knife was set at Zhou Long's neck. Chapter 38 Ninth Pinnacle. Funeral changes. Ta-da! Zhou Long, whose teeth were chattering, wanted to say no, but what was in front of him made him lose that courage. The account book is at the mouth of the 3 ridges. I'll accompany you to get it. Hearing this, Shan was on him, wiping the blood from the blade while muttering, San Linku? A round trip of 2.5 days to be able to attend Uncle Lee's and their funerals. Master, the wives and children of me and my 2 siblings are all still in the hands of Wu Jingshang. We are not worthy of death, and I implore your lordship to help me get them out. Over the years, our brothers have saved up a lot of gold and silver, all of which will be given to you. Zhou Long, who was in tears, said with all his courage. Hearing this, Shan held up the other party's chin with the tip of his blade and said, the ledger and you, Can you let me hold Wu Jingsheng down and beat him on the ground? Ha, yes, it's enough to kill 10 heads. Woe to the family, I grant you. Thank you, master, thank you. At this moment, Zhou Long, who no longer had a way out, was dead set on following Su Shan, because the other guy was his only hope now. Chi replenishing and blood-stopping pills. Wait here for me. Su Shan, who had casually thrown Zhou Long a few pills, turned to leave. About a quarter of an hour later, wrapped in cloth with 6 heads, he went and returned with his horse. When he unfolded the package, the heads of the old ghost, the scholar, and the horse king were clearly inside. Looking at them in death, Zhou Long on the side was horrified, but he was also in awe of the killing youngster in front of him. Go! Hiya! During the rush, Su Shan then opened the system interface that he had blocked. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest Li Ziqi's Will. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. After continuously galloping his horse for 2 hours, considering Zhou Long's injuries and the horse's endurance, Su Shan took a short break. During this period, he had deduced all of his cultivation in these 50 years to the Nine Sun Sutra. The 81st year of quenching the Nine Sun Sutra, in the constant honing in battles, has given you another new knowledge of this technique. The 100th year of heavenly rewards. The strength breaks and the intention is unceasing. Yin reaches its peak and turns yin into yang. The 8 yangs are entangled in the body, and the true strength is unceasing. Xiao Yang is born from Lao Yin, and Xiao Yin is born from Lao Yang. During the first 30 years of practicing this technique, the 9 yangs open up your true qi to the sea and peer into the heavenly Tao. This deduction is over Jiu Yang Jing * great perfection. Boom! The moment the deduction ended, Su Shan, who had violently opened his eyes, raised his inner energy outwardly. In a flash, a burst of sizzling qi was set off with him at the center. The trunks of the surrounding trees snapped under the weight, and the rocks on the side even exploded. Whinny! The suddenness of it all caused the mounts to neigh with fright. Zhou Long, who was on the side, fell to the ground holding his head in fear. This is. Looking around at the ravaged shrubs and rocks, Zhou Long, who had panic written all over his eyes, looked up at the tall figure. He was sure that the pressure alone just now had the strength of a Grandmaster realm. How old is this youngster in front of me? 9th grade Grand Circle. The meridians bridging the 3rd Dantian have all been opened up by the most rigid and masculine true qi. It's only one step away from the sovereign realm. What's more, whether it's night or day, the breath taken in can be converted into yang qi at the first opportunity. Let one's Dantian be replenished with a constant stream of energy. This is the mystery and essence of the 9 Yin true scriptures. At this moment, Su Shan felt terrifyingly strong. Even if he faced an early 1st grade sect master, he had the ability to decimate him. Even if it was an early 2nd grade sect master like Shang Wanyener, in a protracted battle, he was confident that he would be 50-50 with the other party. Master, you just got promoted, didn't you? Zhou Long, who had propped up his body with one arm, cautiously inquired. Aha! Innate 9th grade? The other party was able to beat the innate 8th grade Tian Bo Shan into a dog, and in Zhou Long's opinion this sensation, it was at least a 9th grade. 9th grade Grand Circle. Sizzle. Hearing this, Zhou Long couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and the next sentence Su Shan added almost made him choke. Killed a first-rate sect master. A demon. If we look at the entire Ming dynasty, which heavenly talent has such strength at such a young age? This also made Zhou Long even more certain of his determination to defect to him. Rested? Ha! Well, aha! Get a move on. I'm still waiting to go back to Uncle Lee's and their funeral to give them one last ride. Yes. The Ming calendar. Year of the first emperor. Month of the first emperor. Day of the first emperor. Taboo, marriage, relocation, easy, funeral, burial. Spring rains have been pouring down, pattering and washing the northern suburbs of Yuhang. Hundreds of brocade guards, each dressed in plain clothes, led by Shang Wanyener and Ji Gang, came here to send Li Ziqi and the others on their last journey. The funeral procession that stretched for hundreds of meters also included Jing Shan, the commander of the patrol battalion, and his commanders. Shikuman tragedy, although it has been found that he has nothing to do with, and even Jing Shan also involved in the personnel, all sent to the town of Fusher. But in love, in reason, in public and in private, Jing Shan has taken the talent to pay homage, sealing the coffin, burying the earth, and thanking the family for the gift. Mourning pervades the entire northern suburbs. Snap, drop the sedan chair, and just as the funeral was in progress, a piercing voice resounded in the ears of the crowd at first, heard the sound and looked, only to see the governor of Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng in the east chamber of one of the 8 tigers of the Valley Dayun, dignified by the sedan chair to come here. Worship? A weasel pays homage to a chicken. What kind of good intentions can he have? Sure enough, when they all got out of the sedan chair in their festive attire, they shouted at Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang at the top of their lungs. Congratulations to Shangguan Commander. Congratulations to Ji Qianhu. Boom! By the time the two of them had finished shouting this in unison, the entire scene was outraged. There have even been brocade guards, drawing their swords for a third of the time, but Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener, who know that it is not appropriate to cause trouble at today's funeral, signaled their men to be at ease. Gee, that's a bit out of place to be congratulating at a funeral. Indeed, it is chiefly we, who, having learned the news, are too happy for the two lords. Seeing that Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang had cold faces, Gu Danyuan and Wu Jingshang shouted to themselves, I'm afraid you guys don't know yet, do you? The Empress Dowager's decree has arrived at the Jiangnan province, and in the afternoon there will be Jiangnan province assassin Renfeng, Lord Ren himself, to read it out. Due to the rain and slippery roads, they slowed down a bit and specifically asked our family to inform you both in advance. After saying that, Gu Danyuan scanned the crowd at the scene with his head held high and a smug look on his face. First of all, the first eldest son of the Shangguan commander of the North Boho has proposed marriage to His Majesty and your benefactor, the Pearl and the Pearl, a great joyous event. When the Empress Dowager heard about this, she was very happy. She specially ordered the Shangguan commander to return to the capital in advance to organize the wedding. Cackle. Chapter 39, Returning to Dominance, slapping the governor angrily, sparing Shangguan Yener, who was cold in nature and seldom moved to anger. After hearing the other party's words, she couldn't help but clench her fists. But in the way of being at the funeral of Li Ziki and the others, she didn't want to make things difficult for the widows and orphans. So, she held back her anger. The first son of Marquis Beibo proposes marriage and this commander has to go back? I'm sorry to have to do this when I have important business to attend to. Anyone can see, the capital of the Queen Mother's hand, is really in disgust Shangguan Yener at the same time, but also let her stop in Jiangnan all the investigation. The first son of Marquis Beibo, that is a famous fop in the capital. The daughter of a generation marries him? It's downright insulting. What? Commander Shangguan, are you preparing to resist the decree? You, after seeing this scene, the green bird on the side went up and was ready to say something, but was stopped by Shangguan Yener. What is it? Wait until after the funeral. Humph. After glancing at the dead eunuch who glanced at the green bird with a cold snort, he looked at Ji Gang and added, Ji Qian who led the troops and wiped out the Black Dragon Society lurking in Yuhang in one fell swoop. It's really a great success. The news reached the capital, and the Empress Dowager was very pleased. It is proposed that Ji Qianhu be promoted to the position of Lingnan Zhenfuzhuang. Lingnan? The Tusks are in a constant state of trouble. That's the place to send a guilty officer. It's a clear rise and a dark fall. Finished? Finished. You can off. Ji Gang, who naturally sees the other party's sinister intentions, is the same as Shangguan Yener, and does not want to make trouble here. Therefore, the voice was extremely cold and stern as he opened his mouth. Ji Qi too. That's a heartbreaking thing to say. We and Governor Wu, but on behalf of the Empress Dowager, we have come to pay tribute to the soldiers who have died in the service of the country. The fox-fake Gu Daiyun, after finishing these with a leathery smile, turned his head to look at Commander Jing, who was not far away. Commander Jing I've heard that you've been making a lot of small moves in recent days. Innocent seizures, a lot of legally operating stores, made a mess of it. You don't really think the sky of Yuhang has changed, do you? Just like this drizzling rain, the sky in Yuhang, there is always a time when the rain passes. Make a path for yourself. Intentionally, Wu Jingshang's expression looked extremely ruthless. In recent days, the patrol battalion under Jing Shan's command had seized multiple of his own properties in a highly targeted manner in retaliation against him. Now that you have a bottom line, it's natural to fool around. After throwing down these words, Gu Danyuan and Wu Jingshang symbolically gave Li Ziki 3 bows. As he turned around, he suddenly thought of something and spoke. Oh yeah, in light of the fact that in several recent cases, certain brocade guards have been too cruel in their methods during law enforcement, it has attracted a lot of criticism. Therefore, the Empress Dowager hereby orders Minister Gu to act on behalf of the East Chamber and monitor this matter, assisted by the local government offices. After saying this, Wu Jingshang looked left and right and said, especially that general flag called Su Shan, violent law enforcement and malicious killing, means that are simply heartless and outrageous. Today, he sends his fellow officers on their last journey, and we will not pursue the matter first. But starting tomorrow, the investigation into him officially begins. After Wu Jingsheng finished saying this, Gu Danyuan looked up and added, "Where's Su Shan? Get out!" Facing the domineering clamor of Gu Dayong and Wu Jingsheng, Ji Gang, who was filled with righteous indignation, took a big step forward. The two subconsciously took half a step back when his tall figure surfaced. "What are you going to do? Chateaus? You give me to listen clearly. The people of the Jinfu Division, It is not yet the turn of the East Chamber to investigate, let alone the Yamen. Are you preparing to resist the decree? Gu Deyuan, who once again brought out his killer weapon, questioned in a broken voice, but as soon as his words fell out of his mouth, Shangguan Yener spoke directly. The son of heaven's own soldiers, only follow the holy decree. The implication is that even the Empress Dowager has no right to ask questions. Well, Shangguan Commander, Ji Qianhu, I hope you'll still be so hardened after Assassin Ren brings an imperial decree to read in the afternoon. And Wu Jingsheng, who was also enraged by the two men, also put down harsh words at this moment. That one called Su Shan, this governor will eat him up. Your Excellencies, if you can protect him for a moment, you may be able to protect him for the rest of his life? Su Shan, get out here. Don't be a shrinking violet, not to mention the two of them, who hadn't found Su Shan's figure in the crowd. Even their fellow Jinui officers hadn't seen him for several days. It was reasonable that he should not show up since he had such a good relationship with Li Ziki. Snap. Just as Ji Gang was about to stand up for Su Shan and put a hard word in for Wu Jingsheng, within the woods in front of the cemetery in the northern suburb, a galloping horse's hooves rang out. Such a sharp, abrupt sound at the scene of the fight naturally drew the crowd to subconsciously look over. That's Su Shan? Looking at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face, someone exclaimed, clearly a fellow officer. The reason why Su Shan felt unfamiliar was because of his attire, which was vastly different from earlier. Blood-stained plainclothes, soaked by rain. Under his pudgy hair, his handsome face was covered in stubble, to give others a kind of age-appropriate vicissitudes, but also more than a little stern. Phew! After he arrived with his horse strangled, Qin Changdong, who was in the middle of the crowd, hurriedly came forward. Where have you been, you brat? Worried us to death. As he said that, Qin Changdong handed him a white silk. Wanting to remind him of something, he was directly interrupted by Su Shan. Uncle Qin, I'll explain anything to you later. I want to pay my respects to Uncle Li and the others first. After saying that, Su Shan tied the white silk around his head, smoothly carrying the package hanging on the horse's back. He took a step towards the front. Along the way, colleagues have made a sidewalk at the same time, and all coincidentally put their eyes to the package in his hands, because of being soaked in rain. At the moment, the white package kept looking to ooze blood. This scene, falling in the eyes of the crowd, was that hideous and shocking. So, what's in there? Judging from my experience, it looks like a head. Sizzle. That much? Who's that? How would I know? With every step Su Shan took, a footprint would be left behind on the muddy dirt road. The footprints were quickly filled with standing water, only to be colored scarlet from the dripping blood. The road wasn't long, but the scarlet track made everyone on the scene moved by it, sparing Wu Jingsheng, who, before, was about to put harsh words in his mouth, subconsciously took several steps back when the other party walked in front of him, but also perceived that so many people are looking at their own occasion, forced to pretend to calm him. Spittle Flying questioned, Su Shan, what do you have in this package? This official warns you that the higher-ups are ready to investigate you severely for killing innocents indiscriminately. If it's heads in here, snap. Wu Jingsheng didn't even finish his sentence. This time, Su Shan, who wasn't spoiling him at all, slammed him in the face. Chapter 40, shocking the whole scene. Demonic skill reappears. Put. Ow. Wu Jingsheng, who was hard slapped to the ground, instantly fell into a pool of water. This sudden scene also made everyone at the scene freeze there for a long time. You dare to hit this official? Not waiting for the mud-covered Wu Jingsheng, once again to finish his words, full of fierce Su Shan, while roaring toward him, while pointing to his side of the valley Dian said, Wu Jingsheng, you today dare to beat one more sentence. This castrated dog beside you can't keep you alive. Su Shan said so. Being privately called a castrated dog was something that Gu Deyuan had heard of, but as the 8 tigers of the East Chamber, how have they ever been scolded by name in public? Unbridled, our family is. Today, snap, Gu Danyang just made a move. Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener, one on the left and one on the right, took a step forward. Miso. At the same time, the brocade guards below, who had drawn their swords for a third of the time, directly disliked the people who came from the yamen to the periphery of the place of the incident. Without any movement, Jing Shan signaled his subordinates to stay put. All of a sudden, the scene fell into an eerie silence, facing the close care of the two great masters. Even if Gu Deyuan's heart was full of anger, he didn't dare to make the next move, and Wu Jingsheng, who fell on the muddy ground, after being helped up, Pestle pig-headed face, breathless said, You, Su Shan, this matter we are not finished. Su Shan, who didn't pay any attention to him, walked over to Li Ziki and the others' families and bowed deeply. He then spoke, Aunts and sisters-in-law, Please take your children and families and leave for now. It is not appropriate for you to be present for the next scene. Ha, good, good. Only after they had turned around and retreated to the periphery one after another did Shan crouch down and unwrap the bloodied package. Gulp! The outermost head, having lost the binding of the white cloth, tumbled down the slope. Ah! Upon seeing the face of the head's owner, Wu Jingsheng and a few of the yamen let out piercing screams. Sizzle! Even Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener, who were holding Gu Danyuan hostage, and their party could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Thornhill, who was close by, stuck his head out to find out what was going on. When he saw the face of this head, his eye mustache almost popped out of his mouth as he said offhandedly, Tian Bo Shan? Wow! Many of the Jinui and patrol battalion soldiers, as well as the magistrates, who saw the head rolling down, all let out a piercing clamor when they heard the name, Tian Bo Shan, the great offering of the court, known as, the first swordsman of Yuhang. What's more, he was a proper innate 8th grade expert. Dead? Shan killed him? Wow. The only sound in the silent scene was the sound of rain ringing in the ears of the crowd. It wasn't until Shan, who turned around, smoothly placed Tian Bo Shan's head, also in front of the tombstone, that he broke the silence. Uncle, the 7 assassins who brutalized you at Shikuman are all here. The main criminal, Tian Bo Shan, was lynched by me, 10 stabs each, 100 stabs to death. This stunt was still taught to Shan when you taught me to practice my guts. What? No shame for you, right? When Shan's choked voice resounded through the entire room, all the mysteries were solved with it. Yaman's big supply led people to brutally kill the Grotto Gates brocade guards, and then through the patrol battalion's insiders, sent the Dai family's wife, children to the barracks prison, as blackmail, forcing Dai Jinshan to commit suicide. If this has nothing to do with Wu Jingsheng, dogs don't believe it. And Wu Jingsheng, who was the party involved, was completely flustered. At this moment, though dizzy, he hissed hysterically, make believe. Evidence? Where is the evidence? You. Greetings, Commander Shangguan and Qiantaji. While my subordinate was chasing these 7 murderers, he also captured Zhou Lon, the leader of the Chao Gang bandits. From him, hard evidence was obtained that the Chao Gang was in cahoots with the officials of Yuhang, smuggling armaments and military food, which has the rank of. As many as 41 government officials, led by Wu Jingsheng, were involved in the case. The evidence is overwhelming. I implore arrest. Miso. When Shan, who had suddenly turned around, clasped his fists and finished speaking these words, the entirety of the brocade guards present drew their swords. They were placed at the necks of the magistrates and the officials accompanying them. All heard? Heard that. Then what are you waiting for? Arrest. Yes. As Ji Gang said this, his gaze was fixed like a torch on Gu Dayong who, in a moment just now, had a murderous intent. Pal Mistress Gu, wanting to kill to silence it seems that this dog official, Wu Jingsheng, knows quite a lot. When Ji Gang said this, the 2 vice children had already tied Wu Jingsheng up. It also completely cut off the possibility of Gu Dayuan making a move. I wanted to take advantage of this funeral to completely suppress the arrogance of the town's governor. But who would have thought that pretending to be a bully would not lead to getting a chow? Take them away and serve them well. Yes, Chitos. Let us remind you, Governor Wu was a Jinshi by birth, a disciple of the late emperor, and was given a yellow waistcoat for meritorious work in disaster relief. If you dare to use torture, even His Majesty cannot cover for you in this matter. Gu Danyuan's words were not just for Ji Gang to hear, they were also a warning to Wu Jingsheng. Ha ha, don't worry Boss Gu. A living Wu Jingsheng is more useful to us than a dead or injured one. Shan, here, when you kill again in the future, what if someone asks for evidence? You can then tell him that it was based on Governor Wu's confession. They want to screen for authenticity? Must go to the capital to ask for a decree. Yes, you. Ji Gang's set of combinations struck Gu Dayun dumbfounded. Previously, didn't our Jinfu division press a lot of cases that didn't come to fruition because of the government office's cross-purposes? Now Governor Wu has spit out an explanation. Yes, they did it. In a nutshell, assassin run. Before arriving at Yuhang, I won't allow any more forces that dare to say no to the Jinfu division. Yes. After Ji Gang had finished saying this, Jing Shan, who had previously been knocked out in public by Wu Jingsheng and Gu Danyuan, fell on his sword and said, Qianhu Ji, there is not enough manpower. Our patrol battalion is willing to serve. Very good. At this moment, Gu Danyuan knew better than anyone else. After this incident, the forces that dared to speak out against Wu Jingsheng before would spring up like rain. There was a flurry of accusations against him. Once the situation got out of control, Wu Jingsheng, who was a protege of the leader of the Donlin party, would become a butcher's knife hanging over their heads, and he Gu Dayun, even if he is lucky to escape this robbery, Back to the capital will also be the factory public and the governor of the heavy punishment. Now he only prayed that Assassin Ren would come to Yuhang as soon as possible to stabilize the big situation. Originally a foolproof bureau, but now because of Su Shan, it has collapsed in 1,000 miles. This caused Gu Danyuan, who had left as gray as a lost dog, to turn his malicious gaze towards Su Shan in the distance. Son of A, you must die. The polar opposite of Gu Dayun's hatred of Ji Gang, who was all set to train Su Shan as his successor, did not mince words in praising him before turning to the main topic. I read that letter you left before you left. Wu Jingsheng's pillow is a scout directly under the Black Dragon Society's Shadow Master, the Flower of Empire? Right. Is the news reliable? Absolutely reliable. This piece of news was something Su Shan had learned from Koji Inade when he was psychic. What? Is there a problem? As far as our investigation goes, Wu Jingsheng only has his hairy wife as a pillow next to him. Outsiders, concubines, etc. None of that. He was in love with his wife, Zhang, and even though he had no sons or daughters, he had no intention of taking a concubine. Ha, doesn't Wu Jingsheng have a son? You're talking about Wu Chen, aren't you? That's his adopted son. However, as far as their whereabouts are concerned, I have sent people to conduct a detailed investigation and tracking. It's all on the record, and it's kept separate for you. Saying this, Ji Zhan, who had stopped speaking, spoke again. Also, there's a tricky case at home. It needs you to investigate it personally. Don't want me to get too deeply involved in the case of Wu Jingsheng? Ha ha. Seeing through and not telling is still good friends. After laughing, Ji Gang slowly put away the smile and said, this case to this, not to mention you and I. Even the Shangguan commander have to reach the holy hearing. Please His Majesty ruled on it. However, you have taken so much credit for this case. If you only give 100 households, dogs don't agree. When Ji Gang mimicked Su Shan's tone and finished saying this, the two of them burst out laughing in unison. Su Shan, who knew he was doing it for his own good, didn't dwell on it. What's the case that's giving the family a hard time? A week ago, there were wonderful girls disappearing one after another. When they were found again, they were already cold corpses, but it left a 5-finger bloody hole in the ceiling of the sky. Hearing this, Su Shan twisted his head and said, demonic skills? 9 white bone claws. To quench this technique, you need to take the maiden's Een Chi from a Een year, Een month, and Een day. The means are vicious and the death is brutal. It was then classified as a taboo for demonic feats during the late emperor's time, and was hunted down and killed across the board. In the Jianghu, in the last 1 year, I have rarely heard of anyone practicing this technique again. This time, appearing out of nowhere in Yuhang makes it unbelievable. Dig it up and chop it up. Yes, just as Su Shan returned to the Jinfu division to prepare to take over the new case, hurriedly returned to the Wu house of Gu Daiyun, while watching the Wu family don't have a different heart. While sitting in this place, to prevent the brocade guards do not follow the rules of copying the family, after it has pacified Wu Jingsheng's wife Zhang, Wu Chen, the adopted son of the male-female phase, took a preaching lady's step and came up beside Gu Daiyun in a graceful manner. Pal Mistress Gu, I'm sorry to trouble you with my father's affairs. It should. In addition, my father was just afraid that he would have a change of heart and delay the Valley Master practicing. Therefore, it has always been up to me to identify the furnace cauldron needed by the Valley Master. When will the Valley Master enjoy the latest batch? Hearing this, Gu Deyuan immediately brightened up. Jie, good. No wonder Governor Wu favors you like this. We'll do the job. Thank you for the compliments from the Valley Master. Tomorrow night. Today, we will discuss how to deal with this situation with Assassin Run, who is here. Yes. Chapter 41, something to ask for. A room tonight? Su Shan had just returned to Jinfu when he saw his own mother holding the hand of his neighbor, Auntie Wang, standing in the doorway. Mother, Shan'er, where have you been running around these days? Qian Tuji said you went on a case. Were there any injuries? Facing Wu Su's care, Su Shan, who had revealed a bright smile, spoke. Mother, I'm fine. After pacifying his mother, Su Shan looked up at Auntie Wang, whose tears were still welling up in her eyes, and said, what's wrong, Auntie? What happened at home? Little beanbag. It's gone. Missing for almost 3 days. Recently, a lot of little girls have disappeared for no apparent reason in 10 miles and 8 streets. When they're found again, it's to identify the body. Your aunt has reported it to the police, and the neighbors have all helped to look for it, but there's still no news. I had no choice but to find us here. Put. As soon as Mother Su finished her words, Auntie Wang directly fell to her knees. Su, General Flag Su, please save my little beanbag. Su Shan, who had hastily assisted the other party, directly led her inside. After pacifying her, she opened her mouth and inquired, Auntie, do you know little Doubao's birth date? No. After reporting it, Su Shan's gaze was cold and stern. It's really a year, month and hour. What? It's nothing, Auntie Wang. You can stay with my mom for a few days. This case is now under my control. If I need your cooperation, I'll look for you then. Yes. Without taking a break, Shan went straight to the morgue. The bodies of the marvelous girls were found under the direction of the coroner. Swish! The moment the white cloth was lifted, even Shan was deeply shocked by the sight before him, only to see the young girls' eyes bulging out, even more filled with blood, open the corners of their mouths. Their faces hideous. The bodies are all bone-thin and inhuman. However, there were visible signs of binding at the wrists and ankles, first captured, then centralized and handed over to someone to harden the magic power. While examining these corpses, Shan also performed psychic powers on them. Sizzle! Because of the AI's first perspective, the scene begins with them dying, in pain, with their limbs bound. They were also blindfolded, but the 5 fingers that pierced into the ceiling of the sky made each of the victims let out a mournful scream. The images of the death alone did not give Shan many clues. However, nowadays, with the innate 9th grade, the time he could be psychic had reached 90 minutes. Pull the screen forward. Each of the young girls was held in a dark, sunless cellar. As they are sent out, they are blindfolded and gagged. Obviously, the other side is very cautious. Dang. The scene reaches the 40th minute or so when the dark door opens and someone brings them food. It was also at this moment that Shan heard the ear-piercing sound of a bell through their perspective. Bells? Places where you can hear the bells up close in Yuhang. Monastery? Taoism? A nunnery? Ding dong. It was also at this moment that the system's beep sounded again. The system releases a time-limited quest, The Maiden's Last Wishes 1. Mission content: destroy the place where they were captured and detained, and free the other captured women. Mission reward: 30 years of cultivation, 6 veins divine sword. Ding dong. The system releases a time-limited quest, Maiden's Will 2. Mission: kill the demons that are killing them. Mission reward: 50 years of cultivation. The mission time limit has been opened, and there are 24 hours left until the end. Phew! After the system tone ended, Shan, who let out a long breath, slowly returned to his senses. The criminal centurion? As he turned his head, Shan saw the green bird pestle there with an expectant face. A ghost? You can't even walk without making a sound? It's General Banner Su who was overly focused. Anything? Suddenly crouching down, Cygnus was close to asking close to his face. The virginal fragrance that came to his nose really made Shan's heart go wild. Criminal 100. Why are you so attached to this case? Shouldn't you be mainlining the case of Wu Jingsheng now? Shan, who had gotten up, covered the white cloth for these young girls. His words just finished, caught up in the memories of the green bird. Voice trembling said, my mother a few years ago, while going out was assassinated and died. What the other party is using is the 9 white bone claws. Over the years, my father and I have been pursuing this matter, but to no avail. The emperor is not a man of honor. I came across this case in Yuhang. Pa. After saying this, Qingdao kneeled down on one knee and saluted towards Shan. I implore General Flag Su to uncover the murderer for me. A great favor. I, Cygnus, would like to. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Shan directly picked up the conversation and said, willing to give your body to the other? Ha! Seeing as you're so sincere, I promise. No cheating after it's done, ha. When Shan finished saying this in a serious manner, Qingdao was stunned with a scarlet face, not knowing how to reply. However, seeing how confident the other party was, Sybil knew that he must have found some clue. I haven't been in contact with him for long, but I've worked on multiple cases. What headless case doesn't he handle beautifully? Therefore, the green bird was absolutely convinced of him. You got a clue? Closely catching up with Shan who was heading out the door, Qingdao hurriedly inquired. Since my father died, my marriage has been a piece of my mother's mind, especially after that farce earlier. Her old was even more restless about it. After hearing Shan's donkey's words, Qing Bird was surprised. What does this have to do with this case? Snap. When his words fell out of his mouth, Shan turned his head and said in a serious manner, when you make my mother happy later, I'll help your mother take revenge. After saying that, Shan went straight to where his mother and Auntie Wang had landed without any further ado. After Shan was sneak attacked by the Shadow General, Su mother was placed in a small courtyard next to the Jinfu Sea headquarters. Mother, Auntie Wang, this is. After seeing the accompanying green bird, Mother Su's eyes lit up. What a handsome little girl. Chug. Shan, who had one hand wrapped around Qingdao's savage waist, stiffly pulled her to his side. This sudden and bold scene caused both the green bird and Su's mother to look dumbfounded. You, mother, this is the criminal 100 from the capital, and the two of us have been privately engaged. Pa, look at this ass. How nice is it? Next year, I'll let you hold your big grandson. Mouthy modest. Hands also did not idle Su big official. This slapped to the green bird tight buttocks, patting chaotic tremors. She was even more photographed and almost drew her knife in public. Really? Really? Facing the questioning of Sue's mother, after Qingqiu and Su Shan locked eyes, they first put away their knife man's heart with a scarlet face, and then tried to squeeze out a smile as they shouted to Sue's mother. Auntie, it's true. Mother, you don't believe me? If you don't believe me, I'll cave with her tonight. What? Chapter 42 The Flower of the Empire is a fake lady? Whenever you meet the enemy, you will show your sword. Nonsense? Even if you are privately engaged, you should go by the 3 books and 6 appointments, and you should never shortchange other girls. Mother Su, who disliked her own son, pulled Qingqiu inside. The more the in-laws look at their daughter-in-law, the better they look. It was a joy. Instead, it was Cygnus, who frequently turned his head, who glared more than once at Su Shan, who was talking to Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang, have you been to any temples, Taoist temples or nunneries with little Dobo lately? Especially the time before she disappeared. Hearing this, Signet realized that the man in front of him was really here on a case, taking advantage of pleasing his mother. Yes, there was. A few days ago, the Golden Mountain Temple held an extremely grand puja day, with the presiding officer, Fei, personally, offering puja to the devotees. After he finished saying this, Su Shan muttered under his breath, Golden Mountain Temple? Did you ask for your birth dates? Naturally, I want it. Let the accomplished monks in the temple, who will puja and pray for you, need the birth date. After tracking down the 9 white bone claw for so many years, Qing Bird naturally knew that the furnace tripod required to quench this magic skill was a young girl of a wonderful age in a cloudy time and a cloudy month and a cloudy year. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain this information, like a needle in a haystack, but a so-called puja day has made the devotees, of their own accord, expose this information. Subsequently, the selection of a suitable stovepipe will be done from there. Following the direction of Su Shan's investigation, Qingqiu had found a breakthrough in the entire case at this moment with it. Shan'er, you don't suspect the Golden Mountain Temple, do you? Impossible. The presiding Fei, in Yuhang and even in Jiangnan, is a highly respected monk. Even Governor Wu's son, who is under his tutelage, is a lay disciple who walks in the world. Who? Wu Jingsheng's male son, Wu Chen. Yes. After receiving an affirmative answer, Su Shan fell into deep thought. After dozens of breaths, he muttered, the flower of the empire. Does it have to be a woman? What did you say? Cygnus, who hadn't heard clearly, subconsciously inquired. Nothing. I have a bold inference that needs to be tested. Before leaving, Mother Su took the ancestral jade bracelet and personally put it on the green bird. This really left the latter somewhat at a loss for words. Keep it. If you don't, my mother will never agree that we should get married early. It's just not okay to keep it. You have to be responsible for other girls, without even needing Qingdao to retort. Mother Su directly opened her dislike. After leaving the other courtyard, Qingqiu wanted to return the bracelet, but it was rejected outright by Su Shan. What? After helping you smooth out the case, you're not going to help me coax my mother? Putting up your pants and denying it, are you? You are vulgar. Qing Bird, who had never shown her daughterly attitude in front of the opposite sex, was now blushing and stomping her feet. Rough, I recognize that word on the back. I don't. Check the case. Hearing this, the green bird only recovered normalcy to catch up and said, are we now going to verify whether these young girls who have been poisoned have been to the Golden Mountain Temple before they were born? Smart. Take the case files and you go and verify them from house to house. Remember, learn to ask questions politely. Don't reveal that we're checking out the Golden Mountain Temple. What about you? Reverse the wedding room, and try to get the raw end of the deal first thing in the evening. After looking at Su Shan as he stepped into the Imperial prison, the annoyed Qing Bird turned his head and led the men to verify the situation. Shan is here? Quickly, go inform General Banerjeen. Su Shan's figure, just as he appeared within the Imperial prison. The lieutenants and Rexes guarding the place were like enemies. It's right here. Because of the sentence, I don't share the same fate as Sin. How many criminals have been killed by the popular fry of the Jinfu division in front of him? What the hell? What are you all staring at me like that for? Su Shan had just finished saying this when Qin Changdong's voice came from far and near. They're afraid you'll fool around again. Uncle Qin, why are you here? Fire, theft, and Su Shan. These are the original words of Ji Qianhu. Bunny, let me tell you you just can't make a move even if you have a huge grudge against Wu Jingsheng. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled. Ji Gang is really afraid of himself, secretly poking Wu Jingsheng to death. With his current strength, sending anyone else would not be able to suppress it at all. Only Qin Changdong was the most suitable. Uncle Qin, I'm simply asking questions, seeking confirmation of a little thing, never to the death. No, Uncle is doing this for your own good. The promotion order is coming down. You can't afford to screw up again. Okay, uncle. Look, there's an airplane. An airplane? What's an airplane? Pa. As Qin Changdong followed the guidance and looked away, Su Shan slashed at his neck with a single palm. In the next second, this uncle, who was no more than the 8th or 9th rank of the Hotian, collapsed into Su Shan's arms. What do you say? Su Shan, who had carefully placed Qin Changdong on the pit, turned his head and scanned the brothers in the Imperial prison, saying, "Gulp." Looking at each other in dismay, they said with a wailing face, "Brother Shan, don't get anyone killed. A few of us can hardly be blamed for another incident at the Imperial prison. Don't worry, it must be alive, and it will never be tortured. It won't be difficult for you." Upon hearing Su Shan's assurance, the two small flags hugged the pillar next to them and got violently high. Along with the fainting of the two of them, the rest of the lieutenants and Rikishi, each of them looked up at the ceiling with their heads. Even when Su Shan brushed past them, they all chose to turn a blind eye, straight to the cell where Wu Jingsheng is being held. When he saw Su Shan, lightly opened the prison door. This morning in the northern suburbs still screaming to let the other side of the 10,000 evil disciples, really scared pale. Su Shan, what are you doing? This official gives you the snap. The other party's harsh words were not even spoken. Su Shan threw another slap towards the right side of his face. There was only brute force, but it was enough to slap Wu Jingsheng into an airborne spin of 360 degrees, followed by a headfirst landing on the strawline Kong. Ouch! The miserable howling failed to draw a single lieutenant or rishi out of the way. The few experts who were hiding in the shadows also pretended to be a cloud of air after Su Shan's internal energy was raised externally. As long as you don't get killed, it's not uncommon to bump and bruise in the Imperial prison. Zira. Ow. Su Shan, who wasn't nagging at all, tore Wu Jingsheng's hair, and then yanked him raw towards the innermost part of the Imperial prison. Master Shan, another new delivery? Yeah, the little one will get you high again. Go, do business today. Su Shan, who had materialized a few senior-s, whispered a few words. Understood, Master Shan, it's something we brothers are good at. After saying that, they took the semi-conscious Wu Jingsheng and dragged him into a separate cell. 2 minutes later, the scarred man at the head of the group lustfully came up next to Su Shan. Master Shan, with my experience over the years, this grandson is definitely in the same boat as us. Are you sure? Take the head as a guarantee. Those who could be locked up in the lowest level of the Imperial prison were definitely all top-notch talents. There's absolutely no mistaking what they've determined. What? The flower of the Empire, a pseudo-maiden? Almost fooled you. As Su Shan muttered this, the scarred man fawned and said, Master Shan, it's a mess up there. Is it another raid? Send in a couple of new ones. Let's have some fun, brother. Wasn't it just a few days ago that a couple of castrates were brought in? Don't mention it. It's all about anal play. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. Master, knowing that it will be arranged tonight. As he spoke, Su Shan brought Wu Jingsheng back up. Thank you, Master Shan. From now on, instead of worshipping bodhisattvas and Buddhas, we will make offerings to Master Shan's eternal life plaque. After rethrowing Wu Jingsheng back into the dungeon, Su Shan took large strides and prepared to leave the Imperial prison. As he wiped his feet with a few open-eyed lieutenants, he stopped and spoke. Identify a few yamen who didn't deal with us before and send them to the innermost part. Understood. My uncle woke up and told him that after finishing the case in hand, the rabbit cub Su Shan gave him a guilty conscience. Yes, after leaving the Imperial prison, Su Shan went straight to the clerical depot, consulting Wu Chan's dossier. If he is the flower of the empire, what about presiding over the river of law? What role again? The Shadow Master? Just as Su Shan was contemplating, the green bird that had gone and returned hurriedly rushed to him. For the moment, you don't go out of the house for a while. What the hell? Run Feng, the assassin of the Jiangnan prefecture, has come to the Jinfu division with an imperial decree. And then what? What's it got to do with me? Looking up from below at the panting signet in front of him, not to mention, not being able to see the face. When a woman looks down and can't see her toes, she's called the best of the best. But the man looked from the bottom up and couldn't see her forehead. And that was the best of the best. The two offerings that came with him were the woodcutter Nan Shiran of the 7 monsters of Jiangnan and the lady sword of Yu Han Xiaoying. Of those 7 people you beheaded earlier, 2 were their direct disciples. The remaining 5 were their nephews. Qian Tuji and Commander Shangguan have led their troops to work on the case. The few experts left behind are also guarding the Imperial prison. They should have chosen this gap to come on purpose. Hearing this, Su Shan closed the dossier and inquired with a smile. Running to the Jinfu division, looking for me to take revenge? It says cut and dried, but before Cygnus could even finish his words, a flood of shouts rang out from outside the clerical vault. Su Shan, you dog, get your ass out here. Slaughtering my disciples and nephews without proof. I'd like to see how capable you are. When his words fell, Shan stood up violently and said, "What strength? So crazy? Both of them are innate 9th grade. Shan, you need to calm down. I've already sent someone to call out to the Shangguan commander and Ji Qianhu and the others." Shan, who didn't want to spoil the other party for a second, ignored Qingdao's dissuasion and directly stood up. Shan, you. This time, without waiting for Cygnus to finish his sentence, Shan directly stopped and said, "Whenever you meet the enemy, you will show your sword. I don't care who he is or how many grades of strength he has. In the words of the old Ji, encountering the enemy if you even have no courage to draw your sword, but also when what genie way." After saying that, Shan, whose eyes were filled with coldness, directly rushed out. Chapter 43, Going to the Door to Provoke. Killing Intent. Shan and Chang Bird, who had rushed out of the clerical depot, saw woodcutter Nan Shiren at a glance, with his feet on the eaves of Zhongjuan Hall, the highest building in the Jinfu division, grimacing and screaming. This was no longer simply targeting Shan, rather, it's a desecration, an insult, to the entire township. "Dogs, get the down." Shan, who had been moved to true anger, had several flying daggers with dark energy attached to them already out as he said these words. Whoosh! Facing this sudden attack, Nan Shiren, who was holding the blade, was still ready to reject it with a knife, and then jump down to give the other party a thunderous blow. Dang! However, the moment the blade came into contact with the first flying dagger, the blade in his hand was directly chiseled with an opening. The second flying dagger, even more so, shocked his tiger's mouth that was holding the knife to tear. Snap! Not daring to take the enemy lightly any longer, Nan Shiren utilized his stance to dodge while jumping off the eaves of the Zhongjuan Hall in a hurry. At this moment, Shan, who had leapt up in a single bound, tumbled over the buildings blocking his way and arrived directly in front of the main hall. Pa! As he landed, what was in front of him caused anger to fill his eyes and a murderous aura to overflow from his body, only to see Han Xiaoying, the sword of the Lady Yu, standing in front of the hall of the Lord of Loyalty with a sword in her hand. In front of her were the brocade guards who had drawn their swords in anger at seeing Nan Shiren trample on the Hall of Loyalty in such a manner. With this incident, Ji Gang, who purged Yuhang of its stubborn forces, took away the vast majority of the masters of the Jinfu division. Those who stayed behind were mostly civil officials or chief banners. The 200 households with the highest strength now had multiple bloody cuts on their bodies. Blood, moreover, soaked their fly fishing suits. But even so, the ones who used their swords to prop up their bodies were still full of killing intent when they faced Han Xiaoying, whose strength was a few ranks above their own. Not to mention the two of them, even the small banners, lieutenants and even Rex. All of them drew their swords against each other, even though they were bleeding profusely, a stance of ready desperation. This scene, it also made the Green Bird, who had just been urging Shan to be calm, feel bloated with rage while being deeply shocked. You know you can't do it, but you still want to do it? To outsiders, this may seem silly, but for the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers, they are using their lives to maintain the honor of this flying fish suit. Compared to them, those brocade guards in the capital who had to think about consequences and repercussions at every turn were such wimps. Until this time, she finally understood the commanding officer. Why specially arranged? This group of so-called young elite, they came to Yuhang alone to handle this case, not only to learn from the experience, but also to learn from there will show the sword in every enemy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're something, but not much. Nan Shiren, who was forced down from the eaves by Shan's flying dagger, said with a face that was guilty of cruelty after seeing the other party come to the forefront. And just at that moment, the eerie voice of Gu Diuan came from the main seat of the main hall. Confessor Nan, he's the culprit who beheaded your disciple and nephew, Shan. Hearing this, Nan Shiren and Han Xiaoying looked at Shan with eyes that became sharp. Hatchet, just sitting on the main seat of the main hall Renfeng, are temporarily stopped drinking tea glanced outside. A cold snort followed, looking extremely contemptuous. In the conspiracy theory of Renfeng's view, a chief flag of the brocade guards would never be able to do it alone and decapitate 7 and 8 experts in a row. There should be a Kazuna operation behind this. Launch a rash and take all the blame? Send him to his death today. Snap, put down the tea. Renfeng ghostly opened his mouth. Although the sword and the gun have no eyes, but you guys also have to lay down your hands in moderation. Don't kill this young man who has solved many strange cases. Who is in charge of the governor? And who doesn't put the East Chamber in his eyes? Yes, Assassin Ren. With Renfeng's secret authorization, Han Xiaoying, who was tightly gripping the echidna sword, let out an ear-piercing sword chime. This was a manifestation of attaching sword intent to the blade. Obviously, she moved to kill. The woodcutter, Nan Shiren, who was on the side, reached out to stop him. 7th sister. Just now I was gullible and planted myself in his hands. Speaking of this, the rampant to the extreme Nan Shiran reached out and pointed at Su Shan, adding, "He's mine." Only after hearing all this did Han Xiaoying put away her echidna sword and said in a cold voice, "Don't be too cheap on him. Otherwise, what will big brother, second brother and the others take to vent when they arrive tomorrow?" Got it. While the two were saying these words, Su Shan was checking the injuries of his fellow officers one by one. At the same time, it was chanting something without avoiding people. 37, 38, 39. Only after counting this did Su Shan turn his head full of fury. Looking toward Han Xiaoying not far away, she said, "There are a total of 39 wounds." After saying that, Su Shan ferociously nodded towards the other party and said, "Today, you won't be able to miss a single cut." Ha, ha ha. Su Shan's words just fell tone. Zhongju and Hall, listening to the clear Ring Feng and Valley Dayong, first stunned then coincidentally issued a laugh. Where did Kazuna find such a little rascal? Breath is bigger than even my official's foot. Jie Jie, laughing flamboyantly. Gu Daiyu, pinching the orchid finger, said, "Run, assassin, use your foot breath to compare." With his breath, it's lifting the dog. The assassin of Jiangnan Prefecture is a highly ranked official of the 3rd grade, combining military and political priorities, a proper seal of approval. Therefore, Gu Danyang was also extremely fawning to him. This was also the reason why Nan Shiren and Han Xiaoying dared to be so reckless, while the two of them were recklessly sneering at Su Shan. Nan Shiren, who was outside the door, tightly gripped the blade in his hand. With a sneer on his face, he said, "Dogs, I'd like to see what you're capable of." Daring to speak so loudly, all the more reason to see how you beheaded my disciple and nephew. Me so. As the words fell out of his mouth, Nancy Run directly pulled himself up. Ka-ching! Under the force, even the lapis lazuli plate he stepped on was hard crushed. Leaping high into the air, he slashed directly at the approaching Su Shan with a thunderous momentum. The air around him became more and more suffocating due to his rapid descent. This ability to instantly affect other people's senses was enough to prove that the other party was a proper innate 9th grade. But this moment, Su Shan, who hadn't even drawn his sword, stood in place, looking at his opponent with a torch-like gaze as he slashed down from top to bottom. Standing there motionless, pretending to be an asshole? Jie Jie, I'm afraid I'm overloading my pen. You can't run away if you want to now, can you? I haven't seen anyone run away after being locked in by the South Confessor's aura. Me so, just as the accompanying several magistrates. You said this at the same time. The embroidered spring sword hanging at Su Shan's waist was instantly sheathed. Killing intent, and a cold light appeared. Zira. Next, the blade in Nancy Ren's hand split in two, and his head, like a leather ball, drew a bloodthirsty arc before slamming heavily into the Hall of Loyalty. Chapter 44, King Kong's Wrathful Eyes, Lingering Enemies. Bang! Snap! The fresh head that smashed into the Zhongjuan Hall instantly knocked over the tea next to Rinfeng. Ah! The suddenness of it all scared Assassin Run, and he got up in a hurry in shock. Splashes of tea and blood stained his cheeks and his official uniform from top to bottom. Under the residual strength, Nanchi Ren's dead head was still spinning in circles on the tabletop. This hideous, horrific and piercing scene, not to mention Rinfeng, even the murderous Gu Danyuan was stunned and stared at his pupils. Snap! Outside the main hall, Nan Shiren, who had become a headless corpse, along with the broken blade in his hand, collapsed to the ground in an unbearable heap. The moment the sound rang out, a piercing clamor erupted from the originally quiet scene. The wide-eyed Signet, the brocade guard with sword wounds, in shock, looked at the young figure in front of him with a little more awe in his eyes. A master of the 9th rank of the innate. One cut? Even if he was suspected of being gullible before, it wasn't the absolute crushing of his strength that would surely not be able to do all of this. By this extrapolation, Su Shan, what realm? The Grand Master? No, he didn't draw the power of heaven and earth. He is also an innate 9th grade. But why was he so strong for the same 9th grade? Fourth brother, Han Xiaoying, who was holding the echidna sword and froze in place for dozens of breaths, only shouted out hysterically, because she, like the crowd, couldn't believe that her senior brother had been chopped in two by a youngster, with just a single blade. Didn't you keep asking me how I killed those bastards from Tian Boshan? See now? Pa! Stepping over Nan Shiran's corpse, Su Shan added in a cold voice as he took a step toward Han Xiaoying with his sword. That's how I killed him. Oh yes, to be precise, Tian Boshan was lynched. Next, you will have the honor of feeling it all. Bang! Boom! As the words fell out of his mouth, Su Shan's inner strength rose outward. Several channels of pure Yang's true qi wrapped around his body under the golden bell shield. Next, Su Shan's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, Humongous had surfaced in front of Han Xiaoying. So strong. If Nancy Ren's strike just now only made me feel suffocated, Su Shan's outburst, however, gave me a sense of powerlessness in vain. As the crowd of brocade guards were discussing, The wide-eyed Qing bird muttered. Such a domineering pressure. I've only seen it on my father. He's not a Zhongsher. How could he have such a strong true qi? When Nan Shiren's head smashed into the main hall, Renfeng realized that the development of events had gone beyond their control, especially after Su Shan once again struck out violently. The wide-eyed man sprinted towards the outside of the main hall. As he ran, he hissed hysterically, "Stop, my lord! I told you to stop! The sword divides yin and yang! Bang! Zira! Ah! The sun and the moon have no light! Put! Anyone from Renfeng has yet to run out!" Outside the door, the screams of Han Xiaoying in pain were already ringing out. Snap! Renfeng, who was just as shocked by the bloody scene in front of him, froze there with his jaw dropped. At this moment, Han Xiaoying, whose arms had been chopped off by Su Shan, was rammed within the ground like a stake. The remnants of the blade's light, accompanied by Su Shan's swinging arm, chattered and scraped at Han Xiaoying's body. Every slash Su Shan struck out with was extremely well defined, exactly the same position as his own colleague, who had just been injured. This was not only a retaliation, but also the most powerful declaration of war against the person who provoked it. Splattered blood and flesh, interspersed with strips of cloth, were presented like gushing fireworks. 38, 39. Put, until the last knife fell. Han Xiaoying, who had long been cut into a bloody man, fell into a pool of blood like a dead dog, and more scarlet reflected in Renfeng's eyes. Live at this time, ravenous, the crowd, even to the point of sucking in cool air, was careful, fearing that they would attract the displeasure of this faithful god. Snap! Renfeng, who was originally close by, stumbled back a few steps in fear. Run, assassin! It was only after being assisted by Gu Daiyun, who had trotted up, that he was able to stand up. Su Shan, you dare to lay your hands on the Jiangnan house's offerings? You are guilty as charged. The furious Renfeng roared hysterically. Hearing these words, Su Shan, who had stepped on Han Xiaoying with his foot and held the embroidered spring blade on her neck, looked squarely at the other party for the first time. It was also just a glance that made Renfeng feel terrified from the bottom of his heart, but with a forced composure, he glared back. What he saw, on the other hand, was Su Shan's bloodthirsty cold smile. Dare I ask Assassin Ren if the offerings of the Jiangnan prefecture are on the books? Hearing this, the crowd's sword brows furrowed. The so-called envoys are nothing more than the masters that the Yamen has taken in to overpower the Jianghu. On the books? It's definitely not in the army book. Senior hitter, there are poker temps. No, not on the books. But, not waiting for Renfeng to finish his sentence, Su Shan continued to pursue. Is there an official position in place? They're not even on the books. So naturally they don't have an official position, neither on the books nor in official positions. Who was it? Who gave them the courage to come to my township and make a fool of themselves? Zira! Su Shan, who had suddenly raised his voice chant, put away his embroidered spring blade a little as he asked this. The sharp blade, even more so at a speed that could be seen by the common eye, cut open Han Xiaoying's neck. Blood spurted and touched the ground. Sizzle! Such a hideous scene caused the scene to resound with the sound of backward breaths of cold air, and Su Shan, who had turned sideways, carried the still dripping blood of the embroidered spring sword and took a step towards the magistrates and guards who had come with Renfeng. The brocade guards who stayed behind, who were extensively injured, had their share of credit. Snap! I'm asking you a question. Who gave you the courage to draw your swords on the son of heaven's own soldiers? Su Shan, who had directly placed his sword on the shoulder of the guard commander, questioned word for word. Zip, zip, zip. The sound of wiping the blade, borrowed from the other man's official uniform, seemed so harsh in this eerie, silent scene. This guard commander, who was but in innate 5th grade, glanced at the blade with cold sweat covering his forehead, afraid that this guy in front of him, a little inattentive to cut off his own head. Not knowing how to reply, he turned his gaze for help to Renfeng and Gu Daiyun, who were not far away. I'm asking you a question. What are you looking at Assassin Ren and that castrated dog for? Said this, one hand set up the knife, one hand points to Renfeng and Gu Daiyun. Su Shan coldly added, lousy if they're farts. When the words seriously, the scene wouldn't have been so bloody. Being scolded by a chief banner of the Jinyui, pointing at his nose, both Renfeng and Gu Daiyun burst into a rage. Su Shan, don't be too arrogant. Miso, Zira, ow. The other party's words had just finished. Su Shan, who had made a smooth cut, directly cut off the ear of the guard commander, as he covered the side of his face and crouched down to scream miserably. Turning around, General Flag Su spread his hands and said, that's how arrogant I am. What can you do to me? Chapter 45 Promotion to 1,000 households. First and last, Su Shan's not-so-loud reply was like an invisible slap, angrily slapping Renfeng and Gu Daiyun in the face. And, snap, cackle. In this instant, Gu Daiyun, who had lit up his sharp nails, wanted to activate his demonic power to decapitate this guy in front of him, but he knew better. Once he used this technique in public, he would be targeted. Even the owner of his own factory can't keep it. Su, Mountain, Run Assassin, not only is the highest official in Jiangnan, this time to come here is more on behalf as the Empress Dowager. Read the decree. By these actions, you are defying the Empress Dowager. Defying. Not waiting for the exasperated Gu Deong to finish his sentence, Su Shan interrupted. On behalf of whom? Empress Dowager? Read the decree? Come on, brothers, tell the Valley Master who we are. As soon as Su Shan's words were finished, the crowd of brocade guards said in unison, the son of heaven's own soldiers, what do we only honor? Holy, whose will are we to do only? Your Majesty. The deafening sound resounded throughout the Jinfu division and beyond. In today's world where imperial power had fallen by the wayside, the fact that Cygnus could still hear this resonance really made her blood boil. Assassin run. We, the brocade guards, eat imperial food and receive imperial favor. As long as you're not a Chinaman today, don't be an official with us here. What about taking the big bird to scare the widow? The one next to you doesn't have one, and yours isn't very good. Ha ha. When Su Shan arrogantly finished saying this, a burst of laughter rang out from the scene. Run Feng, who had lost his wife and his army, was so angry that he was shaking all over and said, good, good, very good. I'd like to see if the Jinfu division can protect you. Su Shan. Just as Ren Feng finished his words, an abrupt voice came from behind the crowd. Whether the Jinfu division can protect Su Mountain or not, you, Ren Feng, have no say. Hearing this, the crowd subconsciously turned their heads to look. Lord Commander? Only to see Shangguan Yener holding a yellow brocade bag and striding over. Commander Shangguan, you're back just in time. It is necessary for this official to relay everything that just happened to you, so that you can understand the original story before deciding whether or not to stand up for Su Shan. I wanted to invert the right and wrong to put pressure on Shangguan Yener, but Ren Feng's words just finished. Shangguan Yener spoke directly. This commander saw everything that just happened. Hearing this, Su Shan twisted his head and said, when did you come back? When Nancy Ren comes out with the sword, then why don't you show up? If General Banner Su can't beat them, this commander will show himself. But you've killed all of them. What else is this commander going to show up for? To protect Han Xiaoying, who brutalized his fellow officers, a dog's life? In the words of Chitos Ji, I've been kicked in the head by a donkey? Gulp. Shangguan Yener's unobtrusive, even undisguised words made many people at the scene unable to hold back a deep gulp of spittle. Straightforward as she was, she used a book of serious words to directly tell Ren Feng and the others about the attitude of the Jinfu division in this matter. This combination of Shangguan Yener teaming up with Su Shan hit Ren Feng incoherently. A slap on the left side was enough, but the right side made up for it. The holy decree has arrived. The words of Ren Feng did not even open. Meticulous Shangguan Yener, public demolition of the yellow brocade bag. Swish. Upon hearing these three words, the brocade guards present were subconsciously ready to kneel and bow. And Shangguan Yener, at this moment, spoke up, His Majesty's word of honor. The Jinfu division has labored so hard that all personnel need not kneel when hearing the decree. All stand and listen. By the Holy Spirit. As the crowd collectively replied to this, Shangguan Yener, who was slowly unfolding the holy decree, glanced at Ren Feng and Gu Deong and the others, who were not far away. His Majesty's compassion for the brocade guards doesn't allow them to kneel, but he didn't let Assassin Rin or Pal Mistress Gu stand as well. Speaking of this, Shangguan Yener elevated her voice and chanted, kneel and listen to the decree. Otherwise, break his legs for defying imperial authority. Miso. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Shan, who was the closest, directly drew his embroidered spring sword. I'm good at this. Put. Ren Feng, who was resistant in his mind but honest in his body, was the first to kneel down on both knees. Gu Deyuan, who was right behind him, didn't dare to make another move. Not to mention, the magistrates who came with them. TSK, for the first time in my long life, a third-ranked official kneels while the old man stands. As he withdrew his sword, Su Shan muttered. His words also caused Ren Feng and Gu Deyong to simultaneously look up at this guy with grim gazes, and Su Shan deliberately asked towards their making a bow to listen to the decree. I'll leave my backside for you guys, so don't just stare at my butt put. The cold remark really made a lot of the scene did not hold back the laughter. Seriously, Shangguan Yener, who had glanced at Su Shan, chided, by the grace of heaven, the emperor's edict. Raw humble words were said a whole lot, and it was estimated that if Su Shan was allowed to read them, he would not recognize some of the words. After a minute, this is kind of a read to the point. Promote Ji Gang, the 1000th household of Yuhang, to the position of Jiangnan Jinfu envoy, promoted to Yuhang deputy 1000th. After rewarding multiple dignitaries in a row, it was finally Su Shan's turn. promote Yuhang Chief Banner Su Shan to the position of Deputy Thousand Household. During the case, there is a right of first refusal. Boom. After hearing this decree at first glance, the whole scene was in an uproar. The crowd raised their eyes, all of them looking at Su Shan in shock, and behind him, Run Feng, Gu Danyuan and the others were staring at his ass with a deadly stare. With Su Shan's strength, being promoted to Deputy Thousand Household was something that the crowd could have expected. But the words preemptive are awesome. Boom boom. From now on, he, Su Shan, is killing people on command. That's a lot of power right there. Of course, the reason why Su Shan is this imperial favor is naturally without Shangguan Yenner's submission. Just that sentence alone, clean family history, pure character, exceptional talent, and fear of imperial power, gave him big points. Deputy Thousand Household Su. In the future, if there is anyone who falsely accuses you on the false grounds of indiscriminate killing of innocents and violent enforcement of the law, let him go to the capital himself to ask for holy discernment. As she said this, Shangguan Yenner glared meaningfully at Gu Danyuan. Before, when Su Shan was the chief flag, Gu Danyuan failed to bring him down. Now he is not only the Deputy Thousand Households, but also has the right of first decapitation. Gu Palm is even more tricky. Su Shan, who had hurriedly thanked him for his kindness, suddenly inquired, where did old Ji go? He should come out and flirt a little bit on such a high note. Snap. Su Shan's words had just finished when a body, already twisted, was thrown in from outside the wall. Immediately after that, Ji Gang's cursing voice came from far and near. Damn, Golden Snake Langjun is really a snake, huh? Slippery as hell. I chased him for 10 miles. Yo, isn't this assassin run? Why is your face pale like this? Today, risking a great disobedience and making such a big scene is to create an opportunity for Golden Snake Langjun to kill Wu Jingsheng to silence him. Ah, Su Shan, what's that saying of yours? I predicted your prediction. Yes, that's the line. Snap. Chapter 46, Locking Up the Killer. The Undercurrents. The words fell out of Ji Gang's mouth, and in front of Ren Feng, he slapped the nearby Gu Dayun out of the way. Put. Ouch. Gu Dayu, whose heavenly cap was about to be slapped to pieces, subconsciously urged the power of Tai-yin for self-defense at the time of the attack. Although it was a flash of light, it was keenly captured by Su Shan, who had an innate pure yang body in 9 yangs. The power of Tai-yin? The 9-yin white bone claw. All it needs is this pure yin power. Just as Su Shan muttered this in his heart, and already had doubts about Gu Dayun, the overbearing Ji Gang, pointing at Rin Feng and Gu Danyuan, said, the same old trick? That's how Dai Jinshan died. How can I let you guys get your hands on him a second time? Faced with a face of criminal ruthless Ji Gang, although the heart 7 on 8, but Ren Feng still forced calm and said, Ji Jinfu make. What you say this official do not understand, but you openly assaulted the East Chamber's Gu boss. Real. What's wrong with me hitting him? When this town's governor beats him, it's for his own good. At this moment, the arrogant and domineering Ji Gang was no different from Su Shan's demeanor just now. It's true that the kind of boss you have is the kind of subordinate you have. Whether you are pretending to understand or you really don't know. Assassin run. I advise you to be kind. Don't wade too deep into the water. Otherwise, the first thing this town envoy does when he takes office is to stare you dead in the face. Get out. Along with Ji Gang gave the order to expel the guests. The wind of Rin Feng and Valley Danyuan who came in high spirits. Just like a lost dog like a gray slinking away. Today's bureau was explicitly aimed at Su Shan and the brocade guards. In fact, it is the East Chamber side is ready to repeat the same trick. Kill Wu Jingsheng's silence. As for Shangguan Yenner and Ji Gang, they were merely using the trick to get what they wanted. A shady eunuch like Gu Dayong should be found a chance to get rid of him. Obviously, the 5 poisons sect frequently strikes in Yuhang, and the East Chamber cannot be linked. One of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber. Can't you just say kill? You kid out of something. I and Shangguan commander, but also ready to lift the table with people. He, Gu Danyuan, is the godson of the East Chamber's factory master. Unless, of course, he is unpardonable. Just as Ji Gang finished saying this, Su Shan replied, what if he's the one who practiced the 9-yin white bone claws? Swish. As his words fell, Shangguan Yenner, Qingdao, as well as Ji Zhan looked at this guy in unison. Big developments in the disappearance and murder of the Myrtle Girl? The little hole pulled out a big crab. I've even pulled out the line between the Imperial Flower and the Black Dragon Society Shadow Master. Come on, go inside and talk. Ji Gang, who had an excited look on his face, pulled Su Shan in stride, while Shangguan Yenner, who was right behind her, listened to the report from the Green Bird. It was only the first time that the two of them had listened to a lecture on the Flower of the Empire and the Shadow Lord. Su Shan, who didn't hide anything anymore, stated his bold guesses and inferences one by one. When talking about the discovery that Gu Dayong had even urged out the power of Tai-yin, Ji Gang was surprised and said, why didn't I feel it? Old G, how can I explain this to you? I'm an innate pure yang body and I cultivate the Nine Suns Sutra. Extremely sensitive to this pure yin power. Swish. Hearing this, Kizuna and Cygnus were shocked. No wonder his cultivation had risen so quickly. So this was the reason. Are you sure you're an innate pure yang body, and you're also cultivating the Nine Suns Sutra? Ah, I don't have to lie when I'm family. Shangguan Yener, whose expression was very exaggerated, looked at Su Shan with a gaze that became no longer the same. Your Majesty, your dooming poison body, it's saved. Muttering this in her heart, she was all set to order the news back to the capital. As for the truth or falsehood of what Su Shan had said, her master had his own way of screening it, also just as Ji Gang several people, based on the clues provided by Su Shan, to deploy the occasion. Gu Danyuan and Rin Feng, who had lost their face, were not in the mood to have a drink in the evening. One went to urge the other 5 of the 7 monsters of Jiangnan to arrive in Yuhang as soon as possible, while the other folded back to the Wu mansion and called Wu Chen over. Mr. Wu, we're going to enjoy those stoves tonight. Once the divine power is complete, we must bloodily cleanse the Jinfu division. Seeing Gu Dayun's scowling face, Wu Chen knew that the fire was almost ready, and then spoke. Pal Mistress Gu, you can use it whenever you want, but now, because there are so many missing girls, the Jinfu division and the patrol battalion have stepped up their patrols. I'm afraid it's impossible to send them directly. Therefore, it will be necessary for you to condescend to make a personal trip during the evening. Hearing this, Gu Dayuan raised his eyes and questioned, where? Jinshan Temple. After Wu Chen finished the name of the place, Gu Dayong first froze, then laughed out wickedly. Jie, great place, a place of Buddhist gravity, suitable for transcendence. You go ahead and make the arrangements. We'll go tonight. Yes. Near the stroke of dawn, the carriage carrying Wu Chen and Gu Dayong quietly left the mansion. After he left, the green bird that was monitoring their every move with Su Shan was just about to get up when he was embraced in Su Shan's arms. You, Shu. In the next second, Su Shan utilized ventriloquism and let out an ear-piercing wildcat purr. Spring sounds. This series of maneuvers really made the green bird in his arms look dumbfounded. Snap, accompanied by a few wildcats that were still true. After sniffing, several black shadows quickly appeared and chased after them in the direction where the carriage had disappeared. Seeing this, Qing Bird's bright eyes stared at the main road. There are other people spying on Gu Dayuan and Wu Chen? Sometime, I really need to throw you inside the dungeon and learn from those talents inside. It's a break for them in case they've been followed. The more they do, the more big problems they have. After Su Shan had finished saying all this, the green bird in his arms shamed itself and said, is there more? Nope. Can you let go then? Cuddle a little longer. You, Aoshi, who had pushed his opponent straight away, turned a burning red color. Luckily it was in the dark and no one could see it. It was agreed not to bring a saber. When we get to the Golden Mountain Temple, we'll take it uniformly. How did you sneak one in? As he followed the carriage closely from a distance, Cygnus inquired in a perplexed manner. I don't have a knife, do I? No way. I clearly felt the hilt of the knife poking me in the waist when you were straddling me just now. Hearing this, Su Shan, who looked down, replied with an awkward smile. That's my sidearm, a folding red rifle. Ha, right. Su Shan, who didn't know what to explain, replied perfunctorily. You've been practicing your gun in the dark, too. Let's cut a deal sometime. Ha, are you sure? When you figure it out, I'll be sure to follow through. Ha, cutting? What else do you want? I've got it all figured out now. After he finished saying this, Su Shan nodded heavily and said, good. Being able to finish this case, I'll let you sharpen your guns for me properly. As they spoke, they had seen the Golden Mountain Temple from afar. Chapter 47, Collusion. Full-scale killing. Squeak. Along with the carriage stopping, the back door of the Golden Mountain Temple opened. Gu Dayong, who was fiddling with the curtains of the carriage, scanned the surrounding area with a vigilant gaze, the corner of his mouth rising slightly as he said, Mr. Wu's people are very vigilant. Followed a path. Hearing this, Wu Chen, who had already lifted the curtain and moved out a tiptoe stool for him, replied fawningly, to do things for the Valley Master, naturally, one must be careful. Good. Very pleasing. While saying this, Gu Dayuan got out of the carriage, dressed in a black robe. He followed Wu Chen straight to the residence of the presiding Fei. What is the meaning of this? How is it that you arrived directly at the host's residence? Hearing this, Wu Chen carefully pushed open the door of the room while speaking. My master has long been longing for the great name of the Valley Master, so he has specially waited here. Amat Ba. As Wu Chen said this, a list of monks with compassionate brows from their looks appeared in front of Gu Diyu. Poor monk Fei. Meet Master Gu. Inside please. Everything you need, the poor monk has prepared for you. The two men seemed to be playing a riddle, and smiled at each other heartily. Gu Deyuan then stepped inside the Zen room. During this time, Wu Chen turned around and went out the door after sending them outside the darkroom. Whoops! Illuminated by faint candlelight. Inside the dark room of the Zen room, dozens of bound and blindfolded young girls of wonderful age were imprisoned, whimpering in terror there. When he looked at them, although greed was written all over Gu Deyuan's eyes, his gaze stopped at the ants flag hanging on the wall. On top of this flag, the words martial fortune, prosperity. These 4 words should be the slogan of the Eastern military, right? Pal Mistress Gu, truly knowledgeable. Get reacquainted. Junbakiro Koizumi, the Black Dragon Society's shadow master in Yuhang. If Su Shan were here, he would have marveled. Your mother is quite capable of giving birth to a child, and she's already an octogenarian? Jie. Hearing the other party introduce himself so openly, Gu Deyuan let out a treacherous laugh. Lord Koizumi Shadow, aren't you afraid that our family will turn you in? Pal Mistress Gu, we have a common enemy, don't we? Moreover, we, the Black Dragon Society, can constantly provide Pal Mistress Gu with a furnace pot for practicing the demonic art, the 9 white bone claws. Cooperation is the only way to win. Bloodwashing the Jinfu division and killing Ji Gang and Su Shan's generation is our unanimous goal, isn't it? Good, very good. Just when Gu Dei and Koizumi Junbalang talk to each other, Jin Wei has already completed the periphery of the Jinshan temple purges and surrounded Commander Shangguan and Ambassador Ji Jinfu. The open guards and dark sentries guarding the periphery have all been cleared. It's certain that it's the Black Dragon Society's shadow guards. Upon hearing this report, the 2 men did not hesitate to give the order. Do it! Don't spare a single one. Yes, whoosh. Accompanied by Shangguan Yenner's and Ji Gang's orders, Su Shan, who had outstanding body skills, was the first to scurry out of the Golden Mountain Temple. Whoosh. One of the monks who sensed the strange sound had just finished saying this when a sharp flying dagger pierced directly into his neck. Not waiting for him to fall, the fit and agile Su Shan rushed to him in a smooth manner. Under psychic, he naturally knew that Wu Chen led Gu Deyuan straight to the Zen room of the presiding Fahe. This way, Fahe's Zen room. Regarding Su Shan's judgment, Shangguan Yenner and the others were already blindly trusting. What man dare to break into the Golden Mountain Temple at night? The sudden appearance of Su Shan and the others also caused the shadow generals guarding the area to hiss with alertness. But just as his words had fallen, the Qianhu and Vice Qianhu, who were accompanying him, had already brazenly struck out. In the face of these, the people who had brutalized their own colleagues and people, the people can all make a lot of energy. When it comes to fighting, it's all about cutting to the bone. Snap! Wu Chen, who was guarding the door, panicked in the face of this sudden appearance of the brocade guards. Just as he turned and rushed into the Zen room, wanting to alert his own shadow master and the Valley of Great Use, Su Shan, who was fully utilizing his Lingbo Weibu, rushed in front of him with lightning speed. In the meantime, to make sure, several flying daggers struck out and blocked off the area where Wu Chen might flee and ventilate. This made it so that, when Su Shan rushed over, Wu Gongzi, who was powerless in the eyes of outsiders, was forced to display the depths of his own Eastern Japanese martial arts, Sun and Moon, Miso, Zira, Ah. However, he, who was completely no match for Su Shan in terms of strength, was chopped off along with his arm in just a single glance while the blade was cut off hard. In pain, he had just hissed out. Su Shan's smooth knife stabbed into Wu Chen's heart. Is it time to call you Mr. Wu? Still calling you, Flower of the Empire. At first hearing this, Wu Chen's pupils continued to dilate. He didn't even know, himself, when he was exposed. Not giving the other party a chance to think about this question at all, Su Shan, who had stabbed him several times in a row, directly sent him to meet the King of Hell. The moment his breath was broken, Su Shan directly channeled his spirit with him. After being informed of the location of Fate and Gu Danyong, he drew his sword and rushed in together with Shangguan Yenner and Qingdao. Chapter 48 Promotion to Patriarch, Power of Heaven and Earth. After reaching an initial agreement with Junbakiro Koizumi on how to target the Jinfu division, Tani Daiyuki licked the corners of his lips as he walked towards the imprisoned young girl. The pursuit of the realm, after successive setbacks and humiliations, had caused this castrated dog to reach the point of insanity. He would personally kill that Su Shan who dared to show his teeth to himself. He would personally wring off the heads of Ji Gang and the others and kick them as Koju. Junbakiro Koizumi, sitting under his aunt's banner, sipped his sake as he watched it all with cold eyes. Where there is desire, there is a handle. Wu Jingsheng's desire was to excel. The Black Dragon Society helped him do that. So, like an old dog, he can only wag his tail in front of himself. Nowadays the valley has desires for great use. Then he, too, will one day be reduced to a house dog of the empire. The more he thought about it, the happier Junpachiro Koizumi became. And as he drank a cup of sake alone, he muttered in his heart, that pig, only harboring a tyranny. Bang! What's that noise? Outside the dark room. The sudden screams also made Gu Daeong put away his claws that were reaching out to the young girls, and Junbakiro Koizumi, who had risen violently, said with a grave expression on his face, "Pal Mistress Gu, be at ease. I'll check it out." Poof! No sooner had he finished his words than a bloody shadow lumbered in. Shadow Master. Jin Iwei, killed into Jinshan Temple. What? How did they know about this place? Junbachiru Koizumi, who had just been happy to have reconnoitered his new prey, suddenly panicked at this moment. Even more alarmed than him was Gu Dai. If you let the Jin Iwei gang of grandsons, caught himself in the Black Dragon Society of the East, and the Black Dragon Society of the East are in cahoots, and is the culprit in the mutilation of these wonderful young girls' words. Not even his godfather could save his life. Run, Pal Mistress Gu. There are 2 exits in the dark tunnel. You and I will escape first, one on the left and one on the right. When I, the Black Dragon Society, rise again in the East, I will continue to provide Premier Gu with high-quality cauldrons. Good. Snap. After hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer within the dark tunnel, the 2 fled separately without further hesitation. Just as their figures were about to disappear at the end of the dark passage, Su Shan, Qing Bird and Shang Guanyener had already killed their way in. It was meant to be a surprise, to take them by surprise. Who would have thought that there were several shadow generals who had just been transferred from the East to rebuild the intelligence network hidden in the Zen room? Because of this, their trail was exposed. Run separately? Su Shan, you and Green Bird go after Gu Daiyun. I'll go after that bald ass. Yes. Whoops. Upon hearing the agitation outside, the bound girls let out a collective whimper. The brocade guards who came in with them to kill them were the first to free the men. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, fulfilling the maiden's last wish. 1. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation and the 6 veins of the divine sword. The system's beep. The instant it came to mind, Su Shan, who didn't dare to use his mind in 2 ways, didn't carry out his deduction at the first opportunity, but instead pursued Gu Daejian with all his might. Swish. Snap. Run? Can you run away, you castrated dog? With the support of the 2 top-notch internal arts, Su Shan, who was fully utilizing his Lingbo Weibo, chased after the fleeing Gu Daeong with lightning speed. Mountains and rivers shatter. Miso. Rumble. Accompanied by this sharp slash of his, Gu Daeyuan, who had already been crushed in speed, had to stop and harden himself against it. Zira. Bang. The moment the 2 chi energies, which were strongly colliding, set off a puff of dust and smoke. As the smoke dispersed, the black robe of Gu Daeyuan was in tatters. The crown of his head exploded and his bunched hair fell out. Wearing steel gloves, his arms trembled even more slightly. Su Shan, who stood opposite to him, tightly gripped the embroidered spring sword in his hand and coldly smiled. Gu Pal Mistress, still ready to use the eagle claw technique to cover up the fact that he practiced the devil's technique, the 9-in white bone claw? Your tail, it's showing. Hearing Su Shan's words, Gu Daiyun, who was full of fierce eyes, hysterically yelled in a low voice, "You son of a! 3 times you've spoiled our family. Tonight we will take your dog's life even if we die here." Boom! Along with Gu Daeyu using his chi to reverse the flow, a life-chilling tie-in power surged out of the mountains and seas. The steel gloves in his hands were also pierced by his own sharp nails. His eyes were red, and his veins were violent, and his whole body was like an evil ghost. And the strength, too, climbs by the day. It even drew the power of heaven and earth. This was the kind of resonance that could only be induced by stepping into the sovereign realm. Such an elevation even continues. Su Shan, who saw this, didn't dare to be arrogant. The 30 years of cultivation left on the panel was directly extrapolated to the 6 veins divine sword. Nowadays, he was only 1 step away from the sovereign realm. These 30 years of cultivation, plus the addition of the supreme divine power 6 veins divine sword, were enough to allow him to step over this hurdle. Snap! Just as the 2 of them were confronting each other, Cyan Bird, who was holding the Overlord's spear, also patted his horse and arrived. When she saw this in front of her, she questioned in a cold voice, 9-in white bone claws? Was it you who killed my mother a few years ago? Jia. At this point in time, there was no need to conceal Gu Daiyun, who let out a treacherous laugh. So what if we killed him? If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your father, Green Dragon. It was his outburst that ruined a few things for our family. More than that, his humiliation has made our family the laughingstock of the capital. When Gu Daeyong was ordered to remove dissidents for the Donglin party, but was stopped by Qinglong, not to mention, but also in public almost did not kill this castrated dog. Because of this, harboring a grudge, he turned his clutches on Sybil's mother after he had recovered from his injuries. Oh yes, your mother was in pain when she left, but her blood stinks. Here, let's taste your blood. What it tastes like. Boom! Gu Daeyuan, whose true chi was exposed, was completely displaying his Zhongshi level strength. With this aura alone, it was already not inferior to the second-grade patriarch Shang Yin'er. We sense that Ji Gang is coming this way at breakneck speed. Don't worry, you'll be 2 dry corpses before he gets here. Swish, as the words fell out of his mouth, Gu Deyuan, who had leapt up, rushed towards the weaker cyan bird first. Miso, dang. Even though it was only an innate 5th grade signet, it displayed a strength that would make even the 8th grade be shocked. However, in front of the sovereign realm, it was brittle and unappealing. Mantis blocking, let's send you to your mother. Whoosh, the sword divides yin and yang. Rumble, just as Gu Deyu's chi finished speaking, a blade force sliced through the air from the flank and chopped directly over. The power of heaven and earth? The sovereign realm? Bang, put. Under the heavy impact of this sword force, Gu Deyu's body, like a kite with broken strings, flew out. Chapter 49, Crossing Levels to Kill Dogs. Shed me, put. Gu Deyuan, who fell heavily to the ground, immediately poured out a mouthful of blood. He, who was struggling to hold up his body, looked incredulously at Su Shan, who had not far away from him, who had made a knife strike. During the day, as he battled Nancy Ran and Han Xiaoying, Gu Deyuan was incomparably certain that this guy was absolutely unable to draw the power of heaven and earth. But this strike just now, it even made his own body, which was nearly a second-grade sect master, unable to withstand it? How did he do it? At the scene, not only Gu Deyuan, but even the green bird that had escaped death, all of them looked with horrified eyes toward Su Shan, who was walking in front of him with a sword. You're in the Zhongshi realm? Hearing this, Su Shan, who hadn't done much to hide it, stared at Gu Deyuan while answering softly, the first time I entered the sovereign realm. I'm still not skillful in grasping the power of the heavens and earth. I almost hurt you by mistake just now. Later, stand away from me while I practice and prod this castrated dog. Familiarize yourself with the power of this heaven and earth. Boom! Along with the sound of Su Shan's words, a powerful true chi, centered on him, surged out in all directions. During this period, it even attracted the resonance of heaven and earth. It made a piercing sound. Gulp. Aori, who was in a position to feel all of this, couldn't help but swallow a deep mouthful of spit. Before she came to Yu Hang, she boasted that although she was not as proud as Shang Yin'er, but at least she could be called gifted. But after coming to Yu Hang and seeing Su Shan's path to promotion, she realized how small she was. He's a mudblood, far less than them in terms of resources and background. Relying on himself alone, he reached the sovereign realm when he was less than 20 years old. Looking at the entire Daming, it was a rare existence. Stand down. I'll avenge my mother-in-law's death. When you go back, you coax your mother-in-law more. The signet that heard this blushed as it backed away. Kagome looked at the tall figure with a different, complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Su Shan, today you hit our family painfully. Miso, put. Gu Deyuan, who stood opposite Su Shan, stabbed multiple acupoints on his body with the sharp cones he wore on his fingers after getting up. Upon seeing this, Sybil panicked. Stabbing point? Su Shan, he's forcibly pulling up his realm by stabbing his acupoints. Hearing this, Su Shan, who was wiping the embroidered spring blade with his left arm, said with a cold and stern smile on his face, feel it. It's nothing more than opening one's 3 dantians and forcibly absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The advantage of this is that it is a short time to pull up the level, but the aftermath, but also extremely cruel. Light is the destruction of the dantian, heavy is killed on the spot. Wow! Along with several spikes entering his body, Gu Deyuan's realm directly climbed to the second-grade sect master realm. It's not over yet. This is because at the hour of dawn, it is the most yin time of the day. Therefore, his strength was still climbing. Reversing your meridians and sacrificing the 9 yin white bone claw has already destroyed half of your dantian. Nowadays, it's still a game of stabbing holes? After muttering this, Su Shan, who was full of wariness, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and said, good, I also want to see how high my ceiling is. Boom! As the words fell into his voice, the golden bell shield was fully opened. Dozens of red true chi, ringing the body around the body. Miso, in the moment he moved, the Lingbo Weibu was even urged to the highest by him if he moved forward. If he returned, the 9 young true scripture, between its 3 dantians, was running at high speed. The dozens of flying daggers hidden within his cloak took the lead as he sped towards them. Sandwiched underneath the flying daggers were the first 2 styles of the 6 veins divine sword that he had just deduced, the Shaoshang sword chi and the Shangyang sword chi. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the current Su Shan had offered up all of his best techniques. Gu Deyuan, who was already unable to retreat, faced Su Shan, who was advancing instead of retreating, and directly met him. The kid, your courage alone is enough to make our family think highly of you. But today, our family is here to let you know. In the face of absolute strength, any flashy martial skills are all in vain. As they spoke, the chi energies that the 2 of them merged were the first to collide. Boom! The dust and smoke that was kicked up made the green birds on the side. All of them were mesmerized by the wind and sand, and their bodies were overwhelmed as they retreated. 9 in divine claws. Go to hell. The sun and the moon have no light. Bang! Violent explosions, instantly, resounded between heaven and earth. Wow! Splashes of gravel fell in all directions. Miso, Kazuna, who had killed 2 shadow sectors with his own strength, and Shangwan Yener, who had just captured Koizumi Junbachiru, rushed to the scene. Each jaw dropped and looked over at the incident. Dust and smoke clears. Shan, who had his back facing them, still maintained the posture of the outgoing sword. The head-on hedge of Gu Daiyun, cloaked, eyes gradually become lax. Kong, just entered the sovereign realm. Your true chi, why is it so strong? Obviously my realm, 2 grades more than you, but why is it? Put. Before the words were even finished, Gu Daiyun fell to his knees in an unbearable state. Miso, Shan, who had obediently withdrawn his sword, looked down at the other party as he turned around and said, Realm determines a martial artist's lower limit, while martial skill is the fundamental thing that reflects a martial artist's upper limit, and I, for one, am best at killing dogs over the top. Snap. After Shan finished saying this, Gu Danyuan, who had died of gas, knelt down in front of him. This moment, not to mention, Shangwan Yener, Qingdao and the others present, even Ji Gang, who was strong when he meets the strong and his strength is unknown, looked at Shan with eyes filled with shock and admiration, but unlike the others, he didn't stand still in a mortar and met Shan, who was walking slowly towards him. Pa, bunny, can it, pulling Shan up with one hand, he instantly transferred his true chi to the other party. Are you tired of this pussyfooting around? What do you say? It feels like I've been ravaged by all the women in Yuhang, and my loins are sore. Ha ha. As the two softly muttered this, Kazuna couldn't help but burst out laughing, but in front of people, as always upright Shan, accepting the highest praise among men, count on you. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited quest, Maiden's Last Wish 2. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. As soon as the system's beeps had finished, Shan saw the disheveled Renfeng being carried over by 2 Deputy Qianhu. Assassin Ren, you're overseeing the whole of this action in the Jinfu division tonight, haha. In the future, don't let anyone slander us, the brocade guards, for killing innocents indiscriminately. Take a look at Wu Jingsheng's adopted son is the Black Dragon Society's scout flower of the Empire, the presiding officer of the Golden Mountain Temple, who was personally received by you, is the Black Dragon Society's Shadow Master. Gu Daiyong, one of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber, is in cahoots with them, not to mention that he even practiced the devil's art, the 9-in white bone claw. Hundreds of lives can be brutally murdered before that. This Zhangji, how to write, do not need this town envoy to teach you, right? Put. Hearing this, Ren Feng, who had been gripped from the Kong by the brocade guards, immediately fell to the ground in fear. Whether it's the Donglin Party or the East Chamber, something big is going to happen. Chapter 50 Stormy Weather, Dark Tides, the capital, the palace, the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Put. Pouring out a mouthful of black blood, Empress Zhu Yuwei braced herself with a pale face. The personal female official, Hong Gu, who was ferrying her chi at the side, said with eyes full of anxiety, Your Majesty, the cycle of attacks of your early poison body is becoming more and more frequent. I'm afraid it will be difficult to contain it with just the pure yang dan that the Heavenly Master has refined. Need to find the innate pure yang body as soon as possible, or else, without waiting for Hong Gu to finish her sentence, Zhu Yuwei, who had swallowed a pure yang dan, said with a bitter smile on her face, How can it be that easy? Let's not talk about how difficult it is to find the innate pure yang physique. A martial artist with this physique would also have to reach the 7th grade or higher Grand Master realm. And the internal martial arts practiced must also be the supreme pure yang martial arts. After Yuan Tianshi took charge of the Jinfu division, he has been secretly searching for me for 5 years. So far it's not nothing. I, for one, resign myself to my fate. But before the death of the emperor, a complete Deming dynasty must be handed over to the young Ning. The young Ning in the empress's mouth was her imperial sister, Zhu Yuning. She's only at the age of maturity, but she's already entered the Grandmaster realm. There are signs of awakening the ancestral lineage. 5 years ago, Zhu Yuwei forcibly borrowed the Western secret method to awaken her ancestral lineage in order to get rid of the Donglin Party and the Empress Dowager's control. In front of the ministers, the golden dragon was shown wrapped around the pillar, forcing the Empress Dowager, Lin Ruoyun, to return power to her. However, as a result, it was reduced to the most and poisonous body, the air poison body. Normally, one would need the pure yang dan to suppress it, and in order to eradicate it, one would have to practice the Western secret method of joyful Zen with a martial artist who had an innate pure yang body and had reached the 7th grade or above of a grandmaster. In addition, The technique that this martial artist cultivated had to be a pure yang martial art, a condition that's already harsh. All three conditions at the same time. Hope. Extremely slim. Shan, author. Are you tailoring this? Black question mark face. Your Majesty. Yuan Tiancher seeks an audience outside the palace. After hearing the words of the female officer outside the door, Zhu Yue, who sat up, hurriedly replied, declare. Yes, sir. The celestial master is asking for an audience late at night, so something big must have happened. Could it be the Yu Hang side? Hong Gu. Change my clothes for me. Yes. Not long afterward, the commander of the Jinfu division and the emperor's teacher Yuan Tiangang was introduced into the Yangshin hall by a female official. Swish. The moment the door of the room closed tightly, in order to prevent the walls from having ears, Tiancher Yuan casually waved his hand, and a wave of true qi shielded the entire nurturing heart hall. Seeing his own master, so cautious, even Zhu Yue and Honggu were surprised. Celestial Master, what happened? Heaven blesses the great Ming. Your Majesty, the required innate pure yang body has been found. Where? Yu Hang. Hearing this, the red nun was all agitated and overstepped her bounds. What realm is he in and what kind of technique is he cultivating? What he cultivates is the Nine Suns Sutra, which is the most rigid in yang, and he is already in the Zhongshe realm at the age of just a crown. Yuan Tiangong's words also made Zhu Yue and Honggu, each of them happy. What is his status? Jin Yi Wei, Deputy 1000. Su Shan. This name sounds familiar to me. Earlier, Yenner separately requested a decree for a brocade guard in Yuhang, saying that he was superbly skilled and gifted in business. Without waiting for Zhu Yue to finish her sentence, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly replied, that's him. Family of innocence, fear of imperial power, and pure character, Su Shan. Such a perfect immortal herb also made Honggu happy for his majesty. In addition, just received the Yuhang 800-mile expedited. This Su Shan has made another miraculous achievement. Even though Yuan Tiangang had already lived for 100 years, his face was overflowing with an uncontrollable smile today. After receiving this 800-mile expedited, Zhu Yue read it at a glance and said with great joy to the dragon's face, Good. The adopted son of Lin Ruopa's disciple is a Black Dragon Society scout? The presiding officer of Jinshan Temple, whom Assassin Ren holds in high esteem, is the Shadow Master of the Black Dragon Society? Gu Daiyun of the 8 Tigers of the Eastern Factory not only brutally murdered dozens of young girls in order to cultivate demonic powers, but also colluded with the Black Dragon Society. This time, I'll see what else Lin Ruopu, has to say. The excited Zhu Yue, after wandering around the Yangshin Hall for a few steps, opened her mouth and said, Heavenly Master, the priority now is that Wu Jingsheng and his cohorts should be escorted to the capital. In this way, it strikes the Donglin party 7 inches. Your Majesty, I have already arranged for this matter. Also, an order has been issued to transfer Su Shan to the capital. Good. The Heavenly Master's arrangement is excellent. Inside the Palace of Eternal Life, thousands of meters away from the Palace of Nourishing Heart. Bang! Wow! Although it is already late at night, the sound of the Empress Dowager Lin Ruoyun smashing came from inside the palace. Outside the palace, the subordinates knelt there with their heads not daring to lift. Among them, the most conspicuous one is Wei Zhongxian, the factory director of the East Factory, and kneeling there side by side with him was the West Factory Duke, Yu Huatian. Please don't worry, Empress Dowager, the old slave will definitely get this done. Accompanied by the sound of these words, full of killing intent of the East and West 2 factories, Governor Chao Zhengchun, raging back out. The dude, Wei Zhongxian, who went up, just opened his mouth, and Chao Zhengchun slapped him toward his face. Subordinate, incompetent, more than incompetence? Your godson, Gu Daiyu, is tantamount to handing the sword to the brocade guards. They can open the chop any time. Just as Chao Zhengchun finished saying this, Yu Huatian, who was right behind him, clasped his fists and said, Governor, calm down. If the East Factory can't do it, I'll do it in the West Factory. You, Governor, my subordinate is willing to wear the crime. To pay for your sins? Qinglong's hairy wife died at the hands of Gu Daiyong. Guess what he'll do next? To target your East Chamber? Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian, who had shrunk his neck, did not squeak again. In order to maximize profits, the Jinui will inevitably detain Wu Jingsheng and his cohorts back in the capital. Governor, this is our last chance to make a move. Yu Huatian, who was on the side, spoke up. Yuan Tiangang won't be unprepared. He will send people, watching your every move. There can't be any more mistakes, or else it's all doom and gloom. You go to, and give the sect leader of the 5 Poison sect a single line of contact. Tell him to take care of this matter after. The conditions he made earlier are all agreed to by this governor. Yes. In addition, have him keep a special eye on a deputy Qinhu named Su Shan. In this game, We are so passive thanks to him. This Duke, I want him in pieces. Understood. After receiving the order, Yu Huatian went to make arrangements at the first opportunity. When he left, Chao Zhengchun recruited Wei Zhongxian to his side and said, "Precaution is better than cure. You go and organize another matter for this governor." After arranging a few sentences in a low voice, Chao Zhengchun added in a cold voice, "If you mess up again, this governor will slap your face. Please rest assured, Governor, that there will never be any more failures in this matter." Blissfully unaware that he had already risen to fame, Su Shan, while returning home to temper his true chi, deduced all of the 50 years of cultivation that he had just gained on top of the 6 veins divine sword. Strength was the only capital he had to save his life. Chapter 51. Eat your melon rationally and place your bets as needed. 6 Chakra Divine Sword has 6 swords and 7 stances, which are Shaoshang Sword Chi, Shanyang Sword Chi, Nakacho Sword Chi, Guanchong Sword Chi, Shaochong Sword Chi, Shaozawa Sword Chi, as well as the 7th style, 6 pulse points, after opening the 6 veins. This technique is the royal mastery of Dali, and the first 6 swords are, in gamified terms, active attack martial arts. Through the fingers, the true chi within each acupoint is revealed by transforming the invisible into the tangible. If one was proficient in these first 6 swords, this technique could only be called a supreme martial art. If one could master the true meaning of the 6 pulse points, this martial art would definitely be called a supreme mastery. The so-called 6 pulse points were similar to the stabbing points used by Gu Diyu before. Through sword chi, the 6 chakras are opened, allowing the martial artist's realm and level to be rapidly elevated. In stark contrast to stabbing points, the 6 pulse points, although they have a period of exhaustion, do not cause irreversible damage to the 3 Dan Tien. The very fact that he had practiced this Gong method gave Su Shan the base to kill his enemies at a higher level. The previous 30 years of cultivation deduction had not only allowed Su Shan to have become proficient in the first 2 swords, but also knocked open the lower Dantian and arrived at the patriarchal realm. Nowadays, he was looking forward to the realm that 50 years of cultivation push would allow him to reach. The push is on. In the 31st year of practicing the 6 veins of the divine sword, all the meridians in your body have been opened up, and your true chi is thick, so you can get twice the result with half the effort when impacting on the center punch acupuncture point. 40 years have passed with a snap of the fingers. You who have opened the Shaoshang, Shanyang, and Zhongchong acupoints have strong internal energy that goes straight to Guanchong. The heavenly Tao rewards you for an aeon, transforming the invisible into the visible. The 4 veins of the sword are full of energy, and you, who have fused the chi of the 9 suns, have knocked down the Shaochong in one fell swoop. Time passes, tireless 80th year. Shaozai sword chi, natural and heavenly. The 6 chakras are penetrated, and the kung fu is multiplied. This demonstration is over. Paging, accompanied by the system beep. Su Shan, who opened his eyes, let out a mouthful of turbid air. Each process of deduction made him feel like a world away. The results, however, are more amazing than ever. Zishur had just stepped into the Zhongshi realm, and now he was already in the first grade Zhongshi Great Circle. You should know that in Daming, the innate realm is already called an expert. At the sect master realm, one has the strength to start a sect. Many martial artists, who have spent their entire lives are just stopping at the innate. As for him, Su Shan, he was already a junior master after only a few months of wearing the body. TSK, 80 years of cultivation, and you haven't even deduced the 6 chakra divine sword to great perfection. The 6 pulse point can be a killer weapon for myself later. Almost cultivated. Keep up the good work. Asleep to sunrise 3 pull Su Shan out of the house after actually see the green bird was his mother, pulling the hand sitting in the main hall broken chatter. Mother, why are you pearly? Not satisfied with this daughter-in-law? Ha, I think it's quite good. Old lady, don't pick and choose. Digging into the basket is the dish. This one is so raw. Go, go, go. Su Shan had just finished saying this when Su Mother, who was wiping happy tears from the corners of her eyes, said with a buried face, "Don't be so immodest when you get to the capital in the future." Ha, the capital? What's the point of going to the capital? Su Shan, who was unaware of the situation, looked at the green bird that had gotten up on the side. The transfer order has come down, ordering you to report to headquarters after escorting Wu Jingsheng and his cohorts to the capital with the Shangguan commander. The commander of the Shangguan legation and Qiantu Ji specially ordered me to invite you back to the Jinfu division to discuss the escort route. Seeing that you are not awake, I accompanied Auntie here to talk. Mentioned your childhood, and your crowning ceremony tomorrow. Auntie, weep. Hearing this, Su Shan snickered. Still calling Auntie? Call out Mom. Ha, it wasn't until they were out of Su's house that Qingdao learned from Su Shan what Mom meant. Blushing, she glared at Su Shan and said, "If this continues, we won't be able to explain our relationship." Then don't explain. It's okay for me to suffer a little loss. so don't feel guilty or burdened by your thoughts. You, me, snap. Two people have not yet waited for the Jinfu Sea. Beside them there are good people. Hurriedly ran toward the mouth of the alley. What's up ahead, homeboy? Someone's setting up a ring in front of the town hall. Ha, Daming is martial, and the people are naturally tough. It was not uncommon to set up a ring and fight at the drop of a hat. The prerequisite is that both parties set the rules. Normally, neither the Yamen nor the Jinfu division would ask. After all, Jianghu things Jianghu have become unwritten rules. Usually if you come across this matter, the guards on duty will also privately small gambling. Figure of fun, but to dare to set up a ring in front of the Jinfu Sea, this really surprised Su Shan. Come on, go check it out. There are big melons to eat. As he said this, Su Shan pulled up Qingtian's hand without a trace and ran forward. In this instant, with her brain buzzing and her limbs freezing cold, Ingishan actually forgot to refuse. It wasn't until she reached the ring that she broke free for fear of being seen. Autumn water-like bright eyes frequently glanced at the padded, melon-eating man in front of her. How come the one on stage is blind? Shoo, I don't know. Stop beeping. Know who he is? He's not waiting for someone to shout out his identity. The blind man holding a snake-headed cane stood above the ring, and then, with the help of inner strength, shouted hysterically. The head of the 7 monsters of Jiangnan, the flying bat, Ku Jinxiao, please invite Su Shan, the deputy thousand tenant of the Jinfu division, to come up to the stage and fight. At first hearing this, Su Shan said offhandedly, eat melon, eat your own head? Very different from Su Shan's breezy attitude. The green bird that heard this was instantly enraged. How dare you run up to the door of the Jinfu division and clamor? It's not like people are breaking the rules, setting up the ring, planting the battle flag, and inviting the battle openly and honestly. Look, there's still life and death sitting on the table. Preachers, to be Su Shan finished these. The sight of the green bird surprised. This is usually Genie Wei. Are not heard? Why don't you sniff around and look in the back? Following Su Shan's guidance, Qing Bird then saw that the attic within the walls of the Jinfu division was filled with brocade guards in flying fish uniforms. Unorthodox shouts came from there. 2. Melon seeds, peanuts, rice wine, drinks, man in front of you, leg out of the way. Those who want to place bets can come to me to draw, sign, and press their handprints. This time, Ji Qianhu is the banker. The old rule is that if you don't have money, you can take it on credit first, and deduct it from your monthly paycheck. All the revenue is used for disaster relief and porridge. Just to be clear in advance, this play is different from the past. No more betting on winning or losing. Instead, bet on Vice Chancellor Su. In how many moves can you finish this blind man outside? Odds vary. Bet on demand. Boom. This yelling alone made Kujinchi on the stage furious. The momentum he had created earlier was instantly wiped out. Chapter 52, Hidden in the Darkness. 10,000 attractions. While the outside of the Jinfu division was bustling with activity, Ji Gang was sitting steadily in the Zhongjuan Hall. Instead, it was Shangguan Yenner across from him, with a slight hint of anger on her face. Gulp. Freshly brewed Longjing tea. Shangguan commander taste it. Ji Gang poured the tea while smiling blandly. Jinfu envoy Ji. This ring was set up at the entrance of the Jinfu division, and with so many Jianghu people gathered around, it's obvious that someone is pushing behind it. Hearing Shangguan Yenner's words, Ji Gang replied with a smile. Just say Renfeng directly. There's no need to hide it. He is testing our bottom line. The righteously indignant Shangguan Yenner spoke up. Yeah, if we lose, Kujinya will avenge his disciples and nephews in a fair and square manner. Even if we win, it sets a bad precedent. In the future, those people in the Jianghu will seek out the brocade guards to fight against each other at the drop of a hat. Ignore and not ask? The township's just been stumped up, and it'll be a laughing stock. Extremely repellent. We have broken the rules of the jungle again. After Ji Gang narrated that Renfeng's intention behind this operation, Shangguan Yenner opened her mouth and said, Yang conspiracy? Ha, ha ha, it's not that dramatic, it's a trick at best. When Ji Gang said this, Shangguan Yenner brightened up and said, Jinfu Ji, how are you going to respond? Go with the flow. Ha, tea. Hearing this, Shangguan Yenner picked up her teacup in confusion. If he, Kujinwei, had called out other colleagues, I might have dinged a few more. But Su Shan is through and through. Do you see any case he's worked on that didn't end beautifully, even with a surprise? To be honest, if the Heavenly Master hadn't asked for him by name, I really wouldn't have let him go. After he finished saying this, Shangguan Yenner, who was more or less a thief, hurriedly replied, when he arrives at the capital, the Heavenly Master will properly arrange his position. The 4 major co-conspirators in the capital, the Green Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Xuanwu, are ready to let him follow Hua. What seemed like a simple sentence was actually Ji Gang paving the way for Su Shan. The Celestial Master's secret letter said that he would like to hear what you have to say. Xuanwu's words are more conservative than aggressive, limiting Su Shan's talent. That old vermilion bird, Tai, the gas is sky high, and I'm afraid Su Shan, the fledgling, has limited energy and can't carry it off. When he finished saying this, Shangguan Yenner inquired, what about White Tiger? He shares the same odor as Su Shan. That's a bad odor. If they were together, they'd borrow a ladder and stab the sky. Wouldn't you believe it? Put. Thinking of the two's violent temper, even Shangguan Yenner was amused by this statement. Just the northern Jinfu Si Qinglong. It suits him best. Plus the fact that his hairy wife's revenge was avenged by Su Shan. And with the relationship of the green bird, he will be more or less favored. Hearing this, Shangguan Yenner spoke. I will relay your meaning to the Heavenly Master. Then relay one more sentence. My men go to the capital with their heads and tails intact, and when they can't be used later, they have to be sent back intact. Back then, I, Ji Gang, dared to rush the capital in blood. It is still possible now. The blood is not cold. The sword is not rusty. The man is still alive. After he finished saying this, even Shangguan Yenner had shock written all over her eyes. Kazuna, who didn't bother to explain anything, smiled and raised his glass. Just paraphrase the original statement. The family has sprung several seedlings in the last few years. The reason why I am willing to take over the position of Jiangnan Zhenfuzhuang is that I want to give way to the children and clear the stumbling blocks for them. Jiangnan, I'll keep an eye on him for his old self, and Su Shan will take care of some for me. In lieu of tea, toast the Heavenly Master for me. The tone of every word Ji Gang said was as plain as water, but in Shangguan Yenner's ears, it was so domineering. Nanki North laughed. Encountering strength is ominous. Well, it's about time for the fire outside. Let's go join the fun. After hearing Kuzhinye's hissing out of the outside through his inner strength, Ji Gang, who had risen with a smile on his face, reached out his hand and made a pleased gesture, arrogant to the core, and place a bet that the fight can be settled in a few moves. Su Shan, where is Su Shan? Dare you sign this life and death contract before coming out to the stage to fight me? Both to decide between high and low, and also to divide life and death. Boom! Kuzhinye in the ring intentionally released the true chi in his body after saying those words. In a flash, a strong chi burst out in all directions with him at the center. So much so that the melon-eating commoners and martial artists with low realms fell to the east. After returning to their senses, panic was written all over each face. Is this the legendary transforming the formless into the tangible? Warrior Ku, is it the sovereign realm? Even if they haven't stepped into the sovereign realm, they are at least in 8th ninth grade great round. Back then, if swordsman Ku, had he not been injured and lost his sight while killing the vicious black-winged twin fiends, he would definitely be a great master in the opening of a sect today. Yes, the 7 monsters of Jiangnan are renowned for their chivalry. Nowadays, how come they are hardened against the brocade guards? You still don't know? His disciples and nephews were killed in vain by Su Shan, the brocade guard, for no reason. The woodcutter Nan Shiren and the sword Han Xiaoying of the Lady of Yu came to make inquiries, but they were actually killed as well. There was no way down before Warrior Ko led the other 4 monsters to set up a ring at the Jinfu Sea. On the occasion of these several conspicuous packets, deliberately pulling their voices and discussing, Su Shan, who was standing right next to them, softly inquired, how much will the yamen give you for this trip? I, Su Shan, give double. Pa. While saying this, Su Shan slapped the public offense book directly on the headman's face. Sailors, throughout the ages, Su Shan's self-reporting, though not loud, made the crowd of onlookers at the scene all hold their breath and be stunned there. This difference also made Kuzhinye and the other 4 monsters, all coincidentally focus their eyes to this side. Snap! Su Shan, who didn't push himself to use his lightness or stance, just walked towards the ring step by step. During this time, the people and martial artists who were in front of him gave way to the sidewalk. At this moment, it was as if a light had struck him on the top of his head. It also makes every step he takes highly visible. It wasn't until he stepped on top of the ring that Kuzhinshin, who had only then regained his senses, opened his mouth and said, You're the deputy 1000th household of the Jinfu division Su Shan? In the face of his questioning, Su Shan, who directly ignored the other party, walked straight to the posing table. Pen and draw. Signed this life and death contract in full view of everyone. Snap. After the dragon flying inscription, Su Shan casually threw the brush onto the desktop. Immediately after that, he scanned the 5 people of Kuzhinwei, who were not far away from him. Your turn. Sign them all together so we don't lose everyone's time. At first hearing this, Kuzhinwei and the others were shocked. What do you mean by that? I'm going to hit 5. Wow. Chapter 53, Sword Chopping 5 Monsters. Glistening. What's the highest end pen loading? Thunder in the silence. By the time Su Shan blatantly said I'm going to fight 5, The entire scene was in an uproar. On the faces of the crowd, there was even more unbelievable astonishment written all over them. Snap! The Horse King God Han Baojiao, Smiling Mithraea Zhang Shang, and the other four who were originally still standing underneath the ring. At this moment no ferocious gods and goddesses ascended the stage and rushed towards Su Shan. Upon hearing this, Ko Jinjiu, reaching out to stop them, turned to question Su Shan and said, Vice-Chancellor Su, drop the pen without remorse. Sign this life and death contract, and life and death are not up to you anymore. Hearing the other party's words, Su Shan coldly laughed. I've never believed that life and death are left to heaven. I trust only the sword in my hand, and the multitude of brothers behind me. Su Shan originally wanted to lift his fellow Jinui, but he did not know that Ji Gang, who slowly ascended to the attic, directly demolished his stage. Oh Su Shan, the brothers who stand behind you are not necessarily protecting you. There's also the possibility of looking at your butt. Ha ha. Ji Gang's words also made the crowd of brocade guards above the attic let out a piercing laughter, and their attitude of not taking this confrontation seriously at all enraged Kujinchi and the others even more. Zenfa's Wang Jiji, the 1 against 5 was requested by Vice-Chancellor Su himself. You will bear witness for us. The implication is that the 5 of us are going to kill and injure your people, killed and injured in the ring, and you can't pull the flying fish flag of the brocade guards to settle scores. 1 against 5. Ha, what did I just open? Kazuna craned his head to inquire. Vice-Chancellor Su, beat this old blind man within how many moves? Change it. Hearing this, Kujinwei and the others had an involuntary smile on their faces. Even Ambassador Ji Jinfu feels that young people are too exuberant, right? Kujinwei, who was conversing across the room, inquired aloud, and Ji Gang, who was revising the large disc, sneered. Is it still called a young man if he's not exasperated? After saying that, Ji Gang casually handed the altered bet to the subordinate next to him, and then added, today's bet, there is only one. Can Su Shan kill 5 of them within 10 slashes? Yes, or no? Boom. By the time Ji Gang finished saying this in public, there was a tumultuous sound in the large scene. This attitude simply did not put the 7 monsters of Jiannan in the eyes. You, the furious Kujinwei had just shouted out this one word when Su Shan, who was looking sideways, interrupted. Change the bet. 5 knives. Can 5 slashes kill 5? I'll go ahead and press 1. 000 tails myself. Yes, miso. As the words fell into his voice, Su Shan then threw out several silver tickets. Bam! The paper's silver tickets, under the power of the dark force, were all nailed to the wooden windows of the attic like darts. This hand alone was enough to terrify the crowd. Ha ha, bastard. This pussy is loaded. Pimp skim, legs, look down and say they're fake. Put. As soon as Ji Gang's words fell, many people in the originally tense scene immediately laughed. The Shangguan Yener on the side was selectively deaf, but as her colleagues were placing their bets, she also took out a silver ticket to follow the trend. Shangguan Commander, what you are buying here is, yes, Su Shan can kill 5 with 5 slashes. Okay. Shangguan Commander 500 tails for Vice Chief Su's 5 swords across the board. The attitude of the people of the Jinfu division was no longer spacing out and slapping the faces of Kujinchi's several people, but rather holding them down and rubbing them on the ground. Sign. Sha Sha. After viciously throwing down these words, Han Baojiao, the Horse King God who had long been furious, took the lead in signing the pledge. The smiling Mithraea Zhang Shang, who usually greeted people with a smiling face, now also put down his pen with a cold face. The crowd of onlookers under the stage were holding their breath at this moment. A magistrate's scout, at this moment, hurriedly folded back and reported the scene to Rinfeng. What did you say? 1 against 5. And you're talking big about a 5-blade sweep? Su Shan. Su Shan. You're too young after all. Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener. What attitude? Stealing a smile, Renfeng inquired with a sneer while serving tea. An opening and a heavy bet on Su Shan can do it. Put. Renfeng, who had just taken a sip of the hot tea in his mouth, immediately sprayed it out again. And they're not worried at all? Hearing this, the subordinate relayed the events of the scene succinctly. Flying Bat, even though he hasn't entered the sovereign realm, but he has a great circle of the 9th grade of the innate, and he has the power to fight in the face of martial artists who have just entered the sovereign realm. Plus, Han Baojiu, Zhang Oshing and the rest of them who have long been experts of the 9th grade. Who gave them the nerve to be so breezy? Renfeng, who already had an ominous feeling inside, waved his hand and said, go to the ring site. Yes, above the ring. Without any further ado, Ko Chunwong signaled his brother to take the stage. Regarding Su Shan's strength, they didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, to be able to knife 2 of one's siblings, was he not a drunkard? Therefore, Kujinye said to the remaining 4 before the confrontation, later, all of you look at my eyes and act. Su Shan, who had vaguely heard these words, looked at the other party in surprise and said, "Warrior Ku, you're being a bit forceful, aren't you? How do you expect them to act in your eyes when they're blind? Blind guessing?" The tense atmosphere was slightly eased by Su Shan's words, but it made Kujinwei and the others even angrier. "Cut the crap, take a life." Miso, accompanied by the sound of Kujinya's words, the remaining 5 of the 7 monsters of Jiangnan rushed towards Su Shan in the center with lightning speed. At this time, each of them made all the effort, striving to get rid of this insouciant young man in the shortest possible time. Go to hell. In the eyes of outsiders, at this moment, Su Shan had absolutely no room to dodge. Even as the 5 struck out, he stood motionless, giving up the fight? Or is it just that the artist has his own killer app? Vidra Protector. Boom. Also, just as the 5 people were each holding a weapon and about to kill Su Shan, with his true chi at full strength, he offered the strongest stance of the Golden Bell Shield. In an instant, exploding chi energy swept out in all directions with him at the center. The true chi, which was like a red sun, transformed into a tangible blade of chi that stabbed at Kujinye and the others respectively. Bang, poof, bam. Within a few breaths, the 5 people who had just been flailing about, each of them collapsed on top of the ring in an unbearable state. The lowest realm of the downtown hidden warrior, Quan Jinfa, even immediately poured out a mouthful of blood. On the contrary, Su Shan did not move a muscle. The momentum is like a rainbow. 9 channels of true yang strength came around the body. This chi, moreover, blended perfectly with the midday sun. Su Shan on the stage, reflecting the glittering. Chapter 54, The Power of Heavenly Elephant, chopping over the entire field. Snap. In this instant, even Ji Gang, who was sitting steadily, stood up in excitement and said, "Drawing the light of ancient China into the body, the Mondi world resonates? This brat, didn't he just enter the sovereign realm last night? How is it that in such a short period of time, you have comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant?" The criteria for advancing to the sovereign master realm was to have all 3 Dantian fields open and to draw the power of heaven and earth into the body, and how to resonate with heaven and earth, transforming external forces into one's own. And comprehending the martial artist's own heavenly image power was the fundamental measure of the strength of a Zongshire level martial artist. Normally, only when one made use of their heavenly sign power would they be considered a true Zongshire. After seeing this scene, not to mention the others, even Shangguan Yener, who was on the side, was stunned and stared blankly. One must know that she, who carried the heavenly phoenix body, had only sensed the power of the heavenly elephant half a year after entering the Zongshire realm. For that matter, it was already held up by the crowd as the pride of heaven. But what about Su Shan? 1 step into the clan, half a night to realize the heavenly signs. What a demon this is. It's said that insiders look at the door, while outsiders look at the action. The surrounding people and low-ranking martial artists, although they did not know what the principle of this bizarre scene in the dojo was, but the Flying Bat as the leader of the 5 monsters of Jiangnan, took the initiative to attack Su Shan. The results of the other side of the line did not move under. Just rely on the chi will send them flying. It really horrified them as much as it did before. It only felt like this kid was blowing awesome out of his mouth. Now it seems, rather, that the super strength is really awesome. Gulp. Strongly suppressing the blood that appealed out of his chest, Ko Zhenye, whose face was pale, opened his mouth with dilated pupils the moment he braced himself. Zongshire realm? A great master who has comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant? Didn't Renaissance people say that you're at the peak of the highest 9th grade and definitely not in the Zongshire? In the face of Ko Zhenxiao's questioning, Su Shan on the stage did not say a word. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand and softly called out, "Cygnus, borrow a knife." Miso. As the words fell into his voice, the embroidered spring sword, which was originally hanging at the waist of the green bird, instantly came out of its sheath. In the next second, it was held tightly in Su Shan's hands. Spacing out? This was the embodiment of reaching the peak of control over chi energy. At this moment, Kujinxia was incredibly clear that once the other party made a move with his sword, the 5 of their brothers would really be cool. Therefore, he shouted out that, the classic quote that he had tried and true in the Jianghu. In this confrontation, Vice-Chancellor Su is superior in skill, and we concede defeat. Kill or be killed, as you wish. Generally speaking, as long as it is not a blood feud, people in the Jianghu will talk about a doer to leave a line. Even if you sign a life and death contract, you won't really lay down your life. Even afterward, there would be a fist bump to honor the grandeur of the great warrior Ku. However, Su Shan, who only had a high school education, had been studying in the 2nd class. Miso, Zira. Just as Kuzhinya's words finished, Su Shan's figure appeared in front of Quan Jinfa, hands up, heads down. This sudden bloody scene also caused ear-piercing screams to erupt from the scene. Even Kujinwei and the other 3 monsters hissed with horrified expressions. Fifth brother, you, Su Shan, who didn't have any feelings, murmured only, "The first slash." After chopping down this slash in a written manner, swish, as the words fell into his voice, his ghostly figure instantly surfaced in front of another person. The second blade, pull back a little. Han Baoju's blood, it's all over my face, don't squeeze, heads, all rolled at my feet. Originally, the crowds that had gathered around the ring had retreated at this moment. At this moment, when they looked at the knife-wielding youth on the stage again, panic was written all over their eyes. Shan, the third blade, the word sword hadn't even fallen out of his mouth, and the head of the laughing Mithraea, Zhang Shang, had already been separated from his body. Not far away from him, Zhu Tsong, the wonderful scholar, propped up his body with his folding fan, and was ready to jump out of the ring. "I admit defeat. I don't want to die. Swish, a cold light appeared, and a knife splashed blood. This time, the blood of Zhu Tsong, who was about to escape from the stage, was splashed on the faces of the several water soldiers like ink. Scared, each of them sat paralyzed on the floor, and Su Shan, who was standing on the stage, holding the embroidered spring sword, pointed at them and said, "What I just said counts. Today, as much as the Yamen pays you, I, Su Shan, will pay double, but only if you get me cleaned up. Can't be infamous." Su Shan's words had just fallen, and these few water soldiers, who had long been scared out of their wits, immediately knelt down in front of the ring. Vice Chitu Su, "Master," Snap, shouted as he did so, with a sobbing voice towards his cheeks left and right. "We know we're wrong, Snap. It's us who see money in the eye, on behalf of the Yamen's people, who are here to create a situation to defame Vice-Chancellor Su. We want to live. We want to live." Hearing this, Su Shan sneered, "Turn left behind you, and you'll find the Jinfu division. Now go in and give an account of everything, and this Vice-Chancellor will count you as having surrendered yourselves for a lighter sentence. Account for it. We'll all account for it." Snap. As he said that, these people rolled and crawled towards the Jinfu division and rushed over. At this time, only the flying bat Kujinshi remained in the ring as well as the 7 monsters of Jiangnan. He even wanted to escape, but being firmly locked by the chi of the Zongsha realm, he knew very well that all behavior that is futile. Snap. Su Shan's footsteps were not heavy, but they fell on his ears and those of the people on the scene. So strangled. Warrior Ku, the battle of the temple is not something that you, such as a Jianghu person, are qualified enough to participate in. We bet on winning and losing, while you bet on life. After saying this, Su Shan slowly raised his knife-wielding right hand, and just then, an ear-piercing voice reached the ears of the crowd from far away. "Stop, Su Shan, stop it for this assassin." When he heard the sound, he looked over and saw Ren Feng, who was sitting inside the sedan carriage, ruffling the door curtains and hissing hysterically after poking his head out. Phew! Hearing the voice, Kujinwei clearly let out a sigh of relief. In his opinion, Jiangnan Prefecture Ren assassin opened his mouth. In front of this deputy Qian who more or less have to give a little bit of mercy, right? But the next second, he heard a sound like a death knell. The 5th blade, the sound stops and the knife falls. Swish! The body and head of Kujinxiao, torso prostrate in front of Su Shan's toes, while the head, after drawing a bloodthirsty parabola, it smashed him partially into Ren Feng's sedan carriage. Bam! Holding the blind man's head in his arms, Ren Feng rolled out of the sedan carriage screaming. As for Su Shan, who stood above the ring, he played with the embroidered spring sword in his hand while tilting his head to look at the attic. Old G. Su Shan, call the money. Chapter 55. Where did you get this 1,000 taels of gambling money on a monthly salary of 5 taels a month? After saying this, Ji Gang turned his head to Qin Changdong and said, "Old Qin, check it out. If it's stolen money, it has to be confiscated." Holler. After hearing this conversation, Su Shan, who wanted to cry without tears, slowly walked down the ring. It's easy to avoid an open robbery, but it's hard to prevent a secret. 2 uncles generation, giving me bad debts. Ha ha. The conversation between the 3 of them also made the crowd of brocade guards roar with laughter. The onlookers and martial artists, however, were all silenced. Not far away, Ren Feng, who couldn't even save Kojinye even when he beat his horse to it, rolled and crawled to his feet after throwing away his head in horror. After seeing Su Shan walk out of the crowd, he ran over aggressively to rise to the occasion. "Su Shan, is this official asking you to stop? You, snap." He hadn't even finished his words when Su Shan smoothly slapped the life and death certificate he had just signed directly onto the other party's face. "Look at it with your doggy eyes. We are divided as much by victory as by life and death." As Su Shan said this, the bloodied embroidered spring blade was already on Ren Feng's shoulder. Seeing this scene, the accompanying yamen and offerings were each pilloried. The brocade guards that rushed out were all ferociously sharpening their swords as well. Zip, zip, zip. Using the other party's official clothes, Shan, who wiped the blood, had a cold smile sketched on his face. As for Renfeng, who squinted his eyes and looked at the blade, his body couldn't help but shiver. I am afraid that if this guy is powerful, I will be killed just like Kujinxiao. Assassin Ren. This is the first and last time. If there is a next time, Shan, take off this flying fish costume and set up the ring in front of the Ren family ancestral hall. 1 counts. I'll challenge them all. Killing the living during the day and digging up your family's ancestors' graves and hacking them to death at night. Hearing such a threat, Renfeng was truly afraid. But still, he forced himself to be calm and shouted towards the attic. Ambassador Ji Jinfu, you guys listen, you see what he is saying and doing? Just as his words fell out of his mouth, Ji Gang spoke up. Take me with you when you dig a grave at night. Old me learned how to divide gold points, so maybe we can make an extra buck. A profitable business. You, Shangwan Commander. I'll do it for the women. It's not a good reputation for men to hit women and spread the word. When the assimilated Shangwan Yener said these words, Renfeng's face was as pale as paper. It's happily decided. Miso. As the words fell out of his mouth, Su Shan threw the cleanly wiped embroidered spring sword, casually throwing it back into the sheath on the green bird's waist. Sidestepping him, he led the way towards the interior of the town hall. Snap. Brushing shoulders with Renfeng's headguard, without warning, he flung another slap. Ouch. Sparing the other party's strength of 8 or 9 grades of innate strength, he was also slapped by this slap and wailed in a chaotic manner. You don't even dare to pull out your sword. How can you guarantee the safety of our Jiangnan parents? Waste of a man. After saying this, Su Shan, who had turned his head, revealed another harmless smile towards Renfeng and said, Assassin Run, I've helped you teach you a lesson. No need to thank me. Oh yeah, the rules of the brood. Mind the killing, not the burying, help clean up the body. After throwing down these words, Su Shan led the crowd of brocade guards and swaggered into the Jinfu division. In the meantime, the government officials who were in front of them, each of them avoided the air as if they were birds of prey. Bang! Wow! Wastes! A bunch of wastes! After returning to his temporary landing place in Yuhang, Renfeng, who did not dare to show his teeth in front of people, was like a husky off the leash in his own acre of land with his teeth and claws after people. The head of the guard, half his face swollen into a pig's head, stood there motionless pretending to be a king. The accompanying magistrates, each also bowed their heads in silence. Why don't you guys just go up and chop? If you die, you still have a death pension. What are you afraid of? HM? Hearing this, the head guard and the others glanced at Renfeng and mentally buried. Weren't you scared of water when you peed your pants back then? It was supposed to be a bureau against the Jinfu division, but now it's good? Let the yamen be reduced to a laughingstock. When Su Shan took the fight in the ring and subliminally shifted it to a temple fight, the nature of the whole incident changed its flavor. In the future, there are such things happen again. The Jinfu division will not comply with the rules of the Jianghu Bull ********. All for the yamen provocation. Genie Wei is the reason. The kill. The scrape. If you don't speak of martial virtues to be dogs for the yamen, we, the brocade guards, will be the butchers of this. This matter was handled by Su Shan, and it had a lining and a face. The yamen, headed by Renfeng, on the other hand, lost face. Snap. It was also at this moment that the master rushed in a hurry. Master, there's your late friend outside seeking an audience. Old friends? Lazi has no friends in Yuhang. I don't see anyone. Renfeng, who was in the middle of his anger, replied directly. He asked the little one to give you this. While saying this, the master teacher flashed out a token. Plum Blossom Order. Seeing this, Renfeng, his pupils couldn't help but dilate a bit. Then he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, quickly, please, yes, take them directly into my official study. Understood. The gathering place of the Donglin party in Beijing was the Donglin Academy, which was planted with plum blossoms. Therefore, they chose to use the Plum Blossom Order as the token for uploading and transmitting between them. After entering the study, Renfeng hastily bowed and saluted after seeing the face of the black-robed man. The other man did not belabor the point, and succinctly stated the purpose of his visit. As he was leaving, he spoke in a cold voice. Assassin Ren, both the Empress Dowager and First Counselor Lin were greatly disappointed in what you did in Yuhang. If this, again, goes badly, without waiting for the other party to finish, Renfeng directly knelt on the ground and said, please rest assured, Your Excellency, Wu Jingsheng and his subordinates will never arrive at the capital alive. Oh yeah, there's another one named Su Shan. It's the governor, who named him to die. Hearing this, Renfeng, who had regained a terrifying force in his hands, patted his chest and assured, don't worry, Su Shan won't survive. Also, just as Renfeng received this black robe, Ji Gang, Shang Guanyener and Su Shan sat together to discuss how to escort Wu Jingsheng this time. Even if more experts are appointed, no one can guarantee that this 800-mile journey to the capital will be absolutely safe. Besides, there are 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be a lifetime of defense against thieves? Instead of being led by the nose by them, it's better to do it in the open and in the dark. After Su Shan said his suggestion, Ji Gang, who put down the tea lid, smiled faintly and said, "Do you mean to go separately? One by water, one by official road? Be specific." The Chao Gang smuggles quite a lot of things to the capital every year, and with such a strict inventory of the waters along the way, there are rarely any accidents. A mouse has a mouse path and a dog has a dog hole. Professional things, we'll just leave it to the professionals. Zhou Long, the head of the Chao Gang, is still alive, isn't he? When Su Shan finished these, silent for a little while, said, before Wu Jingsheng was escorted to the capital, Ren Feng sighed to check the real body. And the dungeon is full of talent. The Thousand Faces Thief King, who I was buddies with in there, could definitely use a human leather mask to make a second Wu Jingsheng. After Su Shan's words were finished, Ji Gang, hootscared twice, muttered, luring the enemy in, catching a turtle in a jar. This game, it might even catch the big fish, punish you with hard labor in the dungeon. Yes. Chapter 56, Wei Wu's Legacy, Jianen's Bones? Before Su Shan's departure, one of the biggest things he had to do was the crowning ceremony. As far as he was concerned, after accepting this gift, he was out of the category of craftsman and could openly and honestly look for a young lady to comfort his loneliness. In the future, the colleagues will not drink flower wine behind his back, lest to find him a big waste, resistant to beatings. Mother's hair was bound and father gave the word. In the absence of Su's father, the matter of giving words naturally fell on Ji Gang's head. When Su Shan bundled his hair out of the inner hall, Ji platform with all the elders went up and said, Su Shan I and your several uncles read less, so, as long as you don't use the word doggy, I'm fine with it. Ha ha. Su Shan's reply really made the scene roar with laughter. Seriously, what about you? We hope, has the virtue of Confucius and Mencius. So, I word, Mangda, Su Mangda, Wei Wu's Legacy, Jianen's Bones? These uncles don't look like good people. And the crowning ceremony, it's only natural to be an uncle and show it. After Ji Gang took the lead in giving the red envelope, Father Su's old colleagues, one after another, went up to salute him. Ah Mangde, we also have a special gift for you today. As he spoke, Qin Shandong mysteriously handed a brocade box to Su Shan. What's this? Open it up. Upon hearing the sound, Su Shan opened it obediently and actually carried out the sheep's intestines from it. When you become an adult, do you always have to feel the tenderness? Carry it with you. Save yourself from getting sick. In ancient times, there was no condom. There were no condoms in ancient times. Mostly animal intestines and fish blisters were used instead. Because of the fishy smell, the behavior of men and women who go out and do this secretly is also called stealing. Fishy. Su Shan, who more or less still had some cultural heritage, naturally knew about this stunt. I also understand the good intentions of several uncles. Uncle Qin, that's a bit insulting. Can you take a sheep's sausage suit in this size? At the very least, it has to be pork sausage casings, right? Stormed a few uncles. Their smiles stiffened as they stared at each other. It's like a car full of old men, stuck on the highway, using mineral water bottles to take a leak. Who can stuff it all in? Who's embarrassed? Of course, Nutri-Quick bottles don't count. And at this moment, spreading out his hands, Kazuna spoke. Embarrassing, isn't it? Can't hold it, can you? Mend, I have another wrapped pig sausage coat there. Take it with you on your way out. You, Key, I would have done it long ago if I hadn't been unable to fight my way through. Because Su Shan was leaving tomorrow, today's banquet was a sort of farewell to him. After 3 rounds of drinking, several uncles could not help but encourage Su Shan a few times. When it was Ji Gang's turn, he drank Su Shan's toast first with a Z sound, and then spoke. Keep a low profile when you get to the capital. That's not Lao Ji's style. Before Su Shan could say anything, Ji Gang added, if you can do it, don't beep. If you can't make it in the capital, come back. If I and a few of your uncles can't resist, we'll organize a few boats and smuggle them into the east to GAGA kill indiscriminately. In a word, only we can bully others. We can't let others bully us. Still banditish words, but listening to Su Shan's tears, even when he was newly dressed and useless, these uncles had given him the greatest tolerance and care. In particular, Kikyo, the reason why this great master, who could suppress the entire Jiangnan in martial arts, was swinging and not seeking advancement in Yuhang was that he was afraid that the widows of his fallen brothers would ask him for husbands and the orphans would ask him for fathers. Now willing to take over the post of Jiangnan Jinfu envoy, but also want to grow up with the orphans more shelter from the wind. More block a piece of rain. Why are you still crying like a pussy? Take out the domineering spirit of your sword to cut down the sovereign realm. Here, drink. Don't use the wine goblet. Switch to the wine bowl. Okay. The following day, in front of the Imperial prison, wearing shackles, handcuffs, a dirty prison uniform of Wu Jingsheng, has just been brought to the front of the Ren Feng identification. Stinky as he was, he pounced. Run, assassin Ren. I didn't say anything. They beat me, called me names, and tried to emotionally torture me. But I didn't say a word. Help me, help me. The smell was really smoked Ren Feng. Forced to resist the urge to vomit, encouraged 2 sentences, then let the brocade guards to take away. Ji Gang, who was standing not far from them, saw the scene and inquired in a low voice to Shan next to him. Pretending is quite decent. Where did the people come from? Death row inmate. Paid his family 500 taels. Preach. Is it okay with Sybil? Vice-Chancellor Dong and the others are old men. Don't worry about it. Green Bird, who left a day early, with true Wu Jingsheng has returned from the water, rode back to the capital. Now this fake one is the bait thrown out by the town hall. The class is returning to the capital, accompanied by Shangguan Yenner's order. The team that detained Wu Jingsheng and his cohorts left Hangzhou in great numbers. It was also not long after they left the city that Ren Feng ordered someone to release a falcon with red eyes. For 2 days in a row, there was no wind or rain. As they entered the Yingtian prefecture's jurisdiction, a team of men commissioned from the capital joined the escort. This also made a lot of people's nerves not as tight as when they first left the city. Chirp! The chirping sound of the eagle striking the sky once again resounded in Su Shan's ears. Subconsciously tilting his head, he stared at the falcon hovering in the air with a torch-like gaze, vaguely smelling a hint of something. What? Is there a problem? Shangguan Yenner, who felt Su Shan tilting her head frequently, turned her head to inquire. Along the way, every now and then there were falcons circling overhead. When Su Shan had just finished saying this, Xiu Fei, the Jinui Thousand Domo who was responsible for receiving them, spoke directly. Deputy Thousand Domo Su, first time out in the field. Ha, it's a bit hasty, isn't it? Leaving aside the fact that for miles around, this Qianhu has put out open guards and dark sentries, the strength of the entire escort team alone. Anyone who jumps out with a death wish, there are not enough men to divide the brothers. People say, right, right. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled obliteratingly without answering. Instead, Shangguan Yenner spoke up. There's no harm in being careful. HM? Yes. Along the way, Shangguan Yenner's humble attitude of asking Su Shan many times had long since made Xiu Fei, these brocade guards from the capital, feel offended. A deputy thousandth, or from the lousy Yuhang Jinfu division. What's he capable of? Be smart, all of you. There's still 20 miles ahead of us, and that's the Watergate stage, so we can't afford to make any mistakes. Zhang Baifu, too, along the way, even if a wild dog looks at us one more time, it must be chopped down immediately, lest Vice-Chancellor Su be afraid. Ha, ha ha, first team follow me, kill dogs and birds along the way, and shoot down that falcon as well. Understood. A remark that was clearly aimed at Su Shan was truly harsh. Chirp. Also just as the escorting team was about to arrive at the Watergate post, the falcon hovering in the air landed bloody in the arms of a black-robed man. Underestimated these courthawks. There are veterans on the team. After muttering this, the black robe sidled up and said, are all the arrangements made over at the Watergate stage? Reporting back to your holiness. All are in place. Do it tonight. Yes. Chapter 57. The invisible mounted pen is the most deadly. After the subordinate had strangely disappeared into thin air, the black-robed man revealed a hideous smile. Shangguan Yenner, heavenly phoenix body? A top-notch stove. For your sake, this honored one will personally strike tonight. Jie jie. Snap. As he laughed wickedly, the falcon in his hand was instantly crushed and exploded into a bloody mist. Watergate stagecoach. Dinner is served. Finally a proper meal. For the past 2 days, the dry rations have been nibbling at my throat. Shangguan Yenner and a few other senior members of the hierarchy, although they were at separate tables, were all dining in the hall. When she saw Su Shan preparing to go upstairs instead of taking his seat after inspecting his surroundings, she hurriedly called out to the other party, Vice-Chancellor Su, it's time to eat. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled and replied, when I'm out and about, I only eat the dry food I bring with me. You guys eat. Bang. Su Shan's words just finished, just chased the eagle to kill the dog Zhang Baifu, directly slapped the desktop. What? So many people, just show off your right? What are you pretending here? Shut up. Just as his words finished, Shangguan Yenner sternly rebuked. Shangguan Commander, this kid he is too. This time, without waiting for Zhang Baifu to finish his sentence, Xiu Fei hurriedly stood up and said, what this kid? He's Deputy Qianhu Su. It's good to be careful when you're out and about. Where's the Drug Enforcement Division? Yes. Check the meals that the brothers are consuming. Ha! Xing checked it all a couple times before he came up. Check it again, lest Vice-Chancellor Su be too frightened to eat. Yes, Shan, who was standing at the stairway, glanced at them with a cold and stern gaze before ascending the stairs alone. Zhang Baifu, who had just shot up, cursed under his breath as he was pulled back. What the hell? Calm down. A brat who hasn't even grown his hair. It's 80% that he's relying on his background to get to the top again. There's no point in bothering with someone like that. Hearing his subordinate's words, Zhang Baifu's mouth was not dry as he obediently took his seat. Bang! Wow! But the very moment he took his seat, his stool exploded in pieces, immediately sitting in the air. Zhang Baifu staggered and retreated a few steps before he could barely stand still. This bizarre scene also made the crowd at the scene. All of them were stupefied with jaws staring blankly. There are termites here? Apparently not. Otherwise, how could it break the stool of only one person? Zhang Baifu? A few of the brocade guards, who were close by, looked down. The cuts were extremely flat and appeared to be knife splits. Who moved it? That's not right. Just now, when Zhang Baifu took his seat, he was fine too. Transforming power into blades? I haven't felt any fluctuation of true qi. This is being able to become 1,000 households. Xiao Fei is naturally not a drunkard. Even though he hadn't realized the power of the heavenly elephant, he was still in the proper sovereign realm. Even he did not feel the fluctuation of true qi. Nowadays, within the stagecoach, it seems that only Shangguan Yenner is left. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, gathered on herself, Shangguan Yenner, who was eating with her head down, said without lifting her head, I didn't do it. With my internal energy, I can't do it so casually. Hearing this, the crowd was amazed. That's. The brocade guards who thought of something subconsciously tilted their heads to look in the direction Su Shan had left. How old is he? That strong? One of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber. Gu Daiyu. He killed him. Shangguan Yenner, who opened her mouth again. Only this sentence also makes the capital come to the crowd of Jinyui staggering. A man killed. Sizzle. The added words, when he looked up, added to the backward breaths that rang out from the scene in succession. They all mingled in the capital and naturally knew the strength of Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber. On the surface, it was only the peak of the innate 9th grade, but in reality, he had killed, alone, 2 Zhongshe realm ruthless people. But it was such a ruthless man who was single-handedly killed by this youngster? It's simply horrible as hell. The 7 monsters of Jiangnan, which you've been talking about so much along the way, were also killed by him. Gulp. Upon hearing this news again, even Xiao Fei couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit deeply. At this time, Shangguan Yenner, who had put down her chopsticks, added while wiping the corners of her mouth, the master and disciples together are 14 people, none of whom have been spared, none of whom have left a whole body. You can disagree with his professionalism, but please don't question it. The last person who didn't take him seriously was Junbakiro Koizumi, the shadow master of the Black Dragon Society. And now, not even the first 7 days, an explosive piece of news that made the crowd feel numb while all of them were in a cold sweat. If someone else had dictated this, they would have been skeptical. But Shangguan Yenner, the disciple of the Imperial Master, the sister of the Empress, and also the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army, said that this is an absolute authority. They are all old men of the Brocade Guards, and they naturally know clearly what it means to uncover the Shadow Master of the Black Dragon Society. Normally a Shadow General would be enough for them to get a raise. His father was a martyr, and his mother was a common woman, brought up on the succor of all his peers. All the meritocracy, he cut it out with a knife. It's not that he, Su Shan, is highly qualified as a deputy thousandth, but that the position of deputy thousandths has dishonored his strength and ability. Speaking of this, Shangguan Yenner glanced at Zhang Baifu, who had long been drenched in cold sweat, and then said in a cold voice, if it weren't for the fact that the Yuhang Jinfu division has an unwritten rule, it's not allowed to pull out a sword on one's own people. It won't be this bench that gets dismantled, it'll be you. There is no next time. Otherwise, I can't save you. Snap. After saying that, Shangguan Yenner also turned around and went up to the attic. Only the silent crowd at the scene was left standing in a mortar and pestle, looking at each other in disbelief. In a flash, Su Shan's image in their hearts was towering. Invisible mounted pens are the most deadly. Into the night. Bam! Accompanied by a heavy and 2 light knocks on the door of the room. Su Shan inside the house pulled the door open in a smooth manner. Commander Shangguan? What's the matter at this hour? Won't you invite me in for a seat? Ha! My mother says that boys have to protect themselves when they go out. Put. Hearing this, the unsmiling Shangguan Yenner immediately burst out laughing. A smile that was so beautiful that it really made Su Shan's heart flutter. The body leaned over the threshold and made a pleased gesture. I'll take them to apologize to you for this today. Su Shan, who was pouring water for Shangguan Yenner, smiled when he heard this and replied, It's fine. It's not that I don't trust my fellow colleagues, but the bitter experience of the dungeon has made me aware of the dangers of the Jianghu. To put it more bluntly, I'm afraid to die and cherish my life. If someone else said this, Shangguan Yenner would still believe it. Him? Let's just forget about it. You're hot in this house. Shangguan Yenner, who received the tea, said with a scarlet face. Hot. Qingming rain has just passed. The sky is high. Where is the heat? No, you've got eyes like gravy. What? Thinking about opening up? Or have you figured it out? Shan, who sensed the other party's abnormality, subconsciously inquired. Rao Shangguan Yenner herself found that the body hot, blood gushing. Look at the young man in front of me. He's getting more and more browbeaten. Chapter 58, Attack on the Stagecoach. Commander Shangguan, you're not in the right state. It's like being poisoned by a love spell. My subordinate is willing to risk his life for you to inhale poison to heal your wounds. Shan, who had ferried Qi to Shangguan Yenner when he realized that she was getting more and more uncomfortable, said in a serious manner, Can you suck out the poison of true love compulsion? Shangguan Yenner, who was forcibly operating her own meridians to maintain her state, subconsciously inquired. That depends on talent, and I, Shan, am not good at this, but I am willing to try. Shan, who was pure in character, showed off his snake skills when he said this, but at this point, he already smelled danger. The other side is very focused. What was given to Shangguan Yenner wouldn't be a real poison, but a compulsion. Drug Enforcement Division. Naturally, those losers didn't check it out. Snap. Just then, too, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Shangguan Commander. No, it's not good. Brothers, either they have diarrhea or they are weak. Some have even been deflated. The breathless hissing outside the door was like thunder resounding in Shangguan Yenner and Su Shan's ears. Pa! When they pushed open the door of the room, they saw the brocade guards, who were dining in the hall, sprawled on their backs. Only a handful of a dozen or so were unharmed and busy there. And these people were all brothers who had previously worked with Su Shan on cases and had no doubt about his abilities. Draining the Emperor of the Earth, plus 10 incense soft tendon powder. Add a small amount of 9 corpse rejuvenation scatter. They didn't poison you, but it was enough to leave you defenseless. Su Shan, who had acquired the poison casting technique from Lu Shaoji, was no stranger to these colorless and tasteless underhanded things. But the problem is, he can administer poison. He can't detect or detoxify it. Drag those in serious condition into the inner room immediately. Those who can still move, follow me and hold the front line. Yes. Bang, 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 bam. But Su Shan had just finished arranging this matter when several smoke pills were thrown into the entire stagecoach station from outside. Zip! The smoke pellet that landed on the ground quickly smoldered. This smoke, it's poisonous. If it were normal, the people of the Drug Detection Division would be able to cope with this kind of unexpected situation. But now what? One even seemed to gasp with a rush of energy. Formation. Snap. Su Shan, who had jumped down from the attic in a single leap, had just landed on the ground when dozens of round moon flying daggers, accompanied by the buzzing sound of the daggers, flew in towards the hall in an all-encompassing manner. Protect your own brothers behind you. Dang it. Su Shan, who drew his sword in passing, instantly opened his Vajra protector, blocking the killing opportunity concealed under the poisonous smoke. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yenner, who was forcibly holding back the gushing of her blood, used her own true qi to construct a wall of wind, intercepted the remaining flying blades. Playing with flying daggers? Ergo, they are all still grandchildren. The moment he landed in the air, Su Shan, who had half turned around, threw out dozens of flying daggers hidden within his cloak. Miso, put, ah. In the next second, the miserable screams of the enemy rang out from outside the door. Su Shan, watch out. Bam. The moment he stood up, a skinny figure with a 5-short body at the top of his head, holding a blood blade, stabbed Su Shan from top to bottom at the top of his head. Not only that, but a behemoth rushed out right in front. Shangguan Yenner, who was being entangled by the 2 black shadows, cried out in dismay as she glanced at this scene. As soon as her words fell, the leader of the black shadow opposite her said in a cold voice, Shangguan Yenner, you'd better care about yourself first. If you continue to push your qi, the poison of the love compulsion will run through the entire meridians and the dantian, and you will not be able to do anything about it. Even now, your strength is only 80% of what it was in your heyday. The longer it takes, the weaker it gets. Jie, dang, bang, facing the enemy's left and right pincers. Although her body was sick, Shangguan Yenner did not lose to the other side in terms of momentum. What a lot of crap. I, Shangguan Yenner, would not be worthy of wearing this scarlet python robe if I only had this much skill. The phoenix chirps the sunrise. Chirp. Sonic Kung Fu? Quickly use the turtle breath technique to shield both ears. Put. Even though the black shadow in the lead quickly warned, the enemy experts who came up to surround the brocade guards still had someone hit. This also forced them to distance themselves from Shangguan Yenner's group first. Instead, it was Su Shan's side that fought with fervor. The sword divides yin and yang. Bang! Guancheng sword chi. Miso. Fat head. Hidden behind the anti-Tui blade technique was Su Shan Chicken Thief's Six Veins divine sword. As the behemoth struggled to block the slash, the Guancheng sword chi directly penetrated his body. Snap! All of a sudden, there was a brief pause on their side as well. The two sides stood clearly opposite each other. By the faint candlelight, Shangguan Yenner vaguely recognized the black shadow at the head. Five Poison Sect, right, Elder Avery? The gloomy one next to you is your disciple, Ice Toad, Driving Moon, right? Hearing that the other party directly stated his identity, the leader, Ai Li, coldly said, worthy of being Yuan Tiangong's close disciple, a bit of tact. If it wasn't for the fact that my father had placed the compulsion in advance, it would have been tricky to deal with you today. As Ai Li said this, Su Shan glanced at Shangguan Yenner, whose forehead was covered with beads of sweat and whose winks were becoming more and more silky, and said, that one short and one fat, who are they? Under my Su Shan sword, I don't cut down nameless people. After he had finished saying this, the two who had stolen the chicken but not the rice, turned their vicious gazes on Su Shan. The Five Poison Boys, fat head, all of them are at the level of elders of the Five Poison Sect. Hearing this, Su Shan, who was twisting his neck, said with a face that was guilty of ruthlessness, both of them are also only second-grade Zongshur out of the point of strength? Even that fat man, or the realm that was forcibly pulled up with drugs. With these four of them leading the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, how can they still want to take prisoners from Chiu Qianhu and his fellow officers? That's a bit too much to look down on them, isn't it? Isn't it Chiu Qianhu? Where is everyone? After twisting his head and looking for half a day, Su Shan was able to spot him from among the injured personnel. Su, Vice Chief Su, this battle was a nightmare for Chiu. If I can escape this robbery, 10 Mile Qinhuai, a chartered venue for Vice-Chancellor Su to receive his family. Hearing this, Su Shan grinned and said, just for this one dragon arrangement of yours, I'll have to let you leave in one piece. And as soon as his words were out of his mouth, an angry-eyed Avery growled, you didn't think it was just the four of us, did you? This battle is the sitting of the Five Poison Sect's revolver. Yenner, that name sounds powerful. What strength? Hearing Su Shan's inquiry, Shangguan Yenner replied, at the very least, it has to be at the sovereign realm, the peak of the 5th rank. After it finished saying all this, the wide-eyed Su Shan glanced at the other party and said, you really caught a big fish this time. Chapter 59, Phoenix Dancing in the Nine Heavens. Powerful cable. The mute riddle-like dialogue between the two also made Ai Li and others, in vain, a kind of ominous omen. In their intelligence, no one of the Jinyui's absolute masters of the Zongshur realm had left the capital at the moment. What about willfulness? In the form of deception and drumming? Sensing the floating of his people's emotions, Avery coldly said, don't listen to their demonic words here. No one is a match for Revolver within a few hundred miles of the Watergate post. Get them. Take Shangguan Yenner of the Heavenly Phoenix body and place her at the disposal of the Dharma King. Zip. Hearing Ai Li's words, the Five Poison Boy, who licked the corner of his own mouth, sneered. The Dharma King said that after his divine power is complete, the Heavenly Phoenix body will be shared with us. Jie. Together. Good. The enemy's words as if no one else was there really enraged Shangguan Yenner. Help me stall that old bastard. I'll get the three of them first. Su Shan, who was holding the knife, was just about to rush forward when Shangguan Yenner, who had bitten her finger, tapped a mark of eyebrow red at her brow. In a flash, the brand of a blood-colored phoenix emerged on the originally white forehead. This is. Avery and the others who saw the scene subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Boom! Immediately after, a powerful stream of pure Yuan True Qi, centered on Shangguan Yenner, surged in all directions. Snap! Put! Some low-grade 5 Poison Sect disciples couldn't carry on immediately and poured out a mouthful of blood. Even Ai Li, who was close to the 4th grade sovereign realm, stumbled back a few steps uncontrollably. Instead, Su Shan was wrapped in a golden light and stood there unharmed, looking at the pussy beside him in shock. The Shangguan Yenner in his eyes at this time was as blinding as the blazing sun. Skirts flying, the whole person seems to be gilded with a layer of firelight that people dare not approach. Even scarier, her strength, in a matter of moments, climbed upward. So much so, the pure elemental True Qi overpowered the entire scene. This sudden everything also makes Ai Li and other people of the 5 Poison Sect. The face did not have the previous dejected. In its place, there was horror and hideousness. 4th grade now. 5th grade. How is she so strong? Her Heavenly Phoenix body awakened, is it? No, it's because she forcibly borrowed the power of her bloodline to reach this realm. A true Heavenly Phoenix body awakening is an 8th grade start. she won't last long. On. Revolver, will cover for us. Accompanied by AI Lee's order, several people did not hesitate to charge again. I'll kill these people. Phoenix danced to the 9 heavens. Swish, as Shangguan Yenner's words fell, the true chi in her hand transformed into a sword and rushed headlong towards her opponent. Be good. This is a real dog. There's not a single piece of in the Jinfu division that can be in a position of power. Mother asterisk 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 Hearing this, Xiu Fei lowered his head in shame. Su Shan, on the other hand, joined the battlefield with his sword. The sun and the moon have no light. Su Shan, who had the power to fight with even a third-grade patriarch, was absolutely crushingly devastated when he met the fat-headed man who had previously been injured by his own 6 veins divine sword. Elder AI, help me. Miso, the fat headman, who had been hit by several knives, hissed in despair at this moment. But the moment he turned his head, he saw Shangguan Yenner pugnaciously chopping off AI Lee's right arm. Put. Ow. The slender embroidered spring blade penetrated the fat body of the opponent. The mournful screams, however, originated from Avery at the broken wall. At this moment, the fat head turner grunted as he tried to hiss something again, only to realize that Su Shan, who was extremely expert with his blade, was the one who was stabbing the lobes of his lungs. The blood that poured in blocked his airway, leaving him helpless and suffocating alive. Master, help me. Swish, the sword aura was like a rainbow, splitting into 2. The Ice Toad, Driving Moon, who had just stepped into the Zhongshu realm, collapsed in one body to the left and one to the right after shouting these words. Being pure Yuan True Chi, shocked to fly several meters away from the 5 poisonous children. See, the situation is not right. Turn around and ready to flee. Trying to run? Where's that energy that just snuck up on me? As the words fell into his voice, several flying daggers came out in response. The 6 chakra divine sword, which was hidden under the flying dagger, was even more like a shadow. Dang it. Put. The 5 poison child, who was holding a sword in both hands, blocked the flying swords with great difficulty, but the 6 sword chi pierced through his 5 short bodies with great difficulty. The moment he fell to the ground in response, he vaguely heard Avery's hysterical roar. Revolver, help me. The 3 voices of Save Me spoke of the despair of the 5 poison sex crowd. Yeah, where's Revolver? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Bang! Wow! The wooden door, which was already in pieces, was kicked open from the outside. The sudden noise also caused everyone on the scene to focus their gazes on the doorway. The dust and smoke cleared, only to see a magnificent figure with a sword in one hand and a human head clutched in the other, walking in with a resounding gait. Snap! The head, which was casually thrown out of his hand, rolled down directly beside Avery, who had fallen into a pool of blood. Meeting the dead head, Elder AI screamed as his pupils continued to dilate. Left, Revolver? This, how is this possible? With the bloody clothes on his body, the face of the magnificent figure standing in the main hall became clearer and clearer. Cheeto? When Xiu Fei and the others, after seeing this person's true face, their jaws dropped and they were stunned. In their eyes, the Yuhang Zenfuji is useless. Soldiers bear 1. Generals bear 1. This is so because of the incompetence of Ji Gang, the chief 1000 director of the Yuhang Jinfu division. What at South Discipline and North Left? What's this bull asterisk about when you're strong? You're strong. Your strength is unknown? It's all just good people blowing smoke up their asses. But now what? The 5 poison sex Revolver King, a powerful person at the peak of the 6th rank of the sovereign realm, had his head chopped off just like that. What a horror this is as such. Damn. I had thought that the 2 great Dharma kings, the left and the right, would both show up. Scared the old man and pulled out 2 nails from his body. Whoever thought that just come one, caused me to get covered in blood. Gulp. Hearing Ji Gang's words, even Su Shan couldn't help but swallow deeply. The fact that Lao Ji had 6 dragon nails on his body was not a secret in the Yuhang Jinfu division. As for what origin and why it was sealed, he kept quiet and the crowd didn't dare to ask. But today, 2 were pulled out in one breath. Su Shan, it hurts to think about it. They still have last wishes? From Su Shan's viewpoint, a wisp of green smoke floated above the heads of Avery and the others. This Su Shan received all of them when he gathered the corpses for them. Ding dong. Groups release quests for a limited time. Avery ETAL's last wish. Mission, offer a double offer with Shangguan Yenner, who carries the body of a celestial phoenix. Quest reward, 80 years of cultivation. Poisoning, disguise, and poisoning. Fathead low, me too. Driving moon, me too. 5 poison boys, same drop. Chapter 60, open fighting and desire. These are inappropriate sons of men. You are dead and still have a bad heart. Bah, shame on you. Su Shan, who had inwardly greeted all 18 generations of their ancestors, glanced at the shaky Shangguan Yenner with his bladder. 80 years of cultivation, plus the 5 poison religion, a variety of native skills evening. This temptation. Dog, can not carry. Don't blame your brother for not being human. Just blame the reward for being too tempting. Just as Shan muttered words in his heart, Shangguan Yener, who could no longer carry on, staggered back a few steps. Snap! Commander Shangguan. Seeing this scene, the quick-eyed Shan rushed to her side and smoothly assisted. After forcibly sacrificing the power of her bloodline, the poison of love compulsion had invaded Shangguan Yener's entire body. The phoenix dance of the 9 heavens was her last stubbornness. Now that the pure elemental true chi had dissipated, there was no more internal strength to suppress the surging parasitic poison. Flushed, redness, shortness of breath. At this time, Shangguan Yener had a very different flavor from her previous coldness. Old Ji, what is the situation of the Shangguan commander? As Ji Gang, who had squatted down, was ferrying chi for Shangguan Yener, Shan inquired with a frown. It's serious. It must be an expert of the Zhongshe realm or higher to continuously ferry chi and suppress the compulsion poison in her body. I've bled too much. My true chi is exhausted. I'm afraid I don't have any strength left. This honorable and difficult task is in your hands. Snap. After saying that, Ji Gang put one hand on Shan's shoulder with a cautious expression before adding, go to the backyard. I'll guard for you. Hearing this, Shan was so moved that he almost shed crocodile tears. After the deed is done, Ki, I'm high and low enough to give you a high. This double act is sung and pawned and set up. Afterward, Shan even got a good name for risking his life for the common good. Then I'll respectfully disagree. As the words fell out of his mouth, Shan held Shangguan Yener, who was in a semi-conscious state, and ran towards the backyard. Looking at his monkey-like figure, Ji Gang's face sketched the pleased smile of an old father. The family pig, at last, has arched over the cabbage. What kind of father wouldn't be happy? In the place of a daughter. I guess it's a different state of affairs. Deputy Qian Hu Su, ferry the Shangguan commander's chi to heal his wounds. From now on, the backyard is a forbidden place. No one can step in. Those who disobey will be killed without pardon. Yes, with Ji Gang's order, the backyard of the post station was completely isolated from the world. Son, that's all I can do to help you. In the second half, it's up to you. Just as Zhuoluan Fa Wang, leading his troops in a surprise attack on the Watergate stage station, a cargo ship bearing the name of Yongshang Dart Bureau slowly arrived at the capital's ferry port. Snap! As soon as the ship docked, hundreds of black shadows directly rushed over. After firmly taking control of the entire ship, Cygnus escorted Wu Jingsheng off the ship. Father, Xinglong, the Jinfu Division's Tongji who personally brought people here, ordered someone to receive Wu Jingsheng while waving his hand to indicate that the two did not need to be polite. It's been a long journey. Let's cut the pleasantries. His Majesty's word of honor is to conduct a surprise trial of Wu Jingsheng on the spot. In the interrogation room where the torture equipment had been prepared long ago, Wu Jingsheng's screams of pain were transmitted from the inside out to the ears of Qinglong, who was personally sitting in the room. Snap! A quarter of an hour later, a Qianhu, who was in charge of the torture, respectfully came to his side and said, Tongji, confessed. Pure Moon Villa. Swish! After learning the name of this place, Qinglong quickly got up and led his team to rush to the outskirts of the city. But before they could get to the place, the flames that raced through the sky reddened the dark night. Tongji, that direction seems to be the Pure Moon Villa. Qinglong, whose eyes were reddened by the firelight, muttered in a cold voice, Chao Zhengchun, you're doing a double take. Let's play this game slowly. Please decree a thorough investigation of this case. Yes. Also at the time when Qinglong led his troops out of the city, the scouts of the two factories had reported his whereabouts to Chao Zhengchun. The Green Dragon is running towards the Pure Moon Villa? The town council won't move there without hard evidence and witnesses. The only explanation is that Wu Jingsheng has entered the capital. Hearing this, Yu Huatian, who was on the side, said in shock, Governor, isn't Wu Jingsheng at the Watergate stage now? Tonight revolver they. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Chao Zhengchun interrupted, openly repairing the inn and secretly taking the position. It's kind of fun. Luckily Wei Zhongxian moved fast enough. Otherwise, this round is going to be a problem. Report. Factory official Wei seeks an audience. Shout him in. Shortly after Chao Jingchuan's words fell, Wei Zhongxian hurried in. Governor, the subordinate who should be killed ordered to be killed. But the brocade guards suddenly patted their horses and arrived. With no other choice, we can only set fire to the entire mountain village. The subordinate is afraid. Hearing this, Chao Zhengchun said, it didn't burn cleanly, did it? Right. After dusk, this governor's office will ask for an order for a thorough investigation of this case by the East Chamber. By then, don't leave any clues. Yes, just as the entire capital city, because of Su Shan's darkness, and the bright struggle. This guy, however, was coveting the goddess of all the capital's young leaders at the Watergate stage. Yener, I tried my best. The love compulsion has entered the Dantian. and I can't do anything about it with my strength. Shangguan Yener, who sensed the proximity of the opposite sex, opened her mouth with a blurred consciousness. I know, this compulsion, in its current state, is considered insoluble. Hearing this, Su Shan meaningfully said, it's not insurmountable. Love parasites aren't considered poisonous. It just needs to be. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Shangguan Yener instantly woke up like she had cleared up a bit. She naturally knew the most primitive method of dissolving the love compulsion. It is even clearer that once it is allowed to go on, it will be difficult to control itself and even cause irreversible damage in the end. Still, as a woman, she subconsciously resisted this. Su Shan, I believe in your character. Don't be an animal. After he finished saying this, Su Shan nodded heavily and said, understood, I've got another idea for you. You wait. As he spoke, Su Shan rushed out of the room, and when he turned back again, he had two more things in his hands. It's a rolling pin. The barbless ones are glossy, but considering your tolerance, I also thoughtfully prepared lard for you. It applies. Quite silky. Hearing this, Shangguan Yener, annoyed, almost didn't storm off immediately. Don't worry, I'll watch the door for you. This matter is known to heaven and earth, to you and to me. After saying that, Su Shan, who wanted to escape, was ready to get up and leave, and Shangguan Yener, who completely could not suppress the love compulsion, used her only remaining sobriety to viciously open her mouth. Su Shan, you're not even an animal. Worse than an animal. Ha! Chapter 61, Jair will be a trickster. You can beat me, you can scold me, but you can't insult my pure soul. What are you doing? Shangguan Yener, I'm warning you. I, Su Shan, am not a casual man. You have to restrain yourself. Confronting Su Shan's righteousness, Shangguan Yener, whose body was completely incapable of being on her own, directly pounced on her before she completely lost her consciousness. You started it. I, for one, have been vindictive since I was a child. A sharp spring rained that snapped the eaves of the house, the wooden windows and even the leaves of the surrounding trees. The answering voice muffled the woozy sounds of the house. The rain is beating down and the night is sleepless, falling red spots and all the joy. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited group quest Avery and the others' last wishes. Rewarded, 80 years of cultivation, poisoning, transfiguration, and poisoning, accompanied by the system's wonderful beep. Su Shan, who had fought several consecutive battles tonight, slept with a smile on his face as he wrapped his arms around the big white goose. The early bird gets the worm. Su Shan, who was accustomed to getting up before dawning time, left the room with a light hand. After washing up, the cultivation gained in the early hours of the morning was first projected to 6 chakra divine sword. It took a whole 40 years of cultivation to deduce this technique to the great perfection realm, and even more so, Su Shan had one more life-preserving move, the 6 pulse points. At the same time, his realm also had the previous peak of the first grade Zonshur realm, reaching straight to the second grade, HM. Previously, the 9 Suns true scripture, which has been impossible to deduce, is now unlocked. Looking at the appearance of the red plus sign on the panel, Su Shan didn't hesitate to deduce all of the remaining 40 years. At this time, the morning sun was shining. A ray of sunlight reflected on Su Shan's resolute cheeks. Originally, when he opened his eyes again with them tightly closed, the gentle morning light that had been reflecting on him became hot and thick. The 9th form of the 9 suns. 9 suns flare the sky. Boom! The chi is powerful and rippling, majestic and pure. Snap! Ji Gang, who had been guarding the two for half the night, leapt to the backyard when he noticed something strange. When he felt, after Su Shan's body's majestic pure elemental true chi, he inquired with wide-eyed wonder. 3rd grade now? Took the power of the heavenly elephant and quenched it into pure elemental true chi? The embodiment of strength that truly stepped into the patriarchal realm was to comprehend the power of the heavenly elephant. And after this power is condensed and purified, it is the first watershed of the Zongshur realm, the pure Yuanjin chi of the 3rd grade Zongshur. Even Shangguan Yener, the proud daughter of heaven, was unable to use her pure elemental true chi without sacrificing her phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Therefore, she had been stuck at the peak of the 2nd grade realm. But now, Su Shan has achieved a bend in the road. Wouldn't that have shocked Kejong? Have some sense. A promotion by accident. It is said that the 3rd grade is the watershed of the sovereign realm. I didn't find it difficult either. Looking at Su Shan's dejected appearance, the old Ji, who had returned to his senses, sneered, if your words are spread out, it's going to be a living hell. Hey, isn't this just showing off in front of you? When Su Shan finished saying this, Ji Gang waved his hand to signal for him to go out and say it together. It seems that the heavenly phoenix body has also gained a lot for you. A throw. After saying this, Su Shan took this opportunity to voice the doubts in his heart. Key, as far as I know, in the case of love compulsion, it takes 24 hours from the time the compulsion is placed to the onset of the attack. Right, that's why the 5 poison sect chose to strike last night. No, I mean, Shangguan Yener, when she was out of Yuhang City, she was bewitched? Hearing this, old G, who had stopped walking, smiled mysteriously and said, brains are indeed sharp. When Rinfeng verified Wu Jingsheng's correct body, the one standing beside him was the disguised AI Li. You. After Ji Zhang bluntly said this, Su Shan, who had an exaggerated expression, was instantly incoherent. Assassin Run made the setup, Avery made the move, and I, who willed the trick, covered for them. That's the truth. Purpose? There are 2. The first brings the 5 venoms infinitely closer to success, the second. Speaking of this, Ji Gang looked meaningfully at Su Shan. Find you a big backer in the capital. Righteous father. Roll. After laughing and cursing, Ji Gang added with a smile, Imperial Master Yuan Tian Gang, what is the purpose of asking you to go over there? I don't know yet, but that bad old man is bad. I don't believe a word he farts, but it's different now. His only 3 disciples, the rare heavenly phoenix body in the world, are your Su Shan's pillows. With this relationship and the shelter of the green dragon, as long as you don't commit regicide in the capital, they'll take care of any trouble in the sky for you. Hearing this, Su Shan, who was stunned, looked at Ji Gang with eyes that became deep and genuine. Put away your hypocritical expression. I'm not good with you. Shangguan Yener's identity is more than what it appears to be. How to serve this bowl of soft rice? You weigh it yourself. In a word, old Su's daughter-in-law is awesome. Speaking of this, Ji Gang added solemnly, old Su's son, even more powerful boom boom. Talk about making me want to be righteous with you. Cursing me around the corner? Hey, but Key, this doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Come on, no one will suspect you with your pawn and stand-up act in pure character backboard. What about you? When Su Shan finished saying this, Ji Gang stroked his lapel in a domineering manner and said, whether Jiangnan is in chaos or not, I, Ji Gang, have the final say. He's an imperial master. He wouldn't dare. Sizzle. Rao Su Shan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard this. True dominance. Go on. I'm going back to Gangnam. Have something to believe in a little? Nothing to burn incense for more offerings to my eternal life sign. Sort of a filial honor. After saying that, the thunderous Ji Gang left without looking back. When Su Shan turned back to the post, Xiu Fei, who had recovered 50% of his body, respectfully came up to him and said, Deputy Thousand Household Su, there's a flying pigeon summons from the capital. Commander Shangguan, read it personally. The subordinate doesn't know her physical condition. So, Z, not even waiting for Su Shan to speak, the tightly closed door of the room was pulled open by Shangguan Yener. I'm fine. The compulsion has been lifted. Just a few minor sexual abrasions. Minor, criminal, abrasions? Who are you insulting? You pussy? Snap. Su Shan's ventriloquism was not even spoken. Shangguan Yener, who had received the secret letter, hobbled 2 steps in discomfort, holding onto the edge of the wall. He just barely managed to stay on his feet. Seeing this, Su Shan revealed a confident smile. Heavenly Phoenix body? The proud daughter of the capital? That's it? And had to hold up the wall. Chapter 62, A Difference of Clouds and Dating? After reading the secret letter in her hand, Shangguan Yener destroyed it immediately and then inquired, Qiu Qianhu, how is the physical condition of the brothers? Most of them have recovered 7 or 8 times. Only a few injuries are more serious. You stay behind with a team and accompany the wounded on their way. The rest of you will return to the capital immediately after an incense burns. Yes, sir. After Qiu Fei retreated, Shangguan Yener, who didn't dare to look directly at Su Shan, spoke in a slightly rushed voice. Come in, I have something to say. When Su Shan had just entered the house, Shangguan Yener spoke. Close the door. Come again? Be a person. Su Shan had just finished saying this when Shangguan Yener, who had jerked her head around, blushed and glared at the other party. What happened in the wee hours of the morning? I hope. Shangguan Yener, who had calmed her inner emotions, wanted to speak. I understand. Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Ha! Hearing this, Shangguan Yener was confused. You're the proud daughter of the capital city from on high. And me? Just a mudblood from a small fishing village. You and I are worlds apart. I'll pretend it never happened. Just pretend it was a dog day. Yuck. Just pretend it was a dream. But Yener, you can't deny it. I, Su Shan, have walked through your world and left a strong, scarlet mark. Su Shan, who was pointing to the specks of falling red on the Kong, turned away after saying this with full emotion. Classic scummy quotes, pawned again and again. Disingenuous sayings. Loved, slept, gone. In his last life, Su Shan, who was soft and hard to eat, could not be tried. The moment you turned around yourself, the little pussy's heart was broken, wasn't it? The caught up and hugged himself from behind, Pearly saying, Shanzi, how should I live without you, Shanzi? Snap. Footsteps did sound. Shan laughed. As a former Red Romance Super VIP member, the scummy grandfather of all flowers, you can't handle this with your hands. But the next second, all his confidence was completely shattered by Shangwan Yinner's kick. Pa! I mud. Shan, who almost came to a dog's teeth, then turned his head. He saw Shangwan Yinner, whose eyes were full of anger, holding a knife on his neck. Afterward, with a slight sobbing tone, he spoke. What do you take the women of our heavenly Phoenix clan for? The Phoenix seeks the Phoenix, and bends only to one person in life, unless widowed. Hearing this, Shan was confused. Scummier than me? You think I'm a daily necessity? It's not enough to use it up and throw it away. You have to destroy it to get rid of it? Raise the bowl for meat, lower it for patricide. Yes, I'm the victim. Alright. After Shan's words, Shangwan Yinner moved. She had a vague memory of exactly what happened in the early hours of the morning. Especially the part on the eve of his own compulsion attack was a vivid memory. The man in front of him, who was of pure character, tried his best to cross the chi for himself to suppress the attack of the love compulsion. Even at the end, it was his own uncontrollable hold down and open wide. Objectively speaking, he's the victim, and it is he, himself, who is responsible for the violence. But in this case, she felt stifled to the core. Bam! Shangwan Yinner, who was in six minds, let go of the saber in her hand. Deeply emotionless, she spoke. I'm sorry, my heart is in turmoil right now. Seeing this, Shan, who slowly got up, edged closer toward her while saying with a deep feeling, if you are really torn, the relationship between us, then stay with me all the time, in whatever capacity, and contact me when you miss me. There's no face between us, just ask and I'll bow down for the rest of my life. If we can't be husband and wife, we'll have a lifelong love affair, and if you're always there, I'll always love. Lin Wei. Because of the sickly moaning of the petit bourgeoisie, it always touches the heart of the older literary young women. In his last life, Shan had tried it time and time again. Today, it still worked well. By his sudden tender confession, the whole broken defense Shangwan Yinner involuntarily follow each other's hand strength, hitched on its shoulder. This relative reticence for a few minutes made Shangwan Yinner, whose heart was originally as messy, feel as if she had a place to return to. Following the normal procedure, Shan felt that he could go further. The Lord's commander. Pa! Mud horses. However, when Xiao Fei's report rang out from outside the door, the ninny pushed Shan out almost instinctively. What is it? Shangwan Yinner, who was still a bit flustered, replied with a bit of a trill. The men and horses are ready, as you commanded. Okay, I'll be right out. Yes. Phew. Shangwan Yinner, whose heart was like a deer in headlights, let out a long breath after hearing Xiao Fei leave. Gathering his complex emotions, he once again put a cold, frosty expression on his face. After pulling open the door of the room, thinking of something, she turned her head and said to Shan, if you take what happened in the wee hours of the morning and say it as a talking point, I will kill you, and then, cut myself. Ha, do you love me that much? You're not going to leave me alone as a ghost? A double date? Ha, woman, you. Shangwan Yinner, who had instantly broken her defense, once again blushed scarlet, not knowing how to respond. She panicked and headed out the door. After no longer needing to feign escorting a prisoner, the entire team rushed towards the capital at a fast pace. During this period, Shangwan Yinner, who had deliberately distanced herself from Shan, was more or less a bit here and there. Women, not spoiled. This is the scummy approach Shan has always taken. A day and a half later, the crowd arrived at the northern gate of the capital. As far away as they were, they saw Aoshi and the others who led the group to greet them. Shangwan Commander, Vice Chief Su. My father was going to go out to meet you personally today, but a sudden murder occurred, so he ordered me to meet you all here. A murder case that can make the Tong Tangjianfu Si Tongcheng personally ask questions is obviously very uncommon. What is the case that requires the criminal co-conspirator to personally ask questions? A dozen or so brocade guards who were escorting something from the Pure Moon Villa were slaughtered by the outlaws. Hearing this, Shan's eyes widened as he said, at the foot of the Son of Heaven, killing your own soldiers? Bold enough. His Majesty was furious and ordered the Jinfu Division to solve the case by a deadline. Vice Chief Su, you are a professional in this area. Labor to help you to see the scene. Just entered the capital. On the case? Make people as that. Just kidding. Let's go. Lead the way and talk about the case on the way. When she heard Shan utter the words Shangwan Yinner's broken memories were awakened again. Bodies tensed. afraid to look at each other. As a Chinaman, she has to go to the palace to resume her duties when she returns to the capital. Therefore, he could only watch the two, facing the slanting sunlight, disappeared in the field of vision. Shangguan Yener, who knew that Qingdao had received Mother Su's jade bracelet in Yuhang, had a mixed feeling in her heart at this moment. Chapter 63, Cynicism and Sword Drawing. This pure moon villa, what is it? After learning that this place was confessed by Wu Jingsheng, Su Shan subconsciously inquired. After Cygnus explained it a bit, he kind of understood it. The Pure Moon Lodge, like a high-end private club in the last world. The service targets, on the other hand, are the dignitaries of the capital. The proprietor is nominally a merchant, but in reality, he is a Jiangnan gatekeeper. To put it more bluntly, the Tunlin party is behind this. In the words of the Green Bird, the service is inside, only you cannot think of. No, they cannot do. Membership is implemented, and it's still a veteran-led approach. Extremely high grade and density retention. Internally, the Donglin party relied on close ties such as clansmen and disciples. Externally, it relied on the transfer of benefits and coercion. The Pure Moon Villa, on the other hand, played an extremely dishonorable medium in this. The Jinfu division has long been eyeing this place, but suffers from a lack of evidence. But this time, Wu Jingsheng's net an account, to be given the opportunity to the Jinyue shot. According to Wu Jingsheng's account, a dark room in the Jingyue villa houses the information and special fetishes of the many officials who have come here to get away with their lives. And these things are the bargaining chips for the Donglin party to extend its branches to the 6 ministries and officials at all levels. Unfortunately, a fire went up in smoke. The unwilling father of the family has asked for a decree to investigate the case thoroughly. The East Chamber side is also interfering and ready to intervene. In the end, it was His Majesty who resisted the pressure and handed the case over to the Jinfu Division for a thorough investigation and the Ministry of Justice's Department of 6 Directions to assist in the investigation. After listening to Qingdao's relay, Su Shan subconsciously opened his mouth and inquired, then how could any of the brocade guards be killed? Last night's fire was contained at the first opportunity, and some of the information did not burn cleanly. It was while escorting these things that the constables of the brocade guards in Department 6 were intercepted and killed halfway. The few clues that remained were destroyed. As they spoke, the two men had spurred their horses to the scene of the crime. At this point in time, this place has been surrounded by layers of Jinyue and Department 6 constables. Upon seeing Cygnus bring the people, they quickly made way. Counselor Criminal. This is the Deputy Thousand Doctor from Yuhang Su Shan. In person, Sybil still referred to her own father by his position. Su Shan? The tall and extremely stout Qinglong looked extremely excited when he looked at Su Shan. He was the one who avenged his wife's death. Plus, everything that happened in Yuhang has already been relayed by the Green Bird one by one. Therefore, he was very appreciative of the young man in front of him who had outstanding abilities and talent. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Qinglong spoke. I heard you have a knack for handling cases? Have Cygnus take you to the site to see if there are any new discoveries. Yes. As Su Shan turned around, his deputy reported something to Qinglong. Hearing this, he muttered, the people of the East Chamber are really good at seeing things through. Just after the incident on this side, the decree was requested to take over the case on the other side. After saying this, Qinglong attached his ear and arranged something. After walking around and looking at the crime scene, Su Shan went straight to the dozen or so corpses. Su Shan, who had just arrived in the capital on a dusty day, had not yet had time to change into his flying fish suit. Therefore, when he went to touch the body, someone shouted, who is this? Who let the idlers run to the corpse? Hearing this, Su Shan subconsciously turned his head to look at the constable who had opened his mouth. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, the Green Bird accompanying him, cupped his fists and said, Nyojin Constable, this is our Jinfu Division's Deputy Thousand Household Su who has just been transferred to the capital from Yuhang. Department 6, from top to bottom, is divided into Chief Constable, Divine Constable, Gold Constable, Silver Constable, Bronze Constable, and Patrol Constable. The one who opened his mouth was Nyoha, one of the 16 golden catchers in the capital. Nickname, Vajra Bull. Vice-Chancellor Su? Still from Yuhang? The constables and Jinyue who stayed at the scene to discuss the case subconsciously looked at Su Shan's young cheeks after hearing the position of Deputy Thousand Household. I've heard that the Jinfu Division in Yuhang doesn't recruit from the outside, and that all of them are related? Unless he came across a good seedling, Ji Gang would leave all the places in the Jinfu Division to his own brother's children. Because of this, the Yuhang Jinfu Sea in the eyes of the outside world has also been labeled as a pendulum, relationship and so on. TSK, Deputy Chitos, in a position of power at a young age. You're not just smoking in your ancestors anymore. You're straight up on fire. What? There's a mine in the family. Ha, ha ha. After Nyeov finished sneering at Su Shan in a flirtatious tone, the scene resounded with piercing laughter. You The green bird that heard this at first glance was instantly indignant on Su Shan's behalf and wanted to open his mouth, but her words didn't open. Reaching out to matters she didn't need to argue, Tao Lord Su, with a bland smile, said, "Check the case. They are also too much. You obviously got to this position by strength. Why? If a dog bites us, can we bite it back? Then what's the difference between us and, As soon as Su Shan's words were finished, the Department 6 constables, led by Nyo Hee, instantly froze in place with smiles on their faces. Immediately afterward, each of them shared the same hatred and focused their gazes, all on Su Shan. Dog, how do you talk? Me so. Due to the presence of other brocade guards at the scene, the silver constable who came with Nyo Hee didn't dare to curse out the words dog thing, but the irritated man was a third of the way to drawing his sword. What are you going to do? Aoshi, who saw this, chortled loudly. On the contrary, Su Shan, squatting next to the corpses of the crowd, while checking their wounds, while not slow to speak, according to the rules of our Yu Hangshan division, anyone who dares to raise an army against me, regardless of identity or background, may be killed on the spot. Speaking of this, Su Shan glanced at the silver constable with contempt and said, I advise you to take the knife you pulled out and close it back up again. If you dare to draw your sword, I will dare to slaughter dogs in public. That gold trap next to you can't keep you. Su Shan, said it. Boom! By the time the crowd heard this, the entire scene was in an uproar. Those who could be a golden arrestor were at least at the peak of the 9th grade, and Nyo Hee, who was an old man of Department 6, had even reached the early stage of Zongshur. Although he had not yet realized the power of the heavenly elephant, he was still a Zongshur level expert. The other party's words are a bit too wild, aren't they? Boy, you're crazy, lol. As he said this, Ox clenched the hilt of his knife, and the silver arrestor next to him, upon hearing this from his own top boss, came to life. Come, this silver constable would like to see if you have the strength to be so arrogant. Me so. As he said this, the other party not only instantly drew his blade, he even leapt up to pounce on Su Shan. After seeing this scene, the pillowing green bird, just ready to defend the enemy, only a figure was seen, rubbing shoulders with it. Me so. The embroidered spring sword that was originally hanging at her waist was also pulled out. Chapter 64 Live Psychic. Locking up the murderer. Periphery of the crime scene. Cold blood. One of the 4 divine constables of Department 6, was relaying the case to Qinglong. At the time of the crime, the gold constable Nyo Hee led his troops to return from the Jinhua mountain resort, passing through the area, and bathed in blood when he saw the scene, paying a terrible price and decapitating several robbers. For this reason, Nyoha and the several silver arresters who escaped death were all still more or less wounded through and through. After a simple bandage, he has remained here all this time, cooperating with the investigation of the Jinfu division. Tongji Xing, this time our Department 6 also lost 7 of our brothers. Hearing Cold Blood's approximate relay, although Qinglong was skeptical, he still replied, Thank you. The pensions of our brothers are borne by us, the town council. Boom! It was also right after Qinglong had just finished saying this that a chillingly terrifying force suddenly erupted from the crime scene. What a mellow heavenly elephant power! Swish! As he said this, Qinglong and Coldblood and the others subconsciously turned their gazes towards the source of the sudden rise in chi energy. In their field of vision, a man wearing the uniform of a silver arresting officer from Department 6 slashed to the side with a sword in both hands, and the black shadow opposite to it, while flashing past, even pulled out the embroidered spring sword at the waist of the green bird. Su Shan? After determining the identity of the black shadow, Qinglong exclaimed the other party's name. Stop! Cold Blood, who was equally certain that the chi energy came from Su Shan, roared hysterically while dodging towards the place of the incident. Miso, Zira. However, the windy slash ended in a flash. The silver catcher, whose blade was all bisected in his hand, split left and right with the tip of his nose as the centerline when he was in mid-air. Pa! The exploding blood was sprayed over the crowd of Department 6, including Nyo Hee, like splashing ink. Nyo Jinsho, who was tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, instinctively wanted to swing his sword and slash at Su Shan to avenge his subordinate after seeing this scene. But just as he was about to make a move, he heard Coldblood's almost snarling hiss. Bull River, stand still. Bang! It was this voice of Coldblood that also instinctively fixed Ox in place. In the next second, his official hat exploded and his bunched hair fell over his shoulders. Even more terrifyingly, the land in front of him was left with a cracked blade mark, scarlet and hideous under the stain of Silvercatcher's blood. Seeing this, the wide-eyed man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was no exaggeration to say that if he had just taken even half a step more forward, he would now be split in two just as Silver Trapper Zhang Ying had been. Boom! After all, Cold Blood, who was one step too late, burst into a rage and used his chi to lock Su Shan after seeing Silvercatcher's corpse. But just as he was about to strike, The raging pure elemental true chi was actually blocked directly outside of his body by the green dragon that had rushed to the scene with a pat on the back. Not only his, but Su Shan's counterattacking true energy was also instantly blocked by the green dragon. With this hand alone, the killing intent of the two men was held down to death. What's going on here? A cold-faced Qinglong immediately questioned. Me so, Su Shan, who smoothly returned the embroidered spring sword to its sheath, replied blandly, I'm here to work on a case, not to listen to their cynicism. According to the rules of the Yuhang Jinfu division, those who raise an army against each other will be killed without pardon. If he dares to draw his sword, I dare to kill. That's it. Su Shan, who hadn't uttered a single word of nonsense, turned around after saying this and walked over to the corpse of his fellow officer to commune with him. And while he was doing that, Sybil stepped forward at the first opportunity and relayed what had happened as it happened. Su Shan, who had already conducted a psychic session with Zhang Qindu, the leader of the team, had just entered the AI's viewpoint, when he saw a scene that made him think about it in great detail, only to see that Deputy Qianhu Zhang, who was fighting with the robbers, was caught off guard and was stabbed in the back by Niu He, the golden arrestor of Department 6, who was fighting alongside him. It was also this cut that opened the door to Zhang Qianhu, giving the robbers a chance to take advantage of the situation. Zira, put, Zhang Vice Qi too, who was hit by several knives, left a penetrating wound on Nyoha while he was dying. You, Noha, you dare to join the thieves? The Jinui will not let you go, and Tongji Xing will avenge us. Jie. Hearing this, the condescending Ox River let out a treacherous laugh. Then he said, if there is a way to heaven, you don't go there, but there is no door to hell, so you guys just want to break in? The Pure Moon Villa, is that something you guys can check too? Just as Niu He finished saying this, his direct subordinate, Zhang Ying, the silver constable who had been decapitated by Su Shan, stepped forward and said, Head, all of them have been destroyed. The robbers have all been slaughtered as well. That's all that's left of the grandson. Hearing this, Niu He, who nodded his head heavily, once again condescendingly defied the dying deputy Qianhu Zhang, saying, no one knows that it was the three of us brothers who did this. Right, do you think if we fight so bravely to kill the enemy, Tongji Xing is the one who led his troops here, will he personally give us credit? Vile. Ha ha. If you want to blame it on the fact that you Jinui are on the wrong side. Put. After channeling with several dead people one after another, Su Shan restored the truth of the matter. Niu He leading his troops to rush to the rescue is a fake, but the smile and backstabbing is real. For this reason, he even turned his butcher's knife on his subordinates and the robbers who cooperated with them. The only ones who survived were him and the two silver arresters, brothers Zhang Ying and Zhang Chang. The highly deceptive planning and crime scene really cleared the three of them. However, there is always a mistake. Ding dong. The system releases a group quest, The Last Wish of the Many Brocade Guards. Mission content, to expose the false mask of Nyoha and others in public and to kill them. Mission progress, 1/3. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation and the 18 palms of the descending dragon. Phew. The moment Su Shan returned to his senses from his psychosis, the system instantly released the quest. And at this time, the divine constable Coldblood, who was fighting for his subordinate, opened his mouth with a cold voice line. Criminal Tongji, we from Department 6 are assisting you. The brocade guards, in this case, this is a thankless task, especially the golden constable Nyoha and the others. They even escaped death in order to put the thieves to death. But now, just because of a few snide remarks, he was decapitated by your people. Shouldn't you give Department 6 a piece of your mind on this matter? Meh. Hearing this, Xinglong sneered and said, you really aren't qualified enough to ask for a statement from this Tongji. Have your chief arrester, Jin Zhouling, talk to me after he comes out of the gate. You, iron-heartedly protecting the calf of the Qinglong. A sentence to the cold-blood choked red and annoyed. I will definitely report this matter to the Ministry of Justice and to His Majesty. How to do that is your business. How to set things right is my business. Green Dragon. The overbearing Green Dragon was equivalent to taking all the blame on himself. In this, he was as unambiguous as Keegan. Good. Let's go. Don't intervene. Divine Constable Lang. I, Su Shan, will give you Department 6 a statement. Chapter 65, publicly revealed. Jaw-dropping. Upon hearing Su Shan's words at first glance, not to mention the bystanders, even Chang Bird, who trusted him the most, felt that the other party was a bit overpowered today. Those who were most indignant were several of the Green Dragon's direct lineage. Under the suppression of the Donglin party and the East and West factories, the brocade guards would have been on all sides in the capital. And Department 6, which Jin Zhouling coordinated, was one of the few allies of the Jinfu division. They can't be close, but they look out for each other when it comes to what is right and what is wrong. But today, for the sake of your brat, you've already gotten into trouble with Department 6. Not to say that you should be grateful, but at least know how to be thankful and not keep pestering you, right? Even the brocade guards were holding prejudice against Su Shan, but instead, Qinglong was sizing up the other party with interest, and even took the initiative to step out of the way, allowing him to walk in front of him, a late-blooming student who could make Ji Gang give him high hopes, a stunning junior who could catalyze the power of heavenly signs at such a young age, enough to make him, the Green Dragon, unconditionally biased at all times. What kind of explanation do you want to give our Department 6? After seeing Su Shan walk towards the forefront, Cold Blood questioned word for word. Hearing this, Su Shan, who smiled obliteratingly, replied softly, learned a bit of medicine, and his handiwork is not bad, trying to help the bull gold catcher. Check the wound. Do something you can do. After hearing this, the brocade guards and constables at the scene all wondered what kind of drugs he had in his gourd. Lower your head? Deliberately going soft on Department 6? I don't need it, old man. Just as Su Shan's words left his mouth, the cloaked Nyo He, pretending to be angry, disliked back. Killing my Department 6 silver arrestor in public and counting it as an explanation just by looking at the injuries? You, the brocade guards, are taking yourselves too seriously. Zhang Chang, the silver trapper standing next to the Ox River, added hysterically. In the eyes of the crowd, it was normal for him to behave this way. After all, Zhang Ying, who had just been decapitated by Su Shan, was his own brother. Shouldn't the Son of Heaven's own soldiers take themselves seriously? Snap! As he questioned these words, Su Shan's steps toward the Ox River did not come to a halt. Hearing that the other party was not really going to bow down to Cold Blood, the halberd pointed angrily and said, I advise you, now immediately hide back behind the criminal Tongji. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Bang! Boom! Just as Cold Blood's words finished, Su Shan, who continued to take a step forward, had a chilling chi energy erupted from his body. Snap! In an instant, the several Department 6 experts who were still blocking Nyo He's body were then shaken away by this aura. The only one of the few that still stood there was Cold Blood, who was in the 4th grade sovereign realm. This is, as the crowd was so shocked that they were incoherent. Qinglong, who was standing there, brightened up and said, pure elemental true chi? 3rd grade Grand Master to start. Gulp! Qinglong's words also caused the crowd at the scene to swallow a mouthful of spit with their pupils dilated. 3rd grade Grand Master? How old is he? At such an age, he was already the existence of a top powerhouse in this world? Just now they were sneering at his vice-children, coming from the wrong place, but now it seems that it is the position of Deputy Thousand Household that has dishonored him. Su Shan, even Green Bird, who was considered the most knowledgeable about Su Shan in the crowd, was stunned at this moment. When he himself was on his way out, Su Shan's last strike was against the 5 monsters of Jiangnan. At that time, hadn't he just realized the power of the heavenly elephant? What a demon! I really don't think that with the strength of the Lung Divine Constable, he still needs me to hide behind the criminal Tongji. I told you, I just want to see the wounds on the bull gold catcher. The emotions of Nyo He and Zhang Chang, who heard this, became tense. At this point, they could only covet Cold Blood to be stronger. Therefore, deliberately pulling his voice in public, he said, we, Department 6, do not need such an explanation from you. Boom! Their words had just fallen, and the aura on Su Shan's body enhanced and strengthened by a few more points. The moment the 9 scarlet channels of pure Yuan True Qi wrapped around his body, Su Shan's deafening voice resounded throughout the entire arena. You guys don't need it? But behind me, dead fellow brocade guards, they need that accounted for. Me so. As Su Shan's words fell, the Green Dragon's true strength instantly locked down the entire arena. Not only him, but the Jinui masters accompanying him had appeared in a flash. What do you mean by that? Bang! Snap! As soon as Cold Blood's words were finished, Qinglong's chi energy shook him away from Nyoha's body. Hobbling back a few steps, he was still ready to yell something when Su Shan, who was facing Bull River straight on, brazenly had already struck out. Miso, Zira, what are you going to do? Su Shan's first slash directly picked apart Nyohi's blouse and the bandage that was covering the wound. It also made the penetrating wound at his shoulder, fully presented to the public. Cold Blood, who had been completely contained by Green Dragon and the others, growled in anger, especially when he saw Su Shan stabbing hard at Nyohi with a knife. He became furious. The sound of the embroidered spring blade penetrating Nyoha's body, and its miserable screams instantly resounded throughout the room. Cold Blood of real anger, wanting to overrate themselves out of the moment, let out of the position of Su Shan, in public, with the blood of the embroidered spring knife, pointing to the new wounds and old scars of the Ox River. Divine Constable Lang, help look at this, Bull Goldcatcher. What's the difference between the new wounds and the old marks on this body? Sizzle. By the time Su Shan finished inquiring about these words, the large scene was first plunged into a brief silence, followed by the sound of backward breaths of cool air that resounded one after another. The embroidered sword, flat, long and curved and concave. The penetrating wounds inflicted were very different from the weapons used by Department 6 and the robbers. Exactly the same? According to Nyo Jin Catch, his previous statement, the injuries on his body were not caused by the robbers? By the time someone had finished saying this, a horrible thought had come into the minds of the people on the scene. It could also be an accidental injury. Oh, let's, then, look at a more visual one. Miso, Zira. On the occasion of saying this, Su Shan, who hadn't even returned his head, directly waved his arm. The sharp blade of the knife chopped through the air and shattered the top of Zhang Chang, who had just been helping out for Nyo He. In the next second, the bandages wrapped around his body exploded. Several eagle claw-like claw marks were presented. This is Vice-Chancellor Zhang's concealed weapon, the eagle claw hook left behind. That's right, I accompanied him to the smithy to build this concealed weapon. Wow! The large scene was in an uproar when someone revealed the origin of these scars with a single word. You guys are well prepared enough. Earlier, when the brocade guards examined your wounds, you guys used fake skin to cover the original wounds and escaped. The one used is still the 5 poison sect's unspoken disguise, the Deadwood reunion. After saying this, Su Shan twisted his head and glared at Coldblood, who had long been staring at his jaws, and said, Divine Constable Lang, I'll give the explanation you asked for. Then when will Department 6 give the account that the Jinfu Division wants? Boom! Chapter 66, Great Wisdom is like a demon. Dragon's face is greatly pleased. Facing Su Shan's questioning, Coldblood, who had just been fighting for Nyo He, was at a loss for words and was stunned, especially when he felt the monstrous killing intent on Qinglong and the others. He was even more disoriented. How could he not expect that it was his subordinates who shouted out to catch a thief backstabbing the brocade guards? Criminal Tongji, I have no knowledge of this matter. And, snap, not even waiting for Coldblood to finish his sentence, Qinglong, who had raised his right arm, instantly slapped him on top of the side of his face. Put, the cold god catcher. None of the people could feel Qinglong urging his true strength, but he slapped Coldblood, a 4th grade grandmaster, several meters away. This hand alone staggered Su Shan. Boy, this father-in-law of mine, what's his strength? Is it that raw? One word of ignorance and you don't have to give an account to the Zenfuji? Call Jin Juling and get out today. The blood of the brocade guards must not be shed in vain. Qinglong's strength caused the scene to fall into a brief silence. It wasn't until Su Shan turned around and walked next to Nyo He and Zhang Chang that the two of them questioned as an afterthought. How did you know about the 5 poison sect's unspoken transfiguration implantation technique, Deadwood rejuvenation? And how did you suspect us both? Hearing this, Su Shan snorted coldly. Would I tell you that the system rewarded this divine ability because Laozi was on the heavenly phoenix body? But it's time to play hard to get. The 5 poison sect protector level and above that Laozi has killed. ****** more than you've ever seen. Gulp. Hearing Su Shan's words, the unaware crowd couldn't help but swallow deeply. Just as they were skeptical, Su Shan added with a cold smile, the heads of Revolver, Elder Avery, the 5 poison boys, and fat-headed Luo are the meeting gifts I gave to Tongji Xing when I first arrived. It's only natural to see more when you've killed more. When he spoke these words, in an extremely flat tone, the large scene was silent. However, at this moment, the eyes of the crowd looking at Su Shan were mixed with awe. Even Coldblood, who had just shown his teeth to him, looked at this guy in shock. The 5 poison child and fat-headed Luo. Coldblood was confident that he could decimate them, but Elder Avery, as well as Revolver, which one was not in existence that he could shake? As for how you two were found, without this skill, I'm too embarrassed to say I'm from the Yuhang Jinfu Division. Demon, what a good disciple Ji-Gang has trained. For Su Shan, the Qinglong, who was becoming more and more appreciative, muttered in his heart, you guys are done with your questions. It's my turn. Just now, you deliberately sneered at me in order to intensify the conflict between Department 6 and the Jinfu Division? Hearing this, Nyobi's pupils dilated a little. Although he did not speak, his expression had already given the crowd an answer. Let me guess what you're doing this for. One is to confuse the public, not wanting the brocade guards to focus their minds on the case itself, for fear of revealing themselves. There's one and then there's two. What about the second point? Hearing this, Qinglong looked at Su Shan with an appreciative expression, stalling for time. As long as the Jinfu Division can't solve the case in a short period of time, the higher-ups will deprive the brocade guards of their investigative power to thoroughly investigate the Pure Moon Villa. The man behind the scenes right now should be asking for orders and building momentum. Ha ha! After Su Shan had finished saying all this, Qinglong laughed up to the sky and said, the East Chamber is asking for a decree, and the Donglin Party is already building up momentum as well. When Xinglong finished saying this, the eyes of the crowd looked at Su Shan with even more esteem. He was brought to the scene of the crime before he even entered the capital, and by relying only on the conclusion of the case and the only clues, he has analyzed the trend of the current situation. It's awfully strong. At this moment, Shengqiu, who was staring intently at Su Shan's side face, had a strange sentiment mixed in her eyes. Young and talented, with strength, brains, and gumption. What girl wouldn't be attracted to a man like that? I heard from Sybil that you're good at torture. Whether they live or die, I don't ask, but in the shortest possible time, I want everything they know. Xinglong, who had patted Su Shan's shoulder, smiled and opened his mouth. Dead or alive, there are no secrets in my hands. I like that confidence. Take it away. Yes, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Since the Empress Zhu Yue's reign, Empress Dowager Lin Ruoyun has rarely been here again, but today, in order to back up his subordinates, he posed here. Not only her, but several ministers of the cabinet, as if they had discussed it, also asked for an order to gather here. Your Majesty, the brocade guards are certainly the prince's own soldiers, but their abilities are, indeed, limited. Such an important material evidence was destroyed by a couple of vermin during the transportation process. The loss of troops, not to mention the delay in the case. You know, the case of the Pure Moon Villa is a big deal. If we don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid it will damage the holy name. Lin Ruoyun, who was seated side by side with the Empress, only made a start, and the cabinet ministers below followed suit with their mouths agape. The face is extremely embarrassed. Zhu Yue. Leather smile meet not smile questioned. Then according to the meaning of the Empress Dowager, to whom should this case be referred? In my humble opinion, it would be more prudent for the East Chamber and Department 6 to jointly investigate the case. I, for one, second the motion. I, for one, second the motion. As soon as Lin Ruoyun's words were finished, several ministers took the lead and agreed. The East Chamber, is it more secure than my own soldiers? Zhu Yue, whose face was not good, questioned in a cold voice. Your Majesty, at least for the moment, as the public loses faith in the brood, the East Chamber is more suitable. Lin Ruoyun had just finished saying this when Chao Zhengchun directly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the old slave will definitely live up to the holy grace. I'm afraid that Governor Chao will cry out to catch a thief. Yuan Tiangang, who accompanied the king's companion, directly disliked him back. Both of them were the existence of the ceiling of force value in this world. Each of them has been the master of its own house and has been fighting for many years. That's a very unpleasant thing for us to say. Heavenly Master, this muddy water, the East Chamber doesn't want to trip either. After all, isn't it still the incompetence of Yuan Tianshur's pups? Chao Jingxuan's words could be considered extremely impolite. Your Majesty, the Northern Jinfu Department's co-conspirator Qinglong is in a hurry. Just then, the red nun outside the Imperial study opened her mouth. Rush, declare. Not long after, the Green Dragon entered the hall. After paying homage to His Majesty, he went straight to the point. The case of the robbery of the brocade guards has been solved. Really? Hearing this, Zhu Yue got up with joy. On the other hand, Chao Zhengchun and the others, who were not far away, frowned a few times, 1,000 times over. Having said that, Green Dragon gave a concise report of the case. Department 6 Golden Arrestor, how dare you backstab my own soldiers? Green Dragon, I want to know who was behind him. Yes, who is handling this case? I will reward him heavily. The timely rain-like solving of the case allows Zhu Yue to sweep away the decline just now. The dragon's face was so happy that it was natural to reward it. Back to your Majesty. The one who solved this case is the Deputy Qianhu, Su Shan, who has just been transferred to the capital from the Yuhang Jinfu Division. Who? Su Shan? Hearing this name, Zhu Yue instantly moved. It wasn't just her. Even Yuan Tiangong's eyes lit up. Lin Ruoyun and Chao Zhengchun, who were not far away from them, each had a strong killing intent flashing in their eyes. Chapter 67 Promotion to 1,000 Households. The Battle of Primary and Secondary. Ahem. Yuan Tiangang's dry cough made Zhu Yue realize that she had lost her temper. Then, he opened his mouth again and said, listening to the Shangwan commander who came back, he said that this Su Shan is courageous and resourceful, and he is even better at handling cases. It does seem like a good thing today. Hearing this, Xinglong did not mince words as he complimented. Indeed, as Shangwan commander described, it is truly stunning. Yes, I heard that he follows the path of the most rigid and masculine martial arts. Yes, Red Ant. Yes, sire. Grant him that Shoyo sword from the Imperial Treasury Division. Promote 1,000 households and thoroughly investigate the case of the Pure Moon Villa. Holding this sword, I will allow him to cut off his head first. After hearing this series of rewards from the Empress, the crowd at the scene was truly shocked. Not to mention the Kuei treasure Zhangyang blade that could resonate with the power of the heavens and earth. Just that phrase, first to kill, then to kill, had indirectly given Su Shan a great deal of authority. Unlike the pronouncement in Yuhang, this time, the Empress had declared the decree herself in front of the Empress Dowager and her cabinet ministers, as well as Chao Zhangchun. This was tantamount to gilding the lily for Su Shan. Fortunes and misfortunes. Su Shan, who has entered the eyes of the top brass, will also have to endure a fiercer storm. Half an hour later, Qinglong returned to the Northern Jinfu Division. Seeing his return, Commander Huang Chaojia immediately came over. Criminal Tongji, how's it going? How's that kid's tactics? Pointing in the direction of the dungeon, Qinglong softly inquired. Huang Chaojie, hootscared twice, then replied, steady blade, ruthless heart. That scene, what a meal. Has Bull River recruited yet? The 5 Poison Sect's undercover agents planted at Department 6 have followed the trail and terminated one of the 5 Poison Sect's strongholds in the capital. And this stronghold is the designated purchasing office of the palace's Vegetable Inspection Division. It has always had dealings with the Internal Affairs Bureau and the East Chamber. Hearing this, Qinglong smiled. Pulled their balls, did they? Ha, they don't have it. Ha ha, take this clue and give it to Jean Joling. Department 6 has to give us a statement, doesn't it? Understood. Speaking of this, Huang Chaojia added. In addition, according to Niu He's explanation, the robbers who cooperated with them appear to be all outlaws that the Money Gang keeps outside. Whom? The Money Gang? The Marquis of Northborough? The Money Gang was the #1 gang in the North City, and the proprietor behind it was none other than the North Burmese Marquis, one of the power holders of the capital garrison. The City Defense Battalion is under his command. It is one of the 3 carriages of Lin Ruopu to control the situation in the capital. You send someone to check it out yourself. Yes, inside the dungeon, Niu He, who had long since been bloodied, opened his mouth morosely and said, what should be said? I've said it all. Give me a pain in the ass. Su Shan, give me a pain in the ass. Life was worse than death. And just as he finished saying this, Su Shan, who had flung his arm in the right direction, slashed the other party's neck with a knife. As you wish. Ding dong. Contribute to the host. Complete the mission, The Last Wishes of the Brocade Guards. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation and the 18 palms of the descending dragon. Just as Su Shan was preparing to deduce on the spot, a sound of footsteps, from far to near, reached his ears. Su Shan, listen to the decree. Ha, the subordinate. Your Majesty is authorized to do so without kneeling. After saying this, Qinglong unfolded the holy decree and read it out as it was written. Promote Su Shan to the position of Brocade Guard 1000, and thoroughly investigate the case of the Pure Moon Villa. Give Kuei-Bao Zhangyang sword a knife. Holding this knife has the right of first decapitation. My subordinate, Su Shan, accepts the decree. When Su Shan received the imperial decree and the sword, the green bird that jumped out was ecstatic and said, Father, if Department 6 makes such a big mistake, I'm afraid that we won't be able to help investigate this case anymore, right? In the future, is it the Genie Wei who has sole authority to investigate cases? Hearing this, Qinglong smiled and replied, although Department 6 was kicked out, the East Chamber was added in. This case will next be investigated jointly by the Jinui and the East Chamber. Ha, Father, how could this happen? By all rights, it shouldn't be. Without waiting for Qingqiao to finish his sentence, Su Shan, who was playing with his precious sword, sneered. The so-called temple dispute is nothing but a process in which both sides constantly compromise with each other. Her Majesty should have gotten what she wanted, through and through. The new governor of Yuhang as well as this year's examiner for the spring exams are all His Majesty's men. Ha, Su Shan, who heard this, subconsciously spoke. The East Forest Party sighed. They're laying down such a large amount of blood money? The more this happens, doesn't it make it clear that the case of the Pure Moon Villa involves a wide range of people? When I came out of the palace, the East Chamber had already arranged for someone to go to the scene of the crime in the first place. Hearing Qinglong's words, Su Shan snickered. Tongji Xing, this is really treating people as making I'm heading to the scene now. Ha ha, after this case, I'll personally pick you up. Lei Yuanfeng, Wang Qinian, here. Accompanied by Qinglong's yell, 2 men dressed in the Genie Wei Deputy 1000 Flying Fish uniforms stood out. One is adept at assassination and spying, and the other is a good tracker and lightweight. Both of them have the Zhongshe realm. They will each bring a group of people at your disposal. As soon as Qinglong finished saying this, the 2 men clasped their fists together and said, We, see you. Qian Tu Su, TSK, that's a name for a celebrity. Go and get ready. In a quarter of an hour, rush to the Pure Moon Villa. Lead the way. An hour later, Su Shan, dressed in a green official uniform, led his troops to arrive at the Jingyue Villa, where only scorched earth and a rough outline remained. But even so, surrounded by the East Chamber factory guards who arrived here in advance. Surrounded, what do a few of you do? The East Chamber is investigating a case. No one is allowed in. Several small flags that dismounted in advance were preparing to open the way for Su Shan when Shan, the Prime Minister of the East Chamber who was responsible for the peripheral guards, pulled his cockney voice and hissed hysterically, "We are under the command of Chian-Tu Su of the Jinfu Division, and we have been ordered to come here to thoroughly investigate the case of the Pure Moon Villa." Thoroughly investigate the case of the Pure Moon Villa? Our family didn't receive that order. The order our family received is that no one other than the East Chamber factory guards are allowed to step foot in the Pure Moon Villa. After the other party arrogantly finished saying all of this, the face of the small flag that dealt with him turned cold. What's going on? Back to Su Qianhu. The people from the East Chamber said that they have not received any orders to investigate the case jointly with the brocade guards. Let us not enter. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled. There are also priorities when it comes to joint cases, especially in the case of the Pure Moon Villa. The more the East Chamber took the initiative, the more convenient it was for them to destroy all suspicious evidence. You didn't get the order for a joint investigation? It was, however, a reason to deliberately turn away the brocade guards on the basis of strength and numbers. The East Chamber is bullying people too much. Li Yuanfeng, who naturally also saw the doorway, said in a cold voice, "Be at ease. People are just following orders." To order, yes? Hearing Su Shan's words, Shan sneered. Naturally. Sha. Snap. From the hands of the accompanying clerk, Su Shan, who had taken the paper and pen, wrote out the word order in a flurry of words, and then slapped it directly on top of the opposite side door. "You're getting orders now. Can we off now? Are you playing with our family?" Zira. Chapter 68. One more look and the dog gets it. When Shan halberd pointed angrily toward Su Shan, just hissed after. Enraged, Li Yuanfeng directly drew his sword and cut off his outstretched fingers. Ow! In an instant, his miserable screams resounded throughout the entire mountain village and beyond. Snap! Upon hearing this, Shan's top boss, East Factory Supervisor Ma Hu, rushed over with his men in a furious manner. Seeing his appearance, Shan covered his broken finger and hissed with a sobbing voice, "Supervisor Ma, you must be the judge for my little one." The men of the Jinui, they just moved their swords at the drop of a hat. My fingers, they were cut off by him. Hearing this, Ma Hu hissed with a scowl on his face, "Son of a Genie Wei, is this a rebellion? Dare to touch someone from the East Chamber? Which one of you is the leader? Get your ass over here to our house." As Ma Hu hissed these, Su Shan, who had turned around, was looking at Li Yuanfeng, who had just made his sword. "My lord, just now my subordinate didn't hold back. The guilt is mine." Su Shan, who heard this, reached out and took the embroidered spring sword in his hand. Surveying the blood that still remained on the blade, he inquired without slowing down, "Before your head, how did he teach you to use the knife?" Ha! In the face of Su Shan's inquiry, not only Li Yuanfeng, but also Wan Qinian and the others on the side, all froze in surprise. The embroidery sword, that's how it's used? As Su Shan said this, behind him, Ma Hu rushed over furiously. "Our family is talking to you. Playing dumb, are we? Miso, put, sloppy just finished." Instantly turned Su Shan, directly from head to tail split. In the next second, the body of the East Chamber's Ma Supervisor Prime Minister, just like being split by a cutting machine, exploded in two. The spray of blood was like splashing ink on Shan and the factory guards behind him. The scene was briefly silent for a few seconds before erupting into screams of horror. Snap! Especially, just after when the bodies of Ma Hu, left and right, fell to the ground in response to the sound. The factory guards, led by Shan, were so frightened that they were staggering back a few steps. Some, even, fell to the ground. On the contrary, Su Shan turned around with his sword, one step walked in front of Li Yuanfeng. Gulp! Upon meeting the sharp eyes of his own boss, even Li Yuanfeng, a ruthless man, couldn't hold back a deep swallow of saliva. "This is the embroidery sword, the correct way to use it. Why do you want him alive when you've already drawn your sword? Is it waiting for him to settle the score and get back at your whole family in the fall?" Su Shan's soul questioning also makes the scene. All the brocade guards are shocked beyond measure, froze their thinking about the answer. Snap! Su Shan, who had casually thrown the embroidered spring sword back to Li Yuanfeng, added in a bland voice, "Go! Use the same knife technique you just used to cut off his fingers and cut his head off for the old man." Ha! It's... After roaring this word with his head held high in front of Su Shan, Li Yuanfeng, whose eyes were full of grimace, rushed towards Shan with his sword. Su Shan, who didn't even return his head, scanned all the brocade guards present. At this moment, behind him, came the sound of Shan's terrified cries. "How dare you! We can all be one of the 8 tigers of the East Factory. Lu Jin, under the command of the Lu Master, you, put." The opponent didn't even finish his words, and Li Yuanfeng, who was ruthless, brazenly chopped off his head. Your Excellency, and Di Shan's head is here. Li Yuanfeng, who had carried his head to Su Shan's side, bowed and said, snap, give him a round of applause. Along with Su Shan's lead, the scene resounded with eerie, thrilling applause. This is your first time following me, Su Shan, in the field, not particularly knowledgeable about my style of doing things, perhaps. I, for one, don't like to talk big. Just 3 requests for you. First, obey. Second, obey. Third, also is obedience. If you do these 3 things well, as long as the old man lives, when the sky falls, I'll hold it. Got it? Understood. Hearing this breathless reply, Su Shan, who spread his hands out, questioned, didn't you eat? Understood. This time, the crowd of brocade guards shouted in unison. Deafening. Work. Get the slogan out. After throwing down these words, Su Shan turned around and walked towards the front with large strides, followed by Wang Qinian. Neck veins outside the ripped voice shouted, Geniwei case, idle people get out. At this moment, the brocade guards who accompanied him each held their heads high. Even the pace was resounding. Wow. On the other hand, the factory guards who had just shown their teeth to them, after losing the 2 backbones of Manhwa and Indesan one after another, each of them were silenced and didn't dare to squeak again. Facing the genie guards whose steps produced a resonating sound, the East Chamber's crowd of factory guards, who were far outnumbered by them, retreated in horror. Finally unable to retreat, they have voluntarily made way for a sidewalk. Each of them held the hilts of their swords in a pillowy grip, fearing that if they didn't say something, they would fight again. Pa, what hilt are you holding if you don't dare to draw your sword? What's the big tail act with me here? The crisp slap behind him also caused Su Shan to subconsciously stop and twist his head, only to see Wang Qinian, towards the factory guard who glared at him from the side, was a slap on the face. That's the vibe. The dog stares at us one more time, and that's a slap in the face. All stop and put yourself in the position to feel such a fast sensation. Snap, accompanied by Su Shan's order. The scene resounded with crackling applause and fanfare. In the capital and even Yingtianfu are due to backing Chao Duke, the Empress Dowager and the Donglin Party Superior East factory guards, now each but dared to speak out of anger. Put their heads have been lowered. There is no way. And Desan, Manhwa horizontal and vertical 2 corpses. Until now the blood has not been drained. Remember all of them. I won't ask about others, but as long as I, Su Shan, am leading the team, one of you East factories will count. When you see us, keep your heads down. Not used to it? I'll cut it down for you. What? Joint case trying to give me a hard time? One is as good as never died. When Su Shan resumed his stride, the humiliating scene in terms of the East Chamber came to a temporary end. Looking at their backs as they majestically and vigorously walked away, a vice-chancellor, whose face had been slapped and swollen, viciously said, what are you all standing here for? Hurry back to the capital and ask Boss Lu to come and avenge us. Ha, the little ones are on their way. Some were scared out of their wits and immediately volunteered to stay away from this place of wrongdoing. You guys, stay here with us and keep watch. Today, never let one of them escape. Yes, Su Shan, Boss Lu is here. We'll see if you're crazy. Chapter 69, Restoring the Truth, Turning the Tide Against the Wind. A crime scene that has been thoroughly investigated several times by Genie Wei, Department 6 and the East Chamber. Su Shan really didn't think that he could discover anything from the surface by leading his own team. What really attracted him here was that the bodies of the victims of the Pure Moon Villa were left here in their original state. After ordering his men to routinely search again, Su Shan then led the men inside. In the meantime, the accompanying clerk relayed to him, in brief, the previous investigations of his colleagues. The entire lodge, a total of 78 people were killed. Of these, 90% died with their pre-mortem condition intact. The coroner tested for chronic poison in their bodies, and the onset of the toxicity was all on the eve of the fire. Su Shan, who heard this, surveyed the ruins which, even if only the framework was left, was still permeated with atmosphere, and softly questioned, what about the remaining 10%? All killed by a single stab. The bodies of all these people were found in dark rooms. After he finished saying this, Su Shan turned his head to look at Li Yuanfeng beside him and said, Yuanfeng, what do you think? Ha, my lord uses his eyes. Straightforward Li Yuanfeng answered directly off the cuff. Hearing this, Su Shan met the other party's incomparably sincere gaze and replied with a smile. These wise eyes of yours shine like stars. Brackets, brightens up a lot of people's eyes. Your excellency is rich in learning, and you're a great writer. My subordinate's admiration for you is like a torrential river, unceasing. As soon as Su Shan finished his words, Wang Qinian, who was on the side, picked up the conversation with a fawning face. You can talk. You'll talk more later. After throwing down these words, Su Shan walked towards the inside with the instrument of stifled laughter. No, Lord Wang, From which point did you hear that Qian Husu has learned a great deal? Brighten one's dog's eyes? Obviously illogical? I'm a poor reader, don't lie to me. Seriously Yuan Fong pulled Wang Qinian and inquired. Lord Li has already comprehended the power of the heavenly image of you. It is not too much to give 1,000 households. Why are you still only a deputy 1,000 households now? Hearing this, Li Yuanfang shook his head into a rattle and said, I don't know, the heavens will be hard on you, but you must suffer first? Ha! After sneering twice towards each other, after turning his head, Wang Qinian saw what was going on. He hurriedly came forward with a flattering face and said, Su Qianhu, be careful with your feet, there are steps. As he passed by a few corpses, Su Shan symbolically channeled with them. The clues that were given were minimal. All of them were busy with their own business 1 minute and then suddenly died violently the next. Ha! Both of these charred corpses have merged into one. They didn't do anything good in life. Deep in the backyard, behind the wigwam, a female corpse remained in a sitting and standing position, except that lying below him was a male corpse. Before, this was a piece of garden, and there was a wigwam blocking it, so it was hard for the two of them to be discovered as they interacted. Now, the garden is burned bald and the wigwam has collapsed. Therefore, it is particularly abrupt. Interested Su Shan, all as if watching a small movie of giving them psychic powers. The beginning of the picture. It's similar to the rocking car ride in the last life. The woman's expression is painful. In this instant, in Su Shan's mind, a BGM actually rang out. Dad's dad, called Grandpa, just as Su Shan was about to put away his divine ability and put an end to his bad taste, the next image caused his expression to become grave. Lu Yu, don't move, there's someone. With the man's opening, the woman subconsciously slumped over. Immediately afterward, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the back hall not far from the wigwam. Looking at it from the woman's perspective, she saw an old man, leading several people dressed in black robes, walking towards the inside. Palmistress Lu, beware of your feet. Sending all these people into the back hall, the old man recruited a man to say, call the remaining 6 shopkeepers, all of them. Tell them that the proprietor has sent someone to meet them in the darkroom. Yes. Next, several figures hurriedly entered the back hall. Toxicity suddenly attacked. The man and the woman immediately died violently. The scene, abruptly, that's kind of interesting. Su Shan, who had regained his senses, immediately took large strides towards the back hall. The unaware Wang Qinian and the others hurriedly followed. Lord Su, it was in this darkroom that Tong Jixing led his men and searched for the information that burned out. These 9 people in the darkroom did not die of poisoning. All of them had their necks wiped. Also, this was one of the multiple fire starts throughout the estate. After stepping into the so-called darkroom, Su Shan listened to Wang Qinian's relay while taking the opportunity to commune with the 9. Among them, 2 of them were guardian-level existences. They were all caught off guard and were directly decapitated. And from within the perspective of the remaining 7, Su Shan restored everything on the night of the murder. Palmistress Lu, the information of some of the officials from the capital who came here are all here. Those of the 3rd grade and above are kept separately by the proprietor. AI Vision, the big shopkeeper at the head of the group said in a flattering manner towards Lu Jin. It's all here? You didn't leave a backup, did you? Ha! You just give my little one 100 guts, but you wouldn't dare. Yes, if you can take it away, take it all away. If it is not convenient to take them away, destroy them on the spot. Yes, along with Lu Jin's order, the factory guards under his command immediately acted on their orders. Under the perspective of the 2nd shopkeeper, Su Shan also got to see Indesan, Ma Hu and the others. The one who does the crime is the one who commits the crime? No wonder the East Chamber is so tough. Lu, Palmistress Lu, is something wrong here? Your fellow townsman and governor of Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng, is not only a secret agent of the Black Dragon Society of the East, but he was also caught by the Jinyui before he went to serve in Yuhang, but he came here to organize this information for the proprietor. It's all sealed, but who's to say he won't give you guys up? Put. As the words fell out of his mouth, Lu Jin personally took out his sword and resolved the big shopkeeper who had been conversing with him, and the East Chamber experts who accompanied them also had their swords out. Palmistress Lu, we won't say anything. Palmistress Lu, Zira. The image had, by this point, completely disappeared. Ding dong. The system releases a group quest, The Last Wishes of the Masters of the Pure Moon Villa. Mission content, kill the executioners led by Lu Jin. Mission progress, February 17th. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. The people who did it, there were 17 of them? Apart from Anderson and Mahu, who have already been decapitated, there are still quite a few left. In order to determine what these people looked like, Su Shan repeatedly utilized his psychic powers and memorized their facial features and identities. In the meantime, there are surprises. A couple of shopkeepers, each with their own agenda. joined forces to make false accounts and vacate down a considerable amount of silver. Some of it had been given away, and quite a bit of it was hidden in the dark compartments of the east wing of the lodge. This time, Lu Jin led a sudden visit. They thought that the east window was broken. Specially, they got together to unify their words. It was this paragraph that allowed Shan to grasp the point. What they hide can be silver, naturally, but it can also be a backup of the books and membership information. As for what to say, it's all in his mouth. In this game, I'm going to turn the tide against the wind. Chapter 70, Fishing for Law Enforcement and Willingness to Take the Bait. When Shan, who squatted beside the corpse in silence for a long time, suddenly got up and left, Wang Qinian and the others, who were right behind him, hurriedly followed him out. My lord, are you onto something here? Hearing Wang Qinian's words, Shan walked towards the east room while speaking. Judging from the dark room, the unburnt silks of those people, they are all bigwigs of the Pure Moon Villa. The murderer left in a hurry after killing and destroying the body because of the sudden visit of the Jinui. So much so, that some of the information was not completely destroyed and a fire was set and left in a hurry. Department 6 or not, the East Chamber or the Brocade Guards, put all their focus on the back, courtyard and the dark room. Instead they missed an extremely important line of inquiry. Following Shan's thoughts, Wang Qinian, who had caught something, brightened up and said, the personal belongings of these big shots. Hearing this, Li Yuanfeng was surprised and said, but the eastern rooms they lived in were burned to the ground. TSK, there are dark rooms in the back halls. Can't there be dark compartments where these big shots live as well? When Wang Qinian finished saying this, Li Yuanfeng came to a realization and said, right, oh, Yuanfeng, I won't ask you what you think anymore. Just be responsible for killing people and doing the dirty work. You're not like the Yuanfeng I remember. He's different. After jokingly finishing these, Shan waved his hand and said, gather everyone, just dig up the ground and find me something useful. Yes, ping bang, Genie Wei's sudden action, but also make the guard in the periphery of the East Chamber of Commerce deputy supervisor of the C. Dague, cannot help but to find out the truth. Because they were afraid of the embroidered spring sword in the other party's hand, they only dared to climb up the wall and look at it from afar. Eunuch Hai, the Brocade Guards are too full to eat? What's all that digging around there? Ha! Hearing this Hai Dague, he sneered a few times and said, running out of ideas. It's just a way to show off and have a story to tell when we go back to deliver. With this East Hammer and West Ho, if they can dig up something, we're upside down. When Hai Dague had just finished saying this with conviction, in the distance, there in the East Room, came the excited hissing of the Brocade Guards. Lord Su, Lord Wang, there really is a secret compartment here. There are several other big boxes in there. At first hearing this, the East Chamber factory guards who climbed the wall, all stared subconsciously at Hai Dague who had just let out harsh words. Each had a look of anticipation of something. What's all the yelling about? Don't you know there are dogs on the other side of the wall? Wang Qinian's roar really pulled them back again. A dog on the other side of the wall? Eunuch Hai, it's us they're scolding. Pa, we're not deaf. And they really let the blind cat catch the dead mouse? Bang! Wow! Just as Hai Dague finished his words, the first box was fished out. It was so heavy that the contents tipped sideways. Silver? All that silver? Hurry up and load the box. The Jinui's hands were in a frenzy, which was taken in by Hai Dague and the other factory guards. There's really something, isn't there? How did they find it? Such doubts lingered in the minds of the factory guards, and the anxious Hai Dague, frequently turning his head to look at the official road, expecting his own pal Lu Jin to lead the department to appear. However, the Jinui side had fished out several large boxes, and there was still no sign of them. Palmistress Lu, why are you so slow? You guys hurry back to the city again to inform Priest Lu. Any later, and the yellow flowers will be cold. Yes, after moving several large boxes of gold, silver, and soft goods to other places for some inventory, Li Yuanfeng took the initiative to report the approximate amount to Shan. Su Qiandu, the preliminary estimate that these boxes contain more than 20,000 taels of silver and gold dollar treasures. Without waiting for the other party to finish reporting the data, Shan inquired, these things, I'm not interested. Isn't there any ledger, officer information, or anything like that? Hearing this, the straightforward Li Yuanfeng immediately replied, no, Belanger, special rummage, this can be had. Shan said in an aggravated tone, my lord, this one really isn't. Shan, who was on the verge of being broken by Li Yuanfeng's uprightness, almost burst into foul language. Criminal Tongji, you were sent here to cooperate with me in investigating this case. It's not for you to come and be a comic relief for me. When Shan finished saying this, Wang Qinian hurriedly came forward and said, if your excellency says there is, then there must be, and, facetiously, it's very involved. After Wang Qinian finished saying this, Su Shan smiled. You two remember, Jinfu Si or His Majesty, it's never the process that you want, it's the result. The top wants to convict the East Chamber and kill the East Chamber's men. All we have to do is convict and kill. As for what means, it doesn't matter. Understand? Hearing this, Li Yuanfang nodded heavily and said, I understand, my lord. I truly understand this time, and I will definitely not be stubborn in the future. Why are you so cute? Su Shan, who was exasperated and laughed, pulled the two of them to mutter for about 10 minutes after saying this. After hearing this, even Wang Qinian was shocked by this bold plan. Is there a problem? No, Li Yuanfang, who would grab all the answers, answered directly. Whoever your honor says is guilty is guilty. Whoever your lordship wants to die, he must die. Yeah, that's the spirit. Go for it. Qinian is in charge of throwing the bait, and Yuanfang is coming with me to kill the dogs. Yes, Hai De Gue, who was in a hurry to scratch his head and ears, looked left and right in anticipation of Lu Jin's figure. However, the person didn't wait, and then he saw Wang Qinian, rushing towards the outside in a hurry. Hai De Gue, who had kept a sharp eye, hid within the woods where the brocade guards had tethered their horses. Holding his breath, he pricked up his ears against the dim sky. Lord King, you will now return immediately to the town foster's office and report to the criminal co-conspirator. Lord Su found a backup of the officer's information at the crime scene. It's a big deal. Let Tongji Xing personally send someone to meet them. Remember, be sure to avoid the ears and eyes of those eunuchs. Yes, by the way, speaking of this, Wang Qinian swept a wary glance around, then added, tell Tongji criminal that for safety's sake, Xinhu Su and I will split our forces into two. Your Excellency will personally escort this list from the first line of heaven, back to the capital in a roundabout way. Let him receive it from that side. I, on the other hand, will be responsible for escorting the gold, silver, and jewels to confuse the eunuchs. Got it. Don't take the official road, so as not to meet up with the reinforcements from the East Chamber. It will be dark soon. Fasten your horses and go back quickly. Lead the way. Snap. After looking at this brocade guard leaving, Wang Qinian, who had turned around, glanced deeply at the area where Hai De Gue was hiding, and at the corners of his mouth, a cold smile was outlined. Chapter 71, Dog Slaughtering Program, kicking off. It wasn't until after Wang Qinian had walked away that Hai De Gue cautiously poked his head out of the puddle full of horse manure. Vomit. It was also a more pungent odor than inverted diarrhea, and it made him barely throw up. But in Hai De Gue's opinion, it was all worth it. After all, he, himself, probed to the core. The next process was as Wang Qinian had just described. The brocade guards, who did not tarry any longer at the scene of the crime, immediately escorted several large boxes away. Hai De Gue, who had been trailing along the way, had become anxious inwardly after seeing them split in two at the fork in the road. Snap. About an incense stick later, Lu Jin, one of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber, came late with his troops. Seeing his appearance, Hai De Gue hurriedly greeted him. Palmistress Lu, you've come. Where are the brocade guards? Lu Jin, who looked left and right, asked bluntly. Gone? We came right from the official road. How come we didn't see them? They just didn't take the official road for fear of meeting up with our East Chamber. Hearing this, Lu Jin, who had dismounted, asked, did they really dig up something? 1,000 times true. There are boxes of gold and silver jewelry. And, speaking of this, Hai De Gue added in a low voice, there's also a backup of any official information as well as the account books of the Pure Moon Villa. Boom! After Hai De Gue finished saying this, Lu Jin's scalp was numb and his brain was buzzing. This matter, but he is the entire factory for the public. If anything goes wrong, his head will be on the line. Really? We saw it all. The Jinui are still on us as a tight defense. Luckily, I left my mind open and laid out in advance before determining their route back to the capital. Hai De Gue wanted to ask for credit, but just as he finished his words, he was torn by Lu Jin's lapel and slapped towards his face, beeping for so long and not even getting to the point. Where are the people? Which way did you go? Su Shan, who personally escorted the officials' information and account books, led his troops to take the first line of heaven. There's also a way that was taken to confuse us. Bang! Without waiting for Hai De Gue to finish his sentence, Lu Jin kicked him to the ground. Do I need to know where the other way goes? After them. Yes. Snap. Today, Lu Jin was indeed delayed by something. Before coming here, he secretly met with Lu Hongfei, the young director of the Ministry of Ceremonies, on the upcoming start of the spring exams, coercion, and he communicated in depth. This is the factory director. Thousands of instructions to explain down the important things. Because of this, it was not possible to get to the scene of the crime in the first place. After all the previous clues had been cleared away. and the scene was watched by his own people. But whoever thought, Shan, the newly appointed 1000th man of the Jinui, not only killed his men, but actually found the key information. ******ing dog. You guys are making our family passive. Hiya, hurry up. Lu Jin, who came and went in a hurry, disappeared in a puff of smoke. At the scene, only Haidague and a few factory guards were left behind, awkwardly eating dust, especially Eunuch Hai, who smelled the horse manure and suffered from the crime, probed such important information, and thought that he would be rewarded by Boss Lu. However, it turned out to be a slap in the face, not to mention a kick in the face, and spittle was sprayed all over his face. What a thing to do. Eunuch Hai, so what do we do now? When the following people carefully finished asking about this, Haidague, whose eyes were full of anger, growled, "How do we know?" But just as he finished his words, an abrupt voice came from behind them. "Since Eunuch Hai still doesn't know where to go, why don't you go sit in the Imperial prison of the Jinfu division?" Upon hearing the sound, the only remaining Haidague and the factory guards, subconsciously sniffed and looked, only to see that the brocade guards, led by Wang Qinian, had already surrounded them. "Wang, Vice-Chancellor Wang? What are you doing? Did they all say that you are invited to sit in the Imperial prison and see the 10 major tortures of the Jinfu division?" After finishing these with a smile, Wang Qinian waved his hand and said, "Arrest them all. Those who resist will be killed without pardon." "Yes, we are from the East Chamber. You have no right to arrest us. Snap. Several slaps down. Haidague's side face, which was already swollen by Lu Jin's slap, was reduced to a pig's head. "Take it away." After saying this, Wang Qinian rolled over and mounted his horse. With his eyes far away, he looked in the direction of a line of sky, seemingly murmuring, and like talking to himself, he said, "This dog slaughtering program, which has been personally planned by Lord Su, has officially kicked off." Just as Wang Qinian escorted Haidague back to the capital, Lu Jin, who was fast and furious, led his troops to the hinterland of the first line of heaven. As far away as they could see, they saw the bright light of the torch on the goat path. "Go after them and stop them." "Yes, Palmistress Lu, what should we do later?" The accompanying factory guard of the East Chamber inquired in a cold voice. "How, need I ask? If the Jinui can be intercepted once, they can be intercepted twice. Cut the grass to the roots, never let one go." "Understood, Miso." Bang! Nay, just as Lu Jin led his troops to catch up with the fire, a tripwire suddenly rose up from the ground, directly stopping the horses from moving forward. All of a sudden, people are falling over. The mournful sound of a horse's neigh resounded throughout the first line of heaven. "There's an ambush!" Swish! Lu Jin, who was instantly energized, immediately withdrew in the air with his horse and man separated. A dozen or so factory guards of notable strength followed suit, but there were still a few people, who immediately fell heavily to the ground. Before they could even regain their senses, several black shadows strangely surfaced beside them. Zira! The sound of a crisp wiping of the neck became the main theme within this dense forest, and not far away, Lu Jin and the others, who had not yet landed on the ground, were encountering a second round of strangulation. Miso, hundreds of crossbow arrows, weaving into an impermeable net of arrows, lined up towards Lu Jin and the others. "Find cover. Goki, block the arrows." Ow. Even though Lu Jin, in the first instance, had issued a warning sound, there were still a few people, who were mercilessly strangled by the crossbow arrows. Even he, Palmistress Lu himself, had been given special care by the black hand behind the curtain. Underneath the bloodthirsty flying daggers, there was an undetectable lesser rushing sword chi hidden. When Lu Jin, using his blade and his own true chi, blocked several flying daggers, this hidden sword chi hardened and penetrated his shoulder. Snap! Barely landing on the ground, his body stumbled back a few steps. Palmistress Lu, the remaining 2 or 3 factory guards who saw this scene gathered around. This is the broken strength crossbow of the Jinfu division. The brocade guards? Just as Lu Jin and the others, in one word, broke the identity of the black hand behind the scenes, more than 10 genie guards dressed in flying fish clothing, accompanied by Su Shan and Li Yuanfang, the group surrounded them in the center. Chapter 72, Wisdom and Courage. Envy. Greeting this brocade guards who drew their swords against each other, Lu Jin, who was covering his wounds, said with a gloomy face, "You brocade guards are against the sky? Dare to sneak up on our East Chamber's men? How many heads do you have?" The other party's words have just finished. Hands behind the back of Su Shan, blandly smiled and said, "That Lu Palm," and led people to slaughter the pure moon villa, and borrowed the hands of the 5 poison sex secret agents. "Intercepted my brocade guards. How many heads do you have?" Boom! After Su Shan finished saying this, Lu Jin, who was looking at the other party, had his brain instantly buzzing. But on second thought, whether it was slaughtering the Pure Moon Villa or colluding with the Five Poisons sect, he hadn't left any tails behind. What the other said was nothing more than his inference and conjecture. Glancing at the other party's green-colored official uniform, Lu Jin subconsciously inquired, Su Shan? The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. He still knows about his old brother, Gu Danyang, who was killed by Su Shan's men in Yuhang, on the way back to the capital. Joined hands with Shangguan Yener, Ji Gang, played a hand in the dark, only to make them so passive East Chamber. Today, for the first time in the capital, then he destroyed all his falls. I never thought that the first time I would see the face of my enemy, it would be in such a way. Asshole, my lord's name is something that a castrated dog like you can call out? Lu Jin's words just finished. Lei Yuanfeng, who was on the side, even said such wonderful words. This really made Su Shan unable to hold back his gaze. Yuanfeng, you've grown. It's getting that flavor. Su Shan's words really caused Li Yuanfeng to reveal a shy smile. On the other hand, across the street, Lu Jin, who was publicly called a castrated dog, had a scowl on his face. You, Su Shan, first you openly beheaded my East Chamber supervisor at the Pure Moon Villa, and now you're setting up an ambush here and slaughtering my East Chamber people, and you're still going to slander our family by colluding with the Five Poison sect and slaughtering the Pure Moon Villa? Why are you so smart? Lu Jin had just finished saying this. Su Shan, who was pulling out his ears while smiling, replied directly, I'm showing my cards, I'm not pretending. False accusation or true culprit. In a word, I, Thousand Tenant of the Jinfu Division Su Shan, will take the head of your 8 tigers of the East Chamber, Lu Jin, to establish my authority. Su Shan, who spread out his hands, finished saying this in a domineering manner before pointing at his opponent in a smooth manner. Immediately, he added loudly, Lu Jin, the head of the East Chamber, in order to destroy evidence, attacked our brocade guards at night. Colleagues, bathe in blood and destroy the incoming enemy. The war effort is outstanding and deserves a reward. Thousand Domo of the Jinfu Division, Su Shan, hereby claims credit for all his colleagues. When Su Shan shouted this out, Li Yuanfeng and the others beside him clutched the hilts of their swords to the point of squeaking. Each of them only waited for their own lord to give the order to go forward to kill the bandits. Older brothers, I've written all the folders to ask for credit. Please start your show. Swish, accompanied by Su Shan's order. The crowd of brocade guards led by Li Yuanfeng each pounced on Lu Jin and the others like wolves and tigers. Now, in their eyes, in front of the eyes of these people, which is the murderous reputation of the East Chamber boss, factory guards instead, it's a couple of castrated dogs that can be used to level the playing field for them. In the capital, it has become commonplace for the factory guards to press the brocade guards, but it's different now. Just follow Lord Ko, receive rewards and promotions, and kill castrated dogs. Kill, don't spare a single one. Zira, Li Yuanfeng, who was already in the Zhongshe realm and had also comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant, would have been more than a deputy thousandth household if he wasn't mute and unappealing by nature. Shangguan Yener is a legitimate woman. Therefore, by his single defense of the injured Lu Jin, that is holding down the head to fight. But, Lu Jin, whose already overburdened body had suffered another heavy blow, utilized the blast of qi to pull away from Li Yuanfeng. Phew, with every breath he took, he seemed to be struggling, his eyes glaring fiercely at the murderous red-eyed brocade guards. The factory guards who came with him have been slaughtered. Today he is left alone. Sons of Es, even if we die, we will pull you guys as our backs. Boom. As the words fell into his voice, Lu Jin pulled out a slender silver needle from his pocket and stabbed it directly from the sky. In the next second, strong air currents poured out in all directions. Li Yuanfeng, who had seen a lot, immediately stopped his pursuit. With his pupils dilated, he hissed hysterically, no good. He's going to self-destruct his Dantian. Protection. Lord Su, Miso. After saying this, Li Yuanfeng and the others turned around and prepared to surround towards Su Shan. Each of them activated their strongest defensive martial arts, wanting to block in front of Su Shan and resist this heavy blow for him. However, just as they turned around, a hot, scarlet blade force cut through the darkness of the night, grazing Li Yuanfeng's shoulder and chopping at Lu Jin, who was about to move to die with them. Ka-ching! The moment the blade force landed on his body, the crowd listened to the sound of his opponent's dantian rupturing. Bang! Immediately afterward, Lu Jin, who was extremely dangerous in their eyes, actually blocked their faces and exploded. Wow! Limbs were splattered and blood sprayed. Good knife! Good knife! It wasn't until the crowd that heard these words that they subconsciously gathered their gazes on Su Shan, who had opened his mouth. At this time, he was holding the Zhengyang sword and praised it. Relying on his own hard power, he chopped and crushed Lu Jin, who wanted to explode his dantian. This was the embodiment of absolute crushing in terms of realm. He, Li Yuanfeng, who had comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant, didn't even have this underlying strength, but his own lord. He did it easily. Bam! When the crowd was shocked, the sky-high tree that Lu Jin was backing on also collapsed with a thud. Pure elemental true chi? Feeling Yu Jin's aura, the wide-eyed Li Yuanfang indirectly revealed Su Shan's true realm, the beginning of the third-grade master realm. Boy, how old is he? Just to have such a terrifying strength. Lord Su, awesome. Lord Su, domineering. Lord Su, the mighty. It is wise to plan a dog-slaying program and brave to show your hand. It is grace to claim credit for them, and it is prestige to have their skills overwhelmed. Intelligent and courageous, and gracious. In this game, what Su Shan is planning is not only to slaughter dogs, but also the hearts and minds of his subordinates. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, completing the group quest, The Last Wishes of the Shopkeepers. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. As the system's beep rang out, Su Shan was arranging for someone to go back and resume his orders. Do you know how to get back to your orders? Understood. We will fight with blood and destroy all the robbers. But Lu Jin, a dog in a hurry, blew up his own dantian before he died, blowing up the evidence that Lord Su had managed to find with great difficulty. Use your own words again. Rune. Understood. Go on. After the subordinate left, Li Yuanfang cautiously inquired. Lord Su, we don't need to hide this from criminal Tongji, do we? You think that's the end of the dog slaughter program? Ha! The best part. In the capital, nobody knows what it means to just kill a dog. We also have to kill the heart. Chapter 73 Let you report injuries. Not mourning. Meeting Li Yuanfang's dumbfounded expression, Su Shan lightly patted his shoulder and said with a smile, next time, when you hear words that you can't figure out on your own, you just need to reply back with. Without waiting for Su Shan to finish, Li Yuanfang directly replied, Lord Su, awesome. Yuanfang, you've even learned to snatch answers. Hey! After laughing and snickering at Li Yuanfang, Su Shan inquired at the top of his voice, none of them are injured? No. Under the command of the wise and valiant Lord Su, we have dealt a heavy blow to the enemy invaders at the cost of 0 casualties. Yes, you can talk. You talk more. Lick Lord Su for me too. Hearing this, Su Shan, who was amused, almost didn't explode in public. Immediately afterward, he followed up with a conspiratorial question. Is it true that no one was injured? Ha! Li Yuanfang, who had already begun to think in reverse, began to ponder over his sentence. Whole not understanding, he stared wide-eyed and cautiously inquired. Lord Su, is it yes, or no? We fought in blood and completely annihilated the enemy invaders, but each of us was seriously injured. Li Yuanfang, fighting 1 against 100, was hit by several knives, but he endured the pain and continued to fight. The second team's firecracker, Lu Ming, has hemorrhoids, and he's not in the line of fire for minor injuries. Jiang San of Team 3, Li Si of Team 4, and Wang Ermazi of Team 5. That's more of a singable rendition of the Jedi. Just for this, of the tens of thousands of taels of gold, silver and jewelry we captured, at least half of it should be given to us to heal our wounds? Snap! Hearing these impassioned words from Su Shan, Jiang San and Li Si, whose little thumbs had been scratched, felt that they had been hurt too much. Even the embroidered spring sword in his hand, which he couldn't hold steadily, fell to the ground in response. Asterisk. Snap! Wang Ermazi and Lu Ming, who had returned to their senses, slapped heavily towards their own brains. When registering, there was one more thing, a concussion. Here, one by one, come to me and register your injuries. Su Shan just finished speaking. Li Yuanfang directly came forward and said, Lord Su, after the intestines were exposed and circled around the waist 3 times, I am still fighting to kill the enemy. Ha! Lord Su, I had my heart ripped out by the eunuch dog with a black tiger. But what's the swelling? I met the enemy as usual. Oh, Lord Su, the eunuchs took my head and sent it flying across the river. The idea told me that the brocade guards couldn't lose, so I got myself back and kept fighting. Lord Su, my anus was dragging on the ground, and when I thought of the love and expectations of His Majesty and you, I stuffed it back in and fought the enemy. Snap! Directly put paper and pen, threw to them. Su Shan, crying and laughing, said, let you report injuries, not let you report mourning. Can you be normal? Its intestines around the waist 3 times again, and cutting off the head, and gouging out the heart. Those who know, say that I, Su Shan, am in Gao Wu De Ming, and those who don't, still think I'm in the feudal god romance. That anal dragging on the floor dude, come here, let me see where you stuffed it again. Ha ha! Hearing Su Shan's words, the crowd roared with laughter. Yuanfang, you watched them register. All normal. Yes. While they were busy registering their work injuries, Su Shan walked alone towards Lu Jin's dismembered body. After finding the head, Shan was able to explore what Lu Jin had done in the hour or two before that. This is in the Lu mansion? Young director of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Hongfei? Blocking off the scene of the Pure Moon Villa without even going there. Running here? Not holding back any good farts. Shan, who had muttered these words in his heart, began to snoop around in Lu Jin's perspective. Young Superintendent Lu, I still hope you will cooperate more in this Chunin exam. There are people up there who don't want His Majesty, who is presiding over the Chunin exams for the first time, to get what he wants. Understand, all of them. Lu Hongfei, who was merely dependent on the Donglin party, came from a prestigious family. Therefore, there is a great deal of discursive autonomy. It was for this reason that Lu Jin came to talk to him in depth on behalf of the East Chamber. Palmistress Lu, be honest, this official really doesn't want to get involved in the party controversy, and the cooperation you are talking about is going to kill you if you get it wrong. Lu Hongfei immediately put down his attitude. Lu Jin, who was obviously prepared, faced his polite refusal and spoke without slowing down. Young Supervisor Lu, have you done less to kill your head? Palmistress Lu, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Lu Hongfei, who had an unhappy face, directly questioned the foster care home under the Ministry of Rights. In the last few years, every year a dozen or so children are missing. Young Superintendent Lu, where do you think they went? Do you need the East Chamber's help to find out? Bang! Wow! Hearing this, Lu Hongfei, who was still breezy, stood up violently. Even the table and chairs beside him made a piercing noise. From Lu Jin's viewpoint, Shan could clearly see the other party's tense and terrified expression. A nursing home? Welfare institutions for widows, orphans and the elderly, counts as a vertical department of the Ministry of Rights. Why is he, Lu Hongfei, so nervous when there are a dozen less children every year? Jie, young Superintendent Lu, there's no need to be so excited. The East Chamber and the Ministry of Ceremony, they have always kept watch. I hope we can still be of one mind in this matter. After Lu Jin finished saying this, Lu Hongfei, who had completely lost his hardness just now, breathlessly resat on the chair and stool. What do you need from this official at the East Chamber? At that time, someone will contact you. You just need to make it easy. What followed was nothing worth Shan's attention. What is not true is that the East Chamber's people came to seek Lu Jin, and together they led their troops to kill the Jinyue Mountain Villa. Chun exam. Yang Ji Yuan, Lu Hongfei, Junior Director of the Ministry of Rights. Looks like another big fish has been caught. After muttering these words to himself, Shan shouted, Yuan Feng, here, get a couple of resourceful brothers to help me check something out at the Foster's home. Having said that, a succinct admonition. Understood. Remember to investigate covertly and don't alert others. This side of poking around and investigating cases. Our team, we're pros. Also just as Shan, arranging for people to do things. The dog slaughtering program, the most important part of the program, has officially kicked off. North Shinfu Sea, inside the Imperial prison. Hai De Gue, who was bound to Xingtai, hissed hysterically, Lord Wang, every word of what I said is true. Boss Lu explained to us that no matter who searches anything from within the Pure Moon Villa, it must be destroyed on the spot. Anyone who dares to resist, even if it's a Jinyue, will be killed. Also, the night of the fire at the Pure Moon Villa that you just asked about. I didn't go out of the palace, but I can be sure that Master Lu was ordered to bring someone to the scene. When he had finished hissing these words, the dark room and the wall separating the torture chamber, Wei Zhongxian, the cold sweaty factory director of the East Factory, said to the several big shots behind him, pulling his cockney voice, a bunch of nonsense. This is to bend and beat. Chapter 74, Ring Around the Rosie, Murder and Death. Tongji Xing, you have called my lord here to see that such a farce is even. How dare you even invite the head of the Imperial historian and the president of the Duca Academy, Lai Gulao, here to watch the joke together? What the hell do you have in mind? The furious Wei Zhongxian hissed hysterically towards the Green Dragon, and Lai Mingchang, the patriarch of the two dynasties and the cabinet pavilion elder, who was sitting at the first place, opened his mouth with a cold face. Factory Officer Wei, this pavilion elder has heard about the domineering of the East Chamber. No, Lai Pavilion Elder, this is clearly planted. My East Chamber, casually arrested Jinyue, after the submission, and then shout you to listen to the audience? That's all you can hear. 2. After Wei Zhongxian finished saying this, Xinglong, who was on the side, smiled and said, there is no need for Factory Master Wei to be this nervous. If I had only been motivated by this, how would I have dared to invite you, Pavilion Master Lai and Factory Master Wei, to come to the northern Jinfu Sea? Shan, $1,000 household of the Jinfu division, was ordered to investigate the case of the Jinyue Villa. Although the scene was burned to the ground, they still found several boxes of gold. silver and jewels in the dark compartments of the East Room, as well as the Netsuki Hills have special fetish profiles filed specifically for these officials. Gulp. Hearing this, just now also with the mad dog Wei Zhongxian, cannot help but deep swallow a mouthful of saliva. He naturally knew what this information would mean once it came to light. How does this Lu Jin work? Isn't it all arranged? How come there's still a backup? There's a lot at stake. In every way. If it is only investigated by my Jinfu division, I am afraid that it will be criticized. Therefore, the East Chamber and Department 6 are invited to work on the case together, with the Metropolitan Police Department presiding over the entire case process. By the time Qinglong finished saying this without slowing down, Wei Zhongxian's heavenly aura felt cold. As the late emperor period has been known as upright Lai Mingchang, its prestige in the Ming dynasty, but also than the first minister Lin Ruopu higher. Because of this, he led the Metropolitan Police Force, so that the various institutions and officials, scruples at the same time, but also incomparable fear. Elder Lai, we at Department 6 also have an update on the case of the interception and killing of the brocade guards. I wielded the golden arrestor Nyoha is the 5 poison sect secret agent is not false, but the stronghold that gives him orders is the inspection and vegetable division fixed purchase place. With Lu, the East Chamber's headmaster, he is closely associated. It's a voucher for their secret dealings. When Jin Juling took out the evidence, Wei Zhongxian blew up and disliked back. Jin Juling, there is a traitor in Department 6 of you. Don't throw dirty water on our East Chamber. Lu Jin was also compelled by them. The real has a sense of crisis. Wei Zhongxian want to desperately clear the relationship. But just after his words were finished, the hissing voice of Haida Gui once again came from inside the torture room. Lord Wang, also, there is one more thing. I overheard that you will be escorting information back to the capital from the first line of heaven and reported it to the Lu boss. Now he's leading men to intercept. You brocade guards bring someone to the rescue. Do I count this as a crime? Bang! Lai Mingchang, who heard this in the dark room, directly shot up and glared angrily at Wei Zhongxian. At this moment, factory director Wei really had a sense of powerlessness of being completely dominated. Conspiracy. Bare bones conspiracy. Wei Zhongxian. Such as if escorting the information of the brocade guards, and then what happened to the accident. This pavilion, at tomorrow's morning court, will certainly advise and request a decree to abolish the East Chamber. Snap. Just as Lai Mingchang had just finished yelling these words, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the dark room. Criminal Tongji. What is it? Chien Tu Su. Urgently send someone back to repeat the order. Where is he? Something's wrong. What? Hearing this, Qinglong was the first to rush out, with Lai Mingchang and Jin Juling following close behind. Wei Zhongxian, who finally followed him out, saw a blood-covered Jinyui from as far away as he could see, being carried towards Qinglong's side. Criminal Tongji, what the hell happened? On our way back to the capital, we were tragically intercepted by Lu Jin, the head of the East Chamber, who led his troops to kill us. Led by the valiant and fearless Lord Su, we fought them to the death. What's the result? Where's Su Shanren? Qinglong questioned with a growl. Heavily wounded Lord Su, although he led us to wipe out the other side, but Lu Jin, the head of the East Chamber, before he died, held the box of information and blew up his own dantian. All the information we managed to find was blown to smithereens. Lord Su, forcibly holding back his grief and badly injured body, gathered the remnants while looking through the debris, hoping to find something useful. Specially ordered the youngest to come back and report first. Fellow justice criminal, you have to do it for us. The Oscar-winning rendition of this Jinyui pushed the entire dog slaughtering program to a high. At the same time, it pushed the event, even more, to the extreme. Boom! When he finished his words, the furious Qinglong's true chi spilled out. Monstrous killing intent, a mountain of it, assaulted towards him as he stared at Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian, when he shouted these 3 words through gritted teeth, Qinglong already had the intention of drawing his sword. Tongji Xing, you may not. Hastily stepping forward Lai Mingchang, he directly blocked in front of him with his mortal body. Green Dragon, Jin Juling, who was on the side, pulled the other side. Qinglong, this matter, Lai Pavilion Elder, will surely call for the Jinyui. Hearing Jin Juling's words, Lai Mingchang said with a serious face, this pavilion promises you that I will not rest until I take part in the downfall of the East Chamber. The first order of business now is to hurry up and send someone to fetch the wounded back first to heal them well. Right. It was only after the dual persuasion of Lai Mingchang and Jin Juling that Qinglong put away his killing intent. After sending someone to pick up Su Shan and the others, the halberd pointed angrily to Wei Zhongxian and said, this matter, we, the Jinfu division, bear in mind. In the future, it will be returned 100-fold. Wei Zhongxian, who did not dare to squeak, circled around the genie Wei who had the same hatred, and left in gray. Even after leaving the Northern Jinfu division, his scalp was still tingling. and his brain was even buzzing. After calming down, reviewed the entire plan of the other side, from the sudden digging up of evidence, to the separate road back to the capital, to luring them in, one ring to the other, one ring to the other. After Lu Jin blew himself up holding the evidence, the loop was completely closed, killed his East Chambers people, and executed his East Chambers heart. Now the Jinhua Villa case, say it has nothing to do with the East Chamber? Dogs don't believe it. It's a pants on a stick. If it's not, then It was not difficult for him to foresee that in tomorrow's morning court, the Imperial historians and magistrates, led by Lai Mingchang, would scramble to impeach the East Chamber. Killing to kill? So mean. Is it the Celestial Master himself? All the problems were now behind him as well. Now all we have to do is to hurry back to the palace and ask for help from our own governor and the Empress Dowager. And this incident, but also through various channels, in the large capital city continue to ferment. Chapter 75, A New Job. A Secret. Pa! The ear-piercing slap, the moment it resounded in the Palace of Eternal Life. Wei Zhongxian, who was in the realm of the nearly 6th grade Zhongsher, smashed heavily outside the palace like a kite with broken strings. The palace maids and eunuchs guarding the inside and outside, each bowed their heads and did not dare to look directly at them. Even the West Factory Duke Yu Huatian, are like a minion, pestle and mortar where the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a breath. A good hand, played to pieces. Take your 6 sick cats and guard the royal tomb. No one may enter the palace without being summoned by the mourner, the Queen Mother. Hearing Lin Ruoyun's words, Wei Zhongxian was still about to say something when Chao Zhengchun, who had turned back, said in a cold voice, still not thanking for the grace. The old slave kneels to thank the Empress Dowager for her grace. As Wei Zhongxian shouted these, Chao Zhengchun, who had bent down, picked up the shattered trigger finger for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's mixed true qi has been refined again. Congratulations! Ha! Since Yu Hang, there has been nothing that has comforted Morning House lately. What is there to congratulate? I heard that the one who took credit for the Jinfu division was the Qianhu from Yu Hang again? Right. What's it called? Never mind. A dead man's name. It's bad luck to hear it. Hearing this, Chao Zhengchun bowed his head and said, the old slave knows what to do. Lying lazily on top of the bed, one eye and one smile are all enchanting. Lin Ruoyun softly added, this game, the Heavenly Master breaks one of your arms. In the next game, don't let the grieving family hear the bad news again. This is the list of those who are going to be on the list for this year's spring exam. While the Empress Dowager was saying this, a sister handed a folded document to Chao Zhengchun with both hands. Yes, the old slave retired first. When Chao Zhengchun left the Yanzhou Palace, his hunched body instantly straightened up. Wei Zhongxian, who had been guarding the outside, pestled his piggy face and came over. Governor, subordinate, without the East Chamber, are you not the right hand of this governor? Ha, going from light to dark is not a bad thing. Rights officials, you personally send someone to keep an eye on them, especially that general, Lu Hongfei, the young eunuch of the Ministry of Rights who manages the logistics of the Chun exam. He's critical. Yes. Send people to Jiangnan. All people related to the Pure Moon Villa must disappear. Understood. After Wei Zhongxian hurriedly left, Chao Zhengchun called Yu Huatian to his side and said, the Empress Dowager has spoken. Su Shan must die. The right will Dharma king of the 5 poison sect has entered the capital. That's enough wait. Go and make the arrangements. Don't let Qinglong and Yuan Tiangang catch anything. Lead the way. Inside the Imperial Library. Tianshi, you say that this planning did not come from you? Zhu Yuwei, who had thought that Yuan Tiangang had secretly planned this game, was doubly surprised to learn this news. Even the accompanying Red Ant and Shangguan Yenner, who was dressed as the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, were frowning. Indeed not me, but this game, it's really wonderful. Just as Yuan Tiangang had finished saying this, the female officer outside reported softly, Your Majesty, Heavenly Master, someone has come. Shan. Not long after, a figure dressed in a black robe slowly entered the hall. My Lord Wang Qinian. See Your Majesty. See, no need for all that red tape. Wang Qinian, let me ask you if this game today is from the hand of the Green Dragon? Back to the words of the Heavenly Master. Nonetheless, it is from the scheming of Su Qianhu. Who? Su Shan? Mend? Come on, tell me what's going on. Wang Qinian, who was already good at expressing himself, colorfully relayed how Su Shan led the team, beheaded the dog in front of the Jingyue villa, and how he found the stolen silver. The talk of the dog slaughter program is even more exciting. Lord Su said that His Majesty, or the Celestial Master, wants the result, not the process. He also said that we are the son of heaven's own soldiers, and that the goal of our struggle in this life is to prostrate ourselves on the ground and wipe the shame from His Majesty's body. So, the dog-slaying program was planned as a plan. Su Shan, huh? I didn't say this part. Hearing this, Zhu Yuwei, who was greatly pleased with the dragon's face, said 3 good words in a row before adding, "Brachycephalic, my midshipman. It's more of a king's man. I will reward him heavily." At the scene, besides Zhu Yue, the one who was the most delighted in her heart was Shangguan Yen'er. For some reason, it's always tugging at my heartstrings. Just as the various forces in the capital are enjoying this situation, the chief director, chief scriptwriter, and male number 1 of the dog slaughtering program, Su Mengda, was fawning, placing the request for credit in front of Qinglong. "Why don't you go rob it? Take half the dirty silver and all go up a level each?" I've heard that Tongji Xing believes in Buddhism. I have, specially, reserved a jade-faced golden Buddha for you. As he spoke, Su Shan placed this valuable jade-faced golden Buddha in front of Qinglong. "That's what you're testing the cadre with? Look at this writing behind me. What does it say?" Hearing this, Su Shan tilted his head through the candlelight. "Slut, this is better." Bang! It's ing pronounced candid. Put. After shouting these words furiously, Qinglong himself laughed. "Bugs Bunny, in our Northern Jinfu division, the 1000 household rank is going to be the sole head of the division. Which division is the man of pure character? Qianta Su, preparing to go to? I am a brick of the criminal Tongji, wherever I need to move. Look at this folding of requesting credit. Inspector General, right? Where? That's the one that specializes in plagiarism and is played like a B***tch by the capital's officials? The Inspector General's office that was played badly by the capital's officials? Dogs don't even go there." Hearing this, Qinglong closed the folders requesting credit and said in a serious manner, "I'll study this folders again. Su Qiandu, now on the matter of you taking bribes from this Tongji Jade-Face Golden Buddha, you are required to write a written review. No less than 500,000 words. How much? I just copied all the spring and autumn and the Analects, and it's not enough for 500,000 words. That's your business. I'll go. TSK. This jade-faced golden Buddha, the more you look at it, the better it looks, and the more you fall in love with it. I have a request. Release. Have the green bird accompany me to my appointment. Lei Yuanfeng, Wang Qinian, and none of them should be left behind." What are you staring at? Bringing the green bird is because I'm afraid I won't be able to hold down the magistrates. Agreed. Hearing those 3 words, an evil smile appeared on Su Shan's face. Do you know what subterfuge means? Do you know the rules? Tomorrow black, silk, the day after that uniform. This is the most basic dress code you can expect. Oh yeah, there's a cap on the number of people in each division, especially the Inspector General's division. Want to claim credit for your brothers? Pull out a few and I'll approve a few. I've passed on the news that you're about to take office and that you're going to overhaul the inspectorate. That group of spoiled magistrates, each with teeth and claws and sharpened knives, especially in Yuhang, was you pitched by that Lu Feng. Oh, it is the second son of Lu Hongfei, the young director of the Ministry of Rights. Privately, it could have spared harsh words. When Qinglong finished saying all this, the leathery Su Shan gave him a thumbs up. Turning to leave, Mouth muttered, "I want to not let your daughter. 10 months do not come aunt. I'm all ashamed of the word mend." Chapter 76, The 100-Foot Pole. Not long after Su Shan left, the green bird walked in at a brisk pace. "Father, it's rumored outside that you've asked Su Shan to take over the inspection division?" "Aha!" Qinglong, who was in love with the jade-faced golden Buddha, replied in a nasal voice. "It's a bit chilling after such a big feat, isn't it? In addition, the Divine Master and His Majesty also have high expectations of you." This time, without waiting for Green Bird to finish his sentence, Green Dragon spoke directly. This is what the Heavenly Master meant. While the Green Bird was puzzled, the Green Dragon slowly spoke. "Don't you understand? With Su Shan's strength and skill, he has the potential to be a powerful minister. But before that, he must be a lone minister. By the time he has smoothed out the inspection division, the officials in the capital will have been pretty much offended by him. It's a good thing the old Celestial Master is training and sharpening him in the manner of a successor yet. In the future, the head chair of our Jinfu division may have him to sit in it." Although it was already nighttime, the lights were bright inside the Lu mansion in the capital. Lu Feng's elder brother, Lu Neng, invited his fellow members of his own brotherhood, the Inspector General's department, in the form of a family banquet. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Neng, who served as a general in the city defense battalion, raised his glass and spoke in a cold voice. "This brother of mine, although he has an impulsive personality, he is a bold and generous person, and does not take small precautions. Originally, I wanted him to go to Yuhang and casually get some merit. Who would have thought that he would be victimized by a traitor, making him unable to take care of himself now? And what's even more interesting is that this traitor, tomorrow, will take over the Inspector General's department in a dignified manner." Swish! Lu Neng had just finished saying this when Xian Shan, the deputy Qianhu, who was in charge of the inspection department, rose with his cup and said, Senator Liu needs no further elaboration. A mudblood from Yuhang still wants to run the inspectorate? At the beginning of his term tomorrow, I'll give him a head start and let him know whose place the capital is. Hearing this, Lu Nang lightly patted the other party's shoulder and said, a downward spiral, is that enough? After he finished his words, Lu Feng's top lieutenants, Ma Rulong and Ma Baifu, immediately got up and said, Senator Liu, what do you need us to do? The brothers will never bull ***** a word. Good. I am grateful for your trust. Don't worry about it, my plan will definitely not affect you guys at the same time. And at the same time, I can make that Su Shan pay for his blood. Su Shan, who was already surrounded on all sides when he first arrived, was blissfully unaffected by them. What doesn't kill you will eventually make you stronger. It was by adhering to this creed that he was able to advance to the third-grade sovereign realm in less than half a year of wearing the Great Ming. Hard power is what keeps him grounded in the world. Take 100 years of cultivation and deduce all of it to the 18 palms of the descending dragon. After opening the panel, Su Shan pushed all of the cultivation accumulated from the previous 2 missions into the newly acquired martial art, Dragon Falling 18 palms. This martial art, totaling 6 moves and 18 stances, simplified version, from Exuberant Dragon, Flying Dragon in the Sky, to Double Dragons Fetching Water, Divine Dragon Swinging Tail, and finally, Dragon Battling in the Wild, 6 dragons swinging back. As one of the pinnacle external martial arts, the 18 palms of the descending dragon is the most masculine in the world. With Su Shan's innate pure yang body and the 9 yang divine power, it was a perfect match. In the first year of quenching the 18 palms of the descending dragon, you, who possess the supreme grade internal martial arts and the innate pure yang body, have made a hasty introduction. You have already realized the true meaning of Hyper Dragon. For 20 years, you have realized the essence of this martial art. The essence lies in the power of force. Flying dragons in the sky are easy to master, and double dragons fetching water are already at ease. Time passes, and an aeon rushes by. You who have turned complexity into simplicity, comprehending the mysteries of this technique, the divine dragon swinging its tail to great perfection, and the dragon battling in the wilderness is gradually getting better and better. Hundreds of years of refinement, heaven's way rewards the diligent. The 6 dragons revolve and shine. This exercise is over. Boom! The moment the system's final beep sounded, Su Shan, who had violently opened his eyes, leapt up. The moment he catalyzed his true energy, the 6 dragons wrapped around his arms. In conjunction with the 9 yang divine power, several hot, scarlet dragon heads opened their bloody mouths and swallowed the wigwam within the backyard. Bang! Wow! In an instant, the original towering wigwam was reduced to ashes. For that matter, it was still the result of Su Shan's collection of true energy. 4th grade sovereign realm. With this supreme external martial art, plus the 9 Suns Sutra and many other supreme martial arts in the evening, under the 6th rank, I am invincible. If I were to forcefully increase my strength through the 6 pulse points again, I would have the power to fight above the 6th grade. It was important to know that there were 3 watersheds in the sovereign realm, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th grades. The corresponding ones were Heavenly Elephant Power, Pure Yuan True Qi, and Mixed Yuan True Qi, and he Su Shan with Pure Elemental True Qi, in the 6 pulse points of the edition, but has the capital to fight against the Mixed Elemental True Qi of the Patriarch. If this gets out, it's going to drop people's jaws. What Heavenly Pride and King of Qi were all younger brothers in front of him. Early the next morning, Su Shan took Wang Qinian, Lei Yuan Feng, and the Green Bird and rushed towards the Inspector General's department in the South Lane of North Street. As one of the few organizations independent of the Northern Jinfu Department, the Inspector General's department has the right to investigate cases, copy the family, as well as the right to imprisonment. It is the most powerful of the 10 divisions of the Jinfu Division, but today it is also the worst. When Su Shan personally led a few people and rushed here, there were only a few people standing at the entrance. At the head of the group, he was even wearing the official uniform of a trial 100. He wasn't familiar with Su Shan, but he knew Green Bird. After seeing them strangling their horses and standing, he immediately stepped forward and said, Den Ziyue, 100 tenant of the inspection division test, with all the genie guards, Si Su Qianho, greetings to Deputy Qian Tu Wang, Deputy Qian Tu Li, and the 100th household of criminal, Den Ziyue? That name sounds familiar. Su Shan, who had dismounted, said softly, My lord, Deng Trial 100 was previously from the Border Guard Captain's battalion, and because he was dissatisfied with his superior's empty pay, he reported it in his name but was hunted down and killed. After killing hard, he was saved by Tong Xixing. Lord Wang, do not mention this matter again. Before it was my ignorance. When he said this, Deng Ziyue's waist was hunched and his face was fawning. Years in reality have smoothed out his edges and made him forget what it was like to straighten himself up. 2. Where are the others? As I recall, The Inspector General's office is run by a Vice-Chancellor in lieu of. Ha, Your Honor means. Shan. Vice-Chancellor Shan? He took his brothers to investigate the case. Investigating a case? Upon hearing this statement, not to mention Shan himself, even Ching Bird frowned. What case? This group of government officials, it's good to have a normal dawn. Snap. It was also at this moment that an ear-piercing resonance of horses' hooves came from the end of the south alley of North Street. At the sound of the voice, dozens of brocade guards, freshly clothed and furious, rushed towards them. At the head of the group was clearly Shan, whose face was red from drinking. Working on a case? I'm off for a morning drink. Get out of here, all of you. The horses spooked. Crash and burn. Hiya. While yelling these words, the leading Shan rushed towards Shan in a flash. Chapter 77, Self-Indulgence and Capital Punishment. Protect the Lord. After seeing this scene, Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and the others, subconsciously blocked in front of Shan. Snap. And instead of Shan, who didn't stop because of this, he secretly pushed his horsepower again and rushed towards the front. In his opinion, Shan can be 1,000 households, certainly has the strength, but the outside world and even within the Jinfu division are rumored to be. He was seriously injured last night when he went up against Lu Jin, one of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber. Moreover, the damage sustained was still from the opponent's Dantian self-destruct. You can't recuperate from this kind of irreversible damage for a year and a half. Because of this, Shan, who boasted of possessing the sovereign realm, dared to be so bold. 1,000 household. On his first day on the job, and he still needs to hide behind his subordinates? In the future, how can you still work in the inspectorate? But the ideal is very rich, but the reality is extremely bony. When Shan 1 man and 1 horse, steering the horse to take the lead in charging over Shan, who had originally been blocked by Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and the others, actually took the initiative to set them aside. Remember, from now on, when you follow this chitos to fight the enemy, it's charge with me, not charge for me. After saying this, Shan's eyes met the galloping horses and Shan muttered, like to play? Play a big game. Hyperion. Boom. The crowd standing right beside Shan didn't even feel him activate his true chi before they saw a scarlet true dragon transformed from true energy, opening its bloody mouth and lunging towards the warhorse in Shan. Nay. The horses, sensing the aura of danger, were the first to let out a piercing neigh. But in the next second, the true dragon's bloody mouth directly engulfed the horse's body. Bang! In the crowd's field of vision, the warhorse, which had just been running at full speed, was instantly dismembered as it was devoured by the true dragon. The mist of blood that filled half of North Lane colored the street blood red. Put! Snap! At the critical moment, although Shan urged the whole body true chi to resist, and the first time the man and the horse separated, but the aftermath of the blast not only broke his proud of the diamond undefeated body, even more so, he smashed into the wall like a kite with broken strings. Bam! After landing heavily, Shan rolled in front of Shan's toes like a leather ball. In that moment, the scene was frighteningly quiet. Not only was Ma Rulong and the rest of this group of magistrates stunned into silence by Shan's hand, but even Deng Ziyue and Qinggao's party were stupefied with jaws agape. Even Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian had seen their own Qin use this move for the first time. Its explosive visual effects on the south street of North Lane, which was dyed blood red, couldn't help but make everyone's scalp feel numb. Snap! Shan, who was trying to hold himself up with difficulty, was stomped on by Shan, smoothly pulling out a handkerchief from his chest. Lord Su bent down and wiped the bloodstains that stained his official boots, and Shan, who had just been arrogant and domineering, was thus trampled under its dead feet. I can't handle it. What kind of deputy 1,000 household are you, asshole? Miso. There are still 3 earth breaths in a clayman, not to mention Shan, who has been acting as an inspector general. After hissing this hysterically, he, who had instantly pulled out the embroidered spring sword at his waist, was ready to slash towards Shan's leg. Swish. Zira. Ow. There was no need for Shan to even make a move. The quick-eyed Li Yuanfang directly abolished his usual hand. In an instant, Shan's mournful screams resounded throughout the streets and beyond. Hyun Vice Chitos. Snap. Only after hearing this miserable scream did Ma Rulong and the others rush over in return. Xian, Vice Chitos Xian, is a lay disciple of the Hanging Temple who has entered the world. His master, moreover, is Master Jinwu, one of the 4 great Vajra of the Hanging Temple. Ma Rulong, who had jumped off his horse, then yelled out the background of Xian Mountain at the top of his voice. The Hanging Temple is a place of royal blessing. Many of the monks in it had personal relationships with dignitaries, together with the mundane disciples who had entered the world. Each of them had extraordinary strength. You get so used to being pushed around that you don't know how much you weigh after a while. And then what? And then, what should I do? Shan, who had twisted his head, walked over to Ma Rulong. The smile remained the same, but in the eyes of the other party, it looked so hideous. Gulp. Ma Rulong, who couldn't help but swallow deeply, didn't dare to squeak out another sound. Den Ziyue. Ha, too, Your Honor. I'm new here, and I'm not too sure about the rules of the Zenfusi house. You help me run through them. Speaking of this, Su Shan twisted his head to look at the pain Shan and said, how should I be punished for violating my superiors from below? Cain. What about a particularly serious case where all the knives are drawn? Hearing this, Deng Ziyue's folds in the corners of his eyes were twitching a few times, and then, truthfully replied, Cain death. Since there are laws to follow and laws to inquire about, then what are we waiting for? Let's go by that standard. Sizzle. After Su Shan finished saying all of this in a light-hearted manner, the scene resounded with the sound of backward breaths of cold air one after another. Sorting a vice-chancellor? He's still a lay disciple of the Hanging Temple, studying under Master Jinwu. Su Qianhu. Let me remind you again. He is. Pa. This time, without waiting for Ma Rulong to finish his sentence, the half-turned Su Shan slapped him on top of the side of his face. Put. Ah. Spinning several times in the air, he landed on the ground in response and let out a ghostly scream. When I just asked you to open your mouth, you didn't let out a single fart. Now it's like a mad dog, barking like a mess dog. After throwing down these words, Su Shan, who had turned around, opened his mouth and said, all the brocade guards of the inspection division, gather at the schoolyard to observe the execution. By Deng Trial 100. Execution. Ha! Hearing this, Deng Ziyue was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to say something, Su Shan added, those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. Swish. After saying this, Su Shan took the lead and stepped into the inspection division, and Li Yuanfeng, who was right behind him, was like dragging a dead dog, ripping Shan into it. The scarlet dragging track on the ground was so shocking that Ma Rulong, whose half-face was swollen into a pig's head, and the magistrates, did not dare to rush to the schoolyard in disobedience. What else are you doing with me, criminal 100? At this hour, shouldn't you go move a chair and table and make a pot of tea for this chitos? You, don't offend below, or watch out for me to stab you with my red tassel. Humph, I'll be sure to ask for lessons and advice sometime. After saying that, Qingtiao turned around and went to move the stool. Looking at her innocent back, Su Shan revealed an evil smile. My lord, the suspect Zhenzhen has been escorted here. Deng Trial 100. Execute him. Just after Su Shan's words were finished, Shan, who had been immobilized there, hissed with a grimace but terrified eyes, Su Shan, if I have any troubles, the Hanging Temple as well as my family's master will never let you off the hook. Bang! Wow! His words had just finished shouting when Su Shan, who had snatched the Xian Mu in Tang Ziyue's hand, directly slapped him on the waist. In a blink of an eye, the wooden bed carrying Xian Shan and the Xian wood in Su Shan's hands all exploded, and Xian Shan's middle dantian was also hardened and shattered by this stick. Put. Chapter 78, Establishing Authority with Blood. Managing to kill and not to bury. The moment the dantian shattered, Xian Shan immediately poured out a mouthful of thick blood. The whole person was instantly lifeless as he lay dying on top of the ruined wood. A martial artist, having his dantian shattered? Even if he survives, he's still an invalid. Sizzle. Explosive and bloodthirsty scene, also makes the scene to watch the torture of the crowd of Jinui. Each cannot help but inhale a breath of cold air. Tang Ziyue, who was still in the position of having his Xian Mu taken away, stared at this with wide eyes. Snap. It wasn't until Su Shan returned the Xian Mu that he instantly returned to his senses. I'm just too grumpy to listen. The more he talks, the more he wants to know how the Hanging Temple won't leave me alone. After saying this, Su Shan lightly patted Deng Ziyue's shoulder and added, I've given you a sample, so follow this standard. After throwing down these words, Su Shan turned around and left, and Tang Ziyue, who was standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. My lord, you'd better hire someone else. Little, down. Hearing these words, Su Shan, who had turned around violently, reached out and pointed at the other party, saying, if you can't lay your hands on them, just think about how this group of magistrates, led by Xian Shan, have bullied you over the years. If you can't get down, just think of the bravado you had back then, when you, from the border school camp, killed your way out. The world is full of injustices. Draw thunder with blood. These were your exact words back in the day. When Su Shan said the first two sentences, Deng Ziyue, whose blood had not yet cooled, had already clenched the Xian Mu to the point of creaking. The bloodlust you lost, I'll help you get it back today. The sky is falling. This Chitos stands in your way, holding a sword to kill the sky. Fight! When Su Shan emotionally progressive shouted out the latter words, blood boiling again Deng test 100 households, green veins outside the storm, hissed at the top of his voice, subordinate, respectfully follow the orders of the 1,000 households. Execution. Snap, snap. In an instant, blood and flesh were splattered and wailing. Marulong and the others watched in horror. But on the contrary, Shan smoothly sat down on the chair and stool, looking at the increasingly frantic Deng Ziyue, a bemused smile sketched on his face. Last night, he took the information on everyone in the Inspector General's department and made an endorsement. He knew exactly who could be used, who had to die, and who had to get out. What are you doing there again? Pour the tea. Shan, who had twisted his head around, said to Cygnus, who was standing behind him. As soon as his words fell, Wang Qinian was ready to take over for him, but he was directly rejected by senior official Su. She's the lowest in rank. What's wrong with serving the leader? You are very good. Su Qianhu, my subordinates will pour tea for you. As he said that, Sybil bent over to pour the tea with a leathery smile. The collar is wrapped too tightly. What did you say? Hearing this, Shan smiled and replied, I'll design a uniform for you sometime. Only wear it alone for me to see you. Su, mend. By the time Qingdao gritted his teeth and said those 3 words, Shan himself was a bit uncomfortable as he replied, it's better to call me Lord Su. Going to work? Be serious. Green Bird, who was really broken by his attitude, deliberately said, Lord Su, do you need my subordinates to give you some more talent? Can you sing 18? Touch, put. Hearing this, even Wang Qinian couldn't hold back his laughter. 18, touch, the hooker ditty, can be loved by the majority of senior tarts, especially when the girl sings while holding your hand and zeroing in on teaching. Super sensational, super cute. Just as the Green Bird was about to go ballistic, Shan beckoned and called Li Yuanfang to himself. Then, in a low voice, he inquired, are you sure that the dozen or so children who go missing every year from the foster care home are all sent to the Hanging Temple? 1,000 times true, but when my subordinates sent people to check, the Hanging Temple couldn't find any of these people. After hearing this conversation between Shan and Li Yuanfang from a close distance, Qingdao and Wang Qinian, on the other hand, each stared with wide eyes. And what case are the 2 of them working on in secret? However, when secretly investigating the Hanging Temple, my subordinate made a shocking discovery. Every night, at the back of the Hanging Temple's mountain, many lavishly decorated carriages will stop by. There are martial monks guarding both inside and outside, and my subordinate was afraid of spooking the snakes, so I didn't dare to take a quick peek. Hearing this, Shan's sword brows furrowed as he said, well done. This Hanging Temple, though, really needs to be visited. It's not easy to investigate the Hanging Temple. The relationships are complicated and the procedures are cumbersome. The Green Bird on the side softly picked up the conversation. What formalities are needed? Just kill the door directly. Ha! You! Not waiting for the Green Bird to finish his sentence, Shan looked at the already bloodied Xianshan and said, I've all but killed the Hanging Temple's lay disciple alive. Shouldn't his master, Master Jinwu, come to his door to take revenge? What? Only allowing his Hanging Temple's monks to beat on the door, but not allowing the arrogant, domineering, and flamboyant character of Su Qianhu to kill back? Sizzle. When Shan finished saying this with a sneer, the 3 people, Qing Bird, Wang Qinian and Li Yuanfang, who had been thinking very hard, could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. You were ready to start with Shan from the beginning, not just for the sake of prestige, but, Signet didn't finish her words, and Shan, who had twisted his head, glared at her. All of a sudden, the ninny was reticent, but the eyes that looked at him had shock written all over them. There's always a need to find someone to set an example, so why not identify a useful one? What's more, today, he took the initiative to come forward and beg for death? Wang Qinian, yes my lord, my first day in office, killed the Hanging Temple lay disciple this, if not spread all over the city, inverted the bald-ass door to take revenge. That's all because you, Wang Qinian, are incompetent. You'll see my lord. Pa, bam. It was also right after Wang Qinian had finished saying this that the Xian Mu, which Deng Ziyue had used for the execution, broke once again. He who went forward to check, then apologized with red eyes and panting, my lord, Xianshan has been caned. Dead. Ha! Shan, who heard this, put away his lazy sitting posture, and obediently sat up straight as he said to Li Yuanfang beside him, go, make up a few more cuts, lest he swindle and scare the old man. Yes, boom. Shan's words instantly made the scalps of the crowd of brocade guards watching the execution numb. His implication, I will let anyone die and never give him the possibility of living. But, Li Yuanfang, who did not discount Shan's orders at all, stabbed several times in public. This explosive scene made everyone at the scene not dare to take a breath. My lord, what to do with the body? Hearing this, Shan, who slowly rose to his feet, sneered, brocade guards, kill or bury. Find a few people who know Xianshan well and fast, and send the body back to the hanging temple. Sizzle, that's a tough guy. Aren't you really afraid that the martial arts monks of the hanging temple will kill us? Chapter 79, Vow to Follow to the Death Devote. Shan had just finished saying this when Deng Ziyue considered it from his perspective. Your Excellency, it is only right that the hanging temple should be given the honor to do so, isn't it? The implication is, don't make it hard on each other. After all, it's your first day on the job. Also right. Then, give him a death in action pension. You hit the bars. I sign. Content? Just right that he was drunk, got into a confrontation with a criminal on the run, and was then beaten alive by the other side. Well, just write that. Ha, how's that for decency? This is fuel for the fire. Okay, you'll have to die with a bad reputation. You'll have to keep a record of it. When Deng Ziyue was still about to say something, Li Yuanfeng, who was standing next to him, stopped it in time. You will do whatever your lordship assigns you to do. Yes, yes, Deng Ziyue, who didn't dare to belabor the point, hastily echoed, and at that moment, Shan walked towards the crowd of brocade guards on the schoolyard. I don't care what kind of background you have, what kind of family lineage and how much backing you have. Please do not challenge the temper of this Chitos with your personalities within the inspectorate. Speaking of this, Shan, whose smile did not diminish, added word for word, when you are born, your parents have the final say, but in the Inspector General's department, I, Shan, say when you die. If you don't want your names to appear on the list of the fallen, please put away your edges and bad temper. Keep a reverent fear of me. More than anything, I hope we can work together in the future. After saying that Shan, he turned around and left. There should be applause here. Wang Qinian, who was a kneeling level dogleg, led the applause after saying this. In a flash, the large inspectorate division resounded with thunderous applause. Whether they mean it or not, Shan's hand in killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey made many people feel chilled. But there are still those who do not die and want to strike at the stone with an egg. Ma Baifu, what should we do now? After the dispersal, one of the magistrates cautiously inquired about Ma Rulong. Send 2 brothers to take Vice-Chancellor Xian's body and send it back to the hanging temple. Know what to make them say? No, dogs, do you really think you are someone? The hanging temple is not far from the capital, and Master Zhenwu will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Let's see how you end up. After Ma Rulong had finished saying all this, the government official next to him added, do you need to remind Senator Liu that there may be a change in this game tonight? No need. Double insurance. Shan, let's see how I'll get you killed. Accompanying Wang Qinian, arranging for people to publicize. The news that Shan had caned a true martial disciple on his first day in office had also spread within the circle. Previously, the several waves of forces that had held a grudge against Shan even before that had also secretly pushed the envelope. The news has been spread to the hanging temple. On the other hand, Dao Lord Su, who had single-handedly planned this matter, was familiarizing himself with the various functional areas of the Department of Supervision and Inspection under Deng Ziyue's leadership. My lord, there's no need to go to this place, is there? This is dungeon. This will be my home from now on. My treasure pot. How can I not see it? Ha! Shan's words caused the few people accompanying him to have their minds blown. After looking at each other, they hurriedly stepped into the cramped, dark, and damp dungeon. Lord Su, what you just said, my subordinate doesn't understand. If you don't understand, shout awesome. Deng Ziyue's words had just finished when Li Yuanfeng, who was on the side, reminded him. His words really made even Cygnus listen dumbfounded. Most of the people who can be invited here by our Inspector General's office are either rich or noble. Right? Right. Their families, are they especially anxious? Especially want to dredge up a bit, send some food and clothes to the people inside. Fighting for less beatings and less suffering? Ha! Yes. What do they dredge with? With their mouths. From now on, we'll just have official pricing, and it's all fair game. If Rudraksh was locked in, I would have to knock off 2 of his relics as our hard-earned money. The Bull Demon King is in trouble, and if he doesn't plow enough land for us to earn enough money, how can we let him out? Red boy, if you don't follow the rules, I'll still have to break his hands and throw him to the city gates to beg and earn enough money to ransom him. His mother Iron Fan Princess, as long as she dares to show her teeth, I will throw her into the Jardine house, pick up enough 5,000 Johns, guests, with interest to make up for me. In a nutshell, I, Shan, call the money. Gulp. After hearing Shan's grandiose words, the few people accompanying him, all of them had their jaws dropped as they swallowed deeply. You're His Majesty's hand-picked 1,000 households, the head of the Department of Supervision and Inspection. Why does that sound like we're setting up a bandit company? Just took office and you're already thinking about how to solicit money, aren't you? Shan, what's the difference between you and those dog officials we arrested? Others didn't dare to question his Shan's decisions, but the green bird shouted out bluntly, Meh, women, Boobs. You. I'm what? Peacocking your butt? You have a solid family background and a good father like Tongji Xing. You've been clothed and fed since you were a child. And you don't lack money, skills, or pills. But the brothers down there don't have this condition. Do you know what the black market price of Amaro cleansing and true essence elixir is speculated to be? 3,000 taels at the bottom. Before that, when I was a lieutenant, it was 5 taels a month. Sell your ass. You can't even eat one. If Lao Ji hadn't emptied his family's coffers, we, the orphans, would have to eat dirt. You want your brothers to work for you, without the strength to go into battle and die? East and West 2 factories. Why the last few years to pressure the brocade guard's head? Is not what are not lacking. The overall strength of a chip? Anywhere else? I can't ask. But in the Inspector General's department, the equipment, martial arts, and elixirs that the eunuchs have, my brother must have. What the eunuchs don't have, my brother must also have. It's not spring when one flower blooms alone, but when 100 flowers bloom together. Spring fills the garden. Pa. Just after Su Shan said this, Li Yuanfeng, Wang Qinian and Deng Ziyue's party, all of them clasped their fists and knelt down on one knee, saying, Lord Su, Gao Yi, we, the people, swear to follow. After lifting up the other party one by one, Su Shan turned around and nodded to Cyan Bird. As long as you remain my subordinate, don't question any of my decisions. You can't stand when I tell you to squat. Let you lie down, you can't get up for me. Even if I come from behind, ready to stab you with a sharp instrument. You all have to believe that I am exorcising the ghosts and settling your soul, and wishing you an early infant. In the future, can we have this kind of execution? Green Bird, who was really infected by Su Shan's words, said with a moved expression. Yes, good. Come to me alone in the evening, and this Chitos will personally test your resolve. Ha! Just as the Green Bird was puzzled, Li Yuanfeng, who had been completely brainwashed, tensed up and said, Lord Su, I want you to see my determination tonight. 2. Q. Chapter 80. No good feast. Lift the lamp to fix the damage. Mistakenly into the rumor. Marketing. Sold insurance. Amway. No limit. Mei Kailin. Have left his Su Shan sales champion of the glorious years. In Burma. North. He was a brother to his elder brother and a friend of both his sister-in-law and his pipe. Brainwashing. He's a pro. When you're here, you'll be able to deal with your subordinates. Won't you? When Su Shan had just come out of the dungeon with his men, Ma Rulong, who had a pig-headed face in his pestle, came up with many of the brocade guards. Lord Su, it was our ignorance that offended you before. I hope you'll be generous enough to let us go like a fart. Hearing the other party speak in such a polite manner, Su Shan, who had reached out to the other party, replied, How can I treat you guys like farts when I say this? That's not an insult, fart. Ha, ha ha, just kidding. Anything? It's like this. In order to express our apologies, we are hosting a banquet for Lord Su tonight at the Gathering of Immortals. I also ask for Lord Su's honor. Hearing this, Su Shan replied with an exaggerated expression. Gathering Immortals? The capital counts as a great restaurant. Reward, must reward. Come to the capital. Haven't been there yet. So, a deal? It's a deal. After receiving Su Shan's affirmative reply, Ma Rulong, who had turned around and walked away, had a contemptuous sneer on his face as he said, Look at his world-unseen turd-like appearance. He's going to get knocked out as much as he eats tonight. Tomorrow, Master Jinwu, who happens to be coming to the capital, will crush his head with a single blow. Just as he said this with confidence, Den Ziyue, who knew the background of all his colleagues in the inspection division, came forward and cupped his fists and said, Lord Su, there is no such thing as a good banquet. Talk. The big proprietor behind the Gathering of Immortals building is surnamed Lu, the Lu of Lu Trial 100, and also the Lu of young eunuch Lu, Lu Feng, Lu Hongfei father and son? Right. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled. All the more reason to go. I heard that the Lu family have all put out harsh words to make me unable to live on my own as well. I've got to go to the meeting and see what they've got. But, there is only 1,000 days of being a thief. How can there be a lifetime of defense against thieves? That night, Su Shan brought Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian to the banquet as promised. How far away? Ma Rulong and his party took the initiative to come forward to hold the horse, but after entering the Gathering of Immortals building, on the pretext of arranging matters, he handed over their party of 3, to the boss's wife, Lu Ruhua. As they appeared, at the pavilion of the Immortal Gathering building, Lu Neng, who had arrived here ahead of time, introduced himself to the 2 middle-aged men beside him. Imperial Secretary Zhang, Imperial Secretary Ma. The one at the head is Su Qianhu, Su Shan, of the Jinfu Division's Inspectorate. So young? Springy and chipper? Ha ha, Senator Lu, please rest assured, as long as he dares to bully and run roughshod over others, we will dare to take him to court tomorrow. If the guards of the Gathering of Immortals building, for justifiable reasons, accidentally injured them, we will also be extremely defensive and truthful in our reporting. Then I would like to thank you two Imperials. While saying this, Lu Nang stuffed a pouch to the two men respectively, and all that was stuffed inside were silver tickets. It's not even the first time we've done this. Quite a few young people transferred from below into the capital, which is not a springtime. Arrogant to the extreme? They're all familiar with doing this for the government officials in the capital. Injuries and disabilities abound. In the end, don't they all turn out to be a big deal? To avoid suspicion, this senator will have to leave first. You're busy, Senator Lu. When Lu Nang exited the room, his deputy came forward and said, Senator Lu, it's all been arranged. The guards of the Gathering of Immortals building have all been replaced with good fighters from the jungle. There are even 3 Zhongshe realms sitting around, and 2 of them have also comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant, so it's more than enough to clean up the 3 of them. Only that the pills and the silver they want are not few. Give it to them. As long as they do it beautifully, I, Lu Nung, will give as much as I can. Got it. After watching Su Shan and the 3 of them enter the hall, Lu Nung sneered. The good show was about to begin. Unfortunately, I can't see it. Keep an eye on it. Yes. After saying that, Lu Nun left through the back door. Bang! Wow! Also just as Lu Nun left with his front foot, a sound of a teacup crashing to the ground and breaking resounded in the hall. Aya, 3 officials, why are you so careless? Bumped and broke the treasure of the Gathering of Immortals, a tea light set with an azure glaze from the Ru kiln of the previous dynasty. What does that make us? When passing by the exhibition stand on the upper floor, Su Shan, Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian had just brushed past it when this bizarre scene occurred. Lu Ruohua, who was walking in front of her, opened her mouth in a second into the scene. Out of what? At this time, Ma Rulong rushed out in a hurry. When Lu Ruohua poured dirty water on Su Shan, Li Yuanfang, who had a straightforward nature, was ready to lash out immediately. Pa! Su Shan, who held him down with one hand, shook his head with a smile, coldly watching Ma Rulong pulling hate for the Inspector General's department in public in the name of his Su Shan. Blind your dog eyes are you? Know who you see before you? The youngest Qianhu of the Jinfu division and the inspectorate, Su Shan, or a royal gift from His Majesty. What happened to breaking your antediluvian Ru kiln azure glazed tea light set? We, Qiantu Su, have never had anyone dare to ask for the bill when we go down to the restaurant. Hearing this, Lu Ruhua, who accompanied Ma Rulong in singing a double act, anxiously said with pearly blossoms, aren't you guys bullying people? What's wrong with bullying you? Bullying you, that's looking down on you. Qiantu Su, let's not spoil him in this matter. Ma Rulong, who had been pulled down by Su Shan's arm, acted extremely indignant, one arching fire and the other pulling hate. Both are golden broom level performances. Under their devotion, the diners who had been set up, came out to denounce them, and the Jianghu masters hidden inside the Gathering of Immortals building were all ready to go. Alright Ma Baifu, don't let this small matter affect our reunion. How much? I'll pay. Hearing this, Wang Qinian was a bit moved. Such a poor performance. Was it obviously done on purpose? His own lordship would not fail to see it. Thoughts? Get ready for the big one. After smoothing it out, Wang Qinian also stood silently on the sidelines alerting his surroundings. This former dynasty Ru kiln azure glazed tea light, at least a few thousand taels. Put. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled. He didn't even bother to argue with this fake glance of an old maid fake. In his last life he saw a movie with this bridge. The Black Store blackmailed the garrison chief and opened his mouth for $200. Now the movie is coming to life. Wang Qinian, here, compensate the shopkeeper. Yes. When Wang Qinian really pulled out the silver ticket, Lu Ruhua and the others were dumbfounded instead. Shouldn't you be rushing around at this point? No, got to get you out of the way. Thinking of this, Lu Ruhua lifted a candlelight and reflected on the floor. The floor of our place. All of them are solid wood. It's been scratched by the crumbs quite a bit. You'll have to pay for it too. Carrying a lamp to fix damage? That part, I'm more than familiar with. Chapter 81, a great killing by a famous teacher. Instead of being angered by this, Su Shan, instead, laughed to himself. This really makes it a bit hard to see. Compensation. Pay the price. We'll pay out as much as the merchants want. With a wave of his hand, Su Shan directly asked Wang Qinian to handle the matter properly. His operation also makes the hidden in the dark Jianghu masters no excuse for action. It was even more puzzling to the 2 imperial officials, who were hiding in the shadows. This Su Qiandu, either his heart is quite deep, or he has been warned. This is all tolerated? There's no rush, since he came to the Gathering of Immortals. Senator Lu, can you still let him leave with his whole head? Just wait and see what happens. The 2 imperial historians were in the room, waiting for the following. Lu Nang's deputies. On the other hand, were also pressing on with their arrangements. Shan, who was unaffected by the incident, even gagged with his subordinates after entering the box. After they introduced themselves, Shan also matched up with the magistrate on the profile. One by one, a dozen or so of the Inspector General's top brass are here. All of them are here. Got to, a whole bunch of them tonight. Save yourself. Then, the trouble of breaking them down one by one. Vice Chitao Wang and Vice Chitao Li, hurry up and take your seats as well. Ma Rulong, who was quite attentive, hurriedly said after seeing Wang Qinian and Li Yuanfang appear. We'll just forget it. My lord, the silver I brought in my pocket is not enough. I will go back with Lord Li to raise some. Hearing this, Shan, who was sitting firmly in the first place, waved his hand and said, Go, remember, we represent the government. Don't let anyone find fault with your words. Yes, my lord. After Shan finished saying this, Ma Rulong and the others looked at each other for a while, and then hurriedly arched the fire again and said, Lord Su, according to what I said, we're spoiling him too much. What can he do if we really don't care about him? The Imperial historians and magistrates of the Duja Academy are all dogs, and they come over when they smell a fart. First-timers, stay low, come, let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Fill up all the wine and let loose. Don't use wine jugs and wine glasses. Switch directly to wine jars and bowls. As he said this, Shan took the initiative to lift the wine altar. The moment he opened the altar, the poison he had previously seized from the 5 poison sect was placed inside without a sound. How can we let Lord Su pour the wine? Let's, all the same, drink. Inside the box, Shan pushed cups with each of the toasting magistrates. 100 poisons, the main one is a skinny, but others, not so lucky. Inside the hall, Wang Qinian, who had borrowed enough silver, politely negotiated with the boss's wife, Lu Ruhua. The silver tickets were not enough, even the copper coins were sent along. The attitude can be described as positive and sincere. Lord Wang, this is not enough. Just now I sent someone to inquire about the proprietor, and said that this set of porcelain, 1,000 gold can't be bought. Look at. Hearing this, the smile on Wang Qinian's face gradually disappeared. Boss Lu, are you guys sitting on your hands? What are you talking about? Lord Wang? The slave is also a part-time worker, and the proprietor quoted the price. There's nothing I can do as a weak woman. Why don't you go up and report to Lord Su again? As she said this, Lu Ruwa's contemptuous gaze glanced at Wang Qinian with disdain. Behind the flavor, there is a ruthlessness. The exchange between the two was clearly seen by the Imperial historian, who was hiding inside the attic. There's still a little bit of dirt left in the mud. This little Lord Su of ours. Nah, I'm afraid he's going to get mad. I've written all the folders to impeach him. Imperial Secretary Ma, help me moisturize my pen again? Ha ha, bang. Just as the two men were getting carried away, an ear-splitting kick sounded from the second floor. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Ruahua inside the hall, as well as the two Imperial officials diagonally across the hall, including the good men hidden in the shadows, all subconsciously looked over. Only Shan assisted Ma Rulong, who was foaming at the mouth and spilling blood from his nostrils, and appeared in the crowd's field of vision. What has happened to the Lord? After seeing this scene, Wang Qinian subconsciously inquired. There's poison in the food and wine. Wow! At first hearing this, the large immortal gathering building was in an uproar. Lu Ruohua, who had returned to her senses, viciously said, How is that possible? Are you guys deliberately picking a fight? Pa! Just as her words finished, Wang Qinian, who knew it was time to make a move, slammed his hand down on her face. Ouch! You, the brocade guards are hitting people. Hearing this, Shan, who was full of fierce eyes, shouted at the top of his lungs, Beating people? Today, I'm going to kill someone. Li Yuanfang. 2. Order the entire gathering of immortals building to be surrounded, and don't let a single fly out. Damn! In full view of the public, dare to poison the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers? If I don't avenge my brothers, I'll be ashamed of this flying fish suit. When Shan ferociously roared out these words, everyone within the immortal gathering building was confused. In particular, the two Imperial magistrates inside the attic looked at each other in disbelief. Without mentioning anything else, just for the poisoning of the prince's own soldiers alone, the brocade guards would be justified in overturning the gathering of immortals. The brocade guards are on the case, and anyone who dares to resist will be killed without pardon, in a matter of minutes. However, Li Yuanfang, Deng Ziyue and the others, carrying a large number of brocade guards, entered. The development of events has completely exceeded everyone's expectations, gathering so many brocade guards in such a short time, saying that it wasn't him, Shan, who had designed the plot in advance. The dog wouldn't believe it. But now, people have a name for their division. Vice General Wang. What do we do now? Hearing this, Vice General Wang, who stayed behind to coordinate the whole scene for Lu Nang, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, by this dog surnamed Su, he has put up a fight. How despicable. Do you poison your own people?" Vice Admiral Wang, "These good Jianghu men we've found can't stand up to scrutiny. Now, instead of sitting around and waiting for death, it's better to just fight. Do it." Yes. Wow. Accompanied by Vice General Wang's order, the Jianghu experts hiding in the shadows showed up one after another. "Protect the Lord. There are assassins." Wang Qinyan's voice directly characterized the person who showed up. They are no longer the guards who stood up for the proprietor. Instead, they are the helpers who poisoned the Tenno's own soldiers. Kill. Swish. Wang Qinyan, whose strength was already not bad, scurried to Su Shan in a single step, holding a sword. He met the two experts who had already realized the power of the heavenly elephant. Several moves down, instead of showing signs of collapse, he, on the contrary, steadily suppressed the two men. "Old king, strength can be miso." As he said this, Su Shan's Zhangyang blade was blatantly sheathed. Zira, hands up, heads down. The dead head of the enemy leader slammed heavily on the door of the compartment room where the two Imperial officers were. Chapter 82, turning his hand to the clouds, turning his hand to the rain. The sudden headshot scared the two Imperials, who hugged each other and let out a scream. Su Shan, who had glanced at them meaningfully, had a cold smile sketched at the corner of his mouth. Before going to the banquet, Su Shan had ordered Deng Ziyue to send people to stand guard around the gathering of immortals. He just wanted to know what all the big names were involved tonight. Lu Neng, the City Defense Battalion senator, personally made the game, and the two royal historians acted as witnesses. If Su Shan, just now, had really clashed with the merchant and fought because he had broken a tea light, he believed that the two royal historians' folders should have written, "Bullying and disregarding the law and discipline. All are 1,000-year-old foxes. What kind of chatting are you playing with me? Zira, put." As Su Shan muttered these words, he casually resolved another expert of the sovereign realm, along with the opposite side of the formation of the remaining master of the celestial phenomenon, also by Li Yuanfeng, Wang Qinyan joint strangulation. The entire situation of the Immortal Gathering building had been firmly controlled by Su Shan. "Let go of me. Let go of me at once. I am the Vice General of the City Defense Battalion." "It is Vice General Wang, who was taken down by Deng Ziyue and a few genie guards," roared hysterically. Snap. He hadn't even finished his words when Li Yuanfeng, who had rushed to him, slapped him in the face. In a flash, he was slapped dumbfounded and lost his temper. "The people from the City Defense Battalion are also involved in the case of poisoning the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers? This mustn't be looked into. Dead, alive, all of them, bring them back to the inspectorate. Tonight, this Chitos will try them himself." Yes, accompanied by Su Shan's order. The gathering of immortals building to join in the fun or not, really involved in it or not, all by the genie way, detained. You, Su Qiandu, do you know who the proprietor of the gathering of immortals building is? Aren't you afraid to draw fire? Ruohua, who was torn up, growled loudly, and Su Shan, who heard this, played with the broken tea light while sneering. "Your proprietor, who dared to poison the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers, he is not afraid of drawing fire to himself. What do I have to worry about? TSK, this broken tea light, it costs me $1,000. Ha, Wang Qinyan, here, I'll have to have Boss Ryu eat it up in one bite." "Sort of, I invited her." "Yes, and this floor, lift it off too, and feed her one bite at a time." "Understood. Do it, lift the floor." Click. As the brocade guards lifted the floor, Li Yuanfeng stepped forward and muttered, "My lord, Ma Rulong and the others have been sent to the nearest doctor. In fact, in my subordinate's opinion, things will get even bigger when they die. You know, a hammer. His Excellency can hardly be blamed for the deaths of so many subordinates on his first day in office." After Wang Qinyan finished saying all this, Su Shan smiled and spoke, "Through and through. Besides, these yamen, they're all silver in my eyes for nothing." Li Yuanfeng and Wang Qinyan, who were unaware of the situation, immediately shouted in unison, "Lord Su, awesome." Also, just as they finished saying this, an ear-piercing hiss came from not far away. "What gives you the right to arrest us? We can all be Metropolitan Royal Inspectors. Believe it or not, we will impeach you Jinyui tomorrow." Hearing these words, Su Shan looked over sideways. Only the two Imperials were seen, struggling with their emotions. A vindictive look at the brocade guards who held him in custody. "My lord, this was found on them." Su Shan, who received the brocade pouch and the folders, then unfolded them in public. "Have you written all the impeachment papers against me? To use power to bully others? Using power for personal gain? Feelings of the people from the Immortal Gathering building. Blackmailing me is warranted. Once I have struck out, then it's lawlessness, is it?" Snap. As he said this, Su Shan slapped the folded document heavily on the face of Imperial Magistrate Zhang. You are reckless. In the capital, how has the Imperial Inspector General of the Metropolitan Police ever been humiliated like this? Pa! The other party's words had just finished, when Su Shan increased the force on his hands. This time, the slapping made Imperial Inspector Shang's head spin. I, Su Shan, have let loose today. Then what? I've got people, I've got a knife, and I've caught you in the act, so shouldn't the old man be reckless? Su Shan, who spread out his hands, scanned everyone on the scene and inquired, my lord, it's just too low. That's right, people are good at being bullied, and horses are good at being ridden. Wang Qinian and Li Yuanfeng, the pair of comic reliefs, are now complimenting each other. What is it? TSK, so many silver bills. Do I remember that the monthly salary of the Imperial Inspector of the capital is not high either? Taking so many silver tickets out to spend. Ha! The two Imperial secretaries, so trenchant. Su Shan, who had opened the brocade pouch in public, displayed the stacks of silver tickets. Gulp! Hearing this, after taking a deep swallow of saliva, Ma Royalty opened his mouth and said, Su Qianhu, don't do things that badly. In the capital, one more friend is one more way. You won't have much to gain by offending the capital. Pa! As soon as he finished his words, Su Shan slapped the other party back above the side of his face. Put! Ow! Imperial Ma, whose teeth, along with the blood, were spat out, let out a miserable scream. Ma Imperial. You, Su Shan, you. The incoherent Zhang Imperial historian was just about to say something when Su Shan opened his mouth with a face that was guilty of cruelty. What class are you? And are you worthy of being friends with this Qianhu? Do you really think you'll be able to walk out of the Imperial prison? Full head first? The Metropolitan Police Committee has jointly submitted a petition to abolish the East Chamber. Now that this has happened to the two of you, the group of eunuchs in the palace, will they take advantage of the situation? At that time, will Courtier Lai protect the two of you? Or will he protect the honor of the capital? Gulp! After Su Shan had finished saying all this, the two Imperial historians, who had just been wailing, all swallowed deeply in fear. Yeah, will the eunuchs leave them alone? Apparently not. It will even fall on its face while pushing the envelope. Su Qianhu, we, the Duzhuiwen, had previously submitted a collective petition to abolish the East Chamber for the sake of your Jinfu division. You're being gracious. Ha ha. I'm throwing in my favor and returning the favor, weeding out you two pussies for the Metropolitan Inspectorate. Pavilion Master Lai will even say thank you to the Inspector General's department. Take them down and keep them in solitary confinement. I'll slowly talk to the two Imperial historians, detailing the Jinfu division's torture devices and how they should be used. Yes, at this moment, the two Imperial historians did not have the previous strategizing in their eyes. In its place was endless panic. This Su Shan in front of him had counted everyone and everything. Uninitiated fledgling? It's clearly a flip-flop. Report. What is it? My lord, Lu Nung, the City Defense Battalion's general, led his troops to block our way back to the division. Chapter 83. There is death without surrender, and there is advancement without retreat. Upon hearing this at first glance, a hint of expectation flashed in the eyes of the Imperial historians whose eyes were originally lifeless. Not only them, but Vice Admiral Wang and Lu Ruohua, who were captured by the brocade guards, were all rekindling their hope. Some people, even, are shattered. Ha ha, the young master has brought someone. What? You, the brocade guards, still dare to take on the men of the City Defense Battalion? In the capital, it's not like you can do whatever you want just because you have people and a sword. Still taking yourself seriously? Miso, Zira. When someone from the Immortal Gathering building contemptuously uttered these words, Su Shan, who had brushed past them, drew his sword in a smooth manner. Without even bothering to look at their ugly faces, they directly beheaded these people right away. 3 men with a single slash. Their heads are scattered. The gushing blood, like splashing ink, splattered all over the others. So much so that, once again, the scene erupted into ear-piercing screams. Then came a terrified silence. Miso, Su Shan, who didn't look elsewhere, smoothly threw his sword and returned it to its sheath. As he strides toward the door, Su Shan gives a direct order. Those who can't be brought away will be executed on the spot. Better to kill 1,000 in vain than to let one go. In short, the blood of my Jinui cannot be shed in vain. Boom! Hearing Su Shan's words, all of the brocade guards present each held their heads high and shouted at the top of their lungs. Yes, following such a boss is to give up his life, but it is also worth it. In stark contrast to their high spirits are Vice General Wang, the 2 Imperial guards, and others. Is he the devil? You really don't care about your future and destiny? You're just going to kill him without any mercy? However, it was also because of his order and boldness that no one dared to drag their feet during the next escort. Are you kidding me? You might live in the Imperial prison. If you make a demon at this time, you will only end up being slaughtered. Den Ziyue. Here. Order them to be escorted back to the division. Yes, Li Yuanfeng. In. Lead a team in charge with this Jinhu to kill the enemy. Get it all in your head. As long as they dare to fight back, let go of the kill. If anything goes wrong, this Chitos will take the blame. Yes, we, the people, swear to follow. Just after leaving the gate of the Gathering of Immortals building, Lu Neng, who had led his troops here, heard Su Shan and his subordinates conversing in a high-pitched voice, immediately following. He and his own men then saw Su Shan leap onto his horse, and after turning his horse's head, one man in a line burst forward to strangle his horse and stand behind him on the left and right. Li Yuanfeng and Wang Qinian, without any hesitation, became the second echelon. Those that followed were the Jin Yue 100, the Trial 100, the General Banner, and the Small Banner. After lining them up in order, they stood in a murderous mood. There weren't many people, just a couple dozen, but it gave the crowds of onlookers an air of 1,000 armies. It was also just as their array had just taken shape. Deng Ziyue and the others, detaining Vice Admiral Wang, Lu Ruhua and the two royal officials, walked out of the Gathering of Immortals building. Seeing this, Lu Neng, who had already been bluffed by Su Shan's gesture, used a furious roar to cover his inner fear. Su Shan, you smashed my Gathering of Immortals building, and you dare to arrest someone in public? Do you really think I, Lu Neng, am a vegetarian? The reason why Lu Neng roared these words was to make a name for himself. Make a justification for the next move you make. Miso, rumble. However, his words had just fallen out of his mouth. Su Shan, who stood in the head column, drew his Zhangyang blade in a smooth manner, directly chopped up that golden signboard of Gathering Immortals in public. Nay, the overflowing true energy also caused the horses of the city defense battalion to emit ear-piercing neighs. Restless and restless, they even brought the formation of Lu Neng's ministry into disarray. In the case of the poisoning of the prince's own soldiers, the Gathering of Immortals shall not open its doors until the facts are known. Otherwise, as this sign, boom, accompanied by the fall of Su Shan's words, the neatly organized genie guards, with their heads held high, replied with the highest courtesy in wartime, I respectfully obey the orders of the 1,000 households. This moment was full of killing intent. It was like a mountain of water, filling the entire street. Take the flying fish flag of the brocade guards and set it up for me. Swish, Li Yuanfeng, who was personally carrying the flag, felt that he, at this moment, was taller than ever. From here, to the Department of Inspector General, anyone who dares to stand in the way. Miso, kill, kill, kill. The brocade guards who drew their swords obediently, each of them crossed their swords without anger. The ear-piercing resonating sound resounded between heaven and earth, drowning out even more the aura of the city defense battalion just now. Inspector General, there is death, not surrender. The brocade guards, there is an advance, not a retreat. Snap. As the words fell into his voice, Su Shan directly shook the horse's reins. All of a sudden, along with his drive, the whole team, striding forward. Wow! The flying fish flags waving in the wind, illuminated by the lanterns on both sides of the street, looked solemn and piercing. The Zhangyang blade with the appended lines was matte with a scarlet-red color because of the true chi poured into it by the person holding the blade, and it appeared to be glowing in the slightly darkened street. The embroidered spring sword, which was permeated with a murderous aura, had never been as bright and sharp as it was today. So much so, the crowd of generals from the city defense battalion, who had completely crushed the Inspector General's department in terms of numbers, subconsciously retreated back and forth. For every meter that the Jinyui advanced, the city defense battalion retreated dozens of steps. Snap! Ouch! Ouch! Don't step on me! Hurry up and get up! Get out of my way! They even had a stampede during all of this, but in order to stay alive, each rolled and stood up again. The city defense battalion, whose morale was completely shattered, retreated to a ding-dong intersection, but even more so to an alleyway in the opposite direction. Hundreds of people, although they did not lose their armor, but cowardice was written on each face. Pa! Su Shan, who had stopped in his tracks, strangled his horse and stood, eyes like a torch stared intently at Lu Neng, the leader of the other party. Li Yuanfeng and Wang Qinian, who followed him, followed suit. It was not until, after the team escorting Vice General Wang, Lu Ruhua and the two royal historians, etc., had driven towards the Department of Supervision with great strides, that Su Shan returned his horse's head. Soldiers bear one, generals bear one. Lu Neng, give you a chance, you are not useful either. You, Lu Neng, who was publicly humiliated by Su Shan, was just about to say something when Su Shan took the Zhangyang knife and pointed it directly at him. Then, word by word, he added, in the future, the soldiers of your city defense battalion, See the brocade guards of my inspection division. Keep your heads down. You can only look up when you look at me. The Jinyui. Whoever dares to look down, I'll cut off his legs. Miso. Rumble. As the words fell out of his mouth, Shan flung his arm in a smooth, written slash, leaving a hideous scarred gutter in front of Lu Nang and the other generals. Chapter 84. Ka-ching. The gouges left by the blade were still spreading inward under the lingering energy. It was like a spider's web cracking to the foot of Lu Nang and other city defense battalions. Snap. What was in front of them made them, and their warhorses, retreat back in terror, until, that is, the rift came to an abrupt end. Only then did their nerves tense up and they stopped. Phew. Mixed with the violent night wind, it blew away the dust and smoke, and even more so, the flying fish flag a few meters away fluttered in the wind. Shan, who stood cross-armed, did not say another word, merely waving his hand towards his subordinates behind him, such as Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian. Understanding this, they turned their horses and ran toward the group that was escorting the prisoner. During this period, the only thing that lay in front of their hundreds of city defense battalion generals was Shan. One man, one rider, and one sword. A man can't be stopped by a man. It was not until Li Yuanfang and the others escorted the prisoner out of this alleyway that Shan sneered and turned his horse around. Hiya! Snap! The sound of hoofbeats, but also makes Lu Nang and the crowd of city defense battalion generals, mentioned the heart in the throat, which was put down. Phew! The sound of a long breath of turbid air was even more resounding in the camp. It was only at this moment that the oppressive, intimidating feeling that had enveloped their hearts disappeared. It was clear that they had an absolute advantage in numbers, but for them, it was more like a robbery. Lu, Senator Lu, what, we, do next? Snap. When an ungrateful deputy asked this, Lu Nung, who had already suffered a strange humiliation, flung him in a burst of anger. What can I do? What else would you guys order? Get your ass back to the city defense camp. Yes, all hands, return to camp at once. Yes, although his mouth was polite to Lu Nang, but in his heart, he had already greeted this grandson's 18 generations. What can we do? Didn't you just get so scared that you turned pale and peed in your pants? Look at the other man. Su Qiandu. He is the one who breaks the back for his subordinates. Who else could have the courage to do that? And look at you. You know how to back off when things get tough, and let your brothers go. Why don't you charge yourself? This time it was you, Shan, who had the upper hand. So this senator didn't make a move. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Facing the empty street, Lu Nang roared hysterically at the top of his voice. The harsh words were not shouted to the inspector general, but to leave himself a foot to retreat. What are you yelling about? Louder? When Shan, who had gone and returned, appeared at the end of the street like a ghost, Lu Nang was so scared that he turned around and ran. Ha ha, the crowd of onlookers. I do not know who first laughed out loud, followed by the whole street laughed like thunder. Wasn't the previous inspector general's department one of the worst in the Jinfu division? How did it become so raw nowadays? This Su Qiandu, just what kind of person is he, to be able to tune the inspector general's department? Tot so pugnacious. Shan, Su Mangda, you don't even know? Yu Hang has just been transferred to the capital, the 8 tigers of the East Chamber. He got 2 of them killed himself. Do you think he's fierce? On his first day in office, he beat Xian Shan, a lay disciple of the Hanging Temple, to death. Sizzle. Boy, that's a tough one. It's been a long time since the capital has seen such a fierce dragon. While the people below were talking, inside the attic hundreds of meters away from the Gathering of Immortals building, Xinglong, who had a tiger's eye on the whole situation, still had the scene of Shan leading the team to intimidate Lu Nang and the others, constantly retreating, echoing in his mind. Cygnus, who was standing right next to him, had a strange glint in his eyes. Inwardly, they were completely occupied by Shan's tall, majestic image. Tonight, isn't it time to go to him and make up your mind? Lord Su, I want to make progress so badly. Also in the green bird heart muttered this at the time. Aside back to the green dragon slowly spoke. Originally I would have been high. The old G brought out the people. First impression of him, the son of a tiger and leopard, who, though not yet tattooed, already eats bulls. But now it seems, gas swallowed like a tiger. Come on man. Yes. Remove all our men. Can't use them. Not at all. Yes. After his subordinates left, Cyan Bird softly inquired. Father, so we're going to the inspection division now? Tonight for sure, but not now. That's, if the old man is such a big Buddha, he mustn't be invited by an official of the 4th rank, poisoning the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers. He, capital Lu, will have to bow this head if he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Meanwhile, inside the private room of the tea house at the end of the alley, Zhu Yue, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, muttered, what if there is death without surrender? What if there is advancement without retreat? If my own soldiers are also forward, why fear internal and external danger? Hearing this, Shangguan Yener, who was one of the few people in the world who could share a seat with her, gazed in the direction where Su Shan had disappeared and said, "He is indeed a very charming man. It's not just as simple as being attractive. The most important thing is to be able to dry. You've lived and died with him. You're kind of a piping bag. Should you know this better than I do?" The speaker has no intention of listening. Shangguan Yener, who was more or less weak, was stunned and didn't know how to answer. But at first glance, His Majesty's words were word for word, 2 layers of meaning, both described seemingly aptly. Later on, "You pass an imperial decree to Su Shan for me. Inspector General's department has the responsibility of inspecting all officials, as long as the evidence is conclusive. 4 products, including 4 products do not need to ask me for a decree, can be first investigated." Yes, a young eunuch of the Ministry of Ceremonies, all of them dared to gather so many Jianghu masters, wanting to poison the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers? It's so unbridled. Also, you ask Su Shan sideways about the true martial master of the Hanging Temple and how he responded. "At your Majesty's command, I'm in a good mood today, to tell you the good news. Young Ning is out of the gate." The princess? Her bloodline awakened? No, she's in the heavenly Tao, cultivating Taishong oblivion, and now she's just short of asking for the red dust. And where is the princess now? Yu Hang. Princess goes to Yu Hang. Honggu was afraid that Yu Ning would be worried about my injuries and told me about Su Mountain. She said to take over for me and go there to investigate Mengda's situation in depth. On the rainy streets of Yu Hang, a clean-cut girl sells herself to bury her father. Mother Su, who saw this scene on her way out the door, was so compassionate that she wanted to just give silver to help the girl through her difficulties, but who had thought that the girl who recognized the deadliest reason, then softly stayed in the Su family. This matter, naturally, alarmed the Jinui. Inside the Yu Hang Jinfu Sea late at night, Ji Gang was hesitant. "Su Shan, you brat, did you break the rules of heaven in the capital?" Red Dust asked Princess Younger Ning. "Why did she run away from your house? Also sold his body to bury his father? The late emperor's burial mound. Blowing up the grave? Heavenly Tao, Tai Shang oblivion, aborted life." Just as Ji Zhan had finished muttering this, the tightly closed door of the room was pushed open from outside. Immediately afterward, a baby fat pretty face poked out, and after meeting Ji Gang's eyes, her autumn watery bright eyes instantly smiled into a crescent moon. Old Ji, as the only 2 who could once carry a sword into the Imperial study room, Ji Gang, after seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar face, slapped his head and said, "Princess Yu Ning, what are you up to?" Chapter 85, Seeing Death. Feeling at home. Achoo! Su Shan, who had just returned to the inspection division and was preparing for a big job, immediately sneezed several times in a row. Mother ***** her. What pussy is this that misses me again? While muttering these words in his heart, Su Shan ordered the escorted prisoners to be sent into the dungeon. Open. Don't open for 3 years. Open for 3 years and eat. Try them all to death. Remember, how vigorously you audit is a matter of how much money we have for future cases in the Inspector General's department. Got it? Understood. As he said this, Su Shan descended into the dungeon with gusto, but the inscription that entered the door really confused him. Wang Qinian, here, I'm asking you to get a few paintings and drawings to decorate the place and make it look like our dungeon is high class. In the future, take the high luxury route. You're so good. You've got a women's treasure hanging at the intersection of the entryway. Hearing his own lord's words, Wang Qinian, who felt doubly stifled, carefully opened his mouth and said, "My lord, this piece of writing reads guests are at home." The author is less than level 2 and can't get the picture up. Bookworms with big sculptures, do me a favor. A home away from home? Wang Qinian, you're damn talented. Make me a deputy. Condescending to you. Your honor. Liao Zhan, also on the Su Shan side, just moved the sentence more than half a bell. Guarded above Li Yuanfang, hurried down and said, "Adults, Tongji Xing, with the Rights Department's young supervisor Lu Hongfei and the City Defense Battalion's main general Hua Ming, as well as Ma Rulong and their fathers, have all come." The money delivery is here, is it? Come on, go up there. No washing? Looking at Su Shan's blood-stained hands, Li Yuanfang softly reminded, "Go up and wash it again." As he said that, Su Shan walked out with big strides. "I said that on the branches today. Why are there magpies chirping? So it's a visit from a nobleman." Just after Su Shan said this, the Qinglong, who had twisted his head, directly disliked him back. "If you can't get close, then talk less. Where can I find a magpie in the middle of the night? No, what's the matter with you?" It was only after getting closer that Qinglong, Lu Hongfei, and the others, saw Su Shan's hands bloody. I was just interrogating that Vice General Wang to make him give an account of the mastermind behind the poisoning of the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers. Dead duck, the son of a... I was pulling out his fingernails when you came. Sizzle. Hearing this, Lu Hongfei and his party couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If we're a little late, we won't be able to hide any more secrets. Asshole, who allowed you to torture the people of my city defense battalion? The rough-voiced main general of the city defense battalion, Hua Ming, just roared this, and Su Shan, who was not at all used to the other party, directly disliked back. I go to your numbnuts next door, and you scared the old man. You, I what? If there's but one man with a rake in your city defense battalion tonight, I'll kill through it. Those assassins, all identified as Vice General Wan paid to hire them to, targeting me Su Shan and the inspectorate. What are you playing with me here? If you're not convinced, lead the troops to rob the prison. Speaking of this, Su Shan, who had a face that was guilty of cruelty, took a step forward and walked with a bloody finger pointing at Hua Ming. I'm not your father. There's no reason to spoil you guys. Boom. Just as Su Shan's words fell, Hua Ming, whose internal energy was raised externally, clenched his fists to the point of creaking. The green dragon who felt this force tendon. His sword brows tightened a few times. In the next second, Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, who were standing behind Su Shan, directly went back to the top without fear. Snap. And Su Shan was even more direct, slapping Hua Ming on top of the side of his face. In an instant, the true energy attached to his body was slapped to pieces, and his entire body even collapsed to the ground in response to a miserable scream. You, a punk who has just comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant, dares to run to the Inspector General's department to make a fool of himself? What about taking the big statue to scare the widow? Who gave you the courage? Speaking of this, Su Shan almost shouted out the name Fish Liang. Ahem. Green Dragon, who had coughed dryly, stepped forward to sing a white face at this time. Past, haha, how can you hit Lord General Hua in the face? The city defense battalion is shameless? After saying this, the Green Dragon added coldly, tonight has been a disgrace as well. This, criminal Tongji, this matter is simply Su Qian who borrowed the topic to play. He touched and broke our gathering of Immortals House's town treasure, and not willing to compensate so much, he, intentionally poisoned his colleagues. Why else would he be okay? When Lu Hongfei said this, not even waiting for Qinglong to open his mouth, Su Shan directly replied, speaking of this, I have a belly full of fire, a set of broken tea lights and flooring. Blackmailed me for 1,000 gold? What about the tea light and the floor? Back to your lordship. It was eaten by Ruohua Lu. Eat? Bring her up. Yes. Not long after, Lu Ruohua, whose mouth was full of blood, was racked out. Faithfulness to the Lord. No evidence if you eat it? In front of young Superintendent Lu, open up his belly and take out the stuff. Let him do me a good favor and see if it's worth $1,000 or not. Dare. Put. Come. It's brighter on this side of Lord Lu, so you can see more clearly. Side by side, hands on Wang Qinian side to go pull Lu Hongfei. He, who had long been scared out of his wits, stumbled backward with his body. With a pale face, he was still in shock when he heard a few of the Jushian mansion's shopkeepers, who were brought up together, roaring hysterically after witnessing this scene. Lord Lu, save me. This is all because the young master arranged for us to do this. You can't be seen to be dead. Yes, those Jianghu experts were also recruited by Senator Lu, who ordered me to recruit them. Said that they wanted to make Lord Su cross out of gathering Immortal Tower. How come in the end, we're all scapegoats? In the shadows, Vice General Wang, who had witnessed the beating of his own main general and the killing of Lu Ruohua, had his psychological defenses completely collapsed. With a sobbing voice, it all came out. At this moment, Lu Hongfei was in six minds. Snap. And right at this moment, a sound of hoofbeats rang out from outside the Department of Supervision, followed by the female officials, led by Shangguan Yenner, striding in. The holy decree has arrived. Su Shan, 1000th tenant of the Department of Inspection, come forward to hear the decree. Wow. Hearing this, all the people present came forward. Even if the imperial power is next to none, it's still an imperial decree. By the grace of God, the emperor decrees. Order the Department of Inspection to perform the duty of inspecting all officials. Officials of the 4th rank and below may be investigated first when the evidence is conclusive. Thank you, Lord. Su Shan, who had received the holy decree with both hands, scanned the adults present who had come together and were ready to put pressure on Qinglong, and finally stopped his gaze on Lu Hongfei's tense, bemused old face. Lord Lu, your good oldest son, has he reached the 4th rank? Quiet. Silence. The scene was horribly silent. So what are we waiting for? Arrest. Tonight, I'll stay with Senator Lu and nag him all night, and definitely make him feel at home. Yes. Chapter 86, Double Bitch Combined. Arrested by order. Looking at Su Shan, really rate to catch their own eldest son after. Lu Hongfei completely panicked. Into the dungeon of the Inspector General's department, not to die, but also to be skinned. Criminal Tongji. This matter has not reached the point where the figure is poor, right? Ha ha. Hearing Lu Hongfei's words, Xinglong let out a magnificent laugh. A poor picture of a dagger? You're worthy to say that to the town's governor? When you invited this co-conspirator to come, you were sincere in your attitude and hoped to make a big deal out of a small matter. But once I saw Lord General Hua and the many accompanying adults, why did I feel like I could do it again? Who gave you the bottom line? As soon as Xinglong finished saying this, Lord General Hua, who was already furious at the side, directly picked up, Bei Bo Ho, Pa. Su Shan hit him on the left side of his face, and Xinglong made up for it with this slap on the right side of his face. The double combined to give Lord Hua a piggy face. Xing, criminal Tongji, you, Zira. Without waiting for Lu Hongfei to cry out in horror, Xinglong tore at Hua Ming's hair with one hand and scrutinized it. After nodding with considerable satisfaction, he sneered, if there is no injury on your face, you are running to the Northern Marquis residence to sue, all of which will be out of the division. How nice now. This co-conspirator gave him the reason for the Bei Boho's military admonition to the Northern Jinfu department. I, Xinglong, would like to see how he, Bei Boho, managed to take someone away from the Inspector General's department when the evidence was overwhelming and the witnesses were all present. I'd like to see if the 13 tails raised by the Northern Marquis are strong enough to take on the Northern Jinfu Sea. Bao, is it strong enough to call the shots with the Northern Jinfu Sea? Put. As he said this, Xinglong threw the nearly 200-pound Hua Ming with one arm, directly out of the main hall. The moment he landed on the ground, this main general of the City Defense Battalion, who yelled and shouted in front of the people, fell to the ground. The senator of the City Defense Battalion, I, the Northern Jinfu Division, have captured. From now on, no one's face. Get out. Xinglong's words also made Lu Hongfei's hands and feet at a loss. At this time, he thought of the Donglin Party and the East and West factories, but it was getting late, and even if they went out en masse, they would have to wait until tomorrow morning at the very least. Will my own good old son be able to carry this night? Commander Wong, here, have the brothers, work extra hours tonight and keep an eye on the City Defense Battalion. If they dare to go AWOL, arrest them on the spot. Those who resist, kill without pardon. Yes, Xinglong's this order, but also to be given Lu Hongfei a blow to the head. Right now, he was very remorseful for following Hua Ming and coming along for the ride, also on the occasion of the Green Dragon, teaching them to be human. Su Shan, who had hurried out of the inspection division, was shouted at by Shangguan Yener. Su Shan, there's something to tell you. TSK, getting to work, didn't we agree to be non-sticky? It's only been a few days and you miss it? There's a grove up ahead, so hurry up and I'll work with you as fast as I can. As he said this, Su Shan had a sideways businesslike demeanor. You, don't give me to pretend to be a scoundrel here. If it wasn't dark, Shangguan Yener's blush would probably be visible. Shan was pleased that you came to me so late, but the tone and phrasing of your words, Shan doesn't like it. Su Shan, who waggled his index finger from side to side, replied with a serious face. Pa, directly opening Su Shan's finger that had been used by herself, Shangguan Yener exasperatedly said, His Majesty's Oracle, you said earlier, subordinate. Su Shan listens to the decree. Seeing the other party's face change in a second, Shangguan Yener pursed the corners of her lips, wanting to laugh but holding it back. Master Zhenwu of the Hanging Temple is already on his way to the capital. Are you ready to close the show? Hit it back. Fight back? We are secretly investigating a case involving the Hanging Temple under the leadership of the criminal Tongji. To ask for an order to investigate is not only inviting, but it may also alert the police. Calling back is a great excuse. Hearing this, Shangguan Yener added with a little silence. Lu Hongfei is attached to the Donglin Party, and there is a Bei Boho behind the City Defense Battalion. Make the evidence solid. Understood. After Su Shan just finished saying this, Shangguan Yener prepared to leave without even looking back. Really not staying the night? Swish. As soon as Su Shan opened his mouth, Shangguan Yener turned her head to glare at him. Don't get me wrong. Just seized a couple of night jewels and thought I'd drag you under the covers to see if they really glow. Snap. The whole face is hot. Shangguan Yener did not dare to go back to answer anything, afraid that this guy in public can say what the words of the tiger and the wolf. Looking at her distant figure, Su Shan, who had obediently mounted his horse, revealed an easily held smile. Depart. Yes. What happened during the night made Lu Nang no longer have the face to stay in the city defense camp. Plus, wanting his own father to step in and quell the matter for himself. Therefore, hiding back in the Lu mansion. It was already the stroke of dawn, but the hall of the Lu family was brightly lit. Several elders of the Lu clan gathered here. Lu Feng, who was tied up like a dumpling, was pushed out by the subordinates. Outrageous. This Su Shan, he's also too much of a disregard for my Lu family, isn't he? Big brother, it's also really true that people are bullying us, but even went to the Green Dragon, thinking that the big things will be minimized and the small things will be solved? We, the Lu family, can't afford to lose this person. Right, it's still Lu Nun who did the right thing, directly calling General Hua, the main general of the City Defense Battalion, over, jointly again. Those several elders of the Brocade Guards who were poisoned by Su Shan went together, with such a big gesture. How dare they not release them? Hearing this, Lu Nun, Lu Feng's biological mother, Zhang, said viciously, is it as simple as just releasing people? My family, Feng was framed by this Su Shan. Now he can't take care of himself. The Gathering of Immortals building was vandalized again because of him, and the damage was countless. Nang in the army's majesty fell greatly. The face is gone. Speaking of this, Zhang clapped her hands with a bang and said, calling all the uncles here is to discuss how to make this mudblood from Yuhang never recover. Snap. It was also right after Zhang had just finished saying this that a sound of hurried footsteps came from far to near. Husband, ma'am, it's not good. What is it? Panic? Zhang, who was furious, chided in public, outside the mansion. A lot of Brocade Guards came. They are, not even waiting for this subordinate to finish his sentence. The ear-piercing shouting sound, at first resounded throughout the entire Lu mansion inside and outside. Inspector General's department, ordered to arrest suspect Lu Nang. Idle people, get out of the way at once. Those who dare to stand in the way will be killed without pardon. Boom. At first hearing this, the entire crowd in the Lu family's main hall stood up in shock. Even Lu Feng, almost fraudulently, had a miracle. Wow. It was accompanied by the sound of footsteps, coming from far away. The first thing that caught the crowd's eyes was a young man dressed in a lime green flying fish suit, holding the hilt of his sword in his hand, brazenly arriving. Upon seeing his face, the two brothers Lu Nang and Lu Feng said in unison, Su Shan? Chapter 87, Bullying the Bullies and Having the Courage to Do So. Sizzle. Upon hearing this name, many people in the hall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Speak of Cao Mengde is here? What are they doing here? How dare you come to arrest someone who hasn't been released? Zhang, who was the first to come back to her senses, roared hysterically like a shrew after seeing this group of murderous Brocade Guards. Who allowed you, the Brocade Guards, to trespass on the residence of the young eunuch of the Ministry of Rights? Get out of here right now. After he finished roaring this, Su Shan revealed a hideous cold smile. Wang Qinian, too, wasn't that loud enough for you just now? So much so, that there were people who didn't hear it. Again, yes. Inspector General's department, ordered to arrest suspect Lu Nang. Idle people, get out of the way at once. Anyone who stands in the way will be killed without pardon. Snap. After hearing this voice of Wang Qinian from a close distance, Lu Nang subconsciously retreated a few steps back and hid behind his elder. On whose orders? Zhang, who ran to Su Shan, questioned loudly. This is Mrs. Lu, right? You are not only deaf, but also blind. Can't you see I'm so big and alive? Su Shan, who was pointing at himself, sneered coldly, and after saying this, he waved his hand and said, arrest them. Yes. Along with Su Shan's order, Li Yuanfang rushed forward with his men. Zhang, who felt superior, hissed at this moment, I'll see who dares. Lai Fu, Lai De, stop these court hawks. Yes, ma'am, I advise you, don't make a fool of yourselves. Zira, put, when the two guards of the Lu mansion, just after crossing in front of Li Yuanfang to put this vicious words, the sharp Xiao Chun sword, immediately sheathed. In an instant, the two people whose throats had been chopped through collapsed to the ground in response. The scene, at first, fell into silence, followed by the sound of piercing screams. Even Zhang was so frightened that she stumbled back a few steps. Yuanfang's strikes are getting more and more decisive. That's the way it should be. It says that those who cross the road will be killed without pardon. Then no one will be spoiled. Said this, the scene teaching Su Shan, to today has completely subjugated to his Brocade Guards. Word for word added, you just kill. What responsibility should be taken next? What will be the consequences? I'll fix it. Yes, we vow to follow Qian Tu Su to the death. Hearing this deafening resonating sound from the scene, the Lu family members within the main hall, each of their faces turned pale. Some, even, have been scared to death. Continue to, Su Shan, who waved his hand to signal Li Yuanfang to do his work, turned his head to look at the courtyard with the small bridge and flowing water. And at this moment, the uncles who were originally blocking in front of Lu Nang, each of them dodged away like birds of prey. So much so, Li Yuanfang, who was still carrying the blood-dripping embroidered spring sword in his hand, rushed to him without any further hindrance. I'm a senator of the City Defense Battalion. My father is without waiting for the panicked Lu Neng to finish his sentence. Shan, who hadn't even bothered to look at the other party, smiled coldly and opened his mouth. This Qianhu gave the arrest order in front of young supervisor Lu. Before that, just slapped your top boss Hua Ming. Gulp. Hearing this, the Lu family sort of recognized the reality. People didn't even put the Right's young eunuch and the city defense battalion in their eyes. Shan, don't bully people too much. Ha! Lu trial 100. Don't put on a hard word. I didn't even give you a second thought when I was a lieutenant, let alone now. Get well and I'll discount it myself when it's healed. Despisingly glancing at Lu Feng after saying this, Shan led his troops to leave with tiger leaps and dragon steps. On the way back, he also met up with Lu Hongfei and Hua Ming, who had been swept away, letting Lu Neng cry out for help. The two only dared to put harsh words on Shan through the air, but when the accompanying brocade guards, drawing their swords 1/3 of the time, the whole street, it was quiet. Escort them down and arrange a full job for Senator Lu first. Make him at home. Understood. When Shan finished saying this, Wang Qinian directly brought it down. At this moment, the fathers of Ma Rulong and the others, silenced, poked their heads out to see what was going on. I wanted to follow Hua Ming and Lu Hongfei to fall into the well. Now, one can only be hardened and stay here to ask for the antidote for his own child. A few lords, not yet gone? I understand. It's because you want this Qianhu to come down hard on the murderers behind the scenes, isn't it? Don't worry. I'll pay back tenfold for every crime Ma Baihu and the others have suffered. After meeting these people, Shan gritted his teeth and made a statement. Hearing this, their scalps tingled with embarrassment as they compensated with smiles. Finally Ma Rulong's father immediately went straight to the point. Adults, dog's son before do not know how to do things. Offended adults. I hope that you have a large amount of adults, letting them off like a fart. Are we? That has been said by Ma Baihu, and I agree. Otherwise could I gladly go to the appointment? No, it's the poison that's still in them. Each one is wailing there in pain. Ha, a bone setter in the capital. Can't you solve it? Can't solve it. After they had spoken in unison, Xinglong, who had been sitting steadily on Mount Taishan, stood up and said, they heard that your kid knows a wonderful doctor who can cure 100 poisons. Wants to spend a lot of money to ask him to give the antidote. Isn't that right, Lord Ma? Yes, yes. Heavy money. Before they came, they did a double take. Arching fire is arching fire, but the life of your own child is most important. Therefore, after Lu Hongfei and Hua Ming were swept away, they decisively bowed to Qinglong. When he said this, immediately Wind hurriedly held out a brocade box. After opening it, inside were stacks and stacks of silver tickets. Looking at the denomination, it is estimated that it must be 10,000 taels at least. A little less, right? Ha, it's almost fine. They're all fellow officers. Xinglong's opening sort of relieved them. That's fine. Later I'll give that divine doctor a call. Oh no, 1,000 miles of sound transmission. Let him send the antidote over tomorrow. Tomorrow. Ha, what? If I pull it out to you now, isn't that the same as not fighting? Ha ha. Shan's words really made Xinglong laugh up at the sky. There is no more direct threat than emboldened. Lord Su, the brazen look, is quite frank. It's the criminal co-conspirator, who teaches well. Commercial mutual admiration and secret ing. According to the house rules of the Jinfu division, helping an outsider to maim a fellow officer is punishable by caning. Understood. Understood. Immediate Wind, whose forehead was covered in cold grunts, nodded his head and said, Tongji Xing, we all feel that with our own canine son's abilities, he is no longer fit to work under Lord Su, so resign for them. As he said this, he slipped Green Dragon's share, silky smooth, into his hand. Granted. Looking at their backs as they left in ashes, Xinglong said meaningfully, the wool gathering is almost over. Shan, who understood in seconds, smiled and replied, Old Xing, I want to eat mutton. Backtrack all the cases handled by Ma Rulong and the others. Hearing Xinglong's words, Shan gave him a thumbs up and said, this is called professionalism. Chapter 88, Sword and Shadow. Fame and Fame. Accompany you so tonight tomorrow morning court impeachment of the Northern Township Division of the Folding. With the winter snowflakes like, can't stop at all. When Xinglong finished saying this meaningfully, Shan hugged the brocade box in his arms even tighter. I know what you want when you pucker your ass. I know what you want to eat when you pucker your ass. Seeing that this kid was so unorthodox, Xinglong hurriedly added, and Master Jinwu of the Hanging Temple. Gee, this is all bad. Yuan Feng, too, take our case funding down. Yes, until Li Yuanfeng's figure left. Xinglong was also looking at his eyes. A clever woman can't cook without rice. You lack money in the Inspector General's department, but not in the Northern Jinfu department? After copying these fat sheep of Ma Rulong, the Inspector General's department, will hand over half of them. 80%, 70%, 60%. Deal. Let go of the investigation. I, Xinglong, will carry the heavenly pot. That's the one. The most dominant. After saying that, an old man and two foxes sat down at the tea table. That old bald ass, Jinwu, will be access to the city early in the morning. How are you going to deal with it? Xinglong, who was drinking tea, reminded. I can't believe Cygnus didn't report back to you as to why I moved the hanging temple. She's a button between you and me. I'll do her piercing and you'll do the pulling of the set for us. Is that what complements each other? You covet my money. I covet your girl. Your father-in-law is also your father. You have to do everything you can, right? How sure are you? Not 1%. Then I'll take tomorrow off from bathing. Ha! It's not appropriate to let Cygnus take the fall, is it? Just after Shan said this, he instantly pulled away from the other party by a certain distance. The Qinglong who got up, glared at Shan who was running thief fast, reached out and pointed at the other party, half unable to hold back a complete fart. Eventually, he was laughing at himself. Don't screw it up or you go back to Yuhang. I'll go home and farm. Also, even though Jinwu has only comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant, his adamantine undefeatable body cannot be broken without the underlying pure elemental true qi. The Luohan fist, moreover, has reached its peak. Hearing this, Shan smiled and replied, if I can't even solve this bald donkey, how can I talk about fighting my way up to the hanging temple? Ha! After throwing down a sneer, Xinglong left with great strides. Greetings to Mr. Criminal. The bright shift is at 2 o'clock in the morning. Along with the shrill drumming of the bell tower, the gates of the city, which had been tightly closed all night, slowly opened. Get out of the way, all of you. Upon hearing these words, the traders and people who had originally flocked to the city subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see a human-like martial monk, holding a crescent shovel, steering his horse. Originally, the captain of the city defense battalion, who was guarding the place and looking out, hurriedly descended the city wall after seeing his appearance. May I ask if you are Master Jinwu of the Hanging Temple? Exactly, Sprinkles. North Jinfu Division Inspector General's office. How do I get there? Little one, lead you there personally. After saying this, the lieutenant who specially stayed here, hurriedly mounted his horse to lead the way for Jinwu towards the Department of Inspection. The unaware merchants, the people, and the Jianghu visitors who entered the city were privately discussing the situation after they left. The true martial master of the Hanging Temple? A master of the sovereign realm. What's he doing toward the Inspector General's office with this killing? An outsider, right? You didn't know about all that happened yesterday? May I hear it? Master Jinwu's lay disciple, Shan, the former vice chief of the inspection department, was caned to death alive by the newly appointed Chief Su. This matter, it spread throughout the capital yesterday. Have you seen those jungle visitors? What are they swarming into the city for today? Just for the sake of being able to catch a glimpse of Master Jinwu's Vajra undefeatable body, as well as the Rohan fist, which has long since reached its peak. Sizzle. Hearing this, many of the commoners scrunched their necks. A look of horror was written in their eyes. No! What's the origin of this Su Qiandu? How dare he touch the lay disciples of the Hanging Temple? The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. This Lord Su, who was transferred from Yuhang, is anxious to establish his authority. Now he's going to suffer. There was less than an incense stick of time before the palace gates opened at dusk. Many civil and military ministers, standing outside the palace talking in groups of 3 or 2. The focus of the conversation, naturally, is the Inspector General's office, which broke the rules last night, and Su Shan, a $1,000 member of the Jinfu division who has just assumed his duties and has stirred up the capital, from the 3rd grade below the officials, can be investigated by its first of the Imperial decree, is considered to be Su Shan, officially pushed to the tip of the wind and waves. Inside the Gathering of Immortals building, blatant murder, above the street, forcing back the city's defense battalion. That night, it even arrested Lu Neng, the Senator General, and slapped Hua Ming, the main general. This pile, a piece, although not involved in the officials, but who can guarantee that the Inspector General's embroidered spring knife cut their own head? Therefore, in Lu Hongfei's incitement, coupled with the friendship of a number of ministers to fuel the fire, so that the name Su Shan, just like the court before the meeting, the adults of the object of verbal attacks, especially after learning that the true martial arts master, also in a quarter of an hour ago, into the city to find Su Shan seek revenge after Beibo Ho Su Ji, all made their attitudes clear in public. A mudblood from Yuhang. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has a bit of strength? The capital city. It's not yet a place for him to spread his wildness. What is it that has made Marquis Beibo so angry? First Minister Lin. Student, subordinate official. See First Counselor Lin. Lin Ruopu, who was always late for the morning court, showed off his status and position. More indirectly, he declared that he had control over the court. After it finished saying this, Lu Hongfei, as the person concerned, went up and avoided the seriousness of the matter and relayed what had happened to him. In the meantime, the other officials who moved the story made additions. Ignorant people have no fear. Pathetic, ridiculous. Although Lin Ruopa did not publicly state his attitude, his words are equivalent to sentencing Su Shan to death. Anyone could see that the Empress wanted to borrow Su Shan's hand to re-inspect the 100 officials. This time, we are using the inspectorate to inspect officials below the 3rd rank. If we let it go on, what about next time? What about the next time? The Eastwood Party must nip this first sign of her in the bud, whether it's the dark tides of the temple or the swords and shadows of the jungle. Today's capital city was bustling with the arrival of Su Shan and Su Lengda. Black and red is also red. The old man is completely on fire. Inside the inspection division, Su Shan, who had hooked up the corners of his mouth after hearing the reports from the people below, smiled blandly and said, "Buzz." It was also right after his words were finished that a powerful true chi, accompanied by the crescent moon shovels slashing through the air, ravaged the entire Inspector General's department. Immediately afterward, a loud voice resounded through the interior and exterior of the inspectorate. "Su Shan, Hanging Temple Jinwu, please go to your death." Hearing this, Su Shan hooked his finger toward Jinwu, who had risen up in the air, and shouted, "Come over here." Chapter 89 Vidra Crossing Body. Unbearable. Bang. Rumble. The way Makoto came out, it absolutely bombed. It was more in line with, in the hearts of all the Jianguists, all the fantasies of a Zongshi-level martial artist. First was the crescent shovel, which stabbed into the ground in response. With this weapon at the center, the aged stone slabs of the inspectorate were cracked like spider webs. In the next second, as Jinwu, who had taken to the air, landed on the ground, these stone slabs instantly burst. The dust and smoke that was stirred up filled the entire inspectorate, but it was blown away in a matter of moments by Jinwu's chi. Gulp! After the Jianghu guests who were in the highlands took in this scene, each of them couldn't help but gulp a deep mouthful of saliva. Is this the legendary sovereign realm? Is this the power of the celestial phenomenon that draws the resonance of heaven and earth, the light of the sun and moon? So strong, the realm of a true martial master has transcended the ordinary. It is an existence beyond our reach. Now, that newly appointed Qianhu Su from the inspection division should have no time for regrets, right? If I were, I'd be so scared I'd shake a few drops of piss out. Don't even talk about answering the battle. Your legs are shaking so much you can't walk. The admirers of the rivers and lakes touted Jinwu, so much so that, before Su Shan even made an appearance, it was already capped by them. Wow. However, before their arguments are over, a more powerful true chi, instantly, came from within the main hall of the Inspector General's department. Wherever he went, the cracked stone slabs were overturned by the chi energy, and even more so, they were spread out towards the Jinwu who had just landed on the ground and slapped over. Tadpole tattooed frog, where's the show pony? The slate of the Inspector General's office. You bald ass will have to pay for it with your life. Boom! As the words fell out of his mouth, what followed immediately after the chi was a dragon's head that was illuminated by the true chi. Illuminated by the morning sun, this dragon head opened its bloody mouth and, along with the stone slab, pounced on Jinwu. Crackle! Bang! Faced with this sudden vision, Jinwu, who clenched his fists with true energy attached, shattered several stone slabs weighing up to 100 pounds with the power of Luohan. He, who had already been shocked by Su Shan's thick chi, did not dare to be arrogant enough to sacrifice his Vajra undefeatable body as he met the scarlet dragon head that arrived at the end. Rumble! The moment the two chi energies strongly collided, the scene couldn't help but burst out with a deafening ringing sound. The stone slabs that were lifted up around them even shattered into stone pieces and smashed in all directions. Phew! The morning breeze clears the dust and smoke. Jinwu, whose entire body was transmuted with a golden light, crossed his arms and blocked his face. Only, he had retreated a few meters from where he stood compared to before. In front of it, the marks of the forced retreat were clearly visible, even to the point that his feet, which had crushed the stone slabs underneath his feet, didn't into it, before barely standing there. Sizzle! This wind and lightning, everything that happened, so that in the high onlookers of the Jianghu guests, in jaw-dropping at the same time, but also sucked in a mouthful of turbid air, just now also by their respected to the extreme Jinwu, now although still standing there, but the monk's robe has been stained with dust, translucent bald head, but also covered with dust, not to say how wretched, but the forced skid marks indirectly tell them that as far as the exchange of hands just now, Su Qiandu, who had only heard his voice but not seen him, was even better. Inverted Big Dipper. Just now, how explosive Jinwu's appearance had been. Now, under his backdrop, how raw Su Shan was. Where are the people? Where's the man who made the move? Chito's Su? Snap! The sound of footsteps that were not too shrill, At this moment it first resounded throughout the entire inspectorate inside and outside. Even more, it drew the attention of everyone. At this moment, they were all incomparably extravagant, wanting to catch a glimpse of Su Shan's true face. But when Su Shan, with a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, without regard for his image as a patriarch, came into their eyes, the eyes of the crowd of Jianghu guests at the scene almost stared out. Zip! This old duck vermicelli soup, it needs to be improved. Improved. It's too hard to eat. Yuan Fong, serve it for me first, and eat it after you've subdued this old buzzard. Yes. As he said that, Li Yuanfang hurriedly went forward and took the dishes. My lord, why don't we warm it for you first, so it doesn't get cold? Cursing me? Beat him into submission. If I let this soup get cold, I, Su Shan, won't be able to mix in the capital in the future. Can't afford to lose this. Wow. After Su Shan, who hadn't put true martial in the slightest bit in his eyes, finished saying this, the quiet scene was in an uproar. Hanging Temple, Grand Deacon of the Hall of Martial Arts, Master Zenwei, put in the Jianghu. It was an existence that could shake 3 times when stomping his feet. Now, it was being belittled by the other side like this? Is it a case of high art or self-aggrandizement? Cackle. True martial grandmaster, who was truly amazed by Su Shan's palm just now, clenched both of his fists together after hearing Su Shan's words, especially when he saw the other party, touching the corners of his mouth and walking towards himself with eyes full of contempt. He felt a sense of humiliation that he had never felt before. The people who have been interrogated all night, just dealt with 2 mouths. You old bald ass. Again lifting the slate, and messy ow, and fly in, showing what you can do, are you? Inspector this slate, how you lifted it, lay it down for me, no bunk? I'll beat you into a Siddhartha. When Su Shan nodded at Jinwu and finished saying this, the infuriated latter struck out angrily. Sprinkler, let's see what strength you have. Dare to speak out of turn like that. Boom! The Buddha's light appeared, and the Vajra crossed the body. Jinwu, who had leapt up, his veins exploded with fury and his fists carried the wind as he attacked towards Su Shan. This moment, the power of the heavenly elephant, the resonance of the heavens and earth induced, caused the entire Inspector General's compound to be attached to his chi. Accompanying his swing, in another split second, they all surged towards Su Shan, who was standing there in a mortar and pestle without moving. The innate masters who had taken it all in, said offhandedly, Master Jinwu, locking down Lord Su with the power of the celestial image, pouring on the other side, dodging the unavoidable, to fight him hard. The Dengfeng Luohan fist is the most rigid of the external martial arts. Their words, all unfinished. Inside the Inspector General's office, the hysterical roar of Jinwu resounded. White crane shining wings, double off iron gate, bang, boom. The moment the 2 sides made contact, the Inspector General's division scene, centered on the 2 men, set off a blinding wolf smoke. Wow, the rocks driven by it, after a few breaths, kept on slamming down. The gray smoke disperses. The crowd, then, saw Master Jinwu's 2 fists being firmly clamped down by Su Shan's 2 palms. Compared to Jinwu's grimacing face and green veins, Su Shan, who was confronting him, appeared relaxed and at ease. Just this one palm, double dragon fetching water, had already made the other party pour out all they had. There was nothing that made Jinwu feel more piercing than the laughter at that moment. At close range, the way Su Shan outlined the corners of his mouth was this extremely humiliating. That's it? Chapter 90. Those who violate my Jinui will be executed even though they are far away. The 2 words just this, which could not be called deafening, were like an invisible slap that violently slapped Jinwu's face, which was twisted because of the force. Asshole. Wow. Click. Master Jinwu, who was once again energized, had his monk's robe torn by his expanding muscles. The monk's robe was also torn by the expanding muscles. A ray of Buddha's light, in this instant, was like an enlightenment, crossing into the top of his head through the morning sun. This is like a scene of Buddha's manifestation. Really let the onlookers of the Jianghu guests, shocked, drawing Buddha's light across the body? Has Master True Martial's Vajra undefeatable body been tempered to the supreme realm? He's going to, not waiting for the crowd to finish their words. Master Jinwu, whose mouth corners were all overflowing with blood due to the forced passage of Buddha's light across his body, roared hysterically. Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows. Vajra rages. Boom. Bang. The dust and smoke that was raised made it impossible for the crowd of onlookers to see exactly what happened between the 2. But the martial monk Jinwu, that huge body, flew out like a kite with broken strings. Bam! Landing heavily, he chiseled the stone floor beneath him, hard. Although he got up in a hurry, he had 2 more bloody cuts that were completely penetrated in both of his shoulders. This is, Chi Enhu Su, not speaking of martial virtues and hurting people with backstabbing arrows? No, his hands have been firmly shackled by Master Jinwu. How did he cast a hidden arrow? Just as the crowd was puzzled, Master Jinwu, who was struggling to stretch his long arms, gave them the answer. 6 Veins Divine Sword? What was that move you used to fend off my Vidra Fury? The dragon fights in the wild. Shan, who had stood in place since the beginning, answered the other party with a cold smile. A hand of dragon battle in the wild counteracted the opponent's Vidra Fury. The Xiaochong and Guanchong sword she cast by the fingers that were not shackled pierced both of Jinwu's shoulders. From the beginning to the end, he, Shan, was firmly in control of the entire scene. This game, to him, did not seem like a match at all, but more like a lion playing ball. And the lion, which had yet to open its bloody mouth, had a teasing look written all over its eyes. Fancy, so much for the Hanging Temple's heritage. As he said this, Shan glanced up at the position of the sun, using this to judge the time. It's 3 in the morning. At this moment, the capital city officials from the 3rd rank and above are all in the Golden Palace, right? Shan's self-talk caused the crowd at the scene to be surprised. Only behind him Li Yuanfang and others know best. Just last night His Majesty's Oracle, the Department of Supervision and Inspection of the case during the period, from the 3rd grade or below the officials, have no right to ask questions. In other words, the institutions and officials that could stop them from leaving the city in fresh clothes to strike back at the hanging monastery at this point are simply not there. Time is short and the task is heavy. It's time to end it, bald ass. It's time for this Chitos to honor the promise he just made to you. Swish, as the words fell into his voice, Shan, who had catalyzed his Lingbo Weibo, instantly disappeared in the eyes of Jinwu as well as the crowd. Gone? Where's Cheeto Su? What kind of kung fu is this? He's at. The Jiangwist, who was watching the whole situation, keenly caught Shan's presence behind Master Jinwu as the crowd searched for his figure. If I say I'll beat you into a Siddhartha, I'll do it today. 6 Dragon Revolutions. Bang! Put! Upon hearing the sound, the panicked Master Jinwu, who had twisted his head in panic, met Shan's palm and ate it heavily. In an instant, his figure, like a discharged cannonball, flew out. During this time, a mouthful of blood was even poured out, and the golden light that crossed the surface of his body was, in an instant, shattered. Whoosh! Even before Jinwu fell heavily to the ground, Shan had ghostly appeared at the spot where he had landed. Convex, rising knuckles chiseled ferociously above the other man's bald head. Snap! Ow! Jinwu, who had been completely broken through the defense, let out a ghostly cry of misery in this instant. However, Shan, who didn't let that stop him, struck out with a frequency that was even more dazzling. A disciple of a jungle sect. Bang! Ah! Dare to provoke the Inspector General's department, which is directly under His Majesty. Put! Chivalry with martial disorder? Crackle! With this strength, you deserve it? Boom! Along with the fall of Shan's last punch, Master Jinwu, a renowned earth-ranking expert in the eyes of the crowd, was chiseled hard into the ground like a dead dog. His swollen head full of buns, like Siddhartha's close-cropped permed curls, looked that funny. Li Yuanfang and the others who stepped forward, upon seeing this scene, first looked at each other in disbelief, and then hissed hysterically, Lord Su, awesome, Lord Su, honestly, really, this bald donkey, beaten as a Sakyamuni? At the time when the inspectorate was peaceful, the Jianghu guests who watched the battle from afar were silenced. At this moment, no one dared show their teeth, not even a breath of air, because Shan, who had turned around, was staring at them with a torch-like gaze. It was also this glance that made the crowd of Jianghu guests feel that they had been firmly locked by Lord Su. I don't know what sect you come from, and I don't even want to know who you studied under, and don't brag to me about how good you really are on your own acreage. You just need to remember one thing, in the Great Ming, there must be no chivalry by martial arts, much less someone who dares to challenge the authority of the Son of Heaven. Hear me? In the face of Shan's questioning, the Jianghu clients who were swept by his gaze nodded their heads like garlic, afraid that if he was a little slower, he would be nailed above the ground as well. Li Yuanfang, here, gather all the brothers. The authority of the Son of Heaven is not to be blasphemed. Follow this Chitos and kill the Hanging Temple. Yes. After yelling this with all his strength, Li Yuanfang turned his head and shouted, gather. Wow. Accompanied by Shan's order, hundreds of brocade guards, each holding a horse, and stood at the entrance of the Department of Supervision and Inspection, and Jinwu, who looked like a dead dog, was tied behind the horse by Li Yuanfang. Boom! Once Shan walked out of the door of the Inspectorate Division, a collective tense and resonant sound resounded from the scene. Mount up! Wow! As Shan's words fell, hundreds of brocade guards neatly mounted their mounts. Flagmen! Yes! Take the flying fish flag and show it to this Chitos. Yes! Take the slogan of the Inspector General's department and shout it out to the old man. Yes! Snap! With the flag bearer leading the way and opening the way first. That flying fish flag waving in the wind looked so piercing at this moment. and even more explosive. Is that resounded through the North City and let every inspector division of the Jinui, proud of the slogan sound. Today there is a demon monk Shan Wu, using martial arts to disrupt the ban, provoking the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers. The crime is unforgivable. Be caned to death at once. His division can hardly be blamed, and the Inspector General's department is on the doorstep of accountability. Anyone who offends my Jinui will be executed even though they are far away. Boom! Chapter 91, All Parties Play. The advantage is mine. Yesterday, the forces of all sides of the fuel, but also so that the Hanging Temple Shan Wu master today to the Inspector General's department to ask for punishment, has long been rumored in the streets and alleys. In particular, just after the city gates were opened, Shan Wu, led by the lieutenant of the City Defense Battalion, freshly clothed and furious, ran to the Department of Supervision and Inspection, took the whole thing and brought it to a boiling point. Powerful jugglers, naturally, watched the battle from close range, but more people, afraid of the Inspector General's office, afraid of the masters of the confrontation to their own, therefore, did not come together this lively, but whether it is by the tea-houses and stalls of merchants, or by the streets in groups of 3 or 2, it is this that is talked about with great gusto. Of course, there are even other forces behind this, secretly fanning the flames. Its purpose, it is to discredit the inspectorate and even the Jinui. Did you just hear the thump, thump, thump of a fight over at the Inspector General's office? Ha! More than just the sound of a fight, the miserable owl screams lasted for more than 10 breaths. Do you think this true martial master, will he directly kill Su Qiandu, alive? This can't be said. After all, Grandmaster Shan Wu is in the sovereign realm and doesn't strike lightly. He thinks he hasn't even fired yet, and maybe that mudblood, Su, has died a violent death. It's a pity that he died young, just after reaching a high position, because of his own ignorance. Zip! Some of the people who had been drinking their morning wine, shook their heads as they said it in a single gulp. They weren't the only ones. Those who didn't favor Su Shan were in the majority. After all, Grandmaster Shan Wu was a long-famous sect master. Snap! And just at that moment, an ear-piercing resonance of horses' hooves resounded at the end of the bustling avenue that led straight to the northern city gate. The unaware crowd subconsciously sniffed and looked. Only the brocade guards, holding flying fish flags, were the first to come into view. The brocade guards are on the case. Idle people, get out of the way. Wow! Hearing this, the passers-by walking normally on the street each ducked away. What's this for? You can't beat Master Shan Wu single-handedly, so you're ready to fight in a group? He Genie Wei. 2. Before one of the senior water soldiers brought out the topic, the leading Genie Wei shouted out a slogan that shocked the crowd. Today there is a demon monk Shan Wu, using martial arts to disrupt the ban, provoking the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers. The crime is unforgivable. Be caned to death at once. His division can hardly be blamed, and the Inspector General's department boarded the door for accountability. Anyone who offends my Jinui will be executed even though they are far away. Boom! At first hearing this, the entire bustling avenue was in an uproar. What? Grandmaster True Marshal was beheaded by Su Shan? Not only that, but to go to his master's school, the Hanging Temple, to ask for punishment? How is this possible? Snap! Just as someone raised a skeptical voice, groups of brocade guards, led by Su Shan, sped up. You, guys look at, is that one dragged behind the horse by the rope? Master Shan Wu? Still, sizzle, Master Shan Wu, really defeated? That young handsome man at the head is Lord Su. He looks unharmed. The bloody reality silenced the crowd that had previously sung Su Shan's praises. The various secret agents hidden among these people were the first to report the news to their own masters. Quickly, enter the palace and report on this. Yes, sitting waiting for Su Shan's death news of the City Defense Battalion of Generals, in the north gate to see the brocade guards, like dragging a dead dog to bring Shan Wu out of the city, each scared to the back of the head cold, especially that group of soldiers who, last night, went out on duty with Lu Nang, were overwhelmed with fear. It's a good thing I didn't do it yesterday. Otherwise, a few lives wouldn't be enough to be reborn. This Su Shan is really crazy. How dare he hold the Hanging Temple accountable? Quickly order someone to notify Marquis Beibo. Yes, in a flash, scouts from all forces gathered outside the palace. Have a female officer, guard or eunuch, notify his own master of the latest battle. However, today's morning court was unusually crowded and long. It was not until midday that the monarchs and ministers parted without joy, when the Donglin party, led by Lin Ruopu and Bei Bo Ho, just aggressively walked out of the Golden Palace. The eunuchs who had already waited here, hurriedly reported the situation outside. What did you say? Su Shan not only caned Shan Wu in public, he also led the charge to the Hanging Temple? What's he going to do? When Marquis Bei Bo finished saying this, Lin Ruopu, who had heard all the details, said in a cold voice, those who defy Imperial power will be executed even though they are far away. That's a reason, quite a good one. That kid surnamed Su knows how to build momentum. However, if he draws the wrath of heaven and the nation into turmoil, it will be a mortal sin, a sin that cannot be forgiven. Just as Lin Ruopu had finished saying this, Yu Huatian, the Duke of the Western Factory, brought someone to walk quickly in front of them. Lin Shoufu, North Bo Ho, what is the matter with Lord Rain? In recent days, the Empress Dowager has always been restless and wants to go to the Hanging Temple to pray for blessings. I was ordered to notify Marquis Beibo of the City Defense Battalion under his command, and escort them there. Hearing this, Marquis Beibo instantly brightened up. As long as he catches a current case and deducts a big enough hat, he, Su Shan, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, will not be enough to cut this Marquis. This is the time to gather the City Defense Battalion and escort the Empress Dowager to the Hanging Temple. Back to the Imperial study. Zhu Yue, righteous indignation said, human evidence and material evidence are in. The Donglin party still dare to confuse, reversing right and wrong. It's simply abominable. Just as she finished saying this, the female officer rushed in to report everything that had just happened in the inspection division, and even relayed the fact that the Empress Dowager was preparing to leave the palace. Empress Dowager, with the Western Factory and City Defense Battalion to the Hanging Temple to pray for blessings? Even Governor Chao, who hasn't been out of the palace for a long time, accompanied her? Yes. Hearing this, Shu Yue subconsciously looked at her own heavenly master. Your Majesty, be at ease. With the flooding in the south, His Majesty's heart goes out to the victims. Reason to go to the Hanging Temple to pray and offer sacrifices. Yener, yes sire. Gather the forbidden army and accompany me to the Hanging Temple to offer sacrifices to heaven. By the Holy Spirit. Even Su Shan did not expect that his leading his troops to remonstrate with the Hanging Temple would become the central focus of the game between His Majesty and the Donglin party. It's not an exaggeration to say that the slightest misstep is all that matters, but the biggest advantage for him was that he was out of town half a day early, and, moreover, was traveling light. Even in order to cooperate with Su Shan in this operation, Qinglong ordered the masters of the Northern Jinfu Division to accompany him along the way. The advantage is mine. At home, after passing on the city's movements through the Falcon, Su Shan, who clutched the note, muttered confidently, Yuan Feng, 2, I suddenly want to play a big game. In order to slow down our movement, Bei Boho or Chao Zhangchun will definitely send their elite troops to catch up first. What Your Honor means is, the brocade guards from our Jinfu division who were transporting evidence were tragically intercepted and killed halfway. Why can't they? It's an eventful time, and banditry is rampant. Chapter 92, a double line of battle, easily taken. My lord, will we delay the action over at the Hanging Temple because of this? Li Yuanfeng, who voiced her concerns, softly inquired. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled obliteratingly and shook his head, grasped with both hands. You don't really think that I'm going to lead you guys to fight up to the Hanging Temple, but I can get on with my brother's life, do you? Ha? Have you seen Brother Qian since the latter part of the night? No, Lord Wang He got out of town early and went to feed the vultures. We're just arriving now, and their side of the operation isn't finished, and they're waiting. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have some fun? When Su Shan finished saying all this, Li Yuanfeng, who had a bright light in front of his eyes, gave a thumbs up and said, Your Excellency, awesome work. Yes, built on a mountain. The Hanging Temple is named after the main hall that hangs over a broken cliff. As one of the royal temples for worship and blessings, this temple receives royal gifts every so often. Therefore, when someone comes in the name of the Ministry of Rights at this time, the temple has long been strange. Presiding Officer Jin Yuan, the items rewarded by His Majesty this time do not only involve food and clothing, but also include some funeral and prayer items. Although not explicitly stated, it should have something to do with Jin Wu's lay disciple, who was caned to death. Hearing this, Jin Yuan, who was originally knocking on a wooden fish in a hypocritical manner, stood up with a cold snort and said, Senior Marshal brother, going to the capital and making such a mess is also quite good. At the very least, we have to let people know that our Hanging Temple's people are not something their cats and dogs can offend. Right. The middle-aged monk at the side, Master True Snapper, Diao, replied with a smile. After all, they are the ones sent by His Majesty. Make proper arrangements. Yes, by the way, the leader, Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rights, wants to enter the temple to pray for blessings, and also to look around and admire the grandeur of the Hanging Temple. As long as we don't go to the back of the mountain, you can send someone at random and take him around. It doesn't need to be too grand and look like we're being too flattering. Understood. By the way, there were several more unfamiliar faces in the back of the mountain a few days ago. Did you find out? Checked out. The village chopping wood at the foot of Linshan Mountain, mistakenly entered the royal temple, has been severely punished. Good. The ones in the back of the mountain will not be able to leave the mountain for a few more days, and in the meantime, no one is allowed to enter without authorization. Yes, in the guise of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rites, Wang Qinian, led by a young monk, had stepped and marked the entire hanging temple in advance. Make sure that your own lord, when he hits the place, will be the first to take control of the entire monastery. In addition, several water sources are highlighted with regard to the temple grounds. My lord, the kitchen water tanks have been drugged, but we still have so much left. 6 water sources, don't let one go. Pour it all in? What do you think? No, 10 fragrant soft tendon powder and draining di huang. The little one can understand, but more than a dozen pounds of combined. Huan Xuan ah, this gang of bloodthirsty bald asses, and not to poke through the fence. Why are you so full of, whether they poke the fence or stab, tree holes or not, even if they borrow a ladder to beat up Vohu and Luohan in a group, that's their business. Lord Su has given us a death order. When he led his troops to fight up here, there was a monk whose legs didn't shake, whose eyes didn't blink, and whose ears didn't ring, and that was all because we hadn't done our job right. So the dose has to go in more than one direction. In a word, the dogs of the hanging monastery must all be tigers and wolves after the evening meal, and after midnight, their bodies are completely emptied. Understood. To the subordinates, after hearing the sound left, standing alone at the fence of the hanging temple, looking into the distance Wang Qinian, recalling the whole plan of his own Su adults, TSK, 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 he said, ultimately, it's the Genie's flying fish suit that has shackled Lord Su's talent. If he doesn't have this yoke, there will have to be an unscrupulous demon lord coming out of nowhere high and low in the Jianghu. It's so brutal. Wang Qinian, whose eyes glanced at the whole of that old acacia tree, couldn't help but pray silently for it. On his way out, he took another look at the statue of Buddha in the main hall, and then said meaningfully, thanks to the statue of Buddha, he didn't open his mouth. Amat Ba, infinite heavenly Father, Amen. A fork in the road more than 10 miles away from the hanging temple. Achoo! Su Shan, who couldn't help but sneeze, pondered in his heart that he didn't know which old was thinking about him again. Really? Chess? Huan? Snap. Just as he was thinking, an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves reached his ears from far to near. My lord, 5 miles ahead, a large number of soldiers and horses are galloping. Preliminary estimate, in the neighborhood of 50. The scouts who dismounted from their horses were the first to report the particulars. Su Shan, who heard all this, waved his hand and said, proceed as planned. Remember, can't leave a single one alive. Yes, Miso, along with Su Shan's order, hundreds of figures, disappeared into the night. Zhu Yue in the name of praying for the southern floods, sacrificing to heaven, rate of the forbidden army to the hanging temple, but also let Chao Zhangchun, Bibu Ho, smell the hint of abnormality, fearing that Su Shan, the 2 men who led the ministry in the hanging temple to do something demonic, respectively sent out a good hand, and chased after them with a fast horse and whip. Among them, the East Chamber side appointed Zhang Yang and Gao Feng, 2 of the 8 tigers. On the side of Marquis Beibo, he even dispatched the 3 brothers of the 13 Tai, Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard brothers, who were the 3rd of the 13 Taipans under his command. 5 powerful men of the sovereign realm, plus dozens of innate experts. With this strength, stepping on a clan would be enough. Even if Su Shan was superbly strong, facing the hanging temple and the likes of them, if he wanted to make things happen, he would still have to weigh them. Eunuch Gao, Eunuch Zhang, ahead is Fingwu Slope. Come over there, it's a flat river, but it's only 10 miles or so to the hanging temple. Zhou Long, who was leading the team on Bei Boho's side, reminded softly, then hurry up a bit more, we can't help it anymore. We want to avenge Eunuch Gu, Eunuch Lu and the others, the 8 tigers of the East Chamber, who had accumulated a deep grudge against Su Shan, gritted their teeth as they said this. Apparently, they acted first this time to take personal revenge. In the words of Wei Zhongxian, the factory official, as long as they are ruthless enough and do not leave a handle. Su Shan accidentally fell off the cliff. The possibility of death is very high. When I came, Marquis Beibo also gave an explanation. When dealing with the Inspector General's men, if you can kill them, don't leave them alive. Jie. After hearing Zhou Hu's words, the 2 groups of people who were galloping their horses looked at each other and let out a piercingly treacherous laugh. Bang! Rumble! Nay! The first few people, while still laughing, the horse's hooves suddenly stepped on the ground and tilted forward. The ear-piercing sound of a horse's horn resounded throughout Fingwu Slope at first. A horse trap? Ambush! Ambush! The sudden change also made the knowledgeable Gao Feng and the others hiss hysterically. Whoosh! Miso! When they separated their horses, wanting to avoid this mechanism, thousands of hidden weapons came towards them in a vast array. There's one more chapter in the code, with more in the early morning. Chapter 93, if you can kill, don't leave them alive. Put. Ah! Sharp hidden weapons pierced the bodies of the factory guards and the guards indiscriminately. Miserable screams instantly resounded throughout Fingwu Slope. Those with a higher realm, by virtue of their own strength, dodged and shifted to block, but the body, more or less, has been damaged in varying degrees. The ones in a lower realm, on the other hand, were completely reduced to a corpse after this howl. Duck, dodge, concealed weapon coverage. Zhou Bao, who was already good at stabbing, hissed hysterically. It was also just as he was covering a few guards and had just gotten out of the coverage of the concealed weapons that a black shadow instantly brushed against him. The sharp blade, with a zip sound, cut through his neck. In this instant, Zhou Bao, whose pupils were constantly dilating, was stiffly stunned. With his right hand, he subconsciously covered the cut in his neck. Eyes struggled to glance. At the flash of darkness, in his dying moments, he shouted out 2 words with all his strength. So fast. The dark figure, whose head had not returned, vaguely heard the words, while scouting for the next target, muttered with interest, "If a pussy said that to me, self-esteem will be greatly bruised." Miso, put, the blade of the black shadow's hand, which was appended with lines, impartially stabbed into Zhou's chest after successively beheading 2 innate guards. The moment his eyes met, this Grandmaster Realm expert, who had just comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant, captured the face of the black shadow. Familiar, yet strange. Familiar, because the 13. Bao Bao had a portrait of him in his hand. How long had it been since the northern burghers had given the deadly order to behead someone on the spot? And the man who should have been his prey now appeared in this way. Strange. On the other hand, he's Zhou Hu. The first time to see the other side of the real face. Cold, resolute and decisive. But the corners of his mouth, which were outlined, indirectly corroborated that the other party was enjoying the hunt. Yes, that's right. It's a hunt. Inverted Big Dipper himself became his prey. Shan, gulp, put. After saying the name of the other party, Zhou Hu unwillingly fell to the ground in response. There are no exceptions. On the other side of the battlefield, killers who appeared like ghosts continue to strangle the factory guards and retainers. Gao Feng, who was firmly locked by the 2 heavenly elephant experts, was pierced through by the 2 men, one after the other, as he swung his right arm for the last time. Fly fishing suit. Jin Yi-Wei. At close range, Gao Feng shouted their identity in disbelief after seeing the other party's attire. Even on his deathbed, he couldn't believe that the brocade guards dared to openly intercept them. What's even more ironic is that the other side didn't even bother to cover up their highly representative dress code. Either you're emboldened or you're an artist. But no matter which point, he, Gao Feng, could not see the future. Miso, snap. When both knives were pulled out at the same time, Gao Feng, who was dead, fell to the ground in response. And without any hesitation, the brocade guards raised their swords and chopped at the next wave of people. Put, ow, toward our house, old man, here. The extremely rapid attrition of the scene also makes the leader of the Zolong, Zhang Yong 2 people, quickly close the formation. However, when the only 3 or 5 remaining factory guards and guards, bruised and battered, came together beside the 2, the other side also formed a complete encirclement around them. Zhang, Boss Zhang, they're wearing fly fishing suits. Commander Zhou. They are the brocade guards. The few remaining men, after stumbling to their feet, hissed in horror. Zhang Yong, who had also discovered all this, roared at the top of his voice. You, the brocade guards, have you turned against the heavens? Even the people from the East Chamber and the North Burial Marquee, dare to kill? When it had just finished saying this, a lazy voice resounded in their ears at first. This matter is known to heaven and earth, to you and to me. And then, when you're all dead and gone, will we talk nonsense about this great crime of killing the head? No way. Looking along with the sound and the light of the torch, in seeing the face of the other party, Zhang Yang and Zolong said in unison, Shan, this Cheeto is still somewhat recognizable. Not bad, being rampant lately is having an effect. When Su Shan smiled and finished saying this, Zolong hissed, Surname Su, do you really think you've done a seamless job? Today, your evil deeds will not be hidden for long. Snap. It was also right after Zolong had just finished saying this that an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves came from behind them. Immediately afterward, Lei Yuanfeng, who was carrying several heads in his hand, hurriedly came to Su Shan's side and said, Your Excellency, it is really as good as God. This group of eunuchs and hawks, however, have left a few men in tow. Sizzle. Hearing this, Zolong and Zhang Yong, whose pupils were instantly dilated, could not help but suck in a cool breath. Nothing to do with anticipation. It's jungle experience. When going after groups that aren't weak, a few people are usually left on the perimeter. If you win, you prevent any leaks. If you lose, you still have a live one to go back and tattle on. By the time Su Shan had finished saying this, the Jinui masters who had been assigned to him by Qing Long could not help but look at him with a high regard. Young, but decisive. More importantly, there is no shortage of things to do and experience. Is he really just about to be crowned? How is acting for a person with a full layout more demonic than an old man? By the way, just now when you guys were on your way, you said that Marquis Beibo had an explanation? If you can kill, don't leave anyone alive, right? Speaking of this, Su Shan, who had a cold smile, raised his right hand, and while making a chopping motion, he spoke. Then let's go by this standard. Swish, when his words fell on deaf ears, several black shadows arrived in a surge. Dang it, the sound of resistance was only played a few times, and Su Shan, who had turned around, heard the desperate hisses of Zhang Yong and Zhou Long. Su Shan, you shall not die. Put, the North Burgers will do it for us. Zira, and Su Shan, who heard these threats, had disdain written all over his face as he muttered, there are many people who want me dead. Who are you, my lord? This scene, just don't leave a trace of us. Where's the body? Hearing this, Su Shan glared at Li Yuanfang and said, first day with me huh? The Jinui, always minding the killing but not the burying. Leave it to Marquis Beibo and the others. It's a sort of meet and greet gift. Understood. Upon receiving this order, Li Yuanfang immediately had his men follow it. Snap. Also just ready to depart toward the hanging temple to kill the occasion. The scouts that had been sent over by Su Shan to keep an eye on them hurried back. My lord, something seems to have happened to the hanging temple. What's going on? Why do you look like you've never seen the world before? No, it's too weird. Shan doesn't like it when you break sentences like that. In one breath, the walls are trembling, the trees are shaking, and the vultures are howling. Chapter 94, Groups of Demons, Killing on the Hanging Sky. The ice is melting, everything is coming back to life, and it's coitus season. In the air, there was a fishy stench. Inside the hanging temple, located more than 100 miles outside the capital city of Daming, there resides a group of large herd primates. They are all males. It is showing itself, at its most raw, by howling and growling, hugging trees and shaking them, leaning against walls. The moonlight was like running water, silently reflecting on their grim, rugged, twisted faces. A cacophonous song of life. It's natural for some people to covet it in secret when they're pouring their hearts out. In the trees, in the mountain streams, in the unseen shadows, a pair of inquisitive eyes, glaring like brass bells, a pair of erect ears, branched like antennae. For them, the scene before them. It's true, the knife pulls the butt, it opens the eyes. My lord, I've never seen such a raw scene in all my life. Is this a cluster asterisk? Hearing Li Yuanfang's words, Su Shan on the side looked at the other side with a deep gaze and said, you're still weirdly cultured. So tell me, what are we doing with 100 or so people sprawled out here? After Su Shan had finished saying this, Li Yuanfang pondered for a while and timidly replied, quench your thirst by looking at plums? I'm going to the big one. Why don't you use show and tell? Can't get down at all. Li Yuanfang's serious reply almost didn't suffocate the Jinui masters beside him who were accompanying them on their first mission to get a hard-on. Look, my lord, that bald ass is directly on the ground. Is this the legendary meadow? Hearing this, not to mention the bystanders, even Su Shan himself couldn't hold back his laughter. Daming's little cultural heritage is kind of spoiled by this bunch of livestock. The crouching dragons and phoenixes within the brocade guards are all coming to the Inspector General's office. Where's Wang Qinian? Tell him to get his ass over here and explain to me what the hell is going on. Lousy, now lead the men to rush in, not fearing that they will draw their swords against each other, but fearing that these bald asses will pounce on them hungrily. After Su Shan finished saying this, Li Yuanfang said meaningfully, this is not the most terrible. The worst part was that they pounced on me, and I didn't resist, and couldn't help but branch out. Don't crouch behind me, 8 feet away. It doesn't matter how much you normally don't laugh. There's always something to make you laugh in this group. How is this not another manifestation of unity of purpose? Not long after, Wang Qinian, who had folded back from the most forward position, came up next to Su Shan with a fawning face. You're not going to use up all the stuff I gave you, are you? My lord, you said it could be all pike when necessary. I even asked you what you meant by stud. And you said that if my subordinates use more medicine, my brothers will bleed less. I'm responsible for as many people as I bring out. Wang Qinian's words really let the scene many people Jinui secretly moved. Said, but I didn't expect the scene to get out of hand like this. As soon as Su Shan finished saying this, Wang Qinian hurriedly replied, the scene is a bit chaotic, but the effect is marvelous. My lord, Jin Yuan and Jin Snapper are already using their true chi to fairy chi and suppress the medicinal properties of several hanging temple elders. In my subordinate's judgment, After this toss, the true essence that is close to the 6th grade sovereign realm will not be able to exert 70% of its strength at that time. True snappers of nearly the 5th grade Zonshire realm will also be depleted of their true chi, and it will be difficult to support a protracted battle at least after the Z hour. At that time, we'll kill them in one fell swoop, which can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Hearing this, Shan, who nodded heavily, asked after him, what about the back of the mountain? The back mountain was guarded by the Hanging Temple Martial Hall for the last 2 days. The guards are so tight that even Lord Li's subordinates made up as woodcutters have been cleared out. After he finished saying this, Shan frowned tightly and said, there must be a demon when things go wrong. Inside the Hanging Temple, the true snapper, whose body felt hollowed out, warily knelt in front of the true element host. Hundreds of disciples throughout the temple, with varying degrees of poisoning, kept him, the acting CEO, busy on his feet. Simply conveying true chi and suppressing the toxicity was not enough. He also had to deal with the disciples who were like hungry wolves pouncing on him at any time. I'm healing your wounds and you guys are craving my body? In a fit of rage, he killed several people. The out-of-control monastery and the untraceable murderer make him hard to blame. Lord, preside. Now it seems that 80% of the time, it was that Lord Wang, who was posing as the Ministry of Rights, who brought someone to do the poisoning. What about the purpose? What is it that they are trying to accomplish by doing this? Those nobles in the backcountry? Or is it? Snap. Not even waiting for the pale-faced Jin Yuan to finish his sentence, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the door. Put, a martial arts monk, his legs trembling, smashed into the room. With deep eye sockets, he struggled to hold himself up with trembling arms. Lord, host, what's the panic? Jin, the genie way, dragging the corpse of Master Jinwu, hit the door. Boom. Upon hearing this at first glance, Jin Yuan and Jin Snapper's brains instantly buzzed. Among them, the real snapper that started violently. His body even hesitantly took a few steps sideways. The true essence of the lower pit. His hand holding the red pillar. His body trembling from anger and chi deficiency. Questioned, what did you say? The Jinyui, beating down the door with Jinwu's corpse? Yes, the leader of the Inspector General's department, Thousand Tenant Shan, directly and violently kicked down the door of the Hanging Temple. Say what you will, come what may. A Zhenghu sect dares to provoke the Inspector General's department. This time, he's going to teach us a bloody lesson. The disciples, out of strength, all retreated outside the main hall. Hearing this, bursting with anger, Jin Yuan viciously said, Inspector Division, Shan, it looks like this came from them tonight. Are you really deceiving me that there is no one in the Hanging Temple? True snapper, in, let the people of the martial hall form a formation, follow this host and go out of the temple to meet the enemy. After True Snapper said this, True Snapper was awkwardly there. Formation? What formation? Now each of their feet was like cotton. The strength of a body of adamantine was lost in a single squandering. The only true chi left in his body suppressed the poison. Even if, by going out of the temple to meet the enemy, that would be actively seeking death. Preside. It's better to transfer the masters and brothers from the back of the mountain back to defend the enemy first, right? We've all. Hands off. Although annoyed, Jin Yuan also knew that this was an objective fact. With 100 years of honor for the Hanging Temple at stake, he had to offer his strongest lineup. Go to, call out the 4 great Vajra of the martial hall, who are sitting in the back of the mountain. To this presiding officer, this time, I'm going to make the people of the Inspector General's department pay a painful price for their ignorance and meanness. Yes, Chapter 95, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. 9 suns flare the heavens. The front yard of the Hanging Temple is no longer defensible. Or rather, when Shan kicked open the courtyard door in a high-profile manner, the monks, who were severely lacking in chi, fled in the wind. The scene, however, left evidence of their untold crimes. Wrapped tree holes, blood-stained cracks in the ground, crumbling fences. Nothing is an indictment of their sins. Is this a distortion of human nature, or is it moral bankruptcy? My lord, watch out for the bamboo tubes under your feet. A bamboo tube? What's it for? Shan, who heard this, subconsciously lowered his head and inquired. Wang Qinian, who was showing his teeth, had trouble speaking. Su Dajuan, who instantly understood for a second, said with an exaggerated expression, doing nothing. With barbs? It's atrocious. As Shan said this, a Jinui expert sent by Qinglong said cautiously, Lord Su, will you be affecting the reputation of the inspection division by doing this? Honor? What do you need that for? Will it make the Inspector General shed less blood? Or will it make the widows and orphans of the martyrs shed fewer tears? Also, remember, history books, or reputation, are written and sung by the victors. In the future, no one will care how the Hanging Temple was destroyed. They will only remember. The embroidered spring sword of the Jinui is fast and vicious. Miso, words fall tone. Feel what Su Shan obediently pulled out the Zhongyang knife hanging on his waist, half turned to split down on the occasion. Mouth hissed, Jin Yuan, you old bald ass, give the old man to get out. Swish! The blade strength that was mixed with the 9 yang true chi was scarlet and hideous. It split like a meteor into the dark inner courtyard. Rumble! The towering archway that bridged the front hall and the inner sanctum collapsed in a matter of moments. The crowd subconsciously looked at. The end of the meteor fall was clearly outside the main hall of the Hanging Temple. In the next second, Jin Yuan's hissing voice, which was clearly lacking in chi, reached the ears of the crowd. How dare you show off your skills with a little carving? De Wei Tianlong. Golden light appeared at first, colliding strongly with the scarlet blade strength. Buzz! Immediately after that, a strong air current swirled around the center of the starting place. It was like a volley of mountains, constantly impacting in all directions. Wow! The stone slabs laid outside the main hall were overturned, piece by piece. The altars and incense burners that stood on either side were even more crooked, along with their own presiding officer, the true snapper, and other monks who came out to meet the battle together. Their bodies retreated several steps back completely uncontrollably. For this spacer alone, it then gave them a clear perception of Su Shan's strength. Pure elemental true chi? He, Su Shan, has not only penetrated the power of the heavenly elephant, but he has also tempered out the pure elemental true chi. 4th grade. Minimum 4th grade sovereign realm. In the Hanging Temple elders, alarm shouted out these times. Wang Qinian, who was also seeing Su Shan for the first time, offering his full strength, was stupefied with his jaw dropped. He knew that his own lord was by no means an idle person, but he had never thought that he was already so strong. The Jinui masters who came along with the Inspector General's department were each stupefied. It is said that Lord Su had his coronation ceremony just before he entered the capital? A 20-year-old pure Yuan master? If we look at the entire Ming dynasty, who else could he be? However, more let them and the hanging monastery monks feel incredible. Su Shan, who had been in the front hall in the previous second, had brazenly rushed to the front of the main hall with his sword in this second. What kind of stance is this? It's simply anticlimactic. I've heard for a long time that the Dala Dharma mantra of the Hanging Temple's presiding officer has been comprehended to the peak of the realm. Su Shan, thousand household of the Department of Inspection, has come to ask for advice. The sword divides yin and yang. Miso, Zira, boom. Simply not giving Jin Yuan and the Hanging Temple monks a chance to speak. The person to the knife followed, immediately chopped at the head of the monks. Jin Yuan. It was just as Ji Gang had instructed him when he entered the capital from Yuhang. If you can do it, don't beep. In the face of Su Shan, not to be divided into words directly to start the fight attitude, Jin Yuan, who had held back his words of condemnation, could only harden his heart and directly confront the enemy. His stance, which was equally not weak, subconsciously dodged and shifted after sensing the power of heaven and earth in the other party's blade. The problem was that he had dodged with his true essence, but the crowd of disciples behind him, they didn't have the ability to do so. Guarding their true snappers, even at the time of chi deficiency, they still activated their golden bodies and resisted the slash hard. Put. In his heyday, all may not be able to carry him. Faster nowadays falls into a small chicken? The dark force of this knife destroyed his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and even shattered his middle and lower dantian. True snapper. Bam. Reacting to the situation, Jin Yuan caught his own senior brother in a swift manner. You, Su Shan, you don't speak of martial virtue. Wudu, the true wudu that provokes the Inspector General's office, speaks. When he came out, he was a lot more explosive than I am here. When he struck, he didn't ask me, Su Shan, how his true chi had recovered after a few battles last night. Before, what went wrong? Su Shan's words disliked the other party's face. True essence, don't ever keep your hand in again, or I'll cut your head off hard. Boom. As he said this, the chi in Su Shan's body gained another level. At this moment, Jin Yuan not only felt his oily killing intent, but also realized that the other party would never give himself a chance to stall for time. Yes, good for you. For many years, no organization or individual has been able to make my Hanging Temple so wretched. Zira. As he said this, Jin Yuan directly tore off his robe, showing off his upper body. This time, the poor monk will let you see the true Dala Dharma mantra. Wow. As the words fell out of his mouth, Jin Yuan folded his hands. Under Vajra's angry eyes, Buddha's light crosses the body. A golden dragon pattern instantly appeared on his originally rough spine. The great mighty dragon, the world-honored earth store, the great Dharma mantra, the Prajna Buddhas, and the Prajna Barmakong, flying dragon in the sky. Boom! In that instant, the golden dragon surfaced like a totem in front of the crowd. The true essence that was completely shrouded by the Buddha's light gave the onlookers an illusion of sanctity and inviolability. The soaring strength, the sudden rise in realm, all made the monks feel that in terms of strength on paper alone, their own host completely abused the overrated Su Shan. Even the blood at the corners of the mouth were dried real snapper, but also shouted, "Please preside, avenge the hatred of the senior brother." Ha ha, hearing this, Su Shan suddenly laughed maniacally, ridiculous and laughing. His body circling true chi gradually turned from a light red color to a scarlet red. 1, 2, 3, when the ninth true chi completely enveloped his entire body, Su Shan, whose laughter came to an abrupt end, said in a cold voice, "Nine suns flare heaven, golden dragon, today, I Su Shan, slay the dragon with your sword. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar." Boom. Chapter 96, Cowardice Before Battle. 6 pulse points. In front of the main hall, which was already suspended in the air, two gleaming rays of light looked so dazzling at the midnight of this night. A Buddha's light across the body and a golden dragon's body attracted the worship of the monks. A 9 suns surrounded in scarlet as blood pressured the entire field. This was considered a strong matchup of cutting-edge experts in this side of the world. The surrounding space, but also by these two Air Force, squeezed like a closed spring. Once exploded, the sky collapsed. Gulp. All the people who looked up could not hold back a deep gulp of saliva at this moment. Holding their breath, they didn't even dare to take a breath. Because of this, the brilliance of the two of them was brilliant in the dark night sky, and it also made the 4 Vajra of the Hanging Temple, who were returning to help, to be able to see from as far away as they could. This is, presiding elder brother's Dala Dharma mantra? Even the great mighty heavenly dragon was sacrificed? It looks like the brocade guards have come with an expert. Quickly, gallop to the main hall. Whoosh, whoosh. When the monk in the lead finished speaking, the 4 great Vajra and the martial arts monks guarding the back of the mountain, who had not been affected by the poison, pushed their energies and rushed towards the place of the incident. Swish. It was also not long after their figures disappeared. In the bushes in the back of the mountain, more than a dozen genie guards, led by Li Yuanfang, each stood up, using the turtle breath method and hiding their traces. They waited for this time. Move fast, my lord. By being so high profile, you are drawing fire for us. Avoid direct confrontation between the brothers and the masters of the martial arts hall. We, for our part, must not fail His Excellency's good intentions. Yes, do it. Before they disappeared, Li Yuanfang and the others, their gazes were deep as they looked towards the brilliant scarlet light halfway up the mountain. For other commanders, it seems to have become an ironclad rule to let the men below them charge into battle and take the credit for themselves. But in the inspection division, under Su Shan's command, he was practicing his own words with his actions. As long as I Su Shan is not dead for a day, the sky is falling, that is also my business. All you have to do is charge with me. Remember, even if there is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire ahead, the first to die must be me. Su Shan, your honor. After a pious bow, Li Yuanfang led the men straight to the depths of the back mountain. Buzz, the overflowing true chi poured into the blade with the appended lines. It also caused the Zhongyang blade, which was already the most rigid and masculine, to emit an ear-piercing blade chirping sound. This was the first time Su Shan had ever, alone, faced a 6th grade patriarch. Although the other party was imaginary, the undertones were still there, prompting him to be battle-hungry. Compared to his exuberance, Jin Yuan was far less calm and collected than this that was displayed. In particular, as the two chi energies continue to pull and collide, he had sensed the other party's pure elemental true chi, and it was by no means a hasty offering. Mellow and constant, violent and very aggressive. Even if he was in his heyday, he would not have the certainty of defeating this tricky opponent, not to mention the fact that the current him could only exert 70% of his strength. Su, Mountain, the Hanging Temple is a royal temple. Aren't you afraid of being blamed by His Majesty and the Empress Dowager for such reckless behavior? The voice mixed with Zen also made a lot of people whose hearts were not firm now start to be influenced by the will of Zen. This is also considered a type of sonic gong. At this time, opening the mouth to delay, it is nothing more than his true essence, wanting to wait for the 4 great Vajra to return to help. The Jinfu division, it's still directly under His Majesty, and I don't see you vultures having much scruples, stalling, weakness of heart. Little Zen spells are used. Speaking of this, the true chi in Su Shan's body grew more and more dazzling and violent, accompanied by his instantaneous raising of his arm. The killing intent in the air was like a torrent of mountains and seas rushing towards the other party. Cowardice before battle? With that kind of guts, what are you going to fight with us? The brocade guards? The sun and the moon have no light. Me so. As the words fell into his voice, Su Shan, who was a few meters away from Jin Yuan, swung down his right arm that was holding the sword. In the field of vision of the crowd, the Zhongyang blade in Su Shan's hand, which was no more than a meter in length, seemed to have been recast as if the blade had been recast in this instant. The scarlet blade strength continued to extend along the tip of the blade, eventually transforming into a red blade several meters long. It appeared to be chopping at Jin Yuan at an extremely slow speed, but with every minute of sinking, the crowd could hear the shattering sound of the Vajra transitional body. Click. Jin Yuan, whose body was constantly sinking, made hand seals and turned his hands toward the sky. He, who had activated his pure Yuan true chi, wanted to block Su Shan's blade strength. However, his efforts, instead of being able to block, or even diminish, the downward sinking of the blade's strength, his own feet, on the contrary, had crushed the stone slabs underneath his feet. What followed was his own Vajra body, layer by layer, being chopped through by the other party. The nostrils, the corners of the mouth, both ears and even the eye sockets were all overflowing with blood in this instant. Lord, host, the monks of the Hanging Temple who took in this scene were filled with disbelief on their faces. In their hearts, the omnipotent presiding officer would also have such a wretched time. But, suddenly, Jin Yuan poured out a mouthful of blood on top of that golden light. In the next second, the golden dragon that was wrapped around his body opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the Scarlet Blade Force. Vertical. You will pay dearly for your rampage. Bodhi sits and flies the dragon. Boom. The true snapper who saw this subconsciously stared in disbelief as he was assisted by the monk. The corners of his mouth trembled, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Bodhi sat down. Lord, host, this is letting go. The masters and brothers of the Hanging Temple all knew that the reason why Jin Yuan had such a high level of achievement was that the previous presiding officer had left behind a relic when he sat down to die, and the exceptionally gifted Jin Yuan used this relic to normalize his lower dantian. It is also a legacy of generations of presiding over the Hanging Temple. But now, True Element had sacrificed this sherry, driving the golden dragon that had manifested, and striking back at Su Shan's sun and moon. Feeling his opponent's instantaneous surge in strength, Su Shan, instead of being frightened by it, instead, revealed a crazy smile. Right, that's more like it. While muttering these words, Su Shan had already sensed 4 channels of thick adamantine strength, coming from his flanks and behind him respectively. Your Honor, Wang Qinian and the others, who had also sensed all of this, had a sudden change in their faces, one after another. They wanted to get up and stand in for their own lord, blocking these 4 people. However, just the moment they moved, they saw Su Shan, using his left hand to make bizarre hand seals, immediately after that, respectively, towards Xiaokong, Guanchong and other acupoints, points to go. In the next moment, a majestic chi instantly impacted in all directions with Su Shan at the center. 6 pulse points. Wow! The strong and violent true chi not only hindered the footsteps of the 4 Vajra who were rushing to help, but also discouraged Wang Qinian and the others. And at this moment, Su Shan, who was holding a sword in both hands, stared intently at the illusory golden dragon with a torch-like gaze. Then, word by word, he said, Heaven does not give birth to me Sumengda. The way of the sword is as long as the night. Slaughter. Chapter 97, Extreme Efforts to Cover Up Unpardonable Sins. Ow. The golden dragon, which was originally radiant due to the Bodhi sitting of the true essence, let out a piercing dragon roar after feeling the burning pain. Not only it, but the true essence that had manifested this dragon through the Sherry Dantian also roared in pain along with it. The blade strength that had just been about to be cancelled out and dispersed was now infused with an even more violent chi strength. This chi, too, was much more rampant than the pure Yuan true chi. Mixed true chi? No, it can't be. There's no way he's a 6th grade sect master. 4. Why can you sacrifice the hybrid true chi? Jin Yuan, who felt these, muttered as his pupils continued to dilate. In this world, there was no lack of secret methods that could forcefully increase one's strength in a short period of time, but it was by no means possible, across the watershed, to make a chi that did not belong to one's own without one's own realization. Even Shangguan Yener of the heavenly phoenix body, who had sacrificed the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens, used a feudal pure elemental true chi. But what about Su Shan now? He clearly hadn't even crossed the 6th grade hurdle, yet he had sacrificed the mixed Yuan true chi that could only be used by those above the 6th grade. How could this not make Shen Yuan feel despair? I, for one, concede. Stop at once. Zira. Click. When Jin Yuan finished shouting this hysterically, the scarlet blade decimated the golden dragon whose Buddha's light was dazzling. Even more so, in this instant, he chopped up True Element's Sheridan Field. Put. Jin Yuan, who had used his strength to take off into the air, poured out a mouthful of blood in an instant. Immediately afterward, his body, like a discharged bullet, smashed heavily into the distance. Bam! A head smashed the golden plaque above the main hall of True Essence, and then fell to the ground in response. This piece of gold plaque hanging in the main hall for hundreds of years, in the moment of fragmentation, but also means that the Hanging Temple's 100 years of glory, fell into the past tense. The moment he landed on the ground, the scene resounded even more with the desperate hisses of the monks. Presiding, brother, asshole, presiding senior brother, having already conceded defeat, still dares to lay down a cruel hand and destroy his Sherwood Dantian. If this revenge is not carried out, we vow not to be human. Kill. The four great Vajra, after seeing this scene, urged their chi and rushed towards Su Shan with their Vajra possessions. Wang Qinian and the others at the bottom rose, but they were stopped by Su Shan reaching out. Just now this slash. There is an epiphany. I'll take the four of them and sharpen the intent. Whoosh. Before the words left his mouth, Su Shan's figure had already disappeared. When he reappeared, the scarlet, scalding Zhangyang blade in his hand slashed brazenly at the nearest hanging temple Vajra. I have a knife. May move mountains. Click. Hands up. King Kong exploded. The opponent, moreover, was split in two as the crowd looked up. Sizzle. Wang Qinian and the others who took in this scene subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As their pupils continued to dilate, they vaguely guessed what this enlightenment of Su Shan's was. King, Lord Wang, because of the sudden change in heaven and earth. This can't be the legendary. Not even waiting for Wang Qinian to open his mouth, Su Shan's figure, once again, appeared in front of the next Vajra. I have a knife. May the river be broken. Click. The scene, as it were, was once again bloodthirsty and presented to all, and shivering at the corners of his mouth, Wang Qinian came back to his senses and said, Ben life blade intent. Isn't this something that only those above the 6th rank are qualified to participate in? When has our lord ever been shackled by a realm? It was also when Wang Qinian finished saying this with a pious face and a reverent heart that Su Shan once again waved the Zhangyang blade in his hand. This time, a knife cuts 2 asses. I have one more cut. It can be turned upside down. 3 swords and 4 quasi-pure elements. And all of them were also Martial Hall elders who had comprehended the Vajra undefeatable body. When their bodies, like comets, fall to the ground. When their blood, as if splashed in ink on the occasion of the entire red door of the main hall. In the large hanging temple, hundreds of monks and brocade guards, with jaws agape, looked up at the tall figure holding a sword. The still crimson blade reflected his handsome, resolute cheeks with incomparable clarity. It was so hideous in the eyes of the monks, but when reflected in the eyes of the brocade guards, they appeared tall and majestic. Snap! After landing on the ground, Su Shan closed his sword in a smooth manner. As he turned his head, his gaze scanned all the monks present at the hanging temple with contempt. Su Shan, tonight, the poor monk will definitely report your evil deeds at the hanging temple to the court. After the true snapper finished saying this while assisting his own host, Su Shan had a cold and stern smile on his face. How you report it, that's up to you. How it's resolved is my business. With me, Su Shan, the Inspector General's department will suppress the hanging temple for 1,000 years. These words disliked the true snapper and other monks who dared to speak. Snap! It was also at this moment that a 100th household, dressed in a flying fish suit, crossed the fence and sprinted to Su Shan. Your Excellency, Deputy Qian Huli, has searched for the disappeared child in the back of the mountain, and arrested a number of dignitaries at the scene. Boom! Upon hearing this at first glance, Jin Yuan, who was originally in a semi-comatose state, instantly returned to his senses and opened his eyes wide. What's going on there? Facing Su Shan's questioning, I too, who didn't know how to answer, said with a moving expression. Tragic. These 4 words alone have changed the nature of the whole incident, drastically, but Su Shan didn't feel happy about it. Instead, his face grew more and more gloomy, because, according to Li Yuanfan's investigation, the number of children sent to the hanging temple by the Yangji Academy alone over the years was as many as 100. Other abductions. What about abductions? What about obtaining it through other sources? Before, there was a glimmer of hope. After all, it was hidden within the monastery. How much worse can it get if you do it again? But now it seems that one has underestimated the ugliness of human nature. Until the entire incident is fully investigated, all monks of the hanging temple will be held in uniform custody by the Jinui. Those who dare to resist will be killed without pardon. To be full of cold eyes, Su Shan just finished this. Hard to hold up the body of the real Yuan shouted, Surname Su, the mouth of the back of the mountain. If you dare to unveil the words, the town council, not always able to protect you. The poor monk advises you not to get involved in this mess. Miso, Zira. It was also right after Jin Yuan had just finished saying this that Su Shan's closed blade was once again pulled out by his indignation. The hand rose up and chopped off the opponent's head through the air. In that instant, the monks who were assisting the headless corpse of Jin Yuan let out howls of terror after being stained by the blood. And Su Shan, who had a knife blade in his wrist, said with his eyes full of scorn, in this matter, if you don't know, your crime is not to death, but to try to cover it up and even threaten the Jinui to handle the case is a crime beyond pardon. I'd like to see how deep the water is in this case. Chapter 98, Emperor's Relatives, Marquis First Relatives, accompanied by Su Shan's order. Hundreds of monks, after being sealed by the brocade guards, were uniformly detained and tortured. He, on the other hand, accompanied the 100th household who had reported the news, and rushed towards the back of the mountain. It was only when they were on the road that Shan inquired about the specifics. What in the world is going on that makes you use only the word tragic? In the face of Shan's inquiry, the 100 households, who apparently had palpitations over the scene, replied, "This case involves the witchcraft cult. Wiccan, the witchcraft cult is one of the three major evils of the Great Ming, along with the Five Poisons cult, one of the three major evil sects of the Ming dynasty." And when he heard the name, Wang Qinian, who had an exaggerated expression, questioned loudly, "Yes, and, still, the most mischievous of infants." Shan, who was new to this world, knew little about these things. After hearing this conversation between the two of them, Shan was surprised. "What kind of riddle are you guys playing, my lord? This case is indeed tricky." When Wang Qinian finished saying all this meaningfully, Shan signaled that the centurion to go ahead and blockade the scene. Instead, he took Wang Qinian, who was about to speak, and pulled him aside. "My lord, have you heard of the witchcraft rebellion during the late emperor's time?" Wait a minute." As he said this, Shan pressed his thumb against his chest, and with all his strength, he immediately poured out a mouthful of bruised blood. "My lord, it's not a problem, using the mixed true chi that doesn't belong to what should be in my realm." However, for Shan, it was all worth it. After all, he had comprehended the essential blade intent in the strong collision. This was the first feat that he, after coming to the High Martial Great Ming, had ever comprehended without relying on the system. With this Zhang Yang three blades, when he encountered another Dala Dharma spell of true element, he, Shan, wouldn't even need to forcefully open the 6 pulses acupuncture points. This was Shan's biggest gain. This campaign, after receiving the true elemental Dan handed by Wang Qinian and swallowing it, Shan signaled him, "Speak on. I know very little about the secret stories of the capital." "Ha, Lord Qi, it wasn't mentioned to you? Who, old G? This witchcraft rebellion involves him?" "Right." Meeting his own lord's startled gaze, Wang Qinian spoke slowly. The late emperor was preceded by a son and 2 daughters. Zhu Yuting, the first eldest son, was designated as the crown prince at birth. Nay, by the time he reached in crown, he had not yet awakened the emperor vein. Even the strength is far less than their peers because of their frail bodies. Daming, a country founded on martial arts, such a prince was naturally criticized. Until the 27th year of Qitian, the late emperor's national name, the crown prince, who had pacified the Southwest Rebellion on behalf of the emperor, had not only awakened the emperor's vein, but his strength was also up to the 7th grade of the Zhongshe realm. Since then, the crown prince's prestige had flourished, especially after the late emperor had indulged in the immortal way, and had taken over the entire court. It was also during those years that the witchcraft cult flourished and plagued the earth. There have even been incidents where the people of a city have disappeared strangely over a period of months. And there's more than one. Hearing this, Shan's sword frowned tightly and said, "This is related to the former prince. The technique he practiced Your Excellency is wise. Former prince, the way to raise one's strength is the blood sacrifice of the witchcraft cult, swallowing spirit and extinction. Compulsions enter the body, living sacrifices are made to the living, and there are uprisings all over the world due to the anger of the heavens and the people." The late emperor was enraged and ordered Lord Ji, vice commander of the Arching Guard Department, to investigate the case thoroughly. With the east window, the former crown prince attempted to kill the king in the 32nd year of Qitian by using the compulsion and a political change, historically known as the Witchcraft Rebellion. The specific details and process are not known to me. I only know that since then, the crown prince has gone into hiding and Lord Ji has been relegated to Yuhang. When the Empress Dowager entered the palace, First Counselor Lin rose to great heights, and the East Forest Party gradually took control of the temple, until the late emperor ascended to the heavens. Feathered and ascended? Really? Hearing this, Shan inquired with wide eyes. Hearing this, Wang Qinian laughed awkwardly and said, "It's all said and done. There is only the first emperor's clothing grave within the imperial tomb. And what about this infant?" Then, the infant's possession is one of the means by which the crown prince controls the ministers when he holds the temple. This mistletoe compulsion has the miraculous effect of prolonging life, gaining realms, and eternal youth. However, it needs to be taken continuously at regular intervals. Once it stops, not only does it age rapidly, but also, it is as bloodthirsty as life, and its death is extremely tragic. It is reasonable to say that this quivering technique has long been destroyed after the Witchcraft Rebellion. How? When he said this, Shan coldly said, "The Ninein White Boneclaw is still a taboo in the Jianghu Lake. Doesn't Gu Daiyun also cultivate it for so long and scourge so many people?" Speaking of this, Shan glanced at the old slick Wang Qinian and added, "I know you're trying to steer something by pretending to be confused. it is nothing but this case, which may involve the Crown Prince's old party. And even behind this there is the Donglin party and those nobles in the palace who are fueling it. Otherwise, how could the Hanging Temple, a royal temple, dare to aid and abet? My lord, it's really, shut your anus. Hearing Su Shan's words, Wang Qinian, who was about to flatter a few words, closed his mouth with an awkward smile. The two arrived a few minutes later at a shekel that looked, from the outside, like an extreme monk's asceticism. But the further you go into the dark room, the more opulent the displays and decorations inside, the more opulent they become, and with it, the overwhelming smell of blood, as well as the shrill cries of the dignitaries who were caught in the middle of the scene. You group of Imperial court hawks and dogs, against the sky is it? Know who we are? Isn't it just getting a few children killed? Yelling at me here, even moving to acting under orders? Bah! And let us cooperate? Come on, Don T, just say it. Aren't your Jinyui's torture confessions notorious? Try moving me, but jumping tickles. Snap. When he stepped into the outer hall of the dark room, several humanoid dignitaries pulled their necks and shouted at Li Yuanfeng. The latter, if he were not afraid of causing trouble for his own lord, the embroidered spring sword hanging at his waist, would have been pulled out long ago. Yuanfeng, you're not taking care of these nobles. My lord. Hearing Su Shan's words, the brocade guards guarding this place hurriedly saluted towards him respectfully. Seeing his appearance, several dignitaries refocused their fire on Su Shan. You're their leader. Ha! I advise you to let us go now and get out of here where you came from. There are some things that not one of your jinxes can take on. Who is this? How come he's even more arrogant than me? Su Shan, who was pointing at the man in the lead, twisted his head and inquired. Back to your excellency, he's Beibo Ho Suji's elder brother Su Che. The one next to him is Imperial concubine's elder brother, Wu Changming. After Wang Qinian had introduced their identities, the several bound dignitaries looked arrogant, and while Su Shan walked towards them, he said, boy, it's either a royal relative or a marquis full-blooded resistant to a beating? Ha, let me ask you, are they so finely tuned to resist a beating? Pa, click, ow. Chapter 99, Anger and Torture. As he inquired about this, Su Shan's foot, hard, stepped on Su Che's knee. As he plopped onto his knees, he let out a ghostly scream. This sudden scene also caused Wu Changming and other dignitaries to retreat a few steps in fear. Each of them, terrified, looked at the young man in front of them with a tense expression. Yuanfeng, they're not resistant to a beating either. How did you get mixed up enough to have these dogs barking towards yourself? Su Shan, who had turned his head, questioned with eyes full of coldness. Great, my lord. Subordinate is afraid of getting into trouble with you. Trouble? Ha! How can you show how precious I, Su Shan, am when each of you is impartial and law-abiding enough to stay out of trouble? Don't you usually treat me with respect and flattery and save it for this time of year? As he said this, Su Shan's gaze sharply swept over all the brocade guards at the scene. But jumping can tickle? Zira. After saying this, Su Shan, who pulled Li Yuanfeng to his body with one hand, pointed at Su Che and the others and said, several of them just spit out the saliva, and then let them lick it back a little bit. I'll only give you half an hour. I want their statements and all they know. Can it be done? Yes. What about you guys? Speak up. Promise to get the job done. A deafening collective roar resonated through the front room and beyond. It even overpowered Su Che's miserable scream while also making Wu Changming and the others' faces turn pale. Su, is Lord Su? Wu Changming, who wanted to call Su Shan by his name but was afraid of angering this furious god, stammered out the word Lord. As he twisted his head to meet his eyes, Wu Changming said with all his courage, Ji, do you know the consequences of really torturing us? Don't know, and don't want to know. Su Shan answered dryly, but I want you all to know the consequences of daring to bare your teeth with the Inspector General. Also, please feel free to, as long as my Su Shan's head is not on the ground. You all are afraid that it will be very difficult to get out of the Imperial prison alive again. Do it. Yes. While several of the brocade guards, who were holding their fire, pounced on these people like wolves and tigers, Su Shan led Wang Qinian towards the real place of the crime. And just as they were leaving, there was the sound of several people screaming one after the other behind them. Although Su Shan had already had a mental construction for tragic, when he really arrived at the scene, he still felt a shudder at what was in front of him. Several children, no more than 7 or 8 years old, died with dilated pupils and bloodshot eyes, and their heavenly auras, each one of them had blown up. The table, which didn't match the scene, was actually decorated with delicacies, drinks, and drugs used to fuel the party. Several of the maids who had accompanied them were all naked, some already dead, while others were scared out of their wits. What the hell is going on here? Su Shan, who was shivering with anger, questioned Wang Qinian next to him word by word. They should be sitting around waiting for the mistletoe to break out of its shell and be the first to enjoy it. Broken shell? You mean, mistletoe eggs are planted into the bodies of children of the right age, incubated by absorbing their blood. After 77 or 49 days, the mistletoe first breaks the cocoon, eats away at the child's internal organs, and finally forcibly breaks its shell. Out of the sky, infants in wine, gods and goddesses are hard to come by. It's a saying that's been circulating. Bang! I lit up. As he roared this, Shan slapped the stone table in front of him. Upon hearing the sound, many Genie Wei experts rushed over. Wang Qinian, who accompanied him, waved his hand to signal them to go down first. Asterisk 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 ah. That's it. They just had the audacity to say that it wasn't just a matter of getting a few children killed? After wearing this world, Shan had never been so indignant and furious. Even though he could be considered a murderer, he still felt mournful and irritated when faced with the tragic death of these innocent children. My lord, there are several more children being held in a dark room in another location. A special check was made, and they were all planted with mistletoe eggs. When Deng Ziyue finished reporting all this, Shan rushed over with great strides. Looking in front of me, this group of no more than 7 or 8-year-old children, meeting their innocent, timid and even say frightened eyes. Shan's eyes were unconsciously red. Wang Qinian, yes my lord, can it be saved, Ed? Hearing this, Wang Qinian fell silent. My lord, even if a martial artist forcibly takes a stiletto, it's still 9 deaths, not to mention a group of children who are already physically frail? Phew! Shan, who could only regulate his emotions by breathing evenly, refolded back to the scene of the crime, turning grief into strength. He grieved for the first time while channeling the dead. The desperation, the terror, the hissing before dying was set upon him one by one, and as the culprits, Su Che and the others, the reckless laughter and the expressions on their faces as they greedily enjoyed it were even more in his eyes. My lord, the bodies of many children have been excavated in the back of the mountain. Some have rotted, while others have gone white and bony. According to the judgment of the coroner who accompanied the team, it goes back as far as 3 years. Shan, who had heard all of this, wordlessly got up and silently arrived in front of these bones, never more serious than tonight. He channeled each of the children, just to remember each of the culprits through their final perspective. 227 bodies, 27 ugly faces. It was like a knife carving and axe chiseling, and it was reflected in Shan's mind. Ding dong, sensing the grief of the host, the system releases the group task, the will of the children 1. Mission, to dismantle the entire chain of evil and save more children from this sin. Mission progress, 1/3. Quest reward, 50 years of cultivation. Avatar, exorcism. Ding dong, sensing the grief of the host, the system releases the group task, the will of the children 2. Mission content, uncover all the dignitaries involved and expose their ugly faces in public to atone for their sins with their deaths. Mission progress, 0/27. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. After hearing what the system released, Shan couldn't help but tighten his sword brows for a few moments. In his experience, the quest progress given by the system would never be without purpose. The first mission, to dismantle the entire chain of evil. The foster's home counts as 1, and so does the hanging temple, which takes in children as apprentices. But the system prompted for 3. It shows that there is another chain of evil that provides them with children. Thinking of this, Shan, whose eyes were full of grimace, folded back into the dark room. At this moment, Su Che, who had long since lost his previous arrogance, was leaning on the corner in a bloody mess. When he saw Shan huffing and puffing towards himself, his eyes, which had originally swollen into slits, suddenly widened. Master, I'm wrong, Master. Zira. Chapter 100, The Night of the Brocade. Sworn to follow. Su Che, who was torn by Shan's lapel and lifted up, had panic written all over his eyes. Besides the foster Jihuan and the hanging temple, who else has enticed for you? Abduct children? Ha? No, no more. Not honest. Squeak. Ow. When Su Che's ear, hardened, was ripped off by Shan, his hysterical scream sent shivers down the spine of Wu Changming and the others. One last time. No? I'll lynch you with a knife. Keeping your eyes open and watching strips of your own flesh fly before your eyes. Hearing Shan's words, Su Che, whose inner defenses had completely collapsed, said with a sobbing voice, Jean, the Yongsheng dental firm under the name of the Money Gang. Who is the one you called Master Wei Air? Ha? Upon hearing this title at first glance, the people present were all dumbfounded. I didn't even explain any of this myself just now. How did he know? I'm asking you a question. As he said this, Shan's hand had already clutched the only ear the other party had. The younger brother of Wei Shanming, the right minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wei Shanpeng. Hearing this, Shan twisted his head and inquired, is there this name in the list that was just explained? Back to your honor. No. Squeak. Ah. This time, Su Che directly fainted from the pain, but Su Shan, in a smooth manner, pulled out a dagger and instantly stabbed into the opponent's pain point. In the next second, Su Che, whose veins were outwardly violent, whose eyes were red, and whose entire mouth was open, was awakened by a hard pain. Dead or alive, there are no secrets in my hands. Next, I will ask and you will answer. Otherwise, such pain will continue. Yes, master, whatever you want to know, I'll say it all. Su Che, whose voice was hoarse, hurriedly replied, who is the one you respectfully call Mr. Duan and Dr. Duan? Hua, Dr. Duaningjiu of the state prison. His old age is still the chancellor of the Eastwood Academy. Hearing this name, even Wang Qinian and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath of cool air. This case is really going to break the sky of the capital. For Su Shan, he was not familiar with the dignitaries of the capital. Therefore, the only way to do targeted torture is through the psychic, their conversations and likeness characteristics. For every person he asked, Wang Qinian, who was next to him, recorded it. The long list of 27 people also made the Jinyui present all shocked. You should know that there are a lot of gentlemen and people who are reputable in the capital in there, and who has a simple background to get into this circle. This night, Su Shan had not only tortured these culprits, but had also dealt a severe blow to several elders of the Hanging Temple. Only after he had double-checked this list did he physically and mentally walk out of the Hanging Temple's side hall. Wang Qinian, yes my lord. Is there any way to be straightforward and screen them to see if they've used infantile jelly? Yes. Speaking of this, Wang Qinian stepped forward and added, with a single word from the Heavenly Master's golden light mantra, one can discern the truth. And, the cocoon shells left behind when the bugs break out of their cocoons are crushed and mixed with dog's blood and gold juice to ferment for half an hour. Use this filth and splash it on these people, then it will bring them to their original form. After hearing this, Su Shan, who was silent for a little while, spoke. You do it, prepare enough portions for these 27 people. But my lord, I know this is a road of no return. It will even offend the entire capital's dignitaries and even readers because of it. Speaking of this, Su Shan looked toward the breaking sky, revealing a determined smile and said, before every glimmer of dawn breaks, there must be a long dark night that is about to suffocate. Isn't that what we're best at, brocade? Meeting Su Shan's smile, Wang Qinian bowed solemnly and said, subordinate, I would like to follow your excellency to the death. Boom! Not only Wang Qinian, the accompanying crowd of brocade guards, and even the masters sent by Qinglong, all of them kneeled down on one knee at this time, clasped their fists and yelled lowly, we swear to follow your lordship's brocaded knight. It's only 100 miles from the capital to the Hanging Temple. If you travel light and fast, most of the day is enough to arrive. But both His Majesty's trip to the city and the Empress Dowager's ceremonial procession doomed the procession, and it couldn't go fast enough. Both sides sent people to the Hanging Temple first. Therefore, there was a delay of one night each. Early the next morning, the vast procession, once again, set off. The northern Marquis Su Ji, who was born in the army, accompanied Chao Zhangchun, resided next to the Queen Mother's phoenix carriage, and his eyes even glanced at the forbidden army not far away, which was led by Yuan Tiangang and Shangguan Yenner. Marquis, still coveting Vice Commander Shangguan as your daughter-in-law? Ha ha. Hearing this, Beiboho laughed out loud. This is natural. It is rumored that this time when Yu Hang returned, Shangguan Yenner not only comprehended the power of the heavenly elephant, but she also somehow managed to open up her bloodline through some means. There are hidden signs of completely awakening the heavenly phoenix body. Such a marvelous woman. It would be a blessing for the Su family if she could become this Marquis daughter-in-law. Just after Beiboho finished saying this, the Empress Dowager inside the phoenix carriage opened the curtains and said, in this matter, I'll make a decision for Beiboho. It's settled. Ha, thank you, Empress Dowager. But Tianshi Yuan and His Majesty have always been against it. Their attitude is not important. Several elders of the Heavenly Phoenix clan will be coming to the capital for an audience in a few days. As long as the Heavenly Phoenix clan nods its head, what business is there for the Heavenly Master and His Majesty? Hearing this, Marquis Beibo instantly brightened up and thanked him. Ahead is Fingwu Slope. I wonder what's going on with the Hanging Temple. Now, this Marquis is always a bit distracted. After all, he, Su Shan, hand in hand with a few of his men, has beheaded a heavenly elephant expert at the Immortal Gathering building. The strength of the people we sent there is not weak, but the green dragon won't just ignore it. Jie. After Marquis Beibo had finished saying all this, Yu Huatian, who was slightly half a body position behind a few people, smiled wickedly while replying, the Marquis has been overly concerned. Years ago, the Hanging Temple's presiding officer, Jin Yuan, owed my family's governor a big favor. Zhang Yang and Gao Feng will convey the governor's wishes when they arrive. Hearing this, Marquis Beibo was overjoyed and said, very good, very good. It's still Governor Chow who is better at chess. Appeal 2. Just as Marquis Beibo and the others confidently finished saying this, the city defense battalion guards in the front row suddenly stopped their horses. Snap. Immediately afterward, an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves came from far away. What's going on? Why did it stop? Upon seeing his cronies, Beibo Ho questioned loudly. Greetings to Marquis Beibo and Governor Chow. Fengwu slope ahead. Dozens of corpses have been found. They are. After the other party had vaguely finished saying this, Beibo Ho was furious. Who are they? Of the East Chamber's Zheng Palmistry, Gao Palmistry, and the 3 vice-commanders of the Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard. Boom. Chapter 101, Killing and Execution, Exclusive Romance. What did you say? Who died? At first glance, Beibo Ho directly dismounted his horse, clutched the lapel of the scout's coat, and stiffly lifted the other party up. Dong, East Factory's boss Zhang and boss Gao, as well as the 3 vice-commanders of the Marquis residence, Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard. After reconfirming it, a grim, ruthless look appeared on the face of Beibo Ho. Chao Zhangchun, who was moving next to him, clenched the reins of the horse in his hand a few times tighter. Sparing the Empress Dowager, she lifted the curtains of the window and cast her gaze coldly this way. Obviously, the impact of this matter was too great for them, or rather, it subverted their perceptions and shattered their long-held sense of superiority. Not a single survivor? Chao Zhangchun, who had a cold voice, immediately inquired. Back to Governor Chow. The whole army was wiped out. When this scout just finished saying this, the Empress Dowager, while playing with the cloisonné stored claws, nail sets, on her fingers, questioned in a cold voice. Don't even bother to get rid of the body? Back to the Empress Dowager. None of them have been deliberately moved, and each remains in the same state as when they died. Also, judging from the bodies, they all died last night. Boom. After hearing these words, not to mention the bystanders, even the Empress Dowager burst out with an oozing fury. It's not that the murderer didn't have time to dispose of the body, much less leave in a hurry. Rather, the body was deliberately left there, on the path they must take to the Hanging Temple. Looking at the entire capital and even the Great Ming, who would dare to openly decapitate one of their own right under their noses? Just by hearing the names of the 2 factories and the Northern Burial Marquis, how many martial artists were already trembling in fear? But now what? Not only did someone do it, but also, it was unabashed. This is no longer a provocation, but a naked declaration of war. Go, take this Ho to the scene. Beibo Ho, who was covered in a ferocious aura, led the experts accompanying him and broke away from the large troop. Yu Huatian, who was not far away, also wanted to bring his men to follow him, but he was stopped by Chao Zhangchun reaching out. At this moment, Governor Chow cast his gaze not far away, to Yuan Tiangong's position. He wondered if this move, if it came from the other side, to ensure the absolute safety of the Empress Dowager, he first chose to press on. This was not the first time Yuan Tiangang had taken the blame for Su Shan. When he was also informed of the news from Fengwu Slope's side, a seemingly bitter smile appeared on his face. This kid, Su Shan, is really capable of tossing his weight around. He's avenging the death of the brocade guards who died in the interception earlier. Shangguan Yener, who suddenly opened her mouth, caused Zhu Yue to poke her head out. In the Yuhang Jinfu division, Jinfu Ji made a family rule, bared blood from a closed-door fight. Unanimity when the door is open. Whoever touches his own brother, let the other return the favor tenfold. There are not enough living people to dig up his family's graves and use the dead to make up for it. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang smiled and nodded his head. This family rule is very much in line with Ji Gang's character. Leaving the body at the scene is actually a blunt admonition to the 2 factories and the Northern Burgundy. If you dare to play interceptor, we can broach the night. When Yuan Tiangang finished saying this, Zhu Yue, who was very satisfied with what Su Shan did, said, I like this family rule of Ji Jinfu envoy, more like Su Shan's clean and sharp tactics. Just by leaving a body behind, you risk leaving a handle. Bang, rumble, escort, protecting the Empress Dowager's Phoenix whiskey. The sudden explosion at Fengwu Slope also made the 2 teams ready to go. What's going on? What's going on? Rushing forward, Yu Huatian loudly questioned. Just as his words fell, a scout, who had folded back, hurriedly replied, the people below are carrying the corpses so as not to delay the Empress Dowager and His Majesty's journey. But whoever thought that the murderer had planted the concealed weapons Iron Lotus and Dan Thunder under the corpse? Not only were the corpses blown to pieces at the scene, even the brothers who went up to the scene were more than half dead or wounded. Wow. Hearing this, the 2 teams were in an uproar. I prejudged you. It's more like destroying the body in front of you. It's a murder and a heart attack. North, where's Marquis Northborough? Is he okay? Back to the words of the factory lord, the northern Uncle Marquis is unharmed. Now, furiously leading his troops, he first rushed towards the hanging temple. The conversation between the two was so clear that the crowd, at the scene, could hear it clearly. On the Empress Dowager's side, it can be said that she is extremely angry and even irritated. On the contrary, on His Majesty's side, Yuan Tiangang, who had returned to his senses, smiled and said to Zhu Yue, "Your Majesty, there is no handle now." Swish, Zhu Yue, who heard this, pulled the curtains of the dragon carriage back up. During this time, the corners of her mouth turned up in a long-awaited smile. She had a selfish reason for summoning Su Shan to the capital. But now what? This man has given her one surprise after another. Since ascending to the throne, it is these few things and cases that he has done that have most comforted and relieved himself. Cool and relieved. A punch in the face doesn't last overnight, and revenge doesn't last forever. We know he did it, but who can find a single fault? This Su Shan, is he really not afraid of his own people coming up to inspect the corpse? Shangguan Yener, who muttered these words, saw a scene that made her annoyed when she arrived at Fingwu Slope at the head of her troops. Above the most conspicuous high slope, a rolling pin, stabbed there. It was also coated with lard that had been air-dried and first skinned. While seeing them, Shangguan Yener's memory was instantly pulled back to that night at the Tianshui post. I, Su Shan, am a man of vengeance. Yener, if I suddenly send someone to give you a rolling pin in the future, I'm actually reminding you, don't do this on your own. I want a pole. It's a code word and cue unique to the two of them, and it's a romance that belongs to both of them. At that time, when she heard this reminder, Shangguan Yener almost didn't sacrifice Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, and today, red-faced, she chopped up that dirt slope. Shangguan Yener's sudden outburst really made many people puzzled and surprised, but Su Shan, who was more than 10 miles away in the Hanging Temple, after vaguely hearing one explosion after another, while straightening her dress and makeup, she sneered, "Here it comes, Yuan Feng. Here, order the men to get ready. Pick up the car." Is it? The first wave to arrive here will either be the furious Bei Boho or Yu Huatian, or the infuriated Shangguan commander. The former has to be done with strength. The latter, I'm enough of a charmer all by myself. Ha! Hearing this, Li Yuanfan froze there for several breaths. It was not until Wang Qinian, when he brushed past him, that he cautiously inquired, "Brother Wang, what does His Excellency mean by this?" "Oh, you don't understand? If you don't understand, shout awesome and you're done." As a friendly reminder, in the future, when you see the Shangguan commander in private, call out sister-in-law, and you might be able to level the playing field in the future. Wang Qinian, who had said all this, did not elaborate any further, but hurriedly caught up with his own lord who had gone out to meet the enemy. Chapter 102, First to decide, not to give an inch. Hiya, snap. On the official road in front of the Hanging Temple Gate, a large number of people led by Bei Bohosuji were rushing towards the site in a furious manner, and Su Shan, who was sitting in front of the tea table, leaned his body back on top of the back of the chair. The tea he held in his hand fluctuated more and more as the resonant sound of the horse's hooves drew nearer and nearer. After glancing at the official road, he said without anger, "Each and every one of them is waiting to be reincarnated. Are they so impatient?" "Me so." Just as his words fell, Lei Yuanfeng, who had no one to nudge him this time, obediently drew his saber. In the north, Boho and others, about to rush to the foot of the mountain, the muddy force of the split out. Boom! Marquis, be careful. Nay. Sensing the celestial power of this blade, the accompanying experts immediately strangled their horses to protect in front of their marquis. In an instant, the entire majestic procession came to a screeching halt, and just for a moment they stopped. On the official road outside the Hanging Temple, there was an additional scarred ditch chopped out by the strength of the sword. The cracked stone slabs exploded like spider webs. The dust and smoke that was raised filled the entire official road. It left the scene, which had just been harsh and resonant, briefly motionless. "My lord, the water is not shaking now, so drink slowly." Lei Yuanfeng, who had withdrawn his sword, respectfully said to Su Shan. Hearing this, Su Shan instantly brightened up. Not bad, growing up. Even the aside Wang Qinian, all side, Yuanfan grows too fast. This game, I licked not you professional ah. As soon as he finished his words, there was a follower of Marquis Beibo on the official road, loudly scolding, "Assholes, do you know who we are?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian instantly came energized. He, who had been deeply penetrated by the essence of Su Shan, opened his mouth with an extremely high amount of shouting, "Mother, I'll you up. The Inspector General's department is here on a case by decree, and officials from the third rank on down are not allowed to obstruct or harangue them. Anyone who disobeys the order can be killed first." After Wang Qinian finished saying all this, the furious Marquis Beibo led his troops to rush out of the dust and smoke, and then hissed with a fierce face, "Then tell me, how many grades is this Marquis? Ouch, ouch." Ouch. This is not the North Boho? You see this whole thing, pretend to the real gripper head. Almost did not put the scene whole high dynasty hello. Properly a first-ranked officer and Marquis of the North, Su Ji, Marquis Su. How can you guys just strike out? While saying this, Su Shan slowly stood up and walked to the front of the steps, towering over Su Ji who stood with his horse, and after hearing his words, the attendant of Marquis Beibo, holding a horsewhip, pointed at him and said, "Dog, why don't you salute when you see the Marquis? Still dare to take a stab at him? Looking for death?" Snap. Just as his words finished, Su Shan, who wasn't used to the other party at all, slapped the other party on top of the side of his face through the air. Put. Ow. The attendant, who had been slapped hard off his horse, let out a hysterical scream. Miso. Nearly at this instant, the guards who had followed the Northern Burial Marquis along drew their swords 1/3 of the way, just waiting for an order from his own master. He would rush forward and cut down this grandson. However, just as they all moved differently, hundreds of brocade-clothed guards instantly surfaced within several of the Hanging Temple's most favorable vantage points. Each of these people was armed with a power-breaking crossbow, and the resonating sound of a loaded crossbow was unusually explosive. Not only these people, but the experts who had been placed beside Su Shan by Qing Long had come out one after another. Each hand gripped the hilt of the saber hanging at his waist. If this group of guards dared to be reckless, they dared to kill. Are you guys trying to rebel? Beibo Ho, after seeing this scene, questioned in a near roar, and Su Shan didn't bother with his, reaching out and pointing at the several Zhongshe realm senators, vice-generals, and masters, saying, "Before you draw your sword, take a piss and look at yourself to see if you have the rank of an official from the 3rd rank. Beibo Ho is a first-ranking officer. Genie Wei. Endure and give in. But that doesn't mean that you guys can too." Su Shan's words were very clear. In the entire room, only the northern burghers had also reached the hurdle of being above the 3rd rank. The Jinui won't touch him, but with so many people accompanying him, since none of them had reached that level, he, the brocade guard, had the right to kill. You. No wonder. You brocade guards dare to kill this marquis and the people of the East Chamber in Fengwu Slope, taking a chicken feather? Hearing this, Su Shan was astonished and said, Beibo Ho, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but feces cannot be spewed indiscriminately. We, the brocade guards, are all law enforcers. How can we know how to break the law? Speaking of which, banditry has been rampant around the capital recently, and some time ago, my brocade guards, in the eastern suburb, were also intercepted and killed. As far as the division of duties is concerned, shouldn't the city defense battalion bear the responsibility? Beibo Ho, how can you spit blood? Oh yeah, the robbers who intercepted the brocade guards were all found to be outlaws kept by the money gang. The city defense battalion. You can make a good check. See if the tragedy at Fengwu Slope is also related to them. Equivalent to putting down the attitude of Su Shan. After saying this, a slight pause, and then added with a face guilty of cruelty, if the city defense battalion is jealous of the master behind the money gang, then we have our Inspector General's department to investigate, guaranteed to give an explanation to the Northern Marquis. As he said this, Su Shan's fierce aura was exposed and his killing intent was overwhelming. His words were no different from directly tearing his face off with the Northern Burial Marquis. In the capital, who doesn't know that the master of the money gang is his Su family? Hearing this, Su Ji, with a scowl on his face, said, "You really take yourself as a character?" Miso. After saying this, Su Ji, who immediately drew his saber, galloped his horse towards Su Shan. This marquis would like to see who dares to stop me today. Hiya. Seeing this scene, Su Shan turned around with a sneer on his face. During this time, his voice was not loud, but it was unusually piercing as he said, "Before the Hanging Temple, Marquis Beibo's horse lost its footing and accidentally fell. The extent of his injuries is unknown, and I fear that it will be difficult for him to take charge of the city defense battalion again." Whoosh. Miso. Su Shan's first sentence had just been finished, when the crossbow arrows that covered the sky all shot towards Beibo Ho, who was charging straight ahead. Put. Whinny. Bam. After Su Shan's second sentence fell, Su Ji's warhorse was shot into a hedgehog. With a mournful neighing of the horse, he fell to the ground in response. As for Su Ji, who was originally riding on a warhorse, after hearing the sound of a crossbow bolt coming out of the string, he instinctively jumped up and retreated a few meters. As he landed, after the robbery, he was surrounded by several experts who had accompanied him. Su Ji, whose pupils were wide open, looked at all this in front of him with disbelief. Not only him, but the accompanying guards of the city defense battalion were silenced and swept towards the crowd of brocade guards who pulled the trigger. Su Shan is crazy. Are you guys too? Yo, Marquis Beibo is old and strong, and his lightness is excellent. Turning his head back for a split second, he added, "Damn, I thought you were so prim and proper. Chapter 103, Being Transcendent and Arrogant. Meh. Su Shan's not quite loud, but absolutely ear-piercing sneer also made the faces of Bei Bo Ho and the guards of the city defense battalion look extremely unsightly. Some slaps, without ever actually hitting the face, are exceptionally raw and humiliating. As Lin's chief minister, Su Ji, one of the troika controlling the court, how had he ever been humiliated like this in the capital? The gasping warhorse, the corpse of his subordinate, and the taunts of the murderer all made his entire face at this moment twisted and hideous. Squeak. However, the sound of the kitsune's collective crossbows being cocked once more, however, brought him back to reality. Gulp. As their eyes scanned this group of brocade guards with firm gazes and murderous intent, many of the guards of the city defense battalion couldn't help but swallow a deep mouthful of saliva. When have the Inspector General's department ever been so tough and huggy? In their impression, aren't the Northern Township inspectors a bunch of boozehounds? Why now? All of them are as harsh, decisive and strong as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, just because, a new master? Thinking of this, everyone's gazes, once again, were directed towards Su Shan, who had resumed his seat at the tea table. Does the youngster in front of me really have such a charismatic personality? Gulp. Lei Yuanfeng, who had just sharply struck out his sword towards Bei Bo Ho, now respectfully poured a cup of tea for Su Shan, finger pointing at the table, signaling and stopping Su Shan. Picking up the cup of tea, his eyes frivolously glanced at the North Uncle Marquis. North Uncle Marquis, if you come here to burn incense and worship the Buddha, or to look for another place to do it, the monks here are dirty, and the Buddha here is blind. Zip. After saying that, Su Shan finished the tea in his cup with a single drink. Hearing this, full of cold eyes, Bei Bo Ho, directly moved out of the Empress Dowager said, "This Marquis, accompanied by Imperial Decree Empress Dowager, to go to the hanging temple to pray for blessings. Do you dare not obey? What? Do each and every one of you Jinui want to disobey the decree?" As soon as he finished his words, Lei Yuanfeng, with his head held high, replied directly, "The brocade guards only follow the holy decree." Boom! Just as he finished his words, a majestic mixed true chi came straight from the distance in a mountainous row. At the same time, an ear-piercing chortle rang out. What a mouthful! At first hearing this, Su Shan, who sensed something, clapped his hands with a bang. With one palm supporting his body, he crossed over the tea table and blocked in front of Li Yuanfan with a swift momentum. Whoosh! At that very moment, a ray of blue light mixed with dark energy cut through the sky, further causing the surrounding air to become violent and heavy. Wow! Su Shan, who instantly pulled up his cloak, covered the ray of blue light. Guanchong Sword Chi and Shaoli Fei Dao, used simultaneously and simultaneously. Pounds. Even so, it only weakened the dark energy attached to the blue light. Xiao Chong and Xiao Zhe Sword Chi, once again urged to make it. It was only then that the blue light was forced to reveal the original object. Pa! The moment he lifted back his cloak, Su Shan's hands were filled with multiple poisonous cistern claws. The gemstones embedded on it alone let him know that this nail set was absolutely extraordinary. And what was even more alarming to him was using this object and attacking Li Yuanfang's master, the hybrid true chi that he himself sacrificed so many moves to block. At least the hard power of the 7th grade sect master realm. This is the Empress Dowager's stored claws. Upon seeing the cloisonné nail sets in Su Shan's hands, Bei Bo Ho blurted out, "Snap!" As soon as his words fell out of his mouth, the crowd heard an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves coming from the official road. Smell the sound, only to see Empress Dowager Lin Ruoyun, who had abandoned the Phoenix carriage, leading her troops to arrive on horseback. The Empress Dowager's? Su Shan, who was playing with the stored claws in his hand, sniffed a few times while inquiring about Wang Qinian beside him. Yes, no wonder the bashfulness. The gas is overwhelming. Ha! Your Honor, be careful what you say. Although he was used to his own lord's lawlessness, this was too much of a taboo. Just kidding. What are you nervous about? Old value. Ha! Thousands of dollars. After Wang Qinian had just finished speaking, Su Shan cupped his fists in the direction of Lin Ruoyun's horse and shouted, "1,000 households of the Department of Supervision and Inspection. Su Shan, thank you for the Empress Dowager's reward." After saying that, Su Shan nonchalantly took the stored claws and received them within his belt pouch. Phew! On Lin Ruoyun's side, just as she strangled her horse and stood, Marquis Bei Bo and the others rushed forward to make a big salute. At the same time, it is a mouthful of bitter denunciation. Su Shan and its genie weighs evil deeds. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyun, Chao Zhengchun, Yu Huatian, and the others, subconsciously glanced at those brocade guards residing high above. They didn't put away their crossbows because of the appearance of the Empress Dowager and the others. At most, they pulled back their strung crossbows. Even after being swept over by these bigwigs, with sharp gazes, These worthless minions in the eyes of the bigwigs in the capital had no intention of leaving the strategically important place. It's not even an exaggeration to say that, although they didn't dare to look at these big shots, each of them was in high spirits and warlike. Tai, Empress Dowager, take a look at. They, the brocade guards, are becoming more and more lawless. As Marquis Beibo finished saying this in exasperation, Shan, who was merely bowing and clasping his fists, solemnly replied, "We greet the Empress Dowager. I am on official business. Therefore, I can only salute with wartime etiquette. Please bear with me, Empress Dowager." After saying this, Shan waved his hand. The group of brocade guards who had just seen the Empress Dowager, Chao Zhangchun, the East and West factories, and the heavy forces of the City Defense Battalion, all without retreating, instantly retreated. During this time, they were misplaced and unruffled, and moreover maintained a ready counterattacking military formation. Ha! Lin Ruoyun, who took in this scene, sneered and said, "A bit interesting." As she said this, her gaze was fixed on Shan, who had just exchanged blows with herself across the air. Shan, in, how old? 18. Ha, my lord, haven't you just been crowned? Wang Qinian, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded, asking about age. Ha, I thought she asked me the length of my unit. Sizzle. Although he didn't know what the unit length referred to, Wang Qinian couldn't help but take a deep breath of cool air. After all, grown-ups' brains are mostly the words of tigers and wolves. Back to the Empress Dowager. The youngest has just reached the crown. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyun's eyebrows were slightly raised, and the corners of her tantalizingly red lips slightly rose as she said, "And the crown? At such a young age, you have such means and strength. It really makes me feel sorry for the talent. Are you willing to enter the palace and serve me?" As she said this, Lin Ruoyun stirred her green silk. Moving her green silk, her hands and feet were filled with bewitching charm. And Shan, who heard her words, his eyes almost didn't glaze over. "Trying to cut off one of my few hobbies? Bad old. You're bad, Empress Dowager. Has anyone ever complimented you on your beauty? How dare you?" As soon as Shan finished saying this, Yu Huatian immediately chided. Lin Ruoyun, who raised her slender jade finger, signaled the rain factory official to keep quiet. "Do you think morning is beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Since the Empress Dowager looks so beautiful, don't think so beautifully. Wow." Chapter 104, Humorous, Confrontation in the Face. By the time Shan finished his words, the large scene was in an uproar. "Tell the Queen Mother not to think so beautifully? Are you undead?" Boom. Several of the experts escorting the Empress Dowager had displayed their thick mixed true chi. Rao Yu Huatian was moved to kill in this moment. Chao Zhangchun, although he didn't make any movements, his gaze was like a torch as he locked onto the other party dead on. The rest of the world, on the other hand, is wary of the side front. LOL. However, all of this came to an abrupt end with Lin Ruoyun's delicate laugh. "Recently in the capital, there have been many rumors of you, Shan, being arrogant and domineering. Before the mourning family, still wondering, just transferred from Yuhang over the mud leg, can have how rampant. Today, it's kind of like really seeing it." Hearing this, Shan was not ashamed, but instead took pride in it as he replied, "Back to the words of the Empress Dowager. As the son of heaven's own soldiers, His Majesty's enshrine 1,000 households. They are given the Zhengyang sword, supervise the 100 officials, and have the right of first decapitation and then report to the court. With so many honors loaded on my body, if I don't get cocky, won't I be sorry for the Imperial grace? Ha ha." When Shan finished saying this without any restraint, Lin Ruoyun directly burst out laughing. "Interesting, really interesting, Shan, you already have a way to take your death." Speaking, Lin Ruoyun glanced to the side and added, "What do you say, Tianchi Yuan?" Swish. It was also right after Lin Ruoyun's words were finished, that a figure strangely surfaced in front of the crowd. This time, all the brocade guards, without fail, saluted respectfully. "We see the heavenly master, Yuan Tiangang," who cheerfully raised his hand, signaled the crowd to rise. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the performance of his subordinates just now, especially the leader, Shan. The more you look at it, the more you appreciate it. This honored one sees things quite differently from the Empress Dowager. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, Shan will be His Majesty's man of honor. Wow. The entire scene was in an uproar when they heard Yuan Tiangang give Shan such a high evaluation. As the Imperial Master and Commander of the Jinfu Division, his words, in a sense, also represented His Majesty's attitude towards Shan. Ha ha, humorous? But I look at his face. But the fate of the Lone Star, life is not long. At this moment, Lin Ruoyun did not hide her killing intent. His Majesty has arrived. Also just as her words had fallen, a loud voice came from far away. Chao Zhangchun and the others, who were originally riding on horses, dismounted. On the contrary, it was Lin Ruoyun who stood proudly strangling her horse. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor. All the beloved ministers rise to their feet. After Zhu Yue had just finished saying this, Chao Zhangchun made a look towards Su Ji. The latter understood and rushed directly to Zhu Yue, vociferously denouncing the evil behavior of Su Shan and the others just now some more. After it finished its words, Lin Ruoyun, who was on the horseback while admiring her own slender jade fingers, said in a conspiratorial manner, "It was heard that the lay disciple of the Hanging Temple, the deputy Qianhu of the inspection department, was directly caned to death by Su Qianhu because he had violated his superiors by drawing his sword against them. And what is his punishment for all this behavior today?" Speaking of this, Lin Ruoyun didn't forget to glare sharply at Su Shan and added, "I also ask for your majesty's clarification." Looking at the warhorse that had been pierced into a hedgehog, Zhu Yue, who was more or less riding a tiger, inquired, "Su Shan, what's going on here?" "Back to your majesty. My subordinates are under orders to investigate the case." Marquis Beibo led his troops in an unauthorized intrusion, and the Department of Supervision ignored his repeated warnings. Coupled with the fact that this case involves a first-degree relative of Marquis Beibo, my subordinates suspect that his motives are impure, and therefore, ordered the interception. Just after Su Shan said this, Beibo became furious and said, "Let go of your mother's bull *********. You eat with your mouth, don't you? Did his majesty tell you to speak? No king, no father, really gives you face, doesn't it?" Su Shan, who had cocked his head, disliked Beibo with his words, but there's nothing wrong with what he said. If his majesty asks a question, how can a subject just interrupt? You, Su Shan, deceiving the king is a capital offense. What case have you come to the Hanging Temple for? Following Su Shan's lead, Lin Ruoyun immediately questioned, "Back to the Empress Dowager. This case is quite complicated, and it also involves royal relatives, princes and nobles. Therefore, it is not convenient to disclose too much right now. LOL. Hearing this, Chao Zhangchun, who more or less knew a bit about the inner workings, had an ominous premonition. This young man in front of me has quite a deep heart. He's throwing in the towel, leading with this on purpose, in order to pull the plug. Morning, unworthy to know? Sure enough, the Empress Dowager was still being led by the nose by him. After he finished saying this, Su Shan didn't answer positively, but instead turned his gaze to Zhu Yue. This attitude, on the other hand, was a statement of one's position. The brocade guards, who only honored his majesty. "Your majesty, since there is a case that involves the Northburg Marquis, this marquis naturally wants to get to the bottom of it, lest you get the dirt thrown on you." After Beibo had finished saying all of this in a decisive manner, Zhu Yue spoke up, "Su Shan, but there's no harm in saying it. I am here with the Empress Dowager today. Even if this case involves royal relatives and princes, we will stand up for the Inspector General's department. Waiting for that, is a gentleman not a man of honor? Your majesty, the witchcraft cult has resurfaced in the capital. Beibo's eldest brother, Su Che, the Imperial concubine's sibling, Wu Changming, and the others are in this mountain, quenching their infants. Nearly 300 children died unjustly. The scene was horrific and outrageous." Boom! By the time Su Shan finished saying this, the entire scene was in an uproar. Most of them were old men from the capital. Naturally they knew about the witchcraft rebellion, and were even more aware of what the baby stood for. At first hearing this, not to mention Zhu Yue, even the Empress Dowager was moved a few times. With her eyes like a torch, she stared at Chao Zhangchun beside her. In his eyes, a questioning look was written all over him. "No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Shan, you're spitting blood." The uninformed Beibo, who was on the sidelines, growled loudly, "You know what it means to be a man with stolen goods?" As Su Shan said this, Wang Qinian had already ordered people to take Su Che and the others, and racked them out. Their faces were completely disfigured, and after seeing Beibo and the Empress Dowager, each of them returned to their senses and loudly begged for help. You Su Shan, who gave you the bare heart to torture them? They are. What is it? Are the royal relatives and princes? What about them? Deserve to be brutalized for no good reason? Swish! As the words fell into his voice, Su Shan lifted the bloodstained white cloth. Several dead children with their skulls blown open were presented to the crowd. Ah! Vomit! Such a bloody and explosive scene also caused many attendants, palace maids and eunuchs to subconsciously let out screams. Some even, outright dry-heaved. The closest Beibo, after seeing this, all subconsciously stumbled back a few steps. Panic was written all over his face. Chapter 105, Controlling the Whole Scene, Great Wisdom Like a Demon. Shangguan Yenner, who couldn't bear to look at her, glanced her head to the side. Zhu Yue, who was in front of the side, Her whole face became grave and angry. Yuan Tiangang, who rarely got angry, clenched his fists, sparing Empress Dowager Lin Ruoyun. A trace of intolerance flashed within her bright eyes. All the people on the scene, but those who still had some conscience, were all shaken by what was happening in front of them, and Shan, who had turned around, stretched out his right arm as soon as he pulled the knuckle-dragging Beibo Ho back hard. What are you backing out of? What do you want to do when you see this? Isn't it, like us, trying to lynch the gang? Nearly snarling, Shan's entire face became hideous. Do you know what your dearest brother was doing when we were caught red-handed? He bound this child in chains and watched the infant break out of its shell. Broken shell, understand? The sky explodes with a bang. Take it out, put it in the wine, and have fun with your arms around the maid who has long since fainted from fear. After saying this, Shan held down Beiboho's head, causing him to bow down to meet the eyes of these dead children. Take a look. Take a good look with your doggy eyes. Look at this helpless, desperate, terrified look in the child's dying eyes. You ask me why I use torture? Because I have a clear conscience. I want to give these children justice. At least let them die in peace. At this point Shan said, eyes red, tearful eyes stretched out 3 fingers, nearly 300 children. And that's just the ones where we find the bodies. What about the ones that were left lying around, picked up and chewed on by wild animals? You told me that the Empress Dowager came to worship the Buddha today and asked the high priests to pray for blessings, so that we can get out of the way at once. Worship who? Invite who? The Buddha who stands within the main hall. He is blind. The 4 great Vajra of the Hanging Temple's martial arts hall are personally guarding the door for them, presiding over the true element. He tried his best to obstruct it and even fought against us. It is even threatening that the East Forest Party, the old Crown Prince Party, and you, Beibo Ho, will leave us dead. Ha! When Shan finished saying this, he sneered twice with his head held high. Then, word for word, he added solemnly, what am I letting you in for? Destroy human and physical evidence and whitewash? And then, to have His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, in the dirty and ugly main hall, devoutly pray for the victims of the South? Boom! Shan's words had just fallen, and Yuan Tiangang, who was not far away from him, suddenly wrapped his body in golden light. Immediately afterward, he, who was changing his hand gestures and making Dao seals, suddenly opened his mouth and said, ghosts and demons lose their courage, and sperms and monsters lose their shape. There is a thunderbolt within, and the god of thunder is hidden. 1 as a rule, hostile character technique. Wow! Accompanied by Yuan Tiangong's opening, a ray of thunder instantly wrapped around Suche. Seeing this scene, the Empress Dowager and Chao Zhengchun and the others subconsciously opened their mouths and said, golden light curse. The word is the word. The hostile word technique. Snap. Ow. As they muttered this, a bizarre scene presented itself. Suche, who was still expecting that his own cyborg brother would be able to save him, suddenly had a muffled thunderclap resound within his body. Under the pain, Suche, who was bleeding from 7 holes, let out a miserable scream. Pa! Not long after, another explosive sound came out from within him. This time, a bull-sized bloody hole exploded in his chest. Crackle. 3rd, 4th, and 5th tones. At the 17th sound, Suche's mortal body was already blown into a bloody mist. Afterward, it condensed into blood droplets, spilling out and attaching itself to the faces and bodies of Wu Changming and the rest of the group. Ah! This bloody scene really made these sinful dignitaries scream in fear. And at this time, put away the gesture of Yuan Tiangang, eyes like a torch staring at, has long been in front of the eyes of all this stunned Beiboho said. 17 voices. Inside his body, there are at least 17 infant jades. That is to say, he has brutally murdered at least 17 children by such gruesome means, and that's just, his mortal body, can't handle the results. More than 17 were eaten up by him. Put. When Yuan Tiangang finished his angry low roar, the air in front of the entire hanging temple, as if it was being continuously compressed, became heavy and suffocating. Those with a low realm were immediately brought to their knees by the pressure of the might. Those with a high realm, their whole body still endures a shiver. Rao Shan, all of his faces were pale and he felt the strain as if he was being pressed by a mountain. Nay, Lin Ruoyun, who always stood on her horse and did not kneel at the sight of the Holy Spirit, if it were not for Chao Zhengchun, who was urging her to take refuge in the side, her mount, not only issued a hoarse sound, but directly prostrate on the ground. At the same time Yuan Tianshi was pressurizing the whole audience. How could he not be pressurizing the Empress Dowager on behalf of Zhu Yue? Heavenly Master, it's better to collect the divine power. Up. Accompanied by Chao Jingchuan's words, the Empress Dowager's party, one by one, knelt down as if they were being pushed up by an invisible pair of hands. Between the wind and the lightning, The two most powerful sect masters of this world's battle ceiling had finished exchanging blows. Even just standing on the sidelines and witnessing this caused Su Shan's spine to drip with cold sweat. Ninth grade? Su Shan, who had his head turned sideways, subconsciously inquired about Wang Qinian, who was beside him. It's more than that. It's all covering the sky. When Yuan Tiangang made the golden light curse, the people felt that all their eyes were grayed out. It was only when Chao Zhengchun stepped in that he allowed Yu Huatian and the others to see the sunlight of noon again. What's above the ninth grade? Terrestrial immortal realm? My lord, I really don't know about this one. Swish, accompanied by Yuan Tiangong's big hand. Except for Wu Changming and the others, the rest of the people instantly had an immediate feeling of relief. Tian sure, spare your life. Tian sure. Snap. We know we're wrong. Snap. This matter, all of it is because Master Su encouraged us to do it. It says that this method will prolong life and strengthen the body, said the Northern Marquis. Are using. We only ghosted to do such evil things. The previous warning also made Wu Changming and the others hastily panic and hurry to dump the pot. Hearing this, Su Ji knelt down with a pale face and said, Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, understand, this matter, I know nothing about. The microcosm, too, has never used this wicked method. For the current Su Ji, it was no longer even a matter of redressing his brother's grievances. If he doesn't get it right, he'll have to implicate his entire Northern Marquis house, and even the city defense battalion. So, what he's trying to do now is to try his best to clear the air. While Bei Bo Ho was vocally defending himself, the bigwigs in the arena coincidentally focused their eyes on Su Shan's body. It seems that from the very beginning, he was firmly in control of the situation. Behind the seeming recklessness and arrogance is the planning of everything. How old is he? Unit length of 18, age of 20, the great wisdom of the age of Koshi? Chapter 106, the 6th rank of the district, easily taken. It's actually not difficult for Marquis Beibo to discern his own innocence. Just as the gazes and thoughts of the bigwigs were all focused on Su Shan, this guy started to act out again. Vomit. After he just finished saying this, understanding Wang Qinian ordered people to bring up the prepared material. The filth that filled the barrel emitted a sickening stench wherever it went. The soup made from powdered eggshells, paired with dog's blood and gold juice, can directly screen out the truth of what Marquis Beibo's words are. You, Su Shan, what are you doing? Not waiting for the furious Bei Bo Ho to finish his sentence, Su Shan directly interrupted. What? Bei Bo Ho, not confident anymore? Scared? Too afraid to prove your innocence in public? There's no need to be so troublesome, is there? The Celestial Master's mantra of golden light is enough. The Empress Dowager who spoke for the Northern Uncle Marquis had just finished speaking when Su Shan cupped his fists and said, Empress Dowager, how powerful the Heavenly Master's golden light incantation is. We have all just felt it. There is no problem at all in treating them, the unofficials. But who is Marquis Beibo? The backbone of Daxia, the most important official of the country. Even if he is no longer something, no matter how sinful he is, he has to be tried by the 3 divisions of the court before he can be put to death, right? That's in case the Celestial Master's golden light mantra isn't controlled properly and kills him outright. But it's hard to say whether the Northern Boa died because of the infant's bird, or whether the Celestial Master's skill is not good enough. As soon as Su Shan's words were finished, Yuan Tiangang, who was on the side, solemnly said, that makes sense. Jia Bing's tone. Hearing this, Xiaoji became irritated, but at this time, all his arguments pale in comparison. Identified in public by several princes, ministers, and first cousins of the royal family, his own brother, again, is one of the culprits. If he did not prove his innocence in time, would the Empress use this as a reason to let him stay idle at home first and wait for the result of the investigation? Fine. This Marquis will prove his innocence in public. Wow. When Su Ji, who held his head high and opened the corners of his mouth, had just finished saying this, Su Shan did not even give the other party time to prepare, and directly dug a large scoop of splash over. The filth mixed with golden juice and dog's blood was poured not only from the head to the tail, it was even poured into his mouth. Vomit. Marquis, immediately vomiting. Xiaoji made a piercing sound. The guards of the accompanying city defense battalion even went up to see what was going on against the stench. Dog's blood is better, but it's fishy. But boiled feces, golden juice, poured into the mouth? It's hard for a god to top that. Nothing? Marquis Beibo, unexpectedly unharmed? Wang Qinian, did you dispense this soup wrong? My lord, absolutely nothing. Wow. As Wang Qinian said this, Su Shan threw the rest of the soup directly at Wu Changming and the others. Zip. A few breaths later, a bizarre scene appeared. First, it was the bodies of Wu Changming and the others that emitted gusts of foul-smelling smoke. Immediately afterward the body spasmed and convulsed uncontrollably. Click. Finally, A crisp popping sound came from inside their body cavities. Each was in pain and vomiting blood. Ding dong. Children's Wool 2. Mission progress alert. Current progress, June 27th. For Shan. If he didn't set the general tone by getting these royal relatives and dignitaries killed in public, once we go through the normal process, who knows how long it will take for the monkeys to fix this bunch. Now, I, Shan, have done it in front of you, openly and honestly. The following follows this standard regardless of who is involved. The soup didn't come with the wrong ingredients. Congratulations Bebo Ho, you've passed the examination. When the crowd is still for Shan's direct strike, and feel surprised and indignant at the time, this guy sent out the warmest congratulations to the northern burgers. Out of the muck and out of the water. Ah Bebo Ho, what a man, you're a friend I've made. After all, there aren't many men I can hand feed to. Byler almost spit out Ji. After hearing this, fiercely got up of the gnashing of teeth. Mountain, this marquis will not share the same fate as you. After yelling this, Bebo Ho, who had lost his wife and his army today, cupped his fists and said, Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, since I'm covered in filth, I won't stay here. Retire first. Zhu Yue, who was almost amused by Shan's maneuver, still forced a smile to encourage Ji. During this time, Lin Ruoyun, whose face was blue, snapped, Where is the Hanging Temple's presiding officer? Jin Yuan? What's he doing after all that's happened? Yeah, where's the Hanging Temple presiding over them? How is it that from beginning to end, there was no sign of them? Could it be that? Back to the words of the Empress Dowager. During the investigation of this case, the Hanging Temple's true element and the Marshal Hall's 4 Great Vajra obstructed the case, attempting to cover up the truth. And he struck out at the brocade guards of the inspection division. We were forced to kill a group of its demon monks in the Hanging Temple in the early hours of this morning. Boom! By the time Shan finished saying this, the large scene was in an uproar. Lin Ruoyun, whose eyes were filled with disbelief, stared coldly at Shan. It was important to realize that, in a sense, the monks of the Hanging Temple counted as one of the Donglin party's undercurrents in the outskirts of the capital. A deep personal friendship and a watchful eye. The group is dead? In this instant, Rao Zhu Yue, Shangguan Yener and the others all cast a confirming look towards Yuan Tiangang, because in everyone's subconscious mind, the true element that had inherited the Sherry Dantian could not just be as simple as being near the 6th grade Zhengshi realm on the surface, wanting to cut him down with the 4 Vajra of the Marshal Hall, unless Yuan Tianshi made specific arrangements. But Yuan Tianshi, who was unperturbed on the surface, did not give them any hints. Standing there quietly, smiling and silently, he watched Shan play the fool. True essence presides over nearly the 6th grade patriarchal realm, and after offering the great Luo Dharma mantra, he has the power to fight with even the 7th grade great perfection, plus the 4 greats of the martial arts hall. Qian Tu Su, does the Inspector General's office have the strength and substance to do this? Yu Huatian, who was the first to open his mouth, asked the doubts in everyone's mind. Geez, I just love seeing you westwards with this unseen look. After saying this, Shan, who had raised his right hand to Yu Huatian, slowly pinched his thumb and index finger together. Afterwards, the pushy softly added, a mere 6th grade, easily taken. Snap. Also just as he finished saying this, the brocade guards inside had already carried out Jin Yuan's body. There was one more hiccup during this period. The body and head of Jin Yuan fell to the ground because it was not lifted steadily. Immediately afterward, it rolled down the steep slope in front of the Empress Dowager, Chao Zhengchun and Yu Huatian. Sizzle. Meeting Jin Yuan's dead eyes, Yu Huatian subconsciously looked at the grim-faced governor beside him, and at this moment, all moved to kill Lin Ruoyun, rarely out of character, broke the voice and questioned, Shan, who gave you the guts to kill a high priest with a royal title? Chapter 107, Bipolar Reversal. Striking the grass, Zhu Yue hissed the word I, making the large scene silent. Within her eyes, Lin Ruoyun, who was glaring out blood, twisted her head to look at the other party who had opened her mouth. The whole face was convulsed with rage and convulsions. The trip to the Hanging Temple was intended to wave the flag with the Donglin party in the Imperial court to curb the expanding Imperial power. However, the result is, not only did they lose troops, they lost face, faceless, enablers, complicit. Such a monk is worthy of royal enthronement. Hong Gu, immediately draw up a document to cancel the name of the Hanging Temple Royal Monastery. All monks in this case before the investigation is clear. Full powers by the Inspector General's Department of Custody. Pending trial. By the Holy Order. Shan, belonging. Investigate this case thoroughly, and no matter who is involved, get to the bottom of it and do not tolerate it. When the case is closed, I will reward the Inspector General's department. Upon hearing this, Shan first thanked Long En, then added, Your Majesty, the Inspector General's department does not dare to be greedy for credit alone in this case. Speaking of which, to be able to find out here, I have to thank Governor Chow for coordinating. Teaching is good. Oh, Su Shan's turn of phrase also made all the bigwigs at the scene, all of them frowning tightly. You bastard. What are you going to do now? Chien Ho Su. Is this case still relevant to this governor? Chao Zhangchun immediately questioned. Back to the governor. The initial clue to this case was none other than Lu Jin, the head of the East Chamber, informing us before he died. Who? Lu Jin? Chao Zhangchun, whose sword brows were slightly raised, had an ominous feeling when he heard this name. Yes, previously, Boss Lu was thoroughly investigating the case of the missing orphans from the foster Jihuan. The case involves the young eunuch of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Hongfei, whom, say on, Zhu Yuwei, who vaguely caught something, said in a hurry. It was through this clue that the Inspector General's department found out that the children lost every year at the foster Jihuan were sent to the Hanging Temple under various names. After Su Shan finished saying all this, Zhu Yuwei directly rose and said, and because of this, it was only because of this that Senator Lu and the others set up a trap at the Gathering of Immortals building, wanting to assassinate you and the others in an attempt to cover up the truth. Hearing this, Su Shan picked up. Your Majesty, be clear. By the time he finished saying this, Zhu Yuwei had an excited smile on her face, while the Empress Dowager's party, not far away, were grimacing. Yesterday's morning court, the officials of the Donglin party, for various reasons to the Inspector General's Department of Verbal Abuse, for Lu Hongfei and the City Defense Battalion to shirk their responsibilities, to clear the air of grievances. For this reason, His Majesty argued with the ministers. That's why, Lin Ruoyun out of the palace to hang, for the Donglin party to catch the Inspector General's department a current. But now what? Bipolar reversal. The clues were supplied by the East Chamber, and the scene was a man in the corner. Lu Hongfei involved in the case of which, the case of Juxinlu is to assassinate, cover up the truth. Nowadays, looking back at the Donglin party, the justification in the courtroom is a joke. Even Zhu Yuwei can use this as a reason to punish them for harboring the murderer and collaborating with the party. After going around in circles, the hardest cut is here? Su Shan, no, I have a second cut. Your Majesty, according to Lu Jin's account, the East Chamber is exceptionally concerned about this Chunin exam. Therefore, only thoroughly investigated the case of children lost in the Yangji hospital, so that Lu Xiaojiao, peace of mind and cooperation with them. Wow, Su Shan's words were like a deep water bomb, directly causing the already choppy scene to turn upside down. Lin Ruoyun, whose body was slightly trembling, glared at Chao Zhangchun next to her for the first time. Duke Chao, who didn't dare to meet the Empress Dowager's eyes, glanced ferociously at Su Shan with his afterglow, and Zhu Yuwei, whose face had become equally grave, opened her mouth and questioned, why didn't you report it before? Back to your Majesty. Before the little one had no evidence, how would I dare to recruit Xiaojun Lu, who is of the 4th rank, the Gathering of Immortals building? It was clearly a subordinate who was assassinated. In the end, it became the Inspector General's department being lawless. If I hadn't gotten corroboration from the Hanging Temple side, I still wouldn't have dared to say it. Otherwise, one mouthful of spittle from each of the important ministers in the court could drown my subordinate. Lin Ruoyun is sort of listening to understand. Su Shan at this time to say these, is to hand the knife to Zhu Yuwei hands. Once Lu Hongfei couldn't carry on and explained all, not only the East Chamber, but also the Donglin party has officials who have suffered greatly. The class is returning to the capital. Heavenly Master, this matter is ordered to be thoroughly investigated by the Jinfu Division. By the Holy Spirit, the two teams that came and went in a hurry only stalled in front of the Hanging Temple for a morning before returning to the capital in an emergency. This time, both sides were in a very different mood than when they arrived. Compared to Zhu Yuwei's steady sitting position, Lin Ruoyun was like a cranky sow, catching a castrated dog and giving it a bad scolding. This line, Lu Hongfei, must be broken. Otherwise, with him as the fulcrum, the setup will be wiped out. Lin Ruoyun, who had a fierce face, said viciously to Chao Zhangchun, old slave, understand, Zira. As he finished saying this, Lin Ruoyun clutched Chao Zhangchun's lapel with a rare loss of composure and said, Su Shan, why isn't he dead? Why is he still alive? Before, didn't I just tell you to do away with him? Back to the Empress Dowager. There have been people guarding him these days, and it was difficult for the people arranged by the old slave to lay their hands on him. The mourner does not want to hear these explanations. Mourner wants results, and I want to hear about his death before the Chunin exam. Yes, when Chao Zhangchun came out of Lin Ruoyun's phoenix carriage, several specially trained falcons flew to the capital in a hurry. It was also right after they left that Su Shan, who was not idle, led his troops towards Liuhua County, the stronghold of Yongsheng Dental Company. The Hanging Temple has been destroyed, and the brothers in the foster's home will be the first to close the net. For System Mission 1, There was only the Yongsheng dental firm under the money gang left. My lord, there's one thing I don't understand. While on the road, Li Yuanfang opened his mouth to inquire. Why did you tell the public about Lu Hongfei, right? Yeah, we could totally make a secret arrest and, without waiting for Li Yuanfang to finish his sentence, Wang Qinian, who was accompanying him, spoke up. Lord Li, special means should be used during special times. Can a positive fourth-ranking official with the backing of the Donglin party be tortured even if he is captured? Can a confession be forced? Can't. Then your honor's hand is. Shan, who was looking in the direction of the capital, smiled obliteratingly and said, frighten the snakes, into the night. Capital city, Lu Mansion, more than a dozen black shadows, tumbling over the wall. With their athletic stances, they quickly dispersed in all directions after the man at the head made a beheading motion. Miso, put. But just as they had sneaked into the backyard, a power-breaking crossbow arrow mercilessly reaped their lives. There's an ambush. It's a trap. Withdraw. The two who were in the lead desperately tried to break out. The Genie Wei experts who rushed out, on the other hand, completely blocked all the routes they could escape. And all of this was caught in the eyes of Qinglong, who resided in the attic of the Lu mansion. Standing with him at the window, there was also Lu Hongfei, who had long been trembling with fear. Lord Lu, do you still have illusions now? Chapter 108, Arrogant and Domineering. One cut. Snap. The beads of sweat on Lu Hongfei's head converged at his chin and dripped down at the windowsill. During the time he was under house arrest by Qinglong, he still fantasized that the East Chamber, the Donglin Party, and even the Empress Dowager, would actively rescue him after learning of this news. However, what was never expected was to wait for the other party's decimation. He did not know what exactly happened outside, but now Lu Hongfei is very clear. With killers like that, there's a first wave, there's a second wave. Moreover, looking at the other party's posture, it was not just him targeting individuals, it was to exterminate his entire family. Criminal, fellow criminal, I hope the Jinfu can spare my family. Lu Neng is out of the question. Assassinating the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers, there's no way to live. For the others, the Jinfu division will escort them back to Lu's old home. Gulp. Hearing this, Lu Hongfei, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva deeply, after thinking for a little while, spoke. If the East Chamber is unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'll tell you everything. After the psychological defense line completely collapsed, Lu Hongfei knew everything, set out all that the East Chamber had previously planned and accounted for, one by one. What about the foster's home? The missing child from the foster home. Put. When Qinglong glanced at the confession, he reminded with eyes full of coldness. Hearing this, Lu Hongfei's legs went limp and he paralyzed on the ground. After an incense burnt, Qinglong walked out of Lu Mansion covered in fury. These eunuchs, they're really lawless. Mobilize all the brothers and arrest them. Yes. While the people below moved, Qinglong looked back in the direction of the hanging temple. Thinking of something, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned and said, Bunny, this game you mother show old me scalp. Aloha. The northern gate of the capital. The Jiangning Road runs through here, making it an important distribution center for materials in Jinling. Where there are people, there is a jungle. Here, the jungle's last name is Jin, the Jin of the money gang. The old master Shangwan Jinhong, who has been famous for more than 30 years, has a hand of dragon and phoenix ring that firmly dominates the top two weapons. The first daughter, Shangwan Shaoxian, is just a few years old, but she is already in the realm of a zongsher, stunning her peers, coupled with the reputation of the first Jinling swordsman Jing Wuling, Vajra Iron Crutch, Zhuge Xiong, Wind and Rain Double Meteor, Xiang Song and other masters to help the formation of. It made the money gang famous, and overwhelmed the entire northern sixth. While on the road, Su Shan listened to Wang Qinian, introducing the situation of the entire money gang. After he finished saying all this vocally, Su Shan sneered, saying 1,000 words, isn't it still a black shark club? Without the support of the Northern Marquis and the City Defense Battalion, they will be destroyed in minutes. As he said this, Su Shan had already seen the bright lights of the 6th Harmony from afar. Get your asses in gear. We are on the case by decree. Time to kill and scrape. Don't dishonor this flying fish suit of ours and the embroidered spring sword at our waist. Yes, although they have driven dozens of miles and fought most of the night last night, but at this time, the accompanying Jinui, each of them are in high spirits. In Li Yuanfang's words, since he joined the Jinfu division, he had never been as hearty as he was now. It's not so much that the previous bosses weren't strong, but they weren't sharp enough, doing things with too many scruples and tied up. But now what? Just do it and be done with it. Since he followed his own Su Qiandu, he cut down half of the city of Jinling, the size of the officials, the royal relatives more than 10. Mother asterisk 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 her, didn't lose. Afterwards, they are still all rewarded for their efforts. Is this the son of heaven's own soldiers? The dog has to be slapped twice for even looking at it more. Although Lyoha does not have a city wall like the capital, but as the northern gate guarding the Jinling, the defense measures and walls are still there. It was already time to close the city gates, and the guards of the city defense battalion rudely drove away the beggars and stragglers who were relying on the place. Even the people who pushed their carts and tried to go in were pushed and shoved by them mercilessly and wildly. Get out! Get out! All of you! The gates will be closed at the end of the hour, and no one will be able to come. The head of the guards, standing at the city's head, hissed arrogantly. In the face of this group of fierce and vicious guards, the people or beggars, stragglers also have to be silent and walk away. Snap! And just then, an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves reached the ears of the squire and the others from far and near. The darkness of the sky made it difficult for them to see each other's attire. The head of the guard, already accustomed to being a blessing in his own acreage, pulled and hissed. The city gates are closed. No one and others may enter. Anyone who disobeys the order may be shot on sight. No sooner had he finished his words than one of the riders, who had sailed out of the group first, shouted at the top of his voice, "The Jinui are on the case. Open the gates quickly." Who? The Jinui? I'm sorry, we don't have orders for the city defense battalion. Go back where you came from. Miso. Bang. The head guard's domineering shout had just fallen on deaf ears when a blade force cut through the sky and directly chopped towards the city gates. Originally, the wooden door, which had been almost closed tightly, was rushed open by this force in an instant. The guards who were pushing the door behind them were each overwhelmed and slapped out. Put. Ow. Slamming hard against the wall, they hit the ground hard again. Some fainted on the spot, while those who were still conscious, each screamed miserably. Gulp. The people, stragglers and beggars who had been driven away, upon seeing this scene, each dispersed in all directions as if they were birds of prey. After pulling away, Pestle stifled a deep gulp. Snap. The resonating sound of horses' hooves. The moment they approached, they didn't even dare to take a breath. Squire. Squire. What should we do now? One of the guards at the top of the city, panicked, rushed to his superior. When she saw that he was motionless, still in the same position he had just hissed and screamed, she subconsciously pulled him by the lapels of his coat and shook him a little. Squire. Click. It was also in this gentle swaying that the guard saw the most frightening scene in his life, only to see the head of his own head guard, which actually fell off instantly. The body remained on the city's head, the head that still maintained its pre-death expression, but bam slammed in front of the city gates. Ah! The sudden appearance of the headless corpse scared the guards with cheap hands, and they immediately paralyzed on the ground. Rolling and crawling, he screamed as he withdrew toward the back. Click, click, click. The burning torches made a piercing sound. All of the guards on the city's head, at this moment all stared in panic, at the body that was reflected red. For a while, without a backbone, he became even more disoriented. Snap. It wasn't until the ear-piercing resonance of horses' hooves resonated just below the city's head that they returned to their probing eyes, only to see a young man who was no more than 20 years old, leading the crowd of brocade guards, galloping past without any stoppage. In the meantime, the head of the head guard, moreover, was trampled into mush, and that flying fish flag waving in the wind, now falling in their eyes, looked unusually bloodthirsty and hideous. Quickly go and report to Nyo. Senator Nyo. Yes. Chapter 109, My Rules. Are the rules. Looked Avenue along the Jiangning Road was unusually lively because of the docking of ships and the stopping of horse-drawn carriages. On the main road, hookahs, inns, taverns, gambling, place, has it all. Merchants and businessmen from the south and the north also feel the intoxication of Luhai here. But behind this false prosperity, a dirty and ugly scene is also happening without fail. The gambler with the flat stretcher, ignoring the cries of his own mother-in-law behind him, hurriedly ran towards the Yongsheng dental firm. At the two ends of the stretcher, a boy and a girl, two children, watched the scene with tearful eyes of horror. They didn't know why their own mother was so devastated. Even less clear is the endless darkness that awaits them. 6. Master 6. These two children of mine, can I exchange them for some money against the dental shop? Anxiously waiting to turn over a profit. Hearing this, Bucktooth 6, the head of the Yongsheng dental firm, looked at the gambler with contempt while receiving the ledger. Yo, Zhang Si, you owe a lot of money to the gambling house. You owe a lot of money to the gambling house? With just these two skinny children, they can't even cover the interest. Still trying to get money from here to turn over a profit. Ha! As Bucktooth 6 said this, several of the money gang thugs had dragged the terrified child inside, and at that moment, the child's mother, crying, rushed up. Give me back my child. Give me back my child. Zira. Snap. Zhang Si, who was directly tearing his own hair. Hard yanked it next to Bucktooth 6, with a face full of flattery. He said, Master 6, this is also for sale. Watch and give some. Ha ha. Seeing this, the group of people from the Yongxing dental firm let out a piercing cackle. Despair and remorse were written in the eyes of this woman who had been sold her children by her own husband and pawned herself out again. A woman you've played badly isn't worth much. In this case, go back and dig up your parents' graves and come over here with their bones, and I'll reward you with some. When Bucktooth 6 finished saying this, Zhang Xi's expression was pleasantly surprised. Really? Master 6, you must keep your word. Ha ha. After he finished his words, the laughter at the scene became even more piercing. The crowd of onlookers, pointing at them. But a gambler, where's the humanity in that? Snap. And just then, an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves reached the ears of the crowd from far to near. The brocade guards are on the case. Idle people get out of the way. Upon hearing these words, the crowd that had originally gathered around them were alarmed and stepped aside. Bucktooth 6, whose brows were furrowed, gazed contemptuously at Shan, who was dressed in a green official uniform, leading his troops. Bah! Something. The Jinyui's hands are reaching out longer and longer now, all daring to investigate a case in Rakaku, locally, branched out for so long that the money gang, 4-1, can't swing their own way. Phew! Especially after seeing Shan and the others, directly in front of the Yongxing dental firm, strangling their horses. The money gang's thugs, one after another, trotted out from the inner room. Each one looks porous and menacing at first glance, just from the momentum alone. In the eyes of Shan and the others, there was already a way to take death. What is this? Looking at the woman on her knees, clutching her two children in helpless agony, Shan, who stepped forward, subconsciously inquired, Officer, save my two children? Officials, bitch, what are you yelling here? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Xi, who was on the side, hissed with a scowl when he heard this, but after being glanced at by Shan, he immediately scrunched his neck, not daring to say anything. Officer, let me explain something to you. Zhang Xi owes us a gambling debt from Yongxing and is going to take the child and his mother-in-law to cover it. This is under the jurisdiction of the Jinyui as well. Ha! Out of order. While picking his nose, Bucktooth 6 said frivolously. Just as his words fell, Li Yuanfang directly disliked him back. Rules? What grade are you? And worthy to talk rules to my lord? When his words fell out of his mouth, Bucktooth 6 laughed coldly. Egu, am I blind to the fact that I have eyes to recognize and tie? Zhang Xi, it's not that Master 6 won't give you a chance to cover your debt, it's that the officials won't let you. Just after Bucktooth 6 finished saying this, Zhang Xi said sharply, my family's mother-in-law and children, what business is it of the officials? Salty carrots? Ha ha. Zhang Xi's opening made the people of the money gang laugh again. Officer, take a look at people, they don't want you Jinyui to interfere. As Bucktooth 6 arrogantly said this, Shan had already squatted in front of the woman and the two yellow-faced children. A gentle and soothing smile inquired, voluntarily? Officer, Zhang Xi's rotten gambling has nothing to do with us. Nyang San, we don't want to. Stinky, one more word of nonsense from you and I'll kill you. When Zhang Xi finished saying this, Shan took out a handkerchief and wiped the stains on the child's face while inquiring, I'll give you a chance to choose the rest of your life. Are you still willing to live with him? When Shan finished saying all of this, the woman didn't even hesitate to grit her teeth and said, I hate for him to die. Just as her words finished, Shan smoothly covered the eyes of the two children. With a sincere attitude, he said to the woman, congratulations on your new life. Miso, put. While the crowd was still pondering Shan's words, what exactly did he mean? Den Ziyue, who had directly drawn his sword, beheaded Zhang Xi in public. In a flash, his body and head fell to the ground in response, and the head that flew out, along with the blood, snapped and slammed into Bucktooth 6's undershot face. Ah! The sudden scene scared Bucktooth 6 and the money gang to the point of screaming as they retreated. This was followed by a brief silence of wide-eyed disbelief. In contrast, the brocade guards methodically disposed of the bodies. When Shan loosened his hands covering the child's eyes again, there was no more blood left on the scene except on Bucktooth 6 and the others. Take the kids and get out of here. Find a place where no one knows you and start over. As he said this, Shan raised his right hand. Wang Qini and numbly handed over a silver ticket. This silver is enough for you to raise them both. It wasn't until she received the silver ticket that the woman came back to her senses and spoke. Thank you, officer. Send one of the men to escort the mother and 3 of them out of the city, and get a road guide for them while you're at it. Yes, Shan didn't have a motherly heart, nor was he overflowing with love. When you come across it, you raise your hand, and if you don't do something about it, you can't rest your conscience. Not allowed to go. What about the money her man owes us at Yongsan? A man dies and his debts are forgiven. Shan, who stood up, answered Bucktooth 6 word for word. Money gang? There's no such rule. Hearing this, Shan sneered. Now there is. I ordered it. Saying this, Shan added word for word. My rules are the rules. Chapter 110. The sound was deafening like a dragon. Shan's overbearing attitude and the strength of the brocade guards also made the faces of the money gang disciples grow colder and colder. Know where this is? This is the 6th harmony, the territory of the money gang. Your Jinyui's hands can't reach here yet. Spittle-flecked Bucktooth 6 roared in hysterical rage. With the city defense battalion at their backs, there was a Zhongshu realm powerhouse within the gang. In the face of the Imperial power fall weak Jinyui, the money gang disciples, who are used to lawlessness in the area, are all fierce and vicious. Ha ha. However, when Shan heard the other party's hiss, he actually laughed outright. Without wasting too much words, he turned around, shook his head with a smile while opening his mouth without slowing down. To the 6th harmony, re-establish the rules. Use the embroidered spring sword on your belt to tell them that the hand of the Jinyui can or cannot reach here. Yes, miso, snap, zira, al. Accompanied by Shan's order, the brocade guards who obediently drew their swords each pounced like dragons and tigers on Bucktooth 6 and the others who were directly across the street. Not at all give the other party the opportunity to speak, beg for mercy. To meet is a fierce cut. The disciples of the money gang who had a bit of strength also resisted a few moves. However, the final result was invariably a fall to the ground in response. The suddenness of it all scared the crowd of onlookers present, and even more so, it silenced Bucktooth 6, who was being guarded by a few people, rooted in the 6th harmony for so many years. When have they ever seen a brocade guard who just cuts people down at the drop of a hat? Are they all crazy? Aren't you afraid of being settled by the city defense battalion, the North Bow Hoosh, and the rest of them? Put. Bucktooth 6, who was pierced through his torso in response to the sound, glanced at the young, tall back the moment he fell to his death. He couldn't figure out so many questions. Snap. Shan, who didn't even turn his head back, walked with a sturdy gait towards the wonton stand across the street. During this period, the people blocking the place, all of them avoided it for fear of messing with this fierce god. How's business, boss? Ha, back to the words of the official. Still, okay, I'll give you a big deal today. All the ravioli, we'll cover it. Put down a couple bowls and we'll eat first. The rest will be eaten after my brothers have finished watching the men. When Shan said this, Wang Chinian, who was accompanying him, had already taken out a full 2 taels of silver and handed it to the old man guarding the stall. The other party did not dare to accept, or Wang Chinian even coaxed with fear, before carefully put away. But when it came time to lay the ravioli, it was a fight, because, right in front of him, dozens of brocade guards, they're drawing their swords and killing people. Snap. Just then, an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves and pacing came from the west side of the street first, followed by an ear-piercing hissing sound. Asterisk 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 off. All off. Hearing this, the crowd was like birds of prey, avoiding the scene. When they got a good look at the man at the head on horseback, they all took a deep breath and muttered, yes, it's the City Defense Battalion's Senator General, Nyojin. Boy, there's gotta be a couple hundred people in this band, right? This is not going to end well for Jinyui. As he said this, the crowd redirected their gazes to Shan, who was eating with his head bowed. However, the weird thing was that from the beginning to the end, he also merely glanced disdainfully at Nyojin and his party for a few moments, and then, he buried his head and ate his ravioli. Phew, the leader, Nyojin, hissed at the top of his voice after seeing the corpses strewn about outside the dental firm and hearing the shouts of fighting and killing inside. Stop, all stop. Who allowed you, the brocade guards, to kill innocents indiscriminately in Ryoha? Do you hear the words of this senator? Zira. Put. Just as Nyojin finished his words, a fresh head that had just been chopped off inside the room almost smashed into him. Snap. This scene scared him to the point that he was backing up. Stunned for a long time, he didn't look back. Hear that? Heard that. Did you do it? What are you? I'll chop it off. What can you do? Silent comebacks are more humiliating. At the adjutant's reminder, Nyojin, who had come back to his senses, jerked his head around and glared at Shan, who had buried his head in his meal. While sprinting up, he shouted, "You're their leader, aren't you? This senator? I now order you to get them to close up at once, or suffer the consequences." Hearing these words, the porcelain spoon Shan cupped in his hand stalled slightly. Snap. My lord doesn't like to be disturbed when he eats. Lei Yuanfeng, who had crossed in front of Nyojin, immediately blocked their direction. Don't like to be bothered? You brocade guards are so arrogant. Wow. Just as Nyojin's words were finished, a commotion came from the east side of the street. The sound of commotion. It's the disciples of the money gang coming. Get out of the way. This time, It's the money gang's protector, rain and wind twin meteors, Xiang Song. And Master Xiang himself is leading the team. Sizzle, Patriarch Realm lead? This time, Jinyui kicked the can down the road. Nyoshin, who had vaguely heard all of this, had a cold smile sketched on his face. Wow. Especially when Xiang Song performed a light skill and rushed towards the side with a single leap. Most of the people present subconsciously raised their heads. Who dares to come and smash the money gang's field? Is it don't want to die? Old me. I'll send you all to your deaths now. The sound is deafening like a dragon. So much so that the entire 6th Avenue could hear it clearly. Along the street stores, cargo ships, there are people who stare intently at the airborne Xiang Song. In their eyes, a sect master expert like this who could ride on clouds was an immortal level existence that they would never dare to offend. At least, at this moment, they can't understand. How dare the always low-profile Jinyui come to Lyoha and find trouble with the money gang, putting a lamp into a latrine looking for? Snap. However, Shan, whose back was facing towards Song and the others, smoothly threw the porcelain spoon back into the bowl. The clash with the porcelain bowl sounded at first. Can't we stop for dinner? Hearing this, Li Yuanfang hurriedly clasped his fists and said, yes, my subordinate is incompetent. Me so. As the words fell into his voice, the power of the heavenly elephant that resonated with heaven and earth locked onto Xiang Song, who had arrived in the air. Zira. In the next second, Li Yuanfang, who had drawn his sword in a smooth manner, instantly slashed down. Bang! Wow! Ah! In the crowd's vision, Xiang Song, who had just been so raw and fierce that he was comparable to an immortal prancing around in the clouds, was split in two like an explosion. The blood drops in the sky drifted down on the heads and faces of the money gang disciples who rushed over. The moment the body crashed and hit the ground, it scared them so much that they stumbled back dozens of steps with their bodies thrown back. Even, a large part of the team behind them fell. Each of them, wide-eyed, looked at the body split in half in front of them. They, who didn't dare to take a breath of air, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 111. This is an ultimatum, not a warning. After the piercing scream, the whole scene fell back into an eerie silence. Nyojin and the guards of the City Defense Battalion, who had just been gloating and waiting to see the jokes of the brocade guards, were all stupefied and stunned. Looking at the entire 6th City Defense Battalion, there is no one who can cut the rain and wind twin meteors to the pine like this and split it in two. And, from start to finish, it was still just one cut. This group of brocade guards, how come they're so tough? Thinking of this, Nyojin and everyone else at the scene turned their attention to Li Yuanfang, who had produced the sword. But at this moment, he stood beside Su Shan with his sword in hand, his gaze like a torch as he scanned everyone on the scene. Hiccup. Su Shan, who had burped, seemed that harsh in such a silent scene. Wiping the corners of his mouth while slowly getting up, he smiled and spoke. Don't even stand around, just deal with a couple bites. When we return to the capital, I'll treat my brothers to a big meal. Yes. At Su Shan's command, the crowd of brocade guards then took their seats. Brothers inside, haven't you finished chopping yet? Extermination. Is that so troublesome? As he said this, Su Shan walked inside with large strides. During this period, the City Defense Battalion guards such as Nyojin, who were originally blocking in front of him, each carefully made a sidewalk in advance. Senator Bull, is it? All you have to do is maintain order at the scene and do the aftermath for the Jinyui. Su Shan, who had stopped in his tracks as he brushed past Nyojin, spoke with a cold smile on his face. Nyojin, who wanted to dislike 2 sentences and make his position clear with his king's domineering aura, said only one word. After meeting Su Shan's sharp eyes, it instantly came to an abrupt end. Snap. Even when Su Shan put one hand on his shoulder, Nyojin's knees, unable to resist, bent a few times. The senator of the City Defense Battalion. I've captured. Lord General. I've fought. Even the master behind your City Defense Battalion, Bei Bo Ho. I'm all feeding friends with him. And that's in front of the Empress Dowager and Governor Chow. Gulp. When Su Shan finished saying this in an extremely smooth and bland tone, the generals of the City Defense Battalion and the others, led by Nyojin, all swallowed deeply in fear and trepidation. All the backstage you can move out. It's no good with me. By decree, it's best for everyone to be at peace with each other. Otherwise get you killed and I'll get credit for it at best. Remember, this is not a warning, but an ultimatum. Snap. After saying this, Su Shan slapped the side of Nyojin's face with a light and 2 heavy slaps. Never use your temper to test the sharpness of the sword of the brocade guards. The last one, the one who dared to bare his teeth, is called Su Che, the elder brother of Bei Bo Ho. Now, even the clothesline can't get a set together. Gulp. Su Shan's words were not loud, but they were enough to make all the City Defense Battalion guards at the scene stunned and not daring to make any movements. If what the other party said was true, then this matter was not something that they, the minions, could change. What's going on in the capital? Why has the Jinui now become so strong? My lord, the money gang disciples inside, they've all been taken care of. Just then, Den Ziyue, who was personally leading the team, trotted out and reported. Hearing this, the silent scene resounded with the clamor of the crowd rising and falling. The money gang has been rooted in the Sixth Harmony for more than 10 years. When has it ever been massacred like this? Setting the rules? The Jinx really re-established new rules for the Hex. 2 private prisons have been discovered. One place holds mostly school-aged children. The other. At this point, Deng Ziyu wanted to stop talking. Hearing this, while walking inside, he questioned, what happened to the other place? In the other place, there were a dozen children, all of whom were planted with mistletoe eggs, but nearly half of them died violently inside the private prison because they couldn't withstand the swallowing of the mistletoe. Not every child, when planted with a quail egg, can hatch out into a baby quail. During this period, those with weak bodies and weak physiques would die a violent death right in the middle of the devouring process. Obviously, the Yongxing dental firm was one of the bases for those powerful people to incubate babies. Only children who have survived this calamity will be sent to the back of the hanging temple. Inside the foul-smelling private prison, the bodies of several children are crawling with rats. Inside the cell, where conditions were described as deplorable, the few children who had managed to survive were huddled in nooks and crannies, their bodies shivering. Seeing the appearance of Shan and the crowd of brocade guards, mute and despair were written all over their eyes. Perhaps, in their young minds, they all share the same resonance. The world is as black as a crow. Whoever comes, it's just a different way to torture them. Bang! Shan, who had taken in this scene, directly crushed the fence of the private prison with one hand. The frightened rats scattered in all directions, and the ignorant children, their bodies trembled even more. Seize all of the money gang's venues in Liuha. Until this case is resolved, I will not allow anyone else to flaunt the banner of the money gang. Yes, this night, all the venues on Liuha Avenue that carried the flag of the money gang were all cleaned up and sealed off by the brocade guards one by one. Those who resisted were killed immediately and without mercy. Before that, the 3 words money gang were the living signboard of the Sixth Harmony. But in just one night, it was avoided like the plague. What made the crowd feel even more strange was that all the experts of the entire money gang, except for rain and wind dual meteors, Xiang Song, had all disappeared as if out of thin air. Even the old master, Shangwan Jinhong, is nowhere to be found. This caused Shan, who had wanted to force their hand and thus take advantage of this opportunity to end the nest in one fell swoop, to smell an air of intrigue. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, fulfilling the children's last wish. 1. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation, expectoration technique. Along with his brothers in the capital, he eradicated the evil chain of the Foster's home in one fell swoop, and Shan completed this task before the break of dawn the next day. After mastering the divine ability to dispel the mistletoe technique, he wasted no time in expending his own true chi, dispelling the mistletoe eggs from the children's bodies. It wasn't until 3 minutes past Cinnabar that he led his troops with the children toward the capital. Just as they were leaving, Shangwan Jinhong, Jing Wuling, Zhuge Xiong and the others standing on the city's head stared at, with torchlight gazes, the young figure at the head. Gang master, when has our money gang ever been so stifled? Why don't you let the brothers just go for it? The short-tempered Jing Wuling immediately opened his mouth. In this case, once you do it, it's the same as completely tearing yourself apart from the court. Letting Xiang Song strike was a test of the Jinyui's bottom line. But who would have thought that this group of brocade guards would be so murderous and bold? Gang master, so what do we do now? Swish, Zhuge Xiong had just finished saying this, when Shangwan Jinhong handed them the flying pigeon letter that his first daughter had sent from the capital. After reading the above content at a glance, Jing Wuling opened his mouth in surprise. Gang master, when the wind passes, then find a scapegoat. My subordinate can understand. But it says here that the 5 poison sect, the East Chamber, and even our money gang, sent people to join forces to surround and kill this Shan. What can he do? Are you stinking mudblood? Why should we? Just because he led his troops, he killed Jin Yuan and decapitated the 4 great Vajra of the martial hall. There's no harm in being careful. This siege is only for success. Chapter 112 has laws and regulations. North Jinfu sees arrest action, but also make this night the capital of the people are on tenterhooks. In order to prevent people from absconding out of the city gates, which were originally opened at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, have been delayed for more than an hour, and there is still no intention to open the gates. More and more people, merchants, and Jianghu guests gathered outside the city, privately discussing, spreading rumors about friends in the middle of nothing. What the hell is going on here? Why haven't the gates been opened until now today? Don't you know yet? I heard from a friend of mine that the Northern Jinfu Division is in big trouble, not only in the courtroom, by the group of ministers, the pen to kill, the Jianghu is even a taboo, like a street rat, like everyone shouting, "Really? What am I lying to you for? My friend Third Grand Master's second uncle's brother-in-law is working in the palace. It's true." After someone had finished saying this, many merchants and jugglers followed suit. Speaking of which, I blame that newly appointed Shan from the inspectorate. First, he unself-consciously smashed the Immortal Gathering building, and then he offended the Hanging Temple. It also appears to be a big fight against a major member of the court. It's simply lawless. Now, pay dearly for your youthful indiscretions? Yes, rumble. It was also while the crowd was talking that the tightly closed city gates finally opened. As soon as they swarmed in, they saw an official posting a notice in a prominent place. Unaware of this, they went up to find out what was going on. There were illiterate people and jungle visitors, asking about the specifics of what was on it. Warn the people of the city not to go to the Hanging Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha these days? Why? It's almost the first day of the year, and I have to return a wish. There's a death there, and more than one. Sizzle. Could it be that Su Qiandu and the others, who beat on the door, were mistakenly killed by Master Shen Yuan? 80%. A yellow-mouthed child dares to bring people to provoke the authority of the Hanging Temple? Overrate yourself. These days, it rains when the sky is mad, and it wreaks havoc when people are mad. When a merchant who had cooperated with the Gathering Immortal building, gritted his teeth and finished yelling these words in public, an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves reached their ears from far to near. The Jinui Inspector General's department is returning to the capital to arrest the culprits. Idle people should move aside. The crowd that heard this voice subconsciously turned their heads to look. The flying fish flag waving in the wind caused them, who had just been somewhat gloating, to be instantly stupefied with jaws dropped, especially when they saw that the man in the lead was clearly Su Shan, who had been determined to live or die with a single glance by them. Their pupils were even more dilated, and they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Didn't you say that there was a murder at the Hanging Temple, and the Jinui who ran over to provoke it were either killed or injured? Why does he look like he's fine? How come there are monks when they're being escorted back by the Jinui? Why does this face look so familiar? True snapper master? Hanging Temple deacon? Real snapper? Also, there are more than a dozen monks. All of them are senior monks of the Hanging Temple. After the city gates were tightly closed, the brocade guards who escorted these monks took a half-night's rest at a stagecoach station outside the city. When Su Shan led his troops, they returned from Lu Wei, and only after they were merged into one did they return to the city together. Among the arrested. Why? How come there's still a big boss of Yongsheng? He's the head butler of the money gang. What's this? A very different attitude than when they just denigrated the brood. At this moment, the merchants and Jianghu guests of friends in the middle of nothing were all shocked after seeing this scene. Reality, as if transformed into an invisible slap, then heavily slapped these people in the face. Self-importance? Overrate yourself? It rains when the sky is wild, and it wreaks havoc when the people are wild? People Inspector Su adults, not only returned safely, look at this situation, also the Hanging Temple and even the money gang name property to copy. Now the Jinui, this raw? Phew. As he led his troops into the city, Su Shan, who saw the notice, strangled his horse and stood, with his stagnation. The entire team was in command. The large city gate was even more silent in this instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on that tall and magnificent figure. Handsome cheeks, cold from reading the notice word for word. This notice, which ministry put it out? Why do you only say that a murder has occurred in the Hanging Temple and do not inform the public that the monks, such as the presiding minister, Jin Yuan, and the deacon, Jin Snapper, are aiding and abetting the cruelty, the human face, and the human life? Boom! When Su Shan held the horsewhip, pointing to the notice and questioning loudly, the entire scene was in an uproar. It is important to realize that the Hanging Temple has a very high status in the hearts of the people and in the Jianghu. His words were tantamount to completely obliterating the image of the Hanging Temple monks. In their hearts, our Lord, asking you a question. Su Shan's words fell, seeing that no one answered. Wang Qinian, pointing to those few officers and soldiers, loudly questioned. Hearing this, the lieutenant at the head, replied with trepidation. Back to your lordship's words. This announcement was issued by the Ministry of Penalty, and the little ones are also acting under orders. Ministry of Justice? When did it become the Ministry of Justice's turn to issue a public notice for my Inspector General's case? Even if His Majesty decrees it, it's not their turn. Springtime penmanship. In the clouds. What facts are they trying to cover up? The reason why the Jinui had a strange image in the hearts of the people, merchants and Jianghu guests, was because of the direction of public opinion, which was firmly controlled by the clans of the scholars. Like the Hanging Temple, so full of evil deeds, they only used the phrase "there was a murder" to pass it off. There is no mention of their crimes. This made the uninformed public, upon learning of the arrest of the so-called senior monks by the Jinui, resist, and even loathe them in their hearts. In their narrow perception, the reason why the Inspector General's office targeted the Hanging Temple became a personal vendetta. Over time, the credibility of the Jinui will be greatly shackled. In fact, the capital and the ministries are now deliberately suppressing the Jinfu division. Behind this, there is a deliberate push by the Tung Lin party. Wang Qinian, too, ordered that the public notice be redrawn. It was then posted in the streets of the city. The people must be informed of the Hanging Temple case. As it is, anyone who can't read? Make special arrangements for someone to stay there and read aloud in public at regular intervals, to be known by all the people of the capital who come from the south and the north. Jinui, handling cases and arresting people, is a lawful thing to do. By no means is it an unprovoked personal vendetta. Yes, Shan, who was dressed from the modern world, naturally knew the importance of the voice of the people and the direction of public opinion. As long as he is still in power for one day, he must change the existing dilemma of the inspectorate from the details, little by little, and break the barriers of public opinion of the Donglin party. Waterbenders, keyboard warriors, public, knowledge, big, these products across generations would eventually become, in his hands, another sharp blade. Chapter 113, Avenging a Grudge. Avenging a Grudge. Go! First order the men to tear up all the notices in the city. Declare to the public that everything about this case is subject to the announcement of the Northern Jinfu Division. Yes, accompanied by Su Shan's order, the two small flags were directly prepared to go tear up the notice. The silver constable in charge of this side of affairs, Ma Jioliang, led the people to block in front of them, then cupped his fists towards Su Shan and said, Lord Su, this is a public notice issued by the Ministry of Justice. Should the Inspector General's department not consult my lord first? When the other party had just finished speaking, Wang Qinian, who had leapt off his horse, directly disliked him back. What grade is your family's lord? Do you need my lord to ask for instructions? This case is handled by my inspection department. When is it your turn to post notices for us? Zira. After saying that, Wang Qinian tore down the notice in front of Ma Jioliang's face and hardened it in the air. You, Jin Yiwei's toughness, but also make Ma Jioliang and the accompanying officers and soldiers doubly feel ashamed. Go back and tell your lord that I'm right about things. In the past, Department 6 or the Ministry of Justice how to do. Su Shan asked not, but in the future, the case of my Inspector General's department will not be yours to publicize. After throwing down these words, Su Shan pulled down the reins of his horse and continued to walk forward. As he turned his head sideways, his mouth hurled curses. I'll bring my brothers to birth and death to bring the case down. The Ministry of Justice has come out with a cloudy notice by generalizing the whole of our Jinui, like a pig looking in the mirror, inside and out, back to the division. Yes, after Su Shan led his troops to leave in great numbers, Ma Jioliang, who had no face left, viciously said, go back to Department 6 and report this news to the Leng Divine Constable. Yes, after a few days, Su Shan, who folded back into the Inspector General's department, originally thought of letting his brothers rest and recuperate for a few days. However, just as he reached the door, he heard a wailing mass inside. Snap! Su Shan, who dismounted smoothly, charged straight in, only to see that in the hall, Greenbird and a few chief banners were in the process of writing the bones of 5 or 6 small banners and lieutenants. Lord Su, what's going on here? Su Shan, who rushed in with large strides, questioned with a face full of anger. Yes, Department 6 Divine Constable, Cold Blood, is holding a cabinet order. Forcibly escorted Lu Neng and Vice General Wang of the City Defense Battalion and others from within our dungeon. We made a block and they went right ahead. When one of the small flags finished relaying these words succinctly, Qing Bird, who had just come back from the Foster Jihuan, hurriedly pulled Su Shan back and said, this matter is a bit complicated. Criminal 100, aren't the facts right in front of you? Is it complicated? Sensing Su Shan's anger, Qingtiao hurriedly relayed the current situation in the capital in a concise manner. Lu Hongfei confessed. Qinglong as a clue, not only arrested the East Chamber of the 8 Tigers of the 2nd Luoxiang, Wei Bin, but also to follow the trail, arrested a number of officials of the Ministry of Rights. The incident drew the ire of the cabinet, which immediately pressurized His Majesty at this morning's court meeting. Shen Qinglong entered the temple to confront him. Each side argued and argued, weighing the pros and cons. His Majesty had no choice but to decree that the case would be tried by Department 6, the Jinfu Division and the Metropolitan Police Department. As soon as the morning court was over, Department 6 came to the Inspector General's department with a cabinet order and took the man away. Shengtiao, who had been investigating the case of the Foster's home, was informed of it and immediately turned back with his men, but he was still a step too late. At this moment my father is still in the palace. I reported the matter to Commander Huang, and he has gone directly to the Ministry of Justice to take up the matter. whether it's Chief Inspector Jean or Department 6 immediate superior, Right Minister Wei Shanming of the Ministry of Justice, they will definitely give us a statement. Hearing this, Su Shan replied with a cold and stern face, sayings, claims are never given by others, but are fought out with one's own fists. Speaking of this, Su Shan added word for word, my men were beaten. The only way to say that is to fight back. Li Yuanfeng. Here, gather the brothers. Avenge what you have avenged. And avenge what you have avenged. Yes. As Su Shan said this, Qing Bird pulled him and said, Su Shan, Lord Su, can you calm down a bit? They are the ones who came to take away, by order of the cabinet. Snap. After Qingtiao's words were finished, Su Shan directly opened her hands that were pulling her. Cabinet order? I even do not follow the imperial decree. Honor the cabinet order. His Majesty's imperial decree is for a three-way trial. Why should he, Department 6, take the man away? Do you believe that Lu Hongfei, who was informed of this news, will be able to retract his confession in the afternoon? What the Northern Jinfu Sea can give him, the Donglin Party can still give, and it will be more. Why did they choose, at this time, to take the man away by force? It's because the criminal Tongji is now in the palace. Speaking of this, Su Shan paused briefly, and then added with a very oppressive feeling, I can tell you with certainty that Commander Huan went to the Ministry of Justice and asked for no statement. The most you can ask for is some silver, right down to medical bills. Old man, not bad for him that way. My brother's blood must be returned in blood. The halberd fingered in furious Su Shan, pointing at the green bird's face, growled lowly with a fierce face. His words also made the latter. His face turned pale. Snap. Su Shan, who had turned around, suddenly stopped when he reached the door. His head didn't return, but he spoke word for word. Criminal 100th. This 1000th household doesn't think you're too suitable to stay in the inspection division. You can either talk to the criminal co-conspirator yourself, or I'll do the talking. Su, Lord Su, the blossoming Qing Bird, who hadn't finished her sentence. Su Shan directly spoke. I am in charge of the inspectorate, and I only have 3 requests for all the brothers. Tell the criminal centurion what it is. Obedience. Obedience. Absolute obedience. The crowd of brocade guards who had long since finished assembling in the compound did not have the fatigue of a boat ride, but instead each hissed with wariness. At this moment, Cygnus was struck speechless in place. Our brothers have been beaten. Our prisoners, robbed. What to do? Fight back. Grab it back. Hearing this, Su Shan snapped and patted his neck, then added, I won't say much nonsense. As long as my Su Shan's neck is still on the line, the sky will fall on me. Boom. When Su Shan had just finished saying this, the crowd of brocade guards, who had placed one hand on their chests, replied with the highest courtesy in wartime, swear to follow your excellency to the death. As the words fell out of his mouth, Su Shan walked out of the inspection division in a single bound. The crowd of brocade guards that followed closely behind each had a murderous spirit. Hiya! Snap! Although there were only a few dozen riders, the resonance of the horses' hooves gave the crowd a sense of vision of thousands of horses. Upon seeing this, pedestrians and merchants on North Street and South Lane stepped out of the way. Rumble. The first spring thunder after the hibernation was unusually harsh, but it was also muffled by the sound of the Inspector General's hooves. The pattering spring rain, even more cannot wash away the killing gas on them. Chapter 114, Going to the door to collect debts. Blood and rain. Dignity is only above the blade. Truth is only in both fists. Although only wearing a high martial arts Damien, but only a few months, but G gangs this obsession. But let Su Shan deep-rooted. Never expect your opponents, your enemies, to give you a proper account. They will just trample on your bottom line again and again. Strength and attitude are what make you look up to people. The process is not without bloodshed, but it's the last one standing that gets to have the supreme glory all to himself. My brother, I spoil myself. Hiya! The oncoming sharp raindrops mercilessly slapped Su Shan's cold and stern cheeks, but he did not, therefore, stop in any way, but kept driving the horses. The moment you cross the capital's main road, originally, the people, merchants and Jianghu guests who were sheltering from the rain couldn't help but stop and pay attention. That dazzling flying fish suit, from time to time, had already left a strong, ruthless, but upright, hardcore image in their hearts. What's going on with this killing spree? Lord Su, didn't you just return from the arrest? In this direction, it seems to be the criminal ministry dungeon. By the way, it seems that this morning, the Lang Divine Constable took a few prisoners by force from the inspection division. Something to do with this? Go on, check it out. Inside the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice, Cold Blood, who had just escorted over Lu Neng and the others and imprisoned them inside, saw the Silver Constable, Ma Jiuliang, rushing over with a discreet face. By the time he had relayed what had happened at the city gates, adding to the story, Lu Neng and Vice General Wang, who were separated by a cell, climbed up in panic and said, Shan has returned to the capital? Lang, Divine Constable Lang, we can cooperate with Department 6 however you want us to. Don't ever send us back to the inspectorate again. Shan is just a crazy person. Wood for feelings. When hissing these, whether it was Lu Nang, or Vice General Wang and the others, their entire faces were as if they were wearing masks of pain. Even while saying it, others cried out in pain. Look at you all. After viciously throwing down these words, Coldblood twisted his head and said to Ma Jiuliang, go, send someone to keep an eye on the Inspector General's every move. How dare they tear up our bulletin again and replace it with the public word of the Inspector General's department. Report at once. The order that Servant Wei gave me today is to guard the dungeon. No matter who comes, they cannot be taken away. Otherwise, this divine constable really wants to go to the Inspector General's department to get a good taste of Su Shan's strength, whether it's as raw as the rumors. Before, when they were outside the city to investigate the case of the robbery and murder of the Genie Wei, the two of them had a bad time because of the Ox River. Afterward, although Nyo He, was proven to be a secret agent of the Five Poisons sect, Su Shan had caused him to lose face in front of the crowd. This secret grudge was always in his heart. Therefore, today, when bringing people to the Inspector General's department to raise people, encountered a few ungrateful brocade guards, then acquiesced and the men immediately do it. Sort of a warning to them. Snap. It was also just when Coldblood had just let out his harsh words that a rush of footsteps came from within the corridor at the end of the dungeon. Bam! One of the constables guarding the outside, after crashing through the second gate of the dungeon, his body stumbled and fell to the ground. Even as he rolled and stood up, he shouted with panic written all over his face, Lang, Long Divine Constable. No, it's not good. Something big has happened. What's worth panicking about? Stick your tongue out and talk. Put. The two legs or soft constable immediately kneeled in front of them. After deep swallowing a mouthful of saliva, hastily shouted, Governor, Inspector General, beaten into the dungeon. Boom. At first hearing this, Coldblood burst into flames, while Lu Nung, Vice General Wang, and the others in the cell were subconsciously trembling in fear. Zira, Coldblood, who clutched the constable's lapel with one hand, immediately lifted him up and questioned, What did you say? The inspector's men came in? Is he tired of living? Not only that, but the leader, Su Shan, even led those few injured brocade guards to identify the person who struck on the spot. Being identified. Straight to the point. Snap. Coldblood, who had hardened this constable and thrown him to the ground, charged towards the outside of the Ministry of Punishment's dungeon in a furious manner. At this time, inside the compound outside the main hall of the Ministry of Punishment's dungeon, Su Shan, whose entire body was drenched in rainwater, pointed at a silver arrestor and inquired of his own brother. He made a move as well, didn't he? Yes, the little one's left arm. That's what he twisted off. Miso, when this injured Jinshur just finished his sentence, not even needing Su Shan to make a move. Li Yuanfang and the accompanying Jinui masters rushed directly in front of this silver arrestor with lightning speed. Crackle. After 3 subdues, he ripped and dragged himself next to the Jinchuai lieutenant. Snap. Su Shan, who casually threw him a club, said word for word, Your left arm is broken in 2. Then take his arm and break it into 20 pieces. 1 less cut, and it's all your incompetence. Yes, dare. Snap. Click. Ow. When guarded in the main hall Zhang Jin arrest, Hysterical just shouted this, right as he farted brocade guards, directly smashed the silver arrest arm bone. In a flash, miserable screams resounded throughout the entire Ministry of Punishment dungeon and beyond. Su Shan, we are Department 6 registered constables, and even more so, do not wait for the other party to finish. Direct foul-mouthed Su Shan low roar, I go to your horse Lagobi. We're all still on the roster as the son of heaven's own soldiers. Do you guys care anymore? Running to the Inspector General's office to beat up my brothers and rob my old man's prisoners? Jean Juling couldn't even pick it up when he came today. Fight. Snap. Click. How arrogant this group of Department 6 hawks and dogs were when they went to the Inspector General's department before, and how vociferous their screams were now. What about you? Come here. What's the point of hiding back there? The side of your face? Slapped like a pig's head. Who hit you? Sidestepping Su Shan, he pulled a slightly older, smaller flag, to the forefront. My lord, this is a superficial wound. It won't hurt. You, what are you talking to me about? Are our parents willing to beat you up like this? Trees depend on their bark. People depend on their faces. As I said, Su Shan, will take the head on my neck and carry it for you for today's heavenly trouble. Who hit it? Hearing this, the teary-eyed flag's lips trembled. Since I joined the Department of Inspection, I have been working hard for so many years, and I have never been favored by my boss like this. The previous government officials would only push them out as scapegoats. Lord Su, he was the one who slapped my face. Zhang Jinchu, who was identified on the spot by this little flag, instantly panicked, especially after meeting that sharp gaze with trepidation. Pull over. Fight. Su Shan's words had just finished, when an angry voice at the exit of the dungeon resounded at first. This divine constable will see who dares. Chapter 115 Setting Rules and Remembering. Lang, the long divine constable? Divine Constable Lang, you must avenge us. Upon seeing Coldblood's appearance, both the ones who hadn't been put to death yet and the constables who had already been hit back were hissing one after another as if they had a backbone. Coldblood, who was full of fury, looked at the tragic situation of his subordinates and pointed his halberd finger angrily at Su Shan. There's a road in heaven that you don't take, and there's no door in hell that you prefer to break through. Today, no one will be able to save you. However, just as Coldblood's words were finished, Su Shan's ghostly figure blatantly rushed towards the other party. You, don't talk about martial arts? Hyperion. Boom. Su Shan, who came down hard on the first move, didn't even bother talking to his opponent, pulling the skin of a mud horse. What would 10,000 harsh words solve? Lousy S brother took a beating, and he had to fight back. That's what he's supposed to do. Bang, bang, bam. Between the wind and the lightning, the mellow Nine Sun's true strength was instantly pitted against the Shan ice strength practiced by Coldblood. Across the air, in the crowd's field of vision, a scarlet dragon's head, which had manifested from Su Shan's arms, collided powerfully with the Shan ice tiger sculpture that Coldblood had sacrificed in a matter of moments. In just a moment of collision, dragons roared and tigers roared. A powerful shockwave of true energy erupted from the large criminal ministry dungeon compound. Wow! The moment it exploded, it toppled all the stone slabs and flowers in the courtyard and the signboard of the Ministry of Justice hanging at the eaves, and the crowds of onlookers. Those who were stronger barely managed to stand still. Those with a lower realm, on the other hand, were hobbled to the ground by the impact. Snap! Debris that swept up into the sky landed one after the other. Coldblood, whose body staggered back a few steps, stabbed his toes through the stone floor before stabilizing his retreat. Wide-eyed, disbelief was written in his eyes. He quenched 1,000 years of Shan ice and inherited the Shan ice strength left by his ancestors to have this strength. But on the occasion of the matchup, it was a 50-50 fight with a youngster who had just reached the crown. Nope. In a sense, the other team was distracted in their final push. Or, rather, left to chance. Even so, Coldblood was still slightly inferior to his opponent in this strong clash. This result made Coldblood, who had always been a bully, feel humiliated like he had never felt before. Against himself, he dares to leave a margin of error? Look down on me? Thinking of this, Coldblood, whose face grew colder and colder, searched for Su Shan. The spring rain washed away the dust and smoke raised at the scene, and moreover, he was cold-blooded and locked Su Shan's trail at the first time. But, in this moment, however, his pupils were dilating. This was because, at this moment, Su Shan had strangely appeared behind Zhang Jinjun. Zhang Shun, watch your back. At first hearing his own lord's words, Zhang Jinshu, who had just barely managed to stabilize his body due to the impact of the residual energy, subconsciously twisted his head. Only a tall and imposing figure behind him covered his entire face. Su, Pa. Without waiting for Zhang Shun to shout out his name, Su Shan's slap was strong and powerful above his side face. As an innate ninth grade expert, Zhang Shun subconsciously urged up his true energy after feeling the terrifying power of the slap. But the result is, when the slap hit his face, this true chi that he was so proud of was completely shattered. The whole person flew out even more like a discharged cannonball. During this time, the blood he poured out, along with his teeth, sprayed over the flight path like ink. Bam! Put! After the bodies smashed heavily on top of the fence, it rolled down again like a dead dog in front of the older junior flag. For a moment, the scene was as silent as night. The several silver arresters and constables standing right beside Su Shan took several steps back with their bodies trembling, knees slightly bent. Their eyes gazed up in horror at the cold and resolute cheeks. Snap! As he stepped back out of the eaves of the house and faced Coldblood head-on once again, the constables who stood in Su Shan's way shied away from each of them. The silence of the scene was also completely broken along with his opening. Fight! He slapped you halfway across the face, and you slapped his whole face into a pig's head. I said, today it's revenge for revenge. If you have no grudges, stay with me here and properly set the rules and learn a long lesson for Department 6. Boom! Hearing Su Shan's words, the blood of all the brocade guards present instantly boiled. The sense of mission and superiority that was born in them made them all hold their heads high. Please rest assured, Lord Su, we are sworn to defend this fly fishing suit to the death. Till death do us part. Hold tightly to the embroidered spring sword in your hand. When Wang Qinian, tearing his voice to finish these, excitedly Yuan Feng, mouth muttered, you will say more, Koniang, I don't know what to lick, anyway, it's just hot to a mother Put. When Li Yuanfang used the most ferocious expression and said such amusing words, some people couldn't carry the laughter. On the other hand, the Department 6 constables who had all cowered beside Cold Blood were all embarrassed. Su Shan, you've really pissed off this godcatcher. Boom! By the time Cold Blood finished saying this, the Xian ice strength instantly raised outward. In that instant, the crowd was treated to a peculiar sight. Every drop of rain that fell onto the surface of his body condensed into frost, only to sublimate back into water droplets once it hit the ground. Cackle. There was a strangled sound of shattering ice from his clenched fist. Cold Blood, whose eyes were like torches, firmly locked onto Su Shan, who was not far away. All of a sudden, after the internal energy was raised externally, the area separating the two was gradually confined by Xian ice. It kept spreading, pushing straight towards Su Shan who stood there. Merely glancing at it, Su Shan said with a cold smile on his face, fancy, that's all you can do is it? Snap, snap. As he said this, Su Shan charged directly at Cold Blood, who was directly across from him, without fear. During this period of time, several scarlet red-hot true energies surrounded his torso. With every step taken, the ground's surface, which had condensed into ice, was shattered in an instant. People who know a little bit about martial arts are well aware of. This was an air-to-air confrontation between the two in terms of their true energies. As it stood, not only had Su Shan failed to be firmly locked in by Cold Blood's Xian ice power, but he had also stepped on the ice to deal with it head-on. I'd like to see if Cold Blood, one of the 4 famous constables, can hurt me a hair when he's angry? Miso. As he spoke, the scarlet true chi on Su Shan's body exploded in full force with him at the center. The Xian ice domain that Cold Blood had just created was, in an instant, disintegrated by it. With a leap, the two men intertwined in a lightning-fast manner. Xian ice palm, the dragon battles in the wild. Bang, claptrap, put. In an instant, the arcane ice melted away. Cold Blood's figure smashed heavily into the ground like a cannonball. Chapter 116, The 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea, each showing their abilities? At the time Su Shan led the troops toward the Ministry of Justice dungeon to kill Huang Chaojie, the commander of the Northern Jinfu Division, blocked Jin Zhouling and the Right Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Inside the office, strongly condemn and criticize Department 6 for forcibly removing Lu Nang, Vice General Wang and others from the Department of Supervision and Inspection. However, the response he got was Jin Zhouling and Wei Shanming, one singing the white face and the other the red face. What's the point of running to my Ministry of Justice to make trouble? You, North Township, really have this ability to go to the cabinet. We are also under orders. Commander Huang, this official advises you not to make things difficult for yourselves in this matter. We, the Ministry of Justice, are not intimidated. Facing Huang Chaojie's forcefulness, Wei Shanming directly moved out of the cabinet. Between the words, there is even a hidden threat. You, without waiting for Huang Chaojie to get angry, Jin Zhouling, who had a good relationship with Qinglong, rushed forward and said, Old Huang, calm down. If we had a choice, we wouldn't want to go to the inspectorate and take over Lu Nang and the others. Who doesn't know in the capital now that they're a hot potato? A cabinet order, sent directly to the Ministry of Justice. What are you guys letting Squire Wei do? Can only do as you are told. But, not even giving Huang Chaojie a chance to open his mouth, Jin Zhouling, who had heard some rumors, hastened to add, of course, in the process of taking over Lu Nang and other prisoners, Cold Blood and the constables from Department 6 had a bit of a tough attitude. Where are the means? Not gentle enough. Don't worry, I'll punish this matter severely. In this case, all injured brethren of the Inspector General's department, the medical expenses and compensation required will be borne solely by our Department 6. Huang Chaojie, who was also not so easy to fool, coldly pushed away Jin Zhouling's hand on his shoulder. Word for word, he questioned, and if I, the Northern Jinfu Division, do not agree, what about this solution? As soon as he finished his words, Wei Shanming growled lowly in an almost snarling manner, then the 8 immortals will each show their abilities. I'd like to see if you, the Northern Jinfu Division, dare to openly rob the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. You, Wei Shanming's words also caused Huang Chaojie's face to turn ironic. Snap, and just then, a brocade guard and constable, respectively, rushed in a hurry. Commander Wang, Squire Wei, Chief Constable Jin, something's wrong. Su Shan, Lord Su, of the Department of Inspection, upon his return, was informed that a Jinui, his own brother, had been beaten, and that the prisoner had been taken away, and then he rushed directly to the Ministry of Justice dungeon with his men. The synchronized sound of the two men's reports, one after the other, resounded in the ears of several people at first. Bang! Immediately clapping his hands, Servant Wei roared thunderously. Su Shan, is lawless? Ha! Wei Shanming had just finished saying this when Huang Chaojie sneered. This is also what the Northern Jinfu Si wanted to say to the Ministry of Justice. And by the way, this isn't a prison robbery. Don't put such a big hat on it. You're following the cabinet's orders. We're following our orders. To the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice. Yes. Huang Chaojie, who had turned around, left with a big stride, and Jin Zhouling, who caught up with him in 3 steps, immediately pulled Huang Chaojie and said, Commander Huang, do we have to get to this point? You guys started it, didn't you? Throwing down these words, the corners of Huang Chaojie's mouth rose slightly as he turned around. At this moment, he finally knew why his own co-conspirator favored that boy Su Shan so much. There are some things that they as leaders cannot do, but subordinates occasionally make a mistake. Also deserved? Imperial grace and holy favor. Springtime, naturally young and wild? Once the situation gets to the point where it can't end, you, Huang Chaojie, can hardly be blamed. Hearing this behind Jin Zhouling, Huang Chaojie stopped walking and twisted his head. The poorest but want to eat, as long as you do not die. I'm all pure Yuan Jinchi. When I arrive at the Beggars Association they'll have to be honored as guests. Hiya! Snap! Not only did Huang Chaojie steer his horse towards the Ministry of Punishment dungeon, even Jin Zhouling led the experts of Department 6 and escorted Wei Shanming towards that side. When they appeared, one after the other, at the end of the street outside the Ministry of Punishment's dungeon, 2 pairs of eyes, within a highland attic, watched their every move. Father, Commander Huang is here. Behind them, there's Servant Wei and Chief Constable Jin. Shall we, now, go down? The green bird that spoke, slightly worried, said to the green dragon beside him. When Su Shan led his troops to charge the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice, she was afraid that the other party would suffer a loss, so she hurriedly went to wait outside the palace, and he asked the Forbidden Army to help send a message to his own father. The 2 men met, and instead of rushing to show themselves, they temporarily commandeered this attic to find out what was going on. Go down and do what? That bastard, Su Shan, is fighting hard, but Chief Arrestor Kim and the others, the masters, they all come out last. That's what makes it seem pushy? By now Qinglong couldn't figure out what the so-called pushiness in Su Shan's mouth stood for, but supposedly, it's a very powerful adjective. TSK. Su Shan's strength is more than 1 step stronger than when he first came to the capital. How did this brat, how did he do it? Hiding your ass before? Inside the dungeon compound of the Ministry of Justice, Cold Blood, who had been blasted to the ground by Su Shan, hardened and smashed the stone slab. And even more so, the ground had sunk a few points. After seeing this scene, the constables and guards present all nervously shouted in unison, Long Divine Constable. However, just as their words had fallen, Su Shan, who had a ghostly figure, surfaced in front of Cold Blood, whose body was in pain, in a swift and unobtrusive manner. What did you say when the old man first arrived? There's a way to heaven and you don't go, but there's no door to hell and you want to break in? Bang! Bam! Ow! As he said this through gritted teeth, Su Shan, who raised his own sandbagged fist, instantly smashed it on top of Cold Blood's face. Wow! Dust and gray smoke instantly covered the 2 men's silhouettes, but vaguely, the crowd saw Cold Blood's body, sinking a few more points. I pissed you off. And then what? Snap! As he said this, Su Shan, who had raised his right arm, once again swung his fist. This time, Cold Blood, who was lying on the ground, completely disappeared from the view of the distant constables, because his body was chiseled hard into the ground by Su Shan. Blood splattered everywhere, and even the screams became faint and mournful. The constables, who couldn't bear to look at each other, each skimmed their heads and hissed loudly once again, Long Divine Constable. It was a cry that could be described as mournful and desperate. However, Su Shan, who still had no intention of withdrawing his hand, raised his right arm for the 3rd time. In case you don't remember, I'll make up for it. Snap! It was also just as his fist was about to descend that the hysterical roar of Jin Zhouling came from the main entrance of the Ministry of Punishment's dungeon. Stop! Hearing this, Su Shan glanced sideways at the other party. After revealing a hideous smile, his gaze looked at Jin Zhouling while his fist smashed into Cold Blood. Pa! Chapter 117, Brazenly Going to Death. Rather lying down and not letting go. Accompanied by this mouthing punch from Su Shan, it slammed down heavily. Spattered blood stained his face in dribs and drabs. Combined with his hideous smile, it also made Jin Zhouling, who had forcefully told him to stop, feel a provocation that he had never felt before. Asshole! Looking for death. Me so. As the words fell out of his mouth, Jin Zhouling, who was as fit as a fiddle, was about to rush towards Su Shan. However, when he had just made a move, first Huang Chaojie had matched him with 3 moves in a row. Immediately after that, Li Yuanfeng, Wang Qinian, and the others who were guarding the compound, greeted him one after another, not to mention the accompanying Jinyui masters. Even though small banners and lieutenants who were just at the 7th or 8th rank of the Hotian, all drew their swords at this moment, an attitude of readiness to die blatantly. In an instant, it left everyone on the scene, confused as to whose home turf this was. Bang! Crackle! The defensive net weaved by several Jinwei experts slowed down Jin Jiuling's attack, all scrambling to be the first to die. Are they? I'm going to move him today. Who dares to stop me? Boom! Jin Jiuling, who had been moved to true anger, instantly raised his mixed true chi outwardly as he finished hissing these words. This strength, at least in terms of paper strength, was enough to crush the entire field. 6 dragon revolutions. However, as Huang Chaojie, Li Yuanfeng, and the others were shaken away, Su Shan, who had not dodged, instead met the enemy and charged up. 6 scarlet dragon heads gleamed as they wrapped around his arms. The entanglement of the 9 channels of true chi also caused Su Shan's entire person to be wrapped up in it. The moment he met Jin Jiuling, his face was resolute and fierce. Come on, whoever wimped out is a grandson. I, Su Shan, said, this beam today. Even if Jin Jiuling himself comes, he won't be able to take it. Bang! Rumble! Between the winds, the two sides collided strongly. The exploding chi energy immediately caused Li Yuanfeng and the others all to retreat back and forth. Wei Shanming, who was guarded by several experts, had his official hat overturned on the ground. As his body stumbled back, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Snap! The few remaining intact stone slabs were hardened and cracked when Jin Jiuling landed on the ground and retreated. With shock written within his eyes, he looked towards Su Shan, who was directly in front of him, pulling away from himself. At this moment, Su Shan, whose feet were sunk within the ground, left behind a trajectory of scratches. The raindrops that fell on him instantly turned into water vapor. It also made, within the scene, Su Shan, the immortal aura curl up. At his neck, the veins that exploded in anger emphasized his ruthlessness. Cackle, clenching his fists, he once again took a welcoming stance, giving everyone at the scene an invisible deterrent. At this moment, not to mention the crowd of brocade guards who had witnessed him slaying the dragon at the Hanging Temple, even Jin Jiuling, Wei Shanming and the experts of Department 6 were moved by this. The one with the most exaggerated expression has to be Huang Chaojie. He, who possessed nearly the 5th grade of the sovereign realm, was confident that he didn't even have the strength to be able to fight Jin Jiuling this hard. This kid, he's really a demon. I've heard for a long time that Chief Constable Jin's mixed true chi has reached the peak. Inspector General's Department 1000. Su Shan is not talented. May I fight for my life and beat you back to the Hotian realm? Boom! By the time Su Shan used the most serious tone and said these words, there was an outcry within the large Ministry of Justice dungeon compound. Anyone could see his determination in his attitude. The implication of this statement, that is, you Jin Jiuling are very strong. So strong that I, Su Shan, can't kill you. But not important. I'm going to sacrifice my life to waste at least 2 of your dantians. No need to wonder if he's exaggerating. The fact that he had just finished abusing cold blood and clashed with Jin Jiuling's powerful clash had already corroborated that he had this strength. However, what was even more explosive was that Li Yuanfeng, Wang Qinian, and the others, obediently drew their swords. With a grave and determined face, he cried out, subordinate, I am willing to fight for my life along with your lordship. Snap! At the sound of their words, all the brocade guards present collectively took a step forward. All of them joined Su Shan and displayed a posture of welcoming the enemy. We, for one, are willing to die with Lord Su. Spell out this life and smash Department's 6th century-old signboard. At this moment, all the constables on the scene, and even Wei Shanming and the accompanying experts, all felt their scalps numb. Humor to death. Rather lie down and not be allowed. When did the Inspector General's department, which had been scorned by various organizations in the capital, become so united and pugnacious? In an instant, even Jin Jiuling was deeply shocked by this mountainous aura. What? You, the Inspector General's department, are you trying to revolt? Wei Shanming, who picked up his official hat and re-wore it on his head, rushed out and questioned with spittle flying. But just as he finished his words, a loud voice rang out at first from the main entrance. What? You, the Ministry of Justice, are trying to override the Imperial power? Upon hearing the sound, the crowd subconsciously looked over, only to see Qinglong, who had his hands behind his back, leading his own girl, walking in with a sturdy gait and head held high. Criminal Tongji, Green Dragon? We, the people. See Mr. Interpreter. The brocade guards present all held their fists in a reverse grip and saluted. Put the knives away. Don't stab yourself. What a big deal to die for. As he said this, Qinglong had already walked in front of Su Shan, picking up his right hand, He first took his pulse, then transferred a strand of true chi and said, "When people have an accident, they look for their parents. You're good for it. Head iron. Put your life on the line yourself." "What? I, Xinglong, don't have a license in the capital anymore, do I?" Hearing this, Shan grinned and said, "Without you backing us up, we wouldn't dare to be this rampant even if we borrowed 100 guts." But then again, as the first Blade's sole favored department in the capital, the Department of Inspection would have to be a little less rampant, and it would not show your favoritism. Asterisk 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 off. After smiling and hurling a curse at Shan, Xinglong waved his hand and said, "Go, take Lu Nang and Vice General Wang and them, and escort them back to the Department of Supervision." Yes. Hearing this, Shan, who had turned around, immediately ordered someone to go and do it, and not far away Wei Shanming, with someone kicked in the crotch like, face twisted hissed, "Criminal Tongji, you are robbing the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice too. The people of the Ministry of Penal Affairs have dared to rob the Royal Imperial Prison. How come we don't dare to come to the Ministry of Penal Affairs dungeon to take people back?" Without waiting for the other party to finish, Xinglong turned around and directly replied with a cold smile, "We are under cabinet orders." Wei Shanming had just finished saying this, and the entire face instantly cold and stern Xinglong, reaching out and pointing to the other side, said, "We, the son of heaven's own soldiers, only follow the holy decree. Take a cabinet order. Who are you bluffing?" Shan, what's that saying of yours? "Ha, what about taking a big eagle and scaring widows?" "Yeah, that's the one." After saying this, Xinglong nodded at Servant Wei's shoulder and added word for word, "The cabinet order, to us, the brocade guards, is a piece of waste paper. You can take my exact words and relay them to the cabinet. Disobedience? Let them ask for a decree to cut off my green dragon's head. No holy orders? Whoever comes, I'll make him shed his skin." Chapter 118, I and Sin. We don't share the same fate. Xinglong's words really caused Wei Shanming to lose face all of a sudden. You, criminal co-conspirator, remember your words today. Wei Shanming, who gritted his teeth, just finished saying all this. Jean Zhouling, who was straddling between them, hurriedly said, "Xinglong, do you have to make a scene, and make each other unhappy?" Hearing this, Xinglong laughed a cold, harsh laugh. "Lao Jean, the reason I'm willing to be friends with you is that Jean Zhouling is upright and doesn't get involved in party disputes, much less to participate in the temple's deception." Lu Hongfei's side just confessed, the cabinet ordered, forcibly took his son forcibly from the Department of Supervision and Inspection. The geometry of the purpose should be clear in your mind. Saying this, Xinglong shook his head at it. "It's not that we want to make a mess, it's that you guys didn't even put us, the brocade guards, in your eyes. What? You guys can go to the Inspector General's office and yell and scream about robbing people, and you're just following orders. We're here to get back at it. So what's the point of making a scene? Where's the face?" The Vajra angry green dragon, when he said the last two words, immediately pulled up his voice chant. In this instant, the criminal Tongji, who was full of fierce aura, pressured the entire field. "Commander Huang, too, when you went to the Ministry of Justice and dealt with them, what did Squire Wei and Chief Constable Jean say?" "Back to the words of your lordship, Chief Inspector Jean said that Department 6 will bear all the medical expenses of the injured genie guards this time and compensate them to a certain extent." Servant Wei's original words were 80 mortals crossing the sea to show their abilities. After hearing Huang Chaojie's relay, Qingdao's gaze was deep as he looked toward, not far away, Shan. It seemed that everything that happened was exactly as he had predicted earlier. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Shan had not sent someone to block the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice in advance, Lu Nang and the others might have been transferred again when Xinglong left the palace. At that point, it would be a pipe dream for the northern townships to try to remand the man. Then by that standard, all the injured constables of Department 6 will be borne by us. As for the people of the Ministry of Justice, love what they want. If you can't swallow it, send someone to fight. Yes. Xinglong's hammering was the final word on the matter from the Northern Jinfu Division. By the time the people of the Department of Supervision and Inspection, the face of despair Lu Nang, Wang Vice General and other people, re-escort out, face no survival of Wei Shanming, face grim put down harsh words, criminal co-counselor. This matter I criminal department will never let go. I, Wei Shanming, remember even more what you did today. The mountain doesn't turn. The day will come. This official would like to see how long you, the Northern Jinfu Division, can be arrogant. Hearing this, Shan jerked his head and said, "What did he say his name was?" "My lord, he is Wei Shanming, the right minister of the Ministry of Justice." When Wang Qinian finished saying this, Shan reached over and said, "Take out my little book." "Is he?" Pointing to Master Wei Shanping's name, Shan inquired. "That's him, The mute riddle of the two also made Wei Shanming, who was all set to leave, stop in his tracks, and everyone's eyes were once again focused on Su Shan's body. Did he just say that he wanted to see how long the Northern Jinfu Sea could be arrogant? Yes, so what are we waiting for? Assemble. Go to Vermilion Bird Boulevard and arrest the family of Servant Wei Wei's residents. Understood. After saying this, Wang Qinian yelled, Emergency Assembly. By order of His Excellency, go to the house of Servant Wei Wei's residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue to arrest him. Boom. When Wang Qinian unapologetically roared through these, Wei Shanming, who had previously whispered to them and was still skeptical, instantly exploded. Not only him, but even Jin Zhuling and the experts of Department 6 all glared at Su Shan and the quickly assembled brocade guards with angry faces. Even the Green Dragon and the Green Bird's father and daughter were the first to walk up to Su Shan. Pressing his voice, he inquired, Crazy is crazy, so don't get on top. If it's just some chicken asterisk 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 asterisk, using it at this time will only pass the knife into someone else's hand. This reminder from the Green Dragon was by no means unintentional. Lu Nang assassinated the Prince of Heaven's own soldiers. All the evidence is conclusive, and still can be reversed by the Donglin party. If you really go to the Wei house and arrest someone just because of some small things, you don't know how to be impeached afterwards. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled and attached his ear and said, His Holiness set the tone of the main frame, and the Empress Dowager, Eunuch Chao, and the others were all witnesses. The Heavenly Master himself hit the sample, nailed the case and showed up on the spot after feeding the. There's no more ironclad proof than that. After saying this, Su Shan lustfully pulled out his small book and displayed it in front of Qing Long and the crowd, then added, This blacklist of mine will be a nightmare for the capital's dignitaries. More than that, it's the cornerstone of the Inspector General's department, which has completely made a name for itself. First batch. First get 27 people killed. Next, I cut the meat with a blunt knife and take my time. When he said the last two sentences, Su Shan deliberately raised his voice chant. It was so that Jin Zhuling and these masters of the Ministry of Justice could vaguely hear a generalization. But actually, that's 27 in his little book. Not important. Get these 27 people, all dead. Panic would permeate the entire circle of power and nobility in the capital. That was the result Su Shan wanted. Hearing Su Shan's words, Xing Long, who had roughly flipped through the small book, took the initiative to step aside and made a pleased gesture. Please start your show. I am not equal to sin. Two foxes, one old and one young, looked at each other and smiled. Immediately afterward, Xinglong no longer suppressed his voice as he arranged. Commander Huang, lead the team to escort the suspect Lu Nang and the others back to the Imperial prison. The others, etc. Follow Qiantu Su, and go and arrest them. Yes. At first hearing this arrangement from Qinglong, Wei Shanming was anxious. Turning around, he took it in stride. With a fierce face, he hissed, Xinglong, if you brocade guards dare to arrest people indiscriminately, this official will definitely not let you go. When Wei Shanming finished ranting about all this with his halberd fingers and angry eyes, Xinglong, who had glanced at him contemptuously, then, once again, added towards the brothers, Remember, Master Wei has a bad heart and is in his old age. Attitude gentle. Never irritate in front of him. Otherwise, people died. Laozi still have to follow the share of money on behalf of the North Shinfu Division. Asterisk. It came with a dozen copies this month. It's not even enough for the monthly paycheck. Hear that? Put. Rao Su Shan didn't even hold back his laughter after hearing this fallacy. Ha ha. Laughter accompanied his vocalization. You, Wei Shanming, who was so angry that his face turned green, his body was even more trembling, and Xinglong said with a serious face, laughing gross, I am warning you in all seriousness. Work. Arrest. Yes. Chapter 119 Rough Waves and Killing Opportunities. Wow. After Su Shan led his troops to surge out of the Ministry of Justice dungeon at a brisk pace, Wei Shanming, who was furious, glared viciously at Qinglong and directly shouted, Follow this official back to the palace. If the brocade guards arrest someone and can't produce evidence, you just do it, and I'll take the blame if anything happens. Ha! Hearing this, Xinglong laughed out coldly and said, See what you can do. Not counting old Jean, if so many of you can last 10 moves in my hands, it's all because I, Xinglong, am not good at learning in martial arts. Bah! Something, and getting involved in the party. Controversy. I really don't believe that Chao Zhengchen came out of the palace to stand up for you. As the Jinui in the capital, the first person under the Heavenly Master, Xinglong had the strength and qualification to say this. Wei Shanming, who was furious, had his heart set on the safety of the house and immediately rushed out with his men, Snap, immediately after the Jin Zhuling, and went and returned to the back of the green dragon next to the said, Must this be so immortal? Ha! Lao Jin what the Eastwoods promised you, I don't know, but I advise you that this muddy water is best left untouched. The green dragon, who had finished his words, left directly without even turning his head back. Shan leading his troops to come to the Ministry of Punishment dungeon in a murderous manner had long been rumored within the circle. The common people, merchants and jugglers are just making a show of it. And it's everything reported by the eyes and ears of the various forces that determines the real-time trends in the capital. When within the dungeon of the Ministry of Punishment, ear-piercing sounds of fighting and screaming were emitted. This matter, with the push and pull of those who had the intention to do so, then once again made its way onto the capital's hot searches. After the Ministry of Justice Minister Wei Shanming, Department 6 Chief Arrestor Jin Zhouling, brought people here, but also pushed the matter to the High Dynasty. Everyone seems to think that Shan will have to pay a terrible price because of his own wildness, when the Qinglong's domineering appearance seems to have put a comma on this incident for the time being. What happens next is a fight between all sides. It's nothing more than pulling, impeaching, and ultimately compromising. However, let everyone never expect it was detained into the Ministry of Justice dungeon of Lunang, Wang vice-generals and other people, was actually Jin Yiwei, brought back. The Inspector General's department, which did not stop for this reason, led by Shan, killed towards Vermilion Bird Boulevard, which was known as the capital city's nobleman's district. Then out of the Ministry of Justice Minister Wei Shanming angry hair, yelling the masters, with their own back to the house at the same time, but also sent people to the Eastwood Academy. The Jin Yiwei evil informed the Chief Minister Lin Ruopu was deliberating there. Hiya, snap, after the ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves, successively fading away, the crowd at the scene also instantly exploded. Boy, was that a big deal? Lord Su of the Inspection Division is really brave, not only really put the prisoner, and snatched back, look at this situation, but also straight pull out Wei Minister's homa. When someone finished saying this in horror, some Jianghu guest who fights with a sword, standing and talking, opened his mouth and said, "This Department 6 is also, the Jinyui have come to the door to rob people, and they let them get away with it? Didn't they say that the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice has one of the 4 famous constables, Cold Blood, sitting in it? If I had the strength of the Lung Divine Constable that he has, I would first over the brocade guards. It's not so bad that it's a disgrace." Ha, how do you know that the Lung Divine Constable didn't make a move? What if it's because he's not strong enough? Are you kidding me? The Lung Divine Constable has long since broken through the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm, right? The last time I saw him make a move, his pure Yuan True Chi wasn't thick enough, but he was properly a 4th grade Grandmaster. He, Shan, has this strength? Just as this Jianghu guest, tearing his voice and speaking loudly, finished these words, dozens of constables, carrying a few injured people, walked out from inside at a brisk pace. The bloody cold blood in it was unusually harsh. So, isn't that the Lung Divine Constable? How did you get hit like that? From the time the criminal Tongji of the Northern Jinfu Division went in to the time he came out, it was only a quarter of an hour. At that time, Jin Zhouling was at the scene, so it couldn't have been him who struck. Then the only explanation, Lord Ko hit it? Sizzle. After a round of analysis, the crowd couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air, and the Jianghu client who had just forcefully spoken out loud, shrunk his head with a pale face as he met the gazes of the crowd. The Inspector General's department won't be a group fight, right? I heard that the criminal Tongji has transferred quite a few experts to Lord Xiaosu. Never mind if it's a group fight or a single fight. The Inspector General's department is not what it used to be. In the future, when you see them again, you have to keep your head down. Shan and the Inspector General's repeated strikes had already left an indelible hardcore image in the hearts of the people. This incident, if he can get through it peacefully, for a long time to come, it will surely be the prettiest boy in the capital. It was also at the time when the crowd was talking. The years of the East Forest Party and Wei Shanming's personal guards arrived at the East Forest Academy one after the other. This is because the Chunin exam case, an anxious Donglin party and others, in hearing Shan dared to openly retaliate against the Ministry of Justice, right minister, and brought people to his home to arrest people for no reason on the occasion of. Lin Ruopu, who was worried about finding an entry point to deal with this matter, spoke in a cold voice, "It's really lawless. Go and hold the Plum Blossom Order. Mobilize the Golden Guard directly, and rush to the Vermilion Bird Avenue immediately. If he, Shan, and the Brocade Guards, without any solid evidence, wantonly arrest people in disregard of the king's law, arrest them at once. Anyone who dares to stand in the way during this period will be killed on sight." Upon hearing the words Jingu Wei Shanming's personal guards, who had come to ask for help, immediately brightened up. In order to ensure the personal safety of the cabinet ministers, the late emperor had formed the Jingwei to protect their well-being. The number of people was just over 100, but they were all first-class experts. But along with the fall of the imperial power, Shu Yue also indirectly lost control over them. Nowadays, It is one of the biggest cards in the hands of the Donglin party. First Counselor Lin. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is only right that we should, in advance, write the folders, so that once the brocade guards make their move, we can take the opportunity to impeach. If the East Chamber can be abolished, why can't the Jinfu Division? Wen Duaningzhou, the doctor of the Imperial College and supervisor of the Eastwood Academy, who stood out, finished saying this, Lin Ruopu and the others nodded heavily and said, "What Dr. Duan said is very true. Whether or not it can be abolished is another matter. Can be used as a bargaining chip, forcing His Majesty to retake the initiative in the case of the Chunin exams. Handing over is enough. The battle for the temple is nothing more than a process of limit pulling in compromise." The Imperial Palace, the divine mechanism pivot, Yuan Tiangong's office. When he heard this news, his expression was cold and stern. Even the Golden Guard has mobilized? What is Lin Ruopu doing? Are you really deceiving me that there is no one in the Jinfu Division? Pass the word. Order Vermilion Bird, White, Tiger, and Xuanwu, lead their troops to rush to the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Ensure the absolute safety of the Inspector General's 1,000. Su Shan. Yes, on this day, the capital city, which was already not peaceful, was once again in turmoil and murderous because of Su Shan's stirring. Chapter 120, with the holy decree in hand, cut down all. The reason why Vermilion Bird Avenue, which is adjacent to the Imperial Palace, is known as the nobleman's quarter of the capital is because those who can open their homes and build residences here are either royal relatives or princes and ministers. Lu Hongfei, who is of the 4th rank, is not even qualified to stay here. Even Wei Shanming, the right minister of the Ministry of Justice, could only stay at the end of this street. The entire street is managed under a semi-closed system. Patrol battalion, full-time men dedicated to guarding and patrolling here. Moreover, each of them is a martial arts practitioner. Not to mention the general vermin. Even the strength of the strong Jianghu guest and experts dare to trespass on this place. Then, is also mostly have no return. Even if a serving official comes here urgently to seek an audience, the patrol battalion will need to send a message on his behalf. Only after a nod from the nobleman inside would he be released after registering. From the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice, this place nearly spans the entire capital. While on the road, Wang Qinian, who had the reputation of being a know-it-all, succinctly related to his own lord. Damn it, even if I were to mix up to become a marquis, I would never open a house and build a tooth on Vermilion Bird Avenue. After Su Shan finished saying this, Lei Yuanfeng, who was surprised, inquired, "Why, my lord, being able to stay at the Vermilion Bird Avenue is a status symbol. It's such a hassle to get in and out. How do I send silver to people who come to me for work? Isn't this cutting off the old man's money? Don't you all pay more or less filial piety on New Year's holidays? We've worked our asses off to get to the top for this claim, haven't we?" Su Shan, who didn't avoid his own brother, laughed and joked as he galloped his horse. "My lord, we usually follow the portion when we eat the meal." Straightforward old boy Li Yuanfeng's words really broke Su Shan's defense. Asterisk 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 Q. Ha ha. When Su Shan finished saying this, the accompanying genie guards burst out laughing. Lord Su is greedy for money? For the stolen silver seized by the Inspector General's department alone, he may not take a cent. Can't talk about high style. When blackmailing dignitaries, that's even more treacherous than the villain. But when it was distributed to the brothers, it was more trenchant than dirt. All the way down the Mercedes, the towering walls of the Imperial Palace had been reflected in the eyes of the crowd. "My lord, up ahead is the Vermilion Bird Avenue. I'll go over early and intercede for the patrol battalion." Hearing Wang Qinian's words, Su Shan's sword brows furrowed as he said, "What? The brocade guards haven't come here to arrest anyone? If they don't agree, we still can't get in?" Facing Su Shan's inquiry, Wang Qinian laughed awkwardly and said, "My lord, since Qitian 32 years, Lord Ji had led his troops to charge after the Vermilion Bird Avenue. The Jinyui, on the other hand, have never set foot here again on a case. Even, in the circle of the powerful, there is a saying circulating. What's that? The brocade guards and the dogs shall not enter the avenue of the Vermilion Bird." When Wang Qinian finished saying this, Su Shan finally understood why Qinglong had been so nervous when he had to lead his troops to come to Vermilion Bird Avenue to arrest them. Obviously, the pressure that Qinglong had to endure in this matter was greater than he had imagined. "I'm going to go myself. If bargaining was useful, the Jinfu Si would still be giving us the Xiuquan sword. Since within the laws of the Great Ming, there is no express provision that the brocade guards are not allowed to enter Vermilion Bird Avenue to handle cases, then give me a direct charge. The rules of the capital. From now on, we, the Jinyui, will have the final say." Li Yuanfeng. 2. Put up the flying fish flag. Yes. Wang Qinian. In. Shout. Tell them this is an ultimatum, not a warning. Yes, sir. Giddy up. Snap. After Su Shan finished saying this, Li Yuanfang immediately flashed his flying fish flag, and Wang Qinian, who had broken away from the group, took the lead in steering his horse around the corner. When the figure appeared in front of the patrol battalion and other guards, the head guard chief shouted at the top of his voice, "This is the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Whoever is in front of us, immediately dismount and inform. Otherwise, they will all be killed as trespassers." Just after he finished his words, behind Wang Qinian, who was alone on a horse, there appeared hordes of brocade guards. The sky was drizzling though and the wind was not exactly gentle, but the flying fish flag waving in the wind, and the brocade guards charging in the rain, although 100 meters apart, but to be given the patrol battalion guards, never had a sense of oppression. The North Shinfu Division's Jinui is on the case. Idle people, get out of the way. It's not a warning, it's an ultimatum. Boom! Hearing this, the patrol battalion guard chief and the others were instantly in an uproar. Since the 32 years since the beginning of the day, this Vermilion Bird Avenue has never been openly stepped on by the Golden Guards, not to mention coming to investigate the case so vociferously. Whoosh! Bang! As Wang Qinian's words fell, the ivory card, which belonged solely to the inspection division, drew a parabola and nailed itself impartially in front of that chief of guards. This accuracy in darkness alone was enough to make them feel that the other party was not coming from a good place. The cabinet had ordered that the brocade guards were not to set foot on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Hearing this, Su Shan laughed, laughing rather wildly. "Then you listen to me clearly. His Majesty has decreed that anyone who dares to obstruct the Jinui's work on a case may be killed before being sentenced." Miso. As the words fell out of his mouth, Su Shan, who had obediently pulled out his Zhengyang blade, didn't hesitate to slash at the roadblock set up by the other party. The moment the scarlet blade strength cut through the rain curtain, all the raindrops along the way instantly evaporated into water vapor. Although separated by hundreds of meters, the majestic and piercing blade strength also made the guard chief, who was terrified, hiss hysterically, "Get out of the way! All get out of the way!" Bang! Rumble! When it leapt up and pounced elsewhere, the obstacle that was originally across the entrance to Vermilion Bird Avenue was instantly shattered. The sound of explosions resounded throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue. Phew! The deafening sound made the patrol battalion and the others subconsciously shake their heads and shake off the debris on their bodies as they got up. It wasn't until they looked back at the place where they had just set up the barricade and saw the sight of the stone slabs shattering that they truly felt the terror of this blade. Snap! And while they were all stunned and at a loss for words, the resonating sound of galloping horses' hooves was close at hand. Subconsciously looking up, they only saw a young man who was no more than 20 years old, leading his ministry to swipe right past them, just now also nailed to the ground ivory card, but also by his writing like a space in the bag. The flying fish flag, which was spreading with the wind, looked so dazzling at this moment. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, which had not been trodden by the brocade guards for decades, the ear-piercing and sky-shattering sound of horses' hooves rang out. In this moment, it also seems to herald that the iron law that the circles of power and nobility have observed for so many years has been mercilessly trampled on by the brocade guards. Su Shan and Inspector General's department of all the Jinui, but also in their own practical actions and attitudes, to warn all the dignitaries. In Daming, there is no forbidden land for my Jinui, even if it is the Imperial Palace or Vermilion Bird Boulevard. As long as the holy decree is in our hands, we will dare to cut down all of them. Chapter 121. The four great co-conspirators gathered to protect the calf. The sudden blast disturbed the rest of the royal relatives and dignitaries within the Vermilion Bird Avenue, especially after hearing the avenue, ringing ear-piercing hoofbeats, hastily ordered his subordinates to go out to find out what was going on. There were even rampant and habitual housekeepers who started cursing and swearing as they pushed the door. Which dog dares to gallop his horse on Vermilion Bird Avenue? If you affect my marquee rest, beware of letting you go to hell. Snap! A flash of a warhorse on a broodmaster who raised his right hand, leaned down toward his face and slapped the steward. Put! Ow! The butler, who had been slapped hard to the ground, tumbled down the steps in an instant. While he was still letting out a mournful wail, the brocade guards in the running procession disliked him back in a cold voice. The brocade guards are under orders to investigate the case. Anyone who dares to obstruct or clamor is considered a provocation. The deafening dislike, as well as the miserable screams of the housekeeper, also caused the boys who had pulled open the door of the mansion and poked their heads out, to hurriedly shrink back in fear, not daring to delay. They were the first to report this situation to their own masters. When these dignitaries, informed that it was the brocade guards who stampeded on Vermilion Bird Avenue, shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Is the Jinui this arrogant? Go, follow this Marquis out to see what's going on. Yes, the slapped master of the housekeeper, Marquis Anping, immediately led people out of the residence. Not only them, After learning that the brocade guards had trespassed on the Vermilion Bird Boulevard in vain of the iron law of observing the rules and regulations, quite a number of nobles at home had brought their men out majestically and with great vigor. They would like to see what kind of case this group of Jinui came here for. Who gave them the nerve to be so arrogant and domineering? The Marquis of Anping, Lord Horse. These nobles had just come out when they saw Wei Shanming, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, hurriedly leading his ministry towards their home. Servant Wei, what's going on here? After hearing this, Wei Shanming spoke in a biased manner. Su Shan, a thousand tenant of the Inspector General's department, has taken a personal vendetta and wants to go to this official's residence to arrest someone. The criminal co-conspirator of the Northern Jinfu Division not only doesn't care about it, but also indulges in it recklessly, causing them to slash and wound the guards of the patrol battalion, and disturbing the marquises and their lords. As he said this, Wei Shanming's gaze glared ferociously at, behind him, the Qinglong who was slowly and leisurely steering his horse. Qinglong, you Jinui are getting more and more licentious. Who gave you permission to come to Jubilee Boulevard to handle cases and arrest people? Ha! Hearing Marquis Anping's words, Qinglong was surprised and asked in return, is there a provision in the laws of Daming that the brocade guards are not allowed to enter here to handle cases or arrest people? When he had finished saying this, some of the superior nobodies roared hysterically. This is an iron law that has been inked into the circle. Ha ha, iron law? Who made it? Did you ask for a decree? Did you notify my North Jinfu division? In the face of Qinglong's questioning, the faces of the nobles at the scene turned ironic. Their irony would not have been taken off the table. It is, however, a common and private barrier to emphasize the prominence of one's own identity. Let me go, you Jinui, what gives you the right to arrest me? It was also at this moment that at the end of the Vermilion Bird Avenue and in front of the Wei Mansion's gate, Wei Shanpeng's panicked roar resounded. Yamopen, what are you waiting for? Get up there and save the people. When he saw his own brother being detained by Su Shan's people, the completely out of sorts Wei Shanpeng hissed loudly towards his own guards. Phew! However, the Qinglong who steered his horse right in front of them, although there was only one person and one rider, he made the other side more than 10 people, not daring to have any action. Waste! The hysterical Wei Shanming hissed towards his own personal guards. Bang! 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 But at that moment, an ear-piercing resonating sound came from the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In that instant, the entire street trembled. Rao Su Shan, who was strangling his horse, subconsciously looked over. Making a movie with me here? A city full of gold armor? Gulp! Seeing these hundreds of golden war riders armed to the teeth, Rao Wangchinian couldn't hold back a deep gulp of saliva and said, Golden Guard? Yes, it's the Golden Guard, which is directly under the cabinet. At the head of the group is the Grand Commander Meng Shan of the 8th grade Zhongshe realm. Ha ha! Speaking of this, Wei Shanming, who was laughing maniacally, turned his head and glared ferociously at Qinglong. Qinglong, do you still dare to stop me? So, hearing this, a bemused smile appeared on Qinglong's face, but his right hand still clutched the sheath of his sword, and his thumb was holding his own saber. At the top, wow, the galloping Golden Guard, with the Chancellor strangling his horse and raising his arms, stopped neatly in front of Qinglong. Wei Shanming, who rushed forward, pointed his halberd finger angrily at Su Shan's group, who were protected by Qinglong, and hissed accusations of their evil deeds. Meng Shan, who didn't even bother to look at him, cupped his fists towards Qinglong and said, Jingwu Wei, by order of the cabinet come to Vermilion Bird Avenue to maintain order. Apprehend Xiandasu and all the brocade guards who have disregarded the king's law and have published personal vendettas. I'd be grateful if Tongji Xing could make it easier, so as not to hurt the peace. After he had finished saying all this, Qinglong asked rhetorically, what a reckless disregard for the king's law and communique of personal vendetta. Meng Shan, just you, a piker, can still come up with such a literal excuse? This dirty water of the Tung Lin party, it stinks enough to be splashed. Hearing this, Meng Shan smiled skinlessly and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and said, Criminal Tongji, we are just following our orders. To let, or not to let? Boom! When Meng Shan said this, the Golden Guard, behind him, had already prepared to charge. The mountainous aura was even more surging towards the green dragon. Su Shan, what's your saying? Qinglong, who didn't even turn his head back, loudly inquired. And Su Shan, who led his troops to escort Wei Shanpeng and stood behind Qinglong, smiled obliteratingly and said, Tadpole tattooing frogs, where's Xiao Nian Yang? Yes, that's the line. In the future, you'll speak for me on this kind of hate-pulling. As soon as Qinglong had finished saying this, Meng Shan replied with a sullen face, Tongji Xing, this is preparing to protect to the end, isn't it? What do you say? Then don't blame me, Kingwen, for being merciless. When he said this, Meng Shan already had the intention of drawing his sword, but at that moment, a loud voice resounded in the ears of the crowd at first. Meng Shan, I advise you to close your sword back, or, tiger and you duel until dawn. Whoever wimped out is a grandson. Me so, bang. Just as the voice fell, a tall figure blatantly appeared on the eastern side of the Golden Guard. Seeing his athletic 2-meter-plus frame, even Su Shan had an overwhelming sense of oppression. It's not your turn to meddle in who my Jinfu division wants to arrest, is it? Boom. Step into the rain. 100 meters a step. When another magnificent figure surfaced in front of the crowd, the aura of Tarzan's pressure left people gasping for air. Xian Wu. Chirp. An ear-piercing sound of birdsong caused many people to cover their ears and crouch down with pained expressions. Wow. The rain curtain in mid-air was broken by a silhouette, as light as a swallow. The dragonfly points at the water and leaps 100 meters. Pa! When her figure, ghostly, rode with Su Shan. In an instant, it made the 1,000-man chopper. Mr. Su, feel the powerful thrust of the looming two mountains. This is not a good person. LOL. Brother Long, this is the famous capital city's Su Qiandu, right? Oh Jubilee, put away your bashfulness. He's just a kid. Chapter 122, Sword Rivalry. Strong turnaround. A child? Very small? Can't hold it. Ha, LOL. Wind. The emotional and fluctuating vermilion bird had really given Su Shan a great test. Upon turning his head and meeting the sultry face, his first reaction was to slide down the saddle. Are you kidding? This is an ancient demon crone, from the same period as Ji Gang. Don't look at her. She looks young. Probably a generation older than even Su Shan's mother. Rao Su Shan didn't have the courage to jab at her. Are you kidding? What if she takes it seriously? You can't beat her, and you're not as senior as her, so you're just going to let it happen? Snap. My lord beware. Su Shan, who was hanging from the stirrup with one foot, dismounted this time in a position that was as comical as it could be. Zhu, Tongji Zhu, take your seat. My subordinates will saddle you. Put. Rather than seeing this scene at this moment of saber rattling, Xinglong and the others couldn't help but laugh. Had they ever seen Su Shan concede so much? The sword cut the true essence, and even dared to confront the Empress Dowager through the air. He's so crazy. Who has he ever seen in the capital? Who would have thought that he would be held to death by this old demoness? Vermilion bird. It's really one thing or another. Marinated tofu. Yeah, so nervous? All red in the face? Lung. He's not a fledgling, is he? LOL. Putting their wrists, all biting the sound of Wang Qinian and others, finally did not hold back the laughter. As in fake, the green dragon on the side, adding fuel to the fire, said, Ha, really? Then won't my sister give you a big red packet when she gets her way? Hearing this, Su Shan's face turned green. Ha ha, this time, even the unsmiling Li Yuanfang burst out laughing with it. And, he was the one who laughed the most heartlessly. The flirting amongst the crowd of Jinui was like an attitude that didn't take the Jinwei seriously. But in today's situation, they do have the capital to do so. On the scene, not only the four major co-conspirators of the Jinfu division gathered here, a number of ascetics directly under the divine mechanism pivot were even more numerous. Plus, the Jinui's accompanying Zhongshe realm masters. With this configuration and performance, it's a good idea to just pull the full load. Sparing Meng Shan, his sword brows were also furrowed at this moment. Those princes and nobles, on the other hand, each could not help but take a deep breath of cool air. Looking at the entire Daming, can mobilize so many masters in one breath? The only other person to do so is the Imperial Master Yuan Tiangang. To fight or not to fight? Fight or get out. The grumpy white tiger spoke directly with his hands around his chest. At this moment, the Golden Guardian was really riding a tiger. Now even the Heavenly Masters are going to take sides with those who disregard the King's law and publish personal vendettas? In broad daylight, in the midst of a clear sky, have you, the brocade guards, become so lawless that you can casually take away from here, on trumped-up charges, the political enemy's family? The exasperated Anping Marquis and Wei Shanning roared at the top of their lungs. Ha! The person who disregarded the king's law and took personal revenge, as this bad old man said in his mouth, wouldn't be me, would it? Su Shan, who was filled with astonishment, inquired about Qinglong, who was at the side. What do you think, Su Shan? This official asks on what grounds you have arrested my brother-in-law. Straw man, I'm not at liberty to reveal too much else. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the evidence? If you can't produce any evidence today, this official will bang his head on the 9-dragon pillar to get justice for the Wei family. Hysterical Wei Shanming roared loudly. Hearing this, Su Shan dug his earholes while sneering. If I had produced the evidence on the spot, your Wei family would have lost its name and face. As soon as Su Shan's words were finished, Wei Shanpeng hissed, Elder brother, I swear to heaven that I have never killed anyone in a hasty manner. Otherwise, the heavens will strike. Rumble. No sooner had he finished his words than thunder struck. Frightened, Wei Shanpeng put up his 3 fingers, all of which were hastily put back. Ha ha, there was laughter at the sight. Look, God can't look away. Less nonsense, Su Shan, if you can produce ironclad evidence today and convince this official, I, Wei Shanming, will resign from my post tomorrow and return to my hometown. You said it yourself, the king is not a joker. Wei Shanming, who stood there proudly, prided himself on holding his opponent to death. In his opinion, no matter what evidence the other side produced, he could make a strong rebuttal. It's a straw man case after all. Evidence, physical evidence, can it all be faked? How can one be convinced? So if you say so, I, Su Shan, really need to get you out of the capital. Wang Qinian, where's the stuff? It's already on its way here. Snap, my lord, it's coming. Following Wang Qinian's guidance, the crowd then saw a brocade guard driving a carriage and rushing towards the side. On the wagon, there was also a large wooden barrel, and even with the lid on, the stench was still overwhelming wherever it went. What is this? The wide-eyed Wei Shanming hurriedly inquired. After the eggshells of the quail are crushed, with dog's blood and golden juice. Upon hearing this formula, everyone at the scene frowned with their swords. Spare a thought for Monk's Hill and the Golden Guardians. No, what are you doing with all this filth? This time, when Wei Shanming finished saying this, Meng Shan directly answered, infant mistletoe. If someone devours the infant mistletoe, this filth will surely make him appear on the spot. Wow, those present were all the most advanced dignitaries of the Ming dynasty. Naturally, they know a lot about the witchcraft rebellion. It was even clearer that since the 32nd year of Qitian, the temple and the Jianghu had spared no effort to fight and kill the witchcraft cult, and the late emperor, the cabinet, and several departments, had publicly stated that whoever was involved in the evil arts of witchcraft in infants, there would be death, and they could be beheaded on the spot. In serious cases, the 3 clans will be executed. This was also the fundamental reason why people like the Northern Uncle Marquis didn't dare to make a sound. Not only is it as simple as losing your reputation, but it is more likely that you will be grabbed by the pigtails and punched and kicked. Snap, put. Wei Shanpeng, who had just been shouting around and swearing with conviction, first stumbled back a few steps after hearing the word infant, and then, with a pale face, he knelt there. This performance on his part amounted to a non sequitur. Shanpeng, you, Wei Shanming, whose pupils were dilated, couldn't say a complete sentence with the corners of his mouth trembling. Brother, save me. Before, I was confused for a moment. All of them were set up by Bei Boho's elder brother Suche. I was drunk and took them by mistake. Snap, Wei Shanpeng's words had just finished. Su Shan, who had dug up a scoop of filth, splashed it directly onto him. Zip! Miserable screams resounded throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue in an instant. It also made the powerful nobles who had just fought for him, like birds of prey, dodge away one after another. Chapter 123, Not to be aggravated. Play a big game. The pungent and smoky smoke, accompanied by Wei Shanpeng's mournful voice, presented itself to the crowd. Master Wei Air, whose body kept spasming, curled up into a ball in an instant. What was left of his consciousness made him turn his head toward his older brother, panic and despair written within his bloodshot eyes. Brother, I was wrong. Swish. Also, just as Wei Shanpeng said this, Su Shan dug another scoop in public. While walking towards him, he sneered, you don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. Behind each of those infants you devoured is the tragic experience of one or more children. Now you're wrong. Where are they? Just deserve to die? Looking at the painful appearance of his own brother-in-law, looking at the step-by-step towards him again, Su Shan, Wei Shanming, whose heart was like a knife, roared hysterically, Stop! Su Shan, this official is suspicious of the filth in your hand. Who knows? Did you take a personal vendetta and mix something else in there? Ben, this officer wants a review. Snap. Wow. Wei Shanming's words were not even finished. Su Shan directly threw this scoop in his hand, splashing it on top of his face. Servant Wei, who opened his mouth, was actually poured in so much that he immediately vomited. This sudden scene also caused many of the powerful nobles and the Golden Guardians at the scene to feel shocked. Even the several other co-conspirators other than Xinglong, and the accompanying Jinyui, were moved by this. Is it that raw? It seems that what has been rumored is not an empty rumor. Instead, it was the Green Dragon, as well as a group from the Inspectorate, who stood there in a commonplace manner. Even as the Golden Guard made a move, Li Yuanfeng, the Iron Bean, directly disliked him head-on. Wang Qinian and the others who accompanied him were undaunted. It's not a contrived performance. It's a subconscious action etched in your bones. This detail alone was enough to make the bigwigs at the scene light up. At the very least, It proves that the Inspector General's department is up and down and humongous. And at this moment, Su Shan, pointing with his scoop mouth at Wei Shanming, who was constantly retching, said, "Where's the face? I'll leave it at that for now. He's just confessed voluntarily, even within this filth. If I were to adulterate something else, today would be a public killing of a third-ranked member of the court. I, Su Shan, confess to the great crime of raising 3 clans." After saying this, Su Shan ignored the horrified gazes of the crowd and dug another scoop. "You who have not consumed baby quail are simply physically nauseated. Look at him." Snap. As Su Shan said this, he once again splashed the pained Wei Shanpeng. This time, a crisp popping sound, crackling resounded in the ears of the crowd. 7 rings. A minimum of 7 infants have been consumed. In other words, there are more than 7 children who have been victimized by him. After saying this, Su Shan, who had turned around violently, pointed at Meng Shan and said, "Commander Meng, this ironclad evidence handed over by my Inspector General's department. Do you, the Golden Guard, recognize it?" In the face of Su Shan's on-the-spot questioning, Meng Shan did not open his mouth at first, but instead waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to check the bucket of soup. A few minutes later, this subordinate clasped his fists and said, "Chancellor, there is no problem." Sizzle. Hearing this, combined with Wei Shanpeng's misery, the crowd of dignitaries and nobles on the sidelines couldn't help but take a deep breath of cool air. As for Wei Shanming, who witnessed the violent death of his own sibling and was even splashed with soup in public, he was lost in thought and stunned. Today, he had lost not only his own brother, but also the face of the Wei family. It was such a big deal that it made a scene that was nearly all over the city. And it's a royal taboo to break. It was estimated that the incident would be enough to put him out of his misery without him even having to resign. Recognized. Meng Shan, who was as shy as gold, answered Su Shan's previous question half a beat slower. "What is your excuse for coming to the Vermilion Bird Avenue and apprehending us? Reckless disregard for the king's law and personal vendetta? Here, you tell me, I Inspector General's department, which bit of violation of discipline? If not, what are you kingwin this?" The invigorated Su Shan was speechless as he disliked Meng Shan with his words. What makes the 4 major co-conspirators feel more relieved is Su Shan's halberd finger and angry eyes, pointing at Meng Shan's posture. "How long has it been since the brood has been this high? Horse treads on Vermilion Bird Boulevard, treading on the iron law that has been observed for decades in the circle of the powerful and the rich at the same time." It was more than capable of pointing at the face of the Grand Commander of the Golden Guard and giving a wild output. The onlookers were still all the dignitaries of the capital circle. The most frightening thing was that they were all still speechless and could only let it be arrogant and domineering here. "I kill the guy you're trying to protect, and then I have to spit on the body and make you say, 'Good spit.' This is just murderous. My fellow citizens, we are only following orders, so please be generous." Meng Shan, who didn't answer Su Shan positively, clasped his fists and said towards Qing Long and the others, "Can't fight? That's no fun." The disinterested white tiger shook his head in disinterest. Even Xuanwu, who had always been conservative, felt that he had come on a tiger's tail this trip. This co-conspirator even put on makeup when he heard that he came to back up Lord Xiaosu. "That's the end of it?" The old lady puts on her makeup. "And it's been on for a little over half an hour, alright. You're just going to use these few minutes to get rid of me? Mend, you shall not make amends." It felt like this old auntie was driving again, but he, Su Shan, has no evidence. After being named in public, Su Mingda was so frightened that he instantly lost his domineering spirit. Immediately, accompanied with a smiling face and said, "Just punch a few elders. This favoring me, Su Shan. I'd be sorry for all of your sternness if I didn't play a big game." Hearing this, the white tiger immediately came to be interested. Xuanwu was surprised to look at this kid. Vermilion Bird even winks at this guy. Only the green dragon, covering his chest, muttered in his heart, "The heart tolerance degree, but wherever the difference is a little bit, cannot withstand you a rabbit." This kind of tossing. "Sure, he's there now?" Su Shan, who had his head turned sideways, inquired about Wang Qinian, who was beside him. "Okay, so what are we waiting for? I'm a person who holds grudges, and I can't stand a little aggravation. All brothers of the inspectorate." Wow! After Su Shan finished saying this, all the brocade guards of the inspection division, each with their heads held high, said, "Yes." After they had collectively finished saying this, Su Shan, who had a face that was guilty of cruelty, met Meng Shan's sharp gaze and spoke word for word. "Hold the flag and mount your horses. Soldiers remonstrate with the Eastwood Academy." Boom! When Su Shan hysterically shouted out the words Eastwood Academy, the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue was in an uproar. Chapter 124, Soldiers Admonishing the Eastwood. Killing. Wow! What made the crowd at the scene feel even more incredible was that, along with Su Shan's order, The crowd of brocade guards from the inspection division, without any hesitation, directly held the flag and mounted their horses. Eastwood Academy? That's the stronghold of the Tung Lin party. After so many years of operation and hype, it has become a mecca for readers, coinciding with the imminent solving of the examination. How many students are now gathered in front of the Eastwood Academy? If these Jinui follow Shan, really military admonition there, then it is equal to offend the whole world of readers. Bai, who had already felt that he and Shan stank together. Tiger, upon hearing this order from him, was first stunned, then let out a piercing and wild laugh. Ha ha, this boy, to my temper. His outburst of laughter caused the returning Xuanwu to mutter under his breath. Another madman in the capital, the Vermilion Bird, who had always had a keen interest in Shan, looked at the other party with a frown. Not very old, but quite bloodthirsty. Sister, just like this real man, only Qinglong slapped his head with one hand. But when Meng Shan led his troops across the Inspector General's department, he was the first to step forward and questioned. Commander Meng, on what grounds are you blocking the Jinui from handling the case? Hearing this, Meng Shan said meaningfully, Tongji Xing, you should know what the Eastwood Academy means in the capital. Do we have to take this to extremes? Then, Commander Meng, do you know what the brocade guards mean in the Great Ming? The son of heaven's own soldiers, His Majesty's own guards. Are we the ones pushing things to the extreme? Is it that some people are targeting at every turn, wanting to use this to show their strength, overriding the imperial power, and overshadowing the world in daming? What? When the cabinet edict sent you here, you weren't afraid to make a big deal out of it, so why can't we make a big deal out of it? Shan, too, under the evidence, just lead your troops to arrest them. If anything goes wrong, I, Qinglong, will take the blame. Yes, hiya, snap. Accompanied by Qinglong's order, Shan led his troops to gallop towards the Eastwood Academy. Since its inception, Meng Shan, who had never been as stifled as he was today, fiercely gave a thumbs up towards Qinglong and the others. Then he turned his horse and followed closely. Not to be outdone, the four co-conspirators are even steering their horses. Rumble, the thunder rises again, and the black clouds press down on the city. The spring rain washed over the Eastwood Plum Garden in a hurry, but even though the weather is so bad, there are still many scholars gathered here who are going to Beijing to take the examination. Together, they hid in a four-sided leaky hayloft within the plum grove. Even with the rain and wind, they remained devout. Especially, after seeing Lin Ruopu as the leader of the East Forest Academy, many great Confucian, holding umbrellas deep and shallow feet to come here, for them to cheer and support. Each of these ideologically, completely compelled scholars, kneeled down and worshipped. As for Lin Ruopu and the others, such showmanship continued every day during the solving test. Snap! The sympathetic courtesy came to an instant and abrupt end with the first sound of a harsh hoofbeat. The crowd of readers, after hearing the voice, have turned their angry gazes to the only stone path in the Merlin. Before we could see who dared to act so recklessly, someone said with righteous indignation, who dares to gallop his horse in the plum garden of the East Forest? Simply, lawless, so true. Can't they see the inscription that stands outside the garden? The general dismounts. The chancellor lands in his sedan chair. Whoever it is, this act is a desecration, a holy place for readers. While the crowd of readers were indignant, Lin Ruopu, who was also surprised, whispered to the head guard beside him, "Go and see what's going on. What kind of food do the guards that are guarding the outside make?" Yes. Snap. Bang. Ow. Lin Ruopu's words had just finished when their vision. Several of the guards guarding the corner were sent flying directly into the air, smashing heavily within the puddle of water. A mournful scream resounded throughout the Merlin at first. After seeing this scene, not to mention Lin Ruopu and the other high and mighty officials, even the readers who came here felt shocked. Who is so bold as to run into the Eastwood Academy to spread their wildness? Snap! Just as the accompanying Duaning hysterically roaring out these words, first a rider and a man were presented before them. Immediately afterward, the flag, waving in the wind, came into their eyes. This is, Flying Fish Flag? The brocade guards? When someone told their identity, dozens of brocade guards in flying fish suits with embroidered spring swords hanging from their waists galloped towards this side. Shan, who was in the lead, waved his hand obediently after hearing Wang Qinyan's report. In a flash, dozens of horsemen surrounded the entire Chao Tang in a regiment. The soldiers are killing it. Phew! As Shan strangled his horse and stood, a great member of the court, disregarding his image, rushed straight out. The halberd finger pointed angrily at Shan, who was standing horizontally, and roared loudly, "Arrogant to the extreme, arrogant to the extreme. Who gave you Jinui the guts to run to the Eastwood Plum Garden to steer a horse and injure someone?" Hearing this, Shan sneered, "The brocade guards are under orders to handle the case, and those who dare to obstruct or clamor during this time will be considered provocative." A few guards, obstinate and obstructing our law enforcement. By not beheading him on the spot, I've already given enough face to the Eastwood Academy. How did you get the nerve to come out and holler?" When Shan finished saying this, the attendant of this great officer hissed loudly, "Asshole, do you know who he is?" "He is. It doesn't matter who he is. What matters is that you know who I am." After saying this, Shan flashed out the ivory belt tag that had been given to him by His Majesty himself, adding word for word, "His Majesty has decreed that the Northern Jinfu Division's Inspection Department, which carries out the duty of inspecting all officials, may behead an official below the third rank if the evidence is conclusive." Where is Dr. Duaningjiu, Doctor of State? Get the hell out. Don't force this chitos to rough you up. Wow. Hearing this, the entire scene was in an uproar, and Duaningjiu, who had been named by Shan, was even more furious. In the face of so many readers, he was court eagle dog, so nonchalant clamor really let him face. "Inspector General? Thousand? Are you the arrogant and domineering Shan in the capital?" As Lin Ruopu roared out these words through gritted teeth, Wang Qinian, who was beside Shan, hurriedly introduced his identity. "Gu, First Counselor Lin is here too? Forgive Shan for being on official business and not being able to dismount and salute. Please bear with me." Symbolically hugged Shan, then coldly smiled and added, "We will leave once we have captured the people, and will never delay Lin Shofu. Continue to fool the readers. Where's Duaningjiu? What about Duaningjiu? Where's your father's asshole? Where have you been?" Chapter 125, Courageous and Resourceful. Selling his daughter for talent. Put on. As Lin Ruopu growled those two words, Shan, who was towering over him, took in his pelvis. "Rest your anger. First Counselor Lin." "Yes, First Counselor Lin." A great deal of anger hurts the body. Next to the licking dogs, one more attentive than the other. There were even mouth replacements that cursed at Shan. "You harridan, Mr. Duan. Not only is he a doctor of the State Academy, he is also the supervisor of the Eastwood Academy. Peach and Plum, how can I allow you to be humiliated like this?" Hearing this, Shan, who had his hands pressed against the horsewhip, replied with eyes full of disdain, "It's hard to draw bones when you're drawing a tiger. Knowing people and not knowing them. I advise you so-called bookworms not to be deceived by his moralizing. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to punch yourself in the face when the truth comes out?" Humph. Just as Shan's words finished, Duaningjiu, who had walked out from the crowd, snorted coldly. Then, standing proudly, he flung his sleeve and roared low, "Old man, walk straight and stand straight. A lifetime of brightness. Shan, today you Jinui, if on this matter to the old man as statement words, we will certainly report to the court and impeach your entire Jinfu division." After Duaningjiu finished saying this, several of the great members of the court accompanying him, echoed, seconded, "Tomorrow morning at the court, we will impeach together." In this official's opinion, there would be no need for the Jinfu division to exist. What else can they do but create wrongful convictions and make a blessing in His Majesty's name? A bunch of pikers, misguiding the king, misguiding the country, and even more misguiding the country, deserves to be abolished. Yes, it deserves to be abolished. Waves of righteous indignation and verbal abuse, and Shan, who had transported the tent, scanned, with a sneer, the ugly faces of these old things. "Curse, keep cursing. Later, after I've fed him, I hope, my lords, I'll still be as righteous as this." After yelling this in low tones, Shan glared at Lin Ruopu with a gloomy gaze. "First Counselor Lin, in this case, I have already given your Eastwood Academy as much face as possible. People, I take away this matter. It ends here. If you, etc., are still stubborn, must this 1,000 households tear off the Donglin Academy this golden signboard words. Inspector, wouldn't mind holding you all down today." It sounded like Shan was giving them a step down, but in reality, invisible, but adding fuel to the fire. Tough talk is all over the place. Hate value is all over the place. Later on, if there is another sudden change, the other side will also go all the way. This official would like to see how you, a small genie weigh 1,000 household, can hold us down and rub us on the ground in front of the crowd of readers. Right, today you, Genie Wei, must give a statement. Otherwise, we, the readers, are unwilling. Vow, spread the word in the circle, and make you brocade guards lose your reputation and your infamy. Looking at the scene of public outrage, Shan smiled. Snap, especially when Meng Shan, leading his troops, arrived here at a brisk pace. His smile grew colder and colder. "My lord, we were ordered to bring iron evidence into the garden, but we were stopped by the Golden Guard, by force, completely all within Shan's expectations. Having witnessed the reversal of the Vermilion Bird Avenue against the Big Dipper, Meng Shan, who faithfully protected his master, would not allow the tragedy to repeat itself in the Donglin Party's stronghold. He had no reason to obstruct the brocade guards from leading their troops into the Eastwood Plum Garden, but he was able to ban the soup from entering on the grounds that it was a dangerous item. Shan knows better than anyone else that if he did not get the exact list, the Jinui would not dare to risk a great disobedience to admonish the Eastwood Academy. Look at, you guys perk up your ears and listen up. Even the eagle dogs of the cabinet and the titular Jingwei are too weak-minded to let the brocade guards bring in that iron evidence. What is he afraid of? What is he vain about? I'm afraid that the Eastwood Academy will lose face, and that Dr. Duan is a deceiver and a moralist. As Shan walked briskly to Lin Ruopu, wanting to report the matter to him alone, Shan, who was holding a horsewhip, pointed at them and said loudly. Hearing these words, everyone's gazes, following his guidance, looked towards Lin Ruopu as well as Shan, who hadn't yet had the chance to speak. Riding the tiger, Lin Ruopu reached out to stop Shan's report. To emphasize his frankness, he spoke angrily. When they stampeded on the plum garden, you did not stop them, and now it's taking the so-called hard evidence and stopping it. Could it really be that the Eastwood Academy, cannot stand the test? Go, and order the Golden Guard to release them. This first counselor, let's see what kind of drugs he has in his gourd. Lin Ruopu, who was full of confidence, immediately took a stand. As far as he was concerned, any hard evidence had holes in it. Isn't what they are best at, reversing right and wrong? But Shan, who heard this, was anxious and said directly out of his mouth, First Counselor Lin, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. Do not be impulsive. Otherwise, or else what? This officer orders you to release them at once. Hearing this, Shan, who was filled with helplessness, had to cup his fists and replied, yes. After glaring fiercely at Shan, high above the garden's fence, the four great co-conspirators took in the scene as far as the eye could see at the same time. Each involuntarily marveled. This Shan, is long have before and after the eye? How did he know that the Golden Guard would obstruct? In this way, the Jinui's on the spot inspection? Hearing Xuanwu's words, Qinglong remembered Shan's words from earlier. I predicted your prediction. That's why the old heavenly master valued him. Behind the debauchery and arrogance is a step-by-step mental calculation, courageous and resourceful. When the green dragon finished these, Zhu Yao, who was tightly biting her red lips, muttered with winks, look at the entire daming. Is there anyone who can? In a single day, first horse tread the Vermilion Bird Avenue, followed by a military admonition to the Eastwood Academy, and, all in one piece. Brother Long, let's discuss something. How about letting him go to my Southern Jinfu division? What? Wouldn't it be more promising to follow me? White, Tiger Inspector of the Army, wouldn't you have a better future? Is it such a good calculation to follow me? Xuanwu, and monitor the various vassals in order to utilize his strengths. Without waiting for Qinglong to speak, the three co-conspirators had already begun to argue. Green Dragon, who glanced at him, sneered, where's the face? Your faces, are you all not going to have them? LOL, Lung is in a hurry. Why don't we all show our skills and listen to this kid and see who he wants to be with? After saying that, Vermilion Bird Wind, the love of the world, unlocked his neckline, face enchanting with both hands, fanning the wind inside. Damn, did the beauty plan work? After saying that, White Tiger rolled up his pants and showed off his leg hair. Maybe Shan is the only one who likes it. Then if you guys are not martial in this way, Xuanwu, will zoom in. As he spoke, Xuanwu pulled out several Peerless martial arts books. Ha, don't even think about it. The jade bracelet on the green bird's hand is a self-gift from Mother Su. Supposedly, it's an heirloom of the Su family. Selling your daughter for talent? Brother Long, you're a tough guy nah. It was also while they were arguing that the carriage carrying the soup had already been driven in front of the crowd. Chapter 126, Brightness and Conscience. What's this hard evidence? What's with the smell? Yeah, it's sickening how far away it is. The carriage carrying the soup was just driven to the front of the Chao Tang, and there were readers and officials who could not stand the smell of the soup. Lin Ruopu, who hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the matter, yelled lowly towards Shan. Is this the ironclad evidence you're talking about? Shan, how dare you tease us? Snap. As Lin Ruopu said this, Shan, who had dismounted, had already dug a scoop in public. He, who did not dwell too much on it, was just about to turn around when he was blocked by Shan. Lord Su, won't you weigh in on this matter? It's not possible for the criminal Tongji and the others to protect you every day and every night, is it? After Shan's words, the threatening intent beyond his words was quite strong. Chancellor Meng, the people who want me, Shan, dead could form a division in Jiangnan, let alone the capital. But who has ever seen me? Shan, give someone a low head or a softening. Swish, as the words fell out of his mouth, Shan directly splashed Duaningzhou, who had surged forward, directly in front of the crowd. Zip, zip, zip. Ow. This sudden dirty water caused Duaningzhou, who was standing proudly 1 second, to curl up on the ground in pain at this second. Duan, whose body was constantly twitching and spasming, even let out a miserable scream in public. After seeing this scene, the many officials and readers who were originally standing next to him were like birds of prey, hastily avoiding them. There were even those who had splashed the filth and were so frightened that they pinched their orchids and lost their voice and screamed. Lin Ruopu, whose pupils continued to dilate, strategically retreated his body under the protection of several personal guards. After being stunned there for several breaths, his body was trembling as he said angrily with a halberd finger, "What's going on here? Su Shan, what are you throwing at Duan here? What sorcery was used again?" When he had just finished saying this, the official on the side shouted, "Meng, Commander Meng, what are you Golden Guardians still frozen there for? Immediately arrest these hawks and dogs who have brutalized the courtiers. Harpies, mischievous to the core." Su Shan, who heard this verbal attack, had a cold smile on his face. At this moment, tilting his head, he glanced to Meng Shan, who was beside him with a grave expression, and said, "Commander Meng, should I explain this matter to the lords, or should you come personally?" Swish! Meng Shan, who heard these words, violently turned his head to glare at Su Shan. In that instant, the mellow mixed Yuan Tru Chi attacked towards it in a mountainous manner. However, there was just a movement on his side, and 4 channels of true energy that overwhelmed the entire scene. So much so, that none of the Golden Guardians present dared to make any further movements. This is. The few experts who were closely guarding Lin Ruopu subconsciously twisted their heads when they sensed this. When they vaguely saw the figures of Qinglong and a few other fellow Kanashenti, they had already realized what was going on. If I remember correctly, it was during the pacification of the Witchcraft Rebellion that First Counselor Lin made great achievements before he rose to great heights. What? Memory so poor that you've forgotten the old Crown Prince party and what they used to control officials at all levels? After Su Shan had finished speaking these words, the officials, led by Lin Ruopu, were stupefied with their jaws agape. With their brains buzzing, they looked incredulously at Duaningzhou, who was curled up on the ground in pain. The officials who had experienced that period of turmoil in the capital were naturally aware of what would happen once they were involved with the witchcraft cult. You mean, Duan he, infantile, wow. The unaware crowd of readers were in an uproar when they heard this unfamiliar term. As they exchanged words and discussed what exactly this was, the loud-voiced Su Shan, word by word and in detail, described the process of the formation of the infant's curd. Sizzle. Even without seeing the gruesome scene, Su Shan's description alone was enough to give these readers the creeps. Behind every baby's name can be a living child. Demon talk. Old man has never consumed any infants. At most, it has been dipped in the elixir given to it by others when drinking for pleasure. Lin, First Counselor Lin, old man is innocent. When Su Shangang finished those words, Duaningzhou, who was forcibly enduring the pain, hissed hysterically, "Wow." When he had just finished his words, Su Shan splashed this filth on him once again in a swift manner. This time, the heart-rending pain made Duaningzhou's miserable screams even more piercing. Every dignitary that the Inspector General's office has arrested has told me that he is innocent. But what about reality? They died, one more embarrassing than the other. Crackle. As Su Shan hissed these words in a hideous manner, the infant jade, which had been devoured by Duaningzhou, began to explode out of his body. The burst of blood scared the crowd back. Duan, whose howling gradually disappeared. His eyes exploded in anger and his whole body fell in a pool of blood. First Counselor Lin, I hear 9 rings. Come, you tell these students what the 9 rings mean. Bang! Su Shan, who had heavily shattered the water scoop in front of Lin Ruopu, loudly questioned. At this moment, there was only the clattering sound of raindrops falling in the entire arena, and there was not a single official who stood out to refute or rebuke Su Shan's rampage. Just now when I came, you guys told me what he was? Doctor of the State Academy, supervisor of the Eastwood Academy, a great scholar admired by all. Peach and Plum, yes? Every time Su Shan reported one of the other party's identities, it was like stretching out a hand and slapping it in the face of the Donglin party. Crisp and loud. The group of people who had just defended Duaningzhou and even insulted Su Shan and the brocade guards even dared to lower their heads in anger. Su Shan's hand was close to ripping off the Eastwood Academy, that false veil, in front of all the students. More than that, the so-called Holy Land of Readers has left a stain that can never be erased. This is the doctor you admire. This is the gentleman you worship. This is the great scholar whom you regard as a sage. As he said this, Su Shan, who had leapt onto his horse, looked disdainfully at all the scribes on the scene, and finally stopped his contemptuous and sarcastic gaze on Lin Ruopu and the others. Ha! A piercing cold laugh resounded throughout the room at first. What's wrong with the piker? so what if you're a court eagle? At the very least, we Jinui live brightly. At least, we still have a good conscience. And you guys? Shan, who had turned his horse after speaking, then said in public, Wang Qinian, here. In this case, His Majesty had decreed that it should be open and fair. Order the ins and outs to be posted throughout the capital in the form of an announcement. Let all the scholars who come to the capital to take the exams be allowed to give their own views on the matter. At first hearing this, Lin Ruopu, whose scalp was numb, broke out, Shan, dare. Chapter 127, adding to the ranks. One step to heaven. Ha ha. As soon as Lin Ruopu's words were finished, the scene resounded with Shan's wild and loud laughter. There was no answer to any of the words of the chief minister of the dynasty, yet he acted as if he had already given the answer. It makes people angry and at the same time feel deep scorn for the present-day Inspector General's department. Yes, it's scrupulous. Horse treads on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Soldiers remonstrate with Eastwood College. Those who should be killed. Those who should not be killed. Shan led his department to kill them all. And kill so that you can't find any reason again. The ones who killed, moreover, were all the dignitaries of the Imperial city. How could such a Jinchuai not frighten them? Commander Meng, the Jinui cares about killing but not burying, and I'll have to trouble the Golden Guardian to collect the body of the sage you're trying so hard to cover. You. Hearing this, Meng Shan glared angrily at Shan, and emboldened, he muttered under his breath after twisting his head, the strength of an 8th grade, the guts of a 1st grade, all the brocade guards. Yes, today, this Qianhu is going to publicly execute 20 of them, things that are worse than pigs and dogs like Duaningzhou. All of you. Get your heads together and show your flying fish flags. Yes. Snap. After Shan led his troops away, Qinglong and the others also strangely disappeared. The scholars in the grass hall, despite the storm, hurriedly bypassed Duaningzhou's body and left in a hurry. Looking at their panicked figures, the furious Lin Ruopu, who knows better than anyone, once the Jinui sent out the announcement, plus word of mouth from these people, the reputation that Eastwood Academy had created for so many years was in danger of collapsing in a short period of time. Prime Minister, we are now, into the palace. Into the palace. Lin Ruopu knew better than anyone else that it was necessary to unring the bell. Without His Majesty's acquiescence and the support of the Heavenly Master, he would not have dared to be so emboldened. Shan must die. Lin Ruopu, who came out from the Imperial study, pulled Yu Huatian, who had long been waiting outside, to his side with a gloomy face, word for word, because, just now, he completely lost control of this Chunin exam. In addition, an important position in the Ministry of Penal Affairs, the right minister, had to be conceded, losses that can no longer be described as heavy. More importantly, Shan, who had disgraced himself, was going to be promoted to a higher rank. It was something he had to nod his head in agreement with. Given the disadvantage, please rest assured, First Counselor Lin, the Empress Dowager has already made the arrangements. In addition, the Empress Dowager told her slave to tell Lin Ruopu that this Chunin exam, it's not certain who will win and who will lose. Snap. Hearing this, Lin Ruopu lightly patted Rain Huatian's shoulder and said, don't show your face again. Yes, it wasn't until after Lin Ruopu left that Yu Huatian's waist, which was respectfully lowered, slowly stood up straight. Raising his right hand, he hooked his finger. A eunuch who accompanied him, hurriedly came over and said, what does the governor mean? To take advantage of the matter of Shan to make an example of him, so let his whole family die. Lord Rain Factory, the East Factory side has already sent someone. It might make a move tonight. Hearing this, a sneer Yu Huatian, pinching his sideburns, muttered in his mouth, Wei Zhangxian, this is a great work cannot be snatched. Afraid that even soup cannot drink that female officer at His Majesty's side. Is that arranged? Back to the factory official. Everything is under control. Good. This time, my lord will see if you, Shan, die. After gritting his teeth and saying this, Yu Huatian's face showed a scowl. Shicheng Kaishiku. More than a dozen characters who were known as dignitaries in the capital were actually unified by the Inspector General's department and escorted here. So much so, that the whole scene was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Crowds abound with family members who continually cry out their grievances. However, the crowd of onlookers looked at them not with sympathy, but more with relief. This is because the vast majority of these people are powerful and influential people who bully men and women. The remaining few, not to say infamous, are notorious masters. Shan, who had strangled his horse and stood, glanced coldly at everyone on the scene. On the side, Wang Qinian, with the help of a simple loudspeaker, accuses these powerful people. Our Lord of the House has said that if these people, who are safe and sound under the watering of this filth, he personally came to the door to apologize. Instead, they will have to atone for the sins of the children who died. After Wang Qinian finished saying this, Su Shan waved his hand and said, "Let's begin." Wow, zip la, ow, accompanied by the thick soup. After it was poured over these dozen or so people, a pungent, foul-smelling fog instantly filled the entire torture chamber. Immediately afterward, the scene erupted into a succession of screams, crackle, bang, when the baby in their bodies have exploded when the crowd of onlookers and the families of these people all covered the corner of the nose stunned there. We, the Jinyui, treat this scum with, no matter what your status is, kill everyone you see. If a bystander said this, an insensitive populace might still be skeptical. But who is he? Su Shan? The Minister of Justice's own brother hiding on Jubilee Avenue didn't even let go. The doctor of the State Council, with the protection of the Donglin Party, were not spared. It is said that even the elder brother of the Northern Marquis was put to death by him in front of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Isn't such a defiant and upright official exactly what they expect? Su Shan, who hadn't missed this opportunity to show his face in public, played on his previous life, selling insurance, selling Amway, and other experiences, with a 3-inch tongue. A lot of people listened with tears in their eyes, together with the brochures distributed by Wang Qinian. Earlier, the image of the Northern Township Inspectorate, which was scorned, instantly branched out. Lord Su Qingtian, you're the one who gave us something to look forward to in the future. Yeah, I can't talk. I'll give Su Qingtian a high. Me too. After seeing this scene, the sympathetic Su Shan rushed forward to assist one by one. As he turned around, he said to Wang Qinian, "These few sailors, where did you find them?" Talking literally is too much of an interpretive mark. Still, it worked out well. In the future, training will be enhanced. Got it. Also, the matter of asking you to acquire a workshop carving, printing press, should be implemented as soon as possible. Also recruit storytellers, fallen scribes, newspaper reciters, newspaper boys, etc. In short, in the future, the direction of public opinion in the middle and lower levels of the capital will be in our hands. Yes. It was also right after Su Shan had just finished arranging these words that a slow system reminder sent a crisp beep. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, fulfilling the children's last wish too. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation, dragon elephant prajna kung fu. While Su Shan was still indulging in the system reward tone, an ear-piercing sound resounded through the room at first. The holy decree has arrived. Thousand Domo of the Inspector General's department, Su Shan, lead his troops up to the front to hear the decree. Swish. Hearing this, the crowd, which had dismounted obediently, came forward, and this female official who had passed on the decree, at the first opportunity, walked up to Su Shan and added, "His Majesty's word of command, pardons 1,000 household Su. Stand and listen to the decree. This is a great honor for a Jinyui. By the grace of God, the Emperor decrees." First of all, he publicly recognized the results of a group of inspectors of the department on this case. Next, it's all about the rewards. Promote Su Shan, a 1,000 household member of the Department of Inspection, to the position of Jinfu Envoy, granting him a county man and the honorary title of Martial Cavalry Lieutenant. The commander of the inspectorate has the power of preemptive judgment and arbitrariness. Wow! Hearing this, the crowd clamored. A step up in rank? Chapter 128, Calculations from all sides. Self-inflicted disgrace. Among the crowd of onlookers, there was no shortage of powerful people. They've been around the capital circle for so long, they know better than anyone. County man, although the title of the Ming dynasty in the lowest one, can also be regarded as a proper step into the ranks of the circle of power and nobility. In addition, the promotion of a town marshal does not require the consent of the cabinet, but this bestowal of knighthood, the cabinet does not pass, cannot be written into the decree. In other words, Su Shan, who made the Donglin party lose face, ended up spitting another spit in their face by promoting them to a higher rank. Who else in the capital is capable of this? Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, Deputy 1,000 households of the Department of Supervision and Inspection, promoted to 1,000 households. Along with the female officers continued reading. All the officers who accompanied Su Shan on the case this time were promoted to the first level. In addition, they were all able to enter the divine mechanism pivot and pick one suitable technique and one elixir. This is really a happy occasion for all. Chin up. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. After Su Shan received the Imperial decree with both hands, the female official said with a dimpled smile, "Congratulations to Town Governor Su, and congratulations to the Martial Cavalry Lieutenant." In addition, before the trip, His Majesty had an oral message for the slave girl to convey to Jinfu Envoy Su alone. This way, Su Shan, who had called the female officer aside alone, listened with a grave expression as she finished relaying her story. This matter, involving the face of the royal family, must be accomplished by Ambassador Su Jinfu alone. It must not be revealed to anyone else, subordinate to the decree. After a short rest, we will leave town tonight to deal with this matter. Good. Then the slave girl will truthfully return to the palace to resume her duties. With pleasure. The female officer, who didn't make too much of a stop, then returned to the palace to resume her duties. After she left the Imperial study, she went straight in the direction of the harem. As she approached the raccoon room, she looked to her left and right to make sure no one was there before she pushed the door open. How did it go? Put. When this female official, hearing a questioning voice in a Cockney voice, knelt down in front of him with a panicked expression. Mr. Rain Factory, the slave girl has done all that should be done. At the risk of the cardinal sin of beheading, he gave Su Jinfu a false message from His Majesty. I only beg Factory Master you to spare the slave girl's family and send the slave girl out of the palace. Jie, Yu Huatian, who heard this, let out a piercingly treacherous laugh. Then, as he turned around, he looked condescendingly at this female official who had eaten her way out, and said meaningfully, Your Majesty, the county mail, the military cavalry lieutenant who has just been given, and the youngest town envoy in the North Jinfu division, once perished. His Majesty is in a rage. Even the Heavenly Master will do whatever it takes to investigate thoroughly. What do you say? Can my lord still keep you? LOL. When Yu Huatian had just finished saying this, a black shadow holding white silk suddenly appeared behind the female official. Not waiting for her to regain her senses from her panic, 3 feet of white silk instantly chained the other party's neck. A few breaths later, the fragrance died. Let her hang herself in her own boudoir. Hide the voodoo cult rituals that were seized earlier there along with them. Do it naturally. Yes. When the factory guards retreated, Yu Huatian laughed coldly, killing, in one breath, so many pawns that the crown prince's old party had worked so hard on. Isn't it only right that people want to kill you, Su Shan? Jie. Inside the Palace of Eternal Life, Imperial Consort Wu Ji, Peerless, knelt in front of Empress Dowager Lin Ruoyun, crying brother Wu Changming. Just a moment of confusion, but was mercilessly strangled by the brocade guards, hoping that the Empress Dowager can do her justice. Mourner was present at the time and wanted to make a big deal out of it. However, neither His Majesty nor the Heavenly Master will grant this favor to the grieving family at all. Spare that Su Shan, all emboldened to openly behead them. There's nothing the grieving family can do. However, Mourner can show you the way. Please also ask the Empress Dowager for clarification. Hearing this, Wu Ji, who was bent on avenging her own sibling, raised her head and inquired, White Sparrow Temple. Then, isn't that the place where the Empress Dowager was relegated and practiced before? Does it help to find her? Meeting Wu Ji's hesitant gaze, Lin Ruoyun leaned over and said, all you need to do is tell her that Su Shan is Ji Gang's favored disciple. Don't forget how the prince died. Understood. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for mentioning it. After Wu Ji left in a hurry, Lin Ruoyun hooked her finger and the sister on the side came up to her. If this stupid, bubbly woman does send someone to the White Sparrow Temple, she'll leak the news, accidentally, to His Majesty's people. The old slave understands. When the sister left, Lin Ruoyun said thoughtfully, Jinzhou Wu family, doesn't T force you guys to have a hand? You guys don't know how to stand White Sparrow Temple. You old demoness, you're still not dead even now. Borrowing from the witchcraft cult, you've also buried so many pawns in the capital. You and the brocade guards, dog eat dog, all of you will die, and all the birds will return to the forest. Su Shan, who had just returned to the Department of Supervision and Inspection from the West City Food Market, saw Vermilion Bird enchantingly leaning on the doorway. The winking gaze, how far away it was, gave Su Shan a shuddering sense of vestigial vision. But even so, Su Shan had to meet them head-on. Tongjiju, which gust of wind brought you here? Hearing these polite words from Su Shan, Vermilion Bird, who was twisting her water snake waist, walked towards him in a graceful manner. It is you who are the evil wind. As he spoke, Zhu Yao's right hand, which wasn't wrinkled at all, even rested on Su Shan's shoulder. Just this one shock made the guy's body tense up a bit. The other brocade guards, urged by Wang Qinian, rushed in. It's not polite to look at it. Lord Wang, does Tongjiju have a hidden disease here? Why are you biting your mouth when you're not looking at our lord? And those legs, twisted like twists, walking up and down, swaying left and right. What? Have you been holding it in for a long time? Or did you flash your crotch practicing? When Li Yuanfang asked this question in a serious manner, Wang Qinian and the accompanying Jinui all froze there. Yuanfang, it's time for you to find an aunt-in-law. Tonight in Qinhuai River, I'll make sure to find you a guy who can carry a punch. Ha ha. When Wang Qinian finished saying this, the entire inspection division erupted into ear-piercing cacophony of laughter. The only one who was left was the green bird, standing puffed up inside the courtyard, looking through the red door at Su Shan, who had been pressed step by step by the Vermilion Bird and had eventually been walloped. Auntie, it's cold in the spring. Let's pull up our clothes. Auntie? Shan, how can you refuse a little fairy who opens her heart to you? Faced with Vermilion Bird's aggressiveness, Shan's entire face twisted into a mask of pain. Interested in coming back to the southern townships with me? When you do get there, I'll let you maneuver your way through both business and life. Besides, I just took one look at you and thought we'd be a good match. Hearing this, Shan became anxious, pulled back. It's no longer a matter of match or mismatch for me to follow you. Rather, it's self-defeating. Chapter 129 Dragon Elephant Boost. 6th grade patriarch. What's the deal with 38 and 5? Shan's words really touched on Zhu Yao's knowledge blind spot. Knowing that his words were too ahead of their time, Daolong Su hurriedly folded his hands and said, Tongji Zhu, before entering the capital, Lao Ji had explained your glorious history to me in detail. I have been in awe of you since then. Damn, the Pusiwo can say, I'll allow your man to have 3,000 beauties in his harem. How come I won't allow my woman to have 800 faces? How anticlimactic should it really be in this dynasty, right? Who? Old Qi? Qi? Hearing this name, Jubilee added with a face full of memories. How did the man who spent his entire life without getting me describe me? Gulp. After Zhu Yao finished saying this, Shan replied with a deep swallow of saliva. He said that you are one of the few ties he has in the capital, and even more so, the root cause of his half-wasted life. Lao Ji regards me as his son and nephew. That's why I've always treated you like an elder. You can't make me fill your hole. Auntie, it really doesn't match. After Shan finished saying all this, Zhu Yao attached her ear and sneered. If old mother hadn't been on him and made all the effort, she wouldn't have been able to get her hands on him. Asterisk 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 will believe you. The moment the lie was punctured, Shan's palms were covered in cold sweat within. Thanks to this time, Cygnus, who couldn't stand to watch, trotted out. Lord Su, my subordinate would like to make his determination known to you alone. Just as well, I'd like to talk to you alone. Tongji Zhu, you are busy with your official duties, so please understand. After saying that, Shan fled the scene in a huff. I still don't believe that you can escape from my Five Fingers Mountain just like old G. Shan, who was like a thorn in the back, didn't dare to pull back his head, and the green bird went inside. My lord, didn't you go out with Tongji Zhu to have a deep exchange? We all thought that you would not be able to go with us to the 10-mile Qinhuai tonight. Hearing Wang Qingyan's flirtation, Shan laughed awkwardly. At night, I do have something to do. You take the brothers and go and amuse yourself. My lord, even the 10-mile Qinhuai you've been pining for isn't going. It looks like it's a big deal at night. After cooked fast, Wang Qingyan and others usually open to play his laugh. What are you thinking about? Her Majesty's word of honor has ordered me to go and do some personal business for her. Have a good night and don't be afraid to spend your silver. Yes. Hearing this, Cygnus asked rhetorically, My lord, what about me? You want to tag along too? At night, tie a double ponytail and wait for me at my office place. I'm going to critique and criticize you for what happened before. Let you make good progress. My lord, I want to follow the progress of progress. Lei Yuan Feng, watch my mouth. Pigeon kisses, get out. The consecutive days of conquest, although it made Shan physically and mentally exhausted, the system's generous rewards, as well as the increase in rank, still made him unusually excited. Shan, who had locked himself inside the house alone, opened the panel. Seeing that dragon image prajna technique and 100 years of cultivation that he had yet to deduce, Shan couldn't wait to open his mouth. Take all of your cultivation and deduce it to this technique. Ding dong. Systematic projection in progress. In the next second, the axioms about the dragon elephant prajna technique were embedded in Shan's mind as if they had been enlightened. The dragon elephant prajna technique is the supreme dharma protector technique in Tantric Buddhism. There are 13 levels. Each layer of quenching would increase the power of a dragon and an elephant. However, the time it took a martial artist to refine each layer would be an exponential increment of the previous layer. Theoretically, it would take hundreds of years to practice the 13 layers of the dragon elephant prajna technique, but there is no lack of gifted generation. Only a few decades of time, the practice of this technique to 10 layers, the power of the Qiankuan, a palm that shatters mountains. In the first year of quenching the dragon elephant prajna technique, you managed to get started with outstanding natural talent. In the 10th year of tireless work, you have not only refined the dragon image prajna technique to the 3rd layer, but you have also preliminarily fused the 9 yang true strength. In the 20th year of the heavenly Tao's reward, you who have already mastered the mysteries of this technique are armed with the power of the 5 dragons and 5 elephants. A long time has passed and 40 years have passed. While you have mastered the power of the 8 dragons and 8 elephants, every palm and fist contains the true power of the 9 suns. Time passes. The year of the first sun arrives. The power of a palm, the strength of 1,000 pounds, shatters mountains and shakes rivers. The 80th year of not slacking off. 1,000 pounds on top of 100 feet, where no man has gone before, no man will come after. Cultivate for 100 years, and the flare of the sun will wash over your body, powerful and powerful, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. Boom! Along with the system prompting the end of the deduction, the majestic pure Yuan True Chi, with Shan as the center, attacked in all directions of the courtyard, flying sand and dimming starlight. Shan also merely waved his arm in a casual manner, and the residual force attached to it instantly destroyed the wigwam in the courtyard. In the dark, it was as if he felt more violent true energy being pinched and absorbed. Pure Yuan was no longer monolithic, and the mixed true Chi nourished his three dantians. Ka! In this instant, Shan could clearly feel the expansion of the dantian. So, this is the mixed true Chi. After crushing, through the air, a flying stone several meters away, Shan had an excited smile on his face. The dragon elephant prajna technique is worthy of being a tantric sect, the supreme technique. 100 years of time, even though I've only comprehended 11 layers, has allowed me to reach the 6th grade sect master realm straight away. With my current strength, I can kill Jin Zhouling. Under the 6 pulses cave, Meng Shan also has the power to fight. The increase in strength gave Shan boundless confidence. Looking at the entire Ming, there are only a few that can compete with it. The system has notes behind this feat? Danger alert! Continuing to deduce the 12th level of the dragon image prajna technique will attract heavenly thunder across the body, and the host fears for his life. Heavenly punishment? Shan had once heard Ji Gang unintentionally say that martial artists in this world, as long as they had a great round of mixed true Chi, they would mostly die 9 deaths. Danger, not from earth, but heavenly punishment, with the mortal body to attract the heavenly thunder into the body. The living, open the sky, the dead, ashes and smoke. Therefore, before the physique, Chi, and perseverance were refined to the extreme, few people rushed to promote. This gave rise to the saying, in the path of martial arts, after the 6 grades, one thought of life and death. Oh, there's a danger in upgrading too quickly. However, I'm kinda stuck with a bug. As long as these old monsters like Chao Zhengchun and Yuan Tiangang make a move, no one can really kill me. After gathering his complicated emotions, Shan changed into civilian clothes and then steered his horse out of the city. Also, just as his figure disappeared into the night, one of the secret agents of the Western factory, who was guarding the head of the city, hurriedly released a specially trained falcon. Wow! Not long after, Yu Huatian, who had gotten the tip-off, hurriedly reported all this to his own governor. Observe closely every move of those co-conspirators of the Jinui. It must not be allowed that anyone should spoil the great things of this governor. Yes. Chapter 130. After nightfall, inside the imperial dining room of the palace, there was constant laughter. How long had it been since Empress Yu Yue had been so relieved as she had been in recent times? Counting up, since Shan entered the capital, everything he did was deep in the heart of the Holy Spirit. What's more, the situation in the courtroom today has been reversed through one ironclad case after another. Wouldn't that please the dragon? Yenner, the several elders of the Heavenly Phoenix clan will soon be entering the capital, right? Yes, your majesty. Several clan elders, on one hand, are presenting blood spirit Ganoderma to your majesty, and on the other hand, are bringing several gifted juniors to enter the mountain of books and sea of martial arts to quench their physiques. After Shangguan Yenner finished saying this, Xu Yue then nodded her head and said, that was fast. The once-in-a-decade book mountain martial sea is about to open again. The last time I did this, I only stepped through the 8th order and 9th wave with the help of the Heavenly Master. I don't know if this time, there will be a stunning person who can leap the 9 steps, step on the 10 waves, and reach the Ling Shao Peak. Hearing this, Yuan Tianshi, who accompanied the king's companion, smiled obsequiously and said, difficult. The martial luck in the sky is 1 stone in total, and Wudi City, Tiandong Dao, and Wudong Mountain, those 3 old monsters, are hogging 3 buckets of it. The Emperor Vain Luck has left another 4 buckets, my father and Chao Zhengchun, each holding half a bucket. It's the remaining 2 fights that divide the world. The last one who leapt 9 steps and stepped on 10 waves was still Nanki North left, right? But Yenner, your bloodline awakening is imminent, and this book Mountain Martial Sea is the best time for you to temper your heavenly phoenix body to meet the heavenly punishment. Heavenly Master, Yenner will fight with all her might. Hundreds of years ago, it was the emergence of the Shushan Wuhai that allowed the great Ming to step into the era of high martial arts. Theoretically speaking, every Zhongshe realm martial artist had the opportunity to go in and sense the heavenly Tao and temper their bodies. However, the fact is that resources are often in the hands of a few. Those who were qualified to enter the mountain of books and martial sea were all those who were gifted and talented from various clans and sects. Hey, what do you guys say about Shan? How many steps and waves can he cross? Faced with Zhu You's sudden inquiry, even the Heavenly Master couldn't give a vague answer, because that kid, he's so amazing. Your Majesty, He's here. Red Nun, who had quietly entered the hall, reported softly. Shan. Yes. Not long after, Wang Qinian, who was dressed in a black robe, reappeared in front of several people. To be him, how Su Shan ordered himself to the hanging temple of the demon monks drugged, and how to take the opportunity to assassinate the dragon, tiger, leopard and the East Factory 2 tigers in Fingwu Slope, briefly relayed once after. Yuan Tiangang, who had a smile on his face, spoke. This kid, the sword is going off the edge. It always catches people off guard. Quickly tell me about the true element of the hanging temple and the 4 great Vajra of the Hall of Wushu. How did you round up and kill them? Ha, Your Majesty. To be precise, Jin Yuan and the 4 great Vajra were all beheaded by Zenfu's Wang Su, alone. Wow. Hearing this, Zhu Yue, who was originally sitting there, hurriedly stood up. Shangguan Yener, who was the earliest to come into contact with Su Shan, was shocked. Even Tianzhi Yuan was dismayed. Having the true essence of the Sheri Jindan, after sacrificing the Dala Dharma mantra, he is possessing a strength that is not inferior to that of a 7th grade patriarch. He Su Shan, heavenly master. Lord Su should have cultivated some sort of secret technique. Within a short period of time, he was able to rapidly uplift his realm, but the backlash afterward also caused Lord Su to spit up 3 feet of blood and vomit blood. But even so, my lord, he was lightly wounded and fought on the front line with his brothers. From killing in the 6th Harmony to the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice, from stepping on the Vermilion Bird Avenue on horseback, to remonstrating with the soldiers at the Donglin Academy, the current Lord Su was already a totem for all the brocade guards of the inspectorate. The more he spoke, the more excited Wang Qinian became, and awe was written all over his face, and his impassioned words and techniques moved Zhu Yue even more. How can you still have the heart to take you to 10-mile Qinhuai when your body is injured like this? Shangguan Yener, who had been distracted today, finally said the crux point in her heart. She didn't know when, but Su Shan's every move always tugged at her heartstrings. Ah, Lord Su didn't go? Wasn't it His Majesty who had the female official convey an oracle ordering His Excellency to secretly travel out of the city to investigate the case of corruption in the Imperial estate? Miso. Hearing this, Zhu Yue's bright eyes stared at the avenue. When did I give this oracle? Not good. Su Shan is in trouble. Wang Qinian, you immediately go out of the palace to hold this father's warrant and order the 4 great co-conspirators to rush to the Imperial estate. Yes. Hong Gu, you immediately arrest the female official who falsely passed on the Imperial decree. Yes, sir. Yener, you go to Su Shan's residence and keep watch. As long as he returns, return to the palace at the first opportunity to inform me. Lead the way. Yuan Tiangang, who naturally knew the importance of Su Shan to His Majesty, muttered with a grim face. Chao Zhangchun, this time, whether it's you or not, this honored one is going to make you pay a painful price. Boom. Taking a step out of the hall, he old man, directly came to the divine mechanism pivot. Seeing the appearance of their own heavenly master, dozens of bitter cultivators, collectively saluted. Wow. A long list of names was thrown at them by Yuan Tiangang. Before dawn, all these people are going to die violently in the house. Yes, all of a sudden, the entire capital city, because of Su Shan's disappearance, was once again surging with dark tides, and Su Shan, who was blissfully unaware of all this, has sneaked into the Imperial villa alone. The bright moonlight was obscured by layers of mist. It also makes it impossible to reach out here. The guards and petty officials that should have been guarding the place were long gone. Phew! Su Shan, who stood holding his sword within the courtyard of the Imperial villa, violently took in a deep breath of cool air. With his eyes tightly closed, he had a sneer and a look of contempt written all over his face. 10 spice soft tendon powder. Soul break. Stormy body. Su Shan, who had opened and closed his mouth, reported the names of more than a dozen poisons in one breath. There's also the scent of the mistletoe compound? The elite are out? Damn. All day long I've been hunting geese but I've been pecked by them. Can't any of the women officials who read the decree be trusted? Sizzle. As he said this, an eerie resonating sound reached his ears from all directions. Big deal. High-end game. Boom. As the words fell into his voice, several streaks of scarlet red true chi surrounded Su Shan's entire body. The blinding light made the dark courtyard instantly red. God's perspective. Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes densely occupied the entire courtyard, the ground, the branches of the trees, and even above the wigwams. These vipers, with red eyes and piercing fangs, each spat out a letter. Constantly swimming and crawling, they rushed towards Su Shan in a hurry. Chirp. Not only that, but the falcons and vultures circling overhead made piercing chirps. On top of the sharp claws, it was even coated with pitch-black poison. Sharp pointed beak, wearing a specially fitted sharp weapon. As the vipers, compelled to fully pounce on Su Shan, they also swooped down from the air, not to be outdone, sculpting and showing off. Boom! Chapter 131 Who is the prey and who is the hunter? Accompanied by Shan stomping in place, majestic and violent scarlet chi energy, centered on him, transformed into blades and attacked in all directions. Bang! The red dragon head that came out around his body even opened its bloody mouth, directly devouring the falcons and vultures the moment they swooped down in front of him. In an instant, the raptors that were ferocious a second ago were reduced to a mist of blood this second. Meanwhile, the poisonous snake that was slashed by the powerful blade, instead of splitting into two, strangely spontaneously combusted and burst, and in the end, there wasn't even a bit of slag left. Bam! The forest of flowers that were affected by the after effects fell in pieces, rather than the seemingly, unusually towering wigwam. After being slashed by the scarlet power blade, it all left behind a hot slash, rumble. Immediately afterward, the mountain, which had stopped and split in two, collapsed. Shan, who stood at the same spot without moving half a step, stared at the dark depths with a torch-like gaze. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he seemed to be muttering in this place where no one was around, or as if he was conversing with someone across the room. It's poison again, and it's a snake and a beast. If your masters behind the scenes can use these underhanded means to get me killed, and it wouldn't have been a big deal to lure me here. Shan, who had moved his neck, easily bounced a few times, seemingly warming up before the battle. Hurry up! I just won't go with my brothers to the 10-mile Qinhuai to look for flowers, and there's another one with a double ponytail at home waiting to vote for me. Erdi is hungry, and my greatsword is even hungrier. Thirsty. Wow. Boom. Shan's words had just fallen on deaf ears when the stone slabs laid within the courtyard, as if they were being pushed away, slapped towards him from all directions. The scene was like a flower in full bloom, rapidly closing in, and Shan, who resides in the center, is the stamen of this flower. In an instant, it was wrapped in stone slabs. Miso, Zira, the black shadow hidden behind his side struck in an instant. Sharp blades. In the moment Shan was completely blocked from view, pierced through the stone slabs and stabbed at his body. More than a dozen sharp sword blades, striking at the same time, move in unison and neatly. Normally, a martial artist who was surrounded by this kind of siege would look after his head in panic. However Shan, not moving an inch, not moving a muscle. What made these dozen or so assassins even more terrified was that their sword blades, when they were still a few centimeters away from Shan's body surface, completely froze there. Not only the swords in their hands, including themselves, as well as the stone slabs that were lifted off the ground. It was as if they were being locked by some kind of chi energy. Completely. Time. It's like it stopped at this moment. I repeat, I don't play low-end games. Bang. Zira. The berserk Shan not only tore apart the stone slabs in front of him, but also borrowed the power of the dragon elephant to harden an assassin in front of him, tearing him into two in public. The moment he raised his arm, the violent scarlet chi energy not only broke the sword blades in the hands of these assassins, it was even more brutal, piercing through their chests. Get out! Miso! The moment the stone slabs were reduced to crumbs and the dozen or so assassins fell to the ground, the assassin's saber, which had been torn apart by Shan, had, at some point, been broken by him. In an instant, the broken blades, mixed with scarlet dark energy, cut through the night and penetrated the wall like stars, stabbing directly into the main hall of the Imperial villa. Ping pong! Ah! In the next second, in the area separated from Shan by 100 meters, the sound of swords and knives blocking came out first, and immediately after that, the sound of the assassin's screams rang out. However, what's even scarier is that, along with Shan's hands clenching, those dark energies attached to the broken blades instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the darkened main hall was ablaze with fire. 3 channels of pure Yuan true chi, in an instant, struck back at Shan's spaced-out strike. Even though he was 1 against 3, Shan's Zhengyang blade, which was hanging at his waist, still showed no sign of being pulled out by him. There was no sign of it being pulled out, even the moment he was locked by these 3 strands of true chi. A bizarre smile appeared on Daolord Su's face. High-end hunters often come in the form of prey. Whoosh! Between the wind and the lightning, Shan, who had his Lingbo Weibu in full swing, not only broke free from their lock, but also disappeared in a ghostly manner. By the time his breath reappeared, he was already standing behind a strangely dressed woman. Holy Scorpion Envoy, watch out, he's behind you. The shadowy wind eats away at your bones. Soft red spider rope. In order to save their companions, the 2 pure elemental true chi assassins used their unique techniques at the same time. But what they never expected was, Shan, who hadn't even bothered to look at the 2 men, merely slapped his hand casually and manifested 2 scarlet dragon heads with the help of his own chi. Boom! Whether it was the bone-etching ghastly wind or the blood-red spider ropes, they were swallowed up by the dragon's head that had opened its bloody mouth in a matter of moments. The exploding chi energy caused the entire main hall to erupt with powerful air currents. Bang! Wow! Several wooden windows, instantly washed away. The ornaments displayed in the house flew out with them. The two assassins who had struck out were even shaken out one after the other. The moment they landed on the ground, a strong force simultaneously lifted both of them. With their bodies barely standing still, they hastily turned their heads. When they saw the person with a black robe and a hideous mask, they forced themselves to endure the pain and said, Jade Toad Envoy, Feng Yao, Sky Spider Envoy, Rong Xia, greetings, Lord Right Wheel, subordinate, incompetent, put. After saying this, the two of them couldn't hold on and immediately poured out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, the Right Wheel Dharma King had a look of surprise within his gaze, which was immediately replaced by ferocity. What a domineering true strength! His voice was hoarse and harsh. It was even interspersed with sonic feats that penetrated the darkness and traveled into the main hall that was full of holes. Snap! In front of the main hall, which was already covered in poisonous mist, a resounding footstep came out. Accompanying figures emerge. The Right Wheel Dharma King and the Jade Toad Envoy and the Heavenly Spider Envoy then saw, through the poisonous fog, the grinning Shan, carrying a human head in his hand, striding out. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The head, freshly torn off, was still dripping blood downward. With every step Shan took, a trail of blood drops was left on the ground. Swish, put. When he was a few meters away from him, Shan threw the human head in his hand, directly in front of the Right Wheel Dharma King and the others. The five poison sect, 2 rounds of Dharma Kings, 3 ambassadors and 1 elder. Revolver, Elder Avery died at the Watergate stage, and the head of the Holy Scorpion Envoy. It's still hot. Jade Toad, Sky Spider, and half a life left. TSK. I wondered, what did Chao Jingchen promise the 5 poison sect to make you guys come forward and run out to die? Saying this, Shan paused briefly, then added provocatively, today, can you make me draw my sword? Chapter 132 Thugs in Brocade Clothes, Power to Unify the Field. Jie. In the face of Shan's questioning, instead of moving to anger, the Right Wheel Dharma King, instead, let out a piercingly treacherous laugh. Raising his right hand, which was like a withered branch, he extended his slender fingertips and pointed towards the other party. How long has it been since I've encountered a junior like you, who makes this father feel astonished? You know what that means? This means that you will have the honor of being the corpse of my father for all eternity. Cackle. Spinning his right hand, the Right Wheel Dharma King made a weird ringing sound the moment he clenched his fist. In the next second, the Kuei shadows crisscrossed and surfaced in front of several people. This is the Golden Kuei? Or is it the sacred body Golden Kuei that Lord Dharma King himself quenched? Looking at these two, inhuman and ghostly Kuei corpses in front of him, both the Jade Toad Envoy and the Heavenly Spider Envoy opened their mouths with a face of awe and astonishment. Shan, who saw this, slightly tightened his sword brows for a few moments. Previously, he had learned in detail about the internal situation of the entire 5 poison sect. Among them, there was a lineage that was extremely good at catching corpses, and even quenching the Kuei corpses through secret methods to become their faithful helpers. The 7 vampires go to 3 of them, and they are subdued with 5 poisons, corpse parasites, and dimming, quenching the original owner and compelling the 3 souls. 100 poisons nourish the body, 1,000 parasites train the body, become its Kuei, and the mind passes. On the information, there were only a few short lines, but Shan knew very well that the process was long and insidious. The strength of the Kuei corpse is mostly related to the strength of the original owner during his lifetime. There are 3 levels, gold, silver and bronze. It also corresponds to the Hotian, the innate and the grandmaster. In other words, the original owners of the 2 golden Kuei of Right Wheel Dharma King were at least in the patriarchal realm before they were refined into the living dead. Plus, the Heavenly Spider Envoy blurted out the words holy body off the top of his head. In his lifetime, he had mastered the power of heavenly signs to say the least. As for the Right Wheel Dharma King, after seeing Shan's previous stunning performance, he was truly moved with compassion. Not that he was merciful and wanted to let the other side off the hook. It was to, on the other hand, quench Shan into his own Kuei corpse. I hear this thing. It's painless and full of poison. Shan, who was sizing up, with interest, these 2 golden Kuei, inquired with a cold smile. Not only that, oh, beast blood nourishes. Strength, copper wall. You can be so feisty if you just nod your head. Of course, even if you don't nod your head, you will eventually be reduced to a plaything of my father. Jie. Listening to the Right Wheel Dharma King, this creepy treacherous laughter, Shan helplessly said, damn, vermilion bird that old covets me even if you an inhuman dog, and crave the old man's body. The world is evil. No wonder my mother told me, boys go out and protect themselves. Me so. It was also right after Shan's words were finished that the 2 golden Kuei accompanied the Right Wheel Dharma King's wave of his hand, and one on the left and one on the right rushed directly towards him. Su Shan, who did not retreat but advanced, faced their heavy fists and immediately retaliated. Hard to get? Looking at the entire Daming Jianghu, I haven't seen anyone who can compete with the sacred body Golden Kuei in terms of force. This Su Shan is strong, but he's overly conceited. The Heavenly Spider Envoy and Jade Toad Envoy who saw the scene had already capped it as both sides were facing each other. Unsuspecting dog. Whoosh. The right-wheel Dharma King, who was also confident in his corpse, disappeared as he finished muttering this. In his opinion, in terms of a contest of strength alone, Su Shan, who was 1 against 2, would never be a match for Jin Kuei, even if he was armed with pure elemental true chi. The right-wheel Dharma King, anticipating where Su Shan would dodge and move after being overwhelmed, he wanted to completely subdue this junior who was also more stunning than the same body within 10 moves. However, what made the 3 people present, who had never expected it, was that Su Shan's outburst had completely shattered their perceptions. Bang! Click! 1 against 2, punches clashing. In the next second, the robust, tanned arms of the 2 Kuei corpses were instantly twisted. The arm bone was overwhelmed and detached from the shoulder, along with the tendons and veins, and hardened and tore through the skin of the back of the spine, fruiting in front of the Heavenly Spider Envoy and the Jade Toad Envoy. More exaggeration. The moment Su Shan swept past them, he ripped off the arms of the 2 Golden Kuei in his wake. Snap! The right-wheel Dharma King, who had failed to wait for Su Shan in a position that had been predicted in advance, had violently stopped on his body at that moment. Looking at his 2 Golden Kuei that had lost half of his upper body, shock and disbelief were written all over his eyes. And what made him even more unbelievable was that Su Shan, who had stopped in his tracks in passing, turned around for a split second, his hands directly choking the necks of the 2 Kuei corpses. Brass tacks? Powerful? Zira. After questioning these 2 sentences in a highly mocking manner, Su Shan, who was all energized, not only twisted off their heads, but also took their spines along with them and extracted them from their bodies. Put. The 2 Jin Kuei with their heads and no spine to support them were reduced to a puddle of mud and paralyzed on the ground in just a single glance with Su Shan. And Su Shan, who was holding 2 heads and dragging a vertebrae, stood in front of the right-wheel Dharma King with his arms spread out like this. Is this what you call immortality? Bang! As the words fell into sound, Su Shan, who had instantly pinched and exploded his head, added with a grimace, I say he's extinguished, and if he's not extinguished, he has to be extinguished. Gulp! The bursting blood mist caused the Heavenly Spider Envoys and Jade Toad Envoys on Su Shan's side, each unable to resist a deep gulp of saliva. Even the murderous right-wheel Dharma King was cowed at this moment. West Factory to be his information. In front of this Su Shan, the highest strength does not exceed the 4th grade Zhongshu realm, but for what he just did, much more than that. The other party, in particular, hadn't even intended to draw his sword yet. As for Su Shan, if he hadn't practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique before, he would never collide with these 2 dead things. Strongly, 11 layers of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. The 8th ranked Meng Shan, he dared to go hard, not to mention 2 golden keys. Warm-ups are over. Stop grossing me out with all this off-the-radar stuff. Get it together. This way, perhaps, you can still see my blade. After saying this to the right-wheel Dharma King, Su Shan twisted his head and looked into the darkened corridor, as if he was speaking to the air, or as if he was reminding someone, hidden for so long, if you don't make a move, when I break them down one by one, you won't really have a chance. Swish, whoosh, miso. Su Shan's words had just fallen on deaf ears when the entire ground of the courtyard was directly overturned and slapped towards him by a powerful chi force. In the next second, a ghostly figure with a sword stabbed Su Shan. Dang! Without moving his feet, Su Shan, who had tilted his upper body back a few times, raised his right hand and clamped both fingers on the blade that was stabbing at him. The simultaneous force from both sides also caused the steel sword to instantly become bent. Get out! Bang! Chapter 133, Final Killing Move, Zhang Yang sheathed. As the words fell out of his mouth, Su Shan smashed the stone slab in a smooth motion, and the dominating fist force forced the other party, only to abandon their swords and vanish. Snap! The moment the assassin landed, his body stumbled back several steps as he was overwhelmed. Just by the after effects of the wave, he felt his internal organs turning over. Gulp! Strongly suppressing this mouthful of fresh blood, he stared grimly at Su Shan, who was not far away, playing with his own sword. Emotionless sword? Looking above the hilt of the sword, at the script that was sealed, Su Shan read it out with a contemptuous gaze. The No. 1 swordsman of Jinling, Jing Wuming, the money gang, getting involved too. Ha! Squeak! As he said this, Su Shan rubbed the sword, which was famous in the Jianghu, into a ball in public. The moment he casually discarded it, he sneered. The 5 poison sect hides far away. I can't reach my whip, but the money gang, right under my nose, all dare to openly strike? After saying this, Shan added word for word, "There will be no more money gangs in the Jianghu of Daming. I, Shan, said it, miso." And hearing this, Jing Wuling continuously stabbed silver needles in his middle and lower dantian. In an instant, the strength of the man who had temporarily closed his internal injuries was also pulling up sharply. "Kill you and there will be no subsequent trouble." Swish! As he said this, Jing Wuling smoothly pulled out another soft sword from his waist, only this time it was replaced with his right hand. As the world knows, the first swordsman of Jinling Jing Wuling holds a sword in his left hand. Only a few people really knew that his dominant hand was his right hand. The left hand kills the heavenly elephant. The right hand kills the pure origin. Previously, Jing Wuling, who had scoffed at the idea of rounding up Shan, had not only used his right hand back once he appeared on the scene, but had also elevated his own realm by stabbing his acupuncture points and stopping his injuries at the same time. Because, as he well knows, once they failed to kill Shan tonight, then it would be the end for the money gang. "Kid, you don't really think that you'll be able to get away in one piece, do you?" Boom. "After losing one make two gold kuei, right? Will Dharma King will know. Tonight if you do not use the bottom of the box stunt words, do not want to leave each other. Therefore, after successively swallowing the ice silkworms, manga bayan vermilion clams, these two kinds of yin to yang poison, his body from the center of the eyebrow into two presents, ice and fire, the appearance of two heavens. The left side is the most rigid and yang, the right side is the most yin and poisonous. With each strike, he stacks a double layer of striking effects. Not only that, but he, who was already at the 6th grade realm, was surging upwards. The mixed true chi that was mixed with the poisonous mist was not thick, but it was enough to crush the entire field at this moment. Seeing this, the heavenly spider envoy, Jade Toad envoy, yelled lowly to Shan, "Can put the right wheel Dharma King," forced to sacrifice his killer mace. "Shan, even if you were to die, you'd still have the honor of 3 lifetimes. Dog, you won't be able to get away this time. Up." Wow. Accompanied by right wheel Dharma King's opening, Jing Wuling in his front and back, they wrapped up Shan. On the other hand, the heavenly spider envoy and Jade Toad envoy, who had been injured earlier, carried out auxiliary attacks from the flanks, preventing Shan from escaping from this killing situation through his bizarre stance. It wasn't until this very moment that senior official Su, who was in the center of the encircling circle, coldly smiled and held the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist with one hand. "The reason you all dare to speak so loudly, that's because, ignorance of my strength. The sword divides yin and yang. The sun and the moon have no light." Boom. Miso. Cold light appeared. Zheng Yang sheathed his sword. The majestic and violent mixed yuan true chi scattered in all directions in an instant. Bang! The Sky Spider envoy and Jade Toad envoy, who were the weakest in terms of strength, were already shaken away before they could complete their encirclement of Shan. The body was like a discharged cannonball them, and after smashing heavily on top of the wall, it smashed on the ground like a dead dog. Put, with their tendons and veins broken, they immediately poured out a mouthful of blood. The two men who raised their heads with great difficulty had disbelief and horror written in their eyes. Didn't he just reach the crown? At such an age, how did he manage to quench his mixed true chi? Moreover, it was so violent and overbearing. However, what was even more frightening to the two was the scene on the field. Shan, who should have been pressed into action, still stood at his original position with his sword, not even moving. Under the muddy force, although Shan's robe was shattered, but 9 scarlet true chi surrounded his robust body. The dragon's head that had just been visualized by the true chi had not yet completely dissipated. At the moment, one left and one right were wrapped around his arms. Shan in this scene was like a celestial being descending from the heavens, glittering, reflecting the entire Imperial estate as scarlet as blood. Snap, snap, and the sound of blood from the blade, gathered at the tip of the knife, dripping to the ground, broke the stillness of the scene. It was only in this instant that the heavenly spider envoy and Jade Toad envoy, who had instantly regained their senses, turned their gazes to right wheel Dharma King and Jing Wuling. Sizzle. Seeing the woeful state of the two, they who were just full of confidence could not help but to the point of sucking in a mouthful of cool air. One was left with a hideous slash in his chest. One, on the other hand, had its sword chopped in two and its left arm peeled away from its torso by a flat cut. Both of them had their pupils dilated, looking at their wounds with disbelief. Immediately afterward, they unanimously looked at Shan in the middle of the field. In this instant, his tall figure, reflected in the eyes and hearts of the crowd, was as insurmountable as a lofty mountain. One mid-7th grade, one quasi-6th grade. If that's the upper limit of your strength, I feel shameful for the way I just drew my sword. Just as Shan's words fell, Jing Wuling, whose mouth was filled with blood at the corners and inside his teeth, roared hysterically, "Bastard, Miso!" As the words fell out of his mouth, the broken blade pierced into the back of his head, and even more so, pierced through his last dantian, the upper dantian, fighting for your life with your life. The 7th grade mixer. This is the No. 1 swordsman of Jinling, the last killing move, regardless of whether he wins or loses. In this battle, he will eventually fall, but the pride of a swordsman is not allowed to die as a loser. It wasn't just him, the right-wheel Dharma King, who used the blood from his chest and scratched out a bizarre talisman, instantly exploded with blood within his eyes. Blood sacrifice? The Heavenly Spider Envoy and Jade Toad Envoy who saw this, panicked and took off. Sacrifice your life to the heavens and knock away the heavenly punishment. Boom! When his words fell on deaf ears, the dark night sky was filled with thunder. Wow! Several heavenly thunderbolts rolled in. Shan, who was looking up at the sky, had a gaze like a sword. Is this the heavenly punishment? Just as he muttered these words, the right-wheel Dharma King, who had already lost his mask and revealed his own hideous face, was hissing hysterically as he rushed towards him. Even if this honored one dies, he will first behead you, dog. Poisonous demons and vicious monsters, not an inch of grass. At the same time, Jing Wuling, who had transformed his energy into a sword, rushed towards Su Shan and hissed, Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall, kill the word. Boom! Chapter 134 Extradition of the Thunder Tribulation. One blade opens the heavens. Bang! The tightly closed gates of the city thumped open with a powerful impact of chi. The guards who had originally guarded this place lay scattered on the ground, each letting out ear-piercing screams. Snap! Ignoring their crowd of brocade guards, he spurred his horse towards the outskirts of the city and galloped out. Quickly, the Jiangning Imperial Villa. Hiya! The green dragon at the head of the group roared low with a fierce face. At the head of the city, Yu Huatian, who had taken in the scene, played with his long sideburns. A cold, treacherous smile sketched on his face. Lord Rain Factory, our city defense battalion did its best. Hua Ming, who had walked up to him, clasped his fists and said, hearing this, Yu Huatian, who returned the salute, softly said, no harm done, there's enough time, tomorrow morning, on the brocade guards trespassing on the city gates, and a good disgusting Jinfusi, lose your wife and your army? My lord, I'm looking forward to Qinglong's angry but helpless expression. Jie, rumble. Also at the time when Yu Huatian was smiling wickedly, a sound of heavenly thunder in the direction of Jiangning Imperial Villa resounded throughout the night sky at first. Heavenly punishment, thunderbolt, 8th grade Grand Master? After the cultivation of the mixed Yuan True Chi to the Great Circle, it will lead to heavenly punishment, the thunderbolt crossing the body. For a Zhongshe realm martial artist, it took 6 pints to quench the mixed Yuan True Chi, and usually 8 pints before it was possible to cultivate this True Chi into a Great Circle. Therefore, after seeing this scene, Yu Huatian spoke out of turn. Mr. Rain Factory, that direction appears to be the Jiangning Imperial Villa? Rumble. Huaming had just finished saying this when a heavenly thunderclap sounded once again at the Jiangning Imperial Villa dozens of miles away. More than one 8th grade Grandmaster? The capital city. Those who can induce a thunderbolt to cross the body are all under our surveillance. Within the Jiangning Imperial Villa, what exactly happened? At this moment, Yu Huatian, who had personally planned all of this, was incredulous, sprinting on the official road. Qinglong, Xuanwu and others, after hearing the sound, subconsciously tilted his head to look into the distance. At the very least, 2 8th grade Grand Masters are inducing lightning robberies within the Imperial Villa? It should be that one's own original strength is not enough for the thunder tribulation to cross the body, forcing one to steeply raise one's realm through some secret method. Therefore, it has attracted heavenly punishment. Heaven's punishment is all 9 deaths away. If it wasn't a life and death struggle, who would take such a risk and forcefully pull up their strength at this time? In other words, the battle within the Imperial Villa had reached a white-hot point. That boy Su Shan's strength is capable of attracting heaven's punishment? In the process of steering the horse, White Tiger inquired in astonishment. Previously, the Qinglong who had seen Su Shan strike in the dungeon of the Ministry of Punishment, recalled the strike that he had collided strongly with Jin Zhouling. Then, shaking his head with certainty, he said, he is at most 4th grade in strength and cultivates a supreme martial art, thus, crushing his peers. Even if there is a secret method for uplifting the realm, there is absolutely no way that it can attract heavenly punishment. Inside the Imperial Villa, who's really going strong against each other? Who were the 2 mysterious 8th grade Grandmasters? These questions instantly flooded the minds of the crowd. Spurring them on, they kept driving their horses to a faster pace. Imperial City, in front of the Palace of Eternal Life. After hearing the voice of Lin Ruoyun, looking at the direction of the Jiangning Imperial Villa, full of hesitation, she asked Chao Zhangchun beside her, a foolproof game, how to attract so much commotion? 8 pints against each other? Who's all there? Hearing this, Chao Zhangchun also frowned and said, the right-will Dharma King of the 5 Poisons sect, who sacrificed his body with blood. may have attracted a lightning tribulation, but the other one, the old slave doesn't know. After he finished saying this, Lin Ruoyun glared at the other party with a torchlight gaze. Yuan Tiangang, stay back? His men, they're all just getting out of town. Who could that be? Facing Lin Ruoyun's questioning, Chao Zhengchun was also silent. Not only him, even Yuan Tiangang, who observed this sign at night, could not answer this question of Zhu Yuwei. An 8-piece, okay to explain. What about those two? Perhaps the answer can only be truly answered by someone who is in the Imperial estate. Facing the right-wheel Dharma King and Jing Wuling, this desperate and strongest strike, Shan, who was certain that they had no more backstops and that there were no more third-party forces around, no longer held his head high. 6 pulse points. Before, the reason why he chose to cut his meat with a blunt knife was that he was not sure if around him there were still enemy killers. Rash, making his last card. In case he was caught by someone, the mantis caught the yellow bird, he would really lose his life. In particular, with this backhanded move, not only did he have a period of decay, but it was more likely that he would attract heaven's punishment while uplifting his realm. Therefore, behind Su Shan's seemingly arrogant provocations was a trial and search over and over again, until you are sure that, after you've killed someone, you'll be able to walk away in one piece. Bang! Rumble! The continuous climb of the realm also caused the sky thunder to roll up again right above the Imperial villa. In this instant, the Heavenly Spider Envoy and Jade Toad Envoy, who saw this most intuitively, had their eyes staring at the Great Road. How is it possible? He also passed the secret method and went straight to the 8th grade, the Great Circle of Mixed True Chi, and attracted heavenly punishment? This was a realm that they, in their exhaustive lives, could not reach, but in the case of this youngster, who had just reached the crown, he had seen it with his own eyes. Miso, bang, on the battlefield, Su Shan, who was fighting 1 against 2, became more and more comfortable along with the steep elevation of his realm. Even, it had steadily suppressed the 2. The greatest respect in treating your enemy is to go all out. Speaking of which, Su Shan, who had distanced himself from the 2 men, first glanced at the impending thunderbolt and instantly launched his sword. I have a knife, may move mountains. Swish, as the words fell out of his mouth, Scarlet's chop not only completely decimated Jing Wuling, but the sword blade that was illuminated with chi energy even left a seemingly shallow slash at the center of his eyebrow. Zira, but as Su Shan held the knife and disappeared in an instant, this slash suddenly exploded. The next second, split in 2, the first swordsman of Jinling, the bodies, one left and one right, slammed into the ground. I have a knife, it can be turned upside down. Miso, Su Shan, who was stronger than one blade, turned around for a split second and cut off the heads of the Heavenly Spider Envoy and the Jade Toad Envoy in the process. I have a knife, may the river be broken. The Zhongyang third slash, which had superimposed 3 layers of blade intent, slashed at the right-wheel Dharma King, who had long been firmly locked onto him. Bang! Rumble! The moment he cut off his opponent's vitality, the right-wheel Dharma King, who had suffered heavenly punishment, was struck into a bloody mist by the thunderbolt. The buildings at the site, moreover, were overwhelmed and collapsed, and did not therefore, disperse the knife intention of Su Shan, tightly holding the blade, straightening the waist, head up. His eyes were like torches as he stared at the thunderbolt that pierced through the pitch blackness and struck towards him. There was no retreating from the thunder. The corners of his eyes and nostrils were spilling blood as he stacked the 4th layer of blade intent, but even so, he still raised his sword proudly. I have one more cut. May, open the sky. Chapter 135, My destiny is mine, not heaven's. Put. It was as if he had sensed Su Shan's battle intent, or perhaps he had offended the heavenly might with this act. So much so, Su Shan's 5 thunders tumbled as he met the thunder, one louder than the other. Again and again, the lightning damage inflicted on Su Shan was doubled. This also caused the Zhongyang blade, which had superimposed 4 layers of blade intent, to delay slashing down. Zip, zip, zip. With each lightning strike, a crack-like thunder strike was placed on Su Shan's body. The 9 suns dazzled the world, and the lightning patterns that spread across his body took on a piercing scarlet color. This sudden scene, reflected and augmented by the white moon and thunder, seemed that striking. Xinglong and his party, who were still a dozen miles away from the Imperial villa, were the first to catch this. The suddenness of it all made the warhorses under their seats a little agitated. Lung, you, look, that's the vermilion bird, who was the first to speak, pointed to the scene of the tiny scarlet figure under the white moon, flying through the sky with a sword. Seeing all of this, Xinglong was shocked as he spoke. Chopping the thunder tribulation and slaying the heavenly punishment? Against the odds? All the 4 great co-conspirators who had experienced the heavenly punishment naturally knew very well that the mere fact that a mortal body could resist the thunderbolt already made their lives worse than death at that time. As for chopping thunderjack, slaughtering heavenly punishment, the desire to go against the heavens will lead to even greater repercussions from the heavenly might. Nowadays, the scene of the 5 thunderbolts is the best illustration. Who is he? Don't want to die? Nay, although separated by more than 10 miles, but even the crowd of war horses, all feel the heavenly might untouchable front hooves kneeling. So much so, the Qinglong few could only endure the pressure and forcefully rush towards the direction of the Imperial villa. However, the closer the distance, the more the heavenly might flourished. With less than 10 miles to go, the only ones who could advance properly were their 4 co-conspirators. Inside the palace, Yuan Tiangang and Chao Zhangchun, who were outside the Imperial study room and the Palace of Eternal Life, uttered the words acting against the heavens in near unison. At this moment, they couldn't wait to be there in person to find out what was going on. Lin Ruoyun, whose eyes were like torches, stared straight at the scarlet figure that looked like the point of origin. Whose men are these that are so brave? In the face of this question, Chao Zhangchun was once again silent. At this moment, his mind was all filled with memories of when he had cut down the lightning tribulation back then. If he succeeds, the martial luck of the great Ming has at least half a bucket of him. Yuan Tiangang, who was in front of the Imperial study, blurted out, I want to know who he is. Friend or foe? Why did you appear inside the royal estate? Speaking of this, Zhu Yue recalled Su Shan's ascension in the realm, and then added, I, also, need to know if he's related to Su Shan or not. Wudi City, Wang Xinji, who boasted that he was the second best in the world, stood at the top of the city with his hands attached. He who watched the stars at night, his gaze was like a knife staring at the white moon. With a grave expression, he muttered, 5 thunderbolts? Who is it that goes against the heavens and slaughters the heavenly punishment? In the Jianghu temple, I haven't heard of it for nearly 100 years. There's such a stunning descendant, Wudong Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng, that as the swinging demon suddenly sensed something. Taking a step out of the main hall, he smoothly ascended to the roof. Looking up at the sky, he gazed farther toward the capital. Chopping thunderbolt? And attracted the 5 thunders of heavenly might? If this son becomes a success, he will be the sole occupant of one of the 2 buckets of martial luck that divide the world. Pang Lai, Tianyi Road, Tianyi Daoran, who was regarded as the closest thing to a celestial being in Daming, stroked his white beard and looked south from a high vantage point. With the other hand, he, who kept pinching and calculating, said with a frown on his face, the fate of the offender is to come back from the dead? With world affairs such as chess Qin Kuan inexplicable, life is a game of thought of sinking and floating, said the heavenly monks. In this moment, actually cannot calculate. Who holds the knife slaughter heavenly robbery? In his opinion, the person who chopped the thunderbolt had exhausted his chi and should have returned to the dust long ago. Weird things happen every year, and this year is especially weird. The Emperor Star has been revitalized by Yuan Tiangang for half of his destiny, and the Guanshi Lone Star, all of them have gone against the heavens? Young Ning, you asked for red dust. Danger, yeah. Can't get through it at all. It's done? The white moon was like a mirror, reflecting Su Shan's hideous face. 5 thunderbolts completely shattered his golden bell. The 9 scarlet auras gradually became dull. The successive heavy blows also caused Su Shan at this time to be in pain. The dantian, bones, muscles, and even skin, all seemed as if they had been crushed, torn, and scraped alive before being reorganized on him. They say giving birth is a grade 10 pain. Lousy, this has to be more than 100 levels. In the future, whichever daughter-in-law tells me that giving birth to a child is too painful, Lousy will take her to chop the thunderbolt. Su Shan, who had finished muttering these words in his heart, opened his mouth and hissed, go to heavenly punishment. My destiny is mine and not God's. If the old man says open the sky, it's open or not. Zira. Boom. The powerful explosion reflected red in a square amount of land. The soaring winds that were formed also made Qinglong, Xianwu and the other 4 colleagues subconsciously look away. Wow. The overturned surface of the ground left a trail of shockwaves, centered on the place of the incident. In all directions, the Jiangning Imperial Villa, on the other hand, not only disappeared into thin air, but also formed a deep pit. All the traces and corpses of the battle that had just been fought here were reduced to nothing in an instant. Inside the palace, Yuan Tiangang, who stumbled back a large step, said with rare astonishment, he did it. Moreover, I did not sense the aura of Shushan Mukai in that slash he just made. Tianshi, what do you mean? Inquired Zhu Yue, horrified on the side. He has never set foot in Shushan Mukai. In front of the Palace of Eternal Life, a martial artist who has never been tempered by the mountain of books and sea of martial arts has not only carried down the 5 thunderbolts, but has also slaughtered the heavenly punishment and gone against the heavens? The shocked Lin Ruoyun subconsciously asked Chao Zhangchun beside her. Yes, Empress. Looking at the whole of the Great Ming, apart from those 3, Neither the old slave nor Yuan Tiangang have done it. Mourner needs to know. Who is he? Send someone to poke around at once. Yes, Wudong Mountain. Song Yuan Qiao, the eldest brother of Wudong Mountain who came out with his family master Zhang Sanfeng, was astonished after hearing his old relay and said, Master, can this stunning generation be found? The opening of the Shushan Martial Sea is imminent. He won't let go of this opportunity. When you take the third generation disciples and go to the Shushan Wuhai together, pay more attention. Remember, even if you cannot be friends with this son, you must not be enemies. Even more so, we must not participate in the temple dispute, especially your son Song Qingshu. He's not clear with Shangwan Shaoxian of the Money Gang. It must not be left to his nature. Disciple takes note. Wudi City, put their own disciples Gong half K. Lin Ya, shouted to the side of Wang Xianji, assiduously taught, you go to the capital to participate in the Book Mountain Martial Arts Sea. Do not flaunt the city. Master knows that King Ning treats you and others well, but whether it's a battle for imperial power or a battle for the temple, it's not something that martial artists like us can get involved in. In addition, the stunning descendants who go against the heavens are bound to step on the Book Mountain and cross the martial sea as well. Avoid their sharp edges and do not fight for supremacy. Although his mouth answered his own master, in his heart, both Gong Half K and Linya were thinking of a hit. Chapter 136, Live and Let Die. Everyone was speculating just how high Su Shan could fly. Only he, himself, knew how hard the fall was. But Su Shan, who had fallen from the sky, first hung on a tree branch, followed by a heavy fall within the woods 100 meters away. Dazed and confused, he was still clutching the Zhongyang blade that had been plated with lightning patterns as he slumped there. If a master forger was here, he would be amazed by this blade. Thunderbolt plating. Demons hiding. Not only was it the blade, but when Su Shan was in a semi-conscious state, the lightning patterns on his spine even freely combined together to transform into a red dragon. The dragon's head is over the shoulder and the dragon's tail swings back, grim and voracious, absorbing the breath around them. After being filtered, it formed a mixed true chi that was embedded within Su Shan's body. After an unknown amount of time, Su Shan, who was shaking his head, borrowed the Zhangyang blade and propped his body up, and at this moment, even the system's hint of danger for the dragon elephant Prajna Kung Fu disappeared. A man who had cut down the thunderbolt and slaughtered the heavenly punishment and changed his fate against the heavens. Why do I feel like I'm being oohed and awed by men from all over the capital? Even if my back and legs hurt, my butt is on fire. Su Shan, who had finished laughing at these words to himself, didn't rest here for too long and hurried along the shrubbery towards the capital. He didn't take the official road because he didn't know if the people he met were friend or foe. The cultivation of the bitter kiln had made him well versed in the dangers of the Jianghu. Unbeknownst to them, the first ones to arrive at the scene were Green Dragon and his party. After he saw that the scene was like a sinkhole, he hissed with both fists clenched, digging 3 feet into the ground. We must also find Su Shan. Live and let die. Yes. Not long after, Yu Huatian, who had been ordered to lead his troops here to spy on the news, had just dismounted from his horse when he met Qinglong's iron fist. The first person with the sword of the genie way with his mixed true chi fully open, hardened himself and chiseled out multiple more pits in the ground next to the sinkhole. If it wasn't for Xuan Wu and the others, who rushed to pull back their own dragon brother, the green dragon, who was moved to true anger, would really kill this castrated dog. You'd better pray that Su Shan is still alive. Otherwise, I'll take off this flying fish suit and step on the entire east and west factories. Even if it's Chao Zhangchun, I'll destroy his cultivation for 20 years. The reason why Qinglong was so shaken was not only because of his favoritism towards Su Shan, but also because of his catharsis towards his own incompetence. The death of his wife back then was the trigger, and Su Shan's lack of trace made him go completely berserk. He can't even protect his beloved wife in general. What does he need this skill for? Not only in the Jiangning Imperial Villa, at this time in the Yangshou Palace, Lin Ruoyan learned what news, with Chao Zhangchun directly driving the divine opportunity pivot, as if foreseeing in advance that they would come here. Yuan Tiangang was already standing in front of the door. Heavenly Master, my Lin sons and nephews, the pillars of the East Forest, have violently killed several people in one night. In this matter, shouldn't you give the mourning family an explanation? Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang sneered. The Western factory threatened the lives of his family members, forcing the female official to fake the transmission of oracles, coaxing Su Shan to enter the Imperial Villa, where his life and death are not yet known. Shouldn't the Empress Dowager give this honorable man an explanation for this matter? When he had finished saying all this, Chao Zhangchun loudly rebuked. Bold, Yuan Tiangang, you have overstepped your bounds. His Majesty's personal gift. The cabinet of ministers appointed the Wu cavalry lieutenant, ere all dare to go out of their way to round up and kill. You old castrated dog, you still have the face to say that my father has overstepped his bounds? Su Shan better be alive. Or, tonight is just the beginning. I, Yuan Tiangang, Imperial Master of the Great Ming Dynasty, Commander of the Jinfu Division, and Head Teacher of the Divine Mechanism Pivot, say so. No sending. Swish. Yuan Tiangang, who had thrown down these words, directly flung his sleeves and turned around. At this moment, it wasn't to say that both sides had completely torn their faces off, but the swords had been drawn. But if Su Shan dies, the capital will be devastated again. Yu Hang. It was also at the time Su Shan entered the Imperial villa that several black shadows, leaping up and stepping into his old mansion, accompanied by the person at the head. After making a beheading gesture, the accompanying several people, their footsteps were silent as they wanted to rush towards the mansion. But when they just stepped into the eaves of the house for a split second, a silhouette hung upside down on the beam, yawning and opening her mouth. In this middle of the night, are you still letting people sleep? At first hearing this, the leader of the Black Shadow, first a shock, then Ice Fierce opened his mouth. Kill. Miso. Swish. However, when they actually struck out, they realized what it meant to overrate themselves. Qian Ying's baby-fat pretty face always had a lazy look on it. To be her, leisurely in these black shadows, rubbing shoulders, these are quite a few masters of the realm of the masters. The body is as if fixed in that way, motionless, as their pupils dilated. These killers subconsciously looked down at their chests. I don't know when, but there was a thin penetration in the middle dantian. One hit, piercing the dantian. What was even more frightening was that none of them had seen how the other party had struck and what weapon they had used. But, after dozens of breaths, these several assassins, one after another, fell to the ground in response to the sound, and the woman who struck out, stretching her back, murmured, "Old G, you wouldn't let a girl's family carry a corpse out in the middle of the night, would you?" Snap. As her words fell, Ji Zhan's figure already appeared within the courtyard. The spiritual finger of the heavenly Tao is truly outstanding. TSK. You have to praise me, Lao Ji. That's because I've taken this technique and practiced it to the extreme. Yes, Princess Yu Ning, with her divine power. The unification of the world is just around the corner. So fake. In between their conversations, several brocade guards quietly entered. Keep your movements small. Don't disturb Mother Sue's rest. Yes, it's okay. I knocked her out. Ha, wrong word. Dizzy. Very light. He. When she smiled, her crescent moon eyes were extremely inviting. Who are they? A jungle fixer. Sent by the East Chamber. The East Chamber? Su Shan is in the capital. Ripping their balls off? Young Ning, you're a princess. Don't speak so vulgarly. Besides, do castrated dogs have this? That's right. No man should have one. All of them clicked. I'm too far gone and I'm going to be a great multiplier. Ha ha. Zhu Yuning, who had her hands pinching her waist, had waves that were spectacular when she laughed. Kazuna, who slapped his head with one hand, shook his head helplessly. This second princess, who he had watched grow up since she was a child, had brain circuits that often jumped around to the point of, well, leaving people speechless. My lord, it's cleaned up. Immediately fly a pigeon to the capital. Also, ask Qinglong in my name what exactly happened in the capital. Remind him of Su Shan. If anything happens to you in the capital, don't blame me, Ji Gang, for disregarding the late emperor's legacy and carrying my sword into the capital. Yes. When the subordinate turned around, Ji Gang, whose eyes were full of gloom, muttered at the corner of his mouth, "Damn, the crown prince has been killed. Do you still care about one more empress dowager? People are out of town and there's a daytime hare." Chapter 137, My Mana, shameless to the core. Old G, can't sleep. Why don't you talk to me about Su Shan? What does he look like? Zhu Yuning, who pulled Ji Gang and sat down on the roof, held her baby fat chin and softly inquired, "What does it look like?" Tell you this, Su Shan, this kid, is quite as handsome as I was when I was young. Lao Ji, Mrs. Su talked to you. Don't make such rationalization joke. I made the analogy to myself so that I could give you a concrete reference from the aspect of looks and charisma. Hearing this, Zhu Yuning stared at Ji Gang with unblinking eyes. Old Ji, with his head held high, gestured the opposite sign on his chin, and took a step closer to add, "Girl, it's not that I'm blowing it. When we were young, we were the one man that the noble women of the capital could never get. Just my portrait is sold out in the capital. How many deep-rooted women, looking at my portrait, use the jade raspberry? Never mind, the subject is too sensitive. Sensitive. In a word, handsome. And Su Shan has inherited, perfectly, my mantle. The main thing is a resistant. To be Ji Gang a fierce blowing finish these. Zhu Yuning blinking their own big eyes like copper bells. Deep swallow a mouthful of spittle said, Old Ji, after you say so, I instantly lost all illusions about Su Shan. What do you mean? turning around and cursing me? He. No way. This night's Lao Ji was like an old bastard, like trying to add light and color to Su Shan. A heavenly phoenix body Shangguan Yener. If it is not yet safe, then tie up a second princess of Daming. In the future, in the Daming soft rice world, there will definitely be a place for him. Su Shan, capital. The courtyard where Su Shan is staying. The moonlight was like a veil, reflecting on Shangguan Wanner's anxious face, waiting bitterly for Su Shan, who did not return, made her more and more anxious and uneasy. Attempting to calm the waves within his heart with his gong method, he even ran inside the inner room, tidying up Su Shan's bed and couch to divert his attention. However, the effect is minimal. It wasn't until, within the folded pages of his desk text, she found one of his ink blots that she briefly lost her concentration. Lin Jiangsen * cold willowy yen. Seeing this word name, Shangguan Yener's body violently stiffened a little. Su Shan wrote this to me? Where are the flying flowers? The layers of ice and snow destroy. A sparse tree is cold at 5 o'clock. Love his bright moon, and pining is relevant. Most of all, after the flourishing silk is shaken, it turns to remind people of Spring Mountain. It should be difficult to change the dream of a broken skirt. The west wind is so hateful that it can't blow away the bend of the eyebrows. Su Shan, who has crossed the border, naturally wants to make a few petty love poems to show off his talent while oohing and awing at Shangguan Yener, who has been slow to put down her stature. He didn't dare to use the poems before Damien. This lyric, taken from the Qing dynasty's Nalan seed, before she could slip it to her, the other woman overheard it. See this word again in this context. Shangguan Yener's thoughts and memories of Su Shan instantly surged to her heart. Su Shan, where are you? Snap. It was also just as she had just finished muttering this with teary eyes that a slight sound rang out from within the courtyard. Who? Swish. Shangguan Yener, who had sprinted out of the house, then saw Su Shan, who was covered in blood and cloaked in hair, staggering in front of her. Su, Mountain, Yener? Those open guards at the door, they're your people? I thought it was their backhandedness. Put. After saying this, Su Shan jumped headfirst into Shangguan Yener's arms. Hearing this familiar voice and feeling the smoothness of his pulse, Shangguan Yener, who cried tears of joy, assisted him to walk inside while ferrying his chi. The body, how was it hollowed out like this? Shangguan Yener inquired with a choke sob. It's good to be alive. ********. The 5 poison sect first poisoned, and then parasites. Right wheel Dharma King. Even more with the 5 poison sect 3 envoys together to strike. Put. As the words fell out of his mouth, Su Shan poured out a mouthful of bruised blood. Su Shan, I'll take you into the palace and let the heavenly master personally take action to heal your wounds. As she said this, Shangguan Yener nervously tried to lead him away, but it was politely refused by Su Shan. It's much more comfortable to spit out this clogged up bruise. 3 old es. Putting a compulsion on me, craving my innate pure yang body. An old pervert. Is even trying to quench me into a kuei corpse. There's no need for this mouthful of blood to be pressurized. My old man's love compulsion would have kicked in a long time ago. Yener, if I seek out a heavenly master to heal my wounds, it's really not as good as if you were to enter the game with your body. Hearing Su Shan's words, Shangguan Yener, who was stunned there, was at a loss for words with her face in consternation and shyness. Seeing this expression, Su Shan, who had offered up the excuse of love compulsion, knew that there was a door. Other women, going to great lengths to get me, but I am not moved. Only you Shangguan Yener, my mana. Wha? Facing Su Shan's overbearing invasion, Shangguan Yener, who had nowhere to put her hands, braced herself in midair. If the last time, she was caught in a love compulsion blurred consciousness. Many memories are intermittent words. Then this time, she was in on the whole thing. There was no refusal, but pursed his lips and did not dare to speak in a high voice for fear of frightening the people outside the courtyard. When all the bigwigs in the capital, the heart of Su Shan's safety and security, and stay up all night when, De Guan Su, who had consecutively fought in multiple battlefields, had fallen deep within the gentle land and was unable to extricate himself. It was not until the break of dawn that he fell asleep, and Shangguan Yener, who was wearing clothes that all seemed a bit laborious, glared fiercely at this man with a scarlet face. Asshole, a real love compulsion in the sense to make me change so many moves? Shameless to the core. Having said that, the winking eyes of her were still gentle as she left, fearful of disturbing his rest. The news of Su Shan's return from chi exhaustion only reached the palace after his departure. Zhu Yue, who left the palace immediately, personally came to visit Su Shan's small courtyard where he lives alone. Only, Su Shan, who hadn't rested properly for too long, had been in deep sleep. It was not until the next afternoon that he rose slowly and sleepily. However, after meeting Vermilion Bird's near face-to-face gaze, the man was instantly refreshed. Auntie, you didn't take advantage of the situation, did you? LOL, look at you, but does it look like you're pretty raw? Shan, who had been taken advantage of by the other party to mooch off of him, was left in tears. Criminal co-conspirator, save me. Even if you shout your throat out today, Long won't be able to come. What? For your sake, Brother Long, who was furious, beat up Yu Huatian so badly that he barely lost his soul. Now it's being punished. There is one thing that he specifically asked me to make sure I told you truthfully. What is it? After Shan finished saying this, Vermilion Bird handed him the flying pigeon message that came from Yu Hang's side. The East Chamber sent someone to make a move on my mother? Shan, who saw this, instantly revealed his fierce aura. In that instant, even the Vermilion Bird felt his pressure. Now the brocade guards are claiming to the public that you are bedridden and injured. It's up to you to decide how to choose. Putting away the playful Vermilion Bird, he said with a cautious face, I want all the information on Wei Zhongxian and his family. Hearing this, Vermilion Bird pointed to the pile of information on the desktop, and in passing, he pressed a bottle of qi replenishing pill and the ivory plaque, which symbolized the highest authority of the Jinfu division. On to it. Chapter 138, It's not polite to come and go. Dragon, let me remind you, do what you can with what you have. Know what this ivory sign means? While putting down her things, Vermilion Bird winks at Shan Dao. It means that all the Jinyu, within the boundaries of the Great Ming, are at your disposal. There is no reason to obey anyone or anything. Snap. After saying this, Vermilion Bird twisted her water snake waist and walked over to Shan, adding delicately like a flower, including me as well. You can try it now. Just ask me to do something. I'll never say no. And, through and through, Vermilion Bird, who was tightly biting her red lips, had both of her fingers probing towards Shan little by little as she said this. Hearing this, Shan hurriedly asked back, would never refuse? Through and through? Jubilee, whose eyes were all hooked and thickened, replied, pouring out waves of heat, yes, anything. Then I'll trouble Tongjiju to close the door for me from the outside. Thanks. Ha! At first hearing this, Jubilee didn't even react at first. Close the door for you from the outside? Shooing me away is it? Facing Vermilion Bird's questioning, Shan politely made a pleased gesture. You'll be just like Ji Gang, regretting and wasting half your life. Bang! It was only the moment the door to the room closed heavily that Shan put away his awkward smile and dressed, alone in the house, for nearly half an hour. It was only after memorizing all the information about Wei Zhongxian and his family that he stepped out of the room again. I'll find out about this the same way you did about me. Before the city gates closed tightly, a Shan, dressed in black and wearing a bucket hat, steered his horse out of the city. 2 days later, his figure appeared in Taiping, which was known as the Barrier of Jinling, the key to health. Bam! As soon as they entered the city, there were several petty officials in official uniforms, banging gongs and hissing loudly in the street. Elder Wei, 70th birthday today. All those who go to the Wei family's house to congratulate them are rewarded with a portion of white porridge and steamed bread. If there is a reader, a poem will be written on the spot to draw the old man happy. Heavy reward. Since Wei Zhongxian won the Empress Dowager in Chao Dugong Ryu's Wei family in a few years ago, we'll move the family here. As the saying goes, one man gets a government position. In Taiping, the Wei family is the undisputed emperor of the land. More than 50% of the local private mines are named Wei. 70% of the stores, to a greater or lesser extent, were also inextricably linked to the Wei family. It is not an exaggeration to say that the government offices in Taiping are all working for the Wei family. The biggest proprietor behind these industries was the Lin family of the capital, which was known for its two-sleeve cleanliness. Moving the Wei family is the same as moving the money bags of the Empress Dowager and the First Minister. Because of this, you can disobey the laws of daming here, but you must not poke the Wei family. But this time into the peace of Shan 4. Not only to make the Wei family a thing of the past, but also to make the Lin family, who was far away from the capital, unable to cover their money bags. The main street was filled with the sound of the constables, selling and yelling for the Wei family. Shan, who had led his horse to the end of the street, stopped in front of a coffin store. Guest, family affair? Let's see what kind of texture we need. We have elm, willow, and more. After the shopkeeper had finished introducing these with great vigor, Shan smiled and inquired, how many ready-made coffins are there? Ha! Almost a dozen mouths ready in the backyard. Guessed you are. Snap. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Shan casually put a bag of silver and threw it to the shopkeeper, saying, take it all, have it loaded onto the wagon immediately, and don't delay me from delivering it to the others later. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was overjoyed. You don't run into one big dog like that in a year. What kind of person buys a coffin and just buys a dozen of them? What? A plague? A mass death? Or, was it exterminated by an enemy? Of course, if the Gold Master doesn't say, they won't ask. Shan, who was standing at the door, looked in the direction of the Wei family home from afar, while muttering under his breath, "It's not polite to come and not go." Yu Hang's flying pigeon letter not only relayed that the East Chamber sent people to assassinate Su's mother, but even more outrageous is that before that, there were people who constantly, towards the Su family's old mansion, threw dead dogs, paper people and even poured dog's blood, to carry out the threat. Although they were all Genie Wei, secretly cleaned up, but in Su Shan, his mother suffered everything, his Wei family, as cannot be less. Half an hour later, all the coffins and attached white things were bundled together on top of the carriage and left the city with Su Shan. This vast scene really drew the attention of many people, especially, the ones pulled are also extremely obscure coffins, so much so, that the officials came up to ask a question or two. Who here ordered so many coffins? Where to send it? Up ahead can be the Wei family home. Elder Wei is having a birthday banquet there, not to mention the pathway. You have to dodge 10 miles even if you take a detour. We can't let the Wei family feel bad. Hear that? A small official at the head of the group, leading several constables, rushed over and shouted and hissed. Seeing that it was someone from the Yamen, the horseman in charge of the delivery, a little timidly shouted toward Su Shan, "This master, officer, talking to you." Hearing this, Su Shan, who hadn't even turned his head back, slowly drove his horse and paced forward while speaking softly. "You just follow me. Don't bother with them. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." Su Shan's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the petty officials and constables at the scene to hear it clearly. "Gu, where did the dog come from? Daring to be this arrogant in Taiping? And what kind of bucket hat and mask are you wearing in broad daylight? Isn't that right? Wanted fugitive at large? Now this officer orders you to dismount and be examined at once. Take one step slower and regard yourself as a negative, punishable by law on the spot." So, in order to match the momentum of their own superiors, the accompanying constables, one after another, drew their swords by one-third. Each ferociously rushed to Su Shan and loudly chided, "Get off!" Hearing this, Su Shan, who had slightly sidestepped his head, let out a long sigh and said, "You guys already have a way to take your deaths. A lot of people will die today. I advise you not to get on the poll and include your names. 2. It's not a warning, it's an ultimatum. Get out." At first hearing this, several constables subconsciously looked at the minor officials behind them. The latter, with the corner of his eye twitching for a few moments, then growled hysterically, "What's the point of looking at this official? He is threatening the officials and defying the court. By law, they can be beheaded in the street. Get him." Yes, so. Zira. Chapter 139. A birthday banquet with a coffin. Deserves to die. The flash of cold light also made the constables, who were about to draw their swords against each other. All of them were stupefied with their jaws on the ground. Several people only heard the sound of drawing and sheathing their swords, but their eyes didn't catch it. How the other party made a move. Bluff who? Playing sideshow with us here? Brothers, give me. Without waiting for the sheriff to finish his sentence, the scene instantly erupted into ear-piercing screams. Wow! Immediately afterward, the crowd of onlookers as well as the horsemen who drove the carts were all like birds of prey, rolling and crawling in all directions. The crowd of constables, after hearing the sound, subconsciously twisted their heads. Several of them let out piercing howls when they saw that the petty official who had commanded them the previous second was now on the ground with his head in his hands. Bam! There were even people who couldn't even hold their sabers steadily, who directly stretched out on the ground. You've got these constables, bullying men and women, bullying people, they're definitely good at it, but you have them, really fighting for the criminals, each running faster than a rabbit, not to mention, meeting this person in front of them, who could take their dog's life at any time. My coachman has run away. If you go, who will drive my carriage? When Su Shan saw that, one by one, they were ready to scatter their legs and run. He opened his mouth with a cold smile. I don't think that, as fast as you run, you can dodge my slash. Su Shan, who had his hand on the hilt of his sword, added in a single word, "Put." Hearing this, these few constables immediately knelt in front of Su Shan. This master, we have eyes to see and have offended you. Please be generous and let us go. Yeah, we've got an 80-year-old mother on top of us, and a wailing child below us. We'll get high with you. Snap. As he spoke, a few of the constables got high in public. 2 of them were even stoned out of their blood because of the force they exerted. This was a world of difference from the arrogance he had just shown. Don't worry about it, it's just for you to drive a wagon. Besides, killing you all would still dirty my sword. Hearing this, the constable, whose official uniform was soaked in cold sweat, didn't dare to bargain any further and said in a hurry, Yes, we'll catch the carriage. After getting back on the road, Su Shan remained unhurried. but the carriage that accompanied it had been driven by several constables in official uniforms. Turning their heads frequently, they looked out at the scene soaked red with blood. Hopefully, someone will immediately go to report to the yamen and hasten to appoint a master to capture the thief. This master, where are we? Where are we going? The bravely courageous constable inquired in a deliberately condescending manner. And looking at the towering buildings that had surfaced in front of him and the Wei family estate that covered hundreds of acres of land, Shan didn't hide his words as he spoke. It's just up ahead. Ha! Upon hearing this at first glance, the constable and the others subconsciously tilted their heads, and when they saw the familiar building, they set off-handedly in horror. Front? In front is the Wei family village. Hearing this, Shan replied with an obliterating smile. Yes, it's the Wei village. These dozen coffins are my congratulatory gift to Elder Wei. Sizzle. When they heard Shan say these words in an extremely calm tone, each of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Jiazwang clansman of Wei Zhongxian, the factory boss of the East Factory. That is the right arm of Governor Chao, and someone who is deeply appreciated by the Empress Dowager. In Taiping, it is even more so that the principal is 9,000 years old. You're delivering coffins for Master Wei's birthday? And, still, a dozen bites. What's this about? Death wish? Or maybe seeking revenge? Just now also coveted the yamen. Can send people to capture the thief of them? This moment completely dispelled this idea. The Wei family's home was also known to be full of experts. Whether he was seeking death or seeking revenge, it was not something that they, as people, could shake. Jiazwang front. Whether it is beggars, or displaced persons, or poor peasants, all of them, kneeling in front of the main gate of Wei's house, pulling their voices to congratulate Master Wei, blessed as the East Sea, longevity than South Mountain. The louder the shouts and the more pious the stoner, the more rice porridge and steamed buns distributed. This also made the scene burst out a mountainous sound of birthday wishes. Not only them, but some poor scholars, Xiu Kai and Jiu Rin from all over the countryside, rushed over. He was about to compose a poem for Master Wei on the spot. At Pacific, there is a consensus among all readers. If he could gain the appreciation of Wei's family, it would only be a matter of time before the gold list would be realized. Because of this, each flattered the Wei family's ass. Well, reward. The wealthy Wei family is also quite generous today in order to draw a good fortune. And such a purposely created pilgrimage of 10,000 people was instantly shattered along with the appearance of a team of carriages pulling a coffin. Wei, third Master Wei, up ahead, there's a team pulling a coffin wagon that's coming our way. Wei Loyalty, the third oldest member of the Wei family who was in charge of these matters outside the door, followed his subordinate's guidance and rose to look out. Bang! He, who had shattered the square table in front of him with a palm, burst into a rage and said, "Who dares to pull a coffin and pass through the door of the Wei family's house? Never died? Third Master, the one who drove the car seems to still be a constable from the government office. Heaven forbid. Escorts, go with me and cut them down." Yes. Wow. After saying that, Wei Zhongzhong, who was holding a 9-ringed greatsword, led his troops to gallop towards Shan and his party. Yes, third Master Wei. It is said that last year, he broke through the sovereign realm. Master, although he was far away, Wei Zhong's signature 9-ringed greatsword had already made the constable recognize him. Shan, who heard these words, slightly raised his eyes and glanced at the other party, then spoke. "I didn't tell you guys to stop, so I just kept pulling. Said not to let you die. Hades, it's all up to me." When Shan finished his domineering words, Wei Zhongxiong had already arrived with his troops. Hiya! Snap! The scene of a dozen or so escorts, galloping their horses, at first glance, was oppressive. Dogs! The old master's big birthday. How dare you bring a coffin through this place? Dang it! Wei Zhongzhong, who was holding a 9-ringed greatsword, roared with a loud voice. In this instant, the people outside the entire Wei family home all focused their eyes on this side, and Shan, who heard this, revealed a contemptuous and belittling smile. After all that was said, it was those last two words that spoke to my heart. When dies me so. As the words fell out of his mouth, Shan's saber came out of its sheath. In an instant, a raging and surging blade strength cut through the sky, more than 10 meters apart, and directly chopped at Wei Zhongzhong, who was steering his horse. Zira. In the next second, the already unbeatable Master Wei San in the hearts of the crowd, along with his horse, split in two from right in the center. Put. The moment the blood spray filled the air, the horse and the human body fell to the ground left and right. The scene, instantly, erupted into screams of horror. Chapter 140, Kill only Wei dogs. Those who stand in my way will die. The blood splattered in all directions, like splashing ink, stained the side of the accompanying guard's face. Phew! The frightened warhorses under their seats had their front hooves raised and stalled. so much so, that the guards, individually, tumbled to the ground. The moment they happened to chance upon the half-body of their own master Wei-san, they howled out in shock again and dodged away. In a flash, the guards who had just been shouting and fighting were now wailing and terrified to the point of being at a loss for words. On the contrary, Shan, who had returned his sword to its sheath, remained calm and relaxed, without turning his head. His voice was low as he spoke to the several constables. Continue on your way. Send it to the front, and you can roll. Gulp. The constables who were originally jaw-dropped and stunned were all deep swallowing after hearing this. Returning to his senses, he replied with a sobbing voice, yes, yes, snap. The convoy continued to follow Shan on the road together. During this time, the only sounds were the hoof-beats of the horses and the turning of the wagon wheels. All other murmurs seemed to disappear instantly, but the thousands of people at the scene were all staring at them, at the mysterious man at the head. The moment they passed by the place of the crime, the bloody scene made the sheriffs not dare to look straight. Who would have thought that Master Wei-san, who had a fierce reputation in Taiping, would end his sinful life in such a way? The stunned members of the escort each held their breath and kept quiet. It wasn't until Shan swept past them that these people had the chance to admire his magnificent figure. No one is thinking of, at this point in time, lifting a knife to take revenge. What a joke! Dozens of meters apart, a knife cut down the master of the realm of the Zhongsher. A bigot like that could crash them 10 miles away with a fart. Revenge? Doesn't it smell good to be alive? Built on the stage in the main courtyard of the Jiazwang family, the playwright sold out and performed with great enthusiasm. Elder Wei on the stage, dressed in a red coat rewarded by the Empress Dowager, made this old man, who is old today, look energetic. After the song finished, the old Master Wei, who laughed heartily, kept applauding at the same time, but also waved his hand and said, reward, reward. The playwright kneels to thank and answer, and the guests on the sidelines, each clasping their fists in congratulations. Snap, put, and right at this moment, a boy who was originally guarding the outside rushed over in a hurry. In the meantime, because of too much panic, immediately knocked over a mat, attracted the attention of the crowd. What's going on? After hearing the voice, Elder Wei, with a rather unpleasant face, opened his mouth. Wei Zhonghe, the second master of the Wei family who accompanied him to take a seat at the front desk, stood up with a fierce aura, disturbing the old man's pleasure. I'll break you into pieces. Hearing these words from his own second master, the boy who had risen from the ground knelt in front of them with his hands and feet tied up. With a sobbing voice, he shouted, Master, second master, big deal. Someone pulled several carts of coffins and rushed toward our Wei family home. Boom! At first glance, the whole room was in an uproar at this statement. How dare you fix the whole job at the Wei family's birthday banquet? Is it because you don't want to live long? Snap! The boy's words had just finished when Wei Zhonghe, who had rushed forward, slammed him in the face. So much so, that the words that came to the guy's lips were replaced by screams of misery. You guys still need to report on such obscure things? Let the third master. Wouldn't it be better to just go and chop that guy up? After yelling this, Wei Zhonghe hurriedly calmed his own old man, but he didn't even finish his words. The boy who returned to his senses covered the side of his face and said, the second master. The other side is coming from a bad place. Third master was all but decapitated by that wildly disobedient man. Give. Wow. When the crowd heard this, they were all stupefied with jaws agape. Even Elder Wei, his eyes widened as he said, what did you say? Oldest, decapitated? I, split in two and splattered the scene with blood. Wow, it hurts like hell. Elder Wei, who was covering his chest, hissed hysterically, cut the murderer alive for me. Yes, knowing that he has made many enemies Wei Zhongxian, in the home to raise a large number of offerings. There were as many as 3 people who possessed the power of the heavenly elephant alone, and the grand donor, red-haired ghost Lu Tang, had already refined the pure elemental true qi, plus, a number of masters of the sovereign realm. With a configuration like that, you could start a sect. Because of this, looking at the whole of Taiping and even Daming, who dares to come to the Wei family estate so openly and honestly to cause trouble? Not to mention, beheading the Wei family's oldest 3 in public. Wow, dozens of Wei Jia village's experts surged out. In the opinion of all the guests, even if Buddha came, there was no chance of survival. Right, outside the manor, the caravan pulling the black coffin had stopped. Under Su Shan's command, these few constables unloaded the coffin with fear and trembling and placed it uniformly in front of the main entrance. The crowd of onlookers, each are hiding far away, fearing that the fight will be spread to their own. Only after boasting of pulling away to a safe position did he dare to comment on Su Shan, who was dressed in black and wearing a bucket hat. Who is this kid? I'm afraid I don't know the Wei family's heritage, right? I've heard that there are more than a dozen masters at the sovereign level alone. Out. Look, you guys, there's a few others there, who just leapt up and flew out. Just as the crowd of onlookers were talking, Shan, who had signaled a few constables to get lost, turned his head and glanced at this scene as well. Dogs, how dare you, in front of the Wei family home, kill my third brother? The old man's orders are to scrape him alive. Up, yes, Miso, accompanied by Wei Zhonghe's order. Several experts of the Zhongshe realm stepped on the ground and rushed towards Shan, who was standing there, with sharp blades in their hands. And Shan, who heard all this, didn't bother to look at anyone else, and walked towards the coffin while muttering, "Death by live cuts? Nice choice, just follow the standard." Bang! Before the words left his mouth, Shan lightly stomped his right foot. In the next second, a dozen or so black coffins were actually pulled up from the ground in public. Today, we will only kill the Wei family dogs. Stand in my way. Die. Snap, snap, snap. Shan, who leapt up, kicked several times. In an instant, the airborne black coffin, like a missile installed with an automatic cruise system, directly pounced on the several Wei clan experts who rushed over. This sudden scene also caused the Wei clan's offerings, who had taken the initiative to attack, to hold their blades to meet the attack. However, the moment they came into contact with these black coffins that had dark energy attached to them, the surging true energy instantly shattered all of their true energy. Put! The overwhelmed Wei clan's experts were spitting blood and falling down one by one in full view of everyone. Bam! When he landed hard, he raised a cloud of dust and smoke. What was even more terrifying was that the black coffin that struck them did not change direction as a result. Flushed towards, the Wei family's main courtyard flew away. Chapter 141, Black Coffin Barrier, Covering the Sky. This explosive and intimidating scene really made many onlookers who were down on Shan completely shut their anuses. Scalp numbness of them, long so big, have not seen such a feast. A dozen or so coffins, rising up into the air, flew towards the Wei family home. During this period, those who dared to obstruct, no matter if you were an expert of the sovereign realm, you could still be destroyed and knocked away. In their eyes, the Wei clan's confessors, who were already the ceiling of force value on earth, were now like a dead dog, lying there motionless, and the one who started it all leapt up idly. After hitching a ride on the last train of the flying coffins, they rushed in together towards the main courtyard of the Wei family. Wei Zhonghe, who saw all this, had already lost the ruthlessness he had when he first rushed out. Turning on his heel, he drew up his legs and ran off into the manor. Quick, guard the old man, please Lu, Confessor Lu, step in and save my Wei family, panicked Wei Zhonghe. Just after hysterically yelling this, the guests at the scene suddenly felt that the midday sun was covered by a dark shadow. Subconsciously raising their heads, they saw a scene that they would never forget. The black coffin barricades the eyes and covers the sky. Everything in front of them made the guests, like birds of prey, run away screaming. The Wei family members, on the other hand, tried their best to protect their own old man who had difficulty with his legs and feet. Harpies, don't be wild. It was also at this moment that a red-haired man stepped into the air. Seeing his appearance, the Wei family's old man's heart, which was in his throat, was finally put back in his stomach. Confessor Lu, don't let this son go. Kill him on the spot. Life is 70 years old, with a mortal body and living to this age. Elder Wei had wanted to have a good time, but who would have thought that it would be completely messed up by this thief? Today, if he is not killed on the spot, where is the face of his Wei family? Watch and learn, old man. This confessor will rip his head off and give it to you as a birthday gift. Get your ass down here. Boom. As the words fell out of his mouth, the pure yuan true qi on Lu Tang's body was like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, overturning the mat in the main courtyard. As the black coffin smashed down, he charged head-on towards Shan, who was standing on the coffin. Wei Zhonghe, who saw this scene, was instantly delighted. Provider Lu's pure elemental true qi has refined quite a bit more. An unusual 4th grade sect master is no match for him. This time, this thief will die. When he finished roaring this through gritted teeth, Shan, who had stepped on the coffin and sunk down, glanced at Lu Tang, who had rushed up, with a disdainful expression on his face. Overrate yourself. Snap. As the words fell, his heel chiseled toward the black coffin. In an instant, the coffin, which was originally sinking at an even speed, violently boosted its speed and smashed towards Lu Tang, who was holding the knife. And you dare to be so arrogant? Old man, I'm telling you to get off your ass, and you're going to get off your ass if you don't. Avalanche thunder chop. Swish. As he said this, the slash that contained pure elemental true qi slashed from the bottom to the top at the rapidly falling black coffin. Zera. In an instant, the entire coffin split in two. The surging, violent blade strength did not stop because of this, but instead chopped towards Shan, who had appeared. Ha! Since you like the coffin so much, then I'll leave it to you. Miso. The words fell out of his mouth and his sword was sheathed. In this instant, Lu Tang's blade strength that had all originally slashed at Su Shan instantly vanished. In its place, there was a blade intent that made even the red-haired ghosts feel energized, beheading themselves. Mixed. True. Click. Lu Tang's last words weren't even finished. His body, in mid-air, was directly chopped and exploded. The exploding mist of blood, from top to bottom, splashed onto the faces of the Wei family members, who were watching the battle with their heads tilted up. Ah! This time, even Elder Wei hissed in horror. Bang! Rumble! It was also at this time that more than 10 black coffins, along with Su Shan, landed in the main courtyard of the Wei family home. There was a piercing, blasting sound from the smashed tables, chairs and theaters at the scene. The Wei family members who had originally expected that Lu Tang would be able to save the day, held their heads in their hands at this moment. But the next, the falling body of Lu Tang and half of the coffin slammed heavily against the door, blocking their way. Vomit! Such a bloody scene also made many female relatives immediately vomited up, sparing Master Wei, who wanted the wind and rain in Taiping. At this moment, his face paled. Snap! Su Shan, whose toes were pointing on top of the black coffin, stood holding his sword. When his cold eyes glanced at Elder Wei, who was surrounded by the crowd, he spoke softly. Jubilee is birthday. The black coffin at your feet goes well with your red clothes. Su Shan's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to creep out the entire Wei family. After he killed Lu Tang, the red-haired ghost of pure Yuan True Qi, with a single slash, they knew that the man in front of them was, in fact, a giant of martial arts. Do you know who gave me this red dress? Lin Ruoyun? Naiz. When Elder Wei wanted to shout out the word Empress Dowager, he heard the other party bluntly state her real name. You know, this is definitely treasonous behavior in daiming. But not only did he shout, but, with disdain laced in his tone. Next, are you trying to say that the eldest son, Wei Zhongxian, is the head of the East Factory? You, deliberately letting a few people go, in order to lure Factory Master Wei, to lead his troops back to Taiping. Chao Eunuch is backing him up in the capital, so it's more or less laborious for me to kill him. Leaving the capital, his life, I want it. As he said this, Su Shan slowly drew his saber. The ear-piercing sound that the blade made when it was sheathed was so strangling to the ears of Wei's family. You, don't play by the rules of the Jianghu. The trouble is not as bad as your family. You have a grudge against the Grandmaster. No, you can't take it out on us. When they saw Su Shan walking towards them step by step with a knife, some Wei family juniors hissed with a crying voice. Ha ha! Hearing this, Su Shan laughed maniacally. Zira. With that, the hand rose up and fell down, decapitating the opponent's head first. Yeah, woe to the family. Even you guys understand the rules, but Wei Zhongxian, that castrated dog, still broke them. It's not polite to come and go. Miso. Zira. Wei old man's ancient birthday banquet day. A mysterious Jianghu guest, not only slaughtered Wei family full of doors, but also the old birthday boy in public live death. Then, with a coffin, he left. Shortly after the murderer left, the Taiping Jinfu Division received the highest orders to investigate the case thoroughly. The brocade guards, who had gathered here in secret from the capital, were quickly mobilized, taking over the entire Wei family in the name of a case. That night, truckloads of account books, information and dark books were quietly transported to the capital. The next day, late at night, ordered to guard the mausoleum, without permission may not leave the capital of Wei Zhongxian, suddenly learned of this news. Enraged, he immediately led his troops back to Taiping. Rumble. This night, thunder and sudden rain invaded. This night, Wei Zhongxian, who had been rushing all night, sped on the official road. It was also this night that Su Shan, dressed in black, appeared in the capital on the necessary route to Taiping. Chapter 142 Family Reunion. Surprised? Snap. The galloping war horses broke the tranquility of the official road at night. Changing horses without changing people. Wei Zhongxian has led the department to catch up with the road for nearly 10 hours, but even then, with reddened eyes, he continued to brave the rain. As a castrato, he valued the prosperity of his family more than his own life. But now what? It was actually slaughtered with a full family. What alarmed him even more was that the local Jinfu division had crossed over to the Yamen and intervened directly in the case at the first opportunity after the incident. Just leave with the news you get. They've completely sealed off the scene of the crime, which is the Wei family home. Others do not know. These years they Wei family for the Empress Dowager adore, secretly hollowing out national resources. Bullying earned how much silver, but he Wei Zhongxian clear off. Vaguely, he had caught the scent of intrigue. But look at the whole Jinfu division. There are only a few dozens of people who have the strength to be able to kill all of the Wei family's envoys with their own strength. And these are the people who have either not left the capital or are based in various places. Who the hell is it? The reason for this non-stop hoofing it to Taiping is to find out who the murderer is, and secondly, to stop the intervention of the brocade guards must be stopped. Hiya! Thinking of this, Wei Zhongxian's eyes were full of gloom as he once again spurred the horses under his seat. Now he could not wait to fly back to Taiping. Miso, but just around a corner, a pitch-black coffin, interspersed with dark energy, came directly towards them. There's an ambush, abandoned horse, swish. Wei Zhongxian, who keenly captured all of this, was unable to strangle the war horse, and directly retreated in the air with the horse and man separated. Not only him, but the crowd of factory guards accompanying him, followed suit. Bang! Nay! Under the effect of inertia, the war horse, which was unable to stop in a hurry, collided heavily with the coffin that suddenly flew in. In the next second, Wei Zhongxian's mount from before instantly exploded. Not only that, the black coffin did not stop its impact. With a destructive force, it swept across several masterless horses. The horses, unable to dodge, were in pieces. The broken limbs and arms, moreover, were heavily smashed towards the surrounding. Scarlet blood colored the official road, but again, with the rain, it converges within the depression. This hideous, bloody scene, but also makes the block in the crowd of factory guards before Wei Zhongxian, all for a moment. Who dare to obstruct this factory official? Get out! Bang! Words fall tone. Meet the black coffin that did not stop the slightest intention. Wei Zhongxian immediately swaggered a foot. Boom! The two streams of chi energy were facing each other in the air, which also made the overburdened coffin explode immediately. A moment in time, the dozen or so heads contained in this were scattered to the ground with it. At the sight of this familiar face, Wei Zhongxian, who was murderous in the last second, instantly collapsed emotionally in this second. Gramps, second brother, third brother. Whoa, it hurts like hell. Wei Zhongxian, who was kneeling on the ground, roared hysterically after holding the heads of these close relatives. Accompanied by the 8 tigers of the East factory of the remaining 2 of the Qiuju and Zhangyong, is holding a sword to protect in front of their own factory officials. The face hissed, "Who? You roll out. We will break you into pieces." Snap. The not-so-piercing sound of footsteps then resounded in front of the crowd of factory guards. Around the corner, a tall black shadow with a bucket hat surfaced in front of them. Wei factory official, rushed home for mourning. I'm afraid you can't wait to bring all the heads so your family can be reunited. And for you, to see them one last time. Just tell me if I am benevolent or not. Does high and low have to get me high? Swish. After hearing this, the short-tempered Qiuju directly rushed forward with a knife. Let's first slaughter you, dog. Go to hell. Qiuju, who leapt several meters in one step, instantly slashed at the black shadow with his sword in both hands. Whoosh. In the field of vision of the factory guards, the black shadow seems to disappear for several breaths in general, and the shadow of their own master Qiuju interlaced. When he reappeared, he idly continued to tread the watery ground, step by step, toward them. The difference was that the saber, hanging at his waist, was drawn a third of the way. Miso. The moment the knife returned to its sheath, the blood that remained on the blade spilled over the edge of the tightly sealed sheath, and behind him, Qiuju, who was still in a chopping position, stared with wide eyes and lowered his head in disbelief. Snap. The moment the saber fell to the ground, he even subconsciously went to cover his neck, but before he could finish his movements, the tiny slash at his neck instantly exploded. Put. First, he dropped to both knees, followed by an ungainly sprawl into a puddle, his body constantly spasming. The last moments of his life, he watched as the rain, as far as the eye could see, was dyed red with his own blood. Qiuju, master. Everything that happened between this wind and lightning, so that Wei Zhongxian and the crowd of factory guards mourn, and the strength of this black shadow in front of them, have a more intuitive understanding. Qiuju, who had just realized the power of the celestial image, was killed by the direct decapitation of his saber with his saber intent before he had drawn his saber. What is his strength? The Jiangning Imperial Villa, the 3 ambassadors of the 5 poison sect round, plus a Jing Wuling who was the first swordsman of the Jinling, all failed to leave me behind. Factory Master Wei, you don't really think that relying on these shrimp soldiers and crab generals can avenge you, do you? At first hearing this, the pupils of Wei Zhongxian and Zhang Yong and the others, whose pupils were constantly dilated, their bodies were instantly stunned. They naturally knew who that killing spree a few days ago was aimed at. You're, boom, wow. Electricity flashed and thundered as the dark figure said this. A flash of electricity reflected above his handsome, cold and fierce face, as the hands of Wei Zhongxian and a number of other people, sent to the mausoleum of the people, the East Factory manpower a portrait of him. It was no exaggeration to say that they would recognize this guy even if he turned into ashes. Su, Mountain. But when they actually shouted each other's names, there was a completely unreal sense of immediacy. Under the siege of so many masters, he can survive and recuperate in bed. In the eyes of the East Chamber crowd, it is already a remarkable thing, But now, not only was he standing in front of them unharmed, he had even arrived in Taiping and slaughtered the Wei family 3 days ago. If Wei Zhongxian was only suspicious before, now he is incredibly certain that behind all this, there is more of a kettle of fish against the Empress Dowager and even the Lin family. Thinking of this, Wei Zhongxian's first thought is that the other side, the interception, must have done a foolproof plan. There are still Jinyui around? Or maybe the austerities of the divine mechanism pivot? No need to look around. I am the only one who will stop and kill you tonight. It is my honor to tell you that you have been surrounded by my own. Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian burst into a rage. Su Shan, who gave you the nerve to say such arrogant words? The knife in my hand. Zira. Chapter 143, Bringing a Sword on a Rainy Night, Decimating the World. Su Shan backhand pulling the knife sound, although far less than the sound of raindrops hitting the ground piercing, but fell in Wei Zhongxian and other people's ears. But this is so strangling. In particular, the dark energy had awakened the lightning pattern on the blade, also making the Zhang blade, in this pitch-black scene, scarlet and eye-catching. Zip! The raindrops fell on top of the blade and instantly evaporated into water vapor. The moment Ryder's blade came out, even the rain curtains that fell from the sky seemed to avoid it. Scornful of the knife's intent, terrified of the rainy night's knife wielder, and Wei Zhongxian, who took it all in, instantly evolved from his initial grimace and grief to panic. Unbelievable gaze, staring closely at the texture of the blade, then lost his temper and blurted out, "Thunder! Thunder pattern? This sword, by the thunderbolt through the sword body? Wow!" After Wei Zhongxian finished saying this, all the factory guards, without fail, stared at the blade in Su Shan's hand. The Battle of Huanzhuang, the most talked about inside and outside the capital, is not the killing game against anyone, much less 2 8th-grade sect masters who had attracted the heavenly punishment Thunder Tribulation. Rather, there is someone, armed with a sword, who opens up the sky, cutting down thunderbolts, slaying heavenly punishments, and going against the heavens. To this day, the identity of this man is a mystery. There was much speculation as to who was underwriting Su Shan. As far as they were concerned in the East Chamber, the biggest speculation was that there was a certain bitter cultivator in the divine mechanism pivot. In short, they thought of many possibilities, but only Su Shan was excluded. One must know that he hadn't even reached the Zhongshe realm when he knifed the 7 monsters of Jiangnan and Yuhang. Even if one was more gifted and had the assistance of a heavenly master, it would be impossible for them all to be able to cut through the Thunder Tribulation in just half a month. Reality, slapped them hard. Snap! Facing Su Shan's stride, Wei Zhongxian, who raised his arms, signaled his men to step back. At this moment, a bizarre scene appeared on this official road with heavy rain. Su Shan, who was alone with a sword, took every step, but forced more than a dozen people on the opposite side of the room to take a few steps back. The 3 ambassadors of the round. Did you kill them? Jing Wuling, did you do the beheading? The one who beheads the thunderbolt, slaughters the heavenly punishment, and acts against the heavens, is you, Su Shan? During this time, Wei Zhongxian pursued the question word by word. Su Shan, who knew what the other party was scheming, smiled and said, "What doesn't kill me will eventually make me stronger." Already from his words, get their own want to answer. Wei Zhongxian did not twist the head of the immediate orders. You split up and return to the capital. Stop him by the Lord. Remember, this must be reported to the governor at the first opportunity. Tell him, this son cannot be kept, or else he will become a scourge. Miso, put. The words fell tone. Several silver needles, by Wei Zhongxian respectively stabbed into their own multiple acupuncture points. Stabbing point, this is the last killer weapon of their East Chamber to fight to the death. Wei Zhongxian knew that facing Su Shan, a man who had decimated the thunderbolt and slayed the heavenly punishment, he would die a 9 deaths, but even if he dies, he must let his own governor and the Empress Dowager know the truth. Factory master, we swear to follow to the death. Get out, this is our last order. Wei Zhongxian, whose eyes were red and even covered with blood, roared hysterically. Boom! In an instant, he, who was originally comparable to a 5th grade, leapt up to a 6th grade. The true chi attached to his body also had pure Yuan true chi that evolved into a mixed element. And Su Shan, who took it all in, smiled and replied, a touching scene. They all want to accompany you to your death. There wouldn't be any need to go any further, would there? Wow! As Su Shan's words fell, 9 channels of scarlet true energy on his body, illuminated by the mixed true chi, caught his eyes and wrapped around his body. Just the pressure it exerted had already made Wei Zhongxian and the others feel untouchable. Go! Miso! Wei Zhongxian, who had finished hissing this, drew his sword and charged towards Su Shan, and Zhang Yong and the others who had followed him for so many years turned away with tears in their eyes, returned to the capital in multiple directions. Yes, also in the factory guards, accompanied by Zhang Yong in all directions to escape at the time. The first to strike Wei Zhongxian has already split to Su Shan. This male would like to see what strength you, who is traveling against the heavens, actually have. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled. The smile was contemptuous. You know nothing of the difference between us. The sword divides yin and yang. Me so, bang. Accompanied by Su Shan's writing and waving of the sword, the majestic and exposed sword strength directly chopped at Wei Zhongxian, who was chopping down with all his strength. The moment the two blade forces collided, the blade in Wei Zhongxian's hand instantly shattered. The powerful blade intent did not stop because of this. In the next second, it chopped the true chi on his body, and even more so, sliced off his sword-wielding arm. During this time, the powerful air current, but also the once unbeatable Wei Zhongxian, rushed out. Zhang Yang and the others, who hadn't even run 10 meters, subconsciously turned their heads. Then they saw a scene that made them horrified by it, only to see the right arm of his own factory owner, completely dismembered in mid-air. Bam! The moment it hit the ground heavily, on the rainy road, it left a blood-red track. It wasn't until it hit a nearby shrub that it tumbled to a halt with a thud. The factory manager, Zhang Yang, whose footsteps quickly came to a halt, hissed as his veins flared outward. But just as his words fell into his voice, Su Shan, who was originally tens of meters away from him, bizarrely surfaced behind him. You might as well care more about yourself. Zira. A knife without delay ended the last of the 8 tigers of the East Chamber. Gulp. The factory guards who saw this, after taking a deep swallow, shouted, "Run!" Whoosh. It was also at the time when they were running away again that more than a dozen flying daggers hidden within Su Shan's cloak, interspersed with the 6-chakra divine sword, stabbed in different directions. Put. Dozens of meters apart, locked by a master of mixed true chi. No matter how fast your factory guards run, it's still an exercise in futility. Wei Zhongxian, who had only one breath left, vaguely heard his cub, the screams of death in response to the sound. With unwillingness and despair written all over his eyes, he tried to brace himself, only to be stepped back into the puddle by Su Shan's cloud-piercing boots. The hot blade, set at his neck. Su Shan, who was holding the knife, murmured as he exerted his strength, "You Wei family members, you've been reunited." Zira. Wei Zhongxian's dead head rolled down the steep slope. It didn't stop until it touched his own old man's head. The originally noisy official road once again returned to calmness, along with Su Shan's turning away as he collected his sword. At the scene, only a dozen corpses were left as well as several heads. Early in the morning, a dark car passing through the area discovered the bloody scene. After seeing the dead people, all dressed in factory uniforms, they quickly ordered the nearest to report to the police. Layers of reports, until the governor of Taiping personally determined that the people who died is the East Factory and its subordinates. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, he immediately ordered to go to Beijing to report. And the originator of all this, Su Shan, was already in Luhua, the northern gate of Jinling. "My lord, it's all ready." Li Yuanfeng, who was also dressed in night clothes, clasped his fists and said to Su Shan, who was looking at the distance and had a bird's eye view of the 6th heaven, "Do it. Tonight, I want no one above the middle level of the money gang. Not 1 out of 10. Yes." Chapter 144, All Ruthless, No One Left Behind. Wow. After giving this order, Su Shan took the portrait of Shangguan Jinhong in his hand and crumpled it into a ball. It was reduced to powder in an instant after the mellowing of the force. Dragon Phoenix Ring, second on the weapon spectrum? Shangguan Jinhong, today I will embed it in your head and hang it on the door of your money gang. Su Shan, who had loosened his hands after saying that, let the powder drift away with the wind, and his gaze was directed to the busiest street in Liuha. Tonight's kill, no cap, no questions asked, no mercy. This, then, is what happens when you dare to draw your sword against the Inspector General. The Yongsheng dental firm was swept away, although the money gang's reputation was damaged, but not long after the incident. The organizer Inspector Department thousand Su Shan's attack, and even the life and death of the unknown. On the contrary, the money gang was pushed to a new height. Even the Prince of Heaven's personal soldiers, His Majesty's Imperial Martial Cavalry lieutenants, after offending the money gang, ended up in such a state. Who else would dare to die? Of course, behind all this is the deliberate propaganda of the money gang. After all, in half a month's time, the Book Mountain Marshalsea would be opened in Liuha. This kind of colorful and formidable performance can only suppress the Jianghu sects that flock to this place from all directions. Bao Yulu, the biggest hooker place under the name of Money Gang, an all-in-one mecca for eating, drinking and enjoying. The Master Flower Wushu, who was always stationed here, was the head of one of the 4 halls of the Money Gang, the whole day a scholar dress, but forcing good for prostitution, bullying men and women things, really did not do less. Master Hua, All the girls in the building today were brought back to their rooms by a group of jungle visitors. Rarely has business been as good as tonight since the dental office was smashed. When the pimp of the treasure moon tower, smiling like a flower, finished saying this to Hua Wushu, he, who was fiddling with his folding fan, said with a smile, "It's still the master of the gang who has the means. Just by secretly publicizing the attack on that dog Shan, we have revitalized the prestige of the money gang. Dare to offend our money gang? So what if the son of heaven's own soldiers? They still have to die. Yes, yes, bam." It was also while the two were saying this that a cacophony of noises rang out from within the treasure moon building. Master, why don't you pay? White, whoring, pay? Why don't you guys ask around? When did I ever pay for a hooker in Ming? Get lost, believe me or not, I'll split you on the spot. Come on, somebody, there's a white, whoremonger, catch him, crackle, bam. In a flash, the entire treasure moon building resounded with an ear-piercing sound of fighting. Hua Wushu, who immediately came out at the sound of the voice, held onto the second floor fence with one hand. After seeing the disciples of the money gang, many of whom were hung with colors and bleeding, they became furious and said, "Things that don't know how to die, dare to come to Treasure Moon House to cause trouble? Kill!" Whoosh! The words fell out of his mouth as he leapt straight over the fence and swooped down to the scene of the fight. This scene, in the eyes of all the money gang disciples, was that much of a morale booster? Hall Master Hua, personally, you dogs, just wait to die. Miso, Zira. However, the next, a cold light, from the side, slashed at Hua Wushu, who was about to land on the ground. In an instant, the entire head, which was sliced off sideways from the shoulders of the flower hall master, was split in two and smashed on the ground the moment it hit the ground. The blood, still warm, instantly sprayed over the crowd. Ah! This sudden scene caused the onlookers and the money gang disciples to scream repeatedly. Immediately afterward, there was an eerie silence. At this moment, all of their gazes glanced at the person who had made the sword. Tay mother didn't we say we'd strike after half an hour? Who has half an incense burner in a sketchy way? Old man, no experience at all. Hearing these words, one of the people who had made the first disturbance, doubly shy, came up next to the man with the sword, softly attaching his ear. He said, "Lord Wang, I've been holding it in for too long." "I didn't hold it in." Q. After this tirade, Wang Chinian, who was holding a bloodied blade, ferociously scanned the scene and said, "Then what are you still waiting for? All money gang disciples, kill them all." "Yes, Miso, Zira." The disheveled Wang Chinian, after giving this order, hurriedly girded himself. "His Excellency is sympathetic to our subordinates and has ordered you to white whore before you do it. You guys are having fun. Lousy's ice and fire. Two heavens, only playing to half." Hearing Wang Chinian's broken chatter, the 100 households on the side cautiously inquired, "My lord, just played to I saw, just played to, she called me old man, put." When it had finished saying this, someone couldn't strain a laugh. Snap. Wang Chinian, who swept his head to give this guy a bit, said in a cold voice, "You still have the face to laugh? Block the door. Kill. Not a single one." Wang Chinian, who was full of evil fire and had nowhere to squander it, changed his usual mildness and lifted his sword to directly cut over. There are no exceptions. Inside the Yongsheng gambling house, on the biggest table, a group of people, standing behind Deng Ziyue, kept yelling, "Big, big, big," but along with the dealer, lifted the cover in, said with a big smile, 1, 2, 4, small, understood. After saying that, he directly scratched away Deng Ziyue's silver tails that had been heavily wagered. "This gentleman, shall we continue?" Hearing this, Deng Ziyue ripped his voice out. "Continue, where's the capital?" From within the gambling house, "Get me another 100 taels." When Deng Ziyue finished roaring these words as if he were a gambler, Zhuang He, who was standing opposite him, said with his hands around his chest, "This master, you have already used 300 taels from the gambling house. Take it again. What are you paying it back with? Heads. Lose this one again, and I'll pay it back with my head." Deng Ziyue, whose eyes were bursting red, shouted with a fierce face, "Ha, ha ha." Hearing this, the leader, Zhuang He, laughed out loud. Afterward, his body pressed down on the countertop and questioned word for word, "Your head, it's not worth a few 100 taels." When he finished saying this, Deng Ziyue, who had also stood up, glared at the other party and said, "Then use your head." Looking for trouble, are you? Know where this is? Yongsheng Gambling House is an industry under the banner of the money gang. You, Miso, not even waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Deng Ziyue, who drew his sword in a smooth manner, instantly cut off Zhuang He's head. "Ah, The scene in front of them also caused many onlookers to let out ear-piercing screams in unison. Put. After Zhuang Yi's head landed on the table, it was skewered on top of the big one by Deng Ziyue with a bloodied machete. Spattering a lot of blood on his face, he hissed with a grimace, "I'm still betting big on this round. If you have the balls, you'll open the 7th disc small for me." Chapter 145, Brocade Fury. All stormed out, accompanied by Deng Ziyue's roar. The scene was instantly silent. The disciples of the Money Gang, who originally accompanied Zhuang Yi and stood in front of the gambling table, first looked at each other in dismay, then hissed, "Dare to run to Yongsheng gambling house to kill someone? You, Miso, Zira." Not even waiting for them to finish their harsh words, the brocade guards hiding among the gamblers directly drew their swords and slaughtered a few people. Until this moment, the gamblers who had just been spectating instantly realized that the other party was not coming from a good place. Run, run, bam! But without waiting for them to run out of the gambling house, Master Ding San, the head of the hall, who rushed out from inside the elegant room on the 2nd floor, ordered his men to close the door tightly. "Don't spare a single one. I'd like to see what you guys are capable of. Daring to come to look to smash the Money Gang." Bang! The other party's words had just finished, when Deng Ziyue, who had immediately stepped on the gambling table, pulled up the blade that had stabbed on the table, and rushed to the 2nd floor with a leap. "I'm such a grump. I'll see if it's your mouth that's tough or my knife that's sharp." Miso, Zira. Deng Ziyue, who has just been promoted to 100 households, is also a member of the Department of Supervision and Inspection, and is one of the few people whose strength far exceeds that of the position. Border Rome Vice General Origin, originally had the strength of the peak of the innate 9th grade. These years although wasted some, but the ability to kill, never fell. Coupled with Su Shan's generosity, he gave all the rewarded pills and techniques to the brothers below. This made it so that the present-day Tang Ziyue was also at the half-step Zhongshe realm. Therefore, when facing Ding San, who was only an innate 9th grade, it was definitely a chase and cut. Put. Dozens of breaths later, Ding San, who had been stabbed several times by Deng Ziyue, was paralyzed in death at the base of the wall. Bah! The blood is all dirty. The violent output of Deng Ziyue splattered himself with blood. Damn! I've made a deal with the Lord to have a gambling night. You don't get credit anymore? Keep you for what? Deng Ziyu, who had turned around, had a broken mouth. After going out and seeing that there were still disciples of the Money Gang resisting, he raised his sword and rushed over. Bao Yulu, Yongsheng gambling house and many other venues were swept away, which also made the busiest street in Luhai into a mess. Since the rain and wind double meteor, Xiang Song was killed. Emotionless swordsman, Jing Wu life no news. Now it is by the Vidra Iron Crutch, Zhuge Xiong, a person in charge of the whole gang affairs, managed the whole gang affairs. This also made it so that he could be called one man under 10,000 men in the 6th harmony. As usual, staying inside the gang's headquarters, he was drinking a little wine and hugging the flower girl. But not far from here in the 6th Avenue, the sudden noise also makes him subconsciously wake up. A few points said, "What happened outside?" Xiong, Master Xiong. No, it's not good. There are several groups of people who, as if they had discussed this, ran directly to the Pamoon house, gambling houses and other venues, white, not to mention whoring, but also out of the knife to cut people. For hall masters, now 3 dead. There's another one, completely lost. Bang, asshole. Who has eaten the bear heart and leopard guts to run to Liuha to smash the Money Gang's field? The furious Zhuge Xiong slapped the stone table in front of him. After yelling this, holding an iron crutch, he gathered the many experts of the Money Gang and hurried out the door, urgently mounting his horse. The fierce-faced Zhuge Xiong furiously barked, "When we arrive at the place later, kill everyone on sight. When things go wrong, the gang takes it all." Yes, hiya, snap, more than a dozen steeds, the first to gallop to the end of the 6th Avenue. Whoosh, bang, bang. At this moment, the 6th Avenue was filled with flares from the Money Gang disciples asking for help. Zhuge Xiong, who saw this, was as anxious as hell. Even the horsewhip in his hand, when it fell down, it was aggravated a few times. "Sons of Es, this time I will kill you all by 1,000 cuts." Swish, nay. But just as they steered their horses forward, the tripwire that rose up from the ground directly cut off the front hooves of the horses that were running rapidly. So much so, that the front hooves of the warhorse landed on the ground, and several people on the seat immediately rolled down to the ground. As for Zhuge Xiong and the others who had superior strength, after the incident, the first time Cui Jin vacated the air and retreated. Snap! The moment they landed on the ground, they saw several black shadows emerge, moving swiftly and decisively to kill the disciples who failed to dodge. Wow! Not only that, but there were also several more black-robed men armed with blades at the fork they had sailed through earlier. It was clear that this was an elaborate killing spree aimed at them. Snap! Zhuge Xiong, who was holding a crutch, looked left and right, and then hissed in a calm manner, "Who are you? You're targeting my money gang like this. Do you know the consequences of laying your hands on the money gang?" Previously, Shan, the martial cavalry lieutenant, who was given high hopes by the Jinfu division, was the best illustration of this. Ergo, think carefully. When he finished saying this, Li Yuanfang's cold and stern accent resounded through the entire room at first. "Cut them alive." Yes, swish, along with his order, the brocade guards under his command, armed with swords, arrived. Miso, Zira, Ao. In just a few glances, the senior members of the money gang, led by Zhuge Xiong, were reduced to living targets for these people. Li Yuanfang, who personally tortured Zhuge Xiong, was quick and ruthless with his sword, watching, his meat strips flying all over the sky. Zhuge Xiong, experiencing the blackest and darkest moment of his life. 100 stabs later, the bodiless Zhuge Xiong collapsed in a pool of blood in response, pain that made his body spasm and twitch, feeling the neck, the coldness of the blade. Using all his strength, he gulped down blood while murmuring, Shangguan Gangmaster, will definitely take revenge for us." Hearing this, Li Yuanfang looked down at the other party with a contemptuous gaze and said, "My lord, will not let him see the sun tomorrow." "Da, lord, you guys are." The Inspector General's office, the Jinui, Zira. As the words fell out of his mouth, Li Yuanfang instantly chopped off his opponent's head. "Proceed as planned. The money gang's ledgers and secret books, bring them all back." Yes, the money manor that Shangguan Jinhong stayed at was not in the most prosperous part of Liuhe. This night, when he should have slept, he realized, after hearing the crackling sound of a signal flare for help at the 6th Avenue, the seriousness of the matter. Immediately, with his personal 4 ghosts, out of the mountain villa, he steered his horse towards the 6th Avenue. Whoosh! But as it was about to arrive, a flag with its pole, interspersed with dark energy, stabbed into the stone path in front of them. Nay, frightened horses with upturned front hooves. After hyping up the energy, Shangguan Jinhong, which barely managed to calm it down, after returning to his senses, he looked at the flag that was fluttering in the wind and then opened his mouth with a cold and stern gaze. "Flying fish flag?" Just as Shangguan Jinhong finished his words, a figure, holding a sword, appeared in front of them. You're Su Shan? Chapter 146, A Highly Lonely Hand, Seeking Defeat Alone. Shangguan Gangmaster, you seem shocked at my appearance? You don't really think that the battle of the Jiangning Imperial Villa will be so haphazard, do you? This matter of Jing Wuling striking out, your money gang will have to pay back with the lives of the entire gang. As he walked towards Shangguan Jinhong, Su Shan said word for word. Gulp. Rather than the other party really and truly walking towards himself, Shangguan Jinhong still had an illusion of disbelief. He knew better than anyone how high Jing Wuling's ceiling was. Together with the round of 3 ambassadors from the 5 Poison sect, how could they let the other side retreat in one piece? Still unharmed, he ran to the 6th Harmony to target the money gang. At this moment, the first thing that came to Shangguan Jinhong's mind was that all of this was nothing more than the old Celestial Master's scheming. Just you? To be able to become the leader of the money gang, Shangguan Jinhong's strength, naturally, was not generalized. He who had already crossed the threshold of the 6th grade patriarchal realm was at first in charge of the mysteries of the mixed true qi. Unless the 4 major co-conspirators of the Jinfu division personally come to Liuhe. Otherwise, he was confident that no one in the brocade guard was his match. At the very least, he got away with it. That's why it dared to stay in place so emboldened. To kill you, I alone am sufficient. Ha ha. Shangguan Jinhong, who heard this, laughed maniacally. Su Shan, if the green dragon had not protected you, the heavenly master would have favored you. What are you for, you dog, cowering in the capital? I, Shangguan Jinhong, can't do anything about you, but you alone have the audacity to come here and show your teeth to me? Come, let me see if you're qualified enough for me to make a move myself. After saying this, Shangguan Jinhong waved his hand and said, "Spirits, demons, sprites, and devils, eat him alive." Swish. Previously, the 4 ghosts, who were as dead as a dead animal, halted their horses beside Shangguan Jinhong. After hearing their master's order, their empty eyes flashed a touch of green. Miso. In the next second, the 4 ghosts leapt up and attacked towards Su Shan without a second thought. The moment they were awakened, Su Shan sensed the death aura on the other side. Living dead, raising queer corpses? No wonder the 5 Poison sect has resurfaced in the capital. Behind this, it turns out there's the money gang at work. Based on that alone, you Shangguan Jinhong deserve to die. Boom. Also, just as the fingertips of the 4 ghosts, which were comparable to sharp blades, were about to pierce Su Shan. With him at the center, a raging and surging burst of scarlet-red chi was suddenly set off. Bang! In an instant, the bodies of the 4 brats were overwhelmed and sent flying. and the smile on the face of Shangguan Jinhong, who felt all this, instantly froze there. Mixed true chi? Swish. Before his words fell, Su Shan, who was wrapped in 9 channels of true chi, blatantly appeared in front of the two brats. Squeak. At the same time of hardening their skulls, it was a natural force that instantly pinched and exploded. Asshole. Old man underestimated you. Swish. Shangguan Jinhong, who had already realized that this little young man in front of him was by no means simple, immediately struck out directly. The divine dragon swings its tail. Bang. Boom. The dragon fall 18 palms, which possessed the 11 layers of the dragon elephant prajna kung fu enhancement, hardened and blasted Shangguan Jinhong out of the air. Bam. The moment he landed heavily on the ground, the Shangguan gangmaster, whose hands were numb, had both arms trembling. Buzz. The dragon phoenix ring that was hidden above his fists had even left Su Shan's palm print. Everything that happened made this old Yin who had reigned over the Jianghu for so many years, felt unbelievable. He had just offered up the dragon phoenix ring when they were clashing palms, striving for this strike to cause Su Shan to suffer a dark loss. At least, one could get a head start on the next fight. However, none of them had expected that the other party's fighting strength had been so formidable. Without the dragon and phoenix ring, which is ranked second in the list of weapons, most of the strength would have been cancelled out. Shangguan Jinhong felt that she, then, had more than just trembling arms. Squeak. It was also while he was still drowning in shock that within the dust and fog that had been lifted, Su Shan, who had a violent output, had directly crushed the skulls of the remaining two brats. They could all possess a physique and fighting strength close to that of a golden kuei. How did you become so weak and vulnerable in front of him? This should be your last battle. Not show me something real? Jing Wuling teamed up with Right Will Dharma King and forced me to draw my blade. Don't tell me you're not even capable of that. Su Shan, who gradually walked out from the dust and smoke, gave Shangguan Jinhong an extremely strong sense of oppression. From the other party's words, it wasn't hard for him to hear that the young man in front of him had indeed fought with the 3 ambassadors of the first round in Jing Wuling. And, in all likelihood, he's the better man. Thinking of this, Shangguan Jinhong's eyes widened as she said, "At the Jiangning Imperial Villa, the one who chopped the thunderbolt and slaughtered the heavenly punishment was you?" Su Shan replied with a sneer. "And what else? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This gangmaster, I'd like to see how you chopped the thunder tribulation and slaughtered the heavenly punishment." Soul sacrifice. There was no more night and day Shangguan Jinhong, who immediately crossed himself with his soul. In an instant, his strength plucked up by 1.5 realms. He vaguely touched the can of inducing heaven's punishment. Shangguan Jinhong, who waved the dragon and phoenix ring in her hand, directly rushed towards her opponent. In this instant, looking at the tumbling clouds overhead, feeling the other party's plummeting realm, Su Shan, who held the hilt of his sword with one hand, said in a cold voice, "Is this strength worthy of me drawing my sword? Me so. This blade, the name is Moving Mountain." The moment the sword came out of its sheath, the violet blade intent, mixed with the thick and majestic mixed yuan true chi, instantly slashed at the opponent. Pounds. At the time of the strong collision, the dragon and phoenix ring in Shangguan Jinhong's hand was shaken out hard, and his arms, which were gripping the double rings tightly, made the sound of breaking bones that were too much to bear. Ah! The pain that tore through her heart and lungs also caused Shangguan Jinhong to let out a miserable scream. But before he could regain his senses from this pain of broken bones, Su Shan's second blade followed. This blade, the name is Broken River. The superimposed double-layered blade intent directly chopped up Shangguan Jinhong's 3 dantians in chi. The body was like a bent bean sprout as it flew backward from the impact. Swish! Bam! Su Shan, who raised his arm, used his Zhongyang blade to receive the dragon phoenix ring, which was regarded as the second highest ranked weapon in the weapon list. During the casual play, he took a step towards Shangguan Jinhong, who was dying and embedded in the wall. "Unfortunately, with your strength, unable to see how I chopped the thunderbolt and slayed the heavenly punishment." Gulp! Shangguan Jinhong, whose eyes were horrified, struggled to say anything after hearing these words. However, the constant gushing of blood made him only break off. Bo ho. No, it won't." Without even waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Su Shan set up the Zhongyang blade with the dragon and phoenix ring hanging on it and set it at the other party's neck. "There are so many people who put harsh words in my mouth, and it's a shame none of them can do it. The master is lonely and alone." La. Chapter 147 Making an example of the lawless. Shangguan Jinhong's head. The moment Su Shanping cut it down, the dragon and phoenix double rings were embedded left and right inside his dead head, just like lifting a night pot, hanging casually in his hand. Su Shan, after seeing Li Yuanfang and the others, leading his troops, threw it to the other side in a smooth manner. "Take Shangguan Jinhong's head and hang it over the head of the money gang's general department, and marked out that it must be picked up in person by the Marquis of Northborough, or else, Kill without mercy. Yes, North Bo Ho in this killing game. What role he Su Shan know exactly. Leaving aside the fact that Ding Wuling, who had struck out, just the fact that Qinglong had led his troops out of the city to rush to their aid, and was then met with a rampant blockade from the city defense battalion, said it all. As long as I'm still alive, I'll slowly play with you guys. The turmoil at the 6th Avenue also caused the city defense battalion stationed at the city's head to arrive here as an afterthought. At the scene, apart from the corpses of the Money Gang disciples strewn about, there was only the smashed to pieces field left. Hall Master Hua, Cousin Ting, Ji, Zhuge Protector? As the bodies were being collected, Senator General Niu blanched in horror at the sight of the familiar and hideous faces. These people, they are all experts who have been reigning over the 6th Harmony and even the Great Ming for nearly a decade. And tonight, being swarmed? Bull, Senator Bull, quick, look this way? Niu Pang, who was led to the door of the Money Gang's headquarters by a lieutenant, was so frightened that he retreated after seeing the head of Shangguan Jinhong hanging at the door. The dragon and phoenix ring that had made half of the Jianghu tremble now acted as a hook. Next to the bloody scene, a single line in large, striking and grisly letters: let the northern Uncle Marquis come and get it himself. Otherwise, they will be executed. Sizzle. After someone read out the text, the soldiers and Jianghu guests who were on the sidelines all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was no longer a simple vendetta, but more likely involved a game at the top of the temple. It was no exaggeration to say that this was provoking the Northern Burial Marquis. Bull, Senator Bull, the pallbearer who was with the team just reported that the cuts on these people are, well, representative. Like what? Niu Pang, who had turned around sharply, questioned loudly. The embroidered spring sword of the brocade guard. Hearing this, Niu Pang's mind instantly conjured up Su Shan's murderous and cold face. Is that him? How dare he? Also, at the street where the Shangguan gangmaster was found, a flying fish flag stabbed into the stone slab was found. Is it really the brocade guards? Lawless? Prepare the horses. Return to the capital at once. This matter will be reported to the Marquis in person by this counselor. Yes, also in the city defense battalion of people. Hurry out of Liu Wen. Su Shan has led the department is about to arrive at the capital. My lord, my subordinate is unsure of one thing. We can totally do it without leaving any traces. But now it's the embroidery sword and the flying fish flag. In the court, I'm afraid we'll be verbally abused. Su Shan, who heard these words, twisted his head and looked at Li Yuanfeng, who was on the side, and said, verbally? Can I get a hair off you frankly old Li? Thanks to frankly old Li for the character summon. Ha, that absolutely cannot be. At that time, my subordinate is afraid that it will be difficult for your excellency. After he finished saying this, Su Shan replied, the East and West factories have been rampaging for so many years, and I haven't seen you Huatian and Wei Zhongxian having a hard time? That's it. I even gave the northern burghers some face and didn't let you guys wear flying fish suits. Remember, what the East and West factories can do, we in the inspection division can also do. What they can't do, we can still do. Yes, I'm going to let everyone in the capital know that once the brocade guards, run out of lower limits, the King of Heaven, all dare to chop, my lord, mighty. Having said that, Li Yuanfeng was still somewhat worried for his own lord. Wang Qinian, who was accompanying him, came up and said, Lord Li, as long as we are not caught in the act, our lord has 100 reasons to convict the Money Gang. Those ledgers and information brought out from their headquarters would be enough to kill them 100 times. What's more, His Excellency has left something behind. Do not worry. In addition, His Majesty has decreed that the security of the Shushan Wuhai, which will be held in Liuha this time, will be entrusted solely to our inspection division. My lord, by laying down such a cruel hand, how is it not making an example of the chicken and deterring the entire Daming Jianghu? Hearing this, Li Yuanfeng came to his senses. We are taking one step at a time. His Excellency is taking 10 steps, even 100. In the courtroom during the day, the harder the fuss over this matter, the more painful it will be for His Excellency to hit them in the face. After Wang Qinian finished saying this, Li Yuanfeng, who was unaware of the situation, said offhandedly, Your Excellency, awesome. The sudden voice made the crowd laugh. On the side of the place carving factory, printing house, how is the progress? This is something that Deng Ziyue personally supervised, isn't it? Accompanied by Su Shan's questioning, Deng Ziyue, who had quickened his horse's pace, hurriedly came over. My lord, everything is in order as you ordered before you left. What about using someone? It's got to be one of our own. It's the subordinate cyborg, Dicky himself, who was supervising. Thanks to Dicky for the roll call. If something goes wrong, our whole family is implicated. Hearing Deng Ziyue's words of conviction, Su Shan waved his hand and said, That's not so, just do your best. As he spoke, Shan could already see the magnificent walls of the capital. Ha, should be lonely in the capital without me, right? The old man is back. Hiya, today's morning court, at 3 minutes past the hour, only ended unhappily. Lin Ruopu and Marquis Beibo, who came out of the Golden Palace, had angry faces. Whether it's the tragic extermination of the Wei family home or the massacre of the 6th Money Gang, the spearheads are all pointed straight at the Jinfu division. Particularly in Luo, the knife used in the killing was the Xiuquan knife, and the flying fish flag of the Jinfu division was still present at the scene. Doesn't that amount to hard evidence? However, Zhu Yuwei, who was sitting in the Golden Palace, reversed right and wrong. She was on fire today, and her dislike for the group of ministers was also red in the face. You know, before, this was all something that the Donglin party was the best at, but now His Majesty has gone their way, leaving these people with no way out. We will never compromise on this matter. Fraudulent illness and withdrawal from the court? We will not rest until the people of the world are given an account of these two cases. Lin Ruopu, after leaving the palace gate, represented the crowd of Donglin party and took the lead to show his attitude. This time, even Lai Mingchang, the head of the upright Duzha Academy, felt that His Majesty, in this matter, was too protective of the calf. Seconded. We will follow in the footsteps of First Counselor Lin. Also in the ministers, have to state the occasion. A number of young voice, at first resounded in the ears of the civil and military officials. Extra, fresh from the town crier. Breaking news, Lin's nephew, who looted national resources, bullied and killed people in Taiping. Extra, the money gang, which has been jeopardizing the 6th harmony for nearly 10 years. Forcing good people into prostitution, bullying men and women, and plaguing the countryside, was slaughtered by mysterious people in the early hours of the morning. In terms of the account books and dark books that have flowed out, there is an inextricable link behind this with the Northern Burial Marquis. Inextricably linked. Wow. Chapter 148, Fraudulent Death and Injury. What class? At first hearing this, the entire scene was in an uproar. Lin Ruopu and Bei Boho's faces became gloomy in this instant. The civil and military officials who had just shouted seconded the motion. On the other hand, had their expressions become stiff with it? On the contrary, people such as Lai Mingcheng of the Metropolitan Police Department were immediately brightened up. You know, whether it's the dirty business on the Taiping side, or the money gangs of the 6th Harmony in cahoots with the Bei Bohofu, it's an open secret in Daming. Just because no one is talking about it doesn't mean no one knows about it. But now, it's being poked right out? In that instant, the officials sniffed. Several children wearing cloth bags and holding newspapers were seen waving and hawking. Originally, in front of the palace was the public notice board about the spring exam. There are quite a number of them gathered here. Scholars who have just finished their exams. After hearing the shouts of these powerful messages, they came forward. What is this? Newspaper. It's a vehicle for publicizing the latest news to the people in real time. Personally undertaken by Lord Su of the Department of Inspection. The newsboy, who had been briefly trained, explained as he had been told. This newspaper, how much is it? A penny. How much? A penny? Enough for the workshop carving and paper money? Lord Su said that the main focus is a popularity. Even if we lose money, we must let the common people of the capital know the truth about something, rather than being hoodwinked into it, becoming compelled by those in power. When these words came out of the mouth of a child who was no more than 6 or 7 years old, it was so unbelievable. In this instant, the Donglin party, which had previously firmly controlled the direction of public opinion in the capital, also looked at each other with sullen faces. Mr. Shan, isn't he unable to take care of himself? What is this? Take away the money from the bottom of the barrel? But what if we can't read? When a scholar asked these words, many officials also listened with their ears open. It is important to realize that in Daming, the literacy rate is never more than 5%. It is precisely for this reason that the scholarly clans, led by the Donglin party, have a firm grip on the direction of public opinion. This is something that Lord Su has also thought of. He recruited many scribes and storytellers to chant throughout the day at the major bazaar entrances and taverns in the capital. Even the underclass poor, who can't afford to buy it, can be informed of the first edition of the current events message. Boom! After hearing these words from the newsboy, Lin Ruopu and the other officials, who were originally still pretending to be calm, each with their brains buzzing, rushed over, and among them, Lai Mingchang, the oldest, has the most athletic gait, the first to rush over and then immediately pulled out a penny copper and bought a newspaper. The military generals, led by the Northern Marquis, were not so polite. That stance is no different than open robbery. Who gave you permission to demonize and sell this here? And now, in the name of the Northern Marquis, I collect them all. While saying this, several newsboys guarded the newspaper and hissed as they backed away. Lord Su said that this newspaper is issued by the Jinfu division, and without an imperial decree, no organization or individual may collect it in any name. The Inspector General's department has the final interpretation of this statement. The specially trained paperboy disliked it instantly, and Bei Boho's self-reporting made the onlookers, the scholars, instantly return to their senses. So he's the Northern Burial Marquis. Ha! No wonder he's so nervous. You see, the newspapers made it clear and obvious that he was in bed with the money gang, and that's all that's still touted by the court as a pillar of strength. Simply human. When he heard the oral attacks of the scholars, the Bei Boho, who was so angry that his 7 orifices were burning with smoke, almost didn't strike out in public. Lin Ruopu and the others, who knew they could not strike in public, forced their anger to purchase a copy. When he saw the shocking data and case on it, his heart violently thumped. There are exaggerations, but most of them are based on facts. How did all this secrecy get out in the open? Make believe and demonize. Come, men, collect all the Jinfu newspapers from the capital. Immediately order that anyone who dares to recite the newspaper again, on the grounds of spreading rumors and discrediting the ministers of the court, all be arrested. Lin Ruopu, who was attempting to quell this matter with a quick sword, had just finished hissing these words when a loud sound, from far to near, reached their ears. The Jinfu Division newspaper industry, directly under the Jinyui Inspection Department. Anyone who dares to collect or arrest someone for attacking the Son of Heaven's own soldiers may be beheaded on the spot. Yes. After hearing this voice and the resonance of the crowd, the civil and military officials and scholars present subconsciously sniffed and looked, only to see that on the Xuanwu Avenue that led straight to the Imperial Palace, a young man wearing a scarlet flying fish suit and hanging a Zhongyang sword on his waist led his department to gallop towards the side. The flying fish flag waving in the wind looked so blinding at the moment. Snap! The resonance of the horse's hooves knocked loudly on the hearts of the officials on the scene. Shan? After seeing what the other person looked like, many officials blurted out his name. After determining this, a number of people froze with their jaws on the floor. Wasn't he attacked at the Jiangning Imperial Villa, where his life and death were uncertain? Why do you look at this? Safe and sound, alive and well? The moment Shan appeared with his troops, all the doubts that had previously lingered in the minds of Bei Boho, Lin Ruopu, and the others were resolved. The murder of the Wei family and the tragedy of the Love Money Gang should all come from him. Looking at the entire Ming, only he dared to be so bold. Swish! Accompanied by Su Shan's raised hand, all the horses commanded a halt. This military appearance and column alone moved many military generals who came from the ranks. His Su Shan's rise to power was by no means accidental. Just have fun selling your paper. Su Shan, who had dismounted from his horse, said to the overly frightened children with a smile on his face. Then, he turned his head to look at Lin Ruopu and other individuals and said, in addition to His Majesty's decree, no one is going to catch you, and no one can catch you. I, Inspector General Jinfu, Martial Cavalry Captain Su Shan, promised you all personally. Yell up. Yes, my lord. Extra, extra. When these newspaper boys, with childish voices, once again newspaper headlines shouted out, Bei Boho, who was furious, nearly roared and questioned, Su Shan, you fraudulently died, fraudulently injured, and deceived the top and the bottom. Not waiting for the other party to finish yelling, Su Shan directly pointed towards the other party and said, when you fart, be careful not to spew your own. When did I swindle death and injury? What's the matter? I, the Son of Heaven's own soldier and His Majesty's personally bestowed Martial Cavalry Captain, dead or not, wounded or not, still have to give you, Marquis Bei Bo, a report? What a class you have. Just after Su Shan finished his words, Lin Ruopu yelled in a low voice, do you dare to say that the Wei family's extermination case and the tragic case of the Liuha money gang had nothing to do with you? The other party's words had just finished. The fierce-faced Su Shan directly twisted his head and said, do you dare to say that the Jiangning Imperial Villa's killings targeting me? You Lin Ruopu knew nothing about it in advance? Chapter 149, a tongue twister, taking away the wages from the bottom of the fire. In the face of Su Shan's soulful questioning, Lin Ruopu was dumbfounded for a moment. Su Shan, don't you dare confuse things here. Don't you have any idea how arrogant you have been and how many people you have offended since you joined the capital? You were attacked at the Jiangning Imperial Villa. Who knows which enemy? Lin Ruopu didn't open his mouth, but the other officials accompanying him, on the contrary, beeped first. Hearing this, Su Shan glanced at the other party in cold blood and said, Wei Zhongxian and the money gang are not arrogant? One is known as 9,000 years old in Taiping, and the other shouts locally, I, the money gang, have the last word on whether or not the hexagrams are in chaos. They've offended so many people, so who knows which of their enemies moved? You. Su Shan's counter-dislike immediately caused the other party to run out of words. Su Shan, Don't you think that your methods are too underhanded and brutal? Dozens of people in the Wei family, none of them survived. Experienced Ministry of Justice officials, to Su Shan guide nature question. It's torture, a common tactic. And after hearing this, Su Shan laughed several times. He then added, in Yuhang, I have an old mother, the widow of a martyr and a widow. Since I entered the capital, her old first was threatened, followed by assassination. I wondered what kind of piggish thing it was that could do something so underhanded and atrocious. Let me find out who it is. Must return as much as I can. Kill him, all. The family. After Su Shan finished saying all of this word for word, the official directly shouted, is this the motive for your crime of slaughtering the Wei village and the money gang? So it was the East Chamber and the money gang that threatened and assassinated my mother? It seems that this lord, he knew it long before. Then did you, this morning, shamelessly call for them above the courtroom? Me. Instead of falling into the interrogation trap, Su Shan, he disliked the other party. They seem to have said everything, but one can't find any reason to lay a guilt trip. Shameless to the core. Really wordless officials. After saying this, Su Shan coldly laughed. Do not say this about your Donlin party, although you and other clothed beasts, moral appearance. But who made you shameless? Su Shan, you, Beibo Ho. Next time, please call me Jinfu Envoy Su. Shangguan Jinhong's head is still hanging over the money gang's door. No one can collect his body if you don't go. Su Shan, said it. Damn it, the bottom line of being a human being. You guys are the first to break through. Now, one by one, you're here with me in righteous indignation. Where's your face? Arrogant to the core. Su Shan was tantamount to firing a map gun at the Tunglin party. Just about name-calling and pointing at people's heads. Lord Su, what you have stated in this Senfusi report is quite a statement. Where's the evidence? Without evidence, it can be a slander against a first-ranking minister in the court, which is just as big a crime. Hearing this, are ready to organize under the dress to enter the palace of Su Shan, turned his head to look at the person who opened his mouth. Brocade guards talk to you about the evidence. You have to give us to talk about the strength. Now we've clenched our fists and punched you in the face. Knowing it hurts, you want proof? Su Shan had just finished saying this when Li Yuanfang, who was accompanying him, added, the brocade guards run people and do things without evidence. Even if there were, you are not entitled to know. Against the world, we will enter the palace now, and we will definitely admonish His Majesty and punish you for great disrespect. Hearing this, Su Shan came energized and waved his hand. Go with me. The Inspector General's department, in the last few days, has just collected a number of account books, information and dark books from Taiping and Liuhe, just about to present it to His Majesty. At that time, I, the Inspector General, may ask the Holy Spirit to discern the words with all the lords. The so-called inviting the sage to discuss is to invite important ministers, veteran ministers, and great scholars in the court to debate together in the courtroom. And ultimately, the sage will make a final decision. When it really comes down to it, there's no way back for either side, especially when a few brocade guards carrying a few boxes of things want to follow Su Shan together into the palace. As a result of the weakness of Lin Ruopu and others, instantly no bottom. Lord Su, I take the liberty of asking, is this box filled with hard evidence of what was stated in the newspaper? After hearing Lai Mingqing open his mouth, Su Shan, who had just been extremely arrogant towards Lin Ruopu and his party, immediately cupped his fists politely and bowed. Back to Pavilion Elder Lai's words. Yes, how did it come about? Get to the heart of the matter. Yeah, how did it get here? A group of righteous Chao Yang crowd, placed in front of the Inspector General's office this morning. What a lame excuse. But the crowd, they had to recognize it. For every story, is there hard evidence? The current events section, all of which are cases investigated by the Jinui. What about this entertainment gossip? A certain government official, who was jealous of someone, had a big fight. A certain gentleman with a dragon, Yang's favor. So-and-so is a lady of the house, but she's really in bed with someone. Sizzle. Hearing Lai Mingqing's words, the officials realized that there was also an entertainment gossip section on the third page of the newspaper. Isn't that my son? What? My boy has a dragon. Yang's favor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My daughter is a lady of honor. How could she be in secret with a poor scholar? Although his mouth was cursing, his heart was already trembling. In here, quite a few of the secrets can be open secrets in the circle. Before, everyone was unspokenly selective about not talking about it. But now, it's been in the papers. There is also the possibility of being read out in public, by newspaper reciters and storytellers. What are you, Su Shan, going to do? Lie court lao entertainment gossip? More or less do. Compose, but then, all of them are revealed by those in the know. if they have any objections to these registrations. We have a special paparazzi team in the Department of Supervision and Inspection, and we can take them on the spot to catch the adulterers and the baggers. Of course, there are more or less errors in the information. It's hard to avoid exaggeration. If any of the lords feel that this published article really puts them to shame, they can directly contact Wang Qinian, the 1000th member of our inspection department. It is possible for us to take down such an article after friendly consultation. Friendly consultation? In the last life, a big star a pass, adultery gossip circular, need tens of millions of dollars of hush money. Then, in this life, if you are the heir of a certain duke or marquis, you have to pay tens of thousands of taels at any rate, right? No? I could strip your house down to your pants. Zenfusi newspaper, in the early stages of business, is in need of the help of major sponsors. Otherwise, at a penny a serving, you're really losing money. Old me, only make money from the powerful. That's how Su Shan does business. Lord Su is a talented man. That hand alone is a kettle of fish. Hearing Lai Mingqing's words, Su Shan cupped his fists and said, Pavilion Master Lai is too kind. The idea of the Jinyui is simple. On top of the courtroom this morning, how certain lords were verbally forcing the palace. Then how about licking back the spit you spat out tomorrow in front of His Holiness, the Son of Heaven's own soldiers? Isn't it these dirty and tiring jobs? Chapter 150, Sword Crawl to the Palace. Not kneeling when meeting the king. Inside the Imperial Library, Zhu Yue, who was holding the Jinfu Morning News, said several good words in a row after reading all the 4 editions with great joy in his dragon's face. Yener, this first edition of Current Affairs and Politics can be said to have struck the Donglin party's 7 inches. I, since I ascended the throne, have never been so relieved and soothed as I am now. In the words of Su Qing, walking in other people's way, leaving others with no way out. It turns out that it can be so comforting. Before leaving the capital, Su Shan wrote hundreds of words in a sprawling sunga and secretly reported to His Majesty. Inform us of the full plan for this trip to Taiping and Rocco. At that time, Zhu Yue was still vaguely worried that his tactics were too aggressive, fearing that it would lead to unnecessary trouble. Instead, it was the Celestial Master, who was rarely forceful. It was for this reason that His Majesty approved the phrase let it go. Originally, she had figured out how to deal with the pressure from all sides, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Newspapers, a product of an age that did not belong to this era, broke down the barriers of public opinion among the scholars in one fell swoop, not to mention the counterattack, but also played a handful of tricks. Hearing this, Shangguan Yener, flipping through the 3rd page, said, This Su Shan, where did he find all these lace news? The writing is fracking awesome. Ha, even whose concubine, outside stealing he knows exactly? Su Qing, what's the name of this one established? Paparazzi. Yes, the paparazzi. It can be so pervasive, but I, for one, prefer this 4th edition. Ha, miscellaneous sayings made up by Su Shan? Right, I, for one, can't help but push for more. Rampage of the People's Civil Justice? Deep and informative. In the beginning, it is a metaphor for many of the ills of the Ming officialdom. A fish seller's hairy history. I remember. Su Cheng ancestors are fisherman origin? He's not taking his original form, is he? Hearing these words caused Shangguan Yener, who was originally filled with righteous indignation because of the planning of her own family's elder, to reveal a long-lost smile. He had a couple of lines in here that I really liked, such as this one, Yuan Feng, I want to eat fish. Before moving the money gang, did he say this to Qian Tu Li? Hearing Shangguan Yener's words, Zhu Yue was first stunned, and then replied, In my mind, I suddenly have a sense of picture. LOL. After the 2 women laughed, Zhu Yue put away the newspaper and then said, The Heavenly Phoenix clan intends to let you marry Marquis Beibo. This matter, Your Majesty, I knew nothing of this matter before. I know, there is no need to be so nervous. The direct line of the northern uncle Marquis just happens to be leading the troops stationed in the clan lands of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. I can understand if they have such thoughts. The matter has been taken up by the Heavenly Master. He has always asked me to ask you whether it is a civil or a military refusal. The subordinate wishes the refusal to be dry. Understood. After saying this, Zhu Yue frowned tightly and said, According to reason, today Su Qing should enter the palace to resume his duties. Where is he? Your Majesty. What is it? Cavalry Lieutenant Su Wu is fighting with his tongue outside the palace gates. Ha! When the female officer relayed what had just happened outside the palace gates, vocally and emotionally, Zhu Yue's magnificent laughter once again came from within the Imperial study. I, for one, like Qing Su's outspokenness. Huma, belonging, pass on my decree and order Cavalry Lieutenant Su Wu to enter the palace immediately with the iron evidence. After saying this, Zhu Yue, who had risen violently, spoke in a domineering manner. I will permit him to praise and worship without a name. enter the court without a tendency, go to the temple with a sword, and meet the king without kneeling. Boom! Rao Shangwanyener was shocked when she heard these words, which is the imperial grace is simply a collection of thousands of holy favor in one. Somehow, after hearing all of this, Shangwanyener actually felt a bit sad inside. His own most beloved lover is coveted by the most powerful empress of the day, and more importantly, everything about him can be presented by himself. At this moment, Shangwanyener regretted it. Beyond the palace gate, Shan, who was blissfully unaware of all this, clasped his fists and added to Lai Mingcheng, "If there are no surprises, this ironclad evidence will be handed over by His Majesty to the duchy for verification. At that time, it will be necessary for Pavilion Master Lai to take the trouble." Lin Ruopu and Bei Bo Ho, who heard this, became embarrassed. They could all know that Lai Mingcheng's character, that's notoriously rigid. This ironclad evidence, once handed over to the Metropolitan Police under his command to verify, what awaits them then, will be the imperial historians and magistrates. Frantic impeachment, borrowing a knife to cut someone down after you've taken a bite out of them? Su Shan's hand is encouraging others to slap the right face after slapping the left face of their Donglin party. Su Shan, before this case is thoroughly investigated, false reports such as these must stop being publicized. Otherwise, not waiting for Bei Bo Ho to finish his sentence, Su Shan directly interrupted. Otherwise, you could still bite me. Ha! During these days when Laozi was not in the capital, didn't you also deliberately publicize that I, Su Shan, was to blame for this fate? I'm just hitting back at you guys the way you did me. Please trust the town councilor's morning news for a powerful piece of news that will be released every week. It's you. It's you. It could be you. I, Su Shan, am responsible for every word published on current affairs. No, another elaborate killing game, such as the one at the Jiangning Imperial Villa. If I don't die, you and others will never have peace. After finishing Su Shan's words word for word about all this, the faces of many officials on the scene became unsightly, especially those named in the newspaper, but also feared that the Jinfu Division newspaper, for follow-up reports. How would they lose face in that case? Thinking of this, his heart was already calculating how to contact Wang Qinian of the Inspection Division through the intermediary. Su Shan, we'll see how long you can run wild. Just as some officials were putting harsh words towards Su Shan, Shangwanyener, who had rushed to the palace gate, immediately opened her mouth and said, "The holy decree has arrived. Jin Wei Jinfu Si, Wu Cavalry Captain Su Shan, come forward to hear the decree." Ever since he was enthroned as a county mail, Su Shan could no longer refer to himself as subordinate. Instead, he took a step forward and said, "Subject, Su Shan, accept the decree. His Majesty's message, Mr. Su Jinfu, stand and listen to the decree." After saying that, Shangwanyener read out the imperial decree. On the chartering ordinance, the aggravated tone and voice shouted out the words, "Chartering Su Shan, praise and worship without a name, enter the court without a tendency, go to the temple with a sword, and meet the king without kneeling." Boom! After hearing this, Rao Lai Mingcheng was shocked, not to mention, people like Lin Ruopu. "I, Su Shan, thank you for your lord's great favor." The moment he received the holy decree, Su Shan twisted his head and dejectedly said, "Ministers, do you understand the gold content of this holy decree? You know, what does it mean to praise and worship the unnamed? Other people I do not ask, but where you Donglin party, and then someone a person called my Su Shan name out of words, I'll slap you in the face, as hard as I can. May, a bunch of scum with a fighting strength of no more than 5. After saying that, Su Shan turned around and entered the palace. Chapter 151 Dark Tide. Scripture Pavilion roared. Su Shan, who was led into the imperial study, had a long conversation with Zhu Yue. His funny language also made the imperial study room, from time to time, are transmitted to the dragon's face, greatly pleased with the sound of laughter. "I have already decreed that Mrs. Su be named a 4th grade grant and sent someone to bring her from Yuhang to the capital in the next few days. At that time, Secretary Su will no longer have any worries and will do his utmost to ensure the smooth opening of the Book Mountain Marshalsea. I, Su Shan, thank you for your lord's great favor. Go, the Celestial Master is waiting for you to return the ivory tags at the Divine Opportunity Pivot." Yes. After seeing Su Shan off, Zhu Yue murmured, "Yu Ning, it's time for you to return to the capital. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Ceremonies has submitted the list of those who made it to the top of the list in this spring exam." After receiving the list and seeing that the people on the list are all the young talents that she expected, Zhu Yue handed the list back to the female official and said, "Forward it to the cabinet, and if there is no mistake, the list will be released tomorrow." As she said this, Zhu Yue pressed with one hand the stacks of account books, secret books and information presented by Su Shan. She believed that no one in the cabinet would dare to get their hands dirty and take an opposing view on this list. the truth was just as Zhu Yue had envisioned. Neither Lin Ruopo nor Bei Boho wanted the hard evidence that had been published to continue to fester. Although they hated Su Shan to the bone, they were clear that it was never the time to show off their courage. However, this list, drawn up by the Ministry of Rights, was quietly taken out of the capital shortly after it was finalized by the cabinet. Just a few miles away from the Imperial tomb, there was a temple hanging alone in a mountain stream called White Sparrow. There is little incense here, but the complex itself is magnificent for what it is. For this place, those who have experienced the witchcraft rebellion of the late emperor's time are all silent. After the failure of the crown prince's coup, the late empress Cui Yenyun was relegated to mortal status. After the failure of the coup, the first empress dowager, Cui Yenyun, was relegated to mortal status and practiced here on behalf of the hair, green lamps, yellow scrolls, and chanting. Cui Yenyun, dressed as a nun, knelt in front of the Buddha looking pious. The thud of a wooden fish came to an abrupt end with the approach of a sharp footstep. The Eastwoods compromised? Instead of dying, Su Shan played a handful of tricks, so much so, that the Chunin exam, which is the most prized by the Donglin party, has been surrendered to Zhu Yue. Hearing this, one of the old sisters who delivered this letter, spoke. This one is called Su Shan, acting arrogantly, with ruthless and decisive means. Unlike the green dragons who follow the law and do whatever it takes to get what they want. Disciple of Qizhang is it? Yes, the man came back in a different way after all. When death, the loss of his son, he had to feel it too. Inform the witchcraft sect's Takuma shaman that the scholar on the list has to die. And this one called Su Shan can't live either. Your Highness, will this prematurely expose our forces in the capital? The sister at the side cautiously inquired. In the Battle of Jiangning Imperial Villa, we did not dare to dabble in it easily, for fear of it being a joint trial by the Heavenly Master in Chaozhangchun. The game between the two sides, as it turns out, has reached a fever pitch. If these scholars and Su Shan, whom Zhu Yue honors, die, the capital will be in chaos. The Shushan Wuhai will open soon, and King Ning will be entering the capital. Being dormant for so many years is our best chance. Back then, the blood debt they owed my son must be paid back in blood. Hearing Cui Yenyun's words, the sister bowed and said, yes, elder slave, this will be arranged. The Divine Opportunity Pivot, the highest building in the palace and even the capital. More than 10 floors, right up to the clouds. Every time someone passes by, they look up reverently. Spare a thought for the Eastwood party. While Su Shan walked towards this side, in his mind, he was thinking of taking the time to bring Shang Guanyener to the highest level. Feel the free wind while holding her two ponytails. While galloping along, he had a bird's eye view of the entire capital. Of course, if she dared to drape her dragon robe over her body, such top-notch uniform allure, confusion, it would not be in vain for him, Su Shan, to wear this side of the world. Lord Su, the Heavenly Master is receiving the clan elders of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. His old man specially ordered me to lead you to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion for a short rest. Pick and choose, while you can, the applicable feats. Just as he reached the door, a bitter cultivator took the initiative to come forward and say to Su Shan. For these cultivators who had dedicated their lives to martial arts, Su Shan had heartfelt admiration. The most important thing is that one has something to do, and people are really on it. Therefore, he also looked polite. With pleasure. The Scripture Pavilion was located on the southeast side of the Divine Opportunity Pivot and consisted of 7 floors. Each layer, the martial arts that are hidden are different. The higher up you go, the higher the grade of the Gongfu. It was said that the highest level also housed multiple books of supreme martial arts. Maestro, can I just browse and choose? The Heavenly Master has decreed that there will be no confinement for Lord Su. However, the highest level of supreme martial arts can only be viewed within the pavilion. Got a grin. Thanks, Su Shan, who was already in possession of a number of supreme feats, had little claim of his own to what was in here, but since he was here and the other party was so generous, he definitely had to pick a book for Li Yuanfeng, Wang Qinian, and the others, each, in martial arts novels. Don't they always have a pavilion keeper here? The hidden scripture pavilion that hides all the martial arts in the world. There really isn't a single person there. Ha, so comfortable with me? Su Shan, who had gone up 5 floors in a row, really hadn't seen a single person. Subsequently flipping through the martial arts within these 5 levels, the highest would apply to the innate realm. Picked out a few books for the 100 to take out with them, thinking that there should be Zhongshe realm cultivation martial arts on the 6th floor. He had just gone up along the rotating staircase when he heard a cold and stern sound. What man? Stop at once. Are you up for scaring me? Su Shan, who was startled, subconsciously tilted his head. Only 2 men in strange costumes glared menacingly at him. Looking at your dresses, you're not the austerities of the divine mechanism pivot either. We are of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, and with the permission of the Heavenly Master, We hereby accompany the young clan chief into the 6th floor to view the martial arts. The Heavenly Phoenix clan? Shangwan Yenner's mother's family. One must not behave properly. I, Su Shan, am. Roll. Before Su Shan could finish introducing himself, a low roar of impatience came from the young patriarch of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, Shangwan Fei, from within the 6th floor. Originally, he, who was distracted by his inability to comprehend the martial arts heart technique, was instantly enraged after hearing the sound of the conversation at the door. Do you hear me? Our young patriarch tells you to get out immediately. Don't let us see you again within 3 breaths, or suffer the consequences. Clueless, Su Shan, who was completely dumbfounded, looked at the guards in front of him with their halberd fingers and angry eyes. Then pointing to the saber hanging at his waist, he said, "Do you know what a saber in the cabinet means here?" Snap. Su Shan's words had just been finished, and the violent-tempered Shangwan Fei directly dropped the heart technique that he was unable to comprehend. Then he growled viciously, 3 breaths of time is up, and I don't want to hear him bleep another word. Yes, me so. Snap. Chapter 152, Is he fierce? Is he strong? Accompanied by Shangwan Fei's order, these 2 attendants of his were really like mad dogs pouncing towards Su Shan. But in the next second, the sound of a crisp slap resounded throughout the entire 6th floor at first. Put. Ow. Shangwan Fei, who had all but turned around, subconsciously twisted his head when he heard the screams behind him, only to see that these 2 attendants, both of whom were in the Zhongshe realm, fell to the ground one by one, covering the side of their faces in pain. There was even one that instantly poured out a mouthful of blood with large teeth mixed in. You dare to touch someone from the Heavenly Phoenix clan? Facing Su Shan, who was holding his sword and stepping into the 6th floor, Shangwan Fei questioned with a grimace on his face. Wear a sword into the cabinet of the brocade guards. You all dare to move. Why can't I move the people of the Heavenly Phoenix clan? Old me? Su Shan replied dryly. Are you kidding me? I even oohed and awed the proud daughter of your Heavenly Phoenix clan, Shangwan Yenner. Not only did they move, but, each time, they fought hundreds of rounds. For Shangwan Yenner's sake, I wanted to be polite to you. Whoever thought that one would be more rampant than the other? If you don't have a face, then I'll slap your face, asshole. This young clan chief, I will now tell you why the people of the Heavenly Phoenix clan cannot be moved. Tunjiao Chi Feng. Swish. As the words fell out of his mouth, Shangwan Fei, who had manifested a tongue jiao on his body, immediately rushed towards Su Shan. As soon as the fight started, he used his own killing moves, vowing to teach his opponent to be human. The 2 attendants who were struggling to hold up their bodies, after seeing the magnificent Tingjiao on their own young patriarch, each surprised. On the young patriarch, there is already a vague pure Yuan true Qi. At such an age, there is this cultivation. Look at Daming. Who else? Still wearing a sword in the pavilion? Today, the young patriarch beat you so badly that you won't dare to hold a sword in the future. Snap. It was also at the moment when the 2, after first bragging about their own young patriarch, followed by putting harsh words on Su Shan, a crisp slap sounded once more. In the next second, Shangwan Fei, who had been touted by them as if he was the best in the world, poured out blood and flew over with his body tilted back uncontrollably. Young matriarch. Bam. Oops. Shangwan Fei, whose body smashed on top of the column, smashed heavily on the ground again. Immediately afterward, the vast 6th floor resounded with his ghostly screams. The 2 attendants, who were even rolling and crawling, couldn't care less about their own injuries and hurriedly assisted Shangwan Fei. And Su Shan, who always stood there, sneered coldly, this is how you prove to me that the Heavenly Phoenix clan is resistant to being punched, isn't it? You, old man is going to get you killed. The Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. This was the natural skill of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, allowing the clansman who had awakened this martial skill to raise his own cultivation level for a short period of time. At the Watergate post, Su Shan had seen Shangwan Yenner use it. It looked so powerful at the time. How come when he used it, it made Su Shan feel so cheap? Dragons fight in the wild. Bang. Put. Shangwan Fei, who had been plucked 1 realm higher, was knocked back again like a kite with broken strings after Su Shan's glib strike. And this time, the fleet-footed Su Shan still rushed in front of him the moment he landed on the ground. What are you going to do? Snap. Here, give me another one of those prancing scales. Ah, you, asshole. Snap. Come on, give me the Phoenix dance once more. Crackle. Bam. Still Phoenix or not? Still dancing or not? Fancy. Mouth. Does it still stink and is it hard? Su Shan, who had taken off his own cloud-piercing boots, stepped on his opponent's face and slapped him hard. Also just as he rushed to his own young patriarch, a fast-eyed attendant, rolling and crawling, rushed out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion and rushed towards the main hall not far away, the divine mechanism hub. Inside the main hall, Those who could make Yuan Tiangang condescend to entertain were naturally the line of Shangguan Jingshan, the second clan elder of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. At the beginning, both sides were still talking happily, but when the topic turned to Shangguan Yener's marriage, Yuan Tiangong's tone obviously hardened a few times. Yener has her own considerations, she also has someone in mind. So it's better to forget about the marriage with the Marquis of Northborough. Hearing this, Shangguan Jingshan said with a surprised expression, Yener has a favorite? What sect is the other side? Who did he learn from? What position does he hold now? No discipline, no school, no teacher, currently serving in the Jinfu division. This young man is exceptionally gifted, unrivaled among his peers. Moreover, he is pure in nature and is in love with Yener. Swish, after Yuan Tiangang finished saying all this without slowing down, Shangguan Jingshan, who had risen violently, said, Heavenly Master, are you not making fun of us? The patriarchs know that His Majesty and the Heavenly Master have some slights against Marquis Beibo, but this is no way to joke about Yan's marriage matters, is it? Do you see this serious old face of mine looking like I'm joking with you? Facing Yuan Tiangong's answer, Shangguan Jingshan forced down his anger and said, Where is this son now? Elderly, let the young patriarch of the same generation personally test the other party to see if they are unrivaled among their peers, as the Heavenly Master said. Just as Shangguan Jingshan said this, an urgent shout came out from outside the main hall. Clan elder, no, it's not good. Shao, the young clan chief fought with someone in the scripture pavilion. Hearing this, Shangguan Jingshan, who had not wanted to entangle with Yuan Tiangang any longer, violently got up and rushed out. Tianchi Yuan, who was slowly and leisurely following behind them, had a bland smile sketched on his face. When their party, just as they stepped into the hidden scripture pavilion, they heard Shan, that shouted as if he was training a dog. Shangguan Fei's vaguely miserable screams, but also let Shangguan Jingshan and his party, people have not yet arrived, has been angry hair. Stop it, stop it. Shangguan Jingshan, who had just revealed his head from the revolving staircase, saw a man wearing a scarlet flying fish suit with a blade hanging from his waist, take off his cloud-wearing boots, and ride on top of his own family's young matriarch to beat his face. Upon hearing the sound, Shan subconsciously turned his head to look. Not only him, Shangguan Fei, whose face was almost beaten into a pig's head, cried out with a sobbing voice, Clan elder, save me. You, who gave you the guts to dare to touch the young patriarch of the Heavenly Phoenix clan? Cough. As Shangguan Jingshan was fuming, Tianchi Yuan, who coughed dryly, came up late. Heavenly Master, who is he? How dare he? Yo, isn't this Shan? After the poorly acted Yuan Tiangang finished saying this, he turned his head to Shangguan Jingshan and added, Clan elder Shangguan, he's the object of Yener's desire. No one among his peers can match that. Didn't you just want the young clan chief to try his strength? I'll just ask you, is he fierce? Is he strong? Chapter 153, Arrogant and Insolent, Skillless. When Yuan Tiangang, with a pleased smile on his face, said these words like a soul-torturing, Shangguan Jingshan, whose entire face had become distorted due to his anger control, said 3 good words in a row, worthy of a celestial master. The man of first consent, truly stunning. After gritting his teeth and even shouting these last 4 words in a low voice, Shangguan Jingshan clenched his fists and stared at Shan, who had already risen to his feet, with a torch-like gaze. I just don't know how high his ceiling is. Can it be worthy of Yener after the bloodline awakening? As her clan elder, I had to try it myself. Miso. As the words fell out of his mouth, Shangguan Jingshan, whose chi was fully open, shamelessly charged directly towards Shan. On the floor where he stood before, he even stepped on the collapsed and sunk down 2 footprints. Obviously, when striking out, Shangguan Jingshan did not say that he used his full strength, but he also ran towards the stance of making Shan suffer a big loss. And the crowd at the scene, after seeing him strike, all of them turned their eyes to Yuan Tiangang beside them for the first time. His attitude determines whether or not this trial will be completed. But Yuan Tianchi, whose smile remained the same, stood in the same place without moving. With a deep gaze, he watched, as the two clashed powerfully. Shan, who didn't even know what was going on, met Shangguan Jingshan, who was locking his body with his mixed true chi, before he even opened his mouth. The little one doesn't know the sky. The old one still doesn't talk about martial arts? Lousy. I don't care if you're Yan's mother's family. Let's fight to convince first. Phoenix Thunder Palm. Seeing Shan not retreating and instead charging headlong, Shangguan Jingshan wanted to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Therefore, he who had no intention of withdrawing his strength at all directly offered up his famous stance. Hyperion. Roar. Chirp. In this instant, Shangguan Jingshan's palm energy transformed into a phoenix body, while Shan's arms evolved into a hideous dragon head. dragons and phoenixes. This scene alone really made the crowd at the scene feel shocked. Shang Wenfei, who was considered outstanding in his own tribe, was also deeply shocked by everything in front of him. One must know that in a normal sparring session, once he himself was locked by the second clan elder's mixed true chi, he wouldn't even have the courage to raise his hand. But what about the other side? Not only did he strike, but in terms of the overflow of strength, his aura was no weaker than that of his own second clan elder. Bang! The moment the two palms faced each other, the entire 6th floor of the Sutra Pavilion was shaken. Yuan Tiangang, who waved his big hand, instantly suppressed the entire building. That alone is breathtaking. Boom! The explosion of the chi hedge also caused the two to pull apart in an instant. However, compared to Su Shan's leisurely steps, he slightly retreated a small step. Shangwan Jingshan, who had tumbled through the air, still staggered back a few steps when he landed on the ground, until Yuan Tiangang single-handedly dislodged the residual energy that he had not been able to digest for himself through the air for him, and only then did he barely manage to stand still. Otherwise, the hallowed second elder of the Heavenly Phoenix clan would have to make a fool of himself on the spot. But even so, the crowd could clearly see that Shangwan Jingshan's arms that had been shaking. On the contrary, it was Su Shan, who had long since stood with his arms folded, watching all of this with a bland ease. Gulp! The sound of deep gulps of saliva rang out from one to the next within the building that had fallen into silence. The eyes of Shangwan Jingshan, who was the party involved, looked at Su Shan with incredulity written all over them. He hadn't felt that his opponent was truly hyped up, yet he was able to break free of his lock while being more able to fight with force. In this case, either he was carrying a supreme-level external martial art and had already multiplied it, either that, or he had intentionally left a backhand under the completely crushed combat power himself. Shangwan Jingshan believed in the former more. After all, he himself possessed the strength of a 6th-grade grandmaster and had already comprehended the mixed true chi. But the truth is, not only was Su Shan playing up to his opponent in terms of strength, but with the dragon-elephant prajna technique, this kind of strong collision was even more comfortable. In this instant, even Yuan Tiangang was amazed at Su Shan's growth speed. You're not at the 7th grade and you're this scary? This kid, how did he do it? Understood. The silence of the scene was broken by Su Shan's extremely pretentious sentence. It's a cutie. Both could see that the other side was really taking it on the chin in this matchup. Oomph. Hearing this, although Shangwan Jingshan clasped his fists in return, he coldly grunted and said, "There is indeed something, but in real combat, it's just a matter of not dying. No one will give you a moment to hesitate. I am giving you this warning from strength and experience." When he had just pushed his energy to lock on to his opponent, Shangwan Jingshan boasted that he had left him time to develop his power to do so. Arrogant people will always give themselves many reasons for being less skilled than others. Of course, it's kind of a step down. However, Yuan Tiangang had no intention of spoiling him. Actual combat? This skill of Su Shan's is from the Jinui lieutenants, hacked out with a knife. A martial artist like the young patriarch, who is comparable to the power of the heavenly elephant, has killed more than 10 of his subordinates following him. Like the elders, he can't count on one hand the number of pure elemental true chi powerhouses he's killed. As for pseudo-mixed experts like the second clan elder, saying this, Yuan Tiangang paused for a moment, then swept his gaze like a torch at everyone on the scene. Pushy for Su Shan pulled full circle and added, "The assassination case of Jiangning Imperial Villa a few days ago. You guys can ask around when you're in the capital." Under the siege of two heavens punishment experts, he retreated in one piece. But today, just a few short days later, it's still possible to have a few moves with the second clan elder. I really don't think that Su Shan loses to any of you in actual combat. Sizzle. If this had come out of someone else's mouth, the crowd would have believed it 3 times at most. After all, Su Shan didn't look more than 20 years old. How is it possible to experience so much at such an age? But from the time Yuan Tiangang told these objective facts, they could not help but be shocked by them. As for Su Shan, who was the one involved, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yuan Tiangang, you old thing. Old Key's description of you is exactly right. Bad old man bad. There's no guardian in the hidden scriptures out of trust for him. Su Shan? Fart. It was only for the sake of creating an opportunity for himself to clash with Shang Wenfei. Purpose? It should be related to Yenner. When he was in Yuhang, he had heard that the Heavenly Phoenix clan was looking for a good son-in-law for Shangguan Yenner. Obviously, Yuan Tiangang had pushed him to the front of the stage today. What a way to pull all the hate for yourself. You guys practice martial arts to fight for fame and fortune. And he, Su Shan, and it's simply to finish off your opponent. So please don't use the phrase warn him from strength and experience. The last one who talked to him like that was called Chao Zhengchun. Wei Zhongxian, one of his right-hand men, hasn't even passed his 7th birthday today. Chapter 154, Practicing Painstakingly. 100 Benefits and No Harm. Yuan Tiangan's words can be said to be a bit of face and steps are not left for Shangwan Jingshan and others. This is the way he is admonishing all the Tianfeng clansmen present. With a wrong stance and a crooked ass. You, the Heavenly Phoenix clan, count for nothing in my Yuan Tiangan's eyes. As for Shangwan Yener's marriage, don't even think about it. No, I don't even need me to do it. One Su Shan is enough to beat you all into submission. Do you really consider His Majesty's holy favor to you all these years as a reflection of your own strength? When you are honored, you are called young patriarch and clan elder. When not honored, it is just one of the many ethnic groups in Danian. Nothing worth showing off. Neither. Can't move. Shangwan Gingshan, who had just heard the words of Tianshi Yuan, cupped his fists with a smile on his face and said, under the Tianshi's command, there are talents all over the place, but on the matter of Yan's marriage, our Heavenly Phoenix clan maintains its own opinion. There is one thing, though, that I must make clear. Shangwan Yener can marry whoever she wants, she just can't be promised to him. As he said this, Shangwan Jingshan boasted of his dominance as he nodded towards Su Shan. Su Dajuan, who had been acting as a little transparent, saw the other party this rampant, not at all accustomed to his opening. Your attitude, is it important? You, I, the Heavenly Phoenix clan, do not agree. Whether you agree or not, that's your business. Whether I can get you all to agree or not, that's my business. After hearing this reply from Su Shan, the infuriated Shangwan Jingshan roared loudly and lowly. Fine, fine. I'd like to see how you're going to get us to agree. Go. Yes. No offense. Take your time. Yuan Tiangang, who was still smiling lightly, watched these people leave in a rage. When he was the only one left on the 6th floor, Su Shan laughed bitterly. Heavenly Master, you're not being generous. Set me up. Get in there. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang, who had twisted his head around, said with a murderous look on his face, and he, Ji Pai Fu, is thick? Don't tell me you don't know anything about Yener's love compulsion. The old one is shameless, and the young one is a cheap shot. Where's the face? What's the matter? Letting you take the lead on this, and you're still condescending, are you? The Heavenly Phoenix clan, if they know that Yener is no longer a perfect body, what awaits her will be the end of all evil. Su Shan, who had seen Tianshi Yuan being so aggressive for the first time, shyly went forward and said, calm down, no one will take over for you if you get angry. I'll take responsibility for this to the end. What? You still don't want to put up your pants and deny it? Heavenly Master, you speak with strange humor. Facing the playful Su Shan, Yuan Tiangang glared at him fiercely and said, I won't ask how you solve this matter, but remember, never let Yener have a hard time from this. Do you hear me? What a warning from your old father-in-law. When your own cabbage has been arched by a pig, you can only back off and put in a hard word. This routine is familiar to him. Su Shan, don't worry. Before the opening of the Shushan Marshalsea, I will definitely make the Heavenly Phoenix clan agree to this marriage. Snap. You just wait for the wedding wine. In the last decade or so, Su Shan was the first one who dared to ride on the shoulder of the Imperial Master Yuan Tiangang. Martial arts. How's the kung fu picking going? After stopping this self-serving behavior of Su Shan with his eyes, Yuan Tiangang returned to normal and inquired. I don't have a lot of claims myself. I've got to pick out a few books for my brothers down there. How many books? You've got an appetite for that. Having said that, Yuan Tiangang still personally selected suitable gong methods for Li Yuanfeng, Wang Qinian, and the others for the different directions they were practicing. There's no one else for this favoritism. Follow me up to the 7th floor. There is a gong method that is more suitable for you. Su Shan, who was tempted to say that he didn't need it, but after receiving the secret book, which was built with special materials, he flipped through a few pages, and was truly captivated by the illustrations. Inside, Harem Royal, Female 100, Tianshi, my enlightened teacher, played a lot fancier than this up here. Su Shan was definitely not pulling his punches with this statement. Think of all the long and short videos from the island, Eagle Jam, Bear, and other countries. Later, the Tan Flower series was even more of an episode. The best thing about him is that he hasn't fast-forwarded. This kind of perseverance and sincere attitude towards learning is hard to find in all times and places. Besides, Yener and I can't use it, can we? That said, Su Shan stuffed it directly into his inner pocket. In this side of the world, it is not easy to come across this kind of text with illustrations. A fellow traveler? What are you thinking about? This is the joyful Zen of the Western Tantric sect. Cultivating with painstaking effort will do you no harm. Hearing this, Su Shan, who had an exaggerated expression, asked rhetorically, bitter cultivation? Does Yener know about this? I have a busy business schedule that doesn't always line up. Roll. Okay. Looking at Su Shan's departing back, Yuan Tiangang, who was standing in a mortar and pestle, gritted his teeth and said, Ji Pifu, This is the good disciple you taught. But where there is a second candidate, I dare not entrust the future of the great Ming to him. I just have these few personal disciples, and I'm considered to have been counted out by you. When Shan carried a few gongfu and walked out of the divine mechanism pivot, he found Shangguan Yener anxiously standing there waiting. Phew! After seeing him come out unharmed, for some reason Shangguan Yener, who had just been nervous, let out a long breath. Celestial Master, has there been any difficulty for you? I heard that you and my people, a great conflict broke out? What are you going to do about it? After seeing Shan, Shangguan Yener came up with a few series of questions. You don't need to worry about the Heavenly Phoenix clan. I have the means to force them to bow down, but it needs an opportunity and a cause. Don't worry about it, you just wait to be Mrs. Su. Meeting Shan's brilliant smile, the scarlet-faced Shangguan Yener glared fiercely at the other party. Where's the Celestial Master? Shangguan Yener, who already knew that she had been poisoned by the love compulsion and that Ji Gang was behind it, had some slight words for Shan at first, but when he thought that he, too, had been kept in the dark and counted as a victim, his anger was half gone. Instead, there was some vague concern when he was informed that his own heavenly master was preparing to give him a showdown today. His old, for this son-in-law of mine, that's quite satisfactory. Not only did he brag a lot in front of your clan, he also, without finishing his words, he pulled out Joyful Zen from his inner pocket with a left and right glance, and then added, I was also given a secret book with illustrations. Let me have nothing to practice on you. Wow! Shangguan Yener, who had received the Joyful Zen and flipped through a few pages, suddenly blushed. She, who naturally knew this technique and what it did, had her ears ringing and her gaze a little averted. You've become a servant girl? Familiarize the future emperor, in advance, with the routine? Seeing Shangguan Yener not open her mouth, Shan, who was not aware of the situation, pulled the tiger's skin and joked. The heavenly master said, 1, 3, 5, I'll look for you. 2, 4, 6 you're looking for me. Hearing this, Shangguan Yener subconsciously blurted out, what about Sunday? What? You still won't let anyone take a day off? The production team's donkeys, they don't work like that either. Chapter 155, Hatred Born of Love, Digging One's Own Grave. At first hearing these words, Shangguan Yener, whose ears were instantly red, glared angrily at the other party. Returning to her senses, she sort of realized that her own heavenly master had not arranged for him to cultivate this technique with herself at all. It's nothing but this denizen, with his chicken feathers. You, deliberately framed me here didn't you? Tenshi, did you say you'd let me practice with you? After watching Shangguan Yener's tendency to draw her sword, Shan's body retreated while smiling bitterly. If I don't look for you to practice, who do I look for? I'll find it's other people. Will you? Me so, how dare you? In front of the divine mechanism pivot, the only two people who could wear swords into the pavilion, one drew his sword and the other pulled away in fear. Look, you're the only one I can call. His Majesty said that my mother will be admitted to the capital in the next few days. At that time, I'll lead you to meet her old. Set this thing right. Hearing this, Shangguan Yener's pretty face, which had just cooled down, instantly sizzled and flushed again. What's settled? Yo, you're still getting excited? If you don't meet your parents with me, the front page of the Zenfushi newspaper will be full of stories about us being in love. You are shameless. On that day, you'll go in a dress, and you'll be ravishing. When Shan finished saying this, Shangguan Yener, who still cared about her image in front of him, looked down at her commander's outfit. What? I don't look good in this? That's not true. You're in armor and it's troublesome for me to take it off. How convenient is a skirt? I cut you. Swish, swish. In the open space in front of the divine mechanism pivot, the vice commander of the Forbidden Army drew his sword and slashed the Jinyui's red-hot frying hen. You chase, I flash. It seemed to be cutting, more like flirting. Whether it was the ascetic guarding the gate, or the female officials and eunuchs passing by, they all bowed their heads and turned a blind eye. Inside the hidden scripture pavilion, Yuan Tiangang, who had taken in this scene, let out a long sigh and shook his head. At the high platform outside the Imperial study, Zhu Yue, who was watching all this from afar, murmured, she's making a scene. He's laughing. That's great. It's me who stepped across the line. After muttering this, Zhu Yue who thought of something else, her expression became cold and stern. For the sake of this great Ming river and mountain, I must do the same. After learning that Shangguan Fei, the young patriarch of the Tianfeng clan, had been beaten up in the palace, Marquis Bei Bo, along with his first eldest son Su Jin, paid a visit with heavy gifts. This thing, to them, was simply unthinkable. You should know that the Heavenly Phoenix clan has always been His Majesty's guest. Really arrived at the place, after understanding the general situation, immediately shot up the North Bo Ho, burst into a rage. This Shan, also ing rampant, First, he secretly went on a killing spree in the 6th harmony, moving all of this marquee layouts there, and then this intervenes again, snatching a daughter-in-law from this marquee? If I don't get him killed, this marquee will swear not to be a man. Shangwon Gingshan, who heard this statement from Marquis Beibo, fanned the flames from the sidelines and said, Marquis, our heavenly phoenix clan is trying to facilitate this marriage, but Su Shan, who has a celestial master as his backer, has an emboldened attitude. In this matter, I have ordered a pigeon to send a message to the patriarch. Until we get an accurate answer, I think it's best to take the long view. Wow! After he finished saying this, Su Jin's entire face became twisted and hideous. Ever since he had the honor of meeting Shangwan Yener before enlisting in the army, he had been pining for her. This time, with the Empress Dowagers pulling the strings, she finally got the approval of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. For this reason, he had come back from his quarters just to finalize the matter. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? Father, this Su Shan is bullying people too much. Shangwan Yener, it's mine. After exiting the temporary landing place of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, Su Jin, who had grown up with everything at his fingertips, was extremely out of sorts and roared lowly. Jiner, if it were anyone else, my father would not let him live. But this one, Su Shan, is both favored by the Green Dragon and deeply loved by the Sacred Heart and the Heavenly Master. Moreover, the strength is extraordinary. It must not be forced. Hearing this, Su Jin was not happy. Father, so just stand by and watch him, ride over us and do whatever he wants? After this, how can I still hang out in the capital? There were also rare outbreaks of quarrels between father and son over the matter. In the end, it didn't work out. Young Marquis, you can't blame the Marquis for this. You've been in the army lately, and not being in the capital you don't know the current situation. Right now, that one called Su Shan is holding 7 inches of our Beibo Ho. Look, take a look. This is the Jinfushi newspaper that Su Shan poured out. Just for this, the entire Eastwood party is burnt out. After receiving the newspaper handed to him by Vice General Beibo Ho and reading it at a glance, Su Jin crumpled the newspaper into a ball and said, Is this troublesome? Wouldn't killing the newspaper reciters and storytellers and smashing his workshop carving factory be the end of it? Young Marquis, this workshop carving factory is directly under the inspection department, inside and out. It's guarded by brocade guards. Forget it, the little one can't explain it clearly. Anyway, hold your horses for a while. Marquis, you will definitely be able to find a way to get the best of both worlds. After saying this vice general, without further explanation, caught up with the equally infuriated Beibo Ho, and Su Jin, who stood in place, with his eyes bursting red, looked behind him and beckoned. Immediately afterward, the deputy, who had returned with him from his quarters, came up to him. Find out where this workshop carving factory is located. Ha, little Marquis, this matter. What's with all the bull **** about telling you to look into it? Yes, also, gather all the old pawns who came back with me from the garrison this time. Understood, but little Marquis, I've got the measure of it. After you've done your job, run straight through the night. Who knows I did it? Yes, subordinate will do it now. After the subordinate went to do this matter, Su Jin, who was moving his neck, said viciously, Damn, you smashed the money gang. I'll smash your workshop carving factory. If you rob my woman, I'll kill your whole family. That night, after getting the martial arts techniques from Su Shan respectively, his subordinates had to drag him to a restaurant to get drunk. Where can you find a boss who will give his heart and soul to you like that? Grateful, but even more in awe. With this drink, they also showed their attitude and determination to follow them to the death. Bam! But just as the scene was a happy one, one of the brocade guards on duty panicked and pushed open the door of the box. Something has happened to the Lord. The place carving factory was burned down, and we lost a few brothers. Boom! The crowd, which was still a bit drunk, instantly sobered up. Su Shan, who had risen violently, even directly leaped over the 8 immortals table and rushed to this brocade guard. Who did this? A group of well-trained men in black. Exact identity to be ascertained. Yuan Feng. 2. Immediately, you personally lead the men and go to each city gate to keep an eye on them. As long as they don't get out of town, I'll dig up the ground tonight and find them. Yes. Chapter 156, Heart Like a Knife. Vowing to take revenge. Su Shan, who came out of the tavern in a rage, then saw the firelight that raced up to the sky in the direction of the square carving factory, reddening the dark night of the northern city. As soon as he leapt onto the horse, his whole face became distorted. The brocade guards that accompanied him were all murderous. Hiya! A group of more than a dozen people hurried toward the place of the incident. By the time they got to the place, the fire was slightly under control, but outside the place carving factory, there were wails from workers and their families everywhere. Lord Su, is here. My lord, you must do it for us. As soon as Shan dismounted, there were family members of the deceased workers, kneeling down in front of him, crying hysterically. Shan, who hurriedly stepped forward to help up these women and children, calmed them down while twisting his head to inquire, "This group of people, do they not even spare the people who do the work?" In the face of Shan's inquiry, a lieutenant, who had escaped death and was covered in blood, stepped forward and said, "My lord, the other party is obviously well trained. One group is killing on sight, and the other group is pouring kerosene directly on the workshop carving factory. We fought to the death, but we let them have their way. But, my lord, we are ashamed of your trust. Please chastise me, my lord." The few remaining brocade guards, dragging their injured bodies with them as they said this, instantly fell to their knees. As soon as the other party helped Shan up, he squeezed out a smile and said, "It's good to be alive. To be alive is to have the capital to take revenge. The murderers I will uncover one, by the brothers themselves. Thank you, your honor, for your love. Wang Qinian, too, all those killed in action, whether they are our brood or workers, will be paid the maximum pension." His niece, all the children and nephews of the right age are prioritized into the department. Those who are not of age, according to their wishes, whether to practice martial arts or to study, the Department of Supervision and Inspection will provide for all of them until they are able to earn their own living. In short, even if they don't have a man, all of them are still family members of my inspectorate, and should never be neglected. Yes. After Shan shouted out these words with slightly reddened eyes, the crowd at the scene all knelt down and bowed in gratitude. Kowtow to Lord Su for his compassion. Shan, who had pacified the people, was the first to walk over to the crowd of corpses. At this moment, there were already brocade guards coming forward to report casualties. "My lord, 3 people died and 2 were injured at the square carving factory. Our inspectorate, the entire team has less than 5 people alive, and all of them are injured." An establishment of 14 men, led by the chief flag, was divided into 2 smaller flags and 2 squads of men. Flag Officer Hong, Valor, Zira. When the other party said this, Shan clutched the lapel of this 100th household's coat and pulled it to his side and questioned, "How many people have come from the other side?" 20 or so. 8 people died. It is reported that the leader is a Zhongshe realm. The rest are also dominated by the innate realm. Strikes hard, in and out. Like what? Old soldier in the army. Shan, who heard these words, let go of the other party, and he, who didn't belabor the point, walked to the front of his brother's corpses. After crouching down, his right hand trembled slightly as he laid his hands on them, channeling them one by one. "You guys get a few taels of silver a month. What's the point of fighting for your lives?" This is a picture of the Jinxes. Just before they died, the brocade guards, led by Chief Flag Hong Wang, were all already seriously injured themselves, but even at this time, each of them fearless of life and death want to block black-clothed people burning workshop carving factory. The person who was the leader of the enemy party, who led his troops to cross their swords and blocked in front of them at the same time, questioned in a cold voice, and the sound of the end of Hong Wang, still knocking open the dantian, forcibly pull up the strength of the desire to fight for their lives. "Lord Su, not minding our coarseness, treats us as family members. We have nothing to offer in return, so we will die in return. Brothers, 10 deaths, but we are a dog, and we will leave a canine mark on them for your lordship to trace later. Inspector General, there is death, not life. The brocade guards, there is an advance, not a retreat. Kill, Miso, Zira." Just like what Hong Wang had said within the picture, as they were dying, they had dealt a heavy blow to this group of enemies whose strength was far greater than that of a few people. There were those who chopped desperately and those who left knife wounds on them. Of the 14 people, the only 5 that remained were all in charge of the outer guards as well. They were also injured when they heard the sound and hurriedly turned back to try to block it, and the people in black left. By this time, the cloud-piercing bullets were ringing through the night sky. The men in black didn't dare to pester them so they could be spared. From beginning to end, none of these 14 men escaped, none of them backed down, and none of them fled from the battle. And because of this, the bodies and traces of the enemy were left behind. But this, however, it made Shan's heart cut like a knife. Ding dong! The system detects the strong last wishes of the crowd of brocade guards to issue a quest. The last wishes of the crowd of brocade guards. Mission content: treat widows and orphans well, proper arrangements have been made, and catch the murderer. Mission progress, August 22nd. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation, 22 men, 8 dead, 6 wounded. Of those, 2 are seriously injured. They need therapy. Shan, who had finished muttering this in his mind, rose violently and said, "Den Zue, 2, check all the medical centers for me, especially the physicians who have been specially employed by the barracks. For any who have taken in the wounded, or who have been called away late at night. There are just so many medical centers in the capital. Go check them out immediately. Yes. After Deng Ziyue had left, Su Shan took large strides and walked to the bodies of the murderers, one by one. The psychic, from their point of view, to restore the crime at the same time, but also to see the real faces of their other dozen accomplices. Several people from the other side, in the afternoon, came to the workshop carving factory in batches to step on the spot. Before they struck, they even met in a tea house not far from the square carving factory. The middle-aged man at the head, who was honored as Vice General Zhang, made the final deployment. After you've got them, all of them will flee from North Lane in pieces. Finally, meet at the South Ancient Side Gate. After a short rest, someone will send us straight out of the city. Remember, don't drag your feet, so as not to be bitten by these hawks and dogs. Yes, paging. Su Shan, who had finally captured this useful information amongst the many images, rose violently with a grimace on his face. Dogs, old man revenge are not overnight. When Su Shan, who was full of fury, roared out these words in a low voice, the crowd of brocade guards, led by Wang Qinian, all knelt down on one knee and said, "My lord, I'm sorry for your loss. There's no use talking about this. Let others mourn too." The murderous Su Shan waved his hand obediently. Wang Qinian and the others quickly followed. Obviously, his own lordship had caught the killer on the trail. Snap! It was also at this moment that a small banner under Deng Ziyue's command sped up. "My lord, Deng Baihu ordered his subordinates to report. 3 City Defense Battalion doctors were received at the camp at the Nangoside Gate 1 incense stick ago." That's right on the money. Chapter 157, Treating Death as a Homecoming. Not being angry. Just as Su Shan led his troops towards the South Ancient Side Gate, the brocade guards that came to meet him immediately dismounted and reported, "My lord, just now there was a shipment of supplies from the Ministry of War, ready to be sent out of the city through the South Ancient Side Gate, by Chien Tu Li, a direct stop." But Hua Ming, the main general of the City Defense Battalion, directly led his troops to surround Chien Tu Li and the others. "Prepare to force your way out of the city." Su Shan, who heard this, said with a grimace, "He won't be able to leave the city today." After saying this, twisting his head he arranged, "Go inform Deng Ziyue, and keep an eye on these 3 military doctors for me. As soon as they show their heads, arrest them. Yes, go, drive." At this time, at the South Ancient Side Gate, Lei Yuanfeng, who only led a team of men, crossed his sword and blocked the material caravan from leaving the city. Opposite him, Hua Ming, the main general of the City Defense Battalion who had led his troops to this place, hissed with a grimace, "Chien Tu Li, this is a convoy of supplies that the Ministry of Military Affairs has issued an ultimatum for. It's clearly written that no one is to get in the way. Those who disobey will be punished by military justice. You brocade guards, are you trying to disobey a military order?" Hearing this, facing the City Defense Battalion that outnumbered his side several times over, Lei Yuanfeng, who had a cold and stern smile on his face, directly replied, "Inspector General, we only listen to the orders of Lord Su, this Chitos and his commanders, with orders from. No one is allowed to leave the city until the murderer of the arsonist and murderer at the square carving factory is caught." At this point, Li Yuanfang paused briefly, and while tightening his grip on the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist, he added in a cold voice, "Of course, Lord General Hua can order his men to charge the formation. We only need one person who is not dead." Li Yuanfang, who held out his right hand, pointed at the group carrying the supplies and said, "They won't be able to leave the city." When he heard this at first, Hua Ming, who was suddenly disgraced, had a new grudge and old hatred surging to the surface of his heart. With a twisted face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. I'd like to see if every one of you inspectors is as good as dead. Archers, yes, wind it up." Cackle, accompanied by Hua Ming's order, the City Defense Battalion's crossbowmen first rushed to the forefront, and immediately after that, they all strung their arrows, aiming them at Li Yuanfang and the others. The sound of that bowstring drawn full, in this moment, made it sound so heartfelt. If it were a normal person, he or she would have had a heart attack and panic attack. However, the brocade guards led by Li Yuanfang, faced with this scene, had a steely cold smile on their faces one by one. "Lord General Hua, a man's mouth is a pit. If you order them to wind up, make sure they do, and never be merciful. Otherwise, I'll have to feel guilty about killing them later when I draw my sword." Zip, zip, zip. Along with the sound of Li Yuanfang's words falling, the sound of the crowd of brocade guards collectively drawing their swords added to the numbness of people's scalps. What they saw in the eyes of this group of brocade guards was not timidity and fear, but fervor and excitement. These people, are they crazy? Apparently not, because they firmly believed that their own blood revenge, their own lord would be avenged in blood. At this moment, Hua Ming was really riding a tiger. The storm of bloodshed in the Wei family home and the money gang has not yet passed. He knew better than anyone just how ruthless the 20-Langdang-year-old Wu cavalry lieutenant really was, but these people tonight, he had to give them away. Otherwise, it would really be impossible to stay in the city defense camp. This is your own death. After saying this, Hua Ming raised his right hand. All the bowmen, too, were staring across the room with full attention, and Li Yuanfeng, who was in the lead, was ready to charge. With his eyes like a torch, he stared intently at Hua Ming, who was at the head of the group. Tackle the thief. If the other party dared to give orders, he, Li Yuanfeng, guaranteed that even if he spared this life, he would behead the other party's main general, Hua Ming. Whoosh, bang, but at that moment, a scarlet light, like a meteor, cut through the dark night sky. The next second, the light grazed the brim of Hua Ming's hat and nailed him directly in front of his horse. Boom! The instant explosion of chi instantly overturned the city defense battalion crossbowmen holding bows at the front line. Even the mounts of Hua Ming and the others were frightened, and one by one, their horses neighing and neighing. The horses spooked, "Protect Lord General Hua." The generals, under Cui Jin, only barely managed to pacify their own horses. The archers who were lifted to the ground by the chi energy each rolled and crawled back a few steps. It was not until this moment that the crowd could see clearly that the one carrying the scarlet dark energy was actually a flag. At this moment, the flagpole pierced into the official road paved with stone slabs, and the surrounding area was even left with cracks like spider webs, with a wrapped-up flag body, slowly unfurling. This flag, which made Li Yuanfeng and the others go wild for it, was presented to the crowd. Flying fish flag? Snap! When someone blurted out these words, behind the crowd of generals in the city defense battalion, there came an ear-piercing sound of horses' hooves. They had just subconsciously turned their heads to look, when they heard a loud voice that resounded through the entire room at first. Hua Ming, even if your people miss and injure one of my inspectors, old me, let your entire city defense battalion be hung with bloody embroidered spring swords. Boom! The entire scene was in an uproar when these words came out. Looking at the entire capital, dare to hold real power with the city defense battalion General Hua Ming. This kind of talk, absolutely only a few. It's no exaggeration to say that even the ministers of the court don't have to be courteous when they see him. But now not only did someone say it, but also, the wording carried an extremely strong flavor of threat. Logically, Hua Ming, who had so many soldiers and horses under his hand, had to dislike them anyway, right? At the very least, put in a stern word and give yourself a leg up. However, after vaguely seeing that young handsome face, Hua Ming, whose harsh words were on his lips, lost his concentration and swallowed hard. What's that? A madman who dared to go to Vermilion Bird Avenue to arrest people and kill them in front of the Golden Guard at Donglin Academy. An executioner who was able to make another case of bloodshed in Taiping and Liuha after retreating in one piece from the siege of two heavenly punishment experts. A ruthless man who, in front of the palace gates, pointed at the nose of the head of the Donglin party and cursed him, and entered the palace to beat up the Tianfeng clan. The man is ruthless. Su Mengda in the capital, facing Li Yuanfeng. He, Hua Ming, still dared to bare his teeth and draw his sword, but in the face of the entire inspector division of the Jinyui, all brought over Su Shanwen. Hua Ming, admit you wimped out. Even when facing the four major co-conspirators of the Jinfu division, he had never been this timid. After all, the four of them more or less gave you some rules. But what about Su Shan? He only recognized the sword in his hand and the brothers behind him. Phew! Swish! Along with Su Shan strangling his horse and standing, the originally deafening sound of the horse's hooves instantly came to an abrupt halt at this moment. The order is in place and no one has dropped out. This military appearance and military ranks alone gave the crowd on the scene an extremely strong sense of oppression. Not to mention, the man at the head of the group, with his own intimidating power. Chapter 158, a dog jumping over the wall, a beast in a trap, sword brows and starry eyes, cold and very oppressive, scanned the entire scene. From the beginning to the end, Su Shan, who was strangling his horse, had never even looked at Hua Ming. His concentration was more on the group escorting the supplies, and the scene plunged into an eerie silence. Until Su Shan opened his mouth. My brothers are dead. 9 of them. The murderer is among you. Now walk out on your own. I'll leave your whole body and woe to your family. Speaking of this, the aura on Su Shan's body became more and more violent while at the same time, it was even more mixed with a strong killing intent. But if it was outed by me, I want your entire clan back tenfold. If there aren't enough living people, I'll dig up your family's ancestral graves and make do with the dead. I, Su Shan, will do what I say. Sizzle. The words that were not loud, but absolutely explosive, also made everyone present have their scalps tingling. In that instant, even Hua Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's not just the workers at the workshop who died, but also his Jinyui men? These bastards. You killed the brocade guards in the capital? also is under the Inspector General's command. Lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death? What a mouthful. This official doesn't care how many of your Jinui have died. All this official knows is that the supplies are required to be issued urgently by the Ministry of War. You, etc., dare to shake the wind here again. If the Ministry of the Army is to blame, you'll all have to suffer. Come on, you even added fuel to the fire? When Zhang Mingguang, the counselor who was transporting the supplies, spoke abruptly at this time, Hua Ming covered his head with one hand and muttered in his heart, while Su Shan, who heard this, looked toward Zhang Mingguang, who was holding the order to leave the city, and questioned with eyes full of coldness, "Who are you?" Zhang Mingguang, the counselor of the Ministry of War, is even the organizer in charge of this escort. Snap, put, ah, the other party just showed his identity, and Su Shan, who raised his horsewhip, hardened the guy and jerked him off his horse. In an instant, the scene resounded with Zhang Mingguang's miserable howls. Counselor Zhang, you, not waiting for the other officials who transported the supplies to open their mouths, Su Shan's icy voice, at first sight the whole scene. As the organizer, I can't believe he didn't know he had a dozen people mixed in with his team, and there are a couple of people with injuries, torture on the spot. It doesn't matter if he's alive or dead. I just want results. Yes. When Su Shan hysterically roared these words, Wang Qinian directly dismounted his horse, unceremoniously tearing Zhang Mingguang's hair. He yanked it hard to the side. After receiving the pliers handed by his subordinate, he stomped on the other side, wanting to remove his fingernail caps before tearing off the guy's fingers one by one. And that, too, was just an appetizer for the Inspector General's torture. Dare, I'm a counselor of the Ministry of War. More, Zira, ow. The miserable screams resounded throughout the entire southern ancient side gate. The bloody scene, illuminated by the torches, was chilling. In that instant, the entire escorting party, there was a commotion. Hua Ming, who couldn't stand to watch, then drove his horse to Su Shan and said, Lord Su, if you go on like this, will you be able to bear the consequences? Whether or not I can afford it is my business, not yours. He was the first, but never the last. The appearance of a dozen unfamiliar faces in an escort of more than 100 should be abrupt. As long as no one identifies them, I'll go down with the torture one by one. Speaking of this, Su Shan took his finger and pointed it at Hua Ming while scanning the scene, adding, rather than killing 1,000 in vain, I will never let one go. The worst that can happen is that His Majesty will decree that my head be cut off. I've died once in the Jiangning Imperial village. What do I care about a second time? After saying this, Su Shan looked at Wang Qinian and yelled in a low voice, don't act like you haven't eaten. Get one dead and then switch to the next one. Yes. Click. Ah. As Zhang Mingguang's miserable screams resounded once again, in the escorting team, someone attempting to create chaos hissed, instead of sitting here and waiting for death, it's better to fight them. Brothers, go. Whoosh. Put. But just as he ventured out, the brocade guards, armed with broken power crossbows, instantly shot him into a hedgehog. Wow. Seeing this scene, those who had just stood beside him backed away in fear. Su Shan, who was watching all of this with cold eyes, waved his hand obediently. Li Yuanfeng, who understood the situation, directly rushed over. After removing his armor and performing an autopsy, he turned his head and cried out, My lord, there is a fresh wound left on his body, a slash from the embroidered spring sword. Hearing this, Su Shan's face sketched out a cold smile. The dog is desperate and trapped. That was the effect he wanted. A murderer with a changed face is not easy to find. All arrested back to interrogate one by one? Not brought to the Inspector General's office. They were stopped by the Ministry of War. It's a psychological game and an existential squeeze. Lord General Hua, how do you think a group of soldiers escorting supplies left a fresh wound from the embroidered spring blade? Gulp. Facing Su Shan's questioning, Hua Ming couldn't help but swallow deeply. It's over. It's all over. The other side has stolen everything this time. If they make a big deal out of it, they're all out of the division. I'm telling you, it was my brothers who, before they died, put their lives on the line and left slash marks on them, so that we, for our part, can screen on the spot who it really is. How dare you, burn the workshop carving factory of the Inspector General's department and kill my Jinuis. After yelling all this, Su Shan then waved his hand and signaled, if there is an organizer, surely there is a deputy? Pull them out and torture them together. Yes. Accompanied by Su Shan's order, several of the brocade guards unceremoniously made a direct move. Many people at the scene had long been scared out of their wits by this bloody scene, crying, screaming and pleading for justice. And Su Shan, whose face didn't bear any emotional color, added word by word, if I don't find all the murderers today, all of you, you'll have to go down to accompany the burial. Identify yourselves now and you will live. Hearing this, many in the group had faltered. They had seen ruthlessness, not this kind of ferocity. Look at this situation. If you don't speak up, you really won't see the sun tomorrow. The murderers hidden in the escorting party also quietly tightened their grip on the hilts of their knives at this time. They also knew very well that if things didn't take a turn for the worse, they were bound to be identified. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to fight. Snap. But just at that moment, an abrupt and loud sound reached the ears of the crowd from far to near. Shan, your Inspector General's department is too overly arrogant, isn't it? How dare you even stop the Ministry of War's convoy? At first hearing this, the crowd sniffed. Yes, it's Marquis Bebo. It's saved. Just as the crowd rekindled hope and saw the light, Masao sheathed his sword. Shan, who didn't even return his head, flung his arm in a smooth manner. The scarlet blade strength intercepted the street and chopped over the stone slabs laid on the ground, the scene of the explosion, but also made the speeding to the North Boho and his party, each in a state of disarray to turn around. Chapter 159. No matter who comes, one result. Nay. The splashing rock boulders also made the horses of the Northern Marquis and his party neigh in fear. Protect the Marquis and the little Marquis. The experts who accompanied them pushed their energy forward. Wow. For Bebo Ho and Sujin, shielding flying stones, but also nervous to prevent someone to take advantage of the opportunity to charge. As the dust and smoke cleared, an explosive chasm appeared in front of these men, hundreds of meters away from them. Without even turning his head back, Shan closed the blade with a miso sound. The voice was not loud, but loud enough to resonate throughout the room as he opened his mouth. The brocade guards are on the case, so idle people should steer clear. Anyone who crosses the line by half a step will be killed without pardon. Boo! At first hearing this, the entire scene was in an uproar. The crowd, who had rekindled their hope, had their scalps tingling at this moment. That's the first-grade Marquis of Bebo. He, Shan, dares to make a move with his sword? In the entire scene, only Hua Ming, who had seen Shan's rampage, revealed a bitter smile as his heart trembled. If he had really taken the Northern Marquis and the Donglin party seriously, he wouldn't have created a tragedy. If there was no stolen goods before, the North Burmese Marquis could still take advantage of the situation. But now what? The scene sat a murderer. Right in this team of escorting supplies, he Shan naturally more tough. And what made the crowd feel even more unbelievable was that along with the fall of Shan's words, the brocade guards, who were dragging behind, directly turned their horses' heads. Each of them tightly gripped the hilt of their swords, maintaining a stance of charging at any time against the northern burghers and their party. Li Yuanfeng, the number one fierce general under Shan's command, was even located at the head of the column, eyes with knives, staring intently at Marquis Bebo and the others. Continue with the torture. No matter who comes today, one result. Yes. When Shan had finished with that, Wang Qinian personally tortured these deputies. From the initial shock, Jin, who had regained his senses, instantly, he felt that he had been strangely humiliated. The one who had just pulled a knife on himself was his love rival. How can one concede at this time? Damn, this Jinui is also too arrogant. You guys, charge with me. I'd like to see if they dare to kill without amnesty. Snap. After saying that, Jin spurred his horse and prepared to charge. And the northern uncle Marquis, who heard his own son's words, instantly returned to his senses. With a quick eye, he pulled Jin from the horse. Immediately afterward, the crowd was treated to a comical scene. The unresponsive Jin mounted his horse, leading his two deputies who had been brought back from the garrison, and crossed the cordon set by Shan. Ouch! Father, what are you doing? Jin, who had been torn and dragged into the air by his own father, was still hissing towards him at this time. Zira. But in the next second, Li Yuanfeng, who was maintaining a state of power storage, drew his sword in a smooth manner. Not only him, but the brocade guards behind him, pulled the triggers of their power-breaking crossbows. Nay, put. Upon hearing the sound, Jin jerked his head. Immediately afterward, he first saw a scene that he would never forget, followed by a puddle of blood that was like splattered ink directly splattered on his face. The two deputies, together with their horses, were shot to the ground, and his warhorse, by the strength of Li Yuanfeng's sword, was split in two in public. The whole thing flows without a hitch. In other words, if it wasn't for Bebo Ho pulling Jin's hand, then he, who had just led the charge, was split apart with it. Gulp. This bloody scene deeply taught Jin a lesson. The anger that had just been on his face was more than replaced by the horror he felt now, and what happened completely shattered the last hope and light of everyone on the scene. Don't use your temper to challenge how well we carry out Lord Su's orders. Who does the Lord say to? As long as Li Yuanfeng does not die, I will to death. A first-rate officer, no less. Li Yuanfeng, who was holding the embroidered spring sword, pointed at Bebo Ho and Jin through the air and said word by word, the degree of arrogance, while staggering the crowd. was even more stimulating to Wang Qinian, one of the humming two generals beside Su Shan. Yuan Feng, progressing again? Can't you keep the number one dog under His Excellency's command? Click. Ow, do you say no? If you don't tell me, I'll wring all the bones in your body. Wang Qinian, who had directly utilized his own stunt-splitting tendon and bone hand, immediately crushed Zhang Mingguang's hand bones. Counselor Zhang, who had fainted, screamed out again as if he were a swindler. Such pain was not something he wanted to endure for a second. Then, tearing his voice, he muttered hysterically, I'll say it all. The man who blended in with the team escorting the supplies is at. Whoosh, Miso, kill the hawks. Zhang Mingguang didn't even finish his words when 5 figures instantly scurried out, used a concealed weapon to charge towards the nearest kitsune. As for these 5 people, 3 of them were powerless to even make a move, and the other 2 were walking doubly hobbled. In just one look, he was taken down instantly by the brocade guards. Zira, when their armor was stripped off, the freshly bandaged wounds on their bodies already corroborated the fact that they were murderers. Injustice has a head, and debt has a head. A few of us are here. Can you let the others go? The one in the lead, after being brought before Su Shan, hissed with a fierce face. After removing his disguise and the torchlight reflected on his face, Su Shan directly called out the other party's name. Captain Ma Cheng, feeling heroic are you? Or do you think that the 5 injured ones ran out and the others just forget about it? In the psychic, to this scarred face, Su Shan was extremely impressed. In that instant, not only the parties involved, but even the remnants who were still hiding in the ranks were shocked by it. And Su Jin, who had personally ordered and planned this event, looked panicked. How does the other side know so well? A mole? The total number of people involved in the arson and murder at the square carving factory is 22. 9 dead, 5 captured, 8 to go. Vice Admiral Zhang, what does your excellency think of my lynching these 5 people in front of you? Miso, accompanied by Su Shan. After saying this, Wang Qinian, who had already drawn his sharp short blade, looked as if he was sharpening his sword. You have delayed me too much. 3 breaths, come out or be tortured. 3, 2, dog thieves, deserve to die. Swish, Vice General Zhang, who had finished yelling these words, leapt up and directly slashed at Su Shan with his sword. Wow! Su Shan, who had always stood on the back of his horse, rose violently. The moment he met them, he seized the short blade in Wang Qinian's hand through the air. I lost 9 brothers. You'll take at least 90 stabs. Miso, zip, zip, zip. The 2 figures intersected under the reflection of the white moon and torches. In just a single glance, strips of flesh on Vice General Zhang's body, interspersed with blood, splashed in all directions from the air. The scene was hideous and bloodthirsty. This scene, watching the crowd, was frightening, and this scene made everyone realize how ferocious the bloody retaliation of the brocade guards really is. Chapter 160. Who lives and who dies? Su Shan will decide. Drops of blood and strips of flesh fell from the sky, smashing into the faces and bodies of the escorting soldiers below, and even spraying on the ground and at the escort vehicle. Ah! Terrified screams resounded throughout the entire southern ancient side door the moment Su Shan pulled out his sword. The escorting pawns, who were holding their heads, fled the hell-like scene while throwing away the foreign objects on their bodies in horror and trepidation. Fear, spreading to the hearts of all. What's more, Su Jin, who was watching this scene, was terrified from the bottom of his heart. From their view, the white moon, tonight is as scarlet as blood. After 100 slashes, Su Shan, who was standing in midair, was all fired up. One more slash, to the brothers in heaven. Miso, Zira. In the next second, Vice General Zhang's head, in full view of everyone, was slashed down by Su Shan. Swish, the head, which still maintained the expression of pain before death, drew a bloodthirsty parabola in the night sky. Attached to the dark energy, it leaped over the cordon and heavily smashed in front of the North Boho line. Snap! Su Jin, who had no horse to ride on, was so frightened after seeing this scene that he was hobbling back a few steps. The moment the head stopped rolling, Vice General Zhang's dead eyes just happened to meet Su Jin's. Put! In a flash, his legs were weak and he directly sat down on the ground. Su Shan, you've gone too wild, haven't you? Returning to his senses, Bei Boho hissed with forced composure. As he said this, the brocade guards had already taken down the remaining 7 murderers who had ventured out. Snap! Su Shan, who returned the short blade to Wang Qinian, mounted his horse in a smooth manner, and said in a cold voice, looking at the entire capital, there are only a handful of people who can make the City Defense Battalion and the Ministry of Military Affairs cover for the murderer at the same time. And you, Bei Boho, are one of them. Don't tell me about this, you don't know anything about it. Speaking of this, Su Shan, who had pointed toward the Su family's father and son from across the room, opened his mouth word by word committing viciousness. This matter, it's not over, it's only just begun. Gulp. When Su Shan finished saying this, Bei Bo Ho and his party lost their minds and took a deep swallow. Until this time, moving his lips to let the deputy to arrange the matter of Su Jin, only to realize how big a basket, messed with what a ruthless person, take the organizers and their party all away. Yes, when he saw that the brocade guards wanted to arrest the people from the Ministry of War as well, Hua Ming hurriedly stepped forward and said, Lord Su, even if Councillor Zhang and the others are at fault, the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Appointments will be the ones to judge them. If you all take it, not waiting for the other party to finish, Su Shan, full of fierce eyes, pointing toward the other party, said, not only do I want to take all of them away, I can also tell you, with certainty, they can't get out of the Inspector General's dungeon. Aiding and abetting is also the original sin. They all have to go down and bury my brother with them. And you, Warming, the tent at the side gate of Nango took over these wounded murderers and gave them 3 army doctors. The 3 military doctors, right now, are in my inspector's office. I'll get their statements when I get back. Speaking of this, Su Shan, who was publicly pointing at Hua Ming with the sheath of his sword, then added menacingly, whoever it is, send the person to the Inspector General's department for me. I'll only give you 1 incense stick of time. No delivery? The battle, it will only be more ferocious than that. After saying that, without even giving Hua Ming a chance to speak again, Su Shan directly turned his horse's head. Damn it, you all dare to harbor the murderer of my Jinui? I'd like to see if the first grade and marquis families can save your dog's life. When the furious Su Shan finished roaring these words, the entire south ancient side door resounded with the resonance of the murderous voices of the crowd of brocade guards. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. At this moment, those officials who were taken away, each of them was so scared that water when peeing pants. As for Bei Bo Ho, who had been publicly slapped in the face by Su Shan, he glared at his firstborn son, who had long been paralyzed with fear. Just after the stroke of midnight, a number of figures that kept wandering around appeared outside the tightly closed gates of the palace. Squeak, accompanied by the opening of the side door. The palace's original lights out of the Imperial study and Yangshuo Palace, once again brightly lit. Spare a thought for the divine opportunity pivot. There were already figures hurrying back and forth. It didn't take long for Qinglong, who was in the punishment period for assaulting Yu Huatian, the factory director of the West Factory, to be urgently summoned to the palace. Half an hour later, the criminal Tongji, who had regained his free body, galloped his horse towards the inspection department, Inspectorate Division. In front of the dungeon of Bingyong, Su Shan, who was squatting there alone, kept burning yellow paper towards the fire pot, and inside, there was an endless stream of screams, one after another. Su Shan, who was muttering and crumbling to himself, had bloodshot eyes filled within his eyes. On the side, Wang Qinian, Li Yuanfeng, and the others wanted to come forward to persuade them, but none of them knew what to say. Criminal Tongji, none need salute, until the appearance of the green dragon made it seem as if they had found their backbone, and they rushed forward to tell the story. Slightly nodded the criminal Tongji, alone, walked to the side of Su Shan, smoothly pinched up a few pieces of yellow paper, pointing after the true feelings muttered, brothers, have a good trip. After saying that, after a little silence, he added, His Majesty decreed that all brothers killed in battle will be given an additional rank and posthumously honored as martyrs. Widows and orphans will be uniformly supported by the Jinfu Division. A workshop engraving factory formerly attached to the Ministry of Ceremonies has been placed under the sole responsibility of the Department of Inspection. Meh. Hearing this, Su Shan laughed out coldly. Bei Bo Ho, giving quite a lot. Hua Ming is demoted, and the City Defense Battalion will be temporarily taken over by Vice Commander Shangguan at the head of the Forbidden Army. 2 of the iron mines seized in Taiping were supplied directly to the Zenfuzi smithy. The Ministry of War will give the Inspector General's department an allocation of 500 warhorses, and the matter will end there. When Qinglong finished saying this, Su Shan fell silent. You said before that the so-called temple battle is a constant process of pulling and compromising. Phew. After he finished saying all this, Su Shan, who had let out a mouthful of turbid air, sneered. Bei Bo Ho gave too much. Your Majesty can't refuse, can you? These words go in my left ear and out my right. Su Shan, you can be quick to kill your enemies, but what about the brothers who followed you? What about your mother? How in the world can you have it both ways? You've done your best. Got it. Snap. Qinglong, who had patted Su Shan's shoulder several times in a row, stood up and said to Li Yuanfeng, who was not far away, the Ministry of Military Affairs will take away their men at first light, live or die. Understood. After saying that, Li Yuanfeng carried his sword into the dungeon. And when the green dragon left, Su Shan, who slowly got up, raised his right hand. Wang Qinian, who would understand, hurriedly came over. Whether you're one of His Majesty's men or one of the heavenly masters, I consider you one of my own. My lord, The youngest is loyal to you and has not said a single word. Shoo! Without waiting for the cold and sweaty Wang Chinian to finish his sentence, Su Shan made a shushing gesture towards him. You personally send someone to keep an eye on the northern burial marquee. Su Jin must die. The king of heaven can't protect him. Su Shan, said it. Yes. When Wang Chinian left, Su Shan, who was tearfully looking in the direction of the square carving factory, muttered, what qualifications do you have to forgive him for my brother? When the justice in Su Shan's heart is tainted by filth, who lives and who dies? He came to set. Chapter 161, 1 against 2. The dragon roars. Everything that happened last night became a passing cloud, fleeting under the joint suppression of all forces. No one mentioned it again, as if nothing had happened. It is occasionally brought up in the community, but it's all over. After all, there is bigger news today that overshadows all that happened last night. Release the list. This time for the spring exam, the list is released. Accompanied by the hysterical yelling of a scholar, countless students flocked to the streets, directly in front of the public notice board for the release of the list. Yang Wanha. Brother Yang has graduated from high school. Where is Brother Yang? Still awake at the inn, I presume? Ha! Right behind you is Lu Tingfei. Brother Lu. Ha ha, whatever I say today, I'll let Brother Lu treat me to a drink. Brother Lu didn't come either? The bookworms gathered in front of the list shouted out the names of several high school bookworms in a row, but there was no sign of them at all. If one person didn't show up, it could be explained away as oversleeping. But 2, 3 people, none of the top 5 on the list were present, which made the crowd doubly surprised. I'm afraid you guys don't know yet, do you? Last night Qin Ruo, the flower girl of Red Sleeve Strike, invited them to recite poems on the Qin Hui River. Talent and beauty, flowers before the moon, TSK, they're all probably still indulging in tenderness right now. Ha ha, it's not going to be all 5, is it? Look at your vulgarity. They went back to their own inns at the stroke of midnight, because of the chaos in the south of the city. Hearing this, the scribes nodded in understanding. Let's go. I know Brother Yang, Brother Lu, and they're in. Let's go find them. Good. I must at least beg for a glass of wedding wine. A group of more than a dozen scholars walked towards the inns immediately next to each other, but anyone who can climb up the ladder wants to get in front of them. After all, these 5 had an unlimited future. Brother Yang, still asleep? Bang, bang. Brother Yang? The door was bolted from the inside. It shouldn't have gone out. Brother Yang. The scholar who took a peek from the window, after seeing Yang Wanha, who was paralyzed in front of the desk and bleeding from 7 holes, first retreated back and forth in fear, and then shouted out in horror. What? What's wrong? Dead. Dead. What? It's really dead. Report to the officials. Report to the officials. There are no exceptions. 5 high, middle school scribes, each died in their own rooms, and the weird thing is, the doors to their rooms, they're all bolted from the inside. This news, once spread instantly exploded in the capital, inside the Imperial Library. What did you say? Yang Wanha, Lu Tingfei and the others are dead? Facing the report from the people below, Xu Yue immediately lost her color. It was important to realize that these 5 people were her hand-picked building blocks. In time, he will even be his right-hand man in the courtroom. Upon learning this news, her first reaction was that the Tung Lin party had gone back on its word. Heavenly Master, this matter, Your Majesty, since the founding of the Great Ming, there has not been such a bad incident. First Counselor Lin and the Donglin party, he wouldn't dare risk the world's scorn by doing such a thing. Right now, the first thing to do is to find the real culprit and appease the people. Hearing Yuan Tiangan's words, Zhu Yue, who was strongly holding back her anger, immediately decreed, order the Northern Jinfu Division and Department 6 to jointly investigate this case. Within 3 days, the true culprit must be found. Yes, sir. Just as Zhu Yue shouted out these words, a female official hurriedly came to report. Your Majesty, First Counselor Lin seeks an audience. Heavenly Master, Duke Chao is waiting outside the temple. Yuan Tiangang and Lin Ruopu, one in and one out. This case, not from the hands of the 2 factories. The following people, moreover, dare not. Chao Zhengchun, who immediately made his position clear, said directly, King Ning is about to enter the capital, and the Dragon Protector Villa under his command. Are there any movements? Hearing Yuan Tiangan's words, the furious Chao Zhengchun said in a cold voice, the 2 factories under the command of this governor have been destroyed by 1.5 of your people. The Jinyui can't even find out. And you're asking me? Wei Zhengxian was killed and Yu Huatian was injured. The Donglin party, which had even lost the money gang and the city defense battalion, was at an even greater disadvantage than it had ever been before. Now that their men are contracting their defenses and licking their wounds, how can they have the leisure time to ask about the vassal king? This matter, through and through, is fishy. Someone is trying to muddy the waters of the capital. This is a thought shared by both. On this day, dozens of people from the Divine Mechanism Pivot and the Golden Guard secretly left the city. North Lane, South Street. The Department of Inspection has just stopped but a morning. A scarlet flying fish suit Shan will lead the department towards the case of the Rush 2. The case fell on the head of the Northern Jinfu Division, and His Majesty even decreed that the case be solved within 3 days. As far as Qinglong was concerned, he could only offer up his trump card, the Inspector General's department. As they approached the place of the crime, the two paths met in front of the inn. Wang Qinian, who is a know-it-all, hurriedly reminded in a soft voice, "My lord, the one at the head of the opposite side is Iron Hands, Tai Xia, one of the 4 famous arrests of Department 6, the second Master Tai. With his deep inner strength, he's second only to Chief Constable Jean at Department 6. Right behind him is one of the 4 great divine constables, Life Chaser, Chui Liao, who has excellent lightness and is good at tracking. He is short-tempered and ruthless." While Wang Qinian was introducing each other to Shan, naturally, there were also people from Department 6, introducing Tai Xia and Chui Liao. "So this is the recently popular Ambassador Su Jinfu? I've heard a lot about you, and I've heard that you're very capable and arrogant?" The two sides were separated by a few meters and unanimously strangled their horses. Tai Xia, who was at the head of the opposite side, looked like he was clasping his fists to give Shan a greeting, but between the lines, there is a sense of yin and yang. Shan, who was in a bad mood, merely returned the salute with a clasped fist and did not elaborate, but this scene fell into Chui Luo's eyes as arrogance and rudeness. "Shan, our second master, in your questioning," gritting his teeth, Chui Liao questioned in a cold voice, "whether or not I can fight this, you should ask the Long Divine Constable. He knows it well." "You." Shan's words also caused Tai Xia and Chui Liao and the others to instantly change their faces. Both of them have just returned from the outside case, learned that his own brother, Cold Blood, was beaten by him lying injured in bed, was already angry. When you see each other again, you don't say that you're an enemy, but at least you're harboring a fire. Now that he mentioned it, he was naturally angry. "I'd like to see if you are as rumored, or not." Swish, chasing life. Whoosh, the moment Chui Rue struck, Iron Hands wanted to stop it, but it was still a step too late. Having learned of Shan's information from his own chief constable, he didn't dare to be careless and followed closely. "My lord, look out." Seeing the 2 divine constables of Department 6 charging towards their own lord, Li Yuanfang and the others immediately prepared to meet the enemy. Wow! But as soon as they made a move, they were pushed behind themselves by a random force from Shan's hand. Immediately afterward, instead of retreating, he directly met the other 2. One left and one right arm instantly manifested a hideous scarlet dragon head. Snap! Boom! Shan, who was fighting 1 against 2, had his 2 palms facing off against the 2 great godly catchers of Department 6 respectively. The 4 palms were facing each other, and the dragons were roaring. Chapter 162. Arrogant because he can fight. Nay. The explosion of the chi energy also caused all the people's mounts to hiss with restlessness. The wooden door of the inn and the decorations around it were even more shattered by the impact. Originally, many of the scholars and the people who were still hilariously outside the cordon rolled on the ground. The scene kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke that completely enveloped both sides. Phew! A wild wind blew. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was Shan, who stood at the place of confrontation. Still maintaining his stance of making a move, he stood there as steady as a mountain. Not far from it, Tai Xia, whose usual hand was trembling, looked at the young man in front of him with disbelief. In front of him, a clearly visible scratch, indirectly foreshadowing his body in the midst of the confrontation just now, was overwhelmed and slid several meters. The slightly weaker, life snatcher, Chui Liao is also in a more difficult situation than Master Tai. On the arm opposite the palm, his previous official uniform had exploded, his feet were sunk within the stone floor, and his official hat fell off and his corseted hair came down. Put! The blood that wasn't suppressed immediately poured out. Chui Shinshu. Upon seeing this scene, the Department 6 constables who accompanied them went forward. Tai Xia, who rushed to him in a hurry, was even ferrying chi for him. However, his gaze, kept looking in horror at Shan, who was fighting 1 against 2 and still steadily gaining the upper hand. Why is he so strong? Moreover, the internal force was extremely thick, and even in Tai Xia's opinion, he hadn't even used his full strength in the confrontation just now. Did you just say that you heard that I'm very capable and arrogant, Iron God Constable? It's 2 words that go hand in hand. Shan, who had withdrawn his momentum, turned around as he nodded toward his opponent and added, "Because you can fight, you are arrogant." This explanation, is it acceptable? If you can't, come see me next time after you've accounted for your will. After throwing down these words in a domineering manner, Shan led his troops into the inn without even turning his head back. At this moment, No one from Department 6 dared to bare their teeth and squeak. What a joke! The two great divine catchers joined hands and failed to shake each other. Any more harsh words would be purely self-inflicted. You guys send the Chui divine constable back first. Yes. Second master. The disgruntled Trillo was stopped by Iron Hands with a look just as he opened his mouth. It's not about being outskilled. It's about being completely crushed. After saying this, Iron Hands got up and led the others towards the inn as well. Qinglong and Jin Zhouling, who had arrived here in advance, subconsciously came out to find out what was going on when they felt the explosive atmosphere of the qi outside. The two went out and happened to meet up with Su Shan, who had arrived first. What just happened out there? Facing Qinglong's inquiry, Su Shan answered truthfully, I ran into Department 6 Iron Divine Constable and Chui Divine Constable. Hearing this, the scene, regardless of whether it was the people from Department 6 or the brocade guards, all of them had their nerves tensed. Crossed paths? Green Dragon asked bluntly. Wrap it up. Called it quits? What do you mean? I'm not closing. There are at least 3 Divine Constables in Department 6 now recuperating from their injuries. Sizzle. When Su Shan finished his words without slowing down, the scene resounded with the sound of the crowd sucking in cool air. Qinglong, who was first stunned, then inquired incredulously, 1 against 2. On this question, without waiting for Su Shan to open his mouth, Iron Hands, who was slightly half a beat slower, had his voice come from far away. It's me and Life Snatcher who are out of our depth today. Wow! This sentence alone was enough to make everyone at the scene clamor for it. Rao Jin Zhouling stared incredulously at Su Shan, who had already walked into the scene of the crime. Is he already this strong? Previously, when he had faced him with a slap in the dungeon of the Ministry of Punishment, he hadn't yet had this kind of strength. Inner strength. Have you improved? A demon. Qinglong, who had roughly understood what happened from Wang Qinian, arrogantly opened his mouth and said, This is not nonsense. Your Majesty, order the Northern Jinfu Division and Department 6 to work together to solve this case within 3 days. You're good. Coming up here and almost drying out the 2 great divine constables, not paying attention to the impact at all. If you didn't know, you'd think there was a disconnect between our 2 major organizations. With these words, although Qinglong was chiding Su Shan, the corners of his raised mouth couldn't even be suppressed. Chief Arrestor Jean, this matter is due to my poor discipline. In that case, I'll order someone to, in a moment, send 2 chi replenishing pills to Department 6. This kid Su Shan is so eager to handle the case that he doesn't have a light hand. Don't take it to heart. Of course, I can't help it if you take it to heart. It's too strong. Can't manage it, not at all. Looking at Qinglong's dejected appearance, Jin Zhouling's entire face twitched. Suppressing his anger with a leathery smile, he said, Tongji Xing is joking. The Northern Jinfu Division has Ambassador Su Jinfu in charge, and this case will be handily resolved. After all, it's widely rumored that there's no case Su Jinfu envoy can't solve. For this joint operation, Department 6 is only an auxiliary. Deducted such a big hat. Once the case cannot be solved, he bore the brunt of the North Township Division to take the blame. The old fox, Su Shan, who wasn't in the mood to engage in deceit with these bigwigs, first surveyed the scene and then examined Yang Wanha's body. The other man's neck had deep pinch marks, and the weird thing about those pinch marks was that he had caused them himself. His eyes were wide, filled with blood and written with panic. His tongue had been bitten off by himself, and he had left bloody marks at the corners of his eyes, nostrils and mouth. Your Honor, the coroner's conclusion of the autopsy is suicide. Time of death, roughly around 1:15 to midnight. Wang Qinian, who was holding the information in his hand, reported softly. To be precise, first self-harm, then suicide. What a grudge this is against himself. Go on, see what's going on with the other 4. Yes, it was also at the time when Wang Qinian left with his men that Su Shan channeled the other party in the name of the autopsy. Sizzle. The scene begins with a dying Yang Wanha, who appears to be in great pain. In his ears, the constant sound of a low decibel flute made it seem as if he was in some kind of nightmare. In pain, he was dominated as if he were being dominated in a self-inflicted inhumane abuse. Until death. Phew. Su Shan, who had channeled so many dead people, had never felt as much pain as he did today. While he could sense the other's agitation, restlessness and panic, he couldn't truly vicariously enter the other's nightmare. A scene from his life did not leave a useful clue, but such an experience awakened certain memories in Su Shan's heart. Exorcism, rewarded by the system in the case of the Hanging Temple. This aptitude also allowed Su Shan to know the symptoms and solutions of each type of witchcraft like the back of his hand. Because of this, in his mind, the term directly popped up, and all the information about this sorcery came to his mind like a flood. Zenfu's Wang Su, are you usually this obsessed with corpses when you're working on a case? It's been checked for almost an incense stick. What kind of clues does this reveal? When the man from Department 6, who was harboring a fire in his heart, with emotions just muttered this. Shan, who had instantly returned to his senses, shouted, Yuan Fong, immediately enter the palace with my token to go to the divine opportunity pivot. Bring me all the information on the witchcraft sex, subdued bamboo technique, especially about the red flame golden trefoil. Yes, sizzle. Chapter 163 Red Flame Golden Mistletoe. Spontaneous combustion burst. Shan's sudden opening also caused the people of Department 6, who had just privately sneered at him, to take in a deep breath of cool air with wide eyes. What the hell? Voodoo cult? Subdued mistletoe? Red flame golden trellis? What is this thing? Snap. When they had just finished muttering this, Shan, who stood at the side always observing Shan's every move, slapped the back of his mouth-broken subordinate's head. If you don't know, learn more. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Yes, yes. The confrontation at the doorway had not only allowed Iron Hands to have a clear cognizance of Shan's strength, it had also allowed him, moreover, to hold great misgivings about the young man in front of him. What kind of experience and talent allowed him to have such a deep internal strength at such an age? And the fact that he didn't seem to be opening his mouth for nothing made Iron Hands even more interested in Shan's experience. Seance. You know all about it? Shan's shock and surprise also made the Qinglong and Jin Zhuoling outside the door rush in. Got a clue? What did you just say about the witchcraft cult, subdued mistletoe? Is this the cause of Yang Wanha's death? The inquisitive Qinglong and Jin Zhuoling, without waiting for Shan to open his mouth, directly asked 3 questions in a row. 8, 9 or so. Shan, who had gotten up and rushed towards the other crime scene, wanted to be sure of his judgment. When he went out, he was followed by the 2 main bearers of the Northern Jinfu Division and Department 6. At this moment, all with the bodyguard respectively reside behind. Shan pursued. The investigation is going in the right direction, isn't it? Shan, this isn't a joke. Once it's determined that it's the witchcraft cult, the nature of this case will change. Implications are vast. Yeah, what did you judge by? Pa. Shan, who was really speechless by these 2 bigwigs, stopped and replied, what am I relying on to judge? Holy man's sixth sense. Ha? No, what did he say? What the hell is a man's sixth sense? I believe you. Directly was angry and laughed at Qinglong. Just finished saying this, next to Jin Zhuoling pulled him said, we seem to have overlooked one thing. He was trained by Lord Nori. Hearing this, Qinglong nodded heavily with wide eyes. If there was anyone in the world who knew the most about the witchcraft cult, it would have to be Ji Gang, who was responsible for investigating, confiscating, and slaughtering the witchcraft cult back then. As a reminder, nothing in the house or even the body should be moved without authorization and left as it is. Before entering the second site, Shan solemnly admonished everyone. Jin Yi side naturally regarded as axiomatic. On the contrary, Department 6 side, each mouth does not say, the heart flooded with mutterings. What's wrong with you? You're just showing off that you can, aren't you? 5 victims from 3 inns were examined one after another, and the cause of death was the same as Yang Wanha's. Moreover, the time of death was all at 1:15 midnight. Between channeling with the 5 victims, Shan could hear the bizarre flute music. Detailed inquiries were made to the innkeepers and the residents next door, who said they had not heard it. A song that breaks my heart. Where in heaven can I find my soulmate? You're good at blowing. Ding dong. Just as Shan finished muttering this in his heart, the system's beep sounded at first. The system releases a task, the will of the bookworms. Task description, find the murderer and put him on the spot. Mission progress, 0/1. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. Shan, who already knew the murderer's killing method, sat back and waited for Li Yuanfang to bring information about the surrender technique from the divine mechanism pivot. Only by knowing the exact process of the descent and recruitment could Shan find the murderer from the clues. At this moment, Iron Hands, too, followed Shan's example in front of a corpse, scrutinizing it, and the dog leg beside him. After seeing this scene, fawned and walked toward the window while speaking. The light in the house is so dim. Iron Divine Constable, I'll open the window for you to see more clearly. As he said this, the constable took it upon himself to push open the wooden window. Shan, who saw this, immediately chided. Don't open the window, much less let the corpse come into contact with sunlight. To be its words have not yet fallen tone. A ray of midday slanting sun, spilling reflecting on the body above. I'll you up. Bang! Shan, who was all-powerful with one hand, instantly pushed the corpse through his chi to the corner of the room's nook and cranny, wanting to avoid the light. However, the body, which had already been illuminated by the sun, suddenly spontaneously combusted from within. Boom! Immediately after that, the bloodline exploded itself. The splattered blood mist, after staining the body of the Department 6 constable, was like sulfuric acid that kept eroding. Those who couldn't dodge in time had their entire face and half of their body stained with blood spray. In a flash, their entire bodies zipped and smoked. Miserable screams resounded for dozens of breaths until each one fell to the ground in spasms and convulsions. Finally the eyes were wide open and he died of gas. The moment it happened, Shan was instinctively protecting his own brother. It also leaves the Inspector General without casualties. On the contrary, Department 6, sparing the quick-eyed Iron Hands, was in a sorry state at the moment. The constable who opened the window, moreover, collapsed at the scene of his own lightning strike. The Qinglong and Jin Zhouling, who rushed in at the news, saw the tragic situation at the scene and asked with wide eyes, "What happened?" As they said this, Shan, whose eyes were red from anger, growled lowly toward Iron Hands and the others. Did I remind you that nothing can be moved? You're killing yourselves, don't drag us with you." In the face of Shan's roar, none of Department 6 dared to squeak again. Not even the ventriloquists dare to bury another line. There was no better wake-up call for them than the gruesomeness of the scene. "Calm down, Mr. Su Jinfu, we are to blame for this matter. Please explain that as well." As he said this, Iron Hands lost his previous shade and heartily clasped his fists inquiringly. Coupled with the hints in Qinglong's eyes, Shan narrated, "The red flame mistletoe, cultivated through the consumption of cloud mushrooms, yellow phosphorus and compulsion." Cloud mushroom? That's the poisonous mushroom that can cause hallucinations and nightmares even in the sovereign realm? Iron Hands, who was also considered knowledgeable, spoke up. "The red flame mistletoe, after being descended into their body, once recruited, they will be trapped in their own nightmare. It's not themselves they're self-mutilating, it's the lingering nightmare in their minds they're trying to strangle. In addition, after being recruited, the red flame mistletoe will leave a large amount of yellow phosphorus and compulsion within the blood of the corpse. Once it meets the sun, it spontaneously combusts and bursts." Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd was stunned with jaws agape. "My lord, there's one thing I don't know. The murderer was perfectly capable of destroying the body silently. Then why did he leave the body behind?" This question of Wang Qinian was also a doubt in the minds of the people. Confidence that no one knows its surrender technique. Also, think differently about this. What if these corpses are merely bait? What would be the outcome of an uninformed you and I breaking a taboo like they just did? It's hard for anyone to be spared at close range, isn't it? Chapter 164, Ringing the Rings, Crossing Hands in Space. Sizzle. When Shan finished analyzing these, the people on the scene, even Qinglong and Jin Zhouling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chunexam High School 5 students have died violently. His Majesty is furious. Will certainly let the Jinui or Department 6 start investigating the case. If Shan hadn't known the mysteries of this and accidentally touched the taboo, then there will be more than dead and wounded. A chain of events, one after the other. This murderer, bizarre, but on second thought, wouldn't Shan, who was able to recognize these in the first place, be even more demonic? Regardless of how Jin Zhouling, Iron Hands, and the others, had an impression of Shan, at this moment, they were all convinced of him in terms of business and strength. Shan, who do you think the killer is targeting? After Qinglong had finished saying this, Shan smiled and replied, "The organizer of this case. My odds are not small, and yours are not small. A murderer that confident may be right under our noses, waiting to admire his masterpiece." Located in the tailor store between the inn where the crime took place, a dark shadow looked through the wooden window at the constable diagonally across the street, constantly lifting out corpses from inside the inn. Jie. After taking in the scene, he let out a grim laugh, revealing his yellowed and pitch-black teeth. "Dead? What, the son of heaven's own soldiers, the light of the court? Nothing more than that." Snap. Phew. Just as he had finished muttering this, Lei Yuanfeng, who had sped from the palace, folded back to the scene of the crime with numerous dossiers and a brocade box. Not long after, the dark shadow hiding in the tailor store saw his target, Shan, leap out of the inn and stand on the roof. When he saw Shan holding a square disc, looking around for something, the confident smile on his face instantly froze there. "Star compass? Star Luo.Kuan. He's looking for my location? How is that possible? He knows the art of subjugation? He also knows the bone flute invocation, deadly door occupation?" As he said this, the black shadow's right hand, which looked like a withered branch, clutched the bone flute made of human bone aside, making it squeak. The self-proclaimed seamless calculation was just neutralized by the other side? At this moment, Qinglong and the others inside the inn looked up at Shan, who stood above the roof, very surprised. Li Yuanfeng inquired, "Yuanfeng, what did the heavenly master say?" "Celestial master." After learning that it might be the subjugation technique, he ordered the dossier to be handed over to his subordinates at the first opportunity. Before he left, he solemnly handed this astrolabe to me. It says that Lord Su, being able to tell that it's the surrender technique, knows this item, and muttered recruitment Cham-kun. Hearing this, Xinglong looked at Jin Juling who was on the side, and the two of them coincidentally said, Kuan Palace, the gate of death. Right, being able to recruit 5 victims at the same time for 5 victims at the same time. The location chosen by the murderer must be the dead door located between the 3 inns. This stuff, it's metaphysical. While the people below were talking, Shan, who was at the roof, was looking at the astrolabe while his mouth was broken according to the memories in his mind. Death Gate. The 5 elements are earth, phase in the summer, prisoner in the winter, dead in the spring, Burgundy Palace antinomy, Sundance Palace in the grave, Jun Palace under attack. The southwestern Koan Gong is the Fuyin. Swish, Shan, who had screened out the direction of the death door based on the compass, the surrounding terrain, and the orientation, stared intently at the closed-door tailor store with a torch-like gaze. Tightening his grip on the hilt of the Maseo blade, he landed from the roof in a single leap. During this time, shouted toward Li Yuanfang, take this tailor store as the center and block off all the surrounding Dao streets. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xinglong, Jin Juling, and even Iron Hands, among others, leapt through the inn in the air, arriving directly in front of the tailor's store. Bang! With Shan kicking open the door of the room, a strange odor mixed with blood hit his nose. Dead. The body's got necrotic spots all over it. At least 6 hours or more in this cold. After making sure that the tailor store was empty, Xinglong and the others, who had found the bodies of the original shopkeeper and the clerk, talked softly. As they said this, their gazes, too, followed Shan's figure and locked onto the attic. After following them up closely, they saw Shan, surveying an incense burner made from a human skull, inviting incense. After taking a fine sniff, Shan muttered under his breath, the incense ash is still warm. As he said this, Shan stood at the spot where the black shadow had been before, looking at every move outside through the hollowed-out flower carvings of the wooden window. Just now he was standing here, watching our every move. Really arrogant. After Shan finished saying this, Xinglong and Jin Juling immediately ordered people to thoroughly investigate all suspicious people on the surrounding streets. After channeling with the shopkeeper and the clerk, Shan, who had found nothing, saw a bloody portrait in the diagonal corner of the corpse. My lord, this is Wang Qinian, who accompanied him, did not finish his sentence with wide eyes. Zira. Shan, who tore off this portrait, placed it on his own face, coldly smiling. He compared it. Asterisk really looks like if I don't rip your head off, I'll be sorry for your ringing calculations. The end of the street. The sudden closure of the streets by the brocade guards and constables made the crowd watching panic. Why don't you let us leave? Let us out. Yeah, we're students in this year's spring exams. Let these people, no matter how they hissed, the person in charge of the blockade, didn't release them. And at this moment, outside the blockade line, a hunched beggar hobbling forward stopped in his tracks and twisted his head to look back in the direction of the tailor store. The corners of his grin revealed yellowed and pitch-black teeth. Lord Su, you've amazed this shaman, knowing so much about seance cases. You'll keep looking into it, won't you? I'll be waiting for you at the next session. Don't let me down. Jie. Turning behind him with a sneer, the clothed man disappeared into the crowd. When you reappear, you are already on the other side of the Qinhuai River. My lord, the trail is broken? Wang Qinian, who had closely followed Shan out of the tailor store, cautiously inquired. The trail of recruitment is broken, but the falling ones don't. The art of descending the is divided into 2 steps, descending and recruiting the. The 5 were dropped at the same time. That's why they were recruited en masse. After Shan finished saying this, Wang Qinian came to his senses and said, yes, all 5 of them, last night, were called out to the Qinhuai River by the flower girl of the red sleeve strike to recite poems. Snap. Shan, who heard these words, stopped and looked in the direction of the Qinhuai River. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he muttered, you're so confident, you should be waiting for me to throw myself into the net. In the capital, I won't allow anyone else to be more arrogant than me. Chapter 165. We, the inspectorate, have not lost yet, have the blockade removed, to be able to leave comfortably under the eyes of Tongji Xing and Chief Inspector Jin. Naturally, he also has this ability to leave the blockade area silently. Shan, who had exited the tailor store, gave a direct order. Hearing his words, Xinglong, who was originally discussing something with Jin Juling, came over and said, any clues? Shan, who did not answer him positively, said softly, fellow criminal, the case has been investigated to this point. Does it still matter who the real culprit is? Say on. As far as I know, a sorcerer who can sacrifice the red flame golden mistletoe and knows the subduing mistletoe technique is not of a low status in the witchcraft sect. Is he? Just discussed this matter with Chief Constable Jin. He should be a high-ranking shaman. Then the one who can command this shaman and kill people in the capital must also be of prominent status, right? After Su Shan had finished saying this, Jin Zhouling, who was listening on the side, also nodded his head with emphasis. The previous case of the infant sisters has already proved that the former prince's old party and the remaining members of the witchcraft cult are still making waves in the dark. Now there's a higher-order shaman. All fingers point to the White Sparrow Temple. It is the attitude of His Majesty and the cabinet that will determine this case and whether it can be investigated to the end. Xinglong, who had already heard Su Shan's words, was silent for a little while and said, "You continue to track it down. I'll make a trip to the palace with Chief Constable Jin." After Qinglong and Jin Zhouling left, Wang Qinian came up to Su Shan and said, "My lord, behind Red Sleeve Strike is the Marquis of Anping. His family is in a marriage with the Su family of Beiboho. In recent times, it has also been petitioning with the Donglin party to impeach the Inspector General's office. They may not necessarily cooperate if they are not accompanied by Tongji Jin and Chief Arrester Jin. After all, the fact that the 5 scholars were dropped at the Red Sleeve Strike was their speculation from beginning to end, and there was no empirical evidence. They will only prevaricate when they are investigated in such a dignified manner. There are 2 sides to everything. You see a lack of cooperation, but how come I see that it's no longer tied up? There is someone at Red Sleeve who must be involved in this case. Ha!" After Su Shan finished saying this with certainty, Wang Qinian was first stunned, then came to his senses and said, "My subordinate understands. In the case of the Hanging Temple, there were quite a few quill egg shells and witch weapons left behind. Through and through." After Su Shan finished saying this, Wang Qinian immediately arranged for someone to go back to the inspection division to go to the evidence. The Red Sleeve Strike, one of the 3 most famous houses in Jinling. Inside, it is said that a song and dance by a songstress will cost dozens of taels. You can't get what you want without hundreds of taels to touch a little hand and color your skin. It's all encrusted with gold underneath, so you can lose your fortune if you touch it. After accompanying his own brothers up there, Su Shan added with a sneer on his face, "Capture them all back to the Inspector General's department, and I'll have them give you all a night's dance. Let them serve you well, and they will have to pay their respects. Lord Su, mighty." The crowd of brocade guards who heard this were all highly demoralized. At this moment, not to mention that Red Sleeve Recruitment's back was against Marquis Anping. Even if his back was against the King of Heaven, he would not be able to escape today. Hiya, Department 6, who stayed behind to look at the crime scene, did not accompany them. When the Inspector General's department, which had flashed its flying fish flag, arrived at Red Sleeve in great numbers, it attracted a lot of onlookers. After all, this was one of the top high-end entertainment venues in Jinling. It's no exaggeration to say that one of the songstresses pulled out of it is the equivalent of a latter-day starlet. Now, being targeted by the windy Inspector General's department, it was a natural sensation. The brocade guards are on the case, so idle people should steer clear. Su Shan had just dismounted from his horse with his men, and Tang Ziyue, who had arrived in advance, led the men in dispersing the guards guarding the entrance. "My lord, this is the Red Sleeve Cafe. Are you sure you're not in the wrong place?" A middle-aged man at the head immediately blocked the doorway. Hands around the chest yells 5 or 6 said, "To reiterate, the brocade guards are on the case, and those who obstruct them will suffer the consequences." "Case? What case? We didn't receive any notice. And besides, you should inquire about whose field Red Sleeve Strike is before you clamor." Whoosh! Bang! Just as the other party finished his words, Li Yuanfeng, who had rushed out from behind Deng Ziyue, kicked the guy in the chest. Bam! In the next second, the door of the closed-door red building was hardened by this guy's body flying out and crashing heavily. After landing, they didn't even let out any screams and fainted on the spot. Instead, inside, the screams of the girls rang out. "Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? What's the point of repeating it? The Inspector General's office is on the case. Just say it once." Deng Ziyue, who was instantly rebuked by Li Yuanfeng, hurriedly made amends. "With so many people gathered around, I'm afraid that I'll cause a bad influence on the Inspector General's department." Hearing this, Su Shan, who slowly and leisurely walked up, immediately laughed out loud. "Influence? Public opinion in the capital is firmly controlled by the Jinfu newspaper. I'd say the kick was a kick for justice. Tomorrow's front page, it's all glorification. When I say he obstructed law enforcement, he deserves to die." Snap! After saying this, Su Shan, who had one hand on Deng Ziyue's shoulder, once again added, "We are in the capital, spend so much money and raise so many people. Isn't it just for us to draw our swords for both justice? Ziggy, tough it out. We, the inspectors, haven't lost yet, have we?" After Su Shan finished saying all this, Deng Ziyue, who was pulling his neck and his veins bursting with rage, shouted, "Yes, look at it, my lord. Wow, Aside from the few who were responsible for the outside world's vigilance, the remaining dozens of brocade guards rushed in like wolves and tigers. Standing in the doorway, Shan, who was in no hurry, surveyed the surroundings and scanned the crowd of onlookers. As he turned to step through the front door, he muttered, "The stage is all set for you. If you don't make a move, I'll look down on you." Just as Shan's figure disappeared from the view of the crowd of onlookers, a hunched old man holding a wooden stick hobbled out of the crowd. "Lord Su, you're still here." Snap. As he muttered this, the wooden stick was crushed by him, revealing the bone flute. In an unknown corner, an altar was set up, and 3 sticks of inviting incense were lit without slowing down. "Which one of you is in charge? Who gave you permission to trespass on the red cuff?" Shan had just stepped into the main courtyard when he saw a pimp leading a turtle eunuch and his guards, aggressively descending from the stairway. "Believe it or not, a paper from our proprietor will make you court hawks and dogs unprotected." Ha! Shan, who heard this, laughed out coldly. "A court eagle? Why does that sound so harsh to me?" Miso. Shan's words had just fallen, and Deng Ziyue, who had leapt up, rushed directly in front of the pimp. Put. Just in front of the many songstresses and guards, he stabbed his opponent more than 10 times. Chapter 166, Contempt of Imperial Power. Bone Flute Recruitment. The sudden scene also caused ear-piercing screams to emanate from the scene. The tortoise and the guards who originally came down with the pimp in a furious manner. After being sprayed with blood, one was so frightened that he threw his body back and stumbled back. Some of them even sat down directly on top of the steps. The songstresses who came out at the sound of the voice, each lost their colors as they were horrified. How have they ever seen such a formation? As one of the 3 most famous houses in Jinling, and backed by the red sleeve cottage of the Marquis of Anping, all the people it receives are dignitaries. To put it mildly, if you throw a slab down from the attic at night, the one you hit could be a key member of the dynasty. Plus, their own proprietor's position in the capital made them scorn the Imperial Hawks of the Jinfu division. It was for this reason that the pimp in charge was so tongue-tied when he appeared on the scene, and Tang Ziyu, who was eager to prove himself to his own lord, was not at all used to the other party. At close range, he stabbed more than 10 times in a row, and when he pulled out the last knife, half of his body was stained with blood, and he swept his eyes with a knife at the more than 10 guards who were trailing behind him. In this moment, a man standing at the mouth of the steps with a horizontal sword intimidated a group of people from the other side. Who else dares to mouth off and give my lord a sting? Stand out. In the face of Deng Ziyue's cold rant, the large red sleeve stripes fell into a brief silence. Snap. It was not until the sound of Shan's footsteps sounding as he entered the room that the silence was broken. And even more so, the crowd's attention was focused on this young and handsome face. Humiliate the son of heaven's own soldiers and defy imperial authority. Not a bad way to die. As he said this, Shan beckoned, and Wang Qinian, who instantly understood, then shouted, "All of you, rush to the main courtyard. Don't miss every room. Search it." "Yes, you, what are you doing? Trying to slip away?" Shan, who heard a sound coming from behind him, subconsciously turned his head, only to see a boy being held down from the wooden window by the brocade guards who were guarding there. "TSK, you're being insensitive. People are desperately trying to run out. Aren't they just trying to tip off the proprietor? We are a force of benevolence and righteousness, and we are to be benevolent and fraternal." After saying this, Shan reached out and pointed to the pimp's corpse and said, "Mouth says no evidence. Don't Anping Ho not come? In that case, you call out 2 more men and bring the body along with you. It's a little more convincing that way." Gulp. After Shan finished saying this with a sneer, not only the arrested boy, but even the crowd of red sleeve strike could not help but swallow a deep mouthful of saliva. Not only does the other party know the backstage of the red cuffs, but they are also so emboldened? What's his background? Hurry up, my patience is limited. Yes, back to God's boy, trembling to the pimp body, shouted 2 guards, really carried out. During this period of time, the afterglow of horror glanced at Shan from time to time, fearing that he would go back on his word. Snap. As they prepared to leave, Shan put one hand on the other's shoulder. The guy was so scared that he was on the verge of crying out. "When you see Marquis Anping, send a message for me. Shan, tell him to prepare a few more impeachment motions against the Inspector General. Let's see if it's his Jingfu that's useful, or the brocade guard's embroidered spring swords. Remember? Not only do you have to memorize it, but you have to communicate it." Yes. Being right in the middle of the capital city public opinion vortex of the red sleeve strokes, released 3 people, but also carrying a corpse. The story immediately blew up as soon as it spread, and it is not clear why his own lord, why there is this tart operation of the crowd of brocade guards, but steadfastly carry out his orders, previously by the dignitaries, held in the heart of the songstresses, clean herdsmen, naturally have their own temperament and noble. Being driven from the small, separate courtyard to the main hall, one appeared to be extremely articulate. Many of the lords of the court are friends with us. If you, etc., still dare to be so vulgar, you will be made to look good afterwards. Shan, who stood in the main hall with his arms folded, was pretending to admire the literary trolls, the ink treasures left behind by the guest. Damn, that's a lot of out-of-the-way words. Just after muttering these words in his heart, a stern voice, from far to near, reached his ears. What did she say? Afterward, the butt is going to make us look good? What about beforehand? Ask her what she showed us beforehand. Ha ha. There are some segments where a bunch of old men are a little bit of the same. Therefore, the scene of the repulsion was bursting with laughter. Ha, what's going on with your face? Who scratched it? Shan, who had noticed something, walked briskly over to one of the brocade guards. Looking at his bloody scratches, he subconsciously inquired. Great, my lord. Wanting to speak, he glanced at the songstress who had just opened her mouth. So what if I caught him? How dare a Thai errand boy make a move on me? Who are you scaring with a knife? One of the songstresses, who was relying on several princes and ministers to be her guests of honor, opened her mouth viciously. Snap! But just as her words fell, Lei Yuanfeng, who was already a straight man of steel, slapped the other party to the ground. Hot damn! No mercy at all. Ouch! Autumn moon. You guys, just because we don't hit women doesn't mean we don't hit. What you can rely on is what I disdain for. After throwing down this sentence, Shan said to the scratched brocade guard, later, catch back to the Inspector General's department. She will not serve you comfortably. You remove the fingers she grabbed you with, one by one. That's an order. Yes. At first hearing this, the women lost their colors. The autumn moon, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, was even covering the side of her face and panicking. I believe this is the capital's popular Inspector General Zen Fuji, Lord Su, right? A bunch of men with swords, bullying us women with no hands. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? Hearing these words, Shan subconsciously raised his head, only to see a woman who could be described as a top-notch woman both in terms of her figure and her face, standing on top of the attic. After looking at each other, Shan subconsciously spoke. Who is she? Back to your lordship, the flower girl of the red sleeve stroll, Shin Ruo. What's the point of standing so tall? Just showing you off. Ha, roll down. Shan's words were truly confusing to hear. It was important to realize that Shin Ruo's status was equivalent to that of a popular big star in the latter days, the woman who has haunted the souls of many dignitaries in the capital. But what about him? How dare he be so rude and handless? You've damn well helped more than I've ever seen. Woohoo! Just as Shan muttered these words, a flute sound that was faintly visible was keenly captured by him. Ha! A bone flute trick? Chapter 167 Mixed Soul Lock. Heavenly Punishment Expert? Cackle. The moment the sound of the flute seemed to ring out, there was a weird sound from the group that had been driven inside the main courtyard. Many people who were closer subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see that the sisters, the guards and even the tortoise who usually spent time with them had agonized and twisted expressions. The veins were outwardly violent and bloodshot within their eyes. Even more alarming was the fact that their hands were impaled on their skins, wrenching them outward with all their might, even though the blood, running down their brains, was still tearing hideously. This shocking and horrifying scene also caused the scene to become a chaotic mess. The people who had originally stood beside them each scattered like birds of prey. Zygote, avoid them all. Whoosh, bang. As he said this, Shan, who had his internal energy raised outward, pushed away several people who had been surrendered one after another. But even so, their bodies, which were expanding like airbags, instantly exploded. Immediately after that, tens of thousands of sub-subs emerged from the mother, and those who had not been pushed away by Shan and the others, with their chi energy, hardened and tore open their own heavenly apertures. In the next second, his body quickly spread out on the ground like a deflated balloon. In one smooth gush, the zygote crawled towards the nearest living body. Ow! Help! Help me! Zip! The songstresses and guards who were not able to dodge were quickly crawling all over their bodies by ZZ. But in just a few tens of breaths, they were like a puddle of mud, sticking to the ground. Everything so weird and scary really makes one's scalp go numb just looking at it. Shouts, screams, and cries for help resounded throughout the room. Shan knew that this Sun Ra would have a headache when encountered by a Zhongshu realm expert. Once torn into the bone, the chances of survival are extremely low, but they have an Achilles heel. Don't run into the shade. Stand all in the sunlight. Miso. As he said this, the Zhongyang blade at Shan's waist was blatantly sheathed, a smooth slash to the head. The wooden, skeletonized awning over the main courtyard of the Red Cuffs exploded with a thump. In this instant, the midday sunlight, spreading out, shone universally within the main courtyard. Snap, snap, the sunlight reflected zigzags, their torsos uncontrollably blew themselves up in droves, but the poisonous mist that was ignited after the explosion gradually filled the entire red sleeve stripes. Hold your breath, this fog is poisonous, all hide behind me, along with Su Shan's order. All the brocade guards and the survivors who were closer to him ducked towards behind him. At this moment, he, Su Shan, was like the savior of the crowd. Swish, as the words fell out of his mouth, Su Shan, who had used his own chi energy to condense into a wall of chi, directly blocked the surging incoming poisonous mist. Up, under the muddy force, the ever-extending chi energy formed a chi vortex with the main courtyard as the center. While rotating, the poisonous mist inside the red sleeve trick, from bottom to top, all brought out. The crowd, which had been watching from outside, first saw the awnings being slashed open and collapsing left and right. Immediately afterward, a tornado-like chi force, mixed with black chi mist, rushed straight into the sky. The demonic winds scurrying across the sky are staggering. Snap! Quite a bit of debris fell from the sky and hit the Ickleman casting the drop. The burning out of the inviting incense was infinitely close to being extinguished under the momentum of this burst of chi. The sound of the bone flute stopped. Raising his eyes and glancing at the demonic wind, he spoke with a stunned expression. Good thick internal energy, changing the heavens with one's own power? But so what? Su Shan, you must die today. After saying that, he, who kept muttering something in his mouth, bit his finger. Immediately afterward, a strange symbol was applied on a puppet doll. The bone flute in his hand was then blown once again. Inside the red sleeve, Su Shan, who had 9 strips of true chi circling his body, raised his arms upwards, transforming his energy into chi, dispersing the poisonous mist within the main courtyard. Miso, but at that very moment, a silhouette, crossing over the poisonous mist, attacked towards him with a blade. My lord, look out! Lei Yuanfeng, who had keenly captured all of this, immediately wanted to strike. However, before he could strike his blade, Su Shan, who had a cold and stern face, met his opponent without retreating. 9 suns flare heaven, roar, boom. The 9 channels of true chi that had originally wrapped around Su Shan's body instantly transformed into 9 scarlet true dragons, attacked the opponent the moment he was about to get a sneak attack. In an instant, the sharp blade in the opponent's hand first shattered, followed by her body, which was overwhelmed and sent flying out. Scatter! Accompanied by Su Shan's yell, the chi energy that scurried into the sky instantly dissipated, and at the scene, other than the mother of all skinned bodies that were plastered to the ground, the only thing left was the assassin who kept vomiting blood. Qin Rua? When they saw the other party's face that made all the dignitaries fall in love with them, many of them immediately said the other party's name. Qin Rua, who had a red light in his eyes, was still holding onto the sharp blade even though his body had been heavily damaged. Only it was someone else's voice as the grim-faced open spoke. Su Shan, you must die today. Su Shan, who heard this at first glance, laughed coldly. Borrowing a body to return a soul? Puppetry, it's really masterful. Swish, as he muttered these words, the manipulated Qin Rua bit the pill he held inside his mouth. In an instant, with her chi rising and her body expanding, she charged directly towards Su Shan. That's all you can do, is it? Dog, your tail is showing. The sword divides yin and yang. Not even waiting for Qin Rua to rush towards him, Su Shan, who drew his sword in a smooth manner, used his mixed true chi to directly chop his opponent. Bang! In the next second, while the blood mist filled the air, Su Shan's figure, moreover, leapt up and rushed towards the roof. Put! The moment Qin Rua was chopped apart, the rickety old man immediately poured out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The puppet that was manipulated by him, using his own essence blood, immediately spontaneously combusted. With disbelief written all over his face, he blurted out, Mixed soul lock? This is a natural skill that only comes with a great round of mixed true chi. Heaven's punishment, master? How? As one of the 4 great shamans of the witchcraft sect, Tuoba Yi was confident that he could strangle a pure Yuan expert and retreat in one piece under the making of a game. Even when facing an early-stage mixed Yuan patriarch, as long as they were not locked in, they also had the power to fight. After all, his greatest advantage was being in the dark. When he received this assignment, he had also read Su Shan's profile in detail. It was true that he was gifted, but Tuoba Yi didn't think that the other party could escape his chain of tricks. However, the reality is that the other side easily saw it coming. The only thing on his mind right now was escape. The blood transportation. Swish! Tuoba Yi, who had directly cut his palm with a sharp blade, sacrificed his method of escape without sparing his longevity and essence blood. However, Su Shan, who had arrived along the Qinhuai River treading the waves, smoothly launched his sword. Want to go? Have I been asked? Miso. Chapter 168 This honor, given by Su Qing. Shan's slash across the bank also caused the surface of the Qinhuai River to set off two shocking waves that were about several feet high. Bang! Where the blade energy extended, the flower boats docked on the opposite bank were even chopped and blown apart. Even the stone slabs at the mouth of the bank were overturned by several meters. As for Tuobayi, who was hiding in blood, his right arm had been peeled off from his body. The blade's strength, moreover, caused him to pour out a mouthful of blood immediately. Asshole. The blood transportation. The face of the man who had once again offered up this method of escape was already like that of a senile old man. As far as he was concerned, the longevity and essence blood consumed by sacrificing this technique in a short period of time was doubly stacked, but he had to in order to stay alive. Run? I'll see how far you get. Swish. Shan, who had locked his soul with his mixed Yuan True Qi, offered his Lingbo Weibu with ease. In an instant, the two figures that briefly exchanged hands disappeared from the crowd's view. Gulp. The people who were fortunate enough to witness this were all stupefied in place with their jaws agape. Shan's explosive slash caused many people's scalps to tingle and they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The person who just made the sword is the capital's newest noble, Cavalry Captain Su Wu, right? Boy, this slash is really raw. Aren't you talking nonsense? He's leading the team to directly plow through the hanging temple. At this point in time, the water armies lurking in the ranks of the masses began to work their wonders. TSK, compared to martial arts, what stands out even more is the ability of Cavalry Lieutenant Su Wu to solve cases. It is said that after entering the capital there is no case that he cannot solve. The first 5 aces of this year's spring exams died violently one after another. Didn't His Majesty order him to investigate the case thoroughly? Then the person he just chased after, could it be the culprit of the Chunin exam case? 80%. Under the guidance of the water armies, public opinion has begun to tilt. That red sleeve strokes and many people in the capital. How are publicized Su Wu Cavalry Lieutenant indiscriminate killing of innocents, arrogant and domineering. People catch murderers and they're polite to you? Who made red sleeve strikes back to Marquis Anping? Which of the singers and pimps in there don't have their eyes on the sky? Ha! It is said that the Marquis of Anping has been petitioning and impeaching the inspection division for many days in a row. Someone else just saw him steering his horse out of Vermilion Bird Avenue and heading straight for the palace. Bah! Shame on you, old thing. Hush, be careful what you say. What are you afraid of? Su Wu Cavalry Lieutenant, this is a heart for the public, but also by the wrong people counting. Objective facts, not let people say, 1 by 1, 10 by 10. This news, fueled by the water army, quickly spread throughout the capital. By word of mouth, the highly respected Marquis of Anping within the circle of nobles had become the mastermind behind the harboring of the murderer. Cavalry Lieutenant Su Wu, on the other hand, has become a great lord of the blue sky who is not afraid of power and is dedicated to public service. At this moment, the Anping Marquis, who was blissfully unaware of all this, was in the Imperial study, hysterically impeaching the Inspector General's department and Su Shan. Straw men, indiscriminate killings, dictatorship, arrogance. Your Majesty, if we don't curb this, he, Su Shan, and the inspectorate under his command will truly be lawless. The spittle-flecked Marquis of Anping roared with emotion. Upon hearing this at first glance, Zhu Yue, who was standing in front of the desk, subconsciously inquired, what did Su Shan do when he led his troops to Red Sleeve recruitment? Xing Long, who entered the palace to report to him, hurriedly clasped his fists and said, back to your Majesty. The 5 high Chinese scholars were recruited by the witchcraft shaman at the same time. From this it can be concluded that they were dropped at the same time. And last night, Xin Ruo, the flower girl of the red cuffs, specially invited the 5 to enter the boat to recite poetry. Therefore, there is a major suspicion. Fart. The Anping Marquis, who was relying on his old age by virtue of being a veteran of 2 dynasties, immediately broke into a rage. Where's the evidence? This is all speculation on your part. Okay, even if the red sleeve strike is a major suspect, go up and kill people. What is this? Killed a man and had him carried out, saying he was giving it to this Marquis, and arrogantly ordering people to send word for this Marquis to impeach a few more Zhangs. That's not retaliation. What is it? Hearing this, even Yuan Tiangang frowned tightly and said, there is still this matter? 1,000 times true. Many people in the capital have witnessed it with their own eyes. After Marquis Anping finished speaking with righteous indignation, Lin Ruopu, who was discussing with Zhu Yue on how to pacify the matter, stepped forward and said, Marquis Anping didn't make a mistake, did he? Lord Su, but he's the martial cavalry captain appointed by His Majesty himself. How could he do such a heartless thing? It sounds like questioning, but in reality, it is to make Zhu Yue unable to get off the stage. This time, let's see how you still protect. Naturally, Zhu Yue, who heard the words, turned cold, and just then, a female officer came hurriedly to report. Your Majesty, The Inspector General's department urgently reported that the criminal Tongji was sent outside the palace because he could not find anyone. What is it? The Inspector General's office has recovered a large number of mistletoe eggshells and witch weapons within the red sleeve. Ha! Hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes to Marquis Anping and Lin Ruopu. This is planted. This is framed. Your Majesty. The old minister guarantees with his own honor that there is absolutely no way that red sleeve recruitment has any connection with the remaining members of the witchcraft cult. It was also right after Marquis Anping finished saying all this, another female official came to report in a hurry. Your Majesty. The Divine Opportunity Pivot Spy has come to report. The demonic winds within the Red Sleeve Cave are so strong that it is suspected that the Inspector General is in a sound battle with the remnants of the witchcraft cult. Snap! When Marquis Anping heard these words, his body stumbled back several steps uncontrollably. Even Lin Ruopo looked at him with wide eyes. Probe again, and ordered the Jinfu division to rush to their support. In addition, all matters concerning the case of the Red Sleeve recruitment need not be petitioned, but come directly to the report. Yes. From this point onwards, the direction of the wind in the Imperial study had shifted. Report, Your Majesty. The secret agents of the Divine Mechanism Pivot have already probed that Red Sleeve recruited several singers, tortoise eunuchs and guards to transform into evil creatures and attack the brocade guards and the people at the scene indiscriminately. Shin Ruo, the flower girl of the Red Sleeve stroll, even sacrificed the power of evil magic to attack Lord Su with a blade. Bang! Hearing this, Zhu Yue clapped her hands and said, Su Qing. How is Su Chang now? Lord Su, saving the day. Not only did he kill several of the remaining members of the witchcraft cult within the Red Sleeve trick, he also uncovered the culprit. The two were on the Qinhuai River, fighting for several moves, and the culprit was defeated. Currently, Lord Su is leading his troops in pursuit of the murderer. Hundreds of people gathered at the scene can testify to this. When the female official finished relaying these words, Marquis Anping, whose body seemed to have been drained, instantly sat down on the ground. Marquis Anping, are you alright? Several people in the Imperial study, false sympathy to go forward, want to assist, and the Anping Marquis, who directly pushed them away, immediately knelt in front of Zhu Yue and said, Your Majesty, this matter is unknown to the old minister. Looking at Marquis Anping, who was kneeling in front of her, Zhu Yue's mouth almost didn't press down. When the king does not kneel into the temple to give seat, never put her Zhu Yue in the eyes of the two dynasties, and now also bowed to kneel in front of her. This honor today was given by Su Qing.